The foremost expert of Earth, while executing a mission, has been betrayed and reborn as Su Han, the Grand Prince of the Su Kingdom in Qingzhou. He activates the most formidable system and embarks on an unparalleled path to imperial dominance. Su Han vows that in this lifetime, he shall never allow betrayal again. If the heavenly principles of this world are like a dragon, I shall slay it. If this world is murky and vile, I shall cleanse it. If all beings are mere puppets, I shall become a demon. Chapter 1. The System of the Celestial God Emperor. In the turbulent realm of the 9 provinces, martial arts reign supreme. The weak shatter stones, while the strong move mountains and fill seas, yet only by igniting the fire of martial arts can one hope to become formidable. Those who ignite this fire are but 1 in 100, hence all under heaven are driven mad in their pursuit of the spark of martial arts. In Qingzhou, within the imperial palace of the Su Kingdom, Su Han stands solitary before his residence, while eunuchs and palace maids desperately carry his belongings away. As they pass by, their glances are laced with disdain. What is this? Am I in a play? Confusion churns within Su Han as he struggles to comprehend the scene before him. Just a moment ago, he was in a small country in East Asia executing a beheading order. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself here. Upon reflection, he realized he must have been eliminated by a sniper arranged by his enemies. How could they have preemptively set a sniper at exactly the point I chose to traverse? This is impossible unless someone has betrayed me. At that moment, a sharp pain strikes his head, and a surge of memories floods in, presenting fragmented images as if from a lengthy series. I am Su Han, the Crown Prince of the Su Kingdom. I ignited a 6th grade martial arts spark, the youngest to reach the 10th level of the physical realm, hailed as the most likely to ascend to the innate realm. Wait, ever since my mother vanished one night, my father has regarded me like a stranger, and the new empress sees me as a thorn in her side, desperate to replace me with her son, Suin. Just a month ago, I was poisoned, my martial arts spark dwindled to nothing, and my cultivation fell to the 1st level of the physical realm. My dantians were tainted with poison, unable to condense even a trace of true energy. The empress thus conspired with the kingdom's master, using the excuse that a prince cannot be a martial arts wastrel to successfully depose me. Now, I am no longer the crown prince, but rather Su Han, a hostage to be sent to the Great Zhou dynasty. Finally, the memories coalesce. A tempest of fury rises within Su Han. Empress, how cruel you are to poison me, sabotaging my martial foundation. While others are unaware of Su Han's plight, even the imperial physician cannot detect the poison within him. Yet Su Han is acutely aware. Only the kingdom's master possesses the means to poison him undetected, and he is none other than the elder brother of the current empress. Regrettably, his father has lost all trust in him, even growing furious at his accusation against the empress, demoting him to become a hostage in the Great Zhou dynasty. In this moment of despair, the dragon-shaped jade pendant around Su Han's neck suddenly radiates warmth. This is the pendant my mother left for me the day before her disappearance. Su Han curiously grasps the dragon-shaped pendant. My mother once told me to guard this pendant well, never revealing its existence to others, and the very next day, she vanished. If only I had sent something back then. A shadow of melancholy crosses Su Han's eyes, but he soon discovers the pendant's warmth intensifying, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that surges into his body. What is happening? Su Han is taken aback. In the next moment, a resounding voice booms in his ears. The celestial God Emperor system is initializing. Poison detected in the host's dantian. Initiating repair. Who? Su Han spins around, only to find no one near him. Where did that voice come from? Could it be from the pendant my mother left me? Soon, Su Han notices his tainted dantian becoming remarkably clear. The toxins that even the imperial physician could not identify have truly been eradicated. Overwhelmed, Su Han finally comprehends why his mother emphasized the importance of safeguarding this pendant. Before her disappearance, it harbors profound secrets. The celestial God Emperor system has successfully initialized. The system will randomly grant the host a grand gift. Does the host wish to receive it? A grand gift? Su Han forces himself to calm down. The restoration of his dantian indicates no malevolence, proving this is not a mere illusion. I accept, he decisively declares. The grand gift is opening. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 9th grade martial arts spark, the ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon. A ninth-grade martial arts spark? A dragon? Su Han gazes inward once more, only to be astonished by what unfolds before him. Within his dantian floats a dragon at least 10 zhang long, its form constructed of pure lightning, exuding a regal presence and immense power. The dragon symbolizes the emperor, representing the highest status among all martial arts sparks. Lightning embodies ultimate destructive force, unrivaled in attack power, the most potent attribute in the 9 provinces, with no equal. The fusion of these two supreme attributes signifies supremacy. In comparison, Su Han's previous water attribute 6th grade martial arts spark appears utterly insignificant. Empress, Master, you poisoned me to undermine my martial foundation, yet you could never have anticipated that I would now ignite a 9th grade supreme spark. Su Han cannot contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother, have you lost your mind? I truly admire your ability to laugh in such a dire situation. A handsome youth, appearing around 2 years younger than Su Han, approximately 14 years old, approaches with a girl and a retinue of guards and eunuchs, standing before Su Han. We pay our respects to the crown prince. The palace maids and eunuchs who had previously disregarded Su Han immediately kneel in deference upon seeing the youth. Rise. Su Yin gestures gracefully. What brings you here, Su Yin? Su Han's gaze sharpens. Why shouldn't I be here? This residence will soon belong to me. I came to see how the preparations are progressing. But you, brother, what are you still doing here? In 3 days, you are to depart for the Great Zhou dynasty. Shouldn't you be making arrangements? Su Yin replies with a smile. My preparations are of no concern to you. Su Han retorts with a cold laugh. Impudent Su Han, to stand before the crown prince without kneeling is one thing, but to speak so arrogantly is intolerable. A guard behind Su Yin glares at Su Han. If Su Han recalls correctly, this guard was once part of his own retinue, but has now defected to Su Yin's side, brazenly confronting his former master. Shindong, isn't it? So eager to demonstrate your loyalty to your new master? Even a dog has some loyalty. Are you not even as loyal as a dog? Su Han smiles faintly at the guard. Shindong's expression shifts between shades of green and white. Su Han, stop with the verbal sparring. I am here to inform you that from now on, Lin Suner is to be my consort, and your engagement with her is hereby annulled. Su Yin's gaze darkens as he pulls the girl beside him closer. Lin Suner? Su Han looks at the girl. Lin Suner initially appears startled, but then realizes that the Su Han before her is no longer the current crown prince nor the formidable 10th level warrior, but merely a wastrel unable to cultivate martial arts. She straightened her back and looked at Su Han with a hint of arrogance. My brother the crown prince is correct. My father will soon present the document to annul our engagement to the emperor. Su Han, you must not entangle yourself with me any longer. Slap. A sharp sound echoed through the air. The eunuchs, palace maids, and guards present were all left speechless. Lin Suner covered her cheek in disbelief, staring at Su Han in shock. No one expected Su Han to boldly step forward and strike Lin Suner with such decisiveness. What are you doing, Su Han? Su Yin glanced at Lin Suner's cheek with concern before angrily shouting at Su Han. The document to annul the engagement has not yet been presented to father. She remains my crown princess. Brother, your closeness to her is utterly inappropriate, and she, as my crown princess, displays such disregard for virtue. Would you not agree that she deserves a punishment? Su Han replied with a calm smile. The crowd fell silent, and even the guard Shundong, who had intended to intervene, instinctively withdrew his hand. Su Han's reasoning was clear. If this matter reached the emperor, Su Yin might indeed face repercussions. My brother will depart for the Great Zhou dynasty in 3 days. The useless trash left behind here is all yours. With a faint smile, Su Han turned and walked away. He sought a place to thoroughly explore the celestial emperor system. Dam Suan, even as a useless person, he remains so arrogant. Su Yin ground his teeth, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Lin Suner glared at Su Han's retreating figure, unable to tolerate his insult of calling himself trash. Crown Prince, look at Su Han's demeanor. He is utterly unrepentant. He cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, he may very well threaten your position. Ling Suner whispered in Su Yin's ear. Shundong, Su Yin se expressed darkened. At your service. Shundong immediately knelt before him. In 3 days, he will set off for the Great Zhou dynasty. You are to follow him with your men. I want him to have no place to be buried. Su Yin said coolly. Understood. Shundong cast a cold glance at Su Han's back and nodded slightly. In the past, Su Han had been someone he could only look up to, both in status and martial prowess. But now, Su Han was as weak as a fledgling and killing him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Chapter 2. Restoration of Power. Guided by his memories, Suhan arrived at a desolate palace within the imperial complex. After his title as crown prince was stripped from him, he had been assigned to this place, awaiting his departure in 3 days. Fortunately, I secretly stashed away some blood chi pills. Suhan retrieved 2 porcelain vials from a corner of the cold palace, each containing 50 second-tier blood chi pills. With these pills, Suhan could resume his martial training, striving to regain a modicum of self-defense within 3 days. Martial arts techniques, akin to fire seeds, progress from weak to strong, categorized from 1st to 9th tier. The 1st to 3rd tiers are collectively known as inferior techniques, with a mixed element technique practiced by the royal family of Su being a 2nd-tier inferior technique. This technique allows one to cultivate to the 10th level of the flesh realm. Cultivating the flesh realm involves tempering the body with genuine energy, serving as a foundational process. As Suhan began to operate the mixed element technique, a torrent of immense, thunderous energy surged from the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon, flooding into Suhan's meridians like a dam bursting. Buzz! A piercing pain shot through Suhan, overwhelming him. His expression twisted slightly, yet soon a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. It felt as if he were descending into hell. It felt as if he were ascending to heaven. These two sensations intertwined ceaselessly. Suhan discovered that his physical strength was rapidly increasing. When the power reached its zenith, it gradually halted. However, the thunderous energy from the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon surged forth even more fiercely, breaking through all limits. Ding! Congratulations! Host has advanced to the 2nd level of the flesh realm. Detected a mutation in the host's 2nd-tier technique, mixed element technique. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired a 6th-tier technique, purple extreme mixed element technique. The system's notification rang out in succession. Suhan opened his eyes in astonishment. He had only practiced for a short while and had already broken through to the 2nd level of the flesh realm. What surprised him further was that the mixed element technique had mutated, transforming into a top-tier intermediate technique. A profound power surged into Suhan's mind, allowing him to comprehend the essence of the purple extreme mixed element technique in mere moments. So this is the purple extreme mixed element technique. It is indeed far more intricate than the mixed element technique. A 6th-tier technique could cultivate one to the level of martial sovereign. Such techniques are exceedingly rare. It seems the royal family of the Greyjoy has only a 4th-tier technique passed down through the years. Suhan was overjoyed, wishing he could embrace the system in gratitude. In the realm of wind and cloud across the 9 provinces, martial cultivation ranks are as follows: Flesh Realm, Tai Chi Realm, Prenatal Realm, Nirvana Realm, Yuan Dan Realm, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, and Law Avatar, Golden Body. The Martial Sovereign Realm was once beyond Suhan's imagination. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly rumbled. This was a sign of depleting blood chi. Suhan promptly swallowed a 2nd-tier blood chi pill and resumed practicing the purple extreme mixed element technique. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations! Host has broken through to the 3rd level of the flesh realm. An hour later. Ding! Congratulations! Host has broken through to the 4th level of the flesh realm. Suhan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with delight. At this pace, he might return to his peak state, the 10th level of the flesh realm, by tomorrow. Fortunately, I saved a batch of blood chi pills otherwise. Even with a 9th-tier supreme fire seed and a top-tier intermediate technique, it would have been difficult to restore my power in such a short time. Suhan adjusted his thoughts and continued his training. As night fell, he found his cultivation had returned to the 7th level of the flesh realm. Only around 60 blood chi pills remained. These blood chi pills should suffice to bring me to the 10th level of the flesh realm. I must persist in my training and not become complacent. As the sun rose, casting the first rays of dawn upon the courtyard of the cold palace, Suhan awakened from a night of deep meditation. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and a series of cracks echoed from within him. 10th level of the flesh realm. My power has returned. Suhan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying strength coursing through him, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, he paused slightly. My strength seems to have reached the level of the 2nd image. The 10th level of the flesh realm possesses the power of 10,000 pounds, also known as the power of the 1st image. Suhan had reached this realm before, but this time, Not only had he regained his cultivation, but his physical strength seemed to have subtly attained the level of the second image. Could it be that the thunderous, genuine energy aids in body refinement as well? No wonder it is regarded as the ultimate attribute. Su-Han was filled with joy. At the same level of the flesh realm, his current strength was vastly superior to what it had been before. With my cultivation restored, I only require a suitable divine weapon now. Su-Han smiled and left the cold palace, heading towards the royal armory. Divine weapons are categorized into 9 tiers, and Su-Han once possessed a 3rd-tier divine weapon, the Frostblade. This sword perfectly matched the attributes of Su-Han's original martial fire seed, but had now fallen into the hands of the National Master. Royal Armory. It housed numerous pills, divine weapons, and even techniques. Members of the Su royal family, officials, and even eunuchs and palace maids could enter the armory to purchase necessary items. However, some extremely valuable items could only be purchased by those with corresponding status, even if one had the money. The direct descendants of the royal family are allowed to collect cultivation resources worth no more than 10,000 every month. As Su-Han approached the entrance of the armory, he immediately drew curious glances from many. Why is he here? He is no longer the crown prince. Having fallen to the first level of the flesh realm, what business does he have in the armory? Disregarding the envious, suspicious, and pitying gazes of those around him, Su-Han strode directly towards the armory. The guard stationed there exhibited a flicker of hesitation, uncertain whether to intervene. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "Eldest Prince, you no longer possess the right to enter the armory. Depart at once." Su-Han turned to look. Behind him stood a group of young men and women. The speaker being Su Ji-yuan, the daughter of the 4th prince. This young lady, endowed with a 5th-tier martial seed, possessed talent second only to Su-Han himself in their royal lineage, and was well known among the Su clan. Having begun her martial training at the age of 8, she was now 15 and had already reached the 6th level of the corporeal realm. Everyone understood that by the time Su Ji-yuan turned 20, she would undoubtedly become a martial arts master at the 10th level. Given her status, it was highly likely she would pursue further studies in the Great Zhou dynasty or seek to join a powerful academy. In terms of prospects, she could not be compared to the former Su-Han, yet at present, her future appeared far more promising than what many perceived of Su-Han. Su Ji-yuan, what business do you have with my entry into the armory? Su-Han furrowed his brows. He held no recollection of any grievance with her. Why did she feel the need to add insult to injury? You are no longer the crown prince, and your martial prowess has fallen to the 1st level of the corporeal realm. In 2 days, you are to become a hostage in the Great Zhou dynasty. Should you enter the armory now, I fear you might abscond with our Su nation's treasures and benefit others. Su Ji-yuan replied solemnly. Ji-yuan's words hold considerable merit. Others chimed in. Eldest Prince, it would be wise for you to depart. Even if you harbor discontent, such thoughts should not cross your mind. Those who had once bowed and scraped before Su-Han now took on a condescending tone, admonishing him as if they were his elders. Casting a cold glance at the self-righteous young woman before him, Su-Han smirked slightly and said, Su Ji-yuan, you may have forgotten one crucial point. Though I am no longer the crown prince, I remain the eldest prince until I am taken to the Great Zhou dynasty as a hostage. Who can prevent me from entering the Su nation's armory? You, mere collateral branches of the royal family, presume to impose constraints on me, a genuine member of the royal lineage? His gaze swept across the assembly, exuding an overwhelming aura. In that moment, his presence was far more formidable than when he had been the crown prince. Many who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unable to confront him. Su Ji-yuan stood dumbfounded. Reflecting that perhaps Su-Han was indeed correct, she had no authority to stop him from entering the royal armory. With a smile, Su-Han walked into the armory. The guard stationed at the entrance, having overheard the exchange, dared not impede him. Regaining her composure, Su Ji-yuan's face fluctuated between anger and panic as Su-Han approached the armory. She called out once more, Eldest Prince, I implore you to reconsider. Do not act in ways that may aid the enemy. Madness. Su-Han scoffed dismissively, vanishing from their sight. Fury surged within Su Ji-yuan. We shall follow him. After a brief pause, she commanded, Who will go inform the crown prince? Ji-yuan, I shall go. A young man immediately dashed away. As Su-Han stepped into the royal armory, an elderly man raised his eyes to regard him, his gaze imbued with an air of authority. Ancestor, I seek to select a divine weapon, Su-Han said, bowing respectfully. This elder, also of royal descent, held a lineage far superior to the current emperor of the Su nation. A formidable martial artist, he had been a formidable force even in his youth. Presently, he managed the entire royal armory. I heard your earlier words. While I shall not obstruct you, certain valuable items cannot be taken, for you are no longer the crown prince, the elder replied slowly. Su-Han understands, he responded with a smile. The elder's expression softened slightly as he gestured. The swords are over there. You may only select a first-tier divine weapon, and its value must not exceed 10,000 taels. Ancestor, I no longer wish to use a sword. Such a weapon is too noble. I seek something more imposing, Su-Han remarked with a grin. The elder was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Su-Han had always favored swordsmanship, having previously taken a third-tier divine weapon, the Frostblade, from the armory. There are indeed more imposing options. Look over there, the elder indicated. Thank you, Ancestor, Su-Han said politely, moving towards the direction indicated. The elder's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This young man has encountered significant changes, yet remains composed and possesses an admirable temperament. Unaware of the elder's assessment, Su-Han found himself before a row of first-tier divine weapon swords, axes, spears, and even wolf-tooth clubs and gigantic hammers. Ding! Detected 9th-tier divine weapon spiritual material. The system notification suddenly echoed. 9th-tier divine weapon spiritual material? A shock coursed through Su-Han's heart. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged as his gaze settled upon a square-tipped halberd. Chapter 3. 9th grade spiritual material. This Fantastical Huaji, devoid of any runic imprints, indicates that it is far from being a divine weapon. It is merely an ordinary armament. If the system has not erred, then it is the only one that can be deemed spiritual material, while the others, marked with runic imprints, no longer belong to that category. Indeed, it is the 9th grade spiritual material. The system stated. A flicker of fervor ignited in Su-Han's eyes as he approached to retrieve the Fantastical Huaji. Su-Han, this weapon is composed of peculiar materials. Even the most skilled weaponsmiths of our Su kingdom regard it as mere scrap iron. You have but one opportunity to select. It would be wise to choose judiciously. The elder, having appeared behind Su-Han, cautioned him. Master, why do the weaponsmiths deem it as scrap? Su-Han inquired. Because no smith has been able to etch a runic imprint upon it. Is it not scrap if it cannot be imbued with power? I placed it here as it was once my introductory weapon. The elder chuckled softly, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. I see, Su-Han nodded slightly. You seek a formidable weapon. This spear would serve you well. The elder gestured towards a long spear. Master, I desire this Fantastical Huaji. Its worth should be less than 10,000 taels, correct? Su-Han smiled and shook his head. The elder paused, realizing that its value was indeed low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford it in his youth. However, are you certain you wish to take this Fantastical Huaji? Absolutely. Su-Han's eyes conveyed unwavering determination. To possess 9th grade spiritual material and not seize it would be foolish. If our Su kingdom could invite the mightiest weaponsmiths, they would surely recognize the extraordinary nature of this Fantastical Huaji. Regrettably, considering the kingdom's resources, not even the most skilled smith capable of forging 4th grade weapons could be summoned. Very well, it is yours. I hope you treat it well. The elder acquiesced after a moment of contemplation. At that instant, a throng of individuals surged forth. Led by the brooding Su Yin, flanked by Lin Suner on his left, and Su Ji Yuan on his right. Su-Han, relinquish that weapon at once and vacate the royal armory, Su Yin commanded coldly. Su Ji Yuan regarded Su-Han with an expression of indifference, while Lin Suner displayed a glint of schadenfreude. Once indifferent to me, now you reap what you sow, she mused. Su Yin, my retrieval of weapons from the royal armory is a time-honored tradition. Even as the crown prince, you have no authority to impede me, Su-Han retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin before bowing slightly to the elder. Master, I shall take my leave now. Very well, the elder nodded gently. Seeing Su-Han disregard him in front of numerous royal descendants, Su Yin's face flushed with rage. As the crown prince, I possess the right to stop you. Big prince, I advise you not to oppose our kingdom's heir. Such behavior is tantamount to treason, Su Ji Yuan interjected with a tone laced with mockery. I am conversing with Su Yin. What right do you have to interject? Su-Han snapped. You are but the second daughter of the 4th prince. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are a princess of this realm. Remember, you are merely a collateral descendant, forever unable to ascend to the main line. At his words, Su Ji Yuan felt as though a wound had been reopened, her fury surging within her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Ji Yuan, do not engage in verbal sparring with him. Since his cultivation has been obliterated, his tongue has grown sharper by the day, Su Yin sneered. his gaze fixed on Su Han. I command you to drop that weapon. Otherwise, I shall personally teach you a lesson in humility. Impudent. Before Su Han could respond, the elder, who had remained a silent observer, suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Master? Su Yin looked at the elder with uncertainty, as did the others, who were taken aback by the elder's anger. According to protocol, Su Han was entitled to select an item valued at less than 10,000 taels from the armory each month. Today, he chose this Fatian Huaji, which was not even a divine weapon, in accordance with the rules. Fatian Huaji. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of incredulity, and even Su Yin's ire diminished slightly as he regarded the weapon with a sardonic smile. Su Han, I did not expect you to have a penchant for scavenging. Upon hearing this, Su Han noted the elder's expression darkening significantly. If I am a scavenger, then what are you, having picked up refuse that even I would disdain? He retorted, gesturing toward his cultivation was not low. It surpassed that of Su Ziyuan, having reached the 7th level of the physical realm. With full power, his speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Su Han. If you do not perish, I shall meet with misfortune. Thus, you shall die. The young man's expression was grotesque. Su Han furrowed his brow and, with a sudden and precise motion, grasped the young man's arm. In the face of his utter terror, Su Han twisted it forcefully, causing the dagger in the young man's hand to plunge directly into his own heart. You. The young man stared blankly at Su Han, life gradually fading from his eyes, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. A path to self-destruction. Su Han chuckled coldly. The onlookers dared not advance any further, their gazes toward Su Han filled with dread. At that moment, they finally recalled how utterly insignificant they had been in Su Han's presence. Su Yin appeared calm on the surface, yet was profoundly shocked within. How could one whose martial seed had withered and whose cultivation had fallen to the 1st level of the physical realm possess such abilities? Su Han's cultivation had not been destroyed. He had not been rendered powerless. Su Yin's heart raced with a tumult of astonishment and fury. Just then, Su Ziyuan, momentarily dazed by Su Han's actions, finally regained her senses. Seeing Su Han with his back turned to her, she covered her face and launched a kick toward him. Dare you approach? Su Han bellowed, striking down with the edge of his hand. Crack. Ah! Su Ziyuan screamed in agony, clutching her knee as she tumbled to the ground. The crowd clearly witnessed the bone in her knee piercing through flesh, exposed to the air. The power of the two forms was far beyond what an ordinary practitioner of the physical realm could withstand. Throughout the ordeal, the elder had remained silent, observing from the sidelines. Su Han, today you have harmed your kin within the imperial palace and slain the son of the divine martial marquis, Su Bo. As the crown prince, I must hold you accountable. Su Yin declared, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Who killed the son of the divine martial marquis? Suddenly, a crisp, cold voice rang out. The crowd's expressions brightened at the sound. Mother, the empress, a woman of extraordinary grace and regal bearing approached, flanked by numerous eunuchs and palace maids. Most notably was Li Minji, the head of the Eastern Depot, an expert in the fetal breath realm and a fiercely loyal servant to the empress. It is this venomous woman, Su Han thought, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes as he regarded her. Nangong glanced at the corpse on the ground and then coldly addressed Su Han. Crown Prince, the slaughter of kin is a taboo among the royal family. I need not bring you before the court to execute you. Li Gongong, take his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Minji replied with a slight smile, plucking a flower, and soon a surge of true chi flew from his hand, transforming into a blade, striking towards Su Han's neck like a bolt of lightning. The fetal breath realm, true chi penetrating the body. A chilling sensation coursed down Su Han's spine, his expression turning grave as he resolved to withstand the fetal breath realm's assault with the strength of his physical body. Who dares to cause chaos in my armory? The elder suddenly roared, shattering the gathered true chi blade with a punch, stepping protectively in front of Su Han, his fierce gaze fixed upon Nangong and Li Minji. Elder? It was then that Nangong noticed the elder's presence, her heart racing. Li Minji also gasped, hastily bowing his head, as if standing before a terrifying beast. Chapter 4. Confrontation at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Ancestor, why do you protect Su Han? He has harmed our own kin and deserves death. Nangong gazed at the elder with a hint of trepidation. Although he was not of the royal lineage, his status within the Su royal family was exceedingly high, and his profound cultivation made him a figure of great caution. Even her elder brother, the national master of Su, had advised her to avoid provoking this man. The son of the god of war, Su Bo, had just drawn a dagger to kill Su Han, and I witnessed it with my own eyes, the elder stated calmly. To attack a prince, what crime is that? Nangong was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Death, she replied. Then, what fault lies with Su Han in killing him? The elder countered, maintaining his composure. Nangong Yuer fell silent. Suddenly, Su Yin interjected. Had Su Han not struck first and injured our kin, Su Bo would not have died in defending us. This matter should be resolved by Father Emperor. Indeed. Li Minji, go to the God of War's residence and inform them. Su Bo is the only son of the God of War and cannot die without reason, Nangong Yuer commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Minji bowed and withdrew. Su Han, I ask you, your martial arts seed has withered, and your cultivation has fallen to the first level of the flesh realm. How could you still kill Su Bo? What are your intentions in concealing your true strength? Nangong Yuer's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Su Han. Your Majesty, this matter is long and complex. Su Han responded with a smile. Then make it brief, she retorted coldly. Su Han nodded. To be brief, it is quite simple. It is none of your business. Everyone was taken aback, including the elder, who momentarily froze. Su Han, how dare you speak to the Empress in such a manner? Su Yin seethed with anger. She is your mother, not mine. The poisonous woman who ordered the destruction of my martial foundation will eventually pay for her sins, Su Han replied indifferently. Poison? The elder's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Nangong Yuer, who felt a twinge of panic within. I cannot allow this boy to speak recklessly any longer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nangong Yuer turned to the elder. Ancestor, as a senior of our royal family, please escort this child before the emperor for judgment. According to protocol, this is indeed the case. Su Han, do you dare to confront the emperor? The elder inquired with a smile. Ancestor, I, Su Han. Act with a clear conscience and have no reason to fear, Su Han declared confidently. Excellent. Then today, the ancestor shall accompany you. The elder laughed heartily and stepped outside. Seeing this, Su Han also grasped his halberd and followed closely behind. This weapon, could it be that the elder intends to take Su Han as his apprentice? In such a confrontation today, this old man would undoubtedly stand up for him. Nangong Yuer's eyes flickered with concern. Mother, what should we do now? How did Su Han regain his strength? Su Yin murmured, his expression grim. This child's mother must have run off with some wild man. Your father is already furious. And with him having killed the son of the God of War, he will not side with Su Han. However, you must inform your uncle, so he can explain to the ministers. We must ensure Su Han's crimes are thoroughly established today. Nangong Yuer's lips twitched. Yes, mother. Su Yin promptly departed with Lin Suner and others, while the other royal offspring assisted in gathering Su Bo's remains and supporting the injured Su Ziyuan, following behind Nangong Yuer. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Emperor of Su, around 40 years of age with graying temples, sat coldly upon the throne, gazing at the lifeless body of Su Bo on the floor. Su Han stood behind the elder, his gaze scrutinizing his so-called father. Dozens of ministers flanked the hall, exchanging glances and occasionally frowning when their eyes fell upon Su Han. Nangong Yuer stood on the opposite side, flanked by Su Yin and others. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince Su Han has harmed his own kin, as witnessed by the Crown Prince and others. The God of War has only this one son. If we do not provide an explanation, it may chill the hearts of the royal family. Nangong Yuer proclaimed loudly. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's thoughts are so malicious that even kin are not spared. The Emperor and commoners alike face the same law. I propose that the Crown Prince's limbs and meridians be severed as a warning. An elderly minister suggested, bowing. Following this, several ministers echoed in agreement. The Emperor's frown deepened as he suddenly barked at Su Han. Rebellious son, do you not know your crime? Father, I have committed no crime, Su Han replied coolly. Crown Prince, at this moment, you dare to quibble? Fortunately, you are no longer the Crown Prince. Otherwise, how would I govern the subjects of Su in the future? An elder minister scolded, filled with disappointment. Old dog, how many benefits have you gained from this poisonous woman, the Empress? Su Han turned his gaze to the elder minister. Smiling. You. The elder minister's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by anger. What of you? You cannot even articulate your thoughts, yet dare to serve in the court? Su Han replied with a faint smile. Your Majesty, we can no longer indulge the Crown Prince. Otherwise, he will become a calamity for our Su country, leading us to ruin, cried another elder minister, suddenly kneeling. Death? Very well, I shall grant you that. Su Han laughed heartily, swinging his halberd with sudden ferocity. The elder minister's head instantly fell, blood splattering across the floor. The severed head rolled a distance away, its expression frozen in disbelief. As if unable to comprehend that Su Han would act so ruthlessly within the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, unable to believe their eyes. Even the elder was caught off guard, unable to intervene in time, as he had not anticipated Su Han's decisiveness in killing a second-rank minister without hesitation. Your Majesty, quickly. Execute him. He has succumbed to madness. Nangong Yuer screamed in a shrill voice. A flicker of terror flashed deep within her eyes. as though she were seeing the crown prince of Su for the first time. Rebellious son, how dare you? The emperor's face revealed a mix of shock and fury. Do not call. Su Han let out a hearty laugh, plunging his Fang Tianhua halberd into the ground before charging towards his opponent. You shall perish. The trusted attendant of the divine martial duke swung his colossal fist, intent on reducing Su Han to mere pulp. It is you who will die, not I. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Su Han's eyes. He neither dodged nor evaded, striking his opponent's fist with his own. Crack. The assailant's arm shattered instantly. How was that possible? The divine martial duke stood frozen in disbelief. The royal offspring, including Su Yin, displayed expressions of shock. The ministers within the Taiha Hall were equally astonished. Hadn't the crown prince already lost his martial prowess? The emperor of the Su kingdom, seated upon the dragon throne, momentarily faltered, his gaze towards Su Han shifting with each passing moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Han pressed forward, delivering another blow aimed at his adversary's head. If he landed this hit, the foe would undoubtedly meet his demise. Crown Prince, the Queen speaks truth. You have truly succumbed to madness. A cold voice echoed, accompanied by a terrifying aura that approached rapidly. Su Han sensed imminent danger and retreated a step. In the very spot he had occupied, a fissure extending a yard long had been cleaved by a surge of true energy. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man clad in purple gradually entered the Taiha Hall. Nangong. Su Han regarded the man with icy disdain. He was the elder brother of Nangong, the national master of the Su kingdom, a formidable figure at the 10th level of the Fetal Breath realm. Nangong's previous move had clearly been intended to kill. Had Su Han been the same as before, he would have been decapitated by now. The attendant of the divine martial duke, having narrowly escaped death, returned to his lord's side with a grim expression. Elder brother, swiftly eliminate this wretch. Nangong urged. This is our chance. Yet, upon hearing her words, Nangong remained unmoved, casting a wary glance at the elder. Rebellious son, you have injured Su Ziyuan, killed Su Bo, and slain a minister. Are you still unaware of your crimes? The emperor's gaze pierced through Su Han coldly. Beside Su Ziyuan stood a middle-aged man who had entered the hall alongside the divine martial duke. Yet his demeanor was far from agitated. For Su Ziyuan had only suffered a broken leg. This man was the emperor's fourth brother, the fourth prince of the Su kingdom. Your Majesty. While Su Han's actions were indeed decisive, in truth, I believe he is not at fault today, the elder suddenly interjected. The emperor was momentarily taken aback. Elder, did you not come here to testify against Su Bo and the others? On the contrary, I have come to testify in favor of Su Han. The elder replied with a gentle smile. The divine martial duke's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. As a fellow royal, he was acutely aware of the elder's extraordinary background. If he were to vouch for Su Han, the vendetta for his lost son might remain unavenged. The ministers present were similarly alarmed, urgently voicing their objections. This cannot be. The crown prince has slain his kin and harmed court officials. He must be executed. Elder, what do you mean by this? The emperor's face betrayed a hint of confusion. A killer must be met with death, the elder replied with a calm smile. Su Bo intended to kill Su Han in the armory, so Su Han's actions were justified. Had Su Bo struck first, then indeed, Su Han bears no blame. The emperor pondered this deeply. Your Majesty. The divine martial duke was distraught. However, the emperor's tone shifted. Su Han has killed one of my ministers before my very eyes. What does the elder propose regarding this crime? Upon hearing this, Nangong, Su Yin, and Lin Suner displayed glimmers of joy. Nangong regarded the elder with a knowing smile. This was indeed a misstep on his part. The elder nodded. Were it me, I would bide my time, then quietly eliminate him and his entire lineage. The atmosphere within the Taiha Hall became palpably tense. The emperor's expression fluctuated before settling into a wry smile. This royal elder had quite the fiery temperament. Yet, given that he had committed such an egregious error before so many witnesses, a reckoning must ensue. The elder chuckled softly, retrieving a jade pendant from his waist. This was given to me by your grandfather. It is said that this pendant can absolve any sin. I had intended to pass it to the next generation, but having lived so long without an heir, I shall bestow it upon Su Han today. Chapter 5. Breakthrough. Everyone was momentarily stunned as they gazed at the jade pendant. Elder, are you certain about this? The emperor inquired in a solemn tone. Do you believe I jest? The elder retorted, his eyes narrowing fiercely. The emperor, abashed, responded. Of course, if that is the case, Su Han shall indeed be exonerated. The elder chuckled, shaking his head, and addressed Su Han. Let us depart. Yes, elder. Su Han replied, nodding respectfully. The divine martial marquis watched as Su Han walked past him, a venomous resentment gnawing at his heart like a viper. Let him live a few more days, whispered Nangong's voice in the divine martial marquis' ear. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At the cold palace. Suhan bowed deeply to the elder, saying, I am immensely grateful for your protection today, elder. Gratitude is unnecessary. I can only do so much. The elder replied with a faint smile. Now that you have made an enemy of the divine martial marquis, and it seems Nangong you harbors ill intentions towards you, you must exercise caution within the palace. Suhan clasped his hands in respect, assuring, Elder, rest assured. I, Suhan, possess great fortune and resilience. It will not be easy for me to perish. You assert this. I hope you can uphold it. By the way, since the weapon I provided you is now in your possession, I have no use for this spear technique. It is yours, the elder stated, leaving behind a tome before departing. Spear technique? Suhan mused, flipping through the pages. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected incomplete 6th tier martial skill thunder spear technique. Would the host like to repair it? 6th tier martial skill? Is that not among the pinnacle of intermediate levels? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suhan's eyes as he immediately responded, repair it. Warning. The host lacks sufficient divine emperor coins for repair. Suhan was momentarily taken aback. Divine emperor coins? What are those? He pondered. Upon the completion of tasks assigned by the system, the host has a chance to receive divine emperor coins. Additionally, for each significant breakthrough, a gift package will be awarded, which may also contain divine emperor coins. Tasks. Are there any tasks for me to undertake now? None. Then I must pursue the path of breakthroughs? Suhan's eyes glinted with fervor. His 9th grade ancient purple extreme thunder dragon was drawn from a gift package. I am currently at the 10th level of the corporeal realm. I can attempt to break through to the fetal breath realm. If successful, I shall not only receive a gift package, but perhaps also restore the thunder spear technique. With this thought in mind, Suhan immediately entered the cold palace, preparing to attempt the breakthrough. In the past, although Suhan's talent was remarkable within the Su kingdom, he had been stuck at the 10th level of the corporeal realm for an entire year without progress. This was due to a significant obstacle. The corporeal body harbors countless meridians, among which 7 are known as the 7 divine gates of warriors. Each gate corresponds to a bottleneck at a specific realm. To ascend to the fetal breath realm and achieve the level where true energy permeates the body, revealing the essence of martial fire, one must unlock the first divine gate, the fetal breath gate. Suhan had attempted this countless times before, all ending in failure. This time, my true energy has completely transformed into thunder true energy. It is said that thunder attribute true energy greatly aids in unlocking the divine gates. Let us see if this legend holds true. Suhan closed his eyes, swiftly entering a meditative state, manipulating the thunder true energy within his dantians to navigate through the myriad of minute meridians. After several breaths, the thunder true energy arrived before the first divine gate. This gate bore faint traces of past failures, remnants of Suhan's earlier attempts to breach the fetal breath realm. I shall attempt 5 times today. If all 5 attempts fail, I must rest for a while. Otherwise, the gate may shatter, and I would be rendered incapacitated, Suhan mused inwardly. In the next moment, he directed the thunder true energy towards the fetal breath gate. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in his ears as the thunder true energy struck the gate, bursting it open, allowing the true energy to surge through. Is it opened? Has the bottleneck to the fetal breath realm been broken? Suhan was momentarily taken aback. However, as the thunder true energy within him surged, it quickly multiplied, surpassing previous levels by 5 or 6 times. Suhan finally confirmed that he had indeed broken through to the fetal breath realm. Tenfold. A complete tenfold increase. The quantity of true energy rapidly reached 10 times its original level. Suhan reveled in his joy. The transition from the corporeal realm to the fetal breath realm involves a qualitative change, during which ordinary warriors and those of exceptional talent create a significant gap in power. The higher the grade of the martial fire seed, the greater the increase in true energy. A 9th grade fire seed can enhance true energy 9-fold. Suhan's 10-fold increase indicated a vast disparity between a 9th grade supreme fire seed and a regular 9th grade fire seed. Now, Suhan's true energy was more robust than that of 2nd or even 3rd tier fetal breath realm warriors. Among peers, unless the opponent possessed a 9th grade supreme fire seed like Suhan, it would be nearly impossible for them to stand against him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the fetal breath realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a breakthrough gift package. The system prompt reverberated. Eagerly, Suhan prepared to open the gift package, curious about its contents. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 divine emperor coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 3rd-tier energy condensing pills. Energy condensing pills? A precious item indeed. They are indispensable for warriors. Only those at the fetal breath realm can begin to consume them, as their purpose is to enhance true energy and directly bolster cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking a new feature, Heavenly Marketplace. A new feature? Suhan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, streams of data cascaded through the air, ultimately forming a new virtual panel. Is this the Heavenly Marketplace? Suhan examined it curiously, observing numerous categories displayed: fire seed classification, technique classification, martial skill classification, divine weapon classification, pill classification, spiritual material classification, technology classification, bloodline classification. Technology classification? Suhan's eyes widened with interest, but upon attempting to click on it, he discovered it was inaccessible. He then noticed that all categories, except for the divine weapon classification, were grayed out, while the divine weapon classification shimmered with a faint white light. System, what is the meaning of this? The gray color indicates it is locked. Upon the completion of corresponding tasks, one will randomly unlock a category. How stingy, Suhan couldn't help but mutter. He then opened the divine weapon classification. Demon Emperor Hammer, 9th tier divine weapon, exchange price. God Sword, 9th tier divine weapon, exchange price. Silent Blade, 9th tier divine weapon, exchange price. Great Evil King, 9th tier divine weapon, exchange price. Heavenly Sin, 9th tier divine weapon, exchange price. Suhan scanned through hundreds of 9th tier divine weapons, each one marked with for the price. System, why is the price marked as? Is there a confidentiality clause? The host's current strength is insufficient to view the details. It is advisable to check divine weapons of 8th tier or lower. Upon hearing this, Suhan promptly opened the 8th tier divine weapon page. Dragon Slaying Sword, 8th tier divine weapon. Exchange price, 9,000,000 divine emperor coins. Suhan quickly closed the 8th tier divine weapon page and obediently opened the 1st tier divine weapon page. The prices for 1st tier divine weapons were considerably more reasonable, ranging from 300 to 1,000 divine emperor coins. While 1st tier divine weapons are not expensive in the Wind and Cloud 9 provinces, the acquisition of divine emperor coins is limited, making it illogical to spend them on divine weapons below the 3rd tier. Suhan shook his head, preparing to close the page, when suddenly he noticed an option behind the 1st tier divine weapon: divine weapon runes. Divine weapon runes? Is this not the arcane secret of the divine weapon craftsman? Suhan was momentarily taken aback. When a divine weapon craftsman forges a divine weapon, they imprint runes onto it using their primordial spirit energy. And these runes possess a myriad of functions. A single divine weapon can bear a maximum of 9 runes. The most formidable divine weapon craftsman in the Su Kingdom is Master Pei, the creator of the Frostblade, which boasts 7 3rd-tier frost runes. This elevates the Frostblade to a first-class status among 3rd-tier divine weapons. Suhan immediately examined the divine weapon runes, ranging from 1st tier to 9th tier. He discovered that the prices for these runes were quite affordable, with 1st-tier divine weapon runes costing between 5 to 10 divine emperor coins. The Fang Tianhua halberd, being a 9th-tier material, should theoretically accommodate any runes. However, it was said that a failed imprint could result in the destruction of the material. The host's concerns are unwarranted. The divine weapon runes sold in the marketplace have all undergone rigorous testing. Even in the event of a failed imprint, the loss would only pertain to the enhancement runes and would not adversely affect the materials provided by the host. Really? A glimmer of joy sparkled in Suhan's eyes. System, tell me how many divine emperor coins are needed to repair the thunder halberd technique. 700. So, I have 300 divine emperor coins left to purchase runes. I'm in. Suhan made a swift decision. First, he would repair the thunder halberd technique, and the remaining divine emperor coins would be spent on runes. System, I wish to repair the thunder halberd technique. Repair successful. Boom. A surge of information flooded into Suhan's mind, and in an instant, he mastered the 6th-tier martial technique. Thunder halberd technique, as if he had practiced it his entire life. At the first level of having grasped the 6th-tier martial technique, Suhan felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Now, he only lacked a divine weapon. System, I wish to purchase the 4th-tier rune, Thunderflame. Thunderflame is the most expensive among the 4th-tier runes, costing 300 divine emperor coins. If successful, the Fang Tianhua halberd will ascend to the ranks of 4th-tier divine weapons. Furthermore, the attributes of Thunderflame complement Suhan's true energy and martial techniques perfectly. Purchase successful. Shall I imprint it? Imprint. Please do not fail. Please do not fail. Suhan fervently prayed. In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary Fang Tianhua halberd suddenly shimmered with purple arcs of electricity. These arcs danced and swirled wildly, ultimately coalescing into a rune imbued with an air of mystery. The aura of the Fang Tianhua halberd surged exponentially. Ding! The 4th-tier rune. Thunderflame, has been successfully imprinted. It succeeded. A smile spread across Su Han's face. Chapter 6. The manifestation of divine weapons. Before Su Han lay the Fong Tian Hua Ji, a weapon transcending the ordinary. Infused with true energy, it unleashed ferocious arcs of electricity. Though it bore but a single rune, classifying it as a mere fourth-tier initial weapon, it vastly surpassed the third-tier frost sword he once wielded. Grasping the Fong Tian Hua Ji, Su Han swung it with vigor, the electric light slicing through the air with unparalleled ferocity. He decided to test the Thunder Spear technique. Unlike conventional martial arts, this technique comprised a singular move, demanding lightning-like speed. Boom! A sound akin to thunder reverberated as the Fong Tian Hua Ji pierced the imaginary foe conjured before Su Han, swiftly retracting. From the moment he initiated the strike, the speed of the Thunder Spear technique was astonishing, manifesting a series of phantoms, simultaneously as the thunderous true energy surged within him. It seemed as if a thunder dragon materialized behind Su Han. In the gestation realm, true energy can manifest the seed of martial arts. That single strike, he mused, might not suffice to instantly vanquish Nangong Yu. Perhaps it still required refinement. If I were to reach the 4th or 5th level of the gestation realm, I could contend against someone like Nangong Yu, who is at the 10th level of the gestation realm. Su Han pondered. His true energy was tenfold stronger than that of an ordinary first-level gestation realm practitioner. Given that Nangong Yu possessed a 5th-tier martial seed, it could be deduced that upon reaching the 5th level of the gestation realm, Su Han would be comparable to Nangong Yu at the 10th level. Oh, I recall that one can store divine weapons within the Dan Sea at the gestation realm. With this thought, Su Han promptly directed a wisp of thunderous true energy into the Fong Tian Hua Ji, attempting to store it. After a brief period of exploration, the Fong Tian Hua Ji suddenly vanished from sight. Upon turning his internal gaze inward, Su Han beheld the ancient purple thunder dragon's claw grasping the divine weapon within the Dan Sea. It was indeed his Fong Tian Hua Ji. Success. The divine weapon had been successfully stored in the Dan Sea, signifying that he had truly tamed it. Even if it were to be taken from him, as long as Su Han remained alive, the opponent would be unable to wield it. System, where is the condensing pill from the grand gift package? Su Han inquired. In the storage compartment. Storage compartment? Host has successfully advanced to the gestation realm. Thus, the storage compartment function has officially been activated. Currently, the host possesses one storage compartment. Upon hearing this, Su Han hastily examined his attribute panel and discovered the storage compartment mentioned by the system. The condensing pill was contained within, along with a quantity indicator. It was said that a type of divine weapon known as a storage ring exists, which contains a space for storing inanimate objects. Though such divine weapons are exceedingly rare, at least, there were none in Su country. Could it be that this storage compartment is akin to a storage ring? Su Han felt a rush of excitement. However, upon further inquiry, he realized that the storage compartment differed from a storage ring. The storage compartment could only accommodate identical items. For instance, if one stored a condensing pill, placing a second blood essence pill would be impossible. However, the capacity of the storage compartment was 99. Provided the system deemed the items identical, one could store up to 99 of them, even if they were as grand as a mountain. There are advantages and disadvantages. System, how can I acquire more storage compartments? Through tasks, gift packages, breakthroughs in major realms, etc. Understanding, Su Han nodded slightly. He then retrieved a condensing pill, swallowed it, and resumed his practice of the purple extreme Hunyuan technique. At his current cultivation level, he was still unable to unleash the true power of a 4th-tier divine weapon. To live a prosperous life in this world, he must hasten his martial advancement. Once immersed in meditation, Su Han cultivated from day into night. The effects of the condensing pill were indeed remarkable, as his cultivation level increased significantly. If he were to consume all 10 condensing pills, he might just reach the 2nd level of the gestation realm. Su Han smiled. At that moment, within the palace at night, fireworks suddenly erupted, illuminating the night sky in a dazzling display. Su Han stepped out of the cold palace and glanced toward the Taya Hall, where a group of palace maids and eunuchs hurried past the entrance of the cold palace. Stop right there, Su Han commanded coldly. Ah, the first prince. The palace maids and eunuchs hastily bowed. Why is there such commotion at Taya Hall? Su Han inquired with a hint of indifference. Why yes, His Majesty is hosting a banquet for the civil and military officials to celebrate the Crown Prince's ascension. A young eunuch replied, lowering his head. Ascended to Crown Prince? A faint smirk of derision flickered in Su Han's eyes. Big brother, you're just in time. Sister Xiaoyu is looking for you. Su Lung called out, having spotted Su Han. Xiaoyu, you've returned from the Zheoyang Academy? Su Han's gaze sharpened. The Zheoyang Academy, situated within the Great Zhou dynasty. was the foremost academy of the land, attracting even those of Nirvana realm strength. It was said that the noble offspring of the great Zhou dynasty often trained there, with admission standards requiring a martial seed of at least third tier. If one's attributes were exceptional, it could be lowered to second tier. Xiaoyu's martial seed was of a lower tier, merely third, yet her ignited martial seed bore the attribute of thunder. Thus, she secured the opportunity to enter Juyang Academy, where she had trained for 8 years, reportedly breaking through to the third level of the gestation realm last year. Su-Han, had I not returned from Juyang Academy, I would still be unaware of your heinous act against Ji Yuan, Xiaoyu stated firmly before Su-Han. It was but a minor setback, merely breaking a leg. A small punishment, Su-Han replied with a faint smile. At this moment, Su Lung interjected, Big brother, the physician stated that Ji Yuan will likely become a cripple. Your actions were indeed rather heavy-handed. Upon hearing this, several noble offspring displayed signs of anger, clearly in agreement. Among them, a scion of a minister clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Su-Han, as though flames of wrath were about to erupt. Seventh brother, are you reprimanding me? Su-Han queried coolly. This is not a reprimand. Merely a reminder to you, big brother, to refrain from harboring excessive malice. It is detrimental to martial cultivation, Su Lung replied earnestly. The seventh prince speaks wisely, Xiaoyu added. I understand that during this period, you have lost your position as crown prince, and your temperament has changed from what it once was. However, to inflict such harm on Qin is unjust. I hope you can apologize and acknowledge your wrongdoing. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot forth from the crowd, aimed directly at Su-Han's brow. Boldness, Su-Han bellowed, swatting the arrow aside and stepping forward to seize a startled youth by the neck. Who grants you the audacity to enter the palace armed with a bow and arrow, seeking to kill me? What audacity allows such common riffraff to strike against me? With a grip on the youth's neck, Su-Han sneered. First, it was the son of the divine martial duke, Su Bo, then, the personal attendant of the divine martial duke, and now, it is you? You killed my father. I will ensure your eternal damnation. The youth exclaimed in a frenzy of fear and vengeful rage. Oh, you are the son of that old dog? Su-Han chuckled darkly. Both Xiaoyu and Su Lung were taken aback by this turn of events, and Xiaoyu immediately shouted, First Prince, release Yin Bo at once. Will you commit murder before us all? No wonder the national master claims you have turned to the path of darkness. Cease this at once. A chorus of voices rose in fervent protest, their expressions resolute and their words imbued with righteousness. Elder brother, release Yambo first. We must speak calmly. Su Lung said in a grave tone. You intend to resort to violence, yet you speak of calm discourse? If you wish to converse, go to the underworld and speak freely with his father. Su-Han retorted with a sardonic smile. As Su-Han seemed poised to unleash his wrath, Su Xiaoyu swiftly summoned her divine weapon from her dantian, a second-tier divine armament imbued with lightning attributes, adorned with 6 engraved runes. The weapon hurtled towards Su-Han's right hand with astonishing speed, augmented by the essence of lightning. You dare to provoke me with a mere third-tier lightning sword? Su-Han exclaimed, abruptly turning to face Su Xiaoyu. In an instant, a lightning dragon materialized behind him, and the Fang Tianhua halberd appeared in his grasp, poised to strike at Su Xiaoyu. Thunderstrike halberd technique. The terrifying force of lightning cleaved through the air. A resounding crash echoed as Su Xiaoyu's second-tier divine weapon was severed in twain. She barely had time to shield her vital points with her hands before the Fang Tianhua halberd violently propelled her away. With a spurt of blood, Su Xiaoyu lay on the ground in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Su-Han. You have reached the embryonic breathing realm. You too have attained this level. The rumors of Su-Han's cultivation being crippled now seemed unfounded. He had not only entered the embryonic breathing realm, but had also acquired a lightning attribute divine weapon capable of severing her lightning sword in a single blow, surely. It was at least a third-tier weapon. Amidst her astonishment, Su Xiaoyu's gaze flickered with fervor as she regarded the Fang Tianhua halberd. Lightning attribute divine weapons were exceedingly rare. She had toiled tirelessly to obtain her second-tier divine armament from the Juyang Academy, which only underscored its scarcity. She did not suspect that Su-Han's essence had transformed. She believed the overwhelming power of lightning was merely a result of his weapon's activation. Su Xiaoyu, even with your affiliation to the Juyang Academy, you are but a mere shadow, Su-Han remarked with a faint smile. The others stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by disbelief. They had only dared to come here because Su Xiaoyu was present, yet they were astonished to witness her being defeated by Su-Han with a single move. The might of the Grand Prince was indeed terrifying. Grand Prince, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Please do not kill me, cried the young man whom Su-Han had seized. The crimes you have committed warrant the extermination of your entire clan. Su-Han displayed no mercy. He believed in eradicating threats completely, and since the young man had sought him out, he saw no reason to spare him. With a sharp crack, Su-Han snapped the young man's neck and carelessly discarded his lifeless body. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Xiaoyu before fixing his gaze on the astonished and furious Su Long. "Seventh brother, should you act with such impudence again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Elder brother, do you understand?" I understand, Su Long muttered, lowering his head in submission. For he sensed that Su-Han's murderous intent toward him was no less than that which he had harbored when he took Yanba's life. Su-Han surveyed the crowd with a cold GL Chapter 7. "Complications, are you threatening me?" Su-Han paused, casting a glance at Su Xiaoyu. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiaoyu felt an ominous aura wash over her, causing her intended threats to die on her lips. "It is not a threat, merely a reminder," she replied in a low voice. Su-Han's gaze swept across Su Xiaoyu, Su Long, and the assembly of noble offspring present, before he broke into a subtle smile. "The only reason you dare to stand before me today is that I have lost my position as crown prince and must travel to the great Zhou dynasty as a hostage. You believe I pose no threat to you?" The crowd fell silent, yet a flicker of derision danced in their eyes. "Ha ha!" Su-Han laughed heartily. "You foolish dogs. To call you dogs would be an insult to canines. My martial arts have been restored, and my cultivation has surpassed previous levels. I am now at the first stage of the fetal breath realm. Do you think I still need to go to the Great Zhou? Do you believe I cannot reclaim the title of Crown Prince?" The expressions of everyone, including Su Xiaoyu and Su Lang, shifted dramatically. Indeed, Su-Han's assertions bore a semblance of truth. His cultivation had not only returned but advanced, achieving the fetal breath realm. There was no justifiable reason for the Su kingdom to send such a prodigy to the Great Zhou as a hostage. Many of the lesser influential officials, who had merely followed the tide to conspire against him, turned pallid. "This matter has long been decided. Even if you break through to the fetal breath realm, it cannot be altered," Su Xiaoyu said, her voice laced with a hint of anxiety. "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch," Su-Han retorted with a smirk. Turning back toward the cold palace, a chill enveloped Su Xiaoyu. She sensed a profound danger lurking in his words. Perhaps the fourth prince's residence should not involve itself in this affair. The seventh prince must go to the great Zhou dynasty according to the rules, right? She inquired, glancing at Su Lang. The others turned their hopeful gazes toward him. Su Lang sighed, casting a complex look at the cold palace's entrance. "From my understanding of father, if my elder brother truly advances to the fetal breath realm, father would not permit him to go to the great Zhou dynasty. What a pity." Su Xiaoyu forced a smile. If Su-Han were to travel to the great Zhou dynasty, with the connections and relationships she had cultivated over the years, she had 100 ways to deal with him. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. On that very night, news of Su-Han's breakthrough to the fetal breath realm reached Nangong, where Nangong Yu, Su-In, and their close allies among the ministers. The once lively banquet grew abruptly somber. "Uncle, Su-Han has broken through to the fetal breath realm. Father will certainly not allow him to become a hostage." Su-In looked to Nangong Yu, fear flickering in his eyes. How could this be? Recovering his cultivation is one thing. But how did Su-Han manage to advance to the fetal breath realm in such a short time? He felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Seated beside Su-In, Lin Suner wore a similar expression of alarm, instinctively glancing at her father, General Lin Guangyuan, whose countenance was dark and inscrutable. "Brother, how could this Su-Han possibly break through to the fetal breath realm?" Nangong Yuer's eyes glinted with malice. "Perhaps that old coot Su Chongxing lent him a hand. His cultivation has always eluded my scrutiny. I once suspected he may have already transcended to the innate realm," Nangong Yu replied solemnly. "Innate realm?" The crowd gasped, the aged visage of Su-Han growing ever more terrifying in their minds. "Su-Han wields a Fong Tian Huaji. I suspect it is a third-tier divine weapon." Su Xiaoyu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "That divine weapon possesses lightning attributes." "Lightning attributes? A third-tier divine weapon? So it is indeed that old coot." Nangong Yu's expression shifted. "I once sought out Su-Han, and he destroyed a second-tier lightning divine weapon of mine. If the national master could retrieve his Fong Tian Huaji, I hope to compensate the difference and acquire it," Su Xiaoyu remarked. Nangong Yu's expression brightened, a smile breaking through. "If the fourth prince could assist in advocating this matter, then that third-tier divine weapon would be yours without hesitation." Su Xiaoyu paused, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "I know what to do." With that, she turned to leave. "Tomorrow, the emperor must dispatch troops to escort Su-Han to the great Zhou dynasty. If successful, even if he reaches the fetal breath realm, he will pose no threat to us," Nangong Yu replied coldly. "Rest assured, We will collectively persuade the sovereign tomorrow. The ministers exchanged glances, and ultimately, Lin Guanyuan took the lead, openly expressing his stance. The following morning, a young eunuch arrived at the cold palace, notifying Su Han to proceed to the Taiha Hall. Along the way, the eunuch discreetly scrutinized Su Han, suddenly whispering, "Your Highness, it is no longer safe for you within the palace. Perhaps traveling to the great Zhou dynasty might present an opportunity." Su Han halted, his gaze fixed on the eunuch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The eunuch began to sweat profusely under Su Han's stare, forcing a smile. "Why does your Highness gaze upon this humble servant so? You still recognize that you are a servant?" Su Han replied with a faint smile. "What does your Highness mean by that?" The eunuch's heart raced with unease. "Do you think a mere insignificant eunuch like yourself has the audacity to meddle in royal affairs? Sending me to the great Zhou dynasty is precisely what Nangong you and the others desire, isn't it?" Su Han scoffed. "You misunderstand, your Highness." The eunuch hastily denied. "Do not be so quick to deny. It was Li Minji who sent you, wasn't it? That old dog from the Eastern Bureau ought to attend to his own duties rather than conspire with Nangong Yuer to subvert the court. I will eventually have his head as a chamber pot." Su Han smiled. Hearing this, the eunuch collapsed to the ground, terrified, and began to kowtow. "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. Rise. If I were to kill you now, others would call me cruel. Consider yourself fortunate this is not outside the palace." Su Han remarked with a cold chuckle as he proceeded toward the Taiha Hall. The eunuch scrambled to his feet, following silently, his head bowed in fear. The Taiha Hall that day was far more foreboding than usual, with a group of soldiers clad in black armor stationed outside. Su Han recognized them as the Emperor's personal guards, the Black Riders. The Black Riders numbered around 200, the weakest among them at the 10th stage of the fleshly body realm, and the strongest not inferior to Nangongyu. These were elite warriors gathered from various sources by the Emperor, meticulously trained with abundant cultivation resources. The Black Riders stood stoically, their eyes unwavering, and even Su Han's arrival failed to disturb their composure. Inside the Taiha Hall, conversation ceased abruptly upon his entry. Seated regally upon the dragon throne, the Emperor's gaze was austere as he addressed Su Han coldly. "Rebellious son, last night you committed yet another misdeed." Nangong Yuer, poised beside the Emperor, wore a serene smile. "Father, has no one informed you that last night there was an attempt on my life, but I managed to capture and retaliate against the assailant?" Su Han replied with a smile and a respectful bow. The Emperor's expression darkened. "Let us set that matter aside for now. I summoned you here to inform you that I will command the Black Riders to escort you to the great Zhou dynasty. Once you arrive there, you are not to act recklessly as you have in our Su kingdom." "I refuse to go," Su Han declared. The eyes of the crowd flickered, and Su Yin, who had remained silent, was filled with rage. As anticipated, Su Han was unwilling to go to the great Zhou dynasty. "What did you say?" The Emperor seemed taken aback by Su Han's rebuttal. "I said, I will not go to the great Zhou dynasty," Su Han replied with a smile. "Hold." The Emperor suddenly rose to his feet. "Do you dare defy my decree? Do you presume that because you are my flesh and blood, I would hesitate to execute you? Father, you indeed would not wish to kill me, but perhaps not because I am your progeny, but because I have ascended to the fetal breathing realm last night," Su Han said with a serene smile, his gaze sweeping across the assembly within the hall. "Initially, due to the treachery that poisoned my martial seed, my potential dwindled, and I fell back to the first stage of the corporeal realm. You used this as a pretext to strip me of my title as Crown Prince. Now, I have fully recovered my cultivation. In fact, I have ascended even further, becoming a first-stage practitioner of the fetal breathing realm. Hence, this title of Crown Prince rightfully belongs to me." Su Han turned his gaze towards Su Yin. "With your character and qualifications, you are entirely unworthy of this position." "Father." Su Yin quickly looked towards the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince displays utter disregard for royal authority and must be sent to the great Zhou dynasty at once." Then Gongwa stepped forward. "The National Master speaks wisely. The Crown Prince possesses an excessive thirst for bloodshed. He can no longer remain in Su country." A chorus of ministers echoed in agreement. "Brother, Su Han injured Ji Yuan yesterday, and last night he harmed Xiaoyu. He has shown no mercy even to his own kin. He must be dispatched to the great Zhou dynasty for rigorous training, in hopes that he may return to the right path." The fourth prince spoke solemnly. Within the Taiha Hall, nearly 99% of the attendees voiced their opposition to Su Han, while those who remained silent did so out of neutrality. "Your Majesty, Su Yin has just been appointed Crown Prince. If he is immediately stripped of this title, it may reduce the royal family of Su country to a laughingstock among other nations," Nangong Yuer tactfully remarked. Silence. The Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Upon witnessing this, the The crowd hastily fell silent, yet an ominous premonition stirred within their hearts. Have you truly broken through to the fetal breathing realm? The emperor scrutinized Su Han, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Deceiving the sovereign is punishable by death, Su Han replied with a smile. In the next moment, his martial seed manifested instantaneously. Yet it was not the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon, but rather the 6th grade water attribute seed, cold fox. This was a preparation Su Han had made for this day. With the system's assistance, he could simulate any type of martial seed, provided it was of a lower grade than the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. However, this was merely an illusion. The essence of the martial seed remained unchanged, capable of deceiving the naked eye, but not the probing of true energy. Indeed, it is the fetal breathing realm. Many who had previously harbored skepticism now found themselves compelled to believe, their gazes towards Su Han filled with growing trepidation. I recall that the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty also broke through to the fetal breathing realm at your age. Haha. Excellent. The emperor suddenly erupted into laughter. As for the matter of the crown prince, let it be settled. I shall send Su Long, but regarding your title as crown prince. Suddenly, a regal and elegant elderly lady, accompanied by several palace maidens, gracefully entered the Taiha Hall. There is no need to alter the title of crown prince. Otherwise, how would the world perceive you? I believe it is more appropriate for Su Yin to occupy this position. Chapter 8. The slap. We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. The crowd hurriedly bowed to the elderly woman. A flicker of surprise danced in Su Yin's eyes, while a joyful smile graced Nangong Ware's face. The newcomer was none other than the emperor's mother, the revered Empress Dowager Renqing. Within the palace, it was common knowledge that the Empress Dowager had a notoriously contentious relationship with Su Han's mother, the missing former empress, which bordered on irreconcilable animosity. Before the former empress's disappearance, she had enjoyed the emperor's favor, leaving the Empress Dowager to remain in the depths of the palace, absorbed in her prayers, rarely making an appearance. Mother, what brings you here? The emperor quickly descended from his dragon throne to assist the elderly woman. If I did not come today, you would likely commit another grave mistake. The Empress Dowager retorted with a cold huff, her gaze falling upon Su Han, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. I have heard that you have taken the lives of many in the palace recently. They were all deserving of their fates, Su Han replied with a calm smile. In his memory, he felt no familial bond with the Empress Dowager. Her presence today was clearly hostile, and thus he saw no reason to be courteous. Impudent, the Empress Dowager exclaimed. Even if they were deserving, you lack the authority to act. If there is to be punishment, it must come from the emperor. Grandmother, please calm your anger. Do not let it harm your health. The crown prince, Su Yin, quickly interjected. The Empress Dowager's gaze softened slightly as it landed on him. You are considerate. Unlike you, who shows no regard for your elders. Su Yin is more suited to be the crown prince in every respect, she remarked coolly, fixing her steely eyes on Su Han. You resemble your disobedient mother, as if you do not regard yourself as a member of the Su royal family. Your Highness, while one may indulge in the consumption of food indiscriminately, one must not speak recklessly. You accuse my mother of disobedience. Do you possess any evidence? Su Han questioned, his tone devoid of warmth. As the esteemed Empress Dowager, if you were to slander the former empress without proof, would the world not deem your heart exceedingly cruel? You. The Empress Dowager was evidently taken aback by Su Han's retort, clutching her chest in astonishment. An elderly woman beside her suddenly lifted her head, swiftly appearing before Su Han. You dare insult the Empress Dowager? Slap him. As she spoke, her palm was already descending towards Su Han's cheek, her energy manifesting with the prowess of the second stage of the fetal breath realm. Many experts of the same realm within the hall did not intervene upon witnessing this. How dare a mere servant act against me? Su Han's thunderous energy surged forth, far surpassing the old woman's in quantity. The elderly woman froze in shock. Her arm caught firmly in Su Han's grip, rendering her immobile. You certainly deserve a slap. Su Han chuckled, swiftly returning the favor with a resounding slap against the old woman's face. The surge of thunderous energy left her body numb. Slap, slap, slap. Before anyone could react, Su Han had unleashed over a dozen slaps, leaving the elderly woman's face swollen and bloodied. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager was furious. Su Han, cease this at once. The Emperor bellowed. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, prepared to intervene and perhaps even strike a lethal blow, especially since Su Changxing was not present today. However, before he could act, the leader of the Black Knights, clad in dark armor and silent in the corner of the hall, swiftly intervened, retrieving the elderly woman from Su Han's grasp. His cultivation was at least at the 10th stage of the fetal breath realm. Su Han exchanged a glance with the Black Knight leader. The elderly woman had been struck into unconsciousness, prompting the emperor to order her taken away for medical attention. He then turned to Su Han, scolding, "You will return to the palace and reflect upon your actions." "The palace? Is that not my former residence?" Su Han's eyes shifted slightly. "Is it somewhere else then? Leave." The emperor commanded angrily. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Su Han replied with a smile, turning to depart. His objectives had been met. Not only would he avoid going to the great Zhou dynasty, but he had also reclaimed his former palace. As for the position of crown prince, he would allow Su Yin to occupy it for a few days. With the Empress Dowager's protection, the emperor would not easily strip Su Yin of his title. Continuing to stir trouble, he believed Nangong Yu would surely seize the opportunity to act. Departing at this moment was most timely. As Su Han exited, those like Lin Guanyuan, Nangong Yu wearer, Su Yin, and others who loathed him felt their expressions darken. The emperor had returned the palace to Su Han, which signified that their previous efforts had been largely in vain. "Your Majesty, such a rebellious son, why do you permit him to remain in the palace? Are you intent on driving me to my grave?" The Empress Dowager fumed. "Mother, please temper your anger. Su Han has just broken through to the fetal breath realm and can defeat those at the second stage. Such talent is not to be dismissed." Even when compared to the former crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, the emperor explained, "Though Su Han has a fierce temperament and various flaws, we cannot allow him to fall easily into the hands of the great Zhou. You have grown, and now you are the emperor. I can no longer influence your decisions." "Very well." The Empress Dowager despondently waved her hand and left with the support of her maids. "Your Majesty, regarding the hostage," Nangong Yu began. But the emperor interrupted him. "I have already stated, let Su Lun go. I will command the Black Knights to escort him to the great Zhou." The emperor waved dismissively and concluded the court session. Upon returning to his former palace, Su Han was met by eunuchs who immediately notified the crown prince's guards to intercept him. "Why are you here, your highness?" Chun Dong inquired, his expression perplexed. "This palace is now returned to my possession. Why should I not come?" Su Han replied with a calm smile. "As for you lot, while I am in a good mood, swiftly remove Su Yin's belongings." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chun Dong, in disbelief, stated firmly, "Your highness, if you take one more step forward, do not blame us for being unceremonious." "Unceremonious? Do you believe your status is higher than mine, or your cultivation superior? How do you intend to treat me unceremoniously?" Su Han responded with a smirk. It then dawned on Qindong that there had been rumors circulating about Su Han's restoration of his powers. While others may have believed it, he certainly did not. For he had personally administered the poison to Su Han, a notorious concoction known as the destruction powder, which was colorless and tasteless, capable of killing even those of innate strength. "Your Highness, have you truly regained your powers?" Qindong's face displayed a hint of mockery. He stepped forward, towering over Su Han like a colossus. "I find it hard to believe. Why don't you?" Before he could finish, Su Han struck with lightning speed, seizing Chun Dong by the neck and swinging him backward. As Chun Dong flailed in midair, Su Han delivered a powerful kick to his body. "Ah!" Chun Dong let out a pained cry, hurtling out of the hall like a cannonball, crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Why, your highness, you?" The remaining guards were instantly filled with dread. "I give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to take Su Yin's belongings and vacate this place." Su Han smiled. "Su Han, you are being excessively tyrannical," came Su Yin's furious shout from behind. Seeing this, the crowd seemingly found their rallying point, flocking to Su Yin's side. "Su Yin, this palace now belongs to me. If you continue to shout here, do you dare me to slap you?" Su Han turned to Su Yin, smiling. Su Yin immediately swallowed his words, recalling Su Han's recent ruthlessness. He dared not provoke him, fearing that Su Han might indeed slap him in front of everyone, thereby losing all face as the crown prince. "What are you standing there for? Take your trash and leave." Su Han waved his hand dismissively. Su Yin felt a profound sense of humiliation. "Your Highness," when addressing the crown prince, "it would be prudent to temper your words with courtesy." At some point, Nangong Yu, clad in a regal purple robe, had approached Su Yin, casting a somber gaze upon Su Han. "Uncle." Su Yin instantly felt a surge of confidence. With Nangong Yu by his side, he was unafraid of Su Han. "Master, do you intend to stand up for Su Yin? Will you resort to your nefarious tactics of old, attempting to poison my flame?" Su Han's gaze fixated on Nangong Yu as he spoke with a smile. Such words from the crown prince ought not to be repeated in the future. "I, Nangong Yu, have always conducted my affairs with integrity and would never engage in schemes to harm a prince." Nangong Yu responded lightly. He paused before continuing. "I have come to inform you that, since the crown prince has regained his strength and no longer needs to go Chapter 9, Industry 3 days later, Su Han had consumed all the qi condensation pills, each one enhancing the true energy within him. The value of 10 third-grade Qi condensation pills amounted to 25,000 taels. The benefits Su Han reaped were delightful indeed. His thunderous true energy had more than doubled, and his martial arts cultivation naturally advanced to the second level of the embryonic breathing realm. What others regarded as a bottleneck seemed to be a mere formality for him. Perhaps due to the influence of the ninth-grade Supreme Fire Seed, these minor obstacles no longer qualified as barriers. As Su Han reveled in the vastness of the thunderous true energy within him, he let out a soft sigh. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, with an ample supply of Qi condensation pills and blood Qi pills, his chances of success on the hunting day in 7 days would significantly increase. However, he had exhausted his monthly quota of the Fong Tian painting halberd from the Royal Armory and needed to devise a plan to earn some money to purchase more blood Qi pills and Qi condensation pills. Su Han pondered. Even if the palace could supply him with an unlimited amount of pills, he would not dare to accept them. Consuming 10 Qi condensation pills in 3 days was a feat that, if known, would surely provoke the likes of Nangong Yu and others to eliminate him without hesitation. Even nations harboring grudges against the Su kingdom or the Great Zhou dynasty would send assassins to extinguish him before he could rise to power. For an ordinary individual in the embryonic breathing realm, it would take at least half a month to a month to digest a single Qi condensation pill. 10 would require a year. Yet Su Han had accomplished this in just 3 days. This matter must remain confidential until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. Ah yes, I recall that before my mother vanished, she owned several lucrative enterprises in the capital. However, ever since I was poisoned, these ventures seemed to have disappeared, leaving me without a single tael in dividends. Su Han's expression turned frosty. Whoever dared to reach so far would have to brace themselves for the consequences. Half an hour later, Su Han, now clad in ordinary robes, stood before a bustling tavern outside the palace. This establishment, known as the Cloud and Mist Pavilion, consisted of 7 towering buildings, each taller than the last, with the highest reaching 10 stories, seemingly touching the clouds. The Cloud and Mist Pavilion was the most prosperous tavern in the Su Kingdom's capital, founded a decade ago by Su Han's birth mother. Despite its thriving business, dividends had not reached the palace in a long time. A cold smile flickered across Su Han's face as he approached the tallest building. Of the 7 structures, 6 were accessible to common folk and wealthy patrons, but the highest was a gathering place for the city's esteemed aristocracy, barred to ordinary citizens. The head steward of the Cloud and Mist Pavilion resided there year-round. Halt! As Su Han reached the entrance, a young servant stepped forward to block his path. Smiling as he said, "This 7th building is not open to the public. If you wish to dine, you may proceed to any of the other 6 buildings." "Do you not recognize me?" Su Han replied coolly, gazing at the servant. The servant examined Su Han, noting his plain attire, and could not help but chuckle derisively. "You seem unfamiliar to me as well." Su Han slightly nodded, casting a glance inside the building and noticing that the serving staff appeared unfamiliar, suggesting that the Cloud and Mist Pavilion had likely changed ownership during his absence. "Move aside, you can't enter this building," a boisterous voice called from behind him. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Ah, it is General Lin. Please come in." He then shot a disdainful glance at Su Han. "You should leave quickly, do not block the way." Ignoring him, Su Han turned to face the group behind him. The leader was a stout man, flanked by several young men of similar age. Their demeanor and attire made it clear that they were not ordinary characters. "What are you staring at? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes?" The stout man glared at Su Han. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he froze, then scrutinized Su Han closely. The next moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Why, you are the first prince." Lin Haojia stammered, uncertain. "Is there a place General Lin can enter that I cannot?" Su Han replied coolly. "And no, you misunderstand, Your Highness." Lin Haojia hurriedly waved his hands. The young men beside him, all sons of officials in the capital, recognized Su Han's identity after Lin Haojia's reminder, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension. The servant stood frozen, glancing between Lin Haojia and Su Han, fear gripping him as his body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Haojia recalled something, and his fear of Su Han waned slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is currently in disguise, hosting a banquet with his sister and several friends upstairs. They are right above us. Your Highness, what do you think?" "Oh, Su Yin is here? And your sister, Lin Sunu?" Su Han's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lin Haojia nodded with a smile. "So, you mean to say that since they are present, I should not enter? To avoid awkwardness for everyone?" Lin Haojia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Han to articulate his thoughts so directly. While that was indeed his intention, he could not openly admit it. Before he could speak further, Su Han strode inside, declaring, "I did not come here to dine. I came to collect debts. Enjoy your meal. Collect debts? Lin Haojie was momentarily stunned. Brother Lin, I heard that the Cloud and Mist Pavilion once belonged to that esteemed individual. Since that individual has gone missing, it naturally reverts to the first prince. He is here today to reclaim the Cloud and Mist Pavilion. A young man beside Lin Haojie whispered. Lin Haojie's expression shifted repeatedly, finally settling into a cold laugh. Reclaim the Cloud and Mist Pavilion? He should take a look at whose hands it is in now. If he truly intends to do so, it will surely be an entertaining spectacle. The earlier servant hurriedly followed Su Han, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Your Highness, what brings you here today? I wish to see Steward Zhao. Su Han replied indifferently. We do not have Steward Zhao here. As expected, even the steward had changed. Then who is in charge here? Take me to see him, Su Han said with a faint smile. Our steward is currently entertaining distinguished guests on the top floor. The servant hesitated before responding. Distinguished guests? Aren't they just Su Yin and the others? What makes them so distinguished? Su Han scoffed, striding directly toward the top floor. On the top floor, a gentle breeze flowed, and many young nobles and children of officials were enthusiastically toasting and conversing with Su Yin, creating a lively atmosphere. Steward Yu was busy attending to the guests personally. Your Highness, the first prince has truly gone too far. Sister Ji Yuan is still recuperating at home. Is there really no one to hold him accountable? A young nobleman, emboldened by drink, spoke up. With his words, others quickly joined in to criticize Su Han. Su Xiaoyu, seated beside Su Yin, remained quiet, lost in her thoughts. Brother Crown Prince, how could Su Han dare to assault the Empress's people in the Taiha Hall? Surely the Empress can do something about him? Lin Suner whispered. Since Su Han had regained his cultivation and even advanced further into the embryonic breathing realm, she had not slept soundly at night, with the hunting day approaching in 7 days. Su Yin smiled faintly and remained silent. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances, as if coming to an understanding, and the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the first prince? Brother Zhou, have you perhaps indulged a bit too much? How could the crown prince be present here? Someone jested. However, gradually, that individual sensed a shift in the atmosphere and quickly turned to glance behind, where he spotted Su Han standing at a distance, observing them with a tranquil gaze. Quite a lively gathering, isn't it? Su Han sauntered forward, his eyes sweeping over all those present, seemingly intent on committing their faces to memory. Many instinctively lowered their heads. Yet upon recalling Su Yin's presence, they felt no fear of Su Han and promptly raised their heads, meeting his gaze defiantly. At that moment, Lin Haojie and others scrambled to the rooftop, panting heavily. Lin Haojie exchanged a glance with Lin Suner, then leaned closer to Su Yin and whispered a few words. Su Han, I have claimed this floor for myself today. You might as well descend to the lower level, Su Yin said. A smile gracing her lips as she looked at Su Han, claimed, This as Chapter 10, the God of Death, I did not instruct you to throw the shopkeeper Yu down the stairs. Are you aware of who his master is? Su Yin was both astonished and furious. I have no concern for his master's identity. One thing is certain, no matter how powerful his master may be, it cannot surpass my own status, Su Han remarked with a smile. Crown Prince, how can you be so bloodthirsty? What has the shopkeeper done to warrant a death sentence? Su Xiaoyu's eyes blazed with anger. His error lies in his insignificance. He dared to provoke a giant like me, Su Han replied. The moment he believed his master could shield him and displayed fearlessness before me, he sealed his own fate. A commotion arose from downstairs, indicating that someone had discovered the shopkeeper's corpse. The servant who had accompanied Su Han upstairs trembled uncontrollably, struggling to maintain composure, lest he embarrass himself. Su Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to counter Su Han's reasoning. Ultimately, she returned to her seat and shook her head, stating, as the crown prince, You should embody the dignity of your title. How can you resort to murder so easily? Su Xiaoyu, I had hoped you would display greater wisdom than Su Ziyuan. But it seems you are both cut from the same cloth. Su Han sighed gently. I find myself questioning how the fourth prince has raised you. What do you mean by that, Crown Prince? Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly. Su Xiaoyu, you seem to have forgotten a crucial point. Besides being the crown prince, I am also a martial artist at the embryonic breathing stage. As a martial artist, I can take a life if my strength permits. Su Han said with a calm smile. If you find this unacceptable, I hope you can heed my advice. When someone places a blade at your throat, you may either plead for mercy or simply present your neck for a cleaner strike. What a fallacy. Su Xiaoyu felt her blood boil, her anger intensifying. Su Han, should I interpret your words to mean that if one day my strength surpasses yours, I could take your life at will? Su Yin interjected suddenly. Everyone fell silent at her words. Su Han turned to Su Yin and replied with a smile, You may interpret it as such, but regrettably, with your aptitude, You shall never surpass me in this lifetime. I am already stronger than you. The sole reason you still sit here, desperately clinging to the demeanor of a prince, is, do you know why? What is it? Suin's heart surged with anger, but he could only force a smile. Simply because I have yet to make a move. Su Han's voice turned cold. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the room, eliciting a flicker of fear on Lin Suner's face. She instinctively drew closer to Su Yin, as if seeking solace in his presence. Su Yin's lips moved, yet he remained silent, fearing that any words might provoke Su Han into throwing him from the 10-story building. At that moment, a cacophony of enraged shouts erupted from below, followed by a throng of individuals surging up the staircase. Who dares to be so audacious as to kill my subordinate? Do they not know that Yu Jin is the steward of my Lord Henghua's estate? Brother, do not be enraged. Whoever did this is surely doomed. One of the brothers replied. Su Han's gaze turned icy. The newcomers were two middle-aged men with graying hair, their identities evidently significant. No wonder the shopkeeper Yu had dared to act so recklessly in his presence. These two men were the sons of the late elder brother of the benevolent Empress Dowager. Orphaned at a young age, they were raised by the Empress Dowager herself, often playing with the emperor in the imperial gardens. One held the title of Duke of Henghua, while the other was the Duke of Dinghua, their status in the Su kingdom far surpassing that of the divine Marshal Marquis. Coupled with the Empress Dowager's influence, they had become the pinnacle of nobility in the Su kingdom. With my mother missing, poisoned, and Yunwu Tower falling into their hands? If the benevolent Empress Dowager is not behind this, then my name, Su Han, is written in reverse. Su Han chuckled darkly to himself. It was no surprise that the benevolent Empress Dowager had intervened to prevent him from reclaiming his title. She was clearly in league with Nangong Family and others, attempting to ensnare him in irreversible peril. Crown Prince, you are here as well? Perfect timing. Please enlighten me as to who so cruelly threw my steward from the 10th floor, leaving not even a complete corpse? The Duke of Henghua inquired of Su Yin. The Duke of Dinghua's gaze remained fixed on Su Han. It was my elder brother, the Crown Prince Su Han, who cast the steward you from this building. Su Yin replied with a courteous gesture and a smile. Crown Prince? Huh. Clad in such ill-fitting robes, it is no wonder this duke failed to recognize you just now. The Duke of Henghua scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Crown Prince, what do you mean by this? Yu Jin is the steward of my elder brother's estate, currently overseeing Yunwu Tower. Why have you directed your wrath upon him? The Duke of Dinghua asked coldly. With both dukes united, even Nangong Yu and Nangong Wei would have to show them respect. Naturally, they felt no fear facing Su Han. You claim to know this steward of Yunwu Tower? Huh. Su Han chuckled. This individual, whom you say is the steward of my Yunwu Tower. Do you not think such a person deserves to die? Your Yunwu Tower? Ha ha. The Duke of Henghua laughed heartily. This Yunwu Tower belongs to the two of us. When did it become yours? Su Han, do not presume that your title as Crown Prince grants you the right to seize what is not yours. For the sake of the Emperor, today we shall not hold you accountable for the shopkeeper's demise. You may leave now. The Duke of Dinghua added coolly. Dukes, you are not too old. How have you become deaf? Have I not made myself clear? This Yunwu Tower is mine. I do not know who has emboldened you to snatch what belongs to me, Su Han said with a smile. In situations like this, my usual approach is quite simple. Whoever dares to reach for it, I shall sever their claws. Su Han, you are far too audacious. Are you threatening the two dukes? Su Yin scoffed. Crown Prince, this matter is between us and the Crown Prince. You may simply observe from the sidelines. The Duke of Henghua smiled at Su Yin. Seeing this, Su Yin nodded in agreement, falling silent. Then the Duke of Henghua turned to Su Han, stating, initially, I did not wish to embarrass you for the Emperor's sake. However, since you have brought this upon yourself, do not blame us. With that, the Duke of Henghua stepped back. The middle-aged man, who had remained silent behind him, stepped forward and smiled at Su Han. Crown Prince, I am Wu Dong of the Haoran sect. I seek your guidance. The Haoran sect, the foremost sect in the Su kingdom. I have heard you are a disciple of the sect's master, at the 5th level of the embryonic breathing stage? Su Han smiled. Behind the two dukes stood several figures whose presence rivaled that of Wu Dong, providing the dukes with formidable confidence. At their status, it was effortless to nurture a cadre of experts, and many would willingly seek to follow them. I have heard that the Crown Prince has attained the 1st level of the embryonic breathing stage. With the 6th grade fire seed, your potential is indeed remarkable. At your age, I was merely at the 10th level of the physical realm, Wu Dong lamented softly. However, even a 1st level embryonic breathing stage with a 6th grade fire seed could never match a 5th level embryonic breathing stage with a 3rd grade fire seed. Have you finished with your trivialities? Then you may die. Su Han grinned broadly, his right hand grasping the void, and the formidable thunder halberd materialized, enveloped in crackling lightning. Thunderous halberd technique. A terrifying surge of lightning energy swept across Wudong's neck at a speed he could not comprehend. Wudong felt dizzy, his head spinning as if he were in the heavens, and then he beheld a familiar body, one that seemed to belong to him. At this moment, the body lay devoid of a head, the neck charred and blackened. Thud! Wudong's severed head fell to the ground, rolling slowly to the feet of the young servant, who let out a startled cry and fled downstairs in a daze. How could this be? Wudong, a fifth-tier practitioner of the fetal breath realm, was vanquished so easily? Su Xiaoyu's face displayed a look of astonishment. It was illogical. A sixth-grade fire seed should not possess such overwhelming strength. Moments after Wudong's demise, Duke Heng and Duke Ding regained their composure, their eyes revealing shock, as they never anticipated Su Han would dare to commit murder, let alone that a disciple of the Haoran sect's master would perish so effortlessly. Subdue him, Duke Ding commanded in a calm, yet somber tone. At once. In that instant, the skilled fighters nurtured by the two dukes sprang into action. Though equally astonished, they understood that if they did not capture Su Han today, their worth in the eyes of the dukes would vanish entirely. They must seize him. In the blink of an eye, several practitioners of the fetal breath realm, accompanied by a dozen warriors of the corporeal realm, surrounded Su Han. With a light chuckle, Su Han approached the two dukes, wielding his Fong Tian Hua Ji. What are you waiting for? Attack! Duke Heng bellowed. Finally, a practitioner of the fetal breath realm made his move, conjuring a second-tier divine weapon to deliver a lethal strike at Su Han with all his might. Wudong had perished before even summoning his divine weapon, and he certainly would not repeat such a blunder. Thunderbolt spear technique. A blinding flash of lightning erupted. The second-tier divine weapon shattered instantly, as did the wielder's head. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiaoyu suddenly comprehended that Su Han had shown mercy that night in the palace. Otherwise, she would have met the same fate as the previous practitioner, suffering more than merely the shattering of a divine weapon. Kill. Su Han laughed heartily. A head rolled to the ground. Kill. He laughed again. Another head fell. Kill, 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 kill. In an instant, dismembered corpses littered the ground, and the faces of Duke Heng and Duke Ding turned ashen with fury. All those they had brought were dead. Even the fifth-tier practitioners of the fetal breath realm could not halt Su Han's advance. The killing intent emanating from Su Han reached a zenith, his gaze sharp and cold as a razor, causing discomfort to the skin. Is Yunwu Tower yours, Dukes? Su Han asked, standing before them with a smile. No. Duke Heng shook his head. Duke Ding remained silent. Is it mine? Su Han inquired once more. It is. Duke Heng inhaled deeply. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from below. Who dares to kill on the streets of the capital? It was father. He has arrived. A glimmer of joy appeared on Lin Sun'er's face. Lin Haojia felt a wave of relief. Su Han's earlier demeanor was truly terrifying. Your Highness, this place is likely surrounded by General Jin Yuan. Duke Ding lifted his head and offered Su Han a faint smile. Chapter 11. The smile of Duke Dingwa was laced with a hint of calmness and an air of confidence. Lin Guangyuan was taking his sweet time. Duke Heng was spat, his face devoid of fear. He maliciously regarded Su Han. Crown Prince, under the broad daylight, you cruelly harm innocent lives. Even when you face His Majesty, you will find no justification. He paused. This Yunwu Tower is rightfully ours, my brother and me. You cannot take it from us. Do you understand? Duke Dingwa spoke softly. In the land of Su, you, as a prince, have no power from your maternal family, not even a single ally. What gives you the audacity to contend with us? An ally? Do I truly need one? Su Han chuckled. Had you returned Yunwu Tower to me and compensated for the losses incurred during this time, this matter could have been put to rest. Unfortunately, you chose to overreach. Thus, I must adhere to the rules stated earlier. Whoever dares to touch my belongings, I shall sever the hand that reaches out. Upon hearing this, both dukes felt a premonition of doom. They hardly had time to react before a chilling sensation enveloped their shoulders, followed by an excruciating pain. Thud, thud, thud. For searing arms fell to the ground in succession. In the blink of an eye, the esteemed dukes of Honghua and Dingwa were rendered disabled, stripped of their arms. Su Han, how dare you? Su Yin exclaimed in shock. Yet, within him, an uncontrollable joy surged. The two dukes shared a profound bond with the Empress Dowager. Having their arms severed by Su Han would undoubtedly incite her wrath. Lin Haojia, Lin Sun'er, and the other royal relatives and officials present looked at Su Han with a mix of horror and disbelief. Bastard! You wretched bastard! Duke Hengwa glared at Su Han with venomous hatred. Duke Dingwa, having lost too much blood, began to faint. He lacked the strength to curse Su Han and instead sank into despair. Without arms, did he not become a cripple? Bastard! I carry the royal bloodline. So your insult is a curse upon the Emperor? Su Han smiled. Duke Hengwa quickly realized this and swallowed the curses that nearly escaped his lips. At that moment, a towering general accompanied by numerous soldiers stormed up the stairs. Upon seeing the condition of the dukes, the general's face turned pale with shock, and he immediately directed his subordinates to administer healing pills and staunch their bleeding. Lin Guanyuan, kill him. Duke Ding was suddenly lifted his head. Pony, the leader of the Black Riders, suddenly spoke. Lin Guanyuan, kneeling on the ground, shuddered at the words, then looked incredulously at the leader. He Bai Yin, do you mean to say that I can kill him? Su Han's eyes flickered. Indeed. The Black Rider leader nodded slightly. The air around them instantly grew colder, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Very well. You subdue him, and I shall strike him down myself. A faint smile graced Su Han's lips. You dare. A trace of panic suddenly flashed in Lin Guanyuan's eyes, and he erupted, but instead of attacking, he seemed to contemplate fleeing the scene. However, the Black Rider leader was much swifter. In just a few exchanges, Lin Guanyuan was gravely injured and, under the restraint of several Black Riders, found himself kneeling before Su Han. Father! Lin Suner cried out in anguish. Lin Haojia trembled all over, unable to comprehend how events had escalated to this point. Wasn't the intention to kill Su Han? Why had it transformed into a situation where his father was to be executed on the spot? The Duke of Henghua and the Duke of Dinghua exchanged incredulous glances. What is happening? Lin Guanyuan, I have told you, if you choose to be a dog, you must accept the fate of a dog, but you no longer have the chance to turn back. Su Han gently rested the Fangtian Huaji against Lin Guanyuan's neck. The crackling arcs of electricity coursing through it rendered Lin Guanyuan's body paralyzed. Anger etched across his face. He glared at the Black Rider leader. I am a general of Su Nation. On what grounds do you execute me? Have you lost your mind? Retracting his gaze from the Fangtian Huaji, the Black Rider leader regarded Lin Guanyuan with indifference. The Black Riders act without the need for your understanding. You need only to endure. General Lin, it is time to depart. A faint smile played on Su Han's lips. Lin Suner, in despair, rushed to Su Han's side and knelt, pleading, Crown Prince, please. I beg you, do not kill my father. Su Yin, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression, yet he remained silent, refraining from speaking out until the situation was clarified. Do not let your tears stain me, Sister Suner, Su Han said, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Suner. Crown Prince, if you spare my father, I will become your Crown Princess. Lin Suner implored, her voice laced with pain. You may have misunderstood something all along. Su Han sighed softly, and with a sudden motion, he thrust the Fangtian Huaji upwards, Lin Guanyuan's astonished head flying into the air before landing heavily at Lin Suner's feet. I have never held any interest in you. You would do well to remain with Su Yin, Su Han remarked with a smile. Lin Guanyuan was dead. The onlookers gazed at his headless corpse, feeling an icy chill envelop them. Their bodies stiffened with fear as they dared not meet Su Han's gaze. Chapter 12. The Dragon Emperor's Cranes, Cranes of White Visage. You indulge Su Han in his heinous acts. The Emperor shall not show you mercy. The Duke of Heng was genuinely afraid, his voice trembling. Is it possible that the esteemed General Jin Yuan would kill without hesitation? The leader of the Black Riders merely cast a fleeting glance at the Duke of Heng, dismissing him entirely. Su Han smiled and said, Tomorrow, I wish to see the profit distribution from Yunwu Tower for this period. Additionally, bring back Manager Zhao. Yunwu Tower belongs to me, not to you. Should you dare to reach out again, even the benevolent Empress Dowager cannot protect you. We understand. The Duke of Ding's expression darkened as he spoke first, fearing his elder brother would lose face and provide Su Han an opportunity to strike. That's good to hear. I estimate that in this month alone, Yunwu Tower could earn at least 300,000 taels. Su Han remarked with a smile. 300,000 taels? Why don't you just rob it? The Duke of Ding's heart seethed with fury. Yunwu Tower can only earn 70 to 80,000 taels a month. Where would 300,000 come from? Oh? Su Han's expression instantly turned icy. When Yunwu Tower was under my management, it earned 300,000 taels each month. Yet under your stewardship, it amounts to a mere 70 to 80,000 taels? Do you take me for a fool? Understood, 300,000 taels. Not a single tael less. The Duke of Ding suppressed his inner rage and lowered his head in humiliation. Su Han nodded with a smile, then surveyed the assembly, his gaze lingering on Su Xiaoyu and others. Minister of War? Deputy Minister of Rights? Ha. As Su Han departed, the chilling figure of the Black Rider leader followed closely behind him. Yet, before he left, the gaze he cast upon the assembly instilled panic among several young nobles and members of the royal family present. Father, your death is so tragic. Lin Haojia finally dared to collapse before Lin Guanyuan's corpse, weeping profusely. Lin Sun stared blankly at the severed head of Lin Guanyuan, as if entranced. Su Yin cast a cold glance at the Lin siblings, then hurried to the Duke of Heng and the Duke of Ding, esteemed dukes. Today Su Han dared to commit such monstrous slaughter, even severing your arms. We must immediately inform the Empress Dowager. Crown Prince, quickly escort us to the palace. I require the best physician in just 6 days. The timely arrival of this money allows for the purchase of some qi condensation pills and blood vitality pills. Su Han made his way toward the royal armory, feeling as if he were floating with the weight of wealth upon him. The Crown Prince is coming. Quickly step aside. We must not give him any reason to sever our heads. Lower your voices, lower your voices. Upon catching sight of Su Han, the crowd near the royal armory dispersed hastily. Some members of the royal family, who had just exited the armory, quickly concealed themselves, not daring to cast a glance at Su Han. With a beaming smile, Su Han entered the royal armory and immediately spotted Su Changxing. Ancestor, we meet again. Su Han greeted. You have already taken your share last time. Any further acquisition must wait until next month. Rules cannot be disregarded. Su Changxing replied with a smile. Today, I intend to purchase, not take without payment, Su Han retorted. I have heard that the Duke of Heng has granted you the dividends from Yunwu Tower. Your fortunes must be considerable now. Do tell, what do you wish to acquire? Su Changxing inquired. Qi vitality pills and qi condensation pills, Su Han specified. How many? 100 third-tier qi condensation pills and 50 third-tier blood vitality pills. The qi condensation pills amount to 250,000, and the blood vitality pills to 50,000, totaling 300,000 taels. Soon, Su Han received the qi condensation pills and blood vitality pills, as well as the 30,000 taels in banknotes that fell into Su Changxing's hands. Why purchase so many qi condensation pills? You cannot consume them all at once. These will last you several years. Su Changxing chuckled. Better to be prepared than to regret, Su Han replied with a smile, knowing that such matters were beyond explanation. In due time, Su Changxing would understand. By the way, I heard that the Fang Tianhua halberd has been upgraded to a third-tier divine weapon. I did not expect you to be the most formidable divine weapon craftsman in the Su Kingdom. Su Changxing remarked with a half-smile. Ancestor, you flatter me. Should you require any divine weapon crafting in the future, Su Han will not hesitate to assist. Su Han said with a respectful gesture. Although he was not a true divine weapon craftsman, the system he possessed rendered him the finest in the world. With sufficient divine emperor coins and quality materials, he could even forge 9th-tier divine weapons. Alas, divine emperor coins were exceedingly rare. Su Han lamented inwardly. Su Han. At that moment, a voice filled with malice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a regal woman glaring at him with venom, akin to a vengeful enemy. Dragon Empress. Su Han acknowledged coolly. It is you who caused Su Lung to be sent as a hostage to the Great Zhou. The Dragon Empress spat with bitterness. With that, she suddenly shrieked and charged at Su Han, flailing her arms like a shrew, intent on striking him. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers found it utterly amusing. No matter how ruthless Su Han could be, he was still at a loss when faced with the Emperor's consort. Chapter 13. The Sword of Wind and Thunder. If you dare to touch me, even if it is just the hem of my garment, I will strike you down on the spot. Test me if you dare. Su Han gazed earnestly at the Dragon Empress before him. Despite his calm tone, the murderous intent he harbored caused the temperature within the royal armory to drop several degrees. As the Dragon Empress's hand was about to fall upon Su Han's face, she abruptly halted, her expression twisted with resentment as she glared at him, yet she hesitated to act. In recent days, countless individuals had perished at Su Han's hands, including the formidable General Lin Guanyuan. No one believed that Su Han was jesting at this moment. Why? Why do you wish to harm Su Lung? He is my only son, your 7th royal brother. Tears streamed down the Dragon Empress's face. If you seek an explanation, go to our father. Or perhaps the National Master could provide one. Though I fear you may lack the courage to confront him, Su Han replied coolly. It is you. You are the one to blame. This has nothing to do with anyone else. If you had obediently gone to the Great Zhou dynasty, Su Lung would not have to be your scapegoat. He had a bright future ahead, yet now he must suffer in Great Zhou. The Dragon Empress's face twisted with venom. Su Han, you shall not have a good end. I hail from the Qingzhou Long family. Wait and see. One day, I will make you pay me back tenfold. Dragon Empress, how dare you threaten the Crown Prince within the palace? Do you think you are a direct descendant of the Long family? You are but a collateral branch. Otherwise, you would be the Empress, not merely a concubine. A frigid voice echoed from behind the Dragon Empress. Everyone turned to see a woman with skin as white as snow, marked by a crimson flame insignia on her brow, gracefully approaching. She was accompanied by a young eunuch and a palace maid, and upon their arrival, the crowd's eyelids twitched in surprise. How could the Huang Empress appear in the royal armory? Su Changxing shot Su Han a glance that conveyed a warning to tread carefully before turning to leave, clearly wishing to avoid involvement in this matter steeped in feminine intrigue. The Dragon Empress's eyes flickered with fear. You are afraid of me? The Huang Empress stood before the Dragon Empress, towering above her with a gaze filled with icy disdain. That is a matter between Su Han and myself. It is none of your concern, the Dragon Empress retorted, her expression shifting as she gritted her teeth. With a sharp crack, the Huang Empress struck the Dragon Empress across the face in front of everyone. The Dragon Empress covered her face, disbelief etched upon her features. What are you staring at? Scram, the Huang Empress said coolly. Su Han was taken aback. He had had little interaction with the Huang Empress, so why was she suddenly coming to his aid today? You are all despicable. The Dragon Empress, still covering her face, glared at the Huang Empress and Su Han, a malicious smile suddenly appearing as she turned and strode away. Su Han had met the Huang Empress before, and he clasped his hands in greeting. There is no need for such formalities, Crown Prince. Before Su Han, the Huang Empress transformed, her demeanor becoming soft and warm. The Dragon Empress is far too petty. Su Lung's journey to the Great Zhou must have driven her to madness. You should exercise caution in the palace from now on, she advised. If she truly dares to act against me, I will end her life, Su Han replied with a smile. The Huang Empress's expression shifted, for she could tell that Su Han was not jesting. He was not the Crown Prince she remembered. Could it be that a series of trials had altered his very nature in such a brief span? If the Crown Prince has the time, you are welcome to visit me. The Huang Empress smiled before turning to leave with her eunuch and maid, leaving the onlookers in silent astonishment. It was clear to them that the Huang Empress was deliberately forging a closer relationship with Su Han, indicating that his recent actions had garnered significant attention from some quarters. In the days that followed, Su Han remained within the palace, diligently practicing the purple extreme chaos formula. At last, as the day of the hunt approached, he successfully advanced to the third level of the fetal breath realm. The thunderous true energy within him surged forth, in terms of true energy volume. It rivaled that of a third-grade fire seed at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm. If Nangong Yu possesses 50 units of true energy, I now possess 30. Once I ascend to the 5th level of the fetal breath realm, I will not be inferior to him. Coupled with my 4th-tier divine weapon and the thunder spear technique, I could easily best him in a one-on-one duel. A faint smile graced Su Han's lips. Since acquiring the system and obtaining the supreme fire seed of the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon, he had swiftly turned his dire situation around. The once insurmountable Nangong Yu had become a mere hill to be traversed. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the resonant sound of drums echoed. The day had finally arrived. And Su Han thought, bring forth your skills. Let us see what you are capable of. In the southern outskirts of the capital, before the mysterious Demon Mountains, the national master Nangong Yu and the leader of the Black Riders, He Baiyan, stood flanking the emperor. On either side were Nangong Yu, the Huang Empress, the Dragon Empress, and several dozen other concubines. Below them stood the civil and military officials of the Su nation. Today, thousands of royal offspring, collateral branches, and sons of officials would enter the mysterious Demon Mountains for a month-long hunt. You are the promising youth of the Su nation. The next month will be your time to prove yourselves. The more fierce demons you slay and the higher their rank, the greater your reward. The one who ranks first will receive a 4th-grade exploding chi pill. The emperor's voice reverberated through the crowd, resonating with the power of true energy, indicating that his martial prowess was formidable. A 4th-grade exploding chi pill? The expressions of Su Yin and others shifted, their eyes igniting with fervor. 4th-grade pills were of considerable quality, especially the exploding chi pill, which was immensely beneficial for those in the fetal breath realm. For those in the body realm, it could enhance the chances of unlocking the fetal breath gate, while for those in the fetal breath realm, it could significantly increase their true energy, with the possibility of directly ascending a level. However, each individual could only consume one exploding chi pill, after which it would lose its effect. Your Majesty, might I inquire if our disciples from the Zhiyang Academy could also receive an exploding chi pill if they were to secure first place? A deep voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a middle-aged man in a blue robe, cheerfully accompanied by 7 or 8 young men and women, strolling forward. Master, Su Shayu exclaimed with delight. The 4th prince, standing alongside the divine martial marquis, offered a slight smile. This man was undoubtedly in the innate realm. Su Han felt a weight upon his shoulders. The blue-robed man cast a meaningful glance at him. The pressure emanating from his gaze surpassed that of Nangong Yu and the others by a significant margin. Qin Shi Tai of Zhiyang Academy has come to pay his respects to the emperor, the blue-robed man announced, halting before the emperor on the raised platform to bow. Qin Shi Tai? The sword of wind and thunder, Qin Shi Tai? The realization struck, and gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. He was Su Xiaoyu's mentor. Expressions of astonishment crossed the faces of the civil and military officials, while the younger generation of royal and official offspring regarded Su Xiaoyu with envy. Qin Shi Tai's reputation was immense. Few in the Great Zhou dynasty were unaware of him. He began training at the age of 8, igniting 2 fire seeds, a 4th-grade wind attribute and a 3rd-grade thunder attribute. Both fire seeds took the form of swords, granting him unparalleled prowess in swordsmanship. He entered the fetal breath realm at 15 and the innate realm at 20. Now in his 40s, though he had yet to break through to the nirvana realm, it was a foregone conclusion that he would eventually achieve that milestone. So it is, Mr. Chun. The emperor squinted slightly and inquired, Mr. Chun, are you intending to allow a few of your esteemed disciples to partake in our hunting day? Indeed, that is my intention, Qin Shi Tai replied slowly, nodding. Excellent. Should your disciples secure the first place, they shall undoubtedly receive my gracious reward, the emperor remarked with a smile. In that case, I shall express my gratitude to your majesty in advance. Qin Shi Tai responded with a courteous gesture and a smile. His words seemed to imply a certainty that his disciple would claim victory on the hunting day, a notion somewhat audacious, yet none present found it inappropriate. Behind Qin Shi Tai stood a young man of unremarkable appearance, who would easily blend into a crowd, yet his countenance bore an air of innate pride. Are you the crown prince of Su country, Su Han? Is it true that you have harmed my junior sister? Furthermore, have you destroyed the thunder attribute divine weapon bestowed upon her by our master? The youth suddenly turned his gaze to Su Han, his tone indifferent yet tinged with reproach. Who are you? Su Han replied coolly. I am Jiang Kong from the Zhuyang Academy, the young man declared solemnly. Jiang Kong. Is he from the renowned Jiang family of the Great Zhou? It appeared to dawn on the onlookers. I hadn't anticipated he would study under the wind and thunder sword madman. Quite understandable. I heard he ignited a supreme fire seed, the 4th rank thunder dragon. Though it is only of the 4th rank, it surpasses even a 5th rank fire seed. At merely 23, he has already reached the 8th stage of The crowd buzzed with whispers, their gazes toward Jiang Kong infused with curiosity and awe. A 4th rank supreme fire seed suggests that Jiang Kong's future achievements in the innate realm would be unsurprising. He is yet another prodigy to rival the wind and thunder sword madman. Su Han's ears perked slightly as he scrutinized Jiang Kong with a discerning gaze. This was the first time he encountered a fellow prodigy possessing a supreme fire seed. He wondered what the 4th rank thunder dragon was like. However, in comparison to his own 9th rank primordial purple extreme thunder dragon, it fell significantly short. Do you not have anything to say to me? Or perhaps, to my junior sister? Jiang Kong regarded Su Han with a calm demeanor. Standing beside their master and senior brothers and sisters, Su Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. The slight trepidation she had harbored towards Su Han in recent days having evaporated completely. No, Su Han smiled. Should you not apologize to my junior sister? Jiang Kong's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Are you unwell? Or has the training of martial arts impaired your judgment? Su Han frowned. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished that Su Han could maintain such fortitude in the face of Jiang Kong, a prodigy hailing from the illustrious Jiang family of the Great Zhou, a disciple of the Zhuyang Academy, and a student of the Wind and Thunder Sword Madman. Chapter 14. Earning Divine Sovereign Coins. Brother, you have gone too far. Jiang has traveled a long distance, and he is not only a disciple of the Sword Mad Senior, but also a member of the esteemed Jiang family of the Great Zhou. How dare you casually insult him? Su Yin rebuked. Your Highness, please be mindful of your words and actions. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with anger. Do not take it to heart. Mr. Chun, the Crown Prince has always possessed such a temperament in the Su Kingdom. The God Marshal Duke Yin chuckled ominously. Many officials, both civil and military, echoed his laughter, seemingly favoring the Great Zhou over Su Han. A number of them appeared to anticipate that today, Qin Shi Tai would bring his disciple here for a purpose, likely to seek retribution for the recent defeats of Su Xiaoyu and Su Ziyuan at Su Han's hands. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's words are an affront to our national dignity. Nangong Yu suddenly clasped his hands, his clear voice resonating throughout the hall amidst the surging energy. Truly, it is the Emperor who is calm while the eunuchs panic. Su Han sneered, surveying the crowd. Jiang has not spoken, so why do you all rush forth like clowns? You, Crown Prince, this is excessive. I beseech you to retract your previous statements. Youthful exuberance is commendable, yet too much of it can lead to arrogance, which is not a virtue for martial arts, Qin Shi Tai remarked as he turned his gaze towards Su Han. The moment he spoke, the crowd fell silent, reveling in Su Han's humiliation. Mr. Chun, is your innate realm remarkably strong? Su Han inquired, bowing slightly. Quite strong, Qin Shi Tai replied with a knowing glance. Can you stand against 10,000 foes? Su Han continued. Qin Shitai hesitated. No. Then who grants you the audacity to speak so brazenly at our Su Kingdom's hunting festival and chastise me, the Crown Prince? Su Han laughed heartily. When I address you as Mr., it is a mark of respect for your martial prowess, not for you as a person. Do not mistake a bit of fame for invincibility. Be wary, or I shall ensure you cannot leave the borders of Su Kingdom. Qin Shitai was momentarily taken aback, but then fury engulfed him. No one had ever dared to threaten him so. Such humiliation was unheard of. Wherever he went, even the royal family of the great Zhou treated him with utmost courtesy. Today, in the Su Kingdom, he was ridiculed by a mere junior of the fetal breath realm. Jiang Kong, Su Xiaoyu, and other disciples of Qin Shitai were equally incensed. And just as a fierce exchange was about to erupt, the emperor interjected. Su Han, Mr. Qin is an elder. Your words are indeed disrespectful. I hereby decree that you shall not receive your monthly stipend. The emperor declared sternly. No stipend. Have I ever had one? Su Han was taken aback. Then quickly seemingly provoked, the venomous python surged forward, its body trembling, as it unleashed a cloud of toxic mist directly towards Su Han. Perish. The Fang Tian Huaji materialized in Su Han's grasp, infused with a torrent of thunderous energy. Thunder Spear Technique. With a resounding crash, the body of the second-tier venomous python fell heavily to the ground, its head severed cleanly by the divine weapon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 65 divine emperor coins. The system's notification rang out suddenly. Su Han paused in surprise, quickly checking his attribute panel to confirm the presence of 65 divine emperor coins. To slay a second-tier savage beast and receive divine emperor coins? He was utterly delighted. System, can all savage beasts grant me divine emperor coins? There exists a certain probability. In addition to divine emperor coins, savage beasts may also drop packages and other rewards, the system replied. How splendid. A subtle smile graced Su Han's lips. Just then, several figures abruptly burst into the dense forest. Is that a second-tier venomous python? It seems so. Oh, it's him. Initially, these individuals were taken aback and thrilled by the sight of the python's corpse, for a martial artist's worth would be affirmed by slaying such a creature. However, their joy swiftly dissipated upon noticing Su Han standing beside the slain python. Su Han glanced indifferently at the group before producing a seal, marking the center of the python's head with a unique insignia. This seal, forged through special means, would ensure the mark remained for a month, and soon someone would come to retrieve the python's body, officially attributing it to Su Han. Having completed this task, Su Han disregarded the onlookers and set off in search of his next prey. He needed divine emperor coins. Once he amassed 300, he could purchase another 4th-tier Thunder Flame rune. In this area, 2nd-tier savage beasts were scarce. After encountering several 1st-tier beasts, he found that only one yielded 15 divine emperor coins upon defeat. This was unsatisfactory. The region had been designated by higher authorities to prevent excessive casualties, thus limiting the number of 2nd-tier beasts. He must venture deeper into the savage beast mountain range. Resolute, Su Han directed his path towards the depths of the mountains. 1st-tier advanced savage beast, Ice Tiger slain. Reward, 15 divine emperor coins. 1st-tier intermediate savage beast, Gale Leopard, slain. Reward, none. 2nd-tier low-level savage beast, Man-eating dog, slain. Reward, 60 divine emperor coins. As Su Han continued his relentless pursuit, the divine emperor coins accumulated, drawing him ever closer to his goal of 300. Suddenly, he turned to look behind him. A few shadowy figures lingered at a distance of several dozen feet. Chapter 15. The Power of the Flame. Su Han observed the figures around him with a calm demeanor, recognizing that they had strayed beyond the designated hunting grounds, indicating that their intentions were likely ulterior. There is no need to conceal yourselves any longer. Come forth, Su Han remarked with a faint smile. Instantly, 7 or 8 shadows emerged from the darkness, encircling him. The Crown Prince truly lives up to his reputation, one of them said, bowing slightly with a smile. I recognize you. You are Bai Shan, the foremost worshipper of the divine Martial Marquis estate. Su Han replied, his memory of Bai Shan vivid. The man did not appear to hail from the Su Kingdom, his origins unknown, yet he was a formidable martial artist, likely at the 8th level of the fetal breath realm. His martial flame was that of a 3rd-grade venomous python. Those above the 7th level of the fetal breath realm were considered elite experts within the capital of the Su Kingdom. Bai Shan had once fought a 9th-level expert and emerged victorious at a great cost, a battle that secured his position as the premier worshipper of the divine Martial Marquis. It is rare for the Crown Prince to remember me, Bai Shan chuckled with an air of tranquility. The other 7 figures displayed a mixture of wariness towards Su Han. Among them, 2 exuded the aura of the fetal breath realm, while the rest were all at the 10th level of the physical body realm. They seemed familiar. likely hired by the divine martial marquis from the martial world. Crown Prince, let us get straight to the point, Baishan proposed with a smile. You have slain the marquis's only son, creating a deep-seated enmity. It is either your death or that of the marquis. Should you wish to take your own life before me, I might divulge some secrets regarding the late empress before your demise. The late empress? Su-Han's eyes flickered with interest. What I know is a secret I have not even disclosed to the marquis himself. If you were to hear it before your end, you could die with your eyes closed, Baishan replied with a grin. Oh, you, a mere worshipper of the marquis's estate, possess knowledge of my mother's secrets? Do you expect me to believe that? Su-Han scoffed. Crown Prince, you should be aware that I am not a citizen of the Su Kingdom. What if I had encountered your mother in a special place long ago? Of course, she was quite youthful then, Baishan said with a serene smile. Su-Han sighed gently. If what you say is true, and you have chosen to share this with me rather than the marquis, it is because you believe my death is inevitable? They have heard this as well. Surely, you would silence them afterward? At these words, the expressions of the 7 individuals accompanying Baishan shifted, their gazes toward him tinged with apprehension. Before they could respond, Su-Han infused his true energy into his legs and charged at the nearest expert of the physical body realm. With a swift motion, he conjured the Fang Tian Hua Ji, its terrifying thunder and flames illuminating the air as it cleaved through the body of the 10th level martial artist. Blood spurted forth, and the unfortunate warrior was bisected before he even had a chance to react. Following swiftly, the 2nd and 3rd fell victim to Su-Han's lightning-fast strikes. In an instant, 5 of the 8 had perished, leaving only Baishan and 2 others of the fetal breath realm alive. Though the physical body experts were not a significant threat, they could still harbor hidden dangers amidst their numbers. Su-Han knew he must eliminate them first to focus on the 3 remaining fetal breath experts. Such speed. Baishan's expression grew serious. The other 2 gazed at the Fang Tian Hua Ji in Su-Han's grasp, their eyes a mix of shock and greed. That must be a 3rd-grade divine weapon, and imbued with the power of lightning. Baishan, you can forego the benefits for us brothers, should we kill the Crown Prince. This divine weapon shall be our reward, one of the fetal breath experts said, a greedy smile on his face. To prevent Su-Han from retaliating, he surged his true energy, revealing his 7th-level prowess in the fetal breath realm. The other expert mirrored him closely in strength. The divine martial marquis had spared no effort in recruiting 3 top-tier experts to avenge his son's death. This divine weapon is mine. You shall take your rewards as you please, Baishan retorted coldly. Although the 2 fetal breath experts felt displeased, Baishan's experience in battling a 9th-level adversary instilled fear in them, rendering them reluctant to voice further dissent. The technique you just executed was imparted to you by Su Changxing, was it not? The prowess of this royal ancestor is indeed formidable. Baishan smiled faintly at Su-Han. You have just utilized that technique, along with the advantage of your 3rd-grade divine weapon, to swiftly slay 5 10th-level physical body experts. Truly impressive, but combat among the fetal breath realm is not so simplistic. Suddenly, a massive python materialized behind Baishan, a manifestation of his martial flame. The 3rd-grade fire seed of the 8th level of the fetal breath realm was sufficiently solidified. The 2 7th-level experts behind him conjured a long spear and a yellow hound, respectively. This was the true combat method of the fetal breath realm. You possess a martial flame as well? I, too, have one, Su-Han replied with a smile. As he summoned his true energy, thunder crackled around him, and a colossal thunder dragon appeared behind him. The supreme fire seed of the 9th grade, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. What is this? Baishan and his companions gazed in astonishment at the dragon composed entirely of thunder. The dragon's form dwarfed Baishan's 3rd-grade venomous python. The supreme fire seed? You cannot be Su-Han. Baishan's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Once ignited, a warrior's fire seed could not be altered. The Crown Prince of the Su Kingdom possessed a 6th-grade fire seed, yet this individual surpassed that by far, embodying the exceedingly rare attributes of lightning and dragon. 2 extremes. That is the supreme. He is not Su-Han. Baishan, you have deceived us. The 2 7th-level experts became agitated, believing him to be an impostor. They surmised that he had long been prepared to entice them into a trap. Regardless of who he is, we must eliminate him first. I sense his cultivation is not particularly high. Together, the 3 of us need not fear him, Baishan declared with a serious countenance. Upon hearing this, the other 2 nodded in agreement, joining Baishan in their advance towards Su-Han. The martial flames of the 3 converged upon Su-Han. With a resounding roar, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon unleashed a mighty dragon's cry, lunging forward to devour the long spear and the yellow hound whole. The 2 7th-level experts screamed in agony, blood spewing forth as they collapsed, their vitality severely diminished, though the flames were manifestations of true energy. being consumed by the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon inflicted grave wounds upon them. Seizing the moment while the dragon engaged the third-grade venomous python, Su-Han moved with agility to confront the two 7th-level experts. With a sudden sweep of the Fang Tian Hua Ji, their heads fell with a dull thud to the ground. Chapter 16. The Azure Emperor. 2 individuals at the 7th stage of the fetal breath realm fell, and the martial seed manifested by Bai Shan was instantly reduced to ashes by a surge of thunder. Bai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale. The thunder dragon before him was of an exceptionally high grade. The cultivation he displayed could not exceed the 3rd stage of the fetal breath realm, yet the refinement of the martial seed surpassed even my own. 8th grade? In an instant, the color drained from Bai Shan's face. Only an 8th grade supreme martial seed could manifest a martial seed stronger than his at the 3rd stage of fetal breath. Who exactly are you? How could such a person exist behind Su-Han? Bai Shan's expression contorted, filled with dread. An 8th grade supreme martial seed. How many such individuals could be found in the entire Qingzhou? Why would one appear in the insignificant Su kingdom, disguised as the crown prince, Su-Han, to ensnare him? As Su-Han concentrated, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon vanished without a trace. The continuous manifestation of the martial seed consumed a significant amount of true energy. Bai Shan was already gravely injured. In terms of true energy, Su-Han was inherently superior. In terms of martial seeds, Su-Han utterly overwhelmed him, and with a 4th-tier thunder attribute divine weapon in hand, there was no glimmer of hope for his opponent. Who am I? Am I not the crown prince, Su-Han of the Su kingdom? Su-Han advanced slowly towards Bai Shan. Impossible. Su-Han possesses a 6th-grade ice attribute martial seed, yet you. Bai Shan's words were abruptly cut short as a flash of insight struck him. The martial seed, once languishing and withering, suddenly surged forth, the son of the god of slaughter, slaying ministers in the court, defeating the 4th prince's daughter Su Xiaoyu, executing Lin Guangyuan at the Cloud Mist Tower. Could it be that you ignited a 2nd martial seed? Bai Shan mumbled to himself. Indeed, this must be the case. He increasingly felt that his conjecture was correct. Su-Han might truly be Su-Han, but an extraordinarily rare occurrence had transpired. After the 1st martial seed withered and died, he ignited a 2nd one. Only this could explain Su-Han's overwhelming resurgence from a dire situation. I offer you an opportunity to disclose to me the matter you intended to reveal before my demise. Su-Han halted before Bai Shan. Crown Prince, spare me. Bai Shan suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. I had no knowledge that the Crown Prince possessed an 8th-grade supreme martial seed. Had I known, I would not have dared to show any disrespect, even with 100 lives. What he feared was not Su-Han's status nor his cultivation, but rather this 8th-grade supreme martial seed. In the vast realm of the 9 provinces, martial seeds form the foundation of martial arts. The higher the grade of the martial seed, the greater the achievements one can attain in the future. The formidable beings Bai Shan knew who possessed 8th-grade martial seeds were all either martial emperors or martial kings, at the very least in the Origin Dan realm. Moreover, Su-Han possessed an 8th-grade supreme martial seed, a terrifying existence comparable to a 9th-grade martial seed, with a high likelihood of achieving a Dharma body in the future. Speak. Su-Han said indifferently. Crown Prince, after I speak, I am willing to serve as your underling. I implore you to show mercy. Bai Shan bowed his head repeatedly. Speak first. A hint of impatience flickered in Su-Han's eyes. Bai Shan, sensing the change, was startled and dared not utter more. He quickly whispered, many years ago, I was a disciple of the Xuanwu Academy. Once, when the Azure Emperor was on an outing, I saw the former Empress following closely beside the Azure Emperor. Xuanwu Academy? Azure Emperor? Su-Han's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that the other party hailed from one of the 4 top academies in the 9 provinces. Each of these academies had a Dharma body stronghold. The Azure Emperor he mentioned was one of the 6 emperors of the 9 provinces. The 6 emperors were regarded as the 6 strongest individuals in the realm. You lie. Disciples of the Xuanwu Academy have boundless prospects. How could you end up in a small place like the Su Kingdom? Moreover, your martial seed is only 3rd grade, with such qualifications. Even the Jiuyang Academy of the Great Zhou Dynasty would not accept you. Su-Han said in a low voice. I was once a servant disciple of the Xuanwu Academy. After offending a senior brother, fearing for my life, I fled under the cover of night to the Su Kingdom, Bai Shan hastily explained. A servant disciple, you say? You claim to have seen my mother beside the Azure Emperor? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Su-Han asked calmly. Absolutely not. When I first encountered the Empress upon arriving in the Su Kingdom, I was also quite astonished, but I assure you, I did not misidentify her. Bai Shan declared emphatically. Uft. Bai Shan's head rolled to the ground with a dull thud, a look of astonishment still on his face. as if he could not fathom that Su Han would strike him down so suddenly. Though I could use a few errand runners. The news of the 9th grade supreme martial seed cannot be spread just yet. Su Han cast one last glance at Bai Shan, sheathed his Fang Tianhua halberd, and swiftly departed, delving deeper into the barbarian demon mountains. This time, he had gleaned vital clues from Bai Shan. Before my mother disappeared, she entrusted me with a jade pendant. Could her disappearance be linked to the Azure Emperor? Su Han pondered that if Bai Shan was truthful, and his mother truly had been by the Azure Emperor's side, her status must be significant. Such a status would not bring her to a small place like the Su Kingdom unless there were special circumstances. Perhaps related to the jade pendant that activated the Celestial Emperor system. To find my mother, this is a crucial lead. Strength. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to even venture into the martial province where the Azure Emperor resides, let alone escape from Qingzhou. A resolute glimmer shone in Su Han's eyes. Not long after Su Han departed, an elder emerged from the depths of the forest. Glancing at the corpses of Bai Shan and others with a slight furrow of his brow, he then proceeded in the direction Su Han had taken, seemingly strolling leisurely. Yet each step covered a considerable distance. Shortly after the elder left, Jiang Kong and Su Xiaoyu arrived at the scene. The first offering of the divine martial marquee. Bai Shan. Su Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback upon seeing Bai Shan's corpse. This was a formidable being at the 8th stage of fetal breath. How could he have been beheaded here? Senior brother, Bai Shan's cultivation is at the 8th stage of fetal breath. His appearance here likely means the divine martial marquis sent him to avenge his son by targeting Su Han. However, Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. It seems that this crown prince has powerful protectors by his side. Jiang Kong chuckled softly. This person's martial seed is merely 3rd grade. Senior brother could have easily slain him at the 5th stage of fetal breath. Even if Su Han has protectors at the 9th or even 10th stage of fetal breath, they would not be a match for senior brother. One person smiled and said. A trace of pride flickered in Jiang Kong's eyes. Let's go. Since he has strayed beyond the designated hunting grounds, it will be easier for us to act. Not long after they left, Su Yin, Lin Haojia, Lin Suner, Nangong Hen, and several others finally arrived, accompanied by a few unfamiliar figures who had not been seen before they entered the barbarian demon mountains. These individuals exuded an ominous aura, dressed normally yet radiating an unsettling eunuch-like presence. The people of the divine martial marquis. Su Yin's expression darkened as he gazed at Bai Shan's head. At that moment, a figure emerged behind him, crouching to examine the corpses of Bai Shan and the others, then respectfully clasping his hands towards Su Yin. Your Highness, according to my verification, the wounds show signs of burning, indicating they may have perished at the hands of Jiang Kong from the Jiuyang Academy. This individual is far too arrogant. Su Yin's expression darkened further. Pursue him. Even if I cannot slay Su Han with my own hands, I must. Chapter 17. Breaking through 2 levels a few days later, Su Han had slain dozens of 1st-tier and several 2nd-tier barbaric monsters, finally accumulating 300 Divine Emperor coins. He activated the system to purchase the 4th-tier rune, Thunder Flame. Once again, fierce arcs of electricity surged along the Fang Tianhua halberd, gradually coalescing into a rune before Su Han's eager gaze. It worked. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Han's eyes. He had not anticipated that the 2nd Thunder Flame rune would imprint successfully as well. Consequently, the power of the Fang Tianhua halberd had been further enhanced. A 4th-tier divine weapon would suffice for Su Han's use before reaching the Nirvana realm. Although Su Han had contemplated purchasing a 5th-tier rune, the exorbitant price deterred him. A single failure would inflict a loss he could not bear. Moreover, the true energy required for a 5th-tier divine weapon was formidable. It was likely beyond the capabilities of his current fetal breath realm. After storing the Fang Tianhua halberd in his Dan-si, Su Han surveyed his surroundings, a subtle smile curving his lips. He consumed a qi condensing pill and entered a meditative state to practice the purple extreme primordial art. At that moment, he was situated in a remarkably concealed valley. Throughout his journey, Su Han had employed his past life as Special Forces experience to erase all traces of his passage and deliberately create numerous misleading signs to confuse any pursuers. He had even set up traps in the vicinity. While these traps were not particularly lethal to martial artists, they were sufficient to serve as an early warning system. Should anyone venture within a mile of this area, be they barbaric monsters or martial artists, Su Han would be duly informed. Days spent in meditation passed swiftly. One by one, he consumed qi condensing pills, swiftly refining them with the Thunder True energy. After 3 days, Su Han broke through his bottleneck, successfully advancing to the 4th level of the fetal breath realm. Now, his cultivation was comparable to that of a 4th-grade fire seed at the 10th level of fetal breath. Even when facing Nangong Yu, with the Thunder Spear technique and a 4th-tier divine weapon at his side, he possessed the strength to contend. Su-Han was immensely pleased with his enhanced prowess. He rose to stretch his limbs and departed the valley, delving deeper into the barbaric monster mountain range. Lingering too long in one place made it easy for pursuers to track him down. While Su-Han was not afraid, it would waste the precious time he had allocated for cultivation and earning divine emperor coins. As Su-Han ventured further into the barbaric monster mountain range, Jiang Kong and Su Yin's factions unexpectedly crossed paths. Both sides were misled by the signs left by Su-Han, and by the time they realized, Su-Han's whereabouts had completely vanished. Brother Jiang, my elder brother is as cunning as a fox. To find him in the barbaric monster mountain range will likely be an impossible task in the short term, Su Yin remarked with a smile. He must leave this place. Jiang Kong replied with a chuckle, leading Su Xiaoyu and others away. Your Highness, do you think he will give up just like that? Nangong Hen gazed darkly at Jiang Kong's retreating figure. Certainly not. The disciples of the Nine Sun Academy are quite proud. Su-Han not only disrespected him but also humiliated his master, the Wind and Thunder Sword Madman. Jiang Kong will undoubtedly seek to slay Su-Han. His intentions should align with mine. To wait at the entrance until Su-Han appears, Su Yin replied with a faint smile. In that case, let us proceed to wait as well, Nangong Hen declared. After both factions departed, an elderly figure emerged from the shadows. He furrowed his brow and glanced toward the depths of the barbaric monster mountain range before following at a measured distance behind the two groups. It is said that the barbaric monster mountain range spans across 9 provinces, immensely vast and at its deepest reaches. There are even terrifying barbaric monsters capable of transforming into human forms, with the strongest on par with the 6 emperors of Wind and Cloud. As Su-Han beheld the scene before him, he increasingly believed the rumors to be true. The area was adorned with majestic mountains, basking in sunlight, with ethereal mists casting shimmering colors, reminiscent of the celestial dance of sun and moon. It was peculiar that no barbaric monsters had appeared in the vicinity, unless... Before Su-Han could finish his thought, he caught sight of a shadow darting past in his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, a massive black eagle was swooping down from afar. With wings spanning over 5 zhang, its colossal form was enveloped in dark energy, leaving a black mark in its wake. Su-Han immediately concealed himself behind a tree, astonished. A 3rd-tier barbaric monster. This black eagle was undoubtedly a 3rd-tier barbaric monster, comparable to innate realm experts. Simultaneously, as the black eagle appeared, a gigantic silver wolf leapt forth from the nearby mountains, its eerie green eyes fixated on the black eagle above. In the next instant, the black eagle transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the silver wolf. The 2 3rd-tier barbaric beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, shattering rocks and producing thunderous roars in mere moments. Remarkably, this locale was not far from the capital, yet it concealed 2 3rd-tier barbaric monsters. Such a clash could potentially yield spiritual fruits. Su-Han's gaze grew fervent. If his conjecture proved correct, the spiritual fruits that could incite a battle between 3rd-tier barbaric monsters would surely possess extraordinary effects. It would be best if they inflicted mutual destruction, allowing me to reap the benefits. Su-Han sat cross-legged behind the tree, quietly observing the clash between the black eagle and the silver wolf. An hour later, the black eagle, injured, retreated, while the silver wolf let out a howl and vanished back into the mountains. Was that all? Su-Han furrowed his brow slightly. Ultimately, he decided to remain and observe for a while longer. If the black eagle did not reappear, he would leave this place. With his current strength, confronting a 3rd-tier barbaric monster would be tantamount to courting death. The following day, at the same time, the black eagle re-emerged, engaging in battle with the silver wolf for another hour before retreating, with neither side managing to gain the upper hand. This struggle could have persisted for some time. Su-Han calculated the pros and cons in his mind. After a few moments, he resolved to stay for 10 days. If after 10 days the situation remained unchanged, he would withdraw. During the ensuing 10 days, Su-Han remained stationary, channeling his true energy and refining qi condensing pills. Whenever the black eagle appeared, he would promptly conclude his meditation to observe the conflict between the black eagle and the silver wolf. As days passed, the stalemate between the black eagle and silver wolf continued. Yet Su-Han felt his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the fetal breath realm. He was mere half a step away from breaking into the 5th level. Within his Dan Si, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon suddenly let out a long cry, solidifying its form further, as torrents of thunder true energy surged towards Su-Han's meridians. I have reached the 5th level of the fetal breath realm. Su-Han slowly opened his eyes. Only half the designated hunting day had passed, and he had ascended from the 3rd to the 5th level of the fetal breath realm. Such a pace of cultivation, if known to outsiders, would undoubtedly astonish them. The qi-condensing pill played a significant role in this. But the true reason lay in the immense enhancement provided by the 9th-grade Supreme Fire Seed. Su-Han looked up at the sky, and to his astonishment, he spotted 2 black eagles circling above the silver wolf. Chapter 18. Who is the angler? Originally, the black eagles and the silver wolf were evenly matched. But with the addition of another black eagle to the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In less than half an hour, the silver wolf lay wounded and incapacitated on the ground. The 2 black eagles, sensing victory, swooped down to deliver a fatal blow. Just when he thought he could play the role of the angler, it turned out that the black eagles would emerge victorious. Su-Han sighed inwardly. The silver wolf was trapped in a lethal situation. Once it perished, whatever it guarded would inevitably fall into the clutches of the black eagles. No matter how formidable Su-Han's abilities were, he could not snatch a meal from the mouths of 2 third-tier savage beasts. At that moment, a flash of golden light cut through the air. The 2 arrogant black eagles suddenly had their wings severed, crashing down beside the silver wolf with a thud. Upon witnessing this, Su-Han's pupils constricted into slits, a chill running down his spine, as cold sweat soaked his garments. A woman stood suspended in midair, wielding a golden sword, her gaze coldly surveying the black eagles and the silver wolf. Suspended in the air, this was the legendary technique of the Yuan Dan realm. Su-Han was taken aback. You have lingered here for over 10 days. It is time for you to emerge, the woman stated indifferently, her gaze landing precisely on Su-Han's hiding spot. Su-Han's body stiffened slightly, but after a few breaths, he stepped out from behind the tree and respectfully clasped his hands together. I am Su-Han, the junior. It is an honor to meet you, senior. I have no interest in your name. Come here, the woman replied coolly. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Han leaped across the valley, soon appearing on the cliff where the silver wolf and the 2 fallen black eagles lay. The woman descended gracefully, standing silently before Su-Han. The 2 black eagles were not yet dead, and the silver wolf's haunting green eyes fixed intently on Su-Han, clearly astonished that, besides the woman, there was another human hiding in the shadows. However, its injuries were severe, and barring an unexpected turn of fate, it could only lie there awaiting its demise. Senior, you summoned me. May I inquire what your command is? Su-Han asked, neither servile nor arrogant, facing someone of the Yuan Dan realm. He knew he could neither fight nor flee, hoping only that the woman bore no ill intent. Otherwise, he would be doomed today. This howling moon wolf guards a spirit herb known as Du In Deng, which is ripening today. As a woman, I cannot approach it, lest I render the Du In Deng ineffective. The woman explained indifferently. A glimmer of realization flashed in Su-Han's eyes. No wonder the black eagles had brought their mate to attack the silver wolf. Today was indeed the day the spirit herb matured. However, the woman could not approach. Was there truly such a gender bias against spirit herbs in this world? Do you mean to say you require my assistance in retrieving the spirit herb? Su-Han inquired. Precisely, the woman appraised Su-Han with a discerning gaze. Your talent is commendable. At such a young age, you have already reached the 5th stage of fetal breath. If you can procure the Du In Deng, I shall reward you with 3 4th-grade explosive chi pills, which are highly beneficial to fetal breath martial artists. Truly, a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, offering 3 4th-grade pills was no small favor. It appeared that this task was not as simple as it seemed. Doubt swirled in Su-Han's mind. The rewards for the Su Kingdom's triannual hunting festival were merely a single 4th-grade explosive chi pill. Yet this woman offered 3 solely for the retrieval of a spirit herb. Surely, there must be hidden dangers involved. Senior, if I refuse, will I meet my end here? Su-Han asked with a smile. What do you think? The woman's brow furrowed slightly. I understand. Please, lead the way, Su-Han nodded. Upon seeing this, the woman moved with a swiftness that belied her form, grasping Su-Han's shoulder. In an instant, they had traversed several steps into the air, and when Su-Han landed again, they stood before a cave. The Du In Deng is within, the woman stated. Su-Han peered into the cave, then stepped inside with measured strides. The moment he entered, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an icy demeanor. Had his strength been sufficient, he would not have allowed himself to be coerced by a woman. Clenching his fists tightly, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Moments later, he relaxed his grip, his mindset gradually stabilizing. Given the circumstances, all he could do was tread carefully to preserve his life. Possessing a 9th-grade Supreme Fire Seed, the Yuan Dan realm was no longer an unattainable goal. He believed that in no time, even those with power like the woman outside would bow to him. The cave was not particularly spacious, and it was not long before Su-Han beheld a peculiar spirit herb. The herb was entirely black, adorned with clusters of tiny crimson fruits. Is this the Du In Deng? It indeed resembles countless red lanterns hanging in the underworld. Su-Han advanced cautiously toward the spirit herb, Just as he was merely a foot away, a surge of black mist erupted from within the herb. Su-Han had been exceedingly cautious, retreating swiftly, yet he still felt the black mist tainting his skin. Your task is complete. Here are 3 explosive chi pills. The woman's voice suddenly rang from behind him. Su-Han turned to face her, noting her complex expression as she produced a porcelain vial and extended it toward him. He did not take the vial but instead spoke solemnly. What was that black mist just now? I have been contaminated by it. The Duyin Ding has a naturally lascivious essence. Having come into contact with the black mist, you must find a woman to engage in carnal relations, or you will be consumed by your own blood. The woman stated matter-of-factly. As she spoke, Su-Han felt his blood boiling within him, and a crimson haze began to cloud his vision. In this desolate wilderness, where could I possibly find a woman for such an act? Su-Han's voice turned cold. He was uncertain of the black mist's potency. But if even a being of the Yuan-Dan realm claimed it could lead to his blood being consumed, it could not be false. This woman had indeed ensnared him as bait, showing no concern for his life or death. There is a female ghost eagle outside, the woman mused after a moment. With that, she disregarded Su-Han entirely, tossing the porcelain vial to the ground, and approached the Duyin Ding. This woman. Su-Han suppressed the fury rising within him and promptly sat cross-legged, attempting to utilize his thunder true chi to quell the agitation within. With this herb as an ingredient, that pill would surely be refined, enabling him to break through the bottleneck and attain the 7th stage of the Yuan-Dan realm. The woman approached the Duyin Ding, her gaze growing increasingly fervent. She then bent down, attempting to extract the herb, only for another wave of black mist to burst forth. The woman, caught off guard, became enveloped by the mist and inhaled a significant amount. How could this be? She exclaimed, suddenly standing upright, staggering back in shock. The Duyin Ding should only emit a single wave of black mist. Why is it? It appears that 2 Duyin Ding plants have grown together. Her complexion darkened instantly. Seeing the unfolding events, Su-Han, who had attempted to resist the peculiar effects of the herb's potency, could not help but chuckle. What a fitting turn of fate. There is a male ghost eagle outside, and if it is still alive, perhaps it could save your life. Since this woman had used him as bait, it was clear that even beings of the Yuan-Dan realm were not immune to the black mist assault. The woman turned her gaze towards Su-Han, her eyes aflame with fury. Chapter 19. The poison of the Duyin Lantern. It is entirely my fault for being overly careless. Or how could I have fallen victim to the poison of the Duyin Lantern? Jing Wehan glared fiercely at Su-Han, whose smile ignited her fury. How dare a mere fetal breath realm cultivator mock her? In Qingzhou, even many sect masters and princes tread carefully in her presence, not daring to breathe too heavily. For she, Jing Wehan, is a prodigy of the Qinglong Academy, one of the 4 sacred academies of the 9 provinces. The Qinglong Academy, situated in Qingzhou, stands as the pinnacle of power in the region, guarded by formidable beings who possess the Dharma body. Disciples emerging from the Qinglong Academy command respect and fear wherever they go. Laugh again, and I shall end your life, Jing Yuehan declared coldly. The blood within her began to boil, for she had inhaled far more of the black mist than Su-Han, causing the effects of the poison to manifest with greater intensity than his. Come on, kill me, Su-Han responded with a smile. After all, I am destined to perish in flames of my own blood. If I must die, I would rather do so alongside a formidable Yuan-Dan realm expert. What a way to go. Jing Yuehan paused, taken aback. She had never anticipated that this fetal breath realm cultivator would possess such fortitude. Countless others had knelt before her, begging for mercy in tears, fully aware of their impending doom. What do you mean? If you wish to live, come over here, Su-Han taunted. I will kill you. Jing Yuehan lunged towards Su-Han, her palm aimed at his head. Yet, her hand halted mere inches from its target. Why do you hesitate? Are you afraid now? My life as a fetal breath cultivator holds no value, yet your Yuan-Dan realm life is of utmost importance, is it not? Su-Han's gaze pierced through her. Devoid of fear, to use me as bait to lure the Sun Eagle? How could you conceive such a scheme? Are all women as heartless as you? Su-Han sneered. No, I merely Jing Yuehan instinctively sought to defend herself. There is no need for explanations. I am poisoned, and so are you. I am a man. And you are a woman, surely you know what must be done? Su-Han scoffed. You think no? Absolutely not. Jing Yuehan retreated 2 steps, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. It matters not. You appear to be more deeply poisoned than I. The first to die will likely be you. Once you are gone, Su-Han's lips curled into a smirk. What do you intend to do once I'm dead? Jing Yuehan demanded fiercely. For the sake of survival. I am capable of anything. Do not provoke me, for I fear myself when angered. Su-Han laughed coldly. As they exchanged words, the toxins within their bodies fused with their blood, and without the antidote, they would inevitably succumb to their fate. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, The fierceness in Jing Yuehan's eyes began to wane, and her resolve softened. I cannot die here. There is so much left for me to accomplish. From the moment I began my martial journey, I vowed to become the 7th emperor of the 9 provinces. I cannot perish in such a manner with this thought. She turned to Su Han, her lips parting as she spoke. I understand now. If you've come to terms with it, come here, regardless of your realm. You must listen to me from now on. If you refuse, I would rather we perish together, Su Han said with a smile. Very well, I shall heed your words. Jing Yuehan nodded, her expression complex. She had finally realized that this individual before her was a tough nut to crack. What transpired next overturned Jing Yuehan's worldview cultivated over more than 30 years. Embarrassment, anger, hatred, and a flicker of peculiar emotions swirled within her gaze. Ultimately, all these feelings ignited into an inferno, consuming Su Han in a frenzy. Su Han possessed considerable expertise in this domain. Though he had not yet had the opportunity to experiment in this lifetime, the experiences from his past life lingered. Jing Yuehan had ensnared him as bait, and he was furious about it. Thus, driven by a desire for retribution, he unleashed his full potential. An hour later, the poison within Su Han had dissipated by 90%, and his blood ceased to boil. However, Jing Yuehan's affliction ran far deeper than his. If Su Han were to withdraw now, she would undoubtedly perish. Gazing into Jing Yuehan's dazed eyes, Su Han gritted his teeth. Forget it. I shall take a gamble. A gamble for what? Silence. Time ticked away. Outside, the sky swiftly darkened, and soon a new sun began to rise. Su Han donned his attire, sitting outside the cave to watch the sunrise. Sunrises are quite beautiful. Come sit with me, Su Han remarked nonchalantly. Are you not afraid I shall kill you? Jing Yuehan observed him with a complicated expression. From yesterday to today, she had undergone experiences beyond her imagination. Each time she recalled the details, it felt as if 2 flames were burning upon her cheeks. Then kill me. What is with all this nonsense? Su Han snorted. Jing Yuehan's inner fury blazed. This man truly had no fear of death. This matter must not be publicized. If I catch wind of even a whisper, I will hunt you down no matter where you are. After a moment of silence, Jing Yuehan spat out her threat and prepared to depart. Wait, Su Han called out. It is impossible for us to be together. Our relationship, Jing Yuehan loomed over him. Who told you about this matter? If you leave, take your explosive qi pill with you. With a flick of his arm, a porcelain vial flew swiftly into Jing Yuehan's hands. You aided me once. This is your reward. Jing Yuehan regarded Su Han with astonishment. He was merely a fetal breath realm warrior. A 4th-grade explosive qi pill was exceedingly precious to him. Why would he not want it? I do not prefer to use a woman as possessions. I do not like it now, nor will I in the future. Su Han gazed at her with indifference. Jing Yuehan felt a tremor within her heart as she scrutinized Su Han for several breaths. Ultimately, she turned to leave. But her voice lingered in Su Han's ears. I am Jing Yuehan of the Qinglong Academy. The Qinglong Academy? One of the 4 sacred academies and the pinnacle of power in Qingzhou? Su Han's eyes flickered with realization. Jing Yuehan appeared youthful and had evidently never experienced certain events. Su Han deduced she could be no older than 30. Such an age. Yet having attained the Yuan Dan realm, only a prodigy from the Qinglong Academy could achieve such a feat, a Yuan Dan cultivator at 30. Su Han chuckled softly, rising to head towards the cliff where the black eagle and silver wolf awaited. He was confident that his speed of cultivation would not lag behind Jing Yuehan's. Should they meet again, perhaps they would be able to converse on equal footing. This time, while he did not obtain the Duin lantern, who truly profited? And who lost? Perhaps the answer lay hidden in the folds of fate. Chapter 20. The celestial roulette. Su Han arrived at the precipice, gazing at the 3-headed, 3rd-tier barbaric demon that still clung to life, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. You shall perish eventually, rather than suffer a slow demise. Allow me to escort you to your end, Su Han remarked with a gentle smile directed at the 3-headed beast. Perhaps they comprehended his words. For the howling moon wolf made no attempt to struggle, its injuries far too grave, while the other 2 ghost eagles writhed in desperate resistance. Alas! The moment their wings were severed by the icy blade, their bodies sustained irreparable damage. The more they struggled, the greater their agony, and the faster their life essence ebbed away. With a flourish, Su Han summoned his Fang Tian Huaji and swept it powerfully, resulting in the immediate demise of the 3-headed demon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a large gift package X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a large gift package X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a large gift package X1. The system's notifications rang out in succession. 3 consecutive large gift packages? Su Han was momentarily taken aback. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was likely linked to his ability to slay a demon of a higher tier. A third-tier demon equated to a master of the innate realm, while Su-Han was merely at the 5th level of the fetal breath realm. To vanquish a demon of such caliber with his current strength would indeed alter the system's assessment criteria, resulting in him receiving 3 large gift packages consecutively. What treasures could these packages contain? He hoped they would not disappoint. Rubbing his hands together, Su-Han opened the first gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1,500 Divine Emperor coins. 1,500 Divine Emperor coins? Surely, even if I were to slay 100 second-tier demons, I might not acquire such a sum. Joy illuminated Su-Han's eyes. The first gift package had certainly met his expectations. He proceeded to unveil the second gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a storage compartment X1. A storage compartment? Su-Han glanced at his attribute panel and confirmed that the number of storage compartments had indeed increased from 1 to 2. The value of a storage compartment was considerable. The addition of one would provide significant advantages, potentially rivaling the worth of 1,500 Divine Emperor coins. Satisfied with the second gift package, he swiftly opened the final one. This package had emerged from the Howling Moon Wolf, which, in a one-on-one confrontation, was likely stronger than the Ghost Eagles. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the qualification for the Celestial Roulette Lottery X1. Qualification for the Celestial Roulette Lottery? Su-Han was momentarily astonished. Was this a new feature of the system? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su-Han finally grasped the nature of this new feature. The Celestial Roulette Lottery was a hidden function of the system that had existed since its inception, requiring a qualification to activate. Each qualification allowed for one activation. And with each activation, the host could draw one item from the Celestial Roulette. What if the item drawn were of little value? Su-Han pondered. Finding this less straightforward than simply receiving Divine Emperor coins directly from the gift packages. System, I wish to use my lottery qualification. The Celestial Roulette Lottery is about to commence. Before Su-Han, a bronze roulette materialized, appearing almost lifelike. Though he understood it to be a mere virtual construct visible only to him. The bronze roulette featured 30 compartments, each containing a different prize. As he scanned the options, his expression suddenly froze. The 9th-tier divine weapon, the Silent Blade? Su-Han's heart raced uncontrollably. System, how can a 9th-tier divine weapon appear here? The prizes on the Celestial Roulette are generated randomly, the system replied. Randomly? Su-Han mused, his eyes gleaming with hope. The presence of the Silent Blade indicated that the system was truthful. The prizes were indeed randomly generated. With 30 compartments, he had a 1 in 30 chance of winning the Silent Blade. However, he realized that the odds might be significantly lower, as the system could manipulate the probabilities behind the scenes. Su-Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He had witnessed many lottery events in his past life. The higher the value of the prize, the lower the chance of selection. Some unscrupulous merchants could even render the probability effectively zero. While he hoped the system was not so deceitful, he suspected the odds would not be particularly favorable. With this thought in mind, Su-Han began to examine the other prizes. Aside from the Silent Blade, the bronze roulette displayed numerous items of little significance, including 10 Divine Emperor coins, 500 taels of silver, a blood chi pill, and 3 essence-gathering pills, among others. A third-tier barbaric demon mount, the Ghost Eagle. Upon seeing this last prize, Su-Han's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the 2 deceased Ghost Eagles. The lottery is about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Having just reviewed the prizes, the system's notification chimed once more, and Su-Han felt a surge of tension. As the countdown reached 0, the bronze roulette began to spin wildly. Not the 10 Divine Emperor coins, nor the 500 taels of silver. I desire only the Silent Blade. Only the Silent Blade. Su-Han murmured fervently. The roulette gradually slowed, a red pointer sweeping across the various prizes. Do not stop. Keep going. Su-Han clenched his fist in anticipation. Eventually, the bronze roulette came to a halt, the red pointer resting upon the 500 taels of silver. What? 500 taels of silver? Su-Han was left dumbfounded. Was his luck truly so dismal? After a rare chance to spin the Celestial Roulette, he ended up with merely 500 taels of silver? Yet, the system's notification had yet to sound. The draw was not over. Su-Han's realization struck him. Indeed, the bronze roulette continued to spin slowly, as if expending its last ounce of energy, finally moving the 500 taels of silver out of the red pointer's range. Now, the bronze roulette had completely ceased its motion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the 3rd-tier barbaric demon mount, the Ghost Eagle. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Although he had not secured the 9th-tier divine weapon, Su-Han had drawn the second most valuable prize from the bronze roulette. He exhaled a long breath, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy. A third-tier barbaric demon was comparable to an innate realm warrior. To possess such a mount was akin to wielding the power of an innate realm combatant. Within moments, a live ghost eagle materialized before Su Han. Its size comparable to that of the two lifeless ones. Upon its appearance, Su Han felt an extraordinary bond forming between them. As if he could exert complete control over the creature with but a thought. The ghost eagle affectionately lowered its head, nuzzling against Su Han's shoulder. The system's capabilities were indeed unfathomable. Su Han couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Subsequently, he produced a seal and pressed it upon the head of the Howling Moonwolf. With this Howling Moonwolf at his side, he was certain of securing the top spot in this hunting day, and the fourth-tier explosive chi pill would surely be his prize. Chapter 21. The Buddha Eagle. After stamping the head of the Howling Moonwolf, Su Han stored the corpses of the two ghost eagles in his storage compartment. The remains of a third-tier barbarian beast served as a potent blood essence pill, boasting superior effects compared to ordinary ones. If sold on the market, each would fetch no less than 30,000 taels. Fortunately, he had managed to acquire a storage compartment. Otherwise, he would have faced great difficulty transporting the ghost eagles' bodies. Now, let us explore what capabilities you possess. Su Han directed his gaze towards the ghost eagle. The attribute panel now featured a mount section, detailing the ghost eagle's attributes and its power comparison with martial artists. Host, Su Han rank, 5-fold breath infancy realm fire seed. 9th grade ancient purple extreme thunder dragon cultivation method. 6th grade purple extreme Hunyuan technique martial skill. 6th grade thunder spear technique divine weapon. 4th grade primary square heaven painting halberd with 2 thunder flame runes. Mount, 3rd tier barbarian beast ghost eagle, 1st level innate realm. Can evolve into Nirvana realm Buddha eagle with innate divine ability phantom ghost transformation. Divine emperor coins, 1500. Could it truly evolve into the Nirvana realm Buddha eagle? Su Han felt a flicker of joy. He had initially presumed it to be an ordinary third-tier mount, yet it now appeared to hold great promise. Even within the Great Zhou dynasty, those of the Nirvana realm were considered top-tier warriors. System, what does phantom ghost transformation entail? Su Han inquired. The ghost eagle's innate divine ability allows it to blend seamlessly into the night, achieving invisibility. Upon evolving into the Buddha eagle, this ability can also function during the day. Oh, I see. Su Han nodded. This innate divine ability, if harnessed effectively, could yield remarkable results in various situations. Next, you shall carry this wolf carcass and follow closely behind me, maintaining a distance neither too near nor too far, ensuring you remain concealed. Su Han instructed the ghost eagle with a smile. The ghost eagle, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded and grasped the Howling Moon Wolf's head, lifting its body before taking flight. It trailed Su Han from a distance, appearing merely as a dark spot from the ground. Before long, Su Han discovered another function of the ghost eagle. Through their mental connection, whenever the ghost eagle detected a beast, it would alert Su Han, effectively granting him a pair of eyes to survey the barbarian beast mountains from the sky. Consequently, the efficiency of slaying beasts for divine emperor coins increased exponentially. Days passed, and Su Han lost count of the number of second-tier beasts he had eliminated. During this time, his divine emperor coins had accumulated to over 2,000. Simultaneously, with the aid of the chi condensation pills, his cultivation gradually reached the pinnacle of the 5-fold breath infancy realm. The only cost was the complete depletion of the 300,000 taels worth of chi condensation and blood essence pills. The financial expenditure was immense. Yet the benefits Su Han reaped were undeniably substantial. As the 1-month period drew to a close, it was time for him to return. Su Han calculated the time and summoned the ghost eagle, placing the Howling Moon Wolf's body into the now vacant storage compartment before seeking a secluded spot. With 2,100 divine emperor coins, he could procure 7 thunder flame runes. With a stroke of luck, he might elevate the square heaven painting halberd to 9. With this thought, Su Han promptly purchased 7 thunder flame runes and summoned the square heaven painting halberd, eagerly affixing all the runes to it. Electric arcs flickered as the first thunder flame rune coalesced. Failure. Electric arcs flickered as the second thunder flame rune coalesced. Success. The third. Failure. The fourth. Success. The fifth. Success. The sixth. Success. The seventh. Failure. Of the 7 thunder flame runes, 3 failed while 4 succeeded, causing the electrical aura of the square heaven painting halberd to surge dramatically. Fortunately, the losses were not too severe. Overall, it was a profitable endeavor. Su Han grinned as he held the square heaven painting halberd, feeling the thunderous true energy surging within him. In the next moment, 6 runes, shimmering with arcs of electricity, slowly manifested. These 6 4th-grade runes indicated that the square heaven painting halberd had reached the pinnacle of the mid-tier 4th grade among divine weapons. Its value had multiplied exponentially. Even ordinary Nirvana realm warriors likely did not possess such high-grade 4th-tier divine weapons. With a thought, the ghost eagle dove toward the ground. And just before landing, Su-Han leapt onto its back. Upon noticing, the ghost eagle flapped its wings and soared into the clouds. Today marked the final day. Your Highness, do you think Su-Han will deliberately avoid showing up and escape through another route? In the barbarian beast mountains, Lin Haojia whispered, his tone tinged with urgency and a hint of deep-seated hatred. Not a chance. Su-Yin coldly chuckled and shook his head. Based on my understanding of Su-Han, even if he were aware of the dangers, he would never flee. That is reassuring. Lin Haojia nodded slowly. Your Highness, you must avenge Sun'er's father's death this time. Lin Sun'er gazed at Su-Yin with tear-filled eyes. Su-Yin gently patted her shoulder, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, Su-Han cannot leave the barbarian beast mountains alive this time. Behind him stood 8 elite experts summoned from the Eastern Factory, each a formidable presence at the 7-fold breath infancy realm. Less than 100 paces away from Su-Yin and the others, Jiang Kong sat cross-legged on a massive rock, surrounded by his junior disciples, either seated or standing in protective formation. Senior brother, what if that Su-Han, fearing for his life, takes a detour and escapes? He is the crown prince of the Su kingdom. His status forbids him from evading this fate. This time, we must not only claim first place in the hunting day, but also seize the Thunder Attribute divine weapon in his possession, Jiang Kong declared with confidence. Senior brother, if possible, let us spare his life. After all, he is the Su kingdom's crown prince. Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated before speaking. Rest assured, junior sister, I will not put you in a difficult position. If he proves sensible, sparing him would pose no issue, Jiang Kong replied with a faint smile. At that moment, an elder emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, prompting the group to adopt a vigilant stance, all eyes fixed on the elder. 10th level breath infancy realm. Jiang Kong's expression grew solemn as he rose and cupped his hands. I am Jiang Kong from the Jiuyang Academy. May I ask for your esteemed name? The leader of the Haoran sect, Wu Bufan. The elder smiled and returned the gesture. Ah, so it is Elder Wu, Su Xiaoyu murmured, a glimmer of realization flickering in her eyes. The foremost sect of the Su kingdom, Haoran sect? Jiang Kong and the others exchanged curious glances. While they did not regard the Haoran sect with great concern, they were nonetheless intrigued by Wu Bufan's presence among them. Elder Wu has also come to participate in the Su kingdom's hunting day? Jiang Kong inquired with a smile. Not long ago, my junior disciple Wu Dong was slain by the crown prince Su-Han. I have come to seek vengeance today, Wu Bufan replied calmly. Thus, I hope that when Su-Han appears, young brother Jiang will refrain from intervening. I only seek Su-Han's head. Everything else shall belong to you. Chapter 22. The annihilation of your clan. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd immediately took on an unusual quality. Jiang Kong pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Naturally, I must honor the request of Elder Wu, but I have heard that the crown prince of the Su kingdom also desires Su-Han's life. As he spoke, Jiang Kong cast a glance in a particular direction. Observing this, Wu Bufan followed suit and remarked with a knowing smile. As for the crown prince, I shall certainly convey my greetings. That is excellent. However, I must forewarn you, Su-Han possesses something my master covets. Should you fail to negotiate with Su-Yin, I will inevitably take action, Jiang Kong stated with a grin. The wind and thunder sword madman. A flicker of apprehension crossed Wu Bufan's eyes, but he soon nodded slightly and made his way towards Su-Yin. After a brief interval, Su-Yin and his companions arrived alongside Wu Bufan. Brother Jiang, Elder Wu has clarified that I merely seek Su-Han's life. If I do not need to intervene personally, that would be most agreeable. As for the items Su-Han possesses, I have no interest in them, Su-Yin said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Excellent, Jiang Kong replied with an approving nod. All 3 parties sought Su-Han's demise. After reaching an agreement, they patiently awaited his arrival. For this was the only route he could take upon leaving the barbarian demon mountain range. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital, a steady stream of black riders entered the barbarian demon mountain range, retrieving the corpses of the slain demons, which were being tallied by Nangong Yu. The emperor's expression grew increasingly grim as the wind and thunder sword madman, Qin Chitai, sat nearby with a grin, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. The current rankings indicated that Jiang Kong was in first place, with a disciple of the wind and thunder sword madman in second. And only by the 9th position did the names of the Su royal family appear. He buy in? Have your subordinates not seen the whereabouts of the crown prince? The emperor inquired in a low voice. He buy in shook his head slightly, reporting that the black riders had not observed the movements of the great crown prince. Except for the initial period of the hunting day, when Su-Han had taken down some savage beasts, there had been no news of him since. Nangong Yuer chuckled lightly. Perhaps the great crown prince is avoiding danger and lying low. Only a coward hides away, a distant voice sneered. Huang Fei glanced at her but remained silent, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Given her recent encounters with Su Han, she believed his ranking should not be so low. As for Su Yin and the others, it is astonishing that Su Han, a practitioner of the fetal breath realm, has only slain a few savage demons. The emperor's voice dripped with disdain. The fourth prince and the divine martial marquis exchanged glances, both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes. The emperor remained unaware of the events transpiring within the barbarian demon mountain range, but they were well aware. With numerous pursuers, how could Su Han find the opportunity to slay savage demons? Perhaps he had already been left to die in the wilderness. Your Majesty, it appears the great crown prince may have already departed from the designated hunting area. Chen Chitai suddenly interjected. Pausing briefly, he added with a smile, I shall graciously accept the explosive chi pill this time. Mr. Chun, there is still a day left before the deadline. The emperor replied, his tone ambiguous. Indeed. Perhaps a miracle will occur? Chen Chitai chuckled. The emperor cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond further. That should suffice. Let me down. With a thud, Su Han leaped from the back of the ghost eagle, landing steadily on the ground as the eagle circled once before vanishing into the sky. An hour later, Su Han emerged from the depths of the dense forest, arriving at a relatively open area not far from the southern outskirts of the capital. However, as soon as Su Han appeared, countless gazes converged upon him. What a lively scene, Su Han remarked with a smile. Brother Su, we meet again, Jiang Kong said with a nod and a grin. Brother, have you been hiding away during this time? Su Yin asked with a smile that barely concealed his malice. With Wu Bufan present, he was confident that Su Han would not escape today. The mere thought of Su Han's imminent demise filled Su Yin with excitement. Once Su Han was dead, who could possibly threaten his status in the Su kingdom? What's it to you? Su Han shot a cold glance at Su Yin, his gaze landing on the 8 eunuchs behind him, who exuded an aura of femininity. Did your mother send Li Minji to assign you 8 Eastern factory experts? What is your intention? Insulted by Su Han's words, Su Yin's expression darkened, but he quickly regained composure and replied with a feigned smile, I intend nothing. I am merely here to observe. Observe? Then keep your mouth shut and watch closely, Su Han scoffed. You wretched creature, soon you shall be the one lying dead. Let us see how you will be so audacious then. Su Yin glared at Su Han, his resentment palpable, choosing silence thereafter. Great Crown Prince, if it were possible, I would prefer to personally take your head. Alas, today is not my day. Nangong Hen gazed at Su Han, licking his lips. You? Who do you think you are? Su Han turned his gaze towards Nangong Hen, raising an eyebrow in realization. Oh, I remember you. You are Nangong Yu's adopted son. Pausing for a moment, Su Han's expression turned icy. What qualifications do you, a waste who cannot even enter the fetal breath realm, have to speak? Even if I stand here, could you kill me? You. Nangong Hen seethed with rage at Su Han's humiliating words. What a sharp-tongued great crown prince, Wu Bufan finally interjected. Old fool. And who might you be? Su Han replied, his gaze turning frigid. He had recognized this individual long ago. Wu Bufan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Han's direct insult. I am Wu Bufan, the master of Howren sect, he stated darkly. Howren sect? I see. Not long ago, I killed someone named Wu Dong, who was said to be a junior of your sect's master. Are you here to avenge your junior today? Su Han said, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, that is my intention, Wu Bufan nodded indifferently. Such audacity, to dare to ambush a reigning prince. After today, I shall personally visit Howren sect and eradicate your entire clan, leaving no trace behind. Su Han's eyes gleamed with intense murderous intent, chilling the air around them, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that he would indeed carry out this threat. Wu Bufan's expression could no longer maintain its earlier calm, his gaze darkening as he coldly replied, if you die, then all of this is mere talk. Elder Wu, I await your move, Jiang Kong stated nonchalantly. What are you waiting for? Rest assured, once I deal with this old fool, you shall not escape either, Su Han retorted with a cold smile. Jiang Kong's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Wu Bufan. Elder Wu, I may need to reconsider my stance. Perhaps truly fearing that Jiang Kong would snatch away his chance for glory, Wu Bufan ceased his banter with Su Han, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards him. In that moment, he had already summoned a long blade from his danci, its surface ablaze with roaring flames, emanating the terrifying aura characteristic of a third-tier divine weapon. Chapter 23. The battle with Jiang Kong. The Howren sect stands as the foremost sect of the Su kingdom, undeniably worthy of respect. Jiang Kong gazed at the blazing long knife in Wu Bufan's hand, exclaiming in awe. Within the Juyang Academy, the number of third-tier divine weapons is scarce, predominantly wielded by innate realm experts, such as his master, the tempestuous Qingzhou. Typically, those at the fetal respiration realm possess merely a second-tier divine weapon. It is said that Wu Bufan's fire seed is a fourth-tier flame lotus, and coupled with this third-tier divine weapon, Su Han would be unable to withstand even a single strike. One of Jiang Kong's junior brothers spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Yin and the others exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with delight. Lin Suner and Lin Haojie fixed their gaze on Su Han, eager to witness the moment his head would roll, a necessary tribute to their father's spirit above. Nangong Hin clenched his fists, wishing fervently that it were he who could strike down Su Han. But alas, his strength was not yet sufficient. Given a few more years, he was confident he could surpass Su Han. With the force of thunder, Wu Bufan charged at Su Han as if transformed into a ferocious beast, the long knife in his hand ablaze with searing flames. Simultaneously, a lotus formed of flames manifested around him, towering several zhang high, enveloping Su Han entirely. A faint voice, almost imperceptible, echoed in Su Han's ear. Wu Dong is my son. Today, I shall send you to meet him. Su Han regarded Wu Bufan with a peculiar expression. Wu Dong was his son. He had heard that Wu Dong was the biological son of the former leader of the Haoran sect, who was Wu Bufan's master. Could it be that Wu Bufan and his master's wife? You dare engage in such morally reprehensible acts. You deserve death, Su Han declared coldly, a divine light flickering in his eyes. Thunderous spear technique. The Fang Tianhua halberd was summoned in an instant, and as Wu Bufan approached within 2 zhang, a torrent of thunderous power surged forth from the halberd. The terrifying thunder coalesced into a dragon of lightning and flame, crashing into Wu Bufan with a resounding boom. Wu Bufan momentarily faltered, his earlier ferocity gradually giving way to disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Su Han. Crack! The third-tier divine weapon, the blazing long knife, shattered instantly. Following this, a charred mark appeared on Wu Bufan's abdomen. Before the Asto chapter 24, the fear of death in a flash, the blade struck. As the knife was unleashed, a confident smile appeared in Jiang Kong's eyes. Countless experts from the fetal breath realm had perished beneath his flying knife. He believed that no one of the same rank could withstand such a swift attack at this distance. A smile also graced the faces of his fellow disciples. This technique, known as the breaking void blade, was a renowned fourth-tier martial skill within the Jiuyang Academy, swift as lightning and possessing lethal power. Only those with true thunderous energy could unleash its full potential. Among the younger generation, Jiang Kong was the sole practitioner to master the breaking void blade to its utmost limits. Even the famed Wind Thunder Sword Madman might not surpass Jiang Kong in his comprehension and proficiency of this technique. Simultaneously, the flying knife was a second-tier thunder attribute divine weapon, inscribed with 9 runes, its power nearly reaching the 3rd tier. To the onlookers, Su Han appeared to be a mere corpse. However, Su Han wielded the thunder halberd technique, which was equally renowned for its speed, and was 2 tiers superior to the breaking void blade, being a top-tier middle-level martial skill. At the moment Jiang Kong launched his flying knife, Su Han's halberd moved as well. Bang! The knife, which was expected to penetrate Su Han's brow, suddenly emitted a thunderous sound as it neared his face, transforming into a heap of scrap metal that fell to the ground. Unbeknownst to Win, Su Han had already placed the halberd before him, and the flying knife had struck the blade's edge. The disparity from 2nd tier to 4th tier was akin to using an egg to strike a stone. Impossible. The spectators were taken aback at this scene. How could he possibly block Jiang Kong's breaking void blade? Jiang Kong, too, was astonished. The smile in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by shock and confusion. A flying knife? A mere trick. The illustrious prodigy of Jiuyang Academy could only achieve this level? Su Han sneered. You? Jiang Kong's face shifted between shades of green and white. He had never anticipated that his decisive attack would be so effortlessly thwarted. With his divine weapon destroyed, his combat strength plummeted. When had Su Han become this formidable? Lin Haojie fixed his gaze on Su Han, his lips quivering. You merely benefited from the divine weapon. Without it, you would already be a corpse, Jiang Kong retorted coldly. And what of it? Do you wish for me to sheath my divine weapon and engage you in hand-to-hand combat? Su Han replied, a smirk playing on his lips. That is precisely my intent. Let us engage in a fair fight, Jiang Kong declared solemnly. Fool, Su Han countered. What did you say? Jiang Kong paused, slightly taken aback. I said, you are a fool, Su Han chuckled. Upon realizing that Su Han was using an odd term to insult him, Jiang Kong's rage surged uncontrollably. He never expected the Grand Prince of Su Nation to lack basic decorum. Since my divine weapon is inferior to yours today, let this contest be continued another time, Jiang Kong said with a cold laugh. waving his hand at Su Xiaoyu and the others. We shall return. Wait. Jiang Kong turned, casting a cold glare at Su Han. I did not permit you to leave, Su Han said with a smile. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Could this Grand Prince of Su Nation truly dare to take action against the disciples of Jiang Academy? I will leave when I wish, and I need not your permission. Do not forget, I am a disciple of Jiang Academy, and a member of the great Zhoujiang clan. You, a mere Grand Prince of Su Nation, would only be worthy of carrying my shoes in Great Zhou, Jiang Kong replied dismissively, gazing at Su Han with confidence. Convinced that Su Han would not dare to act against him. Otherwise, Su Nation would face unimaginable repercussions. Grand Prince, it is wise to know when to stop. Su Xiaoyu interjected gently. Su Han turned to her. Know when to stop? As a member of the Su royal family. Did you close your eyes when Jiang Kong attempted to kill me, or have you been blinded by grease? Grand Prince, Jiang Shixiang's status is far from ordinary. Even if you two engage in conflict, it should remain within limits. I believe Jiang Shixiang's earlier move was not intended to kill. If you pursue this relentlessly, it may bring disaster upon Su Nation. Su Xiaoyu said softly. Let this matter rest for now. If you truly wish to determine a victor, let it be discussed before the emperor. I was mistaken, Su Han sighed lightly. I thought Su Ziyuan was the most foolish woman of the fourth Wangfu, but I find you even more foolish. No, you are both foolish and wicked. When others attacked me, you remained silent, yet when I retaliated, you stood with outsiders to hinder me. Su Xiaoyu, do you truly believe your words carry weight simply because of your status? You are mistaken, in my eyes. You are merely a foolish and wicked dog. My prior restraint from killing you does not imply I cannot do so now. You have two choices. 1. Stand aside and watch Jiang Kong perish. 2. Die alongside him. Su Han smiled. Now, you have 3 breaths to decide. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. She never expected Su Han would compare her to a dog. How dare you insult Su Shimi in such a manner? Jiang Shixiang, let us join forces. This man must die in the Munyang Mountains today. Jiang Shixiang, Su Han has gone mad. Chapter 25. I will kill. And so I shall. Lin Haojia's face turned a sickly shade of green. Crown Prince, you actually killed a disciple of the Wind Thunder Sword Maniac? You have brought an unimaginable disaster upon our Su kingdom. A member of the royal family stared at Su Han, utterly shocked. They initially believed Su Han was merely speaking boastfully, never expecting him to truly take lethal action against the disciple of the Wind Thunder Sword Maniac. You all seem quite perplexed, Su Han remarked, glancing at Lin Haojia and the others. You fear retribution from the Wind Thunder Sword Maniac. Yet you did not anticipate that it could be I who would bring about your demise. What? He intends to kill us too? The faces of the crowd paled instantly. Crown Prince, do not act recklessly. You have no justification for slaying us. If we perish, you too shall face the consequences. Lin Haojia fought to suppress his fear, his voice a fa-ade of bravado. With a sudden sweep of his Fong Tian Hua Ji, Su Han unleashed a terrifying force of thunder and flames upon Lin Haojia, who let out a horrific scream as he was instantly reduced to a charred remains. Do I need a reason to kill you? Su Han chuckled lightly. The officials and noble youths present, witnessing Su Han's ruthless act of killing Lin Haojia, were gripped by an indescribable terror. Crown Prince, I too am of royal blood. Do not act rashly. Boom. A young man, also a royal descendant, cried out, only to be engulfed by the thunderous flames, meeting the same fate as Lin Haojia. Su Han has lost his mind. Flee. If even one of us escapes, we must report this to the emperor. Screams echoed in waves, but within a mere 10 breaths, the surroundings gradually fell silent. Whether begging for mercy or cursing in despair, none could halt Su Han's slaughter. Choosing the wrong side means you must be prepared for death. Su Han coldly surveyed the lifeless body strewn about. This scene was witnessed by the still-living Wu Bufan, whose expression shifted from resentment to sheer terror. Could this man truly slay his own kin without a hint of mercy? Was he a reincarnation of the god of death? Wu Bufan recalled Su Han's earlier proclamation of annihilating his entire family, with his newfound understanding of Su Han. It seemed the Haoran sect was on the brink of destruction. Are you afraid? Su Han looked at Wu Bufan with a hint of mockery. After a brief silence, Wu Bufan suddenly erupted in a bizarre laugh. You have killed a disciple of the Wind Thunder Sword Maniac. The Su kingdom will not tolerate you any longer. You will die, and your end will be far worse than mine. Su Han stepped closer to Wu Bufan, towering over him. At that moment, the ghost eagle swooped down, affectionately nuzzling Su Han's shoulder. Wu Bufan's face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. A third-tier barbarian demon ghost eagle? This is my mount. I see you have encountered the ghost eagle before, Su Han replied with a calm smile. Impossible. How could you possess a third-tier barbarian demon as a steed? The despair in Wu Bufan's eyes intensified. A third-tier barbarian demon was comparable to a practitioner of the innate realm. Initially, he had hoped that the benevolent Empress Dowager behind the Duke of Hung and the Duke of Ding would protect the Howren sect, but now, I have vowed to eradicate your entire lineage. No one can stop me. As for my own demise, you need not concern yourself with that. Su Han smiled. Chapter 26, Jiang Kong's captivity in the southern outskirts of the capital. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly emerged from the Manyao Mountains, her heart finally experiencing a moment of relief. It was the last day of the hunting event, and most of the participants had already withdrawn from the mountains. They now stood before the high platform, awaiting the final rankings. The fourth prince's gaze shifted slightly upon seeing Su Xiaoyu. She was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks, appearing rather disheveled. Was she being pursued by the Manyao? At that moment, from another direction, Su Yin and his companions were also being escorted out of the mountains by 6 elite members of the Eastern Factory. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Family and Li Minji, who stood behind her, exchanged worried glances. He Baiyin furrowed his brow, remarking, "Your Majesty, those 6 are captains from the Eastern Factory." "I understand," the Emperor nodded slightly. Casting a glance at Nangong Family quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has not yet reached the fetal breathing stage. I fear for his safety, which is why I dispatched a few captains for protection. However, during the hunt, they certainly wouldn't interfere." "They had better not intervene," the Emperor replied solemnly. Nangong Family felt a pang of anxiety. The Emperor's words were unequivocal. Those wretched beings must not appear in the southern outskirts of the capital. Did they disregard my words? She cast a sidelong glance at Li Minji, her irritation palpable. Li Minji, aware that his subordinates had made a grave mistake, lowered his head in silence. "Father, my brother has gone mad," Su Yin cried out as he approached the high platform, prostrating himself on the ground. Those present were stirred by his words. The Emperor's voice was deep and commanding. "Rise and speak the truth. Father, my brother has indeed lost his sanity. Just moments ago in the Manyao Mountains, he attempted to kill me. If not for the 2 captains from the Eastern Factory who shielded me, I would have been slain." Su Yin's expression was one of sorrow and anger. "My brother will stop at nothing for the Crown Prince's position. Such a thing is unimaginable." Nangong Yu's expression shifted as he turned to the Emperor, bowing in respect. "Your Majesty, the first prince's murderous intent has indeed intensified lately. If we do not take measures to counterbalance him, I fear he may descend further into madness, ultimately becoming a tyrant who cannot discern right from wrong. Were you injured?" "Crown Prince." Nangong Family rushed to Su Yin's side, her voice tinged with concern. "Mother, I am unharmed. However, the 2 captains from the Eastern Factory have already perished at my brother's hands," Su Yin replied. "Your Majesty must take action for the Crown Prince. The first prince has defied all decency, even turning against his own brother. This is a most grievous offense." Nangong Family gazed mournfully at the Emperor. Upon witnessing this, Long Fei's face lit up with excitement, while Huang Fei frowned, her expression grave. "To act against the Crown Prince, even the first prince must be held accountable. Brother, we can no longer tolerate this." The fourth prince interjected. "I propose we strip the first prince of his martial arts foundation and detain him," Shen Wuhou suggested, kneeling solemnly. His countenance was grim. From Su Yin's account, he surmised that Bai Shan and the others might have already failed. The ministers in attendance began to voice their agreement with Shen Wuhou's proposition. Chen Shitai, unable to contain his mirth, remarked, "Your Majesty, I too believe that the first prince's temperament is volatile. He may well have fallen into the path of darkness." "Su Yin, are your words entirely true? Is there any evidence?" The Emperor's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's brother speaks nothing but the truth." Lin Suner interjected hastily. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu spoke up. "Your Majesty, I can testify for the Crown Prince. I witnessed the first prince slay the Eastern Factory's elite with my own eyes, and beyond that, he even threatened my senior brothers and sisters." "What? He sought to harm the disciples of Jiuyang Academy? Their master was present." The crowd's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Even Nangong Yu instinctively glanced towards Feng Lei Jianquang. Su Han would dare to kill the disciples of Chen's master? The Emperor turned to Su Xiaoyu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "As far as I am aware, Jiang Kong has already reached the 8th level of the fetal breathing stage and possesses a 4th-grade supreme fire seed. With such prowess, even the national master would not dare to claim victory, let alone Su Han against such a formidable opponent." "Indeed, Xiaoyu, you are exaggerating," Chen Shitai added with an indifferent smile. "The first prince conceals his true strength. His cultivation is certainly beyond that of a novice in the fetal breathing stage." Su Xiaoyu's expression was complex. "Before I left the Manyao Mountains, I witnessed him slay Wu Bufan, the leader of Howren sect." "Impossible," Nangong Yu exclaimed. His voice deepened. How could Su Han defeat a peak fetal breathing expert? The crowd initially gasped in surprise, but soon shook their heads in disbelief. The leader of Howren's sect was a peak fetal breathing expert. How could the first prince possibly be his match? During the hunting event, how could the leader of Howren's sect even appear in the Manyao Mountains? Xiaoyu, have you misseen something? The fourth prince's expression was grave. My daughter did not missee. The crown prince can also attest to this. He too witnessed the event, Su Xiaoyu asserted, with everyone gazing at him. Su Yin forced a strained smile and respectfully addressed the emperor. I can indeed testify. At these words, the atmosphere became charged with commotion. A peak fetal breathing expert, such strength was at the pinnacle of the Su kingdom. The Howren sect was hailed as the foremost sect, and its leader's strength surely rivaled that of Nangong Yu. Yet, such an existence had been slain by the first prince? Not long ago. Su Han had been a mere invalid. How could he have transformed into such a powerful martial artist in an instant? A flicker of panic crossed Nangong Weir's eyes. Long Fei was in disbelief, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. Nangong Yu fell silent. The younger royal descendants inhaled sharply, instinctively swallowing hard, their minds racing with a singular visage. The emperor's expression remained inscrutable, betraying none of his thoughts. Xiaoyu, are you suggesting that the first prince possesses strength that rivals that of a peak fetal breathing expert? Qin Shi Tai suddenly stood, his face darkening. Master, his strength not only rivals that of a peak fetal breathing expert, but with a third-grade divine weapon in hand, Wu Bufan could not withstand a single strike from him. I implore you to act swiftly. Otherwise, my senior brother's lives are in jeopardy. Su Xiaoyu urged fervently. A peak fetal breathing expert could not withstand a single strike from Su Han? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn it. Qin Shi Tai moved ahead towards the Manyao Mountains. Jiang Kong, possessing a fourth-grade supreme fire seed, was among the few within the entire Dezhou dynasty who had ignited a supreme fire seed. Such a prodigious disciple could not perish in Su Kingdom. Mr. Chun. The emperor's voice resonated, calm yet firm. Qin Shi Tai's figure froze, suddenly sensing a looming threat from all directions. The rules of the hunting day must not be broken. Whatever the matter, it can wait until the event concludes. Mr. Chun, please take your seat, the emperor smiled. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from within the Manyao Mountains. Master, save me. The anguished voice drew all eyes towards the source. Jiang Kong stumbled out of the dense forest, appearing utterly disheveled. Upon spotting Qin Shi Tai, his face lit up with joy. It is Jiang Kong. He looked in dire straits. Was he truly being hunted by Su Han? Perhaps it was merely the Manyao. Qin Shi Tai's heart momentarily eased. As long as Jiang Kong was unharmed, all would be well. But in the next instant, Qin Shi Tai's expression shifted drastically. Jiang Kong, who had been running, suddenly stumbled, and his head flew from his neck as he fell forward. It was not until this moment that the crowd beheld a figure standing behind Jiang Kong. It was none other than the crown prince of Su Kingdom, Su Han. Chapter 27. You are also guilty, how dare you? The Wind and Thunder Sword Master, Qin Shi Tai, bellowed with fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The crowd was struck with disbelief. Could it be that Su Han had actually slain Jiang Kong? A chill coursed through Su Xiaoyu's veins, her back drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, she found herself unable to meet Su Han's gaze from afar, nor could she bear to look at Jiang Kong's lifeless body. Ancestor! Suddenly, the emperor exclaimed, and a figure appeared before Qin Shi Tai, seemingly out of nowhere, halting his intended assault on Su Han for the sake of vengeance against Jiang Kong. Su Changsheng. Qin Shi Tai fixed his gaze on the elder before him. Wind and Thunder Sword Master, remember, we are in the Su Kingdom, not in the Great Zhou Dynasty nor the Zhou Academy. Here, you must abide by the laws of our Su Kingdom. With a calm smile, Su Changsheng replied. Let us sit down first. We can discuss matters without resorting to violence. Nangong Yu's expression turned serious. When had Su Changsheng arrived? He had received no prior warning. That wretch has slain Jiang Kong. What is there to discuss? Are you truly going to impede me today? Qin Shi Tai's fists clenched tightly. Do not act impulsively, or I cannot guarantee your safe return to Zhou Academy. Su Changsheng cautioned, shaking his head. Indeed, he had reached the innate realm. Nangong Yu regarded Su Changsheng with a heavy heart, feeling a sense of unease. To speak so boldly before the Wind and Thunder Sword Master indicated that Su Changsheng was also a master of the innate realm. Otherwise, how could he possibly stand in the way of such a formidable opponent? Silence enveloped the scene for a moment, and Qin Shi Tai inhaled deeply, his face betraying no emotion as he returned to his seat. However, his eyes burned with a terrifying murderous intent. The emperor signaled to He Baiyan, who swiftly approached Su Han. Upon reaching Su Han, they exchanged a glance before He Baiyan hoisted Jiang Kong's body and ascended the platform once more. Qin Shi Tai's gaze fell upon Jiang Kong's corpse, a flicker of sorrow and regret crossing his features. Had he known this journey to the Su Kingdom would cost Jiang Kong his life, he would have never allowed him to accompany him. A fourth-grade supreme fire seed. A scion of the Jiang family from Great Zhou, and already at the fetal breath stage at such a young age, he was destined to break into the innate realm. To lose such talent in this remote corner of the Su Kingdom would surely invite severe reproach from both Juyang Academy and the great Zhou Jiang family upon his return. All the ministers of the Su Kingdom, concubines, and those royal descendants and officials below the platform turned their attention to Jiang Kong's body. Your Majesty, it is indeed Jiang Kong, he by-in reported after examining the head for a few moments. Jiang Kong possessed a fourth-grade supreme fire seed. While it may not compare to a sixth grade, he was nonetheless an eighth-level practitioner of the fetal breath stage. How could he have fallen to Su Han? Could it be that Su Han has been deliberately concealing his strength all along, having long since broken through to the fetal breath stage? Many turned their eyes towards Su Han, who was approaching from a distance, their expressions filled with fear, trepidation, and a hint of reverence. In this moment, though Su Han was not the crown prince of the Su Kingdom, the aura emanating from him felt far more formidable than before. In stark contrast, Su Yin, whose legs trembled slightly despite being clad in princely attire, seemed vastly inferior to Su Han. Your Majesty, please provide an explanation, Chen Qitai demanded, his expression darkening. Mr. Chen, do not be hasty. Allow me to ascertain the facts, the emperor replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Su Han, who had now reached the base of the platform. Su Han, what transpired? Why did you slay Mr. Chen's disciple? In the barbarian demon mountains. Jiang Kong conspired with Wu Bufan, the leader of the Haoran sect, and the crown prince Su Yin to ambush me. I killed him in self-defense, Su Han replied coolly. You speak nonsense. Su Yin exclaimed, fear etched across his face. Nangong Family also retorted sharply, eldest prince, how dare you falsely accuse the crown prince? Oh, I am the one making false accusations? Then what of the expert from the Eastern Bureau accompanying him? Is the rule of the hunting day unknown to the empress? Does Su Yin not understand it either? Su Han scoffed. Since the inception of the hunting day in the Su Kingdom, has there ever been a precedent for bringing such formidable experts into the barbarian demon mountains? With a cold smile, Su Han continued. The royal descendants behind him exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar as they swept their eyes over the 6 Eastern Bureau captains who were keeping their heads down in silence. I merely feared for the crown prince's safety and arranged for a few guards to protect him. What is wrong with that? You are the one who is slandering the crown prince and are utterly unforgivable. Nangong Family nearly shrieked. Seize him. Arrest him. Enough. The emperor interjected, frowning. Nangong Family immediately fell silent, her heart racing until she caught the eye of Nangong Yu, prompting her to regain her composure. Su Han, you and Su Yin share my bloodline. Therefore, this matter must be a misunderstanding. Please explain to me the alliance between the leader of the Haoran sect and Jiang Kong. The emperor stated calmly. Su Han chuckled inwardly at the emperor's predictable response. He would never condemn Su Yin in front of so many people. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Chen Qitai's gaze turned icy. Mr. Chen, please remain calm and allow him to reveal the truth, the emperor said with a smile. Su Chongxing cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qitai, who immediately suppressed his anger and fixed his gaze on Su Han. Recently, I killed Wu Bufan's junior brother, Wu Dong, at Cloud Mist Tower. Thus, he came to the hunting day seeking vengeance, Su Han explained with a smile. As for Jiang Kong, he coveted my divine weapon and conspired with Wu Bufan, hoping to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, he was overestimating his capabilities and was no match for me. After I dispatched Wu Bufan, he abandoned his fellow disciples and fled. With that, Su Han cast a scornful glance at Jiang Kong's remains. It dawned on the crowd that apart from Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Kong, the rest of Chen Qitai's disciples were indeed missing. Where are my disciples? Chen Qitai suddenly stood, alarmed. They sought to kill me. Naturally, I had to eliminate them. Do you not understand such basic reasoning? Must you feign ignorance? Su Han scolded, narrowing his eyes at Chen Qitai. A dignified innate realm expert, yet you cannot comprehend such a simple truth. Have you wasted all your efforts in vain? The atmosphere turned utterly silent. Was this the second time Su Han had insulted Chen Qitai? He by-in regarded Su Han with a hint of admiration. Were he in the same position, he could maintain his composure before an innate realm master, but would not dare to speak so boldly. You. What do you mean by that? You have allowed your disciples to commit murder in our Su Kingdom, plotting against this esteemed crown prince. You too are guilty, Su Han declared coldly. Suddenly, Su Chongsheng smiled. Su Han, step behind me. Today, I will ensure your justice is served. Our Su Kingdom values reason, not barbarism. Let us clarify right from wrong. Yes, ancestor, Su Han replied respectfully, then obediently moved behind Su Chongsheng. Chapter 28. Minced meat for the dogs. The situation has become relatively clear. Su Chongsheng cast a sweeping glance and spoke calmly. The leader of Haoran sect, Wu Bufan, for his own selfish desires, attempted to assassinate a prince of our dynasty, a crime that is utterly unforgivable. Pausing briefly, he continued, Jiang Kong, a disciple of Jiuyang Academy, driven by greed, covets the divine weapon possessed by the prince. Together with his fellow disciples, he colluded with Wu Bufan. He deserves to die. Chinchitai, your disciple is about to stray from the right path. Since he has already perished in the barbarian demon mountains, I shall no longer pursue this matter. You may leave. Su Chongsheng said, casting a glance at Chinchitai. Su Chongsheng, you are clearly attempting to distort right and wrong. Chinchitai retorted angrily. As a disciple of Jiuyang Academy and a member of the illustrious Jiang family of the Great Zhou, does Jiang Kong lack anything? Why would he covet what belongs to your Su kingdom? Upon finishing, he turned to Su Xiaoyu. You were with Jiang Kong and the others before. Speak up. Did Jiang Kong collaborate with Wu Bufan? The gazes of the crowd converged upon Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Senior brother Jiang has never collaborated with Wu Bufan. All of this is a fabrication by the crown prince. Did you hear that, Su Chongsheng? He killed my disciple without cause. How will your Su kingdom provide me with an explanation for this? Chinchitai exclaimed with a mocking laugh. You've raised a fine daughter. Su Chongsheng remarked, glancing at the fourth prince. He smiled slightly and saluted Su Chongsheng, saying, Ancestor, my daughter merely speaks the truth. Should she lie for the crown prince simply because of his status? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Nangong Ware's eyes glimmered with delight. If this matter cannot be clarified today, Su Kingdom must surrender Su Han. Otherwise, how can they endure the wrath of Jiuyang Academy and the great Zhou family? Certainly, the blame will fall upon you. I possess a letter from Su Xiaoyu to Jiuyang Academy, the contents of which are quite revealing. Would you care to take a look? Su Chongsheng said with a faint smile. The fourth prince's expression shifted slightly. Su Xiaoyu's face drained of color, becoming somewhat pale, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. How could the letter she sent to Jiuyang Academy end up in their hands? Chinchitai, what brings you to my Su kingdom? Do you think I am unaware? Su Chongsheng admonished. Take Jiang Kong and Su Xiaoyu back to Jiuyang Academy. If you return again, I shall ensure you leave in a manner most uncomfortable. Chinchitai's face turned ashen, and after a moment of silence, he turned and left. Su Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, uncertain of what to do, until she caught the fourth prince's gaze and suddenly gritted her teeth, lifting Jiang Kong's dismembered body from the ground and hastily following Chinchitai. Has Feng Lei's sword mad simply left? The crowd was both astonished and perplexed. They were unsure whether Feng Lei's sword mad feared Su Chongsheng or the soldiers stationed in the southern suburbs. Su Xiaoyu is quite cunning, even more cowardly than Jiang Kong. She abandoned her fellow disciples under the pretense of delivering news, but in reality, she feared dying in the barbarian demon mountains. It is a pity to let her go. Su Han remarked with a faint smile. The fourth prince's expression changed suddenly, glaring angrily at Su Han. Chinchitai, who was already far away, visibly stiffened but did not stop as he continued to lead Su Xiaoyu away. Enough. You have already offended Jiuyang Academy and the great Zhou family by killing Jiang Kong. You must temper your temperament. The emperor frowned. Su Han smiled but did not respond, inwardly dismissing the emperor's words. With the blade already raised, why feign innocence? The best approach was to retaliate with overwhelming force. If one kill was insufficient, then 2. If 2 were not enough, then 10. If 10 were still lacking, then annihilate an entire family. Brother. Why haven't elder brother and the others emerged yet? Lin Suner suddenly inquired of Su Yin. Right. Su Yin's expression hardened as he looked at Su Han. What of Lin Haojie and the others? They're dead, Su Han replied with a faint smile. What? Lin Suner instinctively covered her mouth, gazing at Su Han in horror. Some ministers, seeing their kin had yet to emerge from the barbarian demon mountains, began to panic and inquired anxiously. Elder brother, how could you? Su Yin exclaimed in despair. Those you killed were the future pillars of Su Kingdom, many of them scions of the royal family, sharing the same ancestry as I. What are you all staring at me for? Su Han chuckled. Who told you they were killed by me? Which of your eyes saw that? Are you truly in such despair? If you genuinely care for their safety, why not have these eunuchs take them away with them? Su Yin fell silent. The 6,000 households from Dongchang behind him felt immense humiliation. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Lin Qianhu and Fang Qianhu died at your hands. One of them murmured. Indeed. Su Yin's eyes lit up. Alas. These future pillars of Su Kingdom perished before they could achieve anything. All because of that old dog Wu Bufan from Haoran sect. Su Han sighed softly. You speak nonsense. Wu Bufan had already been cleaved in 2 by you. How could he have caused the deaths of Lin Haojie and the others? Su Yin retorted angrily. Su Yin, As the crown prince, how can you utter such foul words? Do you believe I one-tea chop you into minced meat to feed the dogs? Su Han frowned. You go too far. You go too far. Su Yin was seething with rage, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Su Han, tell me truthfully, did Lin Haojia and the others truly die? How did they die? The emperor inquired in a deep tone. Su Han smiled. I have already stated. They died at Wu Bufan's hands. Although I cleaved him in two, as a 10th level fetal breath realm expert, how could he easily perish? Moreover, Jiang Kong intervened, and Wu Bufan ignited his martial spirit, preparing to perish alongside me. Naturally, I had to evade him, while Lin Haojia and the others, lacking in cultivation, could not escape, and thus were killed in the explosion. A fetal breath expert cleaved in two will not die immediately, yet it remains quite simple to kill a corporeal realm warrior. Su Changxing nodded slightly. And what of Wu Bufan? Is he dead? Yes, I killed him with my own hands, Su Han confirmed. That suffices. Su Changxing replied. This matter shall come to a temporary conclusion. I will dispatch the Black Knights to the barbarian demon mountains to collect the corpses. For those who have lost their kin, do not grieve too deeply. In hunting barbarian demons, it is only natural that some perish. The emperor spoke slowly, delivering his final decree. Those who had intended to lament immediately closed their mouths upon hearing this. Since Jiang Kong and the others are dead, then the hunting of the barbarian demons is nullified. National Master, see who ranks first and distribute the explosive chi pills. The emperor commanded. Understood. Nangong nodded slightly. Su Yin felt a surge of excitement. Without Jiang Kong and the others, he was certain to claim first place in this hunting day, though he had not achieved his goal of slaying Su Han. Obtaining the explosive chi pill would swiftly elevate him to the fetal breath realm, granting him the means to stand against Su Han in the future. Chapter 29. First place after some calculations, Nangong Yu announced loudly. The winner of the hunting day is His Highness, Prince Su Yin. Congratulations, Your Highness. Someone voiced their congratulations. A glimmer of joy appeared in Nangong Yu's eyes. Su Yin's acquisition of the explosive energy pill could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Even with the resources of the Su Kingdom, the royal family could only obtain a handful of explosive energy pills each year, just like martial arts and divine weapons. Once pills surpass the third rank, they become exceedingly rare. In the Great Zhou dynasty, fourth-rank explosive energy pills are regarded as scarce training resources among the top-tier powers. National Master, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Regardless, this first place should not belong to Su Yin, Su Han said calmly. Oh, what insights does the first prince have? Nangong Yu replied with a smile. The number of barbaric beasts slain by the prince far exceeds that of others. Although you have slain a second-rank poisonous python, it pales in comparison to the beasts hunted by the prince. Nangong Yu gazed at Su Han, a smile on his face, but his eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. Given that Su Han had managed to slay Wu Bufan and Jiang Kong, Nangong Yu could no longer dismiss Su Han's strength, no longer viewing him as the mere child he once thought him to be. Damn it, even now, he seeks to prevent me from obtaining the explosive energy pill. Su Yin glared at Su Han, his fists clenched tightly. If he possessed sufficient strength, he would long to beat Su Han to death with his bare hands. His hatred for Su Han had reached a point that could not be extinguished even by the vast ocean. Leader I have another beast in the forest. I would be grateful if you could send your subordinates to retrieve it for me. Su Han smiled at He-Bai-Yin. He-Bai-Yin nodded slightly, and soon several black cavalrymen rode towards the barbaric mountain range. Before long, they returned, collaborating to bring forth a massive wolf carcass. The Howling Moon Wolf? Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Han with a strange expression. National Master, with the addition of this third-rank Howling Moon Wolf, who do you believe should take first place in this hunting day? Su Han smiled at Nangong Yu as the wolf's carcass was placed on the high platform. Upon the wolf's head, Su Han's mark shimmered brightly. A third-rank barbaric beast? How could this be possible? This beast is comparable to innate-level creatures. What merits does Su Han possess to slay such a formidable demon? Su Yin's face turned a deep shade of iron. Nangong Yu approached to inspect the carcass. His expression grave, and then fell into silence. The crowd below craned their necks, continuously examining the Howling Moon Wolf, their astonishment growing with each glance. Many years prior, a third-rank barbaric beast had wreaked havoc in the Su Kingdom. At that time, the entire kingdom was powerless against it until a passing Nirvana realm expert intervened to quell it. Since then, sightings of third-rank barbaric beasts in the nearby barbaric mountain range had become exceedingly rare. Yet today, they witnessed the corpse of a third-rank barbaric beast with their own eyes. Father, this cannot be. This is absolutely not a third-rank barbaric beast. Su Yin quickly turned to the emperor, his eyes filled with grievance. The prince makes a valid point. In our Su Kingdom, Third-rank barbaric beasts are not commonly seen. This wolf is already dead. Who knows what rank it was when it was alive? An elder slowly spoke. He bore royal blood, being a prince from a collateral line, though his status fell short of that of the fourth prince. He still held a higher position than the divine martial marquis. The words of the collateral prince hold merit, just based on the first prince's claims. We cannot ascertain that this wolf demon is indeed a third-rank beast, Minister of War's son Shurchin gradually added. His own nephew also failed to emerge from the barbaric mountain range. This wolf may not even be a second-rank beast. General Lin Yinghai stroked his beard. His age evident, but his resolve unwavering. He wielded great power within the Su kingdom, and crucially, he was the clan leader of the Lin family. Lin Guangyuan was a member of this clan. Nangong Yu smiled, but remained silent. The divine martial marquis fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Su Han and slowly spoke. Even if this wolf demon were indeed third rank, it is impossible for the first prince to have slain it. Claiming such merit is neither honorable nor reasonable for a prince. If this were to spread, it would only invite ridicule. His words struck at the heart. The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. Su Yin suddenly regained his composure, a hint of glee surfacing in his eyes as he looked at Su Han. The collateral prince bore no grudge against Su Han. Yet due to the proximity of his nephews to Su Yin, their demise in the barbaric mountain range evidently turned him against Su Han. Lin Yinghai had never intervened personally before, but with Lin Guangyuan's death and Lin Haojia perishing in the mountains, he finally made his stance known. What does it matter how strong one's martial prowess is? Without the support of the ministers, I wonder how you could hope to reclaim the position of the prince. Su Yin mused to himself. Su Han glanced at Lin Yinghai, then at the collateral prince, and finally swept his gaze over Sun Shurchin and the divine martial marquis. Chuckling lightly, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Prince, be cautious with your words. Lin Yinghai warned sternly. General, you have long led troops to battle against the Yin kingdom. Surely your vision should not be so limited. Can you truly not recognize a third-rank Howling Moon Wolf? Su Han replied indifferently. I cannot confirm it. Lin Yinghai smiled. Oh, then perhaps it's time for you to retire, Su Han said, bowing to the Emperor, Your Majesty. I propose that General Lin be relieved of his command. How can a commander who cannot even recognize a third-rank barbaric beast be worthy of leading the sons of the Su kingdom into battle? If the enemy were to learn of this, it would surely be the subject of ridicule. You. Lin Yinghai's eyes flashed with anger, and he hurriedly bowed to the Emperor. Your Majesty, there's no need for further discussion. I can recognize whether or not it is a third-rank barbaric beast. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. With that, he turned to Su Changsheng and gently inquired, Old Ancestor, this Howling Moon Wolf is indeed a third-rank beast, correct? Indeed, it is a third-rank barbaric beast. Every part of it, from its fur to its bones, can be used as precious materials for forging divine weapons, making it exceedingly valuable. Su Changsheng nodded. Upon his words, Sun Shurchin and the others immediately fell silent. Your Majesty, I absolutely do not believe that the first prince could slay a third-rank barbaric beast. The divine martial marquis asserted. Whether you believe it or not, what does it matter? The mark on it belongs to Su Han. Could it possibly belong to you, divine martial marquis? Su Changsheng shot him a cold glance. The divine martial marquis was instantly rendered speechless. He dared not argue with Su Changsheng and could only lower his head in silence. National Master, you may announce the results, the Emperor smiled. Nangong Yu pondered for a moment, avoiding eye contact with Su Han, and then, amidst Su Yin's pale countenance, he announced the first place for this hunting day once more. He walked slowly to Su Han, handing him a porcelain vial. Your Highness. Inside is a fourth-rank explosive energy pill. Thank you. Su Han accepted it with a smile and then bowed to the Emperor, saying, Thank you, Father. No need for such formality. This is what you rightfully deserve, the Emperor replied with a slight smile. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yuer's fury had already erupted like a volcano. Upon witnessing the Emperor smile at Su Han, her fury seemed to freeze instantly, like a volcano encased in ice, leaving her heart feeling icy cold. Ding! The moment Su Han received the porcelain vial, the system's notification sound echoed again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining first place in the hunting day. Receiving the Thunder Dominance Technique, sealed state. Please slay a barbaric beast possessing the Thunder bloodline within 3 months and collect its essence blood to unlock the Thunder Dominance Technique. The rank of the Thunder Dominance Technique is determined by the quality of the essence blood. Rewards will be reclaimed if the deadline is exceeded. Outwardly, Su Han appeared unfazed, yet internally, he felt immense curiosity towards the system's reward this time. A technique requiring the essence blood of a beast with the Thunder bloodline to unlock? The rank is even linked to the quality of the essence blood from the beast? Chapter 30. Zhao Hong in the royal palace of Su Nation, upon returning to the temporary residence. Su-Han immediately inquired about the details of the Thunder Body technique from the system. The Thunder Body technique is a body refinement method, correct? Indeed, the system affirmed. Is the technique's rank tied to the quality of the savage demon's blood? The higher the quality of the savage demon blood used by the host to unlock the Thunder Body technique, the higher its rank will be. If I were to unlock it using the blood of a first-tier savage demon, the Thunder Body technique would be of the first rank. Understanding this, a wry smile crept onto Su-Han's face. The scarcity of savage demons possessing the Thunder bloodline made it exceedingly challenging to procure high-quality blood. No wonder the system had set a 3-month deadline. He had two choices. Either hunt a savage demon with the Thunder bloodline himself, though its rank would likely be low, or seek to buy it at a high price. Su-Han favored the latter, but regardless of the choice, he could not accomplish it in the short term. Strengthening his abilities first seemed prudent. With this thought in mind, Su-Han retrieved an explosive chi pill. The 4th-tier explosive chi pill exuded a rich medicinal aroma. The pill resembled a crystal-clear longan, with a golden essence swirling within. Let us see how potent your effects truly are. Su-Han chuckled. The pill dissolved instantly, and the concentrated medicinal liquid surged down his throat into his stomach, transforming into an overwhelming pure aura that coursed through his limbs and bones. The pill's potency was astonishing, at least 10 times that of a chi condensation pill. The thunder true energy within his dantian ignited instantly due to the explosive chi pill, merging with the pure energy generated by the pill and swirling frantically through his meridians. Boom! The bottleneck of the 5th stage of the embryonic breath realm shattered instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the 6th stage of the embryonic breath realm. An unending stream of thunder true energy flowed back through his meridians. Not only did the quantity of thunder true energy in his dantian increase, but the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon also grew increasingly refined. Just as Su-Han thought the effects of the pill were waning, the previously calming thunder true energy surged back to life. It truly is a case of one wave not settling before another rises. No wonder it is called the explosive chi pill. One can only consume one, for its effects are indeed domineering. As Su-Han felt his cultivation rise exponentially, a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. An hour later, the immense thunder true energy broke through yet another bottleneck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the 7th stage of the embryonic breath realm. This time, the effects of the explosive chi pill finally depleted, and the thunder true energy gradually calmed. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon became even more vibrant, radiating a formidable aura that commanded respect. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Empress Renxing sat gracefully upon her phoenix chair, surrounded by several elderly women. The Duke of Honghua and the Duke of Dinghua sat at a lower position, their expressions dark and grim. The two dukes had successfully reattached their arms, and after consuming various spirit herbs over the past month, their arm functions had nearly returned to around 80% of their peak. Cousin, how can Su-Han be so extraordinary at such a young age? Even Wu Bufan cannot match him. Duke Honghua trembled as he spoke, fear evident in his eyes. Perhaps it is due to his demonic mother, who left him some superior pills, Empress Renxing pondered. Superior pills? How is that possible? Even in the great Zhou dynasty, one cannot find a superior pill. Duke Dinghua was taken aback. His mother's origins are unknown. How can we be certain? If not for that, how could his waning martial spirit have revived? Empress Renxing sneered. The annihilation powder was personally procured by me from our Jiang family's main lineage. Its value is astronomical. Even innate experts would see their martial spirits extinguished upon consumption. If not for superior spirit herbs, how could Su-Han have survived and advanced further? Then Su-Han's mother's background is indeed extraordinary? Duke Dinghua and Duke Honghua exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Cousin, the more extraordinary he is, the sooner we must eliminate this child. He can now slay those at the 10th stage of embryonic breath, if we give him more time. Will he not break into the innate realm? Hu and Su Nation will be able to suppress him then. You need not worry about this matter. Wu Bufan's life is inconsequential, but the lives of Jiang Kong and his disciples are of great importance. Empress Renxing replied lightly. If Su-Han kills Jiang Kong, neither the Jiaoyang Academy nor the main lineage will let him off. After a pause, she suddenly addressed one of the elderly women beside her. You go to Howren Gate and bring them all elsewhere. I have heard this child intends to annihilate Wu Bufan's entire family. We may still find use for those warriors from Howren Gate. Yes. The elderly woman nodded and turned to leave. Wait, take my token and find General Lin Hai. Have him assist you, Empress Renxing instructed. The elderly woman turned back to take the token and quietly exited the hall. Cousin, we might take this opportunity to have Lin Hai strike and eliminate Su-Han? Duke Dinghua's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. One person, Lin Hai, may not suffice. You should notify Nangong. You should also lend a hand at this time, Empress Rinxing said with a light laugh. Cousin, we brothers will go find Nangong you immediately. Du Qingwen nodded vigorously. That night, Su Han stood in the courtyard. After a brief wait, the phantasmal ghostly eagle appeared before him, affectionately rubbing its head against his shoulder. This phantasmal transformation ability is indeed intriguing. Had it not been for the mental connection between us, even I could not have detected your movements, Su Han mused. This ability resembled that of a chameleon, but the ghostly eagle's phantasmal transformation was even more formidable, as it directly melded its body into the void of night. While in this state, it could not carry its master or attack, yet it was exceptionally useful for escape and communication. Su Han felt a surge of anticipation. If the ghostly eagle evolved into a Buddha ghost eagle, would it acquire another practical ability? System, how can my mount be upgraded? Su Han instructed the ghostly eagle to remain on standby in the Savage Demon Mountain range before inquiring of the system. Feeding with pills and merging bloodlines can elevate the rank of the host mount, the system's voice chimed. Merging bloodlines? Su Han's eyes lit up. How can I help the ghostly eagle merge bloodlines? As long as the host unlocks the bloodline classification, it can be exchanged with divine emperor coins, the system explained. I am curious about the bloodlines available in this classification. Su Han chuckled. However, having activated the system for over a month, he had only unlocked the divine weapon classification. He wondered how long it would take to unlock the bloodline classification. The following day, a robust middle-aged man was brought into Su Han's residence by a eunuch. Upon seeing Su Han, he immediately knelt and wept. I am Zhao Hong, your humble servant. Greeting the Grand Prince. Rise, Su Han gently raised his hand, smiling. Manager Zhao, is Yunwu Tower as it once was? Reporting to the Grand Prince. Yunwu Tower has returned to its former glory. Zhao Hong wiped the tears from his eyes, then excitedly produced a stack of silver notes from his waist, respectfully offering them to Su Han. Grand Prince, this contains 80,000 taels, the surplus from Yunwu Tower during this time. Su Han nodded, accepting the silver notes with a faint smile. Manager Zhao, before my mother departed, I was not particularly interested in commerce. As her trusted aide, do you know which enterprises in the capital were left behind by her? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhao Hong's eyes. I understand, he exclaimed, eager to elaborate. Su Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 31. Beast Spirit Pill. Zhao Hong recounted 2 enterprises, a spirit medicine shop and a divine weapon store. The former was manned by a 3rd-grade alchemist, while the latter boasted a 2nd-grade weapon craftsman along with several 1st-grade artisans. Since the departure of the Empress, Master Chen of the spirit medicine shop had changed his allegiance to the 4th Prince, and Mr. Wu of the divine weapon store had also become closely tied with the Nangong family. Zhao Hong whispered. Su Han smiled, realizing that Zhao Hong had been diligent during this time, managing to uncover the allegiances of both the spirit medicine shop and the divine weapon store. I am aware of this matter. You may return now and manage Yunwu Tower well. Do not squander my mother's efforts, Su Han instructed. Yes, I take my leave, Zhao Hong replied. After Zhao Hong departed, Su Han, now in possession of 80,000 taels of silver, made his way to the royal armory. Upon his arrival, the noble scions of the royal family all retreated, not daring to confront Su Han. The guards at the armory immediately bowed in respect upon seeing him. The events of the hunting day could hardly be concealed, and news had spread throughout the palace. Even in the marketplace, rumors circulated regarding Su Han's slaying of Wu Bufan and Jiang Kong, among other masters. What do you intend to purchase this time? Su Changxing asked cheerfully upon seeing Su Han. Grandfather, I have 80,000 taels here, enough to buy 20 qi gathering pills. With the remaining 30,000 taels exchanged for 30 blood qi pills, Su Han replied, producing the silver notes. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Su Changxing added, according to the rules, you may receive a portion of training resources from the royal armory each month. Shall we exchange for some beast spirit pills? What is the highest grade available here? Su Han inquired with a smile. The highest is grade 3. However, the stock of beast spirit pills is limited. A single grade 3 pill sells for at least 5,000 taels outside, far more expensive than the qi gathering pills. I can offer you 4, Su Changxing stated. Thank you, grandfather. Su Han immediately bowed in gratitude. He had heard that the mounts of the Black Knights were 1st-grade barbarian beasts, Jiao blood horses, which required numerous 1st or 2nd-grade beast spirit pills for sustenance each month. The emperor also kept other barbarian beasts, leading to the depletion of most beast spirit pills in this regard. Securing grade 3 beast spirit pills was a delightful surprise for Su Han. After receiving the pills, Su Han took his leave. Su Changxing watched Su Han's retreating figure with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. At last, in the vast Su kingdom, there emerged a young man with promise. The spirit medicine shop was bustling with activity, thriving due to the presence of Master Chen Rua, one of the 4 great alchemists in the capital. His 8 disciples were all second-grade alchemists, producing pills of exceptional quality, attracting patrons from nobility to commoners alike, all eager to procure medicinal pills for their martial training. As Su Han entered the spirit medicine shop, he assessed the situation for a while before estimating that the monthly profits of the shop were perhaps several times greater than those of Yunwu Tower. How could I have been unaware of my mother's wealth all this time? Has she spent all the fortune she earned over the years? Su Han mused. Meanwhile, several pairs of eyes were discreetly observing him. Soon, a middle-aged steward from the spirit medicine shop approached Su Han. Greetings, Your Highness. The steward bowed respectfully. You recognize me? Su Han asked, regarding the steward with a faint smile. I once had the honor of seeing Your Highness, and it has remained etched in my memory. The steward replied with a servile grin. Indeed, this was not Yunwu Tower, where the servants could be replaced. The stewards remained constant. Considering this, Su Han replied with a faint smile, since you recognize me, do you know why I am here? Yes, Master Chen has instructed me to lead you. He wishes to meet with Your Highness, the steward said eagerly. Su Han nodded subtly and allowed the steward to lead the way. Shortly after, he was brought to an opulent room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rotund figure resembling the Maitreya Buddha, who approached him with a beaming smile. Your Highness, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly, the man exclaimed warmly. This person was none other than Master Chen Rua, the spirit medicine shop's sole third-grade alchemist. Master Chen is being too kind, Su Han replied with a nonchalant smile. Your Highness, you have come to verify the accounts of the spirit medicine shop, I presume? Here are the ledgers, detailing the expenditures and surplus for each month. A total of 20,000 taels. I hope you find it satisfactory, Chen Rua said, producing 2 silver notes and offering them to Su Han with a jovial expression. Su Han smiled, but did not even glance at the silver notes. Instead, he casually flipped through the ledger before abruptly slapping it across Chen Rua's face. Smack! Chen Rua was caught off guard, instinctively covering his face, staring at Su Han in shock. Simultaneously, a group of guards suddenly sprang from the corners of the room, surrounding Chen Rua protectively. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Chen Rua asked, a flicker of malice crossing his features, though his face wore a forced smile. I have heard that you have aligned yourself with the 4th prince, Su Han remarked coolly, fixing his gaze on Chen Rua. No, that is absolutely untrue. Chen Rua quickly waved his hands in denial. Whether you are or are not, produce the true accounts, Su Han continued with an indifferent smile. Your Highness, the accounts are right here, Chen Rua replied, looking bewildered. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin, Su Han sighed lightly, casting a dismissive glance at the guards around Chen Rua. A hint of disdain crept onto his face. Do you truly believe these mere physical guards can protect you? Your Highness, regardless of the circumstances, I am one of the 4 great alchemists in the capital, a third-grade alchemist. Even if I were to go to the Dazhou dynasty, there would be many factions treating me with respect. If you seek to provoke me today, do not bother with other excuses, just say it outright. Chen Rua's smile gradually faded, his eyes darkening as he glared at Su Han. Is being a third-grade alchemist such a grand achievement? Su Han chuckled. Do you genuinely believe I am unaware of your past? Over a decade ago, when you first met my mother, you were merely a first-grade alchemist pursued to the brink of despair. No, perhaps you were not even a first-grade. Have you considered what enabled your rise to this position in the past decade? Pausing for a moment, Su Han's voice turned icy. Now that my mother is no longer in the Su Kingdom, you immediately conspire with the 4th prince, attempting to monopolize the spirit medicine shop? You are indeed overly ambitious. Initially unaware of Chen Rua's identity, Su Han's memory surged upon their meeting, the visage of the rotund figure making it hard to forget. Chen Rua's expression darkened, realizing that Su Han's knowledge of his past was unexpected. Your Highness, I advise you to temper your ambitions. The spirit medicine shop's monthly surplus is merely 20,000 taels. If you desire it, I will respectfully deliver it to you each month. Should you refuse, not a single tael will remain. Do you intend to openly seize the spirit medicine shop? Do not forget your status. You are a prince, many eyes are upon you. One misstep, and there will be no redemption. Chen Rua warned ominously. Chapter 32. The Valley of Deathly Medicine. So, you believe I lack the courage to end your life, which is why you resort to such despicable tactics to dismiss me. Su Han suddenly understood. Chen Rua remained silent, merely stepping back a pace, prompting the group of guards he had summoned to advance and shield him. Meanwhile, the great door behind Su Han swung open once more, and 7 or 8 formidable experts entered, their expressions chilling as they fixed their gazes upon Su Han. Your Highness, as one of the 4 renowned alchemists in the capital, do you truly think I lack protection? Upon seeing those formidable figures, Chen Rua felt a sense of relief and smiled lightly. To be frank, the moment you approached the Lingao Guild, I had already dispatched word to the 4th Princess Residence, the Shunqin Princess Residence. The Shenwu Marquis Residence, he enumerated 7 or 8 locations, each holding significant power within the capital. This indicated that Qin Rua had likely been ingratiating himself with the upper echelons of the Su Kingdom for quite some time. These places were all intricately connected to the Lingyao Guild. I never imagined you would know all these people. It seems I have indeed misjudged you. You have not merely allied with the 4th Prince, but are collaborating with him and his associates? Su Han remarked. Qin Rua chuckled, as expected of the Crown Prince. You grasped the situation in such a brief time. Indeed, I am collaborating with them. As a third-grade alchemist, why would I need to pledge myself to them? What can they offer you, and what can you offer them? Su Han inquired curiously. It is quite simple. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Rua's eyes. They can provide me with materials below market value, which I refine into elixirs and then sell to them at a low price, pocketing a portion of the profits for the Lingyao Guild. He smiled. Do not underestimate this portion. Through this operation, the Guild's monthly surplus is several times that of normal operations. The price of ordinary materials is exorbitant. Do you know how much a 10-year-old Zhu fruit sells for in the market? 50,000 taels. It can only produce 25 condensation pills. Should I fail even once during the process, I would inevitably incur losses. The 4th Prince and his allies can sell me a 10-year Zhu fruit for merely 10,000 taels. I once advised the Empress to collaborate with them, but alas, she did not heed my counsel. It has proven that my judgment was indeed correct. Over the years, I have secretly amassed a fortune you cannot fathom. Such inexpensive materials must have dubious origins. Su Han replied coolly. Regardless of their origins, in this world, it is the strong who reign supreme. Qin Rua scoffed. I have heard that you have recently achieved the fetal breath realm, and even Lin Guanyuan perished at your hands. Your temperament has changed significantly, utterly unlike your former self. However, he shifted his tone. Over the years, I have gathered a total of 5 million taels of silver, exchanged for 50,000 taels of gold, using it to secure the identity of an outer disciple of the Valley of Deathly Medicine. So do you dare kill me? You wouldn't even dare to lay a finger on me. The Valley of Deathly Medicine? One of the 7 top powers in Qingzhou, with formidable beings of the Dharma aspect residing within? Su Han was somewhat taken aback. This rotund man had expended such a colossal fortune to become an outer disciple of the Valley of Deathly Medicine? This sect held a status in Qingzhou comparable to that of the Qinglong Academy. Not only the Su Kingdom, but even the Great Zhou dynasty would appear trivial like ants before such a power. Qin Rua believed Su Han had been intimidated, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. All this extraneous talk was merely to buy time. I suspect the 4th Prince and his allies should be arriving soon. I previously offered you the opportunity to receive 20,000 taels of silver each month, provided you behaved and caused no trouble. Unfortunately, you have squandered this chance. Today, whether in terms of status or strength, you are inferior to me. What face do you have to stand here? As he spoke, the fetal breath experts behind Su Han suddenly parted, and soon after, the 4th Prince, Shunqin Prince, Shenwu Marquis, and several other top nobles of the Su Kingdom entered with their retinues. They were accompanied by several fetal breath strongholds, and in an instant, the spacious room felt crowded, with nearly 30 fetal breath experts present, not to mention the surrounding physical realm experts, armed with crossbows, should they engage. Even ordinary fetal breath experts would find it hard to defend themselves. No wonder Qin Rua appeared increasingly composed from his perspective. He had already secured absolute dominance in today's scenario. What a lively gathering. Su Han cast a sardonic glance at the 4th Prince and others. Gentlemen, the Crown Prince has come to my Lingyao Guild today to extort my wealth. How should we address this matter? Qin Rua clasped his hands before the assembly, smiling. The Shenwu Marquis and others glared at Su Han with ominous expressions. After a few moments, the 4th Prince slowly spoke. Crown Prince, given your status, engaging in such despicable acts would surely tarnish the dignity of the Su royal family. I shall pretend not to have seen today's events. You may leave. The Shenwu Marquis furrowed his brow slightly but quickly realized the underlying dynamics. With Su Chongqing as their backing, they could not afford to openly execute Su Han. Thus today, they could only expel him without seizing the opportunity to strike. 4th uncle, you are mistaken. Qin Rua is merely speaking empty words, and you believe him? Su Han said with a faint smile. Master Chun is a 3rd-grade alchemist, and moreover he is an esteemed outer disciple of the Valley of Deathly Medicine. How could he possibly lie? The 4th Prince replied coolly. Crown Prince, you should take your leave. If someone were to witness the Crown Prince being forcibly expelled from the Lingyao Guild, the Su royal family could not afford such disgrace. The Shunqin Prince smiled, though his eyes shimmered with a cold, murderous intent. Gentlemen, please hold on. Qin Rua suddenly interjected, turning to Su Han with a smile. How about I offer you another choice? I can provide you with 2,000 taels of silver each month. Shall we turn swords into friendship today? Laughter erupted within the room. 2,000 taels, a sum fit for a beggar. Shenrua was clearly humiliating Su-Han on purpose. 2,000 taels is far too meager. After all, you are an outer disciple of the Valley of Deathly Medicine. However, we need not rush the price. Allow me to first address the matter at hand, and then we can negotiate thoroughly. Su-Han smiled and shook his head. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly summoned his Fong Tianhua halberd, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous true energy within. Thunder halberd technique. The Fong Tianhua halberd, swift as lightning, descended upon the Shunshin Prince's body. Although he had intentionally kept a distance of several paces from Su-Han, he could not evade this sudden lethal strike. The Shunshin Prince was unable even to emit a cry of despair before being cleaved in two by the Fong Tianhua halberd. Chapter 33. I want it all. The subordinates of the Prince of Shun stepped forward hastily, but alas, it was too late. The prince had been cleaved in two by Su-Han, and even divine intervention could not alter his fate. For the vengeance of our lord. A powerful warrior at the 8th level of the fetal breath realm roared in fury, only to be met with a flicker of purple light that instantaneously appeared before him. With a swift thrust, this formidable warrior met the same fate as the prince, bisected without mercy. He was the strongest among the princess followers. The remaining warriors, their levels ranging only from 3 to 5 in the fetal breath realm, stood petrified in shock, too intimidated to make a single move. Su-Han, how dare you? The fourth prince was filled with dread. The expression on the face of the divine martial marquis shifted abruptly, his hair standing on end as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Su-Han. Could a mere 8th-level fetal breath warrior be so easily dispatched? What chance did he, a 9th-level warrior, have against Su-Han? The divine weapon in Su-Han's grasp was far too powerful. He could hardly believe that Su Changsheng would entrust such a weapon to him. A flicker of unwillingness crossed the eyes of the divine martial marquis. He realized that if he were to engage Su-Han in a one-on-one battle, the outcome was all too clear. He would undoubtedly be the one to perish. Has this lad lost his mind? Shenrua's expression darkened further, shaken by Su-Han's violent display. Fourth uncle. If you and the divine martial marquis do not leave at once, I fear the Fong Tianhua halberd in my hands may very well be turned against you. Would you care to test that? Su-Han grinned, a chilling smile that sent shivers down their spines. Su-Han, do not act recklessly. According to our familial hierarchy, the Prince of Shun is your elder, and he is also a member of the royal family of our Su kingdom. Should you kill him today, even your royal brother would not be able to save you. Lay down your weapon and return with me to plead for leniency. Perhaps you may receive a lighter sentence. The fourth prince spoke gravely, aware of the weight of his words. There is a saying, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. If a brother could betray another, killing him would be a matter of course, let alone someone as distantly related as the Prince of Shun. Su-Han replied with a serene smile. The Apothecary Guild is the legacy of Chapter 34. The Master's command. Shenrua paused slightly, his smile lacking sincerity as he said, Su-Han, do not be too ruthless in your endeavors. You are still young, with countless bright days ahead of you, am I right? Your words hold merit. Su-Han replied with a smile and a nod. Let us conclude this matter. You are now a practitioner of the fetal breath realm, and the concentration pills will aid your cultivation. I will give you 100 concentration pills, and we shall consider this matter settled. You are not to set foot in my apothecary again. Shenrua pondered for a moment. I have already stated my position. Su-Han chuckled, I want it all. Shenrua's expression darkened instantly. Do not force my hand, Su-Han. As an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley, I am here to negotiate only out of respect for your mother. Should you seek to take more, do not blame me for using my advantage. Using my advantage? Su-Han's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly lunged, seizing Shenrua by the throat and slamming his face onto the table with a resounding thud. Shenrua cried out in pain, panic flashing in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Do not act impulsively. If you harm me, the entire Su kingdom will pay the price. Shenrua's cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the 3rd level of the fetal breath realm. Now, under Su-Han's grip, he had no capacity to resist. I loathe being threatened, Su-Han hissed, shaking his head as he traced the edge of his weapon against Shenrua's arm, contemplating where to strike. Please, let us discuss this calmly. Shenrua begged, terror evident in his eyes. Too late, Su-Han replied coolly. With a swift motion, Shenrua's right arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound immediately cauterized by Su-Han's lightning-infused energy. While this prevented him from bleeding to death, reattaching his arm was now a distant hope. Shall we negotiate now? Su-Han smiled, releasing his grip. Shenrua's face had drained of color as he scrambled to retrieve his severed arm, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This man was utterly insane. Shenrua regarded Su Han with a complex expression, realizing that despite revealing his identity as an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley, Su Han dared to act against him. Was he not mad? For the sake of his life, Shenrua resolved to feign compliance today and seek revenge for his severed arm in the future. Very well, I will yield the apothecary to you. Furthermore, you must surrender all the wealth you have amassed from the apothecary over the years, Su Han added with a smile. Shenrua's eyes flickered, suppressing his humiliation as he nodded slowly. That can be arranged. I will give you half an hour to collect it. No need. Everything is here, Shenrua replied. Carefully standing and walking towards a wall, he tapped a few spots, and the wall slowly opened to reveal a hidden chamber. A fragrant aroma wafted from within. Su Han rose to inspect the chamber, which was filled with white porcelain vials. You possess a considerable collection of pills here. The total value of the pills amounts to 200,000 taels, consisting of 400 third-grade concentration pills, along with various other pills of the second and first grade. This represents the entirety of the apothecary stock, Shenrua lamented. You must have earned more than this over the years. I want to count the extras. But if you produce the 500,000 taels mentioned earlier, we can put this matter to rest, Su Han stated with a calm demeanor. 500,000 taels? Shenrua's eyes widened in disbelief. I already spent that amount to obtain my identity as an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley. How can I possibly produce such a sum again? Then you shall pay with your life, Su Han replied with a grin, raising his weapon to Shenrua's throat. Wait. Shenrua's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the lethal intent in Su Han's eyes. The man was truly willing to kill him. Do you wish to leave a final word? Su Han asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, Shenrua finally spoke. The 500,000 taels merely bought me a Master-S command. I will give it to you. You can sell it to other alchemists for no less than 500,000 taels. A Master-S command? Su Han's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Shenrua. Please elaborate. Any alchemist who possesses a Master-S command is granted the privilege to join the Medicine Dead Valley. There are few such commands circulating in Qingzhou, and other top-tier factions also possess them. Each is exceedingly rare, Shenrua whispered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Knowing he would demand double the humiliation he suffered today once this encounter was over. So, you are not yet an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley? Su Han noted with a smirk. I am a third-grade alchemist. With the Master-S command, my status as an outer disciple is assured. Shenrua replied after a brief silence. What are you waiting for? Produce the Master-S command, Su Han urged, smiling. Shenrua sighed softly, retrieving a palm-sized token from his waist. The token was circular, crafted from a type of white jade, adorned with exquisite carvings and inscribed with the three characters, Zhou Wu Wang. This token was bestowed upon me by a venerable Wang of the Zhou clan from the Medicine Dead Valley. I went to great lengths to acquire it from another, Shenrua explained. Su Han examined the Master-S command closely, noticing a large character engraved on the back, signifying the Medicine Dead Valley. I have relinquished the apothecary and even presented this Master-S command. Your Highness, will you honor your promise and allow me to leave? Shenrua's gaze flickered. How can I trust that this token is genuine? I will verify its authenticity before granting you your freedom, Su Han replied indifferently. You do not intend to keep your word? Shenrua's eyes flared with anger and a hint of panic. Su Han keenly observed the flicker of fear in Shenrua's eyes, raising an eyebrow. Could it be that the token was a forgery? How could a Master-S command be fake? Shenrua forced a smile. With a swift motion, Su Han severed Shenrua's other arm without hesitation. Shenrua let out a horrific scream and fell to his knees. In the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. I will provide you with Chapter 35, the tiger capturing prison of the Ministry of Justice after Shenrua's demise. Su Han searched through his belongings and unearthed 3 identical Master-Disciple tokens, in addition to the one he had found earlier, making a total of 4. These tokens were indistinguishable. Even the patina developed on the jade due to the passage of time was identical. However, one of the tokens emanated a sense of solemnity that set it apart from the others. This one was genuine. The other 3 were mere fakes. A precautionary measure taken by Shenrua in anticipation of such an eventuality. Given his disposition, it was evident that he would carry the authentic token with him rather than conceal it elsewhere. A light chuckle escaped Su Han's lips as he stored all 4 tokens in his storage compartment. His limited storage compartments, one holding the corpse of a ghost eagle and the other containing the Master-Disciple token from the Valley of the Deadly Herbs, were proving inadequate. He sighed softly, then ventured into the secret chamber, extracting the 2 ghost eagle corpses while placing the porcelain vials containing the spirit-gathering pills inside, totaling 40 vials. Indeed, when contained within porcelain, the quantity assessment of items in the storage compartment altered. With a smile, Su-Han proceeded to store the remaining beast spirit pills, blood sheet pills, and various other first and second-tier pills in the compartment. The limit for identical items was set at 99, without the porcelain vials. He could only accommodate 99 spirit-gathering pills. After gathering the pills, Su-Han felt along the wall until he discovered the mechanism set by Chenrua, causing the secret chamber walls to slowly close. He intended to deal with the ghost eagle corpses later. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a dozen individuals clad in black, their heads adorned with black veiled round hats and long knives at their waists, entered the room. Upon seeing the corpses strewn about, their expressions turned grim. I am Pei Chi Feng, the purple badge head of the tiger-capturing prison of the Ministry of Justice. I have met the Crown Prince. The leader of the group bowed respectfully to Su-Han, followed by the others in his company. Oh, the tiger-capturing prison. Your response is quite swift. Su-Han remarked with a smile. The tiger-capturing prison was a significant department in the state of Su, with branches established in every Chapter 36. The door smashed Ji Yuan. Is that not Su-Han? Not far from the Nangong residence, atop a restaurant named Fengdu Tower. A group of young men and women observed Su-Han from their elevated position. Each individual among them boasted a distinguished background, either the offspring of nobility or the daughters of esteemed court officials. Upon hearing the name Su-Han, Ji Yuan instinctively trembled, immediately rising to gaze out the window. Indeed, it was him. Gritting her teeth, she spoke. She would never forget that fateful day in the royal armory when Su-Han broke her knee with his own hands. Though her injury had healed, it had left her with lingering pain. Miss Su, is he not the rough and ruthless Crown Prince Su-Han, who kills without hesitation? A youth clad in white approached Ji Yuan, casting a glance at Su-Han, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is him, someone answered on Ji Yuan's behalf. The noble youths regarded the white-clad boy with a hint of deference. Several young women even stole glances at him, their eyes betraying a flicker of affection. He appears unremarkable. Yet I have heard he recently killed Jiang Kong, a scion of the Jiang family of the Great Zhou. Such a figure would undoubtedly be noteworthy in your Su kingdom, remarked Su Xiuan with a soft chuckle. However, compared to Su Gongzi, Su-Han is nothing. Before Su Gongzi, Su-Han is unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Someone flattered, and the crowd echoed their agreement. Your praises are too much for me. I am but a novice in the world, Su Xiuan humbly smiled. However, when I passed through the Great Zhou dynasty, I crossed blades with Jiang Kong. His 4th grade Supreme Fire Seed was comparable to a 5th grade, and he was at the 8th level of the embryonic breath stage. Su-Han could slay him, and even the leader of Howren's sect. So his cultivation must be around the 8th level of the embryonic breath stage. Su Gongzi, you have fought Jiang Kong? Ji Yuan inquired, her surprise evident. Indeed. Su Xiuan nodded with a smile. He managed to withstand 3 of my moves before being defeated, showing he possessed some skill. I had thought I would have another chance to spar with him, but alas, he met his end in the Su kingdom. The crowd's gaze towards Su Xiuan grew increasingly respectful, including Ji Yuan. The noble youths present were merely martial artists at the physical realm, while Su Xiuan was a formidable presence at the 10th level of the embryonic breath stage, comparable to Nangong Yu. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Su Yin entered the private room with Lin Suner, Nangong Hen, and others. Upon seeing Su Xiuan, Su Yin stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, Su Yin pays his respects to Su Gongzi. There is no need for such formality, Crown Prince, Su Xiuan replied with a gentle smile. It is indeed a privilege for me to meet such distinguished peers during my visit to the Su kingdom. Su Gongzi is far too courteous. Who does not know that the Qinglong Academy is one of the 7 premier powers of Qingzhou? It is our fortune and honor to befriend someone of your stature. Su Yin responded with utmost politeness. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the academy, Su Xiuan humbly remarked. The Qinglong Academy is indeed powerful. To have someone as talented as Su Gongzi merely as an ordinary disciple? Su Yin flattered. Even the Great Zhou would struggle to find an equal to you. Su Xiuan had ignited a 6th grade fire seed and reached the 10th level of the embryonic breath stage at merely 16 years of age. Su Yin's praise rang true. Brother Crown Prince, it is Su-Han. Lin Suner, noticing Ji Yuan glancing repeatedly at the window, stepped forward for a look, her face instantly paling. Su-Han had slain her father and brother, leaving only distant relatives of the Lin lineage, and she had envisioned avenging them by killing Su-Han herself. Upon hearing this, Su Yin approached the window and gazed downward, his expression turning serious. I have just received news that Su-Han has slaughtered the spirit medicine house, killing not only Qin Rua, one of our capital S4 alchemists, but also Prince Shunqin. Su-Han has truly gone mad. Ji Yuan could not help but shake her head. Yes, he dares to kill even Prince Shunqin. He is of royal blood, at this rate. Will he not come for us next? Lamented someone, expressing dissatisfaction and concern. It is only a matter of time before we fall into Su Han's hands. Why not let me take action to eliminate this threat for everyone? Su Shiwan suddenly proposed with a smile. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances filled with incredulity, instinctively looking towards Su Yin. Su Yin was equally surprised, not expecting Su Shiwan to offer his assistance. He quickly gathered his composure and bowed. Thank you, Su Gongzi. If you could lend your hand, it would be most excellent. But what? Su Shiwan inquired lightly. Su Han recently killed the leader of Haoran sect, who was also at the 10th level of embryonic breath, Su Yin whispered. Oh, so the Crown Prince is concerned about that? The leader of Haoran sect merely ignited a 5th grade fire seed, even at the 10th level of embryonic breath. He is not much of a threat. Su Han's ability to slay him suggests he is around the 8th level of embryonic breath. My fire seed is of the same 6th grade, yet my cultivation surpasses his by 2 full levels. Coupled with the 4th grade martial techniques I have learned at the Qinglong Academy over the years, extinguishing him would pose no difficulty. Su Shiwan chuckled as he shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yin's face brightened with joy. If Su Gongzi can rid the Su Kingdom of this menace, rest assured, whenever you have any request in the future, our Su Kingdom shall go through fire and water without hesitation. As Su Yin and the others conspired to eliminate Su Han, he had already arrived at the gates of the Nangong residence, where the crimson doors stood firmly shut, flanked by 2 towering stone beasts, exuding an air of grandeur. Crown Prince, Su Gongzi, it seems Su Han is heading toward our Nangong family. Nangong Hen suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the terrace to observe Su Han's intentions. What does he plan to do? Su Yin spoke in a low voice. Before he could finish, Nangong Hen cursed. Damn it, he intends to smash my Nangong family's doors. Before their eyes, Su Han lifted one of the stone beasts high and hurled it directly at the crimson gates. With a resounding crash, the doors shattered, and a few cries of alarm could be heard from behind, indicating that someone had been caught unaware. Crown Prince, you are exceedingly bold. A cold voice rang out as Nangong Yu emerged from the estate, accompanied by a group of warriors, fixing a steely gaze upon Su Han. Simultaneously, a battalion of captors from the tiger-capturing prison surged forth from all directions, surrounding Su Han in an instant, numbering in the hundreds. Among them stood a notably elderly man, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. He was none other than the current Minister of Justice. Chapter 37. What crime cannot be fabricated? He Yin, the Minister of Justice of the Su Kingdom, though he had surpassed 70 years of age, possessed remarkable martial prowess. It was said that his flame seed was akin to a shackle, its rank indeterminate, and when unleashed, it could confine even those at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm. Minister He. Is such a grand display of force due to a rebellion by the national master? Su Han's gaze settled on He Yin, a smile playing on his lips. Surrounding He Yin were 7 or 8 experts at the fetal breath realm, 4 of whom bore golden waist tokens, likely the 4 renowned captains of the tiger-capturing prison. Your Highness, do not speak recklessly. How could the national master rebel? He Yin chuckled, shaking his head. Nangong Yu, expressionless, stood with a crowd of Nangong family members, young and old, all possessing considerable martial skills, glaring at Su Han with indignation. Your Highness, I hold no grudge against you. Why did you shatter the gates of my Nangong family? Nangong Yu spoke in a deep voice. No grudge? Is the divine armory master in your residence? This armory was established by my mother. Do you dare to meddle? Have you considered the fates of Duke Hung and Duke Ding? Su Han retorted coldly. Today, I merely shattered your door to demand the person. Should you utter another word, I shall sever your hands. I wonder if without hands, you can still maintain your position as national master? Minister He, you have heard this. The Crown Princess accusations are baseless. When have I ever interfered with the divine armory? Nangong Yu turned to He Yin, smiling. Your Highness, therein lies your error. Should you wish to accuse the national master, it must be done according to the law. I have not come today for this matter. He Yin's voice grew grave. Just now, Captain Pei Qingfeng of the tiger-capturing prison delivered 2 corpses, one belonging to Prince Shun and the other to Master Dan, Chenrua. Did you, Crown Prince, slay these 2? His words reverberated powerfully, resonating with the surrounding crowd. The citizens of the imperial capital and passing warriors reacted with shock upon hearing He Yan's proclamation. Is that truly our Su Kingdom's Crown Prince? How could he even slay members of the royal family? I have heard that since the disappearance of the former empress, the Crown Prince has lost his authority, transforming from his once gentle demeanor into a tyrant. Recently, he even killed a second-rank official of the court. General Lin Guangyuan fell by his hand. Such events are remarkable. When did the Crown Prince's cultivation become so formidable? Could he be practicing a demonic art that drains blood? Hush, keep your voice down. We may think it, but do not speak it aloud. If overheard, it would lead to great trouble. Everyone knows the fate of those who practice demonic arts. Such practitioners are universally condemned. The murmurs spread, and the gazes cast upon Su Han now bore traces of fear. It appears the minister has come for those too. Indeed. I was the one who killed Prince Shun and Qin Rua, Su Han said with a calm smile. Well, as long as the crown prince admits it. Then you must accompany me to the Justice Department. He Yin commanded solemnly. Approach. Here. For Golden Captains stepped forward. Treat the crown prince with courtesy as you escort him back to the tiger capturing prison, He Yin instructed. Yes, sir. The four captains exchanged glances before advancing towards Su Han. Your Highness, I apologize for the offense. One of the golden captains spoke in a deep voice, producing a chain crafted from refined gold. This is a chain of exquisite craftsmanship. Even those at the fetal breath 10th level cannot break free. Wait a moment. Su Han smiled gently. Crown Prince, the minister has commanded. How could I refuse? The captain shook his head, reaching to secure the golden chain around Su Han. Su Han frowned and, in a swift motion, struck the captain on the head with a powerful slap. The captain, caught off guard, did not have time to scream before his head vanished into his chest, leaving his lifeless body to stand there, still clutching the golden chain. You. The other three golden captains recoiled in shock, instinctively stepping back. With a clatter, hundreds of captains from the tiger capturing prison drew their weapons. Staring in disbelief at Su Han, they could not fathom how a mere golden captain could be slain in a single blow by the crown prince. This was in broad daylight. Countless citizens observed the scene, and Su Han, as the crown prince, appeared unconcerned about public opinion, brazenly executing a golden captain of the tiger capturing prison in plain sight. Truly a tyrant. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, He Yin's countenance darkened. Your Highness, that makes 3 lives lost now, he said, his expression turning grave. Nangong, you interjected. Minister He, it is evident that the crown prince has practiced demonic arts. The emperor may refuse to believe, but if we unite to subdue him, we can then send word to the temple of the other shore for their monks to come and exorcise him. The temple of the other shore, one of the 7 elite powers of Qingzhou, was hailed by the righteous as the nemesis of demonic paths, with countless monks traversing the world to exorcise many a demon each year. Crown Prince, do you truly wish for us to join forces against you? He Yin turned to Su Han, his voice somber. He Yin, as the Minister of Justice, you fail to discern right from wrong. You are aware that Prince Shun and Qin Rua were usurping the assets left by my mother, yet you willfully ignore it. Usurping royal assets is a capital offense. Prince Shun, as a member of the royal family, is doubly guilty for appropriating family wealth. What crime is there in my slaying him and Qin Rua? Su Han regarded He Yin with a smile that held a hint of mockery. I once believed you were neutral, but today reveals your true depths. I wonder if you stand with the national master, or with the benevolent Empress Dowager, or perhaps with the Lin family. He Yin's expression changed abruptly. I serve with a clear conscience, Crown Prince. Do not slander me. With that, he appeared unwilling to let Su Han continue speaking and directly manifested his martial flame seed. A massive shackle, towering 7 to 8 feet, materialized from He Yin, swirling in the air before shooting towards Su Han. As it neared, the shackle contracted and condensed, rapidly descending upon Su Han. He was confined. Upon witnessing Su Han ensnared, everyone collectively exhaled, feeling inexplicably relieved. My flame seed can imprison even those at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm for several days. He Yin glared at Su Han with a cold smile. From the Phoenix Tower, it seems I need not intervene, Su Xuan remarked with a faint smile. Su Yin and others displayed expressions of surprise, for they had not anticipated that Su Han would be trapped so efficiently. With proper manipulation, it seemed impossible for Su Han to escape the tiger capturing prison alive. Chapter 38. A swift demise. Majesty is formidable. The captives of the tiger capture prison roared in unison, their spirits invigorated. The shackles manifested by He Yin radiated a blue light, and in just a few breaths, a faint layer of ice had formed on Su Han's face and body. Minister He, your ice attribute fire seed is indeed powerful, Nangong you remarked with a slight smile of admiration. Your praise is misplaced. Compared to you, my fire seed is still somewhat lacking, He Yin replied with a smile. After a moment, he addressed the 3 leading captains. Take the crown prince back to the tiger capture prison. Yes, my lord. They chorused, nodding as they approached Su Han. Minister He is indeed stronger. Even the crown prince must be restrained by his fire seed. The onlookers mused, their gazes towards He Yin filled with even greater reverence. Sigh. Su Han sighed softly. Is this truly all the means at the disposal of the esteemed Minister of Justice? Crack. A faint crack appeared on the blue shackles. And to the astonishment of the crowd, Su Han grasped both sides of the shackles and forcefully snapped them in half. The blue shackles, formed from genuine energy, instantly transformed into wisps of spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. The three captains, who had approached Su Han, halted in their tracks, their faces betraying a hint of shock. Puff! Hien, astride his blood dragon horse, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling dramatically. The shattering of his fire seed was an incredibly severe injury for a practitioner at the fetal breath stage. My lord. The fetal breath experts surrounding Hien quickly moved to shield him, concern etched on their faces. I am fine. Hien waved his hand, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression grave as he regarded Su Han. I did not anticipate your strength to have reached this level. The onlookers were equally stunned. At that moment, they began to grasp the extent of Su Han's power. Hien, as the Minister of Justice, governed all criminal matters within the Su Kingdom. His martial fire seed renowned throughout the realm for subduing numerous malevolent fetal breath experts. Yet now, this esteemed fire seed had proven ineffective against Su Han. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Nangong Yu, in that moment, finally recognized Su Han's potential, his eyes reflecting unprecedented gravity. A mere practitioner at the 10th layer of the corporeal realm had shattered Hien's fire seed, becoming a terrifying presence that even Hien could not restrain. If given more time, what would transpire? Fundu Tower. Su, it seems I must trouble you once more, Su Yin said with a wry smile. Leave it to me. Su Shiwan replied with a calm smile, and before the astonished crowd, he leaped directly from the tower. Miraculously, his feet appeared to tread upon the void. As if walking on solid ground, heading towards Su Han. The Azure Dragon Academy is formidable. How can a mere fetal breath practitioner possess such ability? Nangong Hen exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that Nirvana realm practitioners can barely tread the void, while only those of the Yuandan realm and above can truly walk upon it. This must be some form of martial technique, Su Ji Yuan observed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. If this crown prince could join the Azure Dragon Academy, perhaps he too could learn such techniques. It seems imperative to cultivate a relationship with him. Su Yin watched with excitement as Su Shiwan approached. I am Su Shiwan from the Azure Dragon Academy, and I am eager to spar with the crown prince. I wonder how the crown prince feels about this. His voice resonated through the air, and at that moment, everyone witnessed someone walking upon the void. Both Hien and Nangong Yu exchanged astonished glances. He is flying. A martial artist from the Azure Dragon Academy. Marvelous. It seems a warrior from the Azure Dragon Academy cannot resist stepping in to teach the crown prince a lesson due to his bloodthirsty nature. Countless gazes converged upon Su Shiwan, each step he took eliciting gasps of awe. To ordinary folk, walking upon the void seemed akin to divine intervention. However, they quickly discerned that he was merely a fetal breath practitioner, not of the Yuandan realm. Hien and Nangong Yu sighed in relief, feeling a renewed sense of respect for the Azure Dragon Academy. The mere presence of a fetal breath practitioner capable of such feats underscored the Academy's superior martial legacy compared to the Su Kingdom. Su Han gradually turned, his gaze landing upon Su Shiwan, only to quickly notice a cluster of familiar figures standing atop the tower, gazing in their direction. He recognized Su Yin, Su Ji Yuan, Lin Sun Nangong Hen, and other noble youths. So it is. Su Han's eyes gleamed with realization. Meanwhile, Su Shiwan completed his final step. Descending gracefully from the air, a serene smile adorning his face, clad in elegant white attire, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, just as he was about to touch the ground, Su Han made his move. Thunderbolt spear technique. Thunderflame. A torrent of thunderous energy surged into the Fong Tianhua halberd. As a fourth-tier mid-grade pinnacle weapon, it erupted with a terrifying flash of lightning, igniting all 6 thunder flame runes in an instant. In a split second, the once dapper Su Shiwan was reduced to a charred remains by the bolt, collapsing to the ground with a thud. To the naked eye, his form was unrecognizable. His limbs and body fused into a single mass, resembling a grilled delicacy emanating a tantalizing aroma. How could this be? Su Yin rubbed her eyes, ensuring she was not mistaken, her heart racing as beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. Su Ji Yuan and the others were equally aghast. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of Su Shiwan at Su Han's hands, their minds nearly short-circuiting. Nonetheless, Su Han merely scoffed dismissively. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5th-tier martial technique void step. The system's notification echoed unexpectedly. Su Han paused momentarily, pondering the bizarre occurrence of gaining rewards from slaying foes. Given the numerous enemies he had previously vanquished, why had none yielded any rewards? Could it be that their levels were insufficient? With a hint of skepticism, Su Han swiftly examined his attribute panel, discovering indeed that Su Shiwan had granted him a martial technique. The void step was precisely what he had just demonstrated, allowing one to briefly traverse the void. A glimmer of delight sparked in Su Han's eyes. Simultaneously, the the surroundings fell eerily silent, particularly among the citizens of the imperial city. Upon witnessing Su Han's single decisive strike against their revered figure, his image transformed in their hearts into that of a formidable demon radiating overwhelming malice. Chapter 39. Mastering the Void Step. May I ask if the host wishes to learn the Void Step? Learning. A torrent of information surged into Su Han's mind, and in less than a breath, he had mastered the Void Step with remarkable proficiency, as if he had practiced it since childhood, deeply etched in his memory. Trying to flee? Su Han suddenly turned to face Nangong Yu, who was hastily leading a group of Nangong family disciples toward the shattered gates, moving with incredible speed. With the thunderous true energy surging within him, Su Han stepped into the void, finding himself standing directly in midair. In mere moments, he traversed over the heads of the crowd and appeared before Nangong Yu and his companions. What? He-Yan's expression was one of astonishment. What had he just witnessed? Su Han was capable of walking through the air? When had such martial arts emerged in the Su Kingdom? Heavens, even the Crown Prince can traverse the void. It is no wonder that the renowned figure from the Azure Dragon Academy could not contend against him. Could it be that the Crown Prince has secretly been taken as a disciple by a formidable innate master? Nonsense. How could an innate master cultivate a figure as strong as the Crown Prince? I believe he is supported by a Nirvana realm expert. Such martial arts that allow a fetal breath realm warrior to walk in the void could only be possessed by someone of Nirvana realm, right? On the top of Fengdu Tower, the faces of Su Yin and the others turned as pale as death. Upon witnessing Su Han display a void martial technique akin to Su Shiwan's, their hearts could no longer remain calm. Your Highness, could it be that the Crown Prince has also been instructed by a powerful figure from the Azure Dragon Academy? Nangong Hen exclaimed. Su Yin remained silent, his expression dark and tinged with a hint of pallor. He dared not entertain the possibility of Nangong Hen's words. If Su Han truly had such a powerful figure behind him, it would explain why his fire seed had suddenly revitalized and why he possessed such terrifying cultivation in a short span of time. However, this would mean that his position as Crown Prince, no, even his life, was now gravely threatened. Walking through the void, Nangong Yu suppressed his inner shock and calmly said, Crown Prince, what are your intentions? Remember, it is daytime, and with so many eyes upon us, if anything happens to me, you will not escape culpability. Such words do not sound like those of a national teacher. Are you begging for mercy? Su Han smiled. A flicker of anger crossed Nangong Yu's eyes, but he quickly realized that this was not the moment for fury. The martial prowess displayed by Su Han had instilled a sense of dread within him. In a direct confrontation, as much as Nangong Yu despised to admit it, he had to acknowledge the reality. He was likely no match for Su Han. Crown Prince, I am not begging for mercy, I am merely stating the facts before us. Unlike Lin Guangyuan and the others, I hold no leverage over you. You have no justification to act against me, Nangong Yu said slowly. You dare to interfere with the divine armory. That is my justification. Su Han replied with a faint smile, slowly approaching Nangong Yu. With each step he took, Nangong Yu and his family retreated. Even the Tiger Capture Bureau officers surrounding them stepped back in unison. This scene, where a single person compelled hundreds to withdraw, created a stark and striking contrast in the eyes of the onlookers, both commoners and wandering warriors alike. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the periphery, and soon everyone noticed a group of black riders slicing through the formation of the several hundred Tiger Capture Bureau officers. At the forefront of the black riders was He Baiyan. Are those the black riders? Indeed, they are said to be the strongest cavalry beside the emperor. With hundreds of black riders united, their might is formidable enough to encircle even innate masters. So powerful. With such a contingent of black riders, could they not easily conquer a city? The distinctive garb of the black riders sparked the imaginations of many, and numerous warriors gazed upon them with envy. They knew that the Su Kingdom recruited new black riders every year, but the criteria for selection were exceedingly stringent, with few warriors able to meet the standards. Yet, once one became a black rider, they would be able to cultivate the second-grade techniques specially granted by the emperor. Such techniques that could lead one to achieve the fetal breath realm were rare within the Su Kingdom. They were either initiated into one of the renowned sects of the Su Kingdom or allied with the royal family. Leader, he has arrived at an opportune moment. The Crown Prince has fallen into the demonic path. I implore you to subdue him. Nangong Yu immediately interjected. He also cupped his hands, adding, Leader, he. The Crown Prince has slain Prince Shunshin and the alchemist Chenrua. Moreover, he has killed one of my chief officers for resisting arrest. He Baiyan paid no heed to the two, instead approaching Su Han. Brother He, you aren't here to capture me, are you? Su Han inquired with a smile that was neither here nor there. I am not here to apprehend you. However, you may find my purpose today somewhat unpleasant. He Baiyan spoke in a low tone. What purpose? Su Han asked. The ancestor has instructed that you must not harm Nangong Yu. Not only him, but you must also refrain from acting against Lin Yinghai, the head of the Lin clan. Killing them would lead to considerable trouble, He Baiyan stated. Considerable trouble? Su Han paused, taken aback. Su Chongqing's ability to subdue the wind and thunder sword madman Chen Qitai indicated that his strength had likely reached the innate level. From his recent understanding of Su Chongqing, if Nangong Yu and the others did not possess sufficient means to intimidate innate experts, Su Chongqing would not have intervened. Did the ancestor truly instruct you to convey this to me? After a few moments of contemplation, Su Han inquired. Absolutely, how could I dare to misrepresent the master's orders? He Baiyan chuckled softly. Then I cannot act against the others of the Nangong family? Su Han questioned. Who said that? As long as you do not kill Nangong Yu or wipe out the entire Nangong family, slaying a few of their disciples is inconsequential, He Baiyan replied with a grin. That is good. Su Han nodded with a smile and casually hurled the Fong Tianhua halberd into the air. The crowd was dumbfounded. The halberd, crackling with lightning, shot forth like a bolt towards Fengdu Tower. Not good. Nangong Yu turned in alarm, his face suddenly paling. On Fengdu Tower, Nangong Hen stared blankly ahead. By the time he regained his senses, the Fong Tianhua halberd was already upon him. With a piercing sound, the colossal halberd pierced through Nangong Hen's face, propelling his body into the wall of the tower. Nangong Hen's corpse twitched a few times before falling still. Cousin. Su Yin clenched his fists, a mix of fear and impotent rage surging within him. Your Highness, Nangong Hen is dead. He is dead. One person spoke cautiously. Another's gaze flickered, attempting to grasp the Fong Tianhua halberd. However, the moment they touched it, they were struck by a bolt of lightning, crashing heavily to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. Their breathing becoming labored. Chapter 40. Decapitation in the streets. Do not touch that divine weapon. Su Ziyuan warned immediately. Is it merely a divine weapon that we cannot even approach? Lin Suner remarked, her face ashen. How could such a brief period of time have resulted in such a vast chasm between her and Su Han? Fortunately, Su Han had not succumbed to madness. Someone, filled with dread, glanced instinctively at Su Yin. Su Yin's complexion turned pale. Had that attack been directed at him, his fate would have mirrored that of Nangong Hen at this very moment. Nangong Yu watched helplessly as Nangong Hen's head was pierced by the Fong Tianhua Ji, his eyes ablaze with fury. He slowly turned to fix his gaze on Su Han. Crown Prince, Nangong Hen was my adopted son. You have slain him. He was but a trivial interest. If you do not surrender Mr. Wu and the others, I shall reclaim further interest. Su Han smiled. You dare. Who among those present can stop me? Even if I were to take your head, none could impede me. Do you not believe it? Su Han's expression remained calm. He Yan's countenance darkened. Given Su Han's earlier display of power, it indeed seemed that taking Nangong Yu's life would not be a particularly arduous task. This farce can end here. Minister He. The Prince of Shun and Shenru He have embezzled the Crown Prince's assets. By law and clan decree, this is a capital offense. They deserve to die. He Baiyan remarked coolly. He then shifted his gaze to Nangong Yu. National Master. If you commit the same error as the Prince of Shun, it is not too late to surrender them now. I hope you do not miscalculate. Is this the Emperor's intent? He Yan was taken aback. What do you think? He Baiyan replied meaningfully. The Emperor expressed surprise at the depth of your relationship with the benevolent Empress Dowager. He Yan's expression shifted abruptly, then he forced a smile. Since the Crown Prince has sufficient grounds to execute the Prince of Shun and Shenru He, I shall take my leave. He clasped his hands toward He Baiyan and swiftly retreated, leaving the area significantly emptier. The surrounding citizens could now see the unfolding scene with greater clarity. With He Yan's departure, Nangong Yu realized the tide had turned against him. If he persisted in his obstinacy, Su Han might indeed strike at him. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto Nangong Yu's face. I have not interfered with the divine weapon shop. I am merely friends with Mr. Wu, who is currently visiting the Nangong family. I shall fetch them. National Master, do remember to return swiftly. The rest may wait here for a while. Su Han replied with a faint smile. The expressions of those from the Nangong family shifted slightly. They understood that Su Han was using them as hostages. Yet Nangong Yu said nothing and proceeded towards the Nangong residence. The crowd awaited only a brief moment before an elder, accompanied by over 10 young men, emerged under Nangong Yu's lead. The elder was none other than Mr. Wu, the third-tier divine weapons craftsman. He wore a neutral expression, while the young men behind him occasionally exhibited signs of worry and fear. He Baiyan, keep an eye on things. I shall return shortly, Su Han instructed. With that, he suddenly leaped into the air, stepping upon the void, and in an instant, he ascended to the Fengdu Tower, which was several dozen feet away. Su Yin and the others were rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events. Merely watching as Su Han withdrew the Fong Tianhua Ji and returned by the same route, landing before Nangong Yu and the others. Upon seeing Su Han reclaim the Fong Tian Huaji, Mr. Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Wu, it has been a while, Su Han greeted him with a smile. The old man has seen the crown prince, Mr. Wu replied hurriedly, bowing deeply. Good. Su Han nodded with a smile. It appears you remember me, which is splendid. Now, please kneel, Mr. Wu, along with your disciples. What? Mr. Wu's face revealed a trace of shock. How could someone of his esteemed rank, a third-tier divine weapons craftsman, be commanded to kneel? Even Nangong Yu and the fourth prince would treat him with equal regard. Crown Prince, this is excessive. Mr. Wu holds a significant status. How can you demand he kneel? Nangong Yu interjected with a frown. Nangong Yu, you claim not to have meddled with the divine weapon shop? Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly. I merely speak a word of fairness, Nangong Yu replied, his expression darkening. Silence your mouth. I do not require your commentary on my discipline of subordinates. Unless you wish to interfere, I would not hesitate to send you to keep company with the Prince of Shun and Shenru He. Perhaps you could enjoy a game of cards together down there. Su Han sneered. Unfamiliar with the game of cards, Nangong Yu's face fluctuated in color before ultimately falling silent. He did not wish to provide Su Han with any leverage in front of He Baiyin. Nangong Yu has ceased speaking. Why do you remain silent? Kneel. Su Han's gaze turned icy as he addressed Mr. Wu. Crown Prince, I do not comprehend the offense I have committed that warrants my kneeling in public, Mr. Wu replied solemnly. As a third-tier divine weapons craftsman, I need not kneel even before officials. Unless there is a valid reason, I shall not comply. The old man displayed a certain resilience. It was no wonder he was a third-tier divine weapons craftsman. Your demands are unreasonable, Crown Prince, the onlookers thought privately. Do you wish to know why I command you to kneel? As a mere dog, in your master's absence, you consort with others, betraying your master for personal gain. This is the reason for your kneeling, Su Han replied with a faint smile. Pausing briefly, he suddenly erupted with a thunderous shout. Kneel. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to a rolling thunderclap, striking the eardrums of those present and leaving them momentarily dazed. With a thud, the disciples behind Mr. Wu, terrified, found their legs giving way and all knelt down. Mr. Wu, kneel for now. He will not harm you. After all, the divine weapon shop requires your stewardship. Nangong Yu's lips moved slightly. His voice, enhanced by his inner energy, transformed into a thread that reached Mr. Wu's ear. This method of secretive communication was common among innate practitioners, yet rare among those at the embryonic stage. Mr. Wu relaxed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he gradually knelt down, vowing that one day he would repay this humiliation 100-fold. Now, that is more like it, Su Han smiled, leisurely walking behind Mr. Wu and the others. Mr. Wu sensed something amiss. In the next moment, Su Han wielded the Fong Tian Huaji, executing a swift horizontal sweep. The true energy surged forth, transforming into a blade of thunder, which swept across the necks of Mr. Wu in his chapter 41. Secrets of 80 years ago, has he gone mad? Nangong Yu fixated intently on Mr. Wu's severed head, his heart filled with shock and confusion at Su Han's actions. Mr. Wu was a third-tier weapon craftsman. How many third-tier craftsmen could there be in the entire Su kingdom? Without Mr. Wu, the weapon shop would merely be a hollow shell, and once the remaining weapons were sold, who would forge new ones? These were substantial sums of silver. Is there truly someone who does not cherish wealth? Madman. Nangong Yu gradually concealed his astonishment, casting a profoundly dark gaze towards Su Han. His perception of Su Han drastically altered. This was the act of a lunatic. He had come to understand that Su Han would rather let the weapon shop close than allow anyone else to gain the slightest advantage. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. A dog that has betrayed its master will eventually seek sustenance elsewhere. So it is better to eliminate it now than to suffer future troubles. Su Han turned to He Baiyin, who was in a daze, and smiled. Makes sense. He Baiyin nodded slowly after a brief silence. Nangong Yu, the weapons Mr. Wu took from the shop, they are not coincidentally visiting your Nangong family, are they? Su Han inquired, smiling at Nangong Yu. Initially, Nangong Yu intended to deny it vehemently, but upon seeing the unmasked killing intent in Su Han's eyes, he altered his response. What the Crown Prince says is correct. Mr. Wu feared the weapons might be stolen, so he brought them to my Nangong family. I will ensure they, along with the account books, are delivered to the Crown Prince's residence. There is no need for such trouble. Just convert them to cash. I estimate the total value of the weapons to be around 1 million taels. I do not require too much, just a neat sum of 1 million. Su Han said with a smile. Nangong Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The total value of the weapons Mr. Wu had brought was only about 500,000 taels. What? Is it insufficient? Su Han chuckled. Very well, then 1 million taels it is. Nangong Yu nodded slowly. I shall await it. Su Han smiled. A black knight approached. Leading a blood steed, Su Han mounted it, and, along with He Baiyan and a group of black knights, made their way toward the royal palace. Nangong watched them depart, and after a brief moment, he turned back, casting a glance at the corpse on the ground. "Clear this place," he ordered with a grim expression. Yes, this hall was satisfactory. A slight smile graced Suhan's lips. At the spirit herb shop, he had acquired pills worth approximately 2 million taels, along with a Master S token from the Valley of Medicinal Death valued at 5 million taels. With the weapon shop's total of 1 million taels, that amounted to 8 million taels. However, the Master S token could not be liquidated immediately, and Suhan had yet to contemplate its usage. He Baiyan, I have a question. Why would killing Nangong Yu and his associates cause significant trouble? Suhan suddenly turned to He Baiyan and asked, My master said that with your strength, you should know about this matter. Thus, during your visit to the palace, you should seek out my master in the royal armory. He will explain it to you, He Baiyan replied. Curiosity flickered in Suhan's eyes, and soon they returned to the royal palace. Instead of going back to the residence, Suhan headed directly to the royal armory. You've arrived, Su Changsheng said leisurely while seated in a rocking chair. The royal children, who had been selecting pills or weapons in the armory, hurriedly retreated to the corners upon seeing Suhan, avoiding any encounter with him. Old ancestor, does Nangong Yu have a backing? Suhan inquired with a smile and a respectful gesture. Do you know why Nangong Yu, at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm, could attain the position of national master? Su Changsheng replied with a smile. I do not. Suhan shook his head. Nangong Yu has been the national master since your childhood, and at that time, he was not yet at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm. This is because there exists an ancestor in the Nangong family who was once a Nirvana realm powerhouse, Su Changsheng explained with a smile. The Nangong family? Nirvana realm? Suhan's eyes instantly revealed a hint of seriousness. He had not anticipated that the Nangong family had once produced such a formidable warrior. Could it be that the Lin family, much like the Nangong family, also had a Nirvana realm warrior? Old ancestor, even if the Nangong family had a Nirvana realm warrior, he should have long since perished. Why should we still harbor fear? Suhan questioned, puzzled. Who told you that the Nangong family's ancestor is dead? He has not only survived but is likely on the verge of recovery, Su Changsheng said with a calm smile. Suhan was slightly taken aback. The Nangong family's Nirvana realm warrior was still alive? Why had there been no news for so many years? In fact, many people were unaware that the Nangong family had once produced such a powerful warrior. This matter traces back to 80 years ago when the strength of our Su kingdom was nearly comparable to the Great Zhou dynasty. And even a few Nirvana realm powerhouses existed. One was within the royal family, one in the Nangong family, one in the Lin family, and one in the Haoran sect. Su Changsheng reminisced with a faint glimmer in his eyes. Due to a certain incident, the Su kingdom offended a noble from the most powerful dynasty in Qingzhou, the Great Immortal Dynasty. That noble sent a servant to severely injure the 4 Nirvana realm warriors and fed them the heart-eating insect poison, subjecting them to the torment of poisonous insects day and night, causing their cultivation to plummet. Furthermore, they declared that the Su kingdom was forbidden from producing any new Nirvana warriors and confiscated countless cultivation manuals from within the kingdom. From that point onward, the strongest techniques in the Su kingdom became inferior second tier, and it became increasingly difficult for anyone to advance to the innate realm, let alone Nirvana. Such a thing happened. Suhan was somewhat astonished. He had not imagined that 80 years ago, the Su kingdom had 4 Nirvana realm warriors. Nor had he considered that the Su kingdom could offend the Great Immortal Dynasty, the most powerful dynasty in Qingzhou, the Great Immortal Dynasty. Alongside the Azure Dragon Academy in the Valley of Medicinal Death was one of the 7 top powers in Qingzhou. And it was said that the Great Zhou dynasty sent people to the Great Immortal Dynasty for tribute every year. I do not know if that old fellow from the Haoran sect is still alive, but the 2 old fogies from the Lin and Nangong families are not dead. If you were to deal a fatal blow to Nangong Yu, I expect that old man would risk his last breath to eliminate you. Su Changsheng said with a faint smile. Only then did Suhan comprehend why Su Changsheng had advised him against harming Nangong Yu. It turned out there were such underlying reasons. Given that the Haoran sect had once produced a Nirvana realm warrior, the Nirvana realm powerhouse from the royal family must be. Suhan couldn't help but smile wryly. I never expected the old ancestor's strength to be so astonishing. No wonder Chen Chi Tai could only retreat obediently. Astonishing? It is not as if we do not endure the torment of the heart-eating poison every day. In the eyes of those true powerhouses, we are insignificant. Su Changsheng waved his hand with a hint of disinterest. Suhan's gaze shifted slightly as he murmured, Is there any method to resolve this poison? None. Su Changsheng shook his head, paused, and then said with a smile, The Valley of Medicinal Death should possess the antidote, but they would not intervene. No one wishes to offend the Great Immortal Dynasty. The Valley of Medicinal Death. Suhan pondered thoughtfully, then smiled brightly. old ancestor. I shall take my leave for now. In the future, should an opportunity arise, I will certainly help you procure the antidote." With that, Su Han turned to depart. Su Changxing gazed at him in a daze for a moment, then chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "This little fellow is quite filial." Chapter 42, The 8th Level of Fetal Breath. Upon returning to the imperial palace from the royal armory, Su Han commenced a period of seclusion for cultivation. He had acquired 400 third-grade qi condensation pills from Chunrua, which provided an excellent opportunity for him to strive for the 8th or even the 9th level of fetal breath. Meanwhile, the sword maniac, Chen Shitai, had also returned to Juyang Academy with Su Xiaoyu. Upon reporting the death of Jiang Kong, a wave of shock rippled through Juyang Academy. Jiang Kong, a talented scion of the Jiang family from the Great Zhou, had rapidly risen to prominence within Juyang Academy as one of the leading figures of his generation. Possessing a 4th-grade supreme fire seed, his achievements had elicited envy and admiration from many. At such a tender age, he had already broken through to the 8th level of fetal breath, making his future ascension to the innate realm almost a certainty. Yet, this prodigy had met his demise at the hands of the great prince of Su Nation, Su Han. In the main hall of Juyang Academy, Chen Shitai stood with his head bowed in the center, while Su Xiaoyu stood behind him, equally downcast and anxious. Had it not been for her communication with Chen Shitai, he would not have taken Jiang Kong and others to Su Nation, indirectly leading to Jiang Kong's death. Thus, she bore a share of the responsibility. Around the hall, several innate realm experts were seated, some weaker than Chen Shitai, while others were comparable in strength. At the top, 5 Grandmaster chairs were arranged, with only 3 figures occupying them. These 3 were the Nirvana realm powerhouses of Juyang Academy. The central figure, appearing to be in his 40s, was, in truth, nearing a century in age, Su Han's Han, the head of Juyang Academy and the foremost expert of the Great Zhou dynasty. "Shitai, please elaborate on the events that transpired." Su Han's Han spoke slowly. Many innate realm experts exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude, while an elder seated to Su Hanshan's right glared at Chen Shitai with fury barely contained. This elder, surnamed Jiang and named Long, was Jiang Kong's direct kin. With his head lowered, Chen Shitai recounted the events in detail. The more they listened, the more astounded the audience became. They had heard of the great prince of Su Nation. Although his martial arts fire seed was of high caliber, it was said to be inferior to those present. While Su Nation's techniques were merely of low-grade 3rd tier, how could a practitioner of such techniques hope to match Jiang Kong? Moreover, Jiang Kong's 4th-grade supreme fire seed was not vastly inferior to a 6th-grade seed. Recent rumors suggested that the great prince's martial fire seed was waning, which seemed to be a ruse set by Su Nation. Su Han shot Chapter 43 Departure. Su Han was slightly taken aback. He had initially planned to visit the Howren sect after some time, but he did not expect Lin Hai to act more swiftly, bringing the Howren sect directly to the capital and integrating them into the Divine Strategy Army. Consequently, the warriors of the Howren sect had transformed into something beyond mere ordinary fighters, making it far more complicated for Su Han to take action. It seemed that the Howren sect was backed by the benevolent Empress Dowager, indicating that Lin Hai was also in her service. Su Han pondered deeply. After a moment, he turned to the young eunuch and smiled. "You are quite clever. What is your name?" The eunuch hastily replied, "I am but a humble servant named Fang Qingyang. The crown prince often calls me Xiao Yangzi. Do you have any connection with Li Minji from the Eastern Depot?" Su Han inquired with a semblance of a smile. How could a lowly servant dare to associate with Master Li? Xiao Yangzi muttered softly. "Very well, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Supervisor. From now on, you shall be responsible for all matters within the palace," Su Han said with a calm smile. Xiao Yangzi was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Han in disbelief. After several breaths, he finally comprehended the situation and hurriedly knelt in gratitude. "I am deeply grateful for your highness's promotion. I now entrust you with a task. Come closer," Su Han said with a smile. Xiao Yangzi promptly stood, bending at the waist, and respectfully positioned himself before Su Han. The other eunuchs and palace maids present could not help but show a hint of envy at this scene, secretly regretting their failure to proactively report such news to Su Han. "I care not for the means you employ. Help this prince investigate the existence of a barbarian with the Thunder bloodline. You are astute, so I trust you will not disappoint me," Su Han said softly with a smile. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I know how to proceed," Xiao Yangzi replied with fervor. This was an opportunity, a chance for ascension. It was well known that Su Han's influence in the Su kingdom was on the rise, even surpassing that of the national master. Su Han patted Xiao Yangzi on the shoulder with a smile and then departed the palace. Just a few steps outside, he paused as he noticed He Baiyan approaching with a contingent of dark riders. "Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence," He Baiyan stated. Is it regarding the matter of Prince Shun? Su Han asked with a smile. No, it concerns another issue, He Baiyan replied solemnly. For some reason, Su Han sensed a weight in He Baiyan's gaze. He followed He Baiyan to the imperial study, where the emperor was engrossed in writing with a brush. Upon seeing Su Han arrive, he casually set down the brush and regarded Su Han with a detached expression. Both remained silent. He Baiyan sighed inwardly at the sight. Su Han's temperament mirrored that of the emperor, both being inherently unwilling to concede. After a considerable pause, the emperor's demeanor softened slightly. A hint of a smile gracing his face as he said, "Have a seat." "Thank you, father," Su Han replied with a nod, taking a seat. "The reason I summoned you today is to inform you of an important matter," the emperor said, his expression turning grave after Su Han settled. "What matter?" Su Han's interest was piqued. "According to my informants stationed at the Zhuyang Academy, Vice Principal Jiang Long has instructed Chen Shitai to come to the Su Kingdom to claim your life in retaliation for Jiang Kong. The principal of Zhuyang Academy, Su Han's Han, the foremost powerhouse of the Great Zhou dynasty, has also bestowed upon Chen Shitai a divine weapon of the 4th tier intermediate grade, which possesses for Chapter 44, the ancient demon thunder beast in the Yinghua, within the Taiying province. Su Han sat quietly in a tea house, sipping his tea and listening to the martial artists gathered from various regions discussing recent significant events. Have you all heard about the demise of Jiang Kong, the prodigy from the Zhuyang Academy of the Dazhou dynasty, at the hands of Sugua? A middle-aged man, exuding the aura of the fetal breath realm, turned to his companions with a smile. Su Han's ears perked up. He had not anticipated hearing news from Sugua so soon. Is that true? Brother Wu, please elaborate. How could a genius from the Dazhou dynasty perish in such a small place as Sugua? One of the men questioned. To my knowledge, a 10th level fetal breath expert, there is only a top-tier master, and compared to our Yinghua, they are exceedingly weak. It is said that the great prince of Sugua, Su Han, encountered a fortuitous opportunity, surpassing Jiang Kong in strength, and during the hunting day, he slew Jiang Kong. The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. The Zhuyang Academy was enraged by this incident and dispatched Chen Shitai, the madman of the wind and thunder sword, along with Su Han's Han, the foremost expert of the Dazhou dynasty, and his life-bound divine weapon, the Qingmu sword, to claim Su Han's head. However, it seems Su Han was already aware of this and had fled Sugua beforehand. Consequently, a revered ancestor of the Su royal family engaged in a fierce battle with Chen Shitai, ultimately forcing him to retreat in defeat. The three companions gasped in disbelief. Chen Shitai is a 10th level innate expert. How could he possibly lose to someone from Sugua? One man exclaimed, skepticism evident in his tone. I was incredulous at first, but this incident has brought to light a secret that Sugua has concealed for 80 years. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. The ancestor of the Su royal family was once a Nirvana realm expert, but due to offending a noble from the Daxian dynasty, he was severely injured by that noble's servant 80 years ago and was poisoned. He paused, then continued, it is precisely because of this that the once mighty Sugua, which could have been called the Great Su dynasty, fell into decline. Several Nirvana realm experts within the country were rendered powerless, suffering daily from the torment of the poison. With a gentle sigh, the middle-aged man added, it is said that although the Su ancestor defeated Chen Shitai, he spat out a mouthful of black blood on the spot, a sign of the poison attacking his heart. I fear he will not live much longer. Everyone listened in stunned silence, utterly unaware of such a hidden history of Sugua. However, considering the events of 80 years ago, it was understandable that common people would be oblivious, as many of them had yet to be born. Is what you just said true? Su Han interjected, fixing a piercing gaze on the middle-aged man. He had left Sugua precisely to prevent implicating Su Chongqing. But if what this man said was accurate, then Su Chongqing had indeed clashed with Chen Shitai? Should anything happen to the ancestor, he would bear the blame. Su Han's heart sank. Young brother, we are conversing here. You should listen rather than interrupt. The middle-aged man shot a disdainful glance at Su Han, his eyes flashing with contempt. To him, Su Han appeared to be merely a youth of 17 or 18. How could he possess any martial prowess? To him, he was nothing more than a mere physical realm practitioner. At those words, Su Han's eyes turned icy. Were it not for the pressing matters that had brought him to the Taiyang province, he would have had no qualms about demonstrating his abilities to these fetal breath realm individuals. Brother Wu, disregard him, please continue. Is Zhuyang Academy truly willing to let this matter rest? How could they? Su Han's Han, the Academy's master, personally traveled to Sugua and berated the emperor in front of his court. He even severely injured the commander of the Black Riders, He Baiyan, and issued a decree to hunt down Su Han throughout the entire Qingzhou. If Sugua dares to protect Su Han, it shall meet with annihilation. In my opinion, Su Han can only wander the earth, If he returns to Sugua, he will only bring disaster to countless citizens. The middle-aged man laughed. Su-Han clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Reason told him he could not return to Sugua nor venture to Juyang Academy. Su-Han's Han was deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, why would a dignified Nirvana realm expert bother to strike against a fetal breath realm warrior like Yin? This Su-Han has brought calamity upon Sugua. The others lamented. Enough of this matter. Recently, an ancient demon thunder beast has been discovered in the Taihang Mountains. You must be aware of this? The middle-aged man waved his hand, shifting the topic. Of course, we are aware. The influx of martial artists into Taihang province is precisely due to this matter, someone responded. The ancient demon thunder beast has claimed countless lives. The number of fetal breath realm warriors killed by it has surpassed 100. All 8 of our innate realm experts from Yingua have gathered here to discuss with the young monks of the Bayan Temple how to subdue this ancient demon thunder beast. Not only the young monks of Bayan Temple, I have heard that the 7 top-tier forces of Qingzhou have also sent their young elites to this location. Is a mere ancient demon thunder beast truly worthy of such attention? I know Bayan Temple seeks to subdue all demons, but why would the other 6 top forces involve themselves? There are rumors, though their veracity is uncertain. It is said that this ancient demon thunder beast has an extraordinary origin, coming from the depths of the barbarian demon mountains, possibly a descendant of a 9th-tier barbarian demon. The middle-aged man whispered. A collective gasp echoed through the room. A descendant of a 9th-tier barbarian demon? What does that imply? An 8th-tier barbarian demon is already comparable to a human cultivator at the level of a law embodiment, a 9th tier. That could rival the 6 great heavenly emperors of our kind. At that moment, numerous martial artists within the tea house began to rise and leave. In the distance, one could faintly hear that the 8 innate realm experts of Yingua had allied with the young talents of the 7 top-tier forces, preparing to subdue the ancient demon thunder beast within the Taihang Mountains today. Let us also make our way to the Taihang Mountains. Such an event is rare in a century. I am eager to witness just how formidable the young generation of the 7 top-tier forces truly is. The middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement. Soon, the tea house grew quiet, with the majority of martial artists having departed for the Taihang Mountains to witness the spectacle. Su-Han also rose, heading in the direction of the Taihang Mountains, having come here precisely because of the ancient demon thunder beast's appearance. He hoped to unlock the thunder body technique this time. Su-Han gently clenched his fist. At this moment, only by rapidly increasing his strength could he stir up chaos at Juyang Academy. Ancestor, if you perish because of me, then I shall leave no stone unturned at Juyang Academy, using Su-Han Shan's head as your tribute. In that instant, an unprecedented killing intent crystallized in Su-Han's eyes. Those martial artists passing by him instinctively felt a chill run down their spines and cast bewildered glances around. Chapter 45. The Taihang Mountains. Although the Taihang Mountains do not rival the Manyao mountain range, they are revered as the foremost mountain range in the state of Yin. Stretching over thousands of miles, the mountains are adorned with magnificent peaks and occasionally harbor a few formidable 4th or even 5th-tier beasts. Among the 8 major sects of Yin, 3 are situated within the Taihang Mountains. When Su-Han and his companions arrived, the Taihang Mountains had already been cordoned off by disciples from the 8 major sections. Key entrances into the mountains were guarded by disciples clad in identical sect robes, with some possessing lower cultivation levels at the 7th or 8th stage of the body refinement realm, while others had already reached the fetal breath realm. What are you doing? The Taihang Mountains do not belong to your Xinyan sect. On what grounds do you prevent us from entering? One voice protested. Indeed, this is utterly tyrannical. Another echoed. Stand aside. The elite disciples from the 8 major sects have already cornered the ancient demon thunder beast. If you enter, won't you just be causing chaos? A third voice warned. If you come any closer, we shall not be polite. The argument was heated, and Su-Han noticed a middle-aged man named Wu, who had previously shown disdain towards him, embroiled in a fierce dispute with the disciples of Xinyan sect. However, despite the commotion, these martial artists dared not act against the disciples of the 8 major sects, lest they wished to court death. The 8 major sects of Yin were indeed domineering, but I still have my means of entry, Su-Han mused. At that moment, a chubby youth beside him spoke up, smiling. Brother, I am Yin Shou. You seem agreeable. Would you care to join me in witnessing how the 8 sects subdue the ancient demon thunder beast? You have a way in? Su-Han inquired, intrigued. Naturally. Yin Shou replied with a smug grin, then continued. However, this method requires 1,000 taels of silver. If you possess such a sum, I shall escort you inside. With a decisive motion, Su-Han extracted a 1,000-tael banknote and placed it in Yin Shou's hand. Here is the sum. Take me in, and if you deceive me, I shall have your head. Why such hostility? Ah, this banknote is indeed real. Very well, follow me. Yin Shou, having confirmed the authenticity of the banknote, shot Su-Han a glare before swaggering toward the entrance. Make way. Don't block the path. Are you deaf or blind? Move aside. Yin Shou unabashedly shoved aside those obstructing him. Amidst a flurry of curses, he led Su-Han to the forefront of the entrance. You seek death, don't you? How dare you push me? A middle-aged man exclaimed, turning to scold Yin Shou. Su-Han glanced at the man and recognized him as the Wu, who had previously looked down upon him in the tea house. What did you say? How dare you insult me in the Tying Mountains? Do you know who I am? I am an inner disciple of Xinyan sect. Yin Shou retorted angrily. The middle-aged man faltered, his demeanor shifting as he registered the significance of Yin Shou's words. Simultaneously, he noticed Su-Han standing behind Yin Shou, and his expression changed again, sharing a glance of uncertainty with his companions. Had they inadvertently offended a disciple of Xinyan sect in the tea house? Brother Yin, what brings you here? A disciple from Xinyan sect queried with a smirk, though a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. Su-Han's realization dawned. This chubby youth was indeed part of Xinyan sect, which explained his ability to enter. Charging him 1,000 taels was either a ruse or an opportunistic ploy. Observing how the Xinyan disciples regarded Yin Shou with a hint of derision made it evident that his standing within the sect was not particularly high. With the surname of Yin, yet not holding a high position, he was likely a scion of the royal family of Yin. Reflecting on this, Su-Han's amusement deepened. Isn't that self-evident? I am here to assist the sect in subduing the ancient demon Thunder Beast. Now step aside, and allow me to reward you for your diligent watch. Yin Shou scoffed, casually tossing the banknote Su-Han had given him into the face of the Xinyan disciple. The disciple's expression shifted slightly, and he glared at Yin Shou, anger flickering in his gaze. What are you staring at? Do you wish to be struck? Yin Shou shot back. Thank you, Brother Yin, for your generosity. Please, do proceed. However, I must caution you, with your cultivation at the third stage of body refinement, should the ancient demon Thunder Beast make contact, it could spell your demise. Who asked for your reminder? Yin Shou rolled his eyes, then turned to Su-Han. Let us go. With that, he led Su-Han past the Xinyan disciples and deeper into the Tying Mountains. Wu, the middle-aged man, watched them depart, secretly relieved that he had not made an enemy of Yin Shou, who was indeed an inner disciple of Xinyan sect. Just then, the voice of the Xinyan disciple rang out again. Brother Yin, please wait. You may enter, but this brother of yours cannot. What do you mean? He is my guest. Why can he not enter? Yin Shou retorted angrily. Brother Yin is an inner disciple, naturally permitted entry, but who is he? He appears unfamiliar. I doubt he is one of our Xinyan disciples, the disciple replied, scrutinizing Su-Han with thinly veiled disdain. Clearly, having faced a setback with Yin Shou, he now sought to unleash his frustration upon Su-Han. Lin Rongong, what is your intention? Yin Shou felt his pride wounded and indignantly shouted, I am an inner disciple. I can bring anyone I wish inside. Do you need to meddle, you outer disciple? The commotion outside gradually subsided as onlookers relished the spectacle unfolding before them. How delightful to witness a dog-eat-dog scenario, someone chuckled softly. Inner disciples can bring anyone inside. Brother Yin, why was I not informed? At that moment, a youth in his 30s approached Lin Rongong. The Xinyan disciples immediately bowed in respect. We greet you, Brother Lin. Brother. Yin insists on bringing an unfamiliar individual into the Tying Mountains. Under usual circumstances, I would not intervene. However, our sect leaders are currently collaborating with the elite from the 7 major powers to subdue the ancient demon Thunder Beast. Allowing outsiders in may jeopardize their important work. Lin Rongong explained. You have acted correctly. There is no need to justify yourself. The one needing an explanation is Brother Yin, Lin Jiechi remarked with a smile, turning his gaze toward Yin Shou. Chapter 46. Jiuyang Academy. Upon the appearance of Lin Jiaqiang, Yin Shou's countenance grew visibly strained, and as Lin's gaze fell upon him, he instinctively took a step back. Junior Brother Yin, we shall resolve our matters within Xinyan sect ourselves, lest we provide outsiders with amusement, shall we? Lin Jiaqiang remarked with a smile. Yin Shou managed a forced smile, discreetly signaling Su-Han to depart quickly. You should leave. I will return the 1,000 taels to you later. Su-Han appeared oblivious to his words, remaining unmoved. My young friend, you may think that Junior Brother Yin wields considerable influence within Xinyan sect, but you are mistaken. He merely relies on his status as a scion of the Yin royal family to intimidate those beneath him. In truth, Junior Brother Yin is the greatest joke of our sect. Have you ever encountered someone who has practiced for over a decade, consumed countless elixirs, yet remains a mere trifling figure in the 3rd stage of physical cultivation? Lin Jiaqiang stated with a light smile. Yin Shou's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. So, he's that waste. How embarrassing. The middle-aged man surnamed Wu chuckled at his own folly. So it was him. No wonder that rotund fellow looked so familiar. Pray tell, good sir, who is this rotund man? Is he not of the Yin royal lineage? Why then is he merely at the third stage of physical cultivation? The tale of Yin Shou is indeed one of pity and lamentation. From birth, he ignited the flame of martial arts, possessing a 7th grade fire seed. A 7th grade fire seed? Ignited from birth? Yet, why does he remain at the third stage of physical cultivation? The reason lies in the fact that the martial arts fire seed he ignited is that of a stone monkey. Despite its high rank, historically, stone attributes have never held the potential for advancement in martial arts. At most, they offer a modicum of assistance in external practices. Understanding dawned upon the crowd as they heard of the stone attribute fire seed. The stone attribute is universally acknowledged as a wasted attribute in martial arts. Were it of the 1st or 2nd grade, one could potentially break through using secret techniques. However, to breach a 1st grade stone attribute requires the collaboration of multiple innate experts, while a 2nd grade would necessitate the cooperation of several Nirvana realm masters. Following this logic, a 6th grade stone attribute fire seed would demand the combined strength of several beings with the Dharma body to break through. With Yin Shou being a 7th grade, it implies that he has no prospect of martial advancement in this lifetime. Any training he undertakes is doomed to remain at the physical level. The whispers among the crowd reached Yin Shou's ears, flushing his cheeks with humiliation. Lin Jiaqiang watched the spectacle with amusement, savoring the process of humiliating Yin Shou. Have you finished your tirade? Can we proceed inside now? Su Han spoke with a calm demeanor. Lin Jiaqiang's brow furrowed slightly. Why is this young man so obstinate? You are not a disciple of Xianyun's sect. You have no right to enter the mountains. If I truly wish to enter, you cannot stop me, Su Han replied, a serious smile gracing his face. If you doubt this, feel free to try. Ha. Today's youth are indeed fearless. Lin brother, why not allow me to assist in driving away this bothersome lad? Then you may let my companions and I see the prowess of the innate experts. Wu Shuheng suddenly burst into laughter. So it is the dragon-catching hand, Wu Shuheng. Your words grant you the right to enter the Taihang Mountains. But do keep your distance so as not to obstruct the sect leaders, Lin Jiaqiang responded, a smile forming as he nodded in agreement to Wu's suggestion. Rest assured. Lin brother. Wu Shuheng's face gleamed with pride as he winked at his companions and strode towards Su Han. Lin Shixiang, you are going too far. Yin Shou hesitated momentarily, but stepped forward to block Su Han's path. Too late. Lin Jiaqiang chuckled lightly, while the Xianyun sect disciples wore expressions of mild amusement, relishing the unfolding scene. As Yin Shou prepared to say more, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his shoulder, and he was swiftly pulled behind Su Han. This is no concern of yours, Su Han remarked with a calm smile, advancing toward Wu Shuheng. Wu Shuheng paused for a moment, then chuckled. As he drew nearer to Su Han, his arms surged with true energy, transforming into a pair of crimson claws that lunged towards Su Han. This is the 4th grade martial technique, dragon-catching hand. That young man is in peril. Wu Shuheng himself possesses a fire attribute seed, making him exceptionally suited for this technique. He once triumphed over a practitioner at the 5th stage of fetal breathing using it. Many fetal breathing realm martial artists present shook their heads at the sight of the red claws, seeking death. Seeing Su Han remain immobile, Wu Shuheng grinned maliciously. Yet, the next moment, he was taken aback, realizing he had grasped at emptiness. Su Han, who had been directly in front of him, had inexplicably vanished. Are you looking for me? A voice resounded from behind Wu Shuheng. A flicker of horror flashed in Wu Shuheng's eyes. Before he could turn, an immense force struck him, and he let out a terrible cry, hurtling several paces away. With a resounding thud, Wu Shuheng crashed to the ground, and as he landed, the residual force dragged his face across the gravel-strewn earth, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had solidified. Yin Shou stared blankly at Su Han, seemingly unable to fathom that Su Han was also a practitioner of the fetal breathing realm. Considering Su Han appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. So you are also of the fetal breathing realm, Lin Jiaqiang mused, his expression darkening gradually. Without even glancing at the fallen Wu Shuheng, he coldly fixed his gaze on Su Han. Even if you are of the fetal breathing realm, you still cannot force your way in here. I, Lin Jiaqiang, a disciple of the inner sect of Xianyun sect, seek to learn your name. Lin Jiaqiang stepped forward slowly, performing a respectful bow, his demeanor exceedingly solemn. In that moment, he had already regarded Su Han as a peer. Recalling the true disciples within the sect who had achieved remarkable levels by the age of 17 or 18. The lineage and background of this individual were undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Jiaqiang contemplated silently. Su Han regarded Lin Jiaqiang with a calm gaze, and after a few moments, he replied, Suyin of Jiao Yang Academy. Jiao Yang Academy? No wonder he is so formidable. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Even Lin Jiaqiang's demeanor shifted, his gaze towards Su Han now tinged with wariness, coupled with an impulse to allow Su Han entry into the Taiying Mountains without contest. After all, Zhuoyang Academy is a powerful force with Nirvana Realm Masters in its ranks, a force that even the 8 great sects of Yin country cannot rival. Yet, having spoken, there was no recourse. Retracting would not only bring him disgrace but also sully the name of Xinyun's sect. Thus, he could only brace himself and persist. With this thought in mind, a surge of combativeness ignited within Lin Jiaqiang's eyes, transforming him into a gust of wind as he charged towards Su Han. If he could defeat Su Han, he could establish his reputation and pave the way for his ascension to true discipleship. Chapter 47. The Fireseed Physician. He had just revealed extraordinary agility, but dared not confront Wu Shuheng directly, which indicated that this youth's strength was not formidable. It sufficed to be faster than him. Lin Jiaqiang felt a surge of confidence, for he, too, excelled in agility. Moreover, his physical strength was formidable. He had never feared an opponent of the same rank in direct confrontation. Soon, Lin Jiaqiang approached Su Han. Throughout this period, Su Han remained stationary, making no move. As expected, a smile flickered in Lin Jiaqiang's eyes as a great elephant materialized behind him, charging through the void. The distance between him and Su Han had diminished significantly, and he was convinced that the latter could not evade him as he had before. Consequently, they would have to clash head-on. With the power of the 3 elephants within me, how could he possibly be my match? With this thought, Lin Jiaqiang threw a punch towards Su Han's face. It was only at that moment that Su Han made a move, countering with a punch of his own, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he did not even employ any true energy. This youth is overconfident. Lin Jiaqiang's unique martial seed constantly augmented his strength, and coupled with the enhancement of true energy, his punch was not to be underestimated. Many in the fetal breath realm mused to themselves. Bang! Their fists finally collided. Su Han stood immobile, while Lin Jiaqiang was sent reeling backwards several steps, caught by the startled Lin Rongong. Blood dripped, and the crowd could clearly see that Lin Jiaqiang's right arm had been shattered, the white bone protruding grotesquely into the air. I warned you, you cannot stop me. Su Han chuckled softly, casting a glance at Yin Shou before striding deeper into the Taiying Mountains. Yin Shou, regaining his senses from the shock, hesitated but ultimately chose to follow Su Han at a brisk pace. During this time, not a single disciple of Xinyun's sect dared to intervene. For even a powerhouse like Lin Jiaqiang had been defeated, the true disciples of Xinyun's sect were deep within the mountains, rendering them incapable of halting Su Han. Brother, are you all right? Lin Rongong inquired anxiously. I am fine. Lin Jiaqiang forced a pale smile, though a flicker of resentment glimmered in his eyes. Send someone to notify our true disciples of Xinyun's sect, informing them that a disciple of the Nine Sun Academy has forcibly entered the Taiying Mountains. Rest assured, brother, I will dispatch someone immediately to inform the true disciples. Brother Su, you are aware that I possess the stone monkey martial seed. Why do you not disdain me like others do? Yin Shou panted, struggling to keep pace with Su Han. Sweat poured from his plump face. Su Han's strides were swift, and as a mere 3rd-tier body realm cultivator, he found it challenging to keep up. Why would I disdain you for possessing the stone monkey martial seed? Su Han replied with a smile. Pausing for a moment, he added, speaking of the stone attribute martial seed, I have a hypothesis, if my suspicion proves accurate. You should not belittle yourself, as there is a significant chance for you to soar to great heights in the future. What? Yin Shou was taken aback, but soon, a fervent hope ignited in his eyes. Brother Su, are you suggesting that I have the opportunity to transcend the stone monkey and gain enhancements in my cultivation? Indeed. Consider this. Why do most individuals who awaken stone attribute martial seeds start at such high ranks? Is it that the heavens are playing a cruel joke, condemning you to be a laughingstock from birth? Su Han replied with a light smile. That is indeed true. I seldom hear of anyone awakening a 1st or 2nd-tier stone attribute martial seed. Most begin at the 5th or 6th tier. This has plunged them into despair. Aside from those descendants of martial kings or those with the physical embodiment of the law, where could ordinary individuals find so many powerful beings willing to expend their efforts to break the shackles of martial seeds? Yin Shou contemplated. Even those descendants of martial kings or law embodiments may struggle to break those shackles, as it would deplete their essence. Without sufficient cost, those strong individuals would never act. Thus, the method to break the stone attribute martial seed does not rely on a coalition of powerful beings. Such a tactic is merely the most rudimentary of tricks. Su Han replied with a casual smile. Brother Su, could it be that you are the legendary Fireseed Physician? Yin Shou's body suddenly tensed. The term legendary was indeed fitting, as only the foremost or secondary powers could possess a Fireseed Physician. In the Great Immortal Dynasty, one could find them. In the Azure Dragon Academy, they were present, yet in a remote place like Yin country, even if a fire seed physician passed through, ordinary martial artists would be oblivious to their presence, let alone meet them. Martial seeds can fall ill, and each year, numerous martial artists perish due to their ailments. However, most illnesses are closely tied to the age of the martial artist. Approximately 70 to 80% of those who lose their martial prowess due to seed illness are already elderly. A fire seed physician? Perhaps. Su-Han mused for a moment and nodded slightly. Yin Shou's gaze towards Su-Han shifted significantly. In truth, Su-Han had not misled him. Just moments ago, he had casually inquired with the system about how to handle stone attribute martial seeds. The system treated this inquiry as a mundane request and promptly replied, 1 tail of Jingxianko, 2 tails of Babangzu, 1 pair of Jinshanzu. Ground into powder and swallowed directly to unlock the stone attribute martial seed. The system provided this answer without charging Su-Han any fee. He surmised that such a question was akin to asking, have you eaten? System, can your method unlock any tier of stone attribute martial seed? Yes. Then that settles it. A smile crept into Su-Han's eyes. Before long, the duo arrived at a flat expanse where a multitude of martial artists had gathered. Not a single one was below the 7th or 8th tier of fetal breath realm. There were approximately 100 individuals encircling the area. Additionally, there were a dozen or so presences exuding an aura far surpassing that of the fetal breath realm, situated deep within the encirclement. At the center of the circle stood a girl who appeared to be only 3 years old. She had a pair of horns atop her head and deep purple eyes. Currently looking around in a state of alarm. Brother Su, that is the ancient demon thunder beast. Even at such a young age, it can transform. Its bloodline is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yin Shou immediately pointed at the girl. Su-Han's brows furrowed deeply. This was not as he had imagined. The ancient demon thunder beast, which had appeared in the Taihang Mountains and slain countless fetal breath realm martial artists, was merely a little girl of over 3 years. Ancient demon thunder beast. You have nowhere to escape. Lay down your weapon. From within the encircled depths, a young monk clad in white, barefoot, slowly clasped his hands together and smiled at the girl. Chapter 48 Mother? Mother? The little girl helplessly scanned her surroundings, her murmurs barely registering in the ears of the young monk. The monk's brow slowly furrowed, while a youth clad in purple, standing a short distance away, jested, Master Hueji. There is no need to be so courteous to this ancient demon thunder beast. Hasten to employ your temple's demon suppression great hand seal to subdue her. Master Gong. The demon suppression great hand seal is a secret art of our Beyond Temple, a superior 8th grade martial technique, which I am not qualified to learn, Hueji replied calmly. Superior 8th grade? Truly worthy of the foremost power in Qingzhou, Su-Han mused inwardly. Although martial techniques and methods are classified into 9 grades, in reality, the 8th grade is already at the pinnacle, crafted by the former strong practitioners of the Dharma form golden body. The 9th grade. It is likely that only the 6 great emperors of the 9 regions of Fengyun possess such prowess. Su-Han's own thunder halberd technique is of the mid-level 6th grade, not commonly seen in Qingzhou. He even suspected that Jing Yuehan, with her Yuan Dan realm cultivation, had not managed to master even 6th grade martial techniques. Gongyu, why do you not employ your great celestial dynasty celestial suppression sword instead of urging Hueji to showcase the demon suppression great hand seal? A youth clad in a Taoist robe sneered. The Great Celestial Dynasty, the Azure Dragon Academy, the Beyond Temple, the Thunder Sword Pavilion, the Medicine Master Valley, the Xianxing Dao Palace, and the Moon Concealment Hermitage. These form the 7 paramount powers of Qizhou. Hueji is affiliated with the Beyond Temple, Gongyu with the Great Celestial Dynasty. And this Taoist-robed youth likely belongs to the Xianxing Dao Palace. Su-Han's discerning gaze swept across the assembly, identifying the 3 individuals. The remaining 4 were equally easy to distinguish. A stunning bald nun, seemingly young, yet already a congenital realm powerhouse, likely hailing from the Moon Concealment Hermitage. A plain-looking youth carrying a large gourd, exuding a faint scent of medicinal herbs, presumably from the Medicine Master Valley, and a stern-faced youth, with occasional flashes of lightning in his eyes, likely from the Thunder Sword Pavilion. The Azure Dragon Academy member was unmistakable, adorned in attire featuring a rampant azure dragon on her back. Beyond these 7, there were 8 others, ranging from middle-aged to elderly, all similarly emanating the aura of congenital realm cultivators, albeit weaker than the 7. These 8 must be the leaders of the 8 major sects of the Yin Kingdom, all congenital realm powerhouses, with 8 individuals at the first level of the congenital realm and 7 at the second. Chapter 49. Nothing more. The sword of the young nun was once again nullified by the lightning emanating from the little girl's talisman. The girl instantly realized her error. Her mother would never treat her this way, and the terror in her eyes deepened. What are you waiting for? The young nun cast a glance at Gong Yu and the others. Upon seeing this, the crowd sprang into action. Including the masters from the 8 great sects of Yin Nation, over a dozen innate-level experts surrounded the seemingly defenseless little girl, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques. Their true energy wreaking havoc and stirring up dust and stones. How formidable! Is this the prowess of innate-level masters? The eyes of the martial artists around sparkled with envy and jealousy. To ordinary people, the distinction between innate level and might seem negligible, merely a matter of strength. Yet, in truth, while it can manifest the martial essence and unleash true energy, it cannot compare to the innate level. The warriors of refined true energy. While those of innate level refine vital energy. Only when true energy is entirely transformed into innate vital energy can one be considered to have entered the innate realm. At this point, innate level warriors can form protective vital energy around themselves, rendering them nearly impervious to blades and arrows under certain conditions. Moreover, innate level warriors can temporarily draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, akin to leveraging a lever. The stronger one is, the more powerful the spiritual energy they can harness. During the onslaught against the little girl, a figure hastily approached the various true disciples of Xinyun sect, whispering something. Soon after, over a dozen figures turned to gaze at Su Han and Yen Shou. This is not good. It's the true disciples of Xinyun sect. Yen Shou's expression slightly altered. As one of the 8 great sects of Yin Nation, many royal offspring had also joined Xinyun sect. And among these true disciples were a few hailing from the Yen royal family. The few individuals regarded Yen Shou with an almost mocking smile, their eyes flickering with a hint of disdain. I have heard that you are an esteemed disciple of the Zhuyang Academy. The group halted before Su Han and Yen Shou. The speaker, a man in his 30s, radiating an aura no less formidable than that of the former head of Haoran sect, also a master of 10th level. What's the matter? Su Han casually glanced at him. Nothing much, the other replied with a light chuckle, introducing himself. I am Wu Gang, a true disciple of Xinyun sect. I have long heard of the countless masters of Zhuyang Academy, and seeing one today indeed confirms the rumors. You, being so young, have managed to defeat junior brother Lin. Your cultivation must be around the 7th or 8th level of, am I correct? About that, Su Han smiled. Upon witnessing Su Han's demeanor, the crowd began to affirm his background. If he were not from Zhuyang Academy, how could he remain so composed before the foremost true disciple of Xinyun sect? Junior brother Yan, a distinguished disciple of Zhuyang Academy, has arrived. Why do you not take the initiative to introduce him? You have inadvertently caused junior brother Lin to offend brother Su. Wu Gang suddenly directed his attention to Yen Shou, his expression growing cold. Are you intending to use brother Su to avenge the grievance from when junior brother Lin harmed you? Brother Wu, you have misunderstood. How could junior brother dare to do such a thing? Yen Shou chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, a tall young man, around 27 or 28, interjected with a smile. Cousin Yen, this is where you went wrong. Should you not apologize to brother Wu? I apologize, brother Wu, my fault. Yen Shou hesitated before slowly speaking. Since you acknowledge your mistake, according to sect rules, upon returning to the sect, you must receive 100 lashes at the law enforcement hall, Wu Gang stated matter-of-factly. 100 lashes? Yen Shou was taken aback. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Even a warrior would struggle to endure 10 lashes, leaving them bedridden for days. He, being merely at the 3rd level of the body refinement stage, would surely be done for after 100. Cousin Yen, you should thank brother Wu. You nearly caused a rift between Xinyun sect and Zhuyang Academy. If the sect leader learns of this, it will not merely be 100 lashes. The tall young man spoke again. There is no need for such formality. He was unaware of my identity earlier. Su Han frowned slightly. Wu Gang suddenly turned to Su Han, his tone grave. Brother Su, my discipline of teaching the sect's disciples is unrelated to you. Please do not interfere. Pausing, Wu Gang continued expressionlessly. Given the peculiar circumstances today, except for the martial artists of Yin Nation, no others are permitted to enter the Taiying Mountains. Should you wish to visit Xinyun sect, please wait at the foot of the mountain. Once matters are settled, I will come to meet you. The commotion attracted the attention of many true disciples from various sections. Upon hearing the words Zhuyang Academy, some faces turned solemn, while others remained indifferent. How could a disciple of Zhuyang Academy come to our Yin Nation? Nevertheless, since he is here, he must abide by our rules. Wu Gang, was it your sect that allowed him to enter? Hurry and escort him away, today. The Taiying Mountains are off limits to outsiders. A hint of amusement crept onto Su Han's face as he surveyed the surroundings, locking gazes with numerous challenging eyes. Finally resting on Wu Gang. The true disciples of the 8 great sects are not so formidable after all, Su Han mused softly. Though his voice was low, it reached the ears of the sect leaders and Gong Yu, who instinctively turned to glance. but soon dismissed it, refocusing on the talisman on the little girl. The sect leader of Xinyun frowned and exclaimed, Wu Gang, how did I instruct you? Expel him. Understood, sect leader. Wu Gang hastily bowed to the Xinyun sect leader, then turned his dark gaze to Su Han. Brother Su, was your earlier comment meant to belittle the 8 great sects of Yin? The atmosphere grew tense. Apart from Xinyun's sect, the true disciples of other sects also took a step forward, their eyes coldly fixed on Su Han. For his previous remark could be interpreted as an affront to them all. Yin Shou's complexion turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down him as he forced a smile. Brother Wu. Silence. Wu Gang shot Yin Shou a glare, then approached Su Han. Speaking sternly, Brother Su, I ask that you retract your earlier statement. And if I refuse? Su Han replied with a smile. Then I shall compel you to withdraw it. A flicker of malice flashed in Wu Gang's eyes as, in an instant, true energy surged within him, a red lantern materializing behind him. Your martial essence is a red lantern? How rare, Su Han remarked, momentarily taken aback. Can it illuminate the latrine while you relieve yourself? That could indeed save you the trouble of carrying a lantern at night. Upon hearing Su Han's words, Wu Gang appeared as if he had bitten into something vile, his expression twisting in discomfort. Chapter 50 June. You have gone too far. Wu Gang's low growl resonated as the red lantern, manifesting his vital energy, burst forth with a dazzling crimson light. The red light transformed into sharp red diamonds, swiftly binding Su Han's limbs. His fire seed was akin to Hien's, primarily focused on confinement. As Su Han concentrated, he felt the surge of power from the red diamonds, gradually sensing as though an immense weight pressed down upon him. Even the 10th realm of the fetal breath could be subdued by my fire seed. Wu Gang let out a cold laugh, directing his thoughts to command the red diamonds to force Su Han to kneel. However, he was taken aback to find that the red diamonds could not move an inch once they entwined around Su Han's knees. How could this be? Wu Gang was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the onlookers saw Su Han effortlessly shatter the red diamonds binding him. As the manifestation of vital energy disintegrated, it vanished into the air. If the 8 major sects of the Yin Kingdom are all of your level, I would be sorely disappointed. Su Han remarked with a faint smile. Yin Shou, who was feeling increasingly apprehensive, felt a flicker of surprise as he observed this scene. His gaze towards Su Han now tinged with an oddity. This brother Su is not only a fire seed physician, but his cultivation is seemingly on par with Wu Gang. Yin Shou mused quietly. To be able to break free from Wu Gang's demonic finger red diamond, this individual's prowess cannot be underestimated. It appears that the Jiuyang Academy possesses some remarkable depth. I wonder what status this young man holds within the academy, certainly not at the pinnacle, but undoubtedly not weak either. I have heard that several top talents within the Jiuyang Academy have already condensed their innate vital energy and achieved the innate realm. Wu Gang may not emerge victorious this time. Whispers of speculation reached Wu Gang's ears, causing his countenance to darken considerably. He sensed the gaze of the Xianyun sect's leader upon him once more, and his expression shifted as he bellowed again, causing the red lantern to conjure dozens of crimson lights. These crimson rays transformed into red diamonds, resembling an octopus ensnaring its prey, rushing towards Su Han. Su Han chuckled lightly and suddenly stepped into the air towards Wu Gang, his feet striking the void, each step accompanied by a blossoming of thunderous flowers. With each step, dozens of the manifested are Chapter 51. The aura of power Gong Yu observed Su Han's indifference towards her, her gaze suddenly turning as cold as ice. A faint aura of power emanating from her, as if she were ready to strike at any moment. Do not act rashly. This is our best opportunity to subdue the ancient demon thunder beast, Xianyang whispered. Gong Yu snorted softly, casting a glance at Su Han. I shall give him 10 more breaths of time. Su, do not be deceived by the appearance of the ancient demon thunder beast. These savage creatures are notoriously cunning. I implore you to remove the talisman from around her neck. Shi interjected. All of you hail from esteemed backgrounds, either from the great immortal dynasty or the other Shore Temple. Why bother quarreling with a mere girl? Su Han replied with a faint smile. Shi, cease your futile discourse. A mere disciple from the Nine Yang Academy dares to defy our orders. It seems we have not been diligent enough. I shall personally visit the great Zhou dynasty next time to see if the master of the Nine Yang Academy is as audacious as he is. Gong Yu retorted coldly. Do not be hasty, Gong Yu. At this moment, a young woman clad in the attire of the Qinglong Academy spoke, her voice melodious, causing many of the elite disciples present from the 8 great sects to feel a sense of weakness in their bones. Young Master Su, I am Jing Qing from the Qinglong Academy. What the monk Huiji said is indeed true. Should the ancient demon thunder beast mature, it will inevitably lead to the demise of many innocent martial artists, even common folk unversed in martial arts. If you hand her over to us, We can share the credit for subduing the ancient demon Thunder Beast, and with such merit, your name will surely be exalted in the great Zhou dynasty. Jing Qing smiled. Jing, you say? Su Han's gaze turned somewhat peculiar as he thought of Jing Yuehan. Noticing this, Jing Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, anyone from a lesser faction who dared to gaze upon her in such a manner would have been swiftly reprimanded. However, with the ancient demon Thunder Beast in the hands of the opposing side, Jing Qing refrained from taking action. I am Wu Mo Lan from the Yinya Monastery. If you relinquish the ancient demon Thunder Beast to us, I can arrange for the monastery to send a letter of praise to the Nanyang Academy on your behalf. The bald nun spoke slowly. I am Dongfang Shuo from the Thundersword Pavilion. The ancient demon Thunder Beast mistook you for its progenitor, likely due to the extraordinary purity of the thunder essence within you. What rank is your martial arts fire seed? If it is above the 5th rank, you would be eligible to enter the Thundersword Pavilion. The cold-faced man spoke with a measured tone. Oh, you intend to recommend me to the Thundersword Pavilion? Su Han chuckled. Those who had initially expected to see Su Han's embarrassment found their expressions turning sour, a flicker of jealousy flashing in their eyes. The Thundersword Pavilion is one of the premier forces in Qingzhou, attracting countless martial artists eager to become disciples. Those accepted are either 5th rank or higher in Thunder Attribute Fire Seeds, or possess exceptional qualifications. Should you make the correct choice today, Dongfang Shuo nodded slightly. I can assist you in drafting a letter of recommendation. Perhaps not. Such a place is teeming with talent. It is not suited for me. Su Han shook his head with a smile. Seeing Su Han's resolute refusal, Dongfang Shuo's expression shifted, and the martial artists from Yin country regarded Su Han with incredulous looks. With so many disciples from top-tier forces extending an olive branch, why not accept? Do you truly intend to oppose the 7 great forces? The Nanyang Academy S. Su Yin, is it? Many remembered that name deeply. Su, should you choose to align with the ancient demon Thunder Beast today, it is tantamount to descending into the demonic path. The means of martial artists in this world, given your status, are beyond your comprehension. Know that even if you escape Qingzhou, righteous martial artists will pursue you relentlessly. Huiji urged, I implore you to consider carefully and make the right choice. Oh, not standing with you all is considered demonic? Su Han scoffed. It appears he has made his choice. Gong Yu smiled. This talisman has released no fewer than 100 bolts of thunder. I wager it has at most 50 left. We shall exhaust its thunderous power. Wu Mo Lan laughed coldly. Today, regardless of the circumstances, we must subdue this ancient demon Thunder Beast. Amitba, since you have made your choice, this monk must act to eradicate the demon and uphold the righteous path, Huiji said, palms pressed together, his countenance grave as he addressed Su Han. In the next moment, Su Han erupted into action, cradling Jun Jun in one arm while wielding the Fang Tian Hua Ji, which he had summoned from his Danci Thunder Glaive technique. A terrifying surge of thunderous power surged forth, the Fang Tian Hua Ji appearing before Huiji at an astonishing speed. It was too swift. So fast that even Gong Yu and other innate level experts could not react in time. They had never anticipated that Su Han would take the initiative to strike at them. With a thud, the Fang Tian Hua Ji pressed against Huiji's forehead. The leaders of the 8 great sects in Yin country felt their hearts lurch simultaneously, and Gong Yu and the others were taken aback. Yet, moments later, they collectively exhaled in relief. A trickle of blood flowed down from Huiji's forehead. The Fang Tian Hua Ji had been halted by the innate aura surrounding Huiji, merely piercing the surface without penetrating further. My cultivation is still lacking. Had I been at the 10th level of the fetal breath realm, this strike would have likely proven fatal, Su Han lamented inwardly. Before Huiji and the others could react, he swiftly stowed away the Fang Tian Hua Ji, employing the void step to flee deeper into the Taiying Mountains while cradling Jun Jun stop him. Gong Yu reacted the fastest, issuing a loud shout and launching an attack. The others quickly followed suit, the leaders of the 8 great sects exchanging glances and, in an instant, deciding to unleash their strongest abilities to detain Su Han. Su Han sensed a chill creeping up his back. He could not turn to look but could only gamble that their lethal strikes would not reach him. The talisman around Jun Jun's neck shimmered once more, and a surge of thunderous power shot forth, intercepting the deadly attacks aimed at Su Han. Seizing this opportunity, Su Han vanished from their sight, with Jun Jun in his arms. He has escaped. Chen Zhe sighed softly. We shall seal off the Taiying Mountains. He cannot possibly escape. Wu Mo Lan remarked coldly. Jing Qing and the others turned to Huiji, glancing at the wound on his brow, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and concern. This individual possesses thunder essence. The weapon he wielded earlier bears an extraordinary aura, akin to a 4th-tier divine weapon. Could he be the holy son that the Nine Yang Academy is cultivating with utmost effort? Xian Yang pondered. In such a place, the title of holy son does not exist, however. His status in the Nine Yang Academy may resemble that of a holy son. Otherwise, how could a mere fetal breath realm martial artist wield a fourth-tier divine weapon? Dongfang Shuo replied solemnly. Chapter 52. The primal encirclement. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the eyes of many, including Gong Yu, as the mention of the fourth-tier divine weapon arose. Regardless of its location, such a treasure is exceedingly rare, even among the innate realm practitioners from the 7 paramount factions. Possessing a fourth-tier divine weapon is an unattainable feat, reserved only for those prodigies under the preferential gaze of the higher-ups. We must capture this individual. Dongfang Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the crowd. I have no interest in the ancient demon thunder beast or the protective talisman she possesses. I am willing to purchase the divine weapon on this child with market price. Its thunder attribute is most suitable for me, and I ask for your indulgence. If you are willing to exchange it for the thunder body refining pill from the Thunder Sword Pavilion, I have no objections. Gong Yu smiled. Agreed. Wu Mulan nodded slightly. Among those present, only Dongfang Shuo wielded thunder true qi. Hence, acquiring the divine weapon from Su Han would be of no use to them. It would be more beneficial to grant Dongfang Shuo a favor. Very well, I shall exchange it for the thunder body refining pill, Dongfang Shuo affirmed. The leaders of the 8 sects could not help but curse inwardly at the sight of this. Gong Yu and others were blatantly excluding them. However, they acknowledged that this child exhibited considerable strength. With his fetal breath realm cultivation, he managed to injure Huizhi. If he were akin to them, all being innate, then. Gong Yu and the others exchanged glances, their hearts gripped by trepidation. If that were the case, Huizhi could have been slain in a single move. At that moment, Jing Qing's expression became solemn as she spoke slowly. When he departed earlier, the footwork he employed seemed to be the 5th-tier martial skill from my Azure Dragon Academy. The Void Step. Upon her words, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, with Gong Yu and the others revealing expressions of astonishment. It was true that, given their status, they each possessed at least one 4th-tier martial skill, but obtaining a 5th-tier martial skill was a rarity that required substantial merit. Whoever could bring back the ancient demon thunder beast would earn enough merit to exchange for a 5th-tier martial skill. We must pursue. The ancient demon thunder beast must be reclaimed. Gong Yu decisively shot off in the direction Su Han had vanished. Even without the ancient demon thunder beast, I must clarify whether his cultivation is truly the ultimate skill of my Azure Dragon Academy, Jing Qing remarked, swiftly following Gong Yu. Dongfang Shuo, unwilling to lag behind, immediately set off, his mind aflame with visions of the Fong Tian painting halberd. Esteemed sect leaders, I implore you to deploy all disciples and elders to assist in encircling this individual. We must not allow him to escape the Taiying Mountains. Huizhi, who had remained silent for a while, suddenly spoke, wiping the blood from his brow. Master Huizhi, we understand, the 8 sect leaders nodded, albeit with a flicker of peculiar emotion in their depths. A 5th-tier martial skill. Who could remain unmoved by that? Commands were swiftly issued, and the 8 sects of Yen country joined forces to encircle a section of the Taiying Mountains, a task not overly challenging. Thank you all for your efforts. Huizhi clasped his hands in gratitude. With that, he turned and made his way toward the Taiying Mountains. Although his pace appeared leisurely, each step covered 6 or 7 zhang in an instant. Such a technique of shrinking the ground to an inch must be of mid-tier caliber. At the very least a 4th-tier skill, the Xianyan sect leader mused. Master, that fellow was brought in by Yen Shou. A direct disciple of Xianyan sect pointed at Yen Shou. You shall return to the sect for reflection, the Xianyan sect leader said with a furrowed brow. Glancing at Yen Shou, the other party's identity was extraordinary. He belonged to the Yen royal family, a direct prince. Though he bore a defective fire seed, he could not be casually dealt with, lest it incite the royal family's ire. Understood, master. Yen Shou breathed a sigh of relief and turned to flee toward the Taiying Mountains. Brother Su, I wish you luck. I truly cannot assist. Su Han darted through the forest, the thunder true qi within him swirling. Junjun, comfortably nestled against his neck, seemed to revel in his aura. Gradually, she dozed off, a tiny bubble escaping her nose, floating unharmed in the brisk wind. Though the void step was swift, it drained thunder true qi considerably and could not be employed frequently. The pursuers should be closing in soon. Pausing briefly, Su Han surveyed the terrain, soon laying out several misleading traces to delay his pursuers. The ghost eagle was nowhere to be found, and it would take time for it to arrive. Not long after, Gong Yu caught up, closely followed by Jing Qing. He ran that way, she indicated. Jing Qing observed a trace and a smirk of derision crossed her features. Though he aims to mislead us, he still left behind evidence. Indeed, Gong Yu noted the mark, quickly grasping its significance. and together they pursued in the southeastern direction. Not long after they departed, Su-han reappeared with Junjun, leisurely erasing the trace before concealing himself in the forest. Dongfang Shuo and Chunzhe soon arrived in pursuit, with Chunzhe being the more observant one, signaling Dongfang Shuo to halt. Wait, Chunzhe furrowed his brow. What is it? Dongfang Shuo inquired, puzzled. Something feels amiss. Yes, he ran that way. Look at these traces. It appears someone has just passed through, but if he truly feared our pursuit, he would not have left such obvious marks. Chunzhe pointed out. You are right. It follows that he seeks to toy with us, Dongfang Shuo scoffed. The two then darted off in a direction wholly different from Gong Yu and Jing Qing. After they left, Su-han reappeared with Junjun, cheerfully arranging a new set of traces. Before long, Xin Yang, Huizhi, and Wu Mulan arrived, followed by the leaders of the 8 sections. Though the Taiyang Mountains do not compare to the Mongyao Mountains, they cover vast territory. Esteemed leaders, let us split into 4 groups. This way, the little demon cannot possibly escape the Taiyang Mountains, Wu Mulan proposed solemnly. That seems prudent. The Xianyan sect leader nodded slightly. After a brief examination of the surrounding traces, they scattered in various directions. However, not long after, Xianyang returned alone. He produced a yellow talisman from his waist, folding it into a paper crane. With his true chi surging, the crane transformed into a fireball, just as it was about to extinguish. A paper crane condensed from true chi shot off in a particular direction, disappearing after flying several zhang. That direction was precisely where they had come from. Intriguing, Xianyang mused, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Chapter 53. The inept allies amidst the encirclement of so many innate realm cultivators, daring to hide in this location. Xianyang, with a mind both astute and audacious, swiftly pursued the direction of Su-han's escape without notifying anyone else. Previously, he had employed a renowned technique from the Xian Ting Dao Palace, known as the Divine Crane Pursuit. By merely envisioning the appearance of his target, he could ascertain the direction of their flight. However, despite its formidable nature, this technique bore a significant flaw. If the target veered off in another direction midway, it would become ineffective. It necessitated repeated application over considerable distances. Unfortunately, the talismans for the Divine Crane Pursuit were exceedingly costly, and as an outer disciple of the Xian Ting Dao Palace, possessing even one was a rare boon. Not long after Xianyang departed, the figure of the monk Huizhi emerged, observing the direction in which Xianyang had vanished. Softly chanting a Buddhist mantra, he executed a technique to traverse vast distances and followed suit. The Xian Ting Dao Palace and the Bayan Temple shared a profound understanding of each other, one being a Taoist sect and the other a Buddhist order. While others had not contemplated the Divine Crane Pursuit, Huizhi had considered this possibility from the outset. Thus the ensuing events were not unexpected. At that very moment, as Su-han fled with Junjun, his demon pet, the ghost eagle, found itself locked in a standoff with a colossal golden eagle that dwarfed it. The two creatures emanated comparable auras, rendering it impossible to discern a victor within such a brief period. The ghost eagle, sensing Su-han's call, felt an urgent desire to assist but was hindered by the golden eagle, which it had to subdue before seeking Su-han. Otherwise, bringing a third-tier savage beast to Su-han would only spell danger for him. Suddenly, a voice resonated above the ghost eagle and the golden eagle. The two savage beasts, startled, nearly ruffled their feathers in alarm, gazing upwards to behold a somewhat grizzled youth standing in mid-air, grinning at them. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, both the ghost eagle and the golden eagle chose to flee. The ability to traverse the air was reserved for those of the Yuan Dan realm, individuals who could rival fifth-tier savage beasts. If they did not escape, their fate would undoubtedly be dire, whether by coincidence or instinct. Both the ghost eagle and the golden eagle ran in the same direction. However, the ghost eagle, intent on not endangering Su-han, fled in the opposite direction, while the golden eagle subconsciously made its way back to its nest. Think you can escape? Huh, I see where you intend to flee. It would be wiser to accompany me back and avoid suffering. The grizzled youth laughed heartily, pursuing them across the air. Yet, his speed was only marginally greater than that of the ghost eagle and the golden eagle, meaning he would require time to catch up. What a foolish bird. Where have you gone? Su-han cursed inwardly. Due to the distance, the thoughts of the ghost eagle could not be clearly transmitted. All Su-han knew was that it was growing increasingly distant from him. Glancing down at Junjun, he observed the fluctuating bubbles from her nostrils. Initially, he believed her slumber was due to fatigue, but as time elapsed, he discerned that Junjun seemed to be entrapped in a peculiar state, not merely asleep. Despite calling her name several times, she did not awaken. It appeared he would have to navigate the Taiyang Mountains alone. With a soft sigh, Su-han was suddenly jolted as he collided with several figures. They paused, momentarily stunned, before their eyes widened in surprise upon noticing Jun in H chapter 54. Are you insane? Indeed, you are here. The master of Xianyun's sect emerged from the dense forest, his gaze greedily fixed upon Su Han. Upon hearing the signal, he had rushed here at an incredible speed, resulting in the depletion of a significant portion of his innate energy. However, finding Su Han was worth it, even if it meant exhausting all his innate energy. Not to mention the ancient demon thunder beast in Su Han's arms, the divine weapon he possessed, and the martial techniques he exhibited, each was immensely valuable. The master of Xianyun's sect, Su Han cradled the sleeping Jun and regarded the elder before him with a detached expression. The elder's age was comparable to that of the leader of Haoran's sect, yet his strength surpassed that of the latter by an entire realm. Although you hail from Zhuyang Academy, compared to the great immortal dynasty, Zhuyang Academy is as insignificant as an ant. At this moment, over a dozen innate experts are pursuing you, and with the influence of the 8 major sects of Yin country, they have sealed off the Taihang Mountains. If you wish to leave unscathed, it is indeed improbable. The master of Xianyun's sect smiled. Su Han discerned the implications behind his words. It seemed the elder wished to strike a deal with him. Old man, what do you wish to convey? Su Han grinned. A flicker of displeasure flashed in the master of Xianyun's sect's eyes. As a being of fetal breath, Su Han displayed such disrespect towards a powerful innate elder. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this matter. He replied coolly, leave the ancient demon thunder beast with me, as well as your martial techniques in that 4th-tier divine weapon, and I will allow you to depart safely. Su Han remained silent for a moment, then shifted his gaze to a nearby flat stone, walking over while gently placing Jun down. Those who understand the situation are the true talents. The master of Xianyun's sect couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, he saw Su Han summon the Fang Tianhua halberd from his dantian. Feeling the thunderous aura emanating from the halberd, the elder's greed intensified. Young brother, place the divine weapon beside the ancient demon thunder beast, he urged with a smile. Are you out of your mind? Su Han laughed, brandishing the Fang Tianhua halberd and pointing it at the master of Xianyun's sect. Who told you I would agree to your terms? The master of Xianyun's sect was momentarily taken aback. Did Su Han not intend to leave him the items he desired to secure his own survival? Young brother, what do you mean? He inquired. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Is my meaning not clear? I cannot kill the monk from the other shore temple because he is at the 2nd level of innate, backed by one of the 7 top forces. You, a mere sect master of a small faction in Yin country, have ONL chapter 55, the precursor to innate strength without altering my name or title. I am Su Yin of the Zhuyang Academy. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with my master, Chen Shi Tai, at the academy. Su Han said with a calm smile. As martial artists traversing the world, adopting false identities is simply illogical. Such a prodigy has emerged from Zhuyang Academy. If he continues to rise, it is likely that, given time, the academy will soon boast a master at the Yuan Dan realm. The leader of Xianyun's sect thought anxiously. With enmity already established between him and Su Han, reconciliation was out of the question. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Su Han today. I concede your strength, but... The leader of Xianyun's sect smirked slightly, suddenly raising his hand and striking the sky with a palm. A massive firecracker soared into the air and exploded instantaneously. Boom. The thunderous sound was magnitudes more intense than the firecracker previously thrown by a Xianyun sect disciple, and the sparks coalesced into a colossal cloud. In the Taihang Mountains, Gong Yu and the others were startled by the sight of the firework cloud. Alas, Su Han sighed softly, recognizing that the opponent was a strong innate master and that there was no way to prevent the signal from being sent. The only option was to eliminate the opponent swiftly. Otherwise, if he got entangled, the situation would become uncontrollable when reinforcements arrived. Old man, do you believe you can hold out until they arrive? Su Han chuckled lightly. Without this divine weapon, you couldn't even harm a single hair on me. Such arrogance. The leader of Xianyun's sect scoffed coldly, though a hint of apprehension lingered deep within his eyes. Is that so? What if I choose not to use it? Su Han sheathed his Fang Tianhua halberd and approached the leader of Xianyun's sect. You are still brimming with youthful exuberance. A glint of triumph flashed in the leader's eyes as he smiled faintly. What I admire most are talents like you, who possess such spirit. Be careful, old man. Su Han laughed heartily, executing a step that allowed him to traverse the air, his feet barely touching the ground as he surged toward the leader of Xianyun's sect with blinding speed. Come. The leader of Xianyun's sect's aura surged to its zenith, innate vital energy pouring forth from within him, enveloping him and forming a suit of vital energy armor. I refuse to believe that bare-handed combat can overcome my innate vital energy, he thought, coldly smirking as he thrust his fist forward. Fist. His fist. imbued with pale blue innate vital energy, created a massive imprint aimed directly at Su Han. Thunderous halberd technique. The Fang Tianhua halberd reappeared in Su Han's grasp, meeting the leader's fist with ferocity. Bang! The fist imprint was shattered, and the lead chapter 56, the siege master of Xianyun sect. You are indeed in the realm of innate strength, yet you find yourself unable to contend with a mere fetal breath practitioner? A flicker of doubt flashed in Xian Yang's eyes as he scrutinized the man before him. Could it be that you are orchestrating a feigned act of injury to monopolize the spoils? Amiba, the young monk Huizhi joined in. I too harbor my reservations. Both of you are disciples of esteemed sects, one from the Xian Tingdao Palace and the other from the Bayan Temple, each possessing remarkable skills. I, however, am but the leader of a minor sect in the Yin Kingdom, lacking a fourth-tier divine weapon and mid-level martial skills. It is only natural that I would falter against that youth, the master of Xianyun sect retorted, his expression shifting. He gestured towards the shattered divine weapon not far off. If you doubt my words, feel free to inspect it. That was my life-bound divine weapon, forged at great expense by a master craftsman to the level of initial third tier, now utterly destroyed by that boy. His voice grew tense with frustration as he recalled the staggering cost, equivalent to nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver, for a divine weapon that bore attributes akin to his frost demon wolf. Indeed, Xian Yang remarked after a brief inspection, nodding slightly at Huizhi. They were both taken aback. But upon reflection, they surmised that Su Han must have relied on his thunderous true energy combined with a fourth-tier divine weapon to best the master of Xianyun's sect so thoroughly. They believed that either of them could easily subdue him if they were to confront him. By the way, I must caution you both. That youth possesses the supreme fire seed, the master of Xianyun's sect stated gravely. The supreme fire seed? Both men were momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder he wielded a fourth-tier divine weapon. Such a seed would be a highly coveted asset in any faction. However, the treatment of a third-grade supreme fire seed was vastly different from that of a fourth-grade. A fourth-grade supreme fire seed could even be exceptional enough to be admitted into the ranks of the 7 leading factions due to its potential to advance to the Yuan Dan realm. Master of Xianyun sect, are you certain? Can you discern the grade of his fire seed? Huizhi inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. It should be above 4th grade. The master replied, let us not waste any more time. We must pursue that youth swiftly. The ancient magic thunder beast he commands has a formidable background. If its allies come to his aid, we shall not gain any merits from this endeavor, Xian Yang declared decisively. An hour later, Gong Yu and his companions had already gathered. The Taihang Mountains were gradually being encircled by disciples from the 8 major sects of TH Chapter 57. The celestial realm of martial artist at the 10th stage of gestation gaped in disbelief. Fixating his gaze on Su Han merely smiled and turned to leave. Shortly after his departure, the martial artist slowly sank to the ground, the vitality in his eyes gradually fading. A charred palm imprint marred his chest. His heart had been shattered by Su Han's singular strike. Upon their initial encounter, the martial artist had been elated, believing he was on the brink of achieving great merit. Little did he know, Su Han's power was nothing short of terrifying. Each punch and kick bore the weight of the 4 symbols, rendering this 10th stage martial artist utterly incapable of retaliation, resulting in a swift demise. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the dense forest, pursuing Su Han with remarkable speed. Do not flee, Jing Qing shouted. If you possess the ability, then catch up to me. Su Han retorted, laughing without looking back, utilizing the void step technique. His speed was beyond the reach of even innate realm experts in a short span, a testament to the formidable nature of this 5th-grade martial art. Indeed, it was the void step. Furthermore, he executed it with such mastery that it seemed he had reached an unparalleled zenith. The more Jing Qing chased, the more astonished she became. Watching Su Han effortlessly navigate through the thicket, widening the gap between them, her expression grew increasingly grave. How could the void step be known to outsiders? Even she lacked the qualifications to learn it. Within the entire Azure Dragon Academy, only a handful, aside from those at the Yuan Dan realm, had access to such techniques. How had such a 5th-grade martial art been disseminated? Did someone dare to recklessly share the secrets of the Azure Dragon Academy? Su Yin, I shall spare your life if you reveal who imparted the void step to you. Jing Qing commanded fiercely. Catch me, and I'll tell you. Su Han guffawed. Jing Qing remained silent, a fierce glint of murderous intent igniting in her eyes. If she could ascertain that he practiced the void step and return his head to the Azure Dragon Academy, it would grant her an immense achievement, surpassing even that of the ancient demon thunder beast. Miss Jing, allow me to assist you. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Yu dashed out from another direction, greeting Jing Qing while bellowing at Su Han. You brat, do not attempt to flee any longer. This place is ensnared in a trap, and no matter how you run, you shall not escape unless you sprout wings. With Gong Yu's arrival, the wise monk Huizhi also emerged from yet another direction. Clad in a white monk's robe that complemented his youthful visage, he resembled a delicate scholar more than a monk. With a compassionate countenance and a faint aura of innate vigor enveloping him, he addressed Su Han. Su Benefactor, turning back is your salvation. Take a moment to reflect. Is this truly your destined shore? If not, you are merely deceiving yourself. Without turning back, Su Han replied, I am not deceiving myself. Huizhi's countenance slightly stiffened. Soon, figures of innate realm experts began to emerge from the forest, joining the pursuit of Su Han. Chun Zhe from the Medicine Dead Valley, Dongfang Shuo of the Thunder Sword Pavilion, Xian Yang of the Xian Ting Dao Palace, Wu Molan from the Moon Concealment Monastery, the leader of the Xian Yun sect, and the chief of the Bei Kuan sect. One after another, they joined the ranks chasing Su Han. Some had approached from different directions, effectively constricting Su Han's escape routes to a negligible margin. Ahead loomed a sheer cliff, over 100 feet high, nearly devoid of any handhold. Its surface as smooth as ice. The onlookers wore expressions of assured confidence. Su Han had nowhere to flee. There, an ambush awaited him. Before long, Su Han found himself at the base of the cliff. Simultaneously, soldiers clad in armor, wielding powerful bows, surged forth from all sides. Yen Han stood at the forefront of this contingent, bowing to Gong Yu. I have not disgraced my mission. I have successfully lured this scoundrel here. He can hardly escape now. Well done. Were it not for your decisive action in locating this spot, that rascal would have led us in circles like a monkey within the Taiying Mountains. Upon my return to the great immortal dynasty, I will commend you. Gong Yu laughed heartily. Yen Han's eyes shimmered with delight upon hearing this. Receiving commendation from the royal family of the great immortal dynasty would be immensely beneficial for both him and the Yin kingdom. You lured me here? Su Han, leaning against the cliff, stared blankly at Yen Han. To the onlookers, his expression resembled that of a desperate fugitive cornered with no escape. I came here of my own volition. Su Han sighed inwardly. He had intentionally led everyone to this location, hoping to buy some time for the young girl, wishing she would awaken soon and leave the Taihang Mountains. Suyin, you have exerted yourself greatly, yet in the end, you shall still surrender. If you reveal the whereabouts of the ancient demon Thunder Beast, I can intercede on your behalf and spare your life. Gong Yu observed, his gaze fixed upon Su Han. His voice resonated through the air, reaching dozens of miles around. The crowd hesitated before taking action, as they had yet to see any sign of the ancient demon Thunder Beast. Young Master Gong, it seems the ancient demon Thunder Beast has fallen unconscious and should be hidden somewhere within the Taihang Mountains. I will dispatch someone to search for it. The leader of the Xian Yun sect interjected. Without my command, none shall act recklessly. Gong Yu's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the leader of the Xian Yun sect. What schemes do you harbor? Do not test our limits, otherwise, I shall annihilate your sect. Young Master Gong, you misunderstand. That was not my intention. The leader of the Xian Yun sect hastily explained. Though a flicker of anger and guilt flashed deep within his eyes, for Gong Yu had indeed seen through his thoughts. Regardless of your intentions, silence is your best course of action now, Gong Yu stated coolly. The leader of the Xian Yun sect forced a smile, falling silent, his heart swelling with humiliation. Though his cultivation was slightly below that of Gong Yu, they were still within the Yin kingdom. And Gong Yu's utter disregard for the 8 major factions of the Yin kingdom was an affront to their pride. Others, like the Bei Kuan sect leader, silently rejoiced for having refrained from speaking up too soon. Otherwise, they too might have faced public humiliation. Su Benefactor, surrender the ancient demon Thunder Beast, and I shall ensure your life remains unharmed. Simply accompany me back to the other shore temple and listen to the scriptures for a century, and your grievances shall be transformed, the wise monk Huizhi declared, hands clasped in prayer. Indeed, indeed. Accompany the wise monk back to the other shore temple, and you shall avoid death while gaining access to profound teachings, a rare opportunity indeed. Just surrender the ancient demon Thunder Beast. Gong Yu laughed heartily. Jing Qing and the others exchanged peculiar glances, as if struck by a sudden realization. You wretched monk. To listen to scriptures for 100 years at your other shore temple? Wouldn't that merely lead to a fate worse than death, a life of eternal confinement? Su Han scoffed. Enough with the nonsense. Will you surrender the ancient demon Thunder Beast, or not? If not, I shall expend 100 celestial coins to have you hung in the celestial realm. Even if you survive today, you shall be hunted day and night for the rest of your days. Gong Yu's cold laughter echoed as he produced a palm-sized token, directing it towards Su Han. This token shimmered with a faint golden hue, its surface subtly enveloped in a layer of golden light. Chapter 58. The Awakening of Junjun. Don't squander the celestial coins. Gong Yu, Wu Mulan admonished softly, her brow furrowed. Celestial space? Celestial coins? Su Han's eyes flickered with intrigue. a sliver of doubt rising within him as the terms conjured thoughts of the celestial emperor system. Could there be a unique connection between the two? That must be the legendary celestial token. Yin Han's gaze fell upon the token in Gong Yu's hand, envy flashing in his eyes. The leader of the Xianyan sect and others seemed to have heard of celestial space as well, their attention immediately drawn to Gong Yu. It's merely a trinket. In Qingzhou, only families or sects with martial sovereigns can obtain the celestial token bestowed by our great immortal dynasty. Places like yours rarely encounter such items. Gong Yu replied with a faint smile. Su Han's ears perked up. He had never heard of this item during his time in Su country, indicating its significance. The specifics could only be uncovered in the future. For now, the priority was to buy time until the ghost eagle arrived. Did you hear that? Will you hand over the ancient demon thunder beast? Gong Yu frowned, looking at Su Han. Hand over what? Not a chance. Su Han chuckled. You are merely a minor character among the royal offspring of the great immortal dynasty, puffing up your chest when you step outside. I can only imagine that when you encounter someone truly formidable, you would be more servile than a eunuch. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere turned stiflingly silent. Gong Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and even Hu Eiji and the others seemed to recall something, their faces darkening. Su Han was not mistaken, given their status. They would indeed be regarded with respect elsewhere. However, among the 7 top powers, there were countless individuals with greater status and strength. In the presence of such beings, they would have to bow respectfully. Yin Han, shoot. Pierce him a few times first. Gong Yu's voice turned icy. Don't act rashly. I want him alive. Jing Qing reprimanded. Yet, Yin Han paid her no heed. After all, in Qingzhou, who would dare defy the great immortal dynasty's orders? Regardless of Gong Yu's status within the great immortal dynasty, he was still of genuine royal blood, possessing at least a trace of lineage shared with the dynasty's ruler, the embodiment of unfathomable power. Focus on the bigger picture. Gong Yu. Dongfang Shuo, who had been silent, finally spoke. Hu Eiji, smiling at Yin Han, suggested, Yin, let us not rush. Allow this monk to persuade Su further. Yin Han hesitated, casting an uneasy glance at Gong Yu. Fine, whether we act now or later makes little difference. Gong Yu shook his head slowly, his gaze turning frigid as he addressed Su Han. I originally intended to spare you, but mark my words, regardless of whether you surrender the ancient demon thunder beast, I will not rest until you are eliminated. And as for the Zhuyang Academy behind you, I shall pay them a visit. Just you? With your character? You think you could even approach the Zhuyang Academy? My master, the wind and thunder sword madman Chen Chi Tai, could easily slay you. Have you heard of him? He is at the peak of the innate realm, and against someone of your mere second stage, he wouldn't need a second strike. Su Han's cold laughter echoed. Moreover, our master Su Han's Han is a Nirvana realm powerhouse, his strength immeasurable. When you visit Zhuyang Academy, it would be wise to bring along a Yuan Dan expert. After a pause, a hint of mockery glimmered in Su Han's eyes. That might be asking too much of you, given your status. You likely can't even summon a Yuan Dan expert, can you? Gong Yu's expression shifted, his rage barely contained. Chen Chi Tai, you say? He shall be the first to fall when I arrive at Zhuyang Academy. Don't. If you have the audacity to come for me, leave my master out of it. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire family. Su Han's expression changed dramatically. Too late, Gong Yu scoffed. Su Gongzi, I ask you once more, do you truly intend to ally with demons? Wu Mulan interjected suddenly. Of course, I do not wish to associate with demons. Su Han rolled his eyes. Why even ask? I am inherently kind-hearted. I wouldn't even crush an ant. Then why protect the ancient demon thunder beast? Wu Mulan furrowed her brow. The ancient demon thunder beast? I am not shielding it. Rather, I am safeguarding a little girl who resembles us, struggling to articulate her words. Su Han chuckled lightly. Yet you, hailing from the 7 top powers and claiming to be virtuous, why do you persist in tormenting her? He paused, not waiting for Wu Mulan and the others to respond, continuing with a smile, because she can provide you with value, because her protective talismans are precious, because her flesh and bone can be used to forge divine weapons, because she is beneficial to you, hence. Su Han's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes brimming with a tempest of thunderous energy. You would harm a little girl for your own gain, cloaking your actions in the guise of ridding the world of evil. Is that not so? Is that not so? Is that not so? His voice reverberated through the Taiyang mountains, echoing like thunder. Gong Yu and the others turned pale. The disciples from the 8 sects and the soldiers led by Yin Han displayed expressions of deep contemplation. In the distance, atop a cliff, a small figure suddenly sat up. Junjun rubbed her eyes and yawned. I didn't expect this transformation to conclude so swiftly. Once stuttering over the words father and mother, she now spoke fluidly. Her tone no longer is childish. As she lowered her hands from her eyes, her deep purple pupils seemed to contain a world of their own. filled with the crashing of countless thunders. This phenomenon was fleeting, and soon, Junjun rested her chin on her hands, lost in thought, reminiscing about the events that transpired during her transformation. The memories before and after the metamorphosis could not coexist simultaneously, requiring time for retrieval. A smile occasionally graced her face, only to be replaced by furrowed brows, until her gaze grew cold, her countenance resembling frost. Junjun stood, gazing several dozen miles away, where a figure stood resolutely before the towering cliff, confronting the crowd. Knowing I am a savage demon, you still dare to intervene and save me? Junjun looked at Su-Han, her frosty demeanor melting away, replaced by a gentle warmth. Chapter 59, The Black Demon Bao Amaba, Su. Your heart has strayed into the path of darkness. No matter how you defend yourself, it is futile. Exorcising evil and upholding righteousness knows no age. Even a 3- or 5-year-old demon must be suppressed when encountered. With hands clasped in prayer, Huiji, with a compassionate expression, regarded Su-Han with a hint of regret. Indeed, the fight against evil does not discriminate by age. Does the fact that this ancient demon thunderbeast is still young mean we shall refrain from action? Xian Yang remarked coolly. I shall ask you one last time. Who taught you the void step? Jing Qin fixed her gaze on Su-Han, her desire to know this matter eclipsing all else. Miss Jing, did he truly employ the void step, a 5th-grade martial skill from the Azure Dragon Academy? Shenzhe was taken aback. How could a disciple from the Nine Suns Academy possibly learn a 5th-grade martial skill from the Azure Dragon Academy? If he were in the Yuan Dan realm, the crowd might not be as astonished, for among the 7 foremost powers, it is not uncommon for outsiders to learn martial skills below the 6th grade through legitimate channels. However, skills above the 6th grade, including the 6th itself, are closely guarded secrets. If any power's 6th grade martial skills or techniques were to leak, even formidable beings at the Dharma body level would intervene to reclaim it. Thus, for many years, even the higher echelons of the 7 major powers have refrained from imparting 6th grade martial skills to outsiders. Indeed, within Qingzhou, only the void step allows those in the fetal breath realm to momentarily traverse the air. Jing Qing stated. That is true. It seems this individual may have previously attacked disciples of your Azure Dragon Academy. Upon returning, it would be prudent to investigate who has perished outside. Shenzhe pondered. It cannot be someone from the innate realm, and those in the fetal breath realm capable of learning the void step are exceedingly few in the Azure Dragon Academy. Therefore, merely inquiring upon return will yield answers. Gong Yu chuckled softly. To truly uncover the truth, capturing this lad alive would suffice. Wu Mo Lan smiled lightly. Everyone, let us not delay any longer. Let us act. The leader of the Xianyun sect spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Su-Han. A fierce glint in his eyes. A being in the fetal breath realm has forced him into such a predicament, unless he witnesses the boy's demise before his eyes. The pent-up anger in his heart will find no outlet. Yen Han, release the arrow. Gong Yu commanded. Yes. Yen Han nodded slightly, turning to his subordinates. Loose the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of arrows, propelled by fierce winds, hurtled towards Su-Han. The crowd anticipated Su-Han would struggle to evade, but to their astonishment, he soared into the air. What does he intend to do? Alarm flickered across Gong Yu's face as he summoned his divine weapon from the Dan Sea, a long bow of inky black hue. Gong Yu gently pulled the bowstring. A black arrow, forged from pure energy, slowly materialized, aimed directly at Su-Han. At this moment, Su-Han had already ascended several dozen feet into the air. His internal energy surging as thunderous flowers seemed to blossom beneath his feet. With each step, he soared another 10 feet higher. Does he intend to take refuge atop that cliff? The cliff, glimmering like ice, offered no foothold for ordinary warriors to ascend. Even we would require considerable effort. Gong Yu, use your black demon bow to bring him down. Xianyang ordered. Gong Yu ignored him. His gaze locked on Su-Han as he drew the black demon bow to its full moon. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the black demon bow, the black arrow trailing a stream of white vapor as it seemingly shattered the sound barrier, thundering towards Su-Han. After releasing this arrow, Gong Yu's complexion paled slightly. Yet his eyes glimmered with confidence, for he believed Su-Han could not evade this arrow. Gong Yu's confidence was not unfounded. Indeed, Su-Han could not evade the arrow. However, upon sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly summoned the Fang Tianhua halberd, swinging it backward with great force. The black arrow collided with the Fang Tianhua halberd, erupting in a magnificent explosion, vanishing without a trace. Su-Han utilized the force of the blast to propel himself higher, ultimately landing effortlessly atop the cliff. Gong Yu, thank you for the lift. Su-Han waved downwards. From the summit of the 100-foot cliff, Gong Yu and the others appeared as insignificant as ants in Su-Han's eyes. The cliff's top measured merely 3 or 4 meters in length and width, barely accommodating a handful of individuals. Even if they managed to ascend, it would only allow for a pair to confront him at a time. I possess the void step. They do not, which grants me an advantage. Now, it is merely a matter of time. Su-Han surveyed his surroundings, devising a plan in his mind. Below, Gong Yu's expression turned grim. He could not suppress a low growl. That last arrow not only failed to harm Su-Han, but inadvertently assisted him in his ascent. Without a 4th-tier divine weapon, that arrow would undoubtedly have struck him down. What shall we do now? Shinzei glanced at the cliff before sighing. My movement skills are average, and this cliff offers no foothold. It is difficult to scale. In terms of movement techniques, the Thunder Sword Pavilion, the Other Shore Temple, the Great Immortal Dynasty, and the Azure Dragon Academy far surpass us. It would be better for the 4 of you to ascend and bring him down. Wu Mo Lan stated solemnly. Gong Yu's gaze flickered. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yin Han. If you can capture this lad alive, I can assist you in securing a place for the celestial symbol. The celestial symbol. Yin Han's body trembled. The leaders of the 8 great sects exchanged glances, some eagerly inquiring. Young Master Gong, if we succeed in capturing this lad, will we also earn a chance to use the celestial symbol? Indeed. Gong Yu replied with a faint smile, but only one such opportunity exists. We shall compete amongst ourselves for it. Competing together? Kueiji and the others exchanged silent glances, ultimately falling into a contemplative silence, evidently acquiescing to Gong Yu's proposition. Little demon, do you dare to come down for a duel? I promise the others will not interfere. It shall only be you and I. Yin Han suddenly raised his head to gaze at Su-Han, his voice booming with energy. Ugly fool, do you dare to face me in battle? Just the 2 of us, I assure you. Su-Han laughed heartily. Ugly fool. Yin Han was momentarily taken aback. In all these years, it was his first time hearing someone call him ugly. A square face, thick brows. How could that be deemed ugly? In his youth, he had been a dashing and suave young gentleman. Come down. Yin Han retorted coldly. Hiding up there like a coward brings shame to your elders and tarnishes your sect's reputation. You ascend, a dignified innate realm master. Too timid to confront me directly, is that not a disgrace to the Yin kingdom? Su-Han chuckled. Yin, there is no need to waste breath with him. Let us join forces and capture him. The leader of the North Kuan sect stated solemnly. Agreed. Yin Han nodded, and together with the North Kuan sect leader, they approached the cliff. Upon reaching the cliff face, they exchanged determined glances, and with a swift motion, they leaped upwards. Yet the next moment, 2 bolts of thunder struck Yin Han and the North Kuan sect leader, causing them to lose balance and tumble downwards. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding crashes echoed as Yin Han and the North Kuan sect leader, shielded by their innate aura, suffered no mortal peril. However, they were left dazed, blood trickling from their lips. If you possess the capability, come up yourselves. Why let these old geezers take the lead? With their status and position, reaching the 10th level of the innate realm is the extent of their potential. You, however, are different. Each one of you is a prodigy emerging from the 7 foremost powers, with prospects of reaching the Nirvana realm and even hopes of advancing to the Yuan Dan realm. Are you truly so timid? Su-Han mocked loudly from above. The sound resonated powerfully, and in an instant, the faces of Gong Yu and the others turned a ghastly shade of pale. Chapter 60. Yin Han reaches the summit. This boy is truly detestable. A fierce killing intent flashed in Wu Molan's eyes. Umaba, my friends, there is no need to rush. We have ample time, remarked Monk Hueji, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perhaps he had felt urgency and murderous intent when Su-Han had just struck him at his brow, but now he was calm. For someone driven to the brink, what difference does it make whether they die a day sooner or later? Let us simply bide our time. Gong Yu let out a cold snort. Over the next few days, both sides engaged in a few exchanges each night. However, as the days progressed, Yin Han and the others learned to be cautious, deliberately creating disturbances but never truly attempting to ascend, at most climbing a mere 10 or 20 zhang. This way, Su-Han could not strike them, and they were spared the agony of falling. Days turned into weeks. Su-Han's cultivation steadily improved, unbeknownst to Gong Yu and the others, who were unaware that Su-Han possessed over 200 third-grade condensing chi pills in his storage. Additionally, he had various other types of pills at his disposal, including blood chi pills sufficient for him to reside at the cliff's peak for a year and a half. Each day, Gong Yu and his companions made a racket below, seemingly intent on thwarting Su-Han's martial cultivation, deliberately wearing him down. Yet, Su-Han remained unfazed, continuing his practice undeterred, cursing loudly when necessary. Whenever someone approached the summit, he would awaken from his meditative state and wield his Fong Tianhua halberd. At times, he need not even activate the Thunder Flame runes for his opponents to be frightened into falling. After consuming dozens of condensing qi pills each day, on the 10th day, when Su-Han's blood qi pills were finally depleted, he sensed that his 8th stage of the fetal breath realm had reached a bottleneck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the 9th stage of fetal breath. The system notification chimed. The true qi within Su-Han surged dramatically, surpassing the ordinary levels of the fetal breath realm. At this moment, if he were to encounter the leader of the Xianyun sect, Su-Han felt that, given enough time, he could simply outlast him until his demise. What has happened to the ghost eagle that he has not yet arrived? Su-Han furrowed his brow. Now that his condensing qi pills were exhausted, even with his 9th grade supreme fire seed, breaking through to the 10th stage of fetal breath without the aid of pills would take him a year and a half. He could not afford to linger here for such an extended period, and Gong Yu and the others would certainly not grant him that luxury. Thus, he needed to depart swiftly, but his connection with the ghost eagle had grown faint. Nonetheless, Su-Han was certain of one thing. The ghost eagle had not perished. Hey, do you have any blood qi pills? Toss a few up here. Su-Han suddenly called from the cliff's edge. The crowd below paused, and then Gong Yu chuckled. Have you run out of blood qi pills? Are you hungry? How about this? Come down, and I shall treat you to a fine meal. Going down is out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. Su-Han shook his head. A cold glint flickered in Gong Yu's eyes. You think you can survive by not coming down? If you wish to starve to death, I shall accommodate you. That night, Gong Yu and the others gathered, drinking fine wine while discussing the day's events. This boy may be playing tricks, attempting to lure us up, Qingzhou remarked, plucking a grape and popping it into his mouth. Very likely, the others nodded in agreement. However, Yin Han's gaze shifted. Could he be trying to lead us to believe that he has indeed exhausted his blood qi pills, while in reality, he is not? Oh, Gong Yu turned his attention to Yin Han, pausing for a moment before speaking slowly. Your speculation holds some merit. This boy is the most cunning individual I have encountered in the fetal breath realm. Most in the fetal breath stage would have already quaked at the sight of us in the innate realm, yet he remains unafraid even when besieged by us. His courage is remarkable, and his temperament exceptional. Let us wait a few more days. The group ultimately decided to observe the situation further. Another week passed. On this day, Yin Han, along with the leader of the Bei Kuan sect and the leader of the Xianyun sect, along with 3 other innate masters, soared towards the summit as the sun rose. Their purpose today was not to ascend, but to ascertain Su-Han's condition. If he truly had no blood qi pills or food, then after 7 or 8 days, some sign should be evident. Everyone, be cautious. Do not climb too high, Yin Han advised. The others nodded cautiously, having already suffered multiple falls, and did not dare to be reckless. The eyes of those below were glued to Yin Han and his companions. This time, when they reached 90 zhang, just as they were about to reach the summit, Su-Han did not appear. There is an opportunity, Qingzhou's eyes sparkled. It is finally coming to an end. If we can capture Su-Han alive, all our efforts will be rewarded. An opportunity for revenge. Haha. The leader of the Xianyun sect was elated. Suddenly, a head popped out above him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down. Bang! Hearing the loud crash below, the others immediately fled downward. They did not wish to be directly knocked off by Su-Han. Just as Yin Han intended to turn back down, he sensed something was amiss. This time, Su-Han did not seem to strike. Yin Han quickly turned to see Su-Han, pale and retreating. A wave of joy surged within him. He had definitely not eaten for several days, and his internal qi and blood were depleted, so he dared not use his true qi. Without the support of blood qi, expending his true qi would render him incapable of recovering through meditation. Calmly, Yin Han thought, moving forward rather than retreating, directly soaring towards the summit. How did he ascend? The few who had just retreated exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Excellent. Gong Yu laughed heartily. This boy has indeed run out of blood qi pills. We merely need to wait for Yin Han to capture him alive. The expressions of the sect leaders who had just retreated turned grim. Had they known, they would have ascended directly. Now it was too late, and it would appear as if they were merely following behind. Such an achievement would be claimed by Yin Han, and they wondered if he would truly fulfill his promise to help secure a qualification for using the heavenly symbols. The group pondered, their thoughts a whirl of uncertainty. At the cliff's peak, Yin Han landed, unable to contain a burst of laughter that startled countless birds into flight. Once his laughter subsided, he turned to Su-Han, who sat nearby, gazing at him with a calm expression. Why are you silent? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Ah, I see. You haven't eaten in several days and are now starving. Without entering the Yuandan realm, one cannot truly fast. I wonder if you now lack the strength to even strike? Chapter 61. The Peril of Flattery. Su-Han gazed at Yin Han with a faint smile, exclaiming, After fishing for so many days, I have indeed caught this great fool of yours. You are as ugly as you are foolish, even on the brink of death. You still refuse to yield. Yin Han let out a cold laugh, his body enveloped in innate vigor as he strode towards Su Han. He recalled how Su Han had previously insulted him in front of countless witnesses, and he was determined to exact his revenge, while Gong Yu seeks to capture you alive. I merely need to ensure you draw a breath, Yin Han sneered. You should be unaware that every royal cultivator possesses punishment techniques beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. I intend to demonstrate a few moves on you. I hope you won't beg for mercy later. In an instant, Yin Han transformed into a bolt of lightning. Lunging towards Su Han. Thunderbolt halberd technique. Su Han sprang to his feet, brandishing his Fa Tian Hua Ji, and with a single strike, he forced Yin Han to stagger back a few steps. Your speed is too slow, Su Han remarked nonchalantly, though you are shielded by innate vigor. How can you capture me when you cannot even approach? What technique do you practice? Yin Han's brow furrowed slightly. Just moments ago, Su Han's halberd had struck him with astonishing speed. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit. The force was so great that it tore a small gash in his innate vigor, leaving a mark upon his skin. Yet, such an injury posed no mortal threat to him. You wish to know? Defeat me first. Su Han laughed heartily, engaging Yin Han in combat. The area at the cliff summit was limited, leaving Yin Han no choice but to either leap off or continuously maneuver while contending with Su Han. However, any display of his innate vigor would be dispersed by the halberd, rendering him incapable of striking Su Han. Moreover, Su Han's speed was terrifying. Each of his moves made Yin Han feel as though he were being intellectually outmatched, leaving behind marks upon his body. Be cautious, I am striking your left side. Thud. You insolent wretch. Yin Han roared in fury. He had been lured by Su Han's taunts. Despite his inner voice warning against trusting him, the blend of truth and deception left him unable to anticipate and defend himself effectively. Now, I will strike your right side. Thud. Another wound appeared on Yin Han's body. Only at this moment did he realize he had indeed fallen for Su Han's trickery. Su Han showed no signs of fatigue, instead appearing to be in peak condition. Fighting like a descending tiger. I cannot harm him, nor can he harm me. I must find an opportunity to retreat. Yin Han found himself once again at the edge of the cliff. Finally, he seized a moment of opportunity, just as he was about to leave the cliff summit. Su Han suddenly stepped through the air, appearing right before him. Great fool, I have awaited your arrival. What do you intend to do? Yin Han was momentarily taken aback. Below, Gong Yu and the others' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. This young man shows no signs of fatigue. Yin Han is attempting to flee. Thank goodness we did not intervene. This youth is far too formidable, merely in the fetal breath realm, yet he has rendered us, a group of innate realm cultivators, utterly powerless. What is he planning? Something is amiss. Soon, everyone realized Su Han's intention, and all present, including Gong Yu, gasped in unison. Su Han tightly embraced Yin Han and then executed his air-stepping technique, ascending over 10 zhang with each step. What do you intend to do? Yin Han exclaimed in alarm, attempting to strike Su Han in retaliation. However, Su Han had him firmly restrained, possessing the power of the four symbols, a strength that an ordinary innate realm practitioner could scarcely match. I shall discover just how resilient your shell truly is. Su Han laughed heartily. Realizing what Su Han was about to do, terror flashed in Yin Han's eyes. Falling from such heights would surely leave him grievously injured. If he fell 200 zhang, he might not even survive to maintain his innate vigor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, Su Han had lifted Yin Han to a height of at least 200 zhang above the ground. Great fool, away with you. Su Han suddenly released his grip, kicking Yin Han as well to ensure he could not grasp him, all while propelling himself back towards the cliff summit. Yin Han's face turned pale as he plummeted towards the ground at breakneck speed, his true energy swirling chaotically as he attempted to harness power from the void. Unfortunately, lacking the air-stepping technique or any aerial maneuvering skills, his frantic energy merely made him appear as a meteor hurtling from the heavens. Boom! Yin Han crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a small mushroom cloud upon impact. Gong Yu, Chun Zhe, Jing Qing, the sect leader of Xianyun sect, and the leader of Bei Kunmen, along with other innate realm cultivators, looked on in astonishment as Yin Han fell before them. After a brief pause, a group of soldiers rushed to the site of Yin Han's fall, panic evident on their faces. However, once the dust settled, they could only behold the shattered remnants of Yin Han. His head lay far away, eyes wide open, staring blankly in the direction of the cliff, forever unblinking. Gasp! A dignified innate realm cultivator, reduced to such a fate before their eyes, sent a shiver down the spines of Gong Yu and the others. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly superior to Yin Han, Yet they believed they would fare no better than he if cast from a height of 200 zhang. Gongyu, what shall we do now? Shen Yang's expression had grown exceedingly grim. We shall wait, Gongyu replied coldly. I refuse to believe he can exhaust us. Pausing, Gongyu turned to the soldiers, bring Yin Han's remains back, and inform the Emperor of Yin how he met his end. I shall avenge him. Yes. The soldiers complied, carrying Yin Han's remains away, while the others remained in the Tying Mountains to maintain a blockade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the first realm innate cultivator Yin Han. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 4th grade explosive chi pill. System notifications chimed one after another. Explosive chi pill? Su-Han was momentarily taken aback, joy illuminating his eyes. To think that Yin Han's demise would yield such a valuable item. What he needed most was indeed the explosive chi pill. With it in hand, ascending to the 10th level of fetal breath would be a breeze. Do any of you possess chi blood pills? Toss a few up here. Su-Han called down, waving his hand. Get lost. Someone shouted angrily. Go eat dung. Another jeered. Shouldn't you worry about my mother coming for a thorough discussion from hundreds of miles away? Su-Han laughed heartily. The crowd fell silent, and after a few moments, they finally grasped what Su-Han was insinuating, leading to another round of curses. Su-Han chuckled, confident that no one would dare to come up to their demise anytime soon. He seized this opportunity to break through to the 10th level of fetal breath. Chapter 62, the 7th rank cultivation technique. Thunder Tyrant Body Art. Su-Han retrieved a fury pill and swallowed it whole, the familiar sensation washing over him once more. The Thunder True Chi surged forth relentlessly, coursing through Su-Han's meridians, and his cultivation level ascended at a visibly rapid pace. For an ordinary martial artist, such a process would require utmost caution and thorough preparation before consuming the fury pill. However, Su-Han was different. His meridians, having undergone daily refinement by the Thunder True Chi, possessed an innate resilience that rendered them impervious to the violent forces unleashed by the pill. Within the Danci, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon had grown significantly larger than before, its form becoming more vivid and lifelike. After the fury pill was consumed, the medicinal power invigorated the dragon's eyes, which had previously been devoid of pupils, now appearing as if endowed with 2 gleaming orbs of thunderous energy. This was the finishing touch. It indicated that Su-Han was exceedingly close to the 10th level of fetal breath. Every martial artist, upon reaching this stage, would undergo a re-refinement of their fire seed, with the fortunate ones even elevating it by a rank. Most, however, would merely see a slight enhancement, such as from mid-4th rank to upper 4th rank. Boom. After an unknown duration, the tempestuous Thunder True Chi gradually subsided, akin to a receding flood. With the dragon returning to the sea, Su-Han peered into the Danci, observing the Thunder True Chi swirling like mist. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon flickering in and out of visibility within the thunderous haze. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 10th level of fetal breath. The system notification echoed. A smile graced Su-Han's face as he finally reached the 10th level of fetal breath. From his rebirth to this moment, he had astonishingly transformed from the 1st level of physical realm to the formidable 10th level of fetal breath within such a brief span. This realm commanded respect wherever one might be, especially considering Su-Han's youth. He had yet to turn 18. Next, he would challenge the innate realm. It remained uncertain when he would be able to breach that threshold. Only by attaining innate status and converting his true chi into gang chi could he shed the current limitations. Even if he could overpower an ordinary innate 1st level opponent, he would be unable to eliminate them outright. Su-Han gradually stood upright, sensing that after reaching the 10th level of fetal breath, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon had also undergone some changes, its aura now richer and more profound. The 9th rank fire seeds also had their distinctions. Perhaps his ancient purple extreme thunder dragon was now among the upper echelon of the 9th rank. No, it might even be at the pinnacle. If the opportunity arose, he would venture to the great immortal dynasty, where he had heard there existed an alternative method for assessing fire seed ranks, allowing for a more straightforward understanding of one's fire seed. Su-Han pondered. Daddy. Suddenly, Su-Han turned, astonished, as he beheld Junjin. How did you come up here? Embrace. Junjin spread her arms wide. With a bemused expression, Su-Han lifted her into his arms. Quickly tell me. How did you ascend? I specifically placed you over there, hoping you would escape the Tying Mountains. Now, look, we're both trapped here. Impossible. Junjun silently chuckled to herself, her face displaying a look of confusion as she stared blankly at Su-Han, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. You harbor many secrets. Su-Han scrutinized Junjun closely. The sheer cliff, smooth as ice, would pose a challenge even for innate realm practitioners to scale. Yet, here was Junjun, who had not only made it up, but had also managed to do so without alarming Gong Yu and the others. It was only when she arrived behind him and spoke that he even realized her presence. Su-Han sensed that Junjun concealed some undisclosed mysteries, though he lacked the inclination to delve further. A lightning attribute barbaric demon. There should be no second one in the Taiying Mountains. Once we leave this place, I must journey to the barbaric demon mountains. The 3-month deadline is fast approaching, and I must procure several drops of its essence. Su-Han mused to himself. In his embrace, Junjun blinked. Essence from a lightning attribute barbaric demon? Why would he need such a thing? Well, just a few drops would not impede my cultivation. With this thought, Junjun gently pressed a finger to her F chapter 63, breaking armor, thunder battle armor. Indeed, it is a 7th-tier martial art. A sense of relief washed over Su-Han's heart. The system had not let him down this time. In the entire Qingzhou region, how many individuals are truly qualified to practice such a profound technique? It is likely that those beneath him will never even come close. The Thunder Dominance Body Technique is divided into 7 stages: body tempering, armor breaking, lightning summoning, internal organs, thunder bones, diamond, and dominance. Body tempering, as its name implies, signifies that merely initiating the process of tempering one's body with thunder true qi is akin to stepping into this realm. Each stage corresponds to a specific martial arts level. Armor breaking allows the thunder true qi to envelop the body, forming a protective barrier akin to innate qi. Although its defensive power may not match that of innate qi, it can make one impervious to blades and arrows for a brief period. Little girl, I am going to cultivate a martial art, so be careful and don't wander off, Su-Han gently admonished, affectionately ruffling Junjun's hair. Junjun gazed up at him with confusion, seemingly unaware of his words, yet she nodded earnestly. Thus, Su-Han commenced his training in the Thunder Dominance Body Technique. As it was bestowed upon him by the system, it felt as though he had been practicing it all his life, and he swiftly entered the body tempering stage. The thunder true qi within him relentlessly refined every inch of his flesh according to the unique methodologies of the Thunder Dominance Body Technique. Indeed, it is a technique specifically designed for tempering the physical body. Su-Han could feel his strength surging exponentially, possessing the power of the 4 symbols. After less than an hour of practicing the Thunder Dominance Body Technique, his strength had already approached the level of 5 symbols. How peculiar. What kind of martial art is he practicing? Junjun propped her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with curiosity as she watched Su-Han. She vaguely sensed that his aura was escalating rapidly, but regrettably, if she were not in the process of transcending the ordinary. She could easily discern the internal changes within Su-Han. In less than a day, Su-Han had mastered the pinnacle of the body tempering stage of the Thunder Dominance Body Technique, effectively doubling his physical strength. 8 symbols of immense power. Even for dedicated body tempering martial artists at the tidal breath realm's 10th level, such terrifying strength is unattainable. This power is akin to that of innate realm body tempering practitioners. With such formidable strength, combined with the Feng Tian Hua Ji and the Thunder True Qi, the innate qi surrounding them should no longer impede me. Slowly, Su-Han opened his eyes, and with their opening and closing, it seemed as if a flash of lightning had danced through the air. Confirming that there were no changes in his surroundings, he began to practice the 2nd stage of the Thunder Dominance Body Technique, armor breaking. Once he achieved this stage, Su-Han felt that he would possess a considerable chance against the innate realm as 2nd-level martial artist like Gong Yu. Damn it. This ghost eagle transforms into a phantom at night. It is truly elusive. In midair, a young man scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze locked onto a specific spot. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Haha, a mere 3rd-tier savage beast thinks it can escape my grasp? Let us see who can outlast whom. Originally, there was a golden eagle, but he ultimately chose the ghost eagle, knowing it had the potential for growth. Once the ghost eagle ascends to the Buddha ghost eagle level, it would draw envious gazes as a mount. After detecting the aura of the ghost eagle, the young man's figure flickered, and he dashed forward through the air. On that day, the sun shone brightly, casting fierce rays upon Su-Han's skin, subtly reflecting a faint purple lightning glow. Is that innate qi? No, he hasn't advanced to the innate level yet. Yet he can condense a layer of armor on the surface of his skin that is distinct from true qi. It must be some special martial skill. Could it be that he desires my essence blood solely to cultivate this technique? Junjun mused, observing Su-Han thoughtfully. The layer of thunder battle armor on Su-Han's skin grew increasingly substantial until he appeared entirely enveloped in a shroud of lightning. Indeed, while it does differ somewhat from innate qi, it is significantly more powerful than ordinary thunder true qi. Su-Han closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensation. A typical practitioner at the tidal breath realm can also disperse true qi throughout their body to form a battle armor akin to innate qi. However, such a method is exceedingly taxing on true qi, and its duration is limited. Moreover, its defensive capability is often inadequate, resulting in few individuals opting for this approach, as they tend to prioritize protecting vital areas. Su Han, however, was distinctly different from the norm. Although the layer of lightning on his exterior was also a manifestation of thunder true qi, it had been amplified several times through the unique techniques of the thunder dominance body technique, while the consumption of internal thunder true qi remained minimal. The next stage cannot be achieved in the short term. For now, it is time to test the might of the thunder dominance body technique. Su Han opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and instructed Junjun, "Little girl, I am going down to deal with someone. Wait for me here." Without waiting for her response, Su Han leaped into the air, using his stepping technique to descend step by step. Below, individuals had been watching Su Han's movements. So when they noticed him leaving the cliffside, they immediately informed Gong Yu and the others. Finally willing to come down, Gong Yu fixed his gaze intently on Su Han. "Benefactor Su, have you come to a decision?" The monk Huiji smiled. Upon landing, Su Han smiled back at monk Huiji. "I felt a bit stifled up there, and since you all ceased sending someone to entertain me, I decided to come find you. What on earth does this fellow intend to do?" The leader of the Xianyun sect exchanged glances with the others, uncertain of Su Han's motives. Coming down to find them? Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Did he know he was cornered and was merely seeking to drag a few down with him? "Huiji, step aside," Gong Yu said calmly. "I seek vengeance for Yin Han." "That won't he do?" Jing Qing shook her head. "He must be captured alive." "Miss Jing, what if I refuse?" Gong Yu's brow furrowed slightly. As tensions rose, Huiji. The monk chuckled softly and clasped his hands together, saying, "Subduing demons and vanquishing evil is my humble duty. Allow me to guide this fiend towards redemption. Leave him alive." Jing Qing nodded. She felt more assured if it were Huiji taking action. "Heh. If he truly has mastered the stepping technique, even if you slay him, you will still earn merit. Why insist on keeping him alive? Could it be you wish to extract the secrets of the stepping technique from him?" Gong Yu cast a scornful look at Jing Qing. "Think as you wish," Jing Qing retorted with a huff, ignoring Gong Yu. "In that case, I shall leave it to you. Do not disappoint me, Huiji," Gong Yu said calmly. "Umitba." Huiji chuckled lightly, gracefully approaching Su Han, employing a unique movement technique that made it seem as though he was traversing the ground in mere inches, covering several zhang with each step. In an instant, Huiji appeared merely a zhang away from Su Han. The onlookers let out a sigh of relief. Now, even if Su Han wished to flee, it was already too late. Chapter 64. Decapitation of the Innate. This slippery eel, after all, cannot escape, Gong Yu remarked with a faint smile. "With the intervention of the high monk from the other shore temple, I believe this child will soon be captured alive," the sect master of Xianyun sect said with a slightly obsequious grin, as the matter neared its conclusion, having invested so much. They could only hope that Gong Yu and the others would share a portion of the spoils with them. "Su Benefactor, may I offer you one last piece of advice?" Huiji clasped his hands and bowed his head. "No need for advice, with your constant reference to yourself as a monk. As a monk of the other shore temple, do you not feel a twinge of superiority when you encounter monks from other temples? Why put on such a pretense? If we are to fight, let us do so openly." Su Han scoffed, adding, "But let me make it clear, if you plan to use numbers against me, I shall simply retreat to the higher ground and await you." Huiji fell silent for a moment. A flicker of malice flashed deep within his eyes. Yet he concealed it well. Only Su Han, across from him, could perceive it. "It seems this monk is as I suspected. No eminent monk can escape the trappings of human emotions." Su Han chuckled inwardly. "Then, I shall make my move. Su Benefactor, please enlighten me." As the words left his mouth, Huiji's figure abruptly appeared before Su Han, his palms together striking out. An innate aura erupted from his palm, transforming into a pair of colossal golden floral handprints that surged towards Su Han. The other shore temple's fourth-tier martial technique, the floral hand. Gong Yu and the others' expressions shifted slightly. "I did not anticipate that Huiji's standing within the other shore temple would surpass my expectations. Receiving the floral hand indicates he is likely to achieve nirvana in the future." Xianyang squinted. Although everyone hailed from the 7 supreme powers, martial prowess is not solely determined by lineage. It also hinges on opportunity and one's innate talent. Their potential is not particularly high, and in terms of talent, they lag behind many peers, thus they receive scant resources for cultivation to achieve the innate realm at such a young age. They appear as prodigies in the eyes of those unfamiliar with the 7 supreme powers. However, the true prodigies among these 7 would, at their age, at the very least, have reached nirvana. For them, Breaking through to nirvana within their lifetime remains uncertain. Otherwise, they would not need to traverse the world in search of opportunities. Su-Han's eyes flickered. Instead of blocking, he invoked the armor of thunder. In the next moment, a suit of thunderous armor enveloped his body. The violet lightning shielded Su-Han entirely, bracing against Huiji's strike. Su-Han felt an immense force surge towards him, causing him to stagger back 7 or 8 steps. The armor of thunder nearly shattered under the impact, yet ultimately remained intact, signifying its capability to withstand a full-force strike from a second-tier innate practitioner. What? Innate aura? The onlookers displayed astonishment. No, it's not innate aura. It must be some form of martial technique. Jingqing fixed her gaze on Su-Han, incredulous. How could a disciple from the Nine Suns Academy, who is relatively obscure, possess such exceptional martial skills? From spear techniques to body techniques, and now this technique resembling innate aura. Even if they were to engage without defense, Huiji's last strike would have left them breathless. Second-tier innate strength, combined with a fourth-tier martial technique, could withstand such a powerful assault, indicating that it must be at least a fourth-tier protective technique. I have decided, I must spare this child's life. A glimmer of greed flashed in Gong Yu's eyes. The others instinctively nodded. They had initially thought the ancient demon Thunder Beast was their opportunity, yet unexpectedly, this fetus stage individual emerged, wielding such martial prowess. Whether it be a fourth-tier divine weapon or martial technique, both are of immense value to them. Preserving his life is indeed prudent. Shunzhe stroked his chin, chuckling. I now hope his protective energy can endure a few more strikes. That would further affirm the high rank of this martial technique. What kind of martial technique is this? Huiji narrowed his eyes, refraining from striking again. You wish to know? I shall not divulge it. Su-Han smiled. Ah, I shall discover it. Huiji replied with a faint smile, his hands shimmering with golden light. Let us see how many strikes you can withstand. He unleashed the fourth-tier martial technique, Floral Hand, once more. This time, however, Su-Han had no intention of testing the armor of thunder again. Having proven its resilience against a full-force strike from a second-tier innate practitioner, he felt satisfied. Thunderous Spear Technique. The swift Fang Tianhua spear, imbued with surging thunderous energy, arrived first, shredding through the floral hand imprint. With a resounding thud, it plunged deep into Huiji's chest. Huiji's innate aura failed to repel the spear's assault. The tip had even emerged from his back. Huiji glanced down at his chest, then slowly raised his head to meet Su-Han's gaze, terror gradually flooding his eyes. How did you penetrate my innate aura? By sheer force, I wield the power of the 8 trigrams, coupled with a fourth-tier divine weapon. Is it so surprising that I pierced through your innate aura? Su-Han replied with a smile. You do not truly believe I descended here merely out of boredom to seek your company, do you? I never undertake endeavors without a solid assurance of success. As a disciple of the other Shore Temple, should you kill me, you too shall perish. Huiji felt the excruciating pain within him, trembling lips revealing his pallor. Release me, and I swear to leave the Tying Mountains at once, without lingering here. Too late. You remain alive now only because I have not extracted it. Your heart has long since been shattered. Su-Han chuckled softly, gradually withdrawing the Fang Tianhua spear. As he did, Huiji's body trembled violently. After the spear was extracted, a gaping hole remained in Huiji's chest, revealing his ruptured heart, blood gushing forth. The vitality in Huiji's eyes faded as he succumbed to despair. How could he, a disciple of the other Shore Temple, meet his demise at the hands of one in the fetal Chapter 65? The secret record of divine pills. May I ask if the host wishes to learn the 5-rank martial art, the indestructible diamond technique from the Temple of the Other Shore? I shall begin my studies immediately. In an instant, a torrent of information surged through, and Su-Han mastered the intermediate 5-rank martial art, the indestructible diamond technique. Unlike the Thunderlord body technique, which requires a step-by-step approach to cultivation, the indestructible diamond technique is a martial skill. Once learned, it can be executed at will. Although its effectiveness is linked to one's cultivation level, as a 5-rank martial skill, its efficacy is certainly commendable. Furthermore, the indestructible diamond technique is divided into 9 tiers, with the 9th tier being known as the indestructible diamond. Su-Han currently stands at the 9th tier. This level is likely unattainable even for many in the Nirvana realm or the Origin Core realm within the Temple of the Other Shore. With the death of the wise monk, who among you dares to challenge me? Su-Han grinned at Gong Yu and the others. This prodigy, the leaders of the Northern Kuan sect and others felt a mix of astonishment and fury. With a cultivation level of the fetal breath realm, he had first lured Yen Han to his demise, and now, merely days later, he had slain the far stronger wise monk in direct combat. Such a genius. they had only heard of in the Xinhuang ranking. The individuals listed on that ranking were all at least 8-rank martial artists. Those below that threshold were deemed unworthy of inclusion. With the deaths of Gong Yu and the wise monk, if this news reaches the temple of the other shore, we will not escape unscathed. We must avenge them. Xianyang cast a glance at Gong Yu. Wu Mulan also spoke up. Let us join forces to subdue this child. Join forces? If you do so, I shan't play anymore. You may only come at me 2 at a time. Su Han jested, a hint of mockery in his tone. Wu Mulan's expression shifted slightly. Had it been her usual temperament, she would have retorted fiercely. Yet, the recent slaying of the wise monk made her recall certain prodigious disciples from the Hidden Moon sect. Su Han and those disciples might belong to the same breed, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in Wu Mulan, rendering her unable to insult him. You from the Hidden Moon sect, the temple of the other shore, and the Xianding Dao Palace share a close bond. This grudge, I suggest you take it upon yourselves to avenge the wise monk, stated Gong Yu, his eyes glinting. Xianyang fell silent immediately. Have you made your decision? Su Han smiled. I will grant you a few moments more. If not, I shall take my leave. Northern Kuan sect's leader and Xianyun sect's leader, you both have deep-seated enmity with this child. Why not take the lead in subduing him? Xianyang suddenly turned to face the leaders of the 8 great sects of the Yin Kingdom. No. We are too weak. We fear we cannot match him. It is best for the esteemed prodigies to take action. The leader of Xianyun's sect hurriedly waved his hands. The Northern Kuan sect's leader also averted his gaze, making his intentions clear. I shall not participate. Even a second-tier innate realm expert like the wise monk could not withstand a lethal strike from this child. What could we, at the first tier, accomplish? Would we merely be offering ourselves as sacrifices? Xianyang clearly regarded them as cannon fodder. Very well, then. You may all come at me together. I shall not flee. It is rare for me to encounter such an opportunity, yet I cannot even fight to my heart's content. Su Han sighed softly. The recent death of the wise monk had left this group in profound shock, causing them to hesitate in their actions. If they did not act, how could Su Han reap his rewards? Are you certain you will not flee? Gong Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. I am certain. Su Han replied with a calm smile. Swear it. Gong Yu insisted. I swear, if I flee midway, I, Su Yin, will forever be stripped of my manhood and have no descendants. Su Han scoffed coldly. Is that oath sufficiently severe? Do you require something even more dire? Everyone exchanged peculiar glances. Since you express such sincerity, then we 6 shall indulge you in this game. Gong Yu chuckled, exchanging glances with Chen Zhe and the others. They then advanced towards Su Han from various angles, surrounding him. Indeed, they have taken the bait. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Su Han's eyes. He then scanned each individual before him. Jing Qing. Never mind. Who knows her ties to Jing Yuehan? Wu Mulan. The martial techniques of the Hidden Moon sect may not suit her. The Valley of Deadly Herbs? Ah, quite commendable. The Xianding Dao Palace? Also admirable. The Thunderblade Pavilion? Related to thunder. If the martial technique obtained is inferior to the Thunder Spear technique, it would be rather lackluster. As the group noticed Su Han remaining still, simply observing them, an unexplainable sense of unease crept over Chun Zhe and Gong Yu. Unite and slay him. Gong Yu suddenly bellowed, and in the next moment, the 6 prodigies unleashed their most powerful techniques, aiming to annihilate Su Han in one fell swoop. Regrettably, their actions were destined to be outpaced by Su Han. Thunder Spear technique. The terrifying power of the 8 symbols surged forth, infused with boundless thunder. As the heavenly spear sliced downwards from Chun Zhe's shoulder, Chun Zhe, the others gasped in horror at the sight. Yet, they felt a wave of relief, for their lethal assault was about to strike Su Han. Indestructible diamond. Golden pillars of light erupted from Su Han's form, weaving a suit of golden armor beneath the thunder battle armor. Boom. The combined assaults of the group crashed upon Su Han, but in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged back towards them from their own attacks. What is happening? Gong Yu and the others were filled with astonishment. Bang! The 5 figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The leaders of the Xianyun sect and others, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt their legs weaken. Su Han's thunder battle armor had been shattered by Gong Yu and the others, but the underlying golden armor had effortlessly withstood the full force of their combined strike. Radiating with golden light, Su Han now appeared before them like a war god descended from the heavens. 6 second-tier innate realm experts joining forces failed to subdue a mere fetal breath realm practitioner? The leader of the Northern Kuan sect murmured to himself. This scene surpassed his understanding of martial arts. The martial techniques employed by Gong Yu and the others were all intermediate-level techniques, and combined with their second-tier innate realm cultivation, they were unable to defeat Su Han. Instead, they were sent flying. Did this not imply that he possessed at least the combat prowess of a 3rd-tier innate realm expert? and he was merely a fetal breath practitioner. The 5-rank indestructible diamond technique is indeed impressive. It converts my thunder true chi into golden true energy, weaving a suit of armor that can likely withstand the full force of a 3rd-tier innate realm attack. Su-Han reflected inwardly. However, compared to the Thunderlord body technique, the indestructible diamond technique is still significantly inferior. The current strength is merely due to Su-Han having cultivated it to the 9th tier. Should the Thunderlord body technique be cultivated to the 7th stage in the future, Su-Han was confident that the Thunder Battle armor would far surpass the indestructible diamond technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a 2nd-tier innate realm expert. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 4-rank technique secret record of divine pills. Incomplete. What a splendid find. A glimmer of joy surfaced in Su-Han's eyes. Alchemists like the Fengyun 9 provinces are as rare as master blacksmiths, primarily because alchemy is a closely guarded secret. He had not anticipated such good fortune, directly obtaining a tome from Chunzei. Chapter 66. Counter Pursuit. May I inquire if the host is currently learning the divine pill secret record? Yes. A surge of information flooded into Su-Han's mind, and within moments, he had become a skilled alchemist. The divine pill secret record was incomplete and classified as a 4th-grade text. Thus, Su-Han was now a 4th-grade alchemist, which required proficiency in the crafting of 3 types of 4th-grade pills: explosive chi pill, body cleansing pill, and resurrection pill. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su-Han's eyes. Among the 3 4th-grade pills in the divine pill secret record, one was the explosive chi pill, an item of substantial value that would ensure his financial stability in the future. The second, the body cleansing pill, was a unique refining drug from the deadly herb valley. While other elite factions might possess superior cleansing pills, this one still held considerable worth. The third was a healing pill, a 4th-grade remedy capable of sustaining even a Nirvana realm expert after a fatal blow, allowing them to survive for a time and healing ordinary injuries with ease. In addition to these 3, the divine pill secret record contained methods for crafting 7 or 8 types of 3rd-grade pills and numerous types of 1st and 2nd-grade pills. Su-Han had thoroughly transformed into a competent alchemist. Once he resolved the matters at hand today, he would gather materials to attempt crafting an explosive chi pill. Why aren't you advancing? Su-Han's gaze fell upon Gong Yu and the others with a smile. I said I would not flee. Are you still dissatisfied? Dissatisfied? Absolutely not. The expressions of the group turned grim. In a brief span, they had lost both Hui Ji and Nao Chenzei, leaving only 5 of the 7 elite figures standing. The recent combined strike had failed to shatter their opponent's golden armor. How could they continue? Their adversary's strength was utterly beyond their expectations. It was rumored that the other Shore Temple possessed a 5th-grade martial art known as the Undying Diamond Technique. Those who mastered it could transform any form of true energy into the most rigid and solar golden energy, forming an indestructible diamond armor around them. Jing Qing's expression grew serious. The Undying Diamond Technique. Gong Yu and the others were momentarily struck dumb. They had heard of this martial art, but failed to recall it immediately. Observing Su-Han's condition, it seemed remarkably akin to the Undying Diamond Technique. Who on earth is this individual? Not only does he master the Void Step of the Azure Dragon Academy, but he also wields the Undying Diamond Technique from the other Shore Temple. The leaders of the Xianyun sect were filled with astonishment. The Undying Diamond Technique, Xianyang murmured. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed his face as he fixed his gaze on Su-Han. You are a disciple of the Rebirth sect? The Rebirth sect? Gong Yu and the others collectively gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps, their eyes filled with wariness as they stared at Su-Han. The 7 elite factions of Qingzhou were all righteous, but aside from these, a demonic sect rivaled them in power. This sect was shrouded in mystery to this day. No one knew its location, nor the identity of its leader, only that their strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a Dharma body. It was the Rebirth sect. Every few decades, the Rebirth sect would send a disciple into the world, easily identifiable by their possession of the ultimate techniques from the 7 elite factions. No one knew why the Rebirth sect had access to the techniques of the 7 elite factions. Some speculated that the Rebirth sect had dispatched spies to infiltrate these factions, secretly learning their ultimate martial arts. However, this rumor had never been substantiated. Ah, so you are not a disciple of the Zhouyang Academy. That makes sense. How could a mere academy of the great Zhou dynasty equip a warrior of the fetal breath realm with 4th-grade divine weapons, or teach such an array of mid-level martial arts? You merely sought to mislead us. Gong Yu gritted his teeth. They had nearly been deceived by Su-Han, and only now did they realize they had been made fools from the very beginning. The Rebirth sect? I have never heard of it. Do not falsely accuse me. I am indeed a disciple of Zhouyang Academy, and the sword-mad Qinqitai is my master. Su-Han frowned. If there is any falsehood in my words, may I, Su-In, be be struck by heavenly lightning, suffer eternal damnation, and be reincarnated as a pig. Do not continue to deny it. Gong Yu smirked coldly. Today, I will report this to the celestial space, and soon you shall await the relentless pursuit of countless powerful beings. Are you not planning to take action? Do you intend to retreat? Do not forget, you have over a dozen innate experts and so many soldiers from the Yin Kingdom, even if each throws a punch. I cannot withstand it. Su Han frowned. Xianyang and the others had ashen faces. They were no fools, should they press forward in this situation. It was certain that someone would perish at Su Han's hands. Even if they ultimately managed to subdue him, who could guarantee that the fallen would not be themselves? Today, they could only choose to withdraw temporarily. I hope you live well in the future. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Gong Yu sneered, slowly retreating. Seeing this, Xianyang and the others also began to back away. The leaders of the 8 sects in Yin Kingdom exchanged glances. If even Gong Yu chose to retreat, they had even less reason to remain. You claim you will hunt me down, yet you leave so easily? You certainly have calculated well, if you wish to depart. At least leave a few lives behind. Su Han laughed maniacally, utilizing the void step to swiftly approach Gong Yu and the others. The group momentarily froze, seemingly unprepared for Su Han to take the initiative against them. Stop him, Gong Yu shouted to the leaders of the 8 sects, as he turned and fled at a frantic pace. Us, how can we stop him? The leaders of the Xian Yun sect exchanged glances, then disregarded Gong Yu's command, scattering in all directions. The soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, under the orders of their superiors, also began to evacuate the Taihang Mountains. The wind howled past Gong Yu's ears as he pushed his innate vigor to the limit, employing a 4th-grade martial technique to flee the Taihang Mountains at astonishing speed. Suddenly, Gong Yu sensed something amiss and turned his head, only to be gripped by terror. Su Han's figure was merely a few paces behind him, and he was rapidly closing the distance. Damn it, why is he only pursuing me? Gong Yu could not help but curse, hastening his pace. I particularly find you displeasing. If you have the ability, do not flee. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall grant you a path to survival. Su Han taunted. Chapter 67. The 8-armed stupid not escaping? Only a fool would not flee. Gong Yu inwardly cursed, feeling as if the wind had taken root beneath his feet. The two engaged in a relentless chase, swiftly arriving at the outskirts of the Taihang Mountains. At that moment, countless warriors from the Yin Kingdom and other nations found themselves domineeringly obstructed by disciples of the 8 great sects. Upon noticing Gong Yu and Su Han, their faces instantly registered shock. Brother, it's that fellow, Lin Rongong exclaimed, recognizing Su Han's visage with a hint of surprise. Lin Jiaqiang's gaze fixated on Su Han, as rumors had already circulated that Wu Gang, the foremost disciple of the Xian Yun sect, had been defeated by Su Han. Despite a dozen innate realm experts attempting to capture him, they not only failed but also led to the demise of a royal innate realm warrior. Lin Jiaqiang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that had circumstances been different, he could have been the one who perished. How could the esteemed Gong Yu of the Daxian dynasty be pursued by this person? Lin Rongong's complexion turned pale. All disciples of the 8 great sects who recognized Gong Yu wore peculiar expressions as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. Gong Yu and Su Han were now less than 100 paces away from them. The area was teeming with thousands of warriors, creating a dense crowd. Is that really Gong Yu of the Daxian dynasty? Could the one chasing him be Su Yin, the prodigy from the 9 Sons Academy, whose name has been resounding lately? Surely, it cannot be. How could Gong Yu be pursued by someone of the fetal breath realm? Doubts arose among the onlookers. Indeed, Gong Yu is a royal of the Daxian dynasty, of unparalleled status. At such a young age, he already stands at the innate level. How could a disciple of the 9 Sons Academy possibly be his match? Do not doubt, I have witnessed Gong Yu in the martial world for many years. 2 years ago, at the Dragon Transformation Mountain, a rare spiritual herb attracted numerous innate warriors to contest for it, and Gong Yu was among them. Ultimately, he slew a 3rd-level innate expert to claim the herb. Many present should remember that scene. The speaker, a man in his 40s radiating the aura of a 10th-level fetal breath realm warrior, was quite renowned in the lower echelons of the martial world. Upon hearing his words, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the crowd as they struggled to fathom that the once mighty Gong Yu had now become the prey. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the unfolding drama, many recognizing Gong Yu, yet none were familiar with Su Han. Warriors from all corners of Qingzhou were left agape, expecting to witness a spectacular battle against the ancient demon Thunder Beast. Instead, they were met with the shocking sight of Gong Yu being chased, and after the initial shock, many warriors couldn't help but feel an exhilarating thrill. Such a confrontation was a rare opportunity. Still fleeing? Su Han bellowed, sensing that the moment was ripe after a relentless pursuit. He unleashed a surge of thunderous light from the Fong Tianhua Ji. Boom! The thunder struck Gong Yu's back, forcing him forward in a disheveled manner, yet the thunder could not penetrate his innate protective aura. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' expressions grew increasingly bizarre. The illustrious prodigy of the Daxian dynasty was being cornered by an obscure figure? Damn it! Gong Yu felt the weight of countless strange gazes upon him, his heart brimming with humiliation. Yet, he realized he could no longer escape. Su Han's recent strike had severed his last thread of hope to flee this place. Everyone listen. This man is a fiend of the Rebirth sect. If you lend me your strength to eradicate him, the Daxian dynasty shall reward you handsomely. Gong Yu suddenly roared, his voice resonating through the air, scattering birds and beasts for dozens of miles around. The Rebirth sect? A collective gasp filled the air as many turned to Su Han with fear in their eyes, while others, unfamiliar with the Rebirth sect, inquired among themselves. The Rebirth sect is shrouded in mystery, the foremost demonic sect of our Qingzhou, rivaling the seven top powers. Every few decades, disciples emerge, often bringing chaos and bloodshed to the martial world. I recall decades ago, a woman from the Rebirth sect emerged, challenging various prodigies, and within a year, she had claimed the lives of countless elite warriors. The seven top powers dispatched their strongest to confront her, but eventually, she vanished without a trace. An elderly man with graying hair spoke solemnly, as news of the Rebirth sects might spread like wildfire. The crowd's gaze towards Su Han was infused with a myriad of emotions: fear, wariness, excitement, and greed. If we unite to vanquish him today, we shall secure our fame. Not to mention the rewards from the Daxian dynasty. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, laughed heartily as he strode toward Gong Yu. Brother Gong, I come to aid you. Is that not Luo Yu of the eight-armed Stupagate? How did he arrive? Many in the crowd expressed their astonishment. Who is this brother Luo Yu? A youth quietly queried. The informant replied confidently, Luo Yu, a second-level innate warrior, 38 years of age, hailing from the Yin Kingdom. He joined a certain body-refining sect at the age of 8 and attained the innate level 5 years ago. His strength is unmatched, and it is said that when he exerts his full power, he can display the might of 8 elephants. Though his martial fire seed is merely of the 4th rank, it is exceptionally unique. Should a confrontation arise, you shall understand why he is dubbed the 8-armed Vajra. Being a second-level innate warrior, he surpasses even the leaders of the 8 great sects of the Yin Kingdom. His sect must be extraordinary. The youth was internally astonished, then turned his gaze to Su Han, a bitter smile etched on his face. Brother Su, I fear I cannot save you this time. The youth was none other than Yin Shou, who had discreetly escaped from the Xianyun sect after disguising himself. Upon learning of Yen Han's demise at Su Han's hands, he understood the gravity of the situation. If he did not flee, even with his princely status, he would face execution by the wrathful royal family for his association with Su Han. Once this matter concluded, he intended to flee to the Daxian dynasty, where the Yin Kingdom could not possibly find him. Yin Shou clenched his teeth in determination, hearing the discussions surrounding Luo Yu. Gong Yu's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze upon him. Are you a disciple of the 8-armed Stupagate? Indeed, I returned recently to visit family, and I had not anticipated encountering such an event, Luo Yu replied with a smile. Chapter 68. The 4-armed Vajra to everyone's astonishment. Luo Yu hailed from the esteemed 8-armed Bodhi sect. At that moment, the master of Xianyun sect, along with Jing Qing and others, had just emerged from the Taiying mountain range and overheard Gong Yu's revelation. The leaders of the 8 major factions of Yin Kingdom were taken aback. They had been entirely unaware of Luo Yu's illustrious lineage until now. Who could have imagined that the elder Luo Yu's background was so formidable? The 8-armed Bodhi sect held a reputation in Qingzhou that rivaled the 7 premier powers, as it too boasted formidable beings wielding the Dharma body. However, compared to the 7 foremost factions, the depth of the 8-armed Bodhi sect was considerably lacking, preventing it from claiming a top-tier status. Similar forces existed in abundance within Qingzhou, and only those prodigies emerging from such sects could garner the respect of the exceptional talents from esteemed establishments like the Qinglong Academy and Yaoshan Valley. With Brother Luo's assistance, we shall undoubtedly subdue this demon today. Gong Yu's heart brimmed with joy. We shall lend our strength to Senior Gong Yu. Many impetuous young warriors of the fetal breath realm stepped forward, their gazes towards Su Han filled with disdain, a manifestation of the righteous warrior's contempt for those of the demonic path. Demonic practitioners must be eradicated. We shall follow Senior Gong and Brother Luo to eliminate this scourge. A chorus of voices echoed, and the prospect of participating in the hunt for the demon of the Wangxing sect stirred many warriors, promising them significant renown. Slay the demon. Uphold the righteous path. Exterminate evil and defend justice. It is everyone's responsibility. Amused by the enthusiasm of thousands of warriors eager to assist in eliminating Su Han, Gong Yu's eyes glimmered with subtle amusement. Jing Qing and the others circled around Su Han to join Gong Yu. Noticing their arrival, Gong Yu smiled and remarked, "You are quite swift, but there is no need to flee now. With so many allies at hand, this demon is certain to meet his demise. Who are these individuals?" Luo Yu's gaze swept over Jing Qing and the others, lingering for a moment on Jing Qing's exquisite features. Gong Yu introduced them with a cheerful demeanor, prompting Luo Yu to express his admiration. "So you are all extraordinary talents. I never expected to encounter such individuals in this small Yin kingdom. I am truly fortunate." "There is no need for such formality, Brother Luo. The eight-armed Bodhi sect is renowned throughout Qingzhou, and your lineage aligns with ours," Gong Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 8 factions of Yin Kingdom could not help but harbor their own thoughts. Gong Yu's attitude towards Yin Han had been decidedly aloof, yet he now displayed utmost warmth towards Luo Yu, illustrating that lineage often eclipsed mere cultivation. "Have you finished your conversation? If so, come forward and accept your fate," Su Han remarked with a calm smile, casting a veiled glance at Luo Yu. The eight-armed Bodhi sect was a sect renowned for its rigorous study of body refinement. Many masters of this discipline in Qingzhou either hailed from the eight-armed Bodhi sect or its various branches, constituting a significant majority of the experts in body refinement. With the thunderous body technique and the indestructible Vajra technique, should I manage to acquire a body refining technique from him, I could effortlessly overpower any ordinary innate warrior with sheer physical might. Luo Yu, unaware of Su Han's thoughts, was abruptly interrupted as he turned to Su Han and shouted, "Demon, are you unaware of your impending doom? With so many righteous experts present today, you cannot escape." "What? Planning to gang up on me? Is this what you call righteous prowess?" Su Han retorted with a cold smile. "A mere fetal breath warrior. Why resort to a group assault? I alone can subdue you." Luo Yu laughed heartily, his voice resonating with exuberance and confidence. "Brother Luo, this individual may have cultivated the indestructible Vajra technique from the Beyond Temple. Our combined attacks might not harm him. However, you alone could potentially restrain him, giving us a fair chance." The indestructible Vajra technique. Luo Yu momentarily paused, but soon chuckled. While the body refining techniques of the Beyond Temple are indeed formidable, the eight-armed Bodhi sect is not to be underestimated. There is no need for concern. Allow me to claim this demon's head and send a message to those demonic practitioners. Do not dare to act recklessly before us righteous warriors. With that, he donned a confident smile and approached Su Han step by step. His decision to confront Su Han was influenced by Gong Yu's assertion that Su Han was a disciple of the Wangxing sect. If he could vanquish one of their own, his name would surely reverberate throughout Qingzhou. At that point, the eight-armed Bodhi sect would elevate him as a core disciple. Countless admiring gazes fell upon Luo Yu, and his prior proclamation won him many supporters, with numerous young warriors eager to fight alongside him. "How likely do you think he is to win?" Wu Molan suddenly inquired. Brother Luo hails from the eight-armed Bodhi sect, and it's said that their body refining techniques may rival those of the Beyond Temple. This individual relies on the indestructible Vajra technique to gain the upper hand. Thus, Brother Luo has a fighting chance, Gong Yu explained. Hearing this, Xin Yang and Dongfang Shua also found merit in the argument. Only Jing Qing frowned slightly, sensing an inexplicable unease within her. "It appears Luo Yu is the foremost expert in our Yin kingdom. You must regret not accepting him as a disciple back then," the leader of Baekuan's sect remarked. Casting a glance at the master of Xianyun's sect, the expressions of the others grew somewhat peculiar. Recalling that Luo Yu had initially intended to join Xianyun's sect but had failed the entrance examination. "Humph." The master of Xianyun's sect snorted coldly. Disregarding the leader of Baekuan's sect, his focus solely on Luo Yu and Su Han. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes were glued to Luo Yu as he steadily approached Su Han, and an air of tension enveloped the crowd. Uncertain of the spectacle that would soon unfold, it is said that disciples of the Wangxing sect are unparalleled in the world. Perhaps this notion has been exaggerated. A mere fetal breath warrior dares to traverse the world? Is it pride or arrogance that blinds you? Luo Yu stood resolutely before Su Han, a hint of scorn evident in his gaze. Suddenly, 2 robust, reddish-yellow arms manifested from Luo Yu's shoulders. Many spectators realized why he was dubbed the four-armed Vajra. His martial essence took the form of these arms. "What is your martial essence? Reveal it for all to see," Luo Yu said with a nonchalant smile. In response, Su Han chuckled. "There is no need to reveal my martial essence to deal with you. Arrogant." Luo Yu frowned, as a layer of reddish-yellow innate vigor enveloped his body. In an instant, he appeared before Su Han, 4 arms striking out simultaneously, clearly intending to engage without the use of divine weapons. Chapter 69. The Fall of Luoyu. This individual possessed a physical strength far beyond our own. The moment Xianyang witnessed Luoyu's move, he discerned that his physical power surpassed that of an ordinary innate practitioner. The eight-armed floating stupa sect, ranked beneath the 7 great sects, naturally held its own unique merits. It was said that the outer disciples within could obtain a 4th-grade body refinement technique known as the floating stupa body. When cultivated to a profound level, it not only allowed for ascension to the nirvana realm, but also enabled one's body to withstand several strikes from a Yuan Dan realm expert without succumbing. Jing Qing spoke solemnly, regrettably, if this young man truly hails from the Rebirth sect, and yet is ultimately subdued by the 8-armed floating stupa sect, the news would undoubtedly tarnish our sect's reputation. A flicker of reluctance passed through Dongfang Shua's eyes. As long as we can suppress this youth today, that is all that matters, Gong Yu said. At that moment, Luo Yu's assault was about to descend upon Su Han. Thunder glaive technique. Su Han moved. The Fang Tianhua glaive struck like lightning. Before Luo Yu's fist could approach, it had already pressed against his chest. The power of the 8 symbols, combined with the ultimate attribute of thunderous true qi and the sharpness of a 4th-grade divine weapon, instantly pierced through Luo Yu's innate protective energy. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Luo Yu's eyes, followed by a furious roar as the innate protective energy surrounding him surged in intensity. The glaive's tip, having penetrated just an inch into his chest, was abruptly halted by his innate protective energy, unable to advance further. Such formidable physical strength. It appeared that his innate protective energy had been enhanced by some body refinement technique, making his defenses significantly stronger than those of Gong Yu and the others. This individual's prowess surpassed that of Gong Yu and his companions. Su Han's expression grew grave. The demon from the Rebirth sect is incredibly powerful. It is said he is merely in the yet can inflict harm upon the esteemed Luo Yu. Fortunately, Luo Yu's physique is formidable. This demon can at most break through his innate protective energy but cannot truly harm his essence. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, realizing that Su Han's Fang Tianhua glaive could not deliver a fatal blow to Luo Yu, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It is done. This youth cannot kill Luo Yu. A hint of surprise glimmered in the eyes of Gong Yu and the others. Brother Luo indeed did not exaggerate. He alone can subdue this youth. Gong Yu smiled with satisfaction. Hee. Luo Yu lowered his gaze to his chest and suddenly burst into wild laughter. His eyes fixated on Su Han with excitement. You are indeed a demon from the Rebirth sect. With merely the cultivation of, you managed to injure me, a feat no ordinary innate practitioner could accomplish. Pausing, he continued, if I can subdue a demon like you today, I shall surely gain fame across the land. It won't be long before I receive accolades from the sect and the great immortal dynasty. With my ascension to nirvana just around the corner, confidence surged within Luo Yu once more. He was a 2nd-level innate practitioner, while the other was merely in the. As long as the latter could not threaten his life, he was already in an invincible position. Is that so? Su Han murmured thoughtfully. In the next moment, he suddenly shook the Fang Tianhua glaive violently over 100 times. With a spurt of blood, Luo Yu looked down in disbelief at his chest, where the glaive, which had only pierced an inch before, had now completely traversed through him, protruding from his back. Why? Luo Yu gazed at Su Han with an expression of unwillingness. His heart filled with confusion. What had just transpired? He had clearly locked onto the opponent with his innate protective energy. How had the other managed to break through it in an instant and shatter his heart? The surrounding martial artists were equally stunned, their hearts a mix of shock and bewilderment. Only Gong Yu and a few others, with keen eyes, had witnessed Su Han's Fang Tianhua glaive thrusting out with remarkable speed, delivering a rapid succession of strikes at a singular point. So fast. What kind of martial technique is this? Xianyang inhaled sharply. If he were to face Su Han's maneuver, he would likely be turned into a sieve in an instant. Just moments ago, Su Han had pushed the thunder glaive technique to its limits, executing over 100 strikes in quick succession, and each one targeted the same spot. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Luo Yu had no time to react. The innate protective energy at his chest was already shattered, and no matter how strong his physique, without the protection of his innate energy, how could he withstand the assault of a 4th-grade divine weapon? Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 2nd-level innate practitioner Luo Yu. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3,000 divine emperor coins. The system's notification echoed. This time, Su Han did not extract the techniques of the 8-armed floating stupa sect. However, acquiring 3,000 divine emperor coins was still quite satisfactory. The significance of divine emperor coins is self-evident. In the future, whether unlocking other categories or the current divine weapon category, They would be essential. Ding. Suddenly, a golden token fell from Luo Yu's body, striking the ground with a crisp, melodious sound. Celestial symbols? Gong Yu and the others tensed. Observing this, Su Han promptly picked up the token. He had seen a similar one on Gong Yu, seemingly related to some celestial space. Had Luo Yu truly fallen so easily? Truly remarkable is the Rebirth sect. If even it can be this powerful, how formidable would a true innate or nirvana practitioner be? Vengeance for Luo Yu. Exterminate the demon. Suddenly, someone shouted passionately. In an instant, countless martial artists went wild. Although Luo Yu had fallen, they remained. With so many present, each could easily slay the opponent. If they could kill a prodigy from the Rebirth sect today, how could they not gain fame in Qingzhou in the future? Martial artists value two things above all: cultivation and reputation. The greater the fame, the higher one's standing in the martial world, and the resources one could obtain are beyond the imagination of nameless practitioners. In a flash, dozens of brash newcomers surged towards Su Han, their actions inspiring hundreds and thousands more. It's over. No matter how strong Brother Su is, he cannot withstand this many practitioners encircling him. Yin Shou shrank back nervously, his eyes filled with concern. He hesitated to leave, hoping to witness Su Han's safe departure, as he remained preoccupied with the words Su Han had shared with him recently. Brother Su, you must not die. My stone monkey is still waiting for your help to break through. Whether I, Yin Shou, can gain a foothold in the world in the future depends entirely on you. Yin Shou continuously prayed in his heart. Gong Yu and the others exchanged peculiar glances, astonished to find so many valiant individuals among the martial artists present. However, they did not recklessly charge forward. Esteemed talents, whoever can slay this demon, I, Gong Yu, promise to recommend them for admission into the Great Immortal Academy. The Great Immortal Academy, founded by the Great Immortal Dynasty, though its strength may not rival that of the Azure Dragon Academy, it was backed by the Great Immortal Dynasty. Gaining admission there was akin to entering the eight-armed floating stupa sect. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with fervor, their gazes towards Su Han now tinged with avarice. Chapter 70. Gong Yin Devil, Surrender? A young man shouted, his eyes ablaze with madness as he charged at Su Han, consumed by visions of fame after slaying him. Little did he realize that with his mere 5-level fetal breath cultivation, he posed no threat to Su Han. Fool! Su Han scoffed, wielding his Fang Tianhua halberd with lethal precision. The young man's head was severed cleanly, and before the surrounding warriors could react, the halberd swept through them, leaving a trail of devastation. In an instant, over 10 fetal breath realm warriors lay dead at Su Han's feet, all sharing a common trait: youth, vitality, dreams, and aspirations for martial arts. Yet now, they had transformed into lifeless, cold corpses. Why is it that nothing ever drops? Su Han pondered, recalling that during his time in the Su Kingdom, slaying fetal breath realm warriors had never yielded rewards. Was it due to his overwhelming prowess? Yet, when vanquishing savage beasts, he occasionally received divine emperor coins. Clearly, there must be a distinction in the criteria for rewards. The deaths of over a dozen fetal breath warriors failed to instill fear in the remaining crowd. Fueled by fervor, hundreds of warriors succumbed to madness. Su Han, resembling a master chef slicing through vegetables, continued his relentless assault for a brief moment. As the ground became littered with corpses, the realization of their grim situation dawned upon the remaining warriors, and they began to retreat in terror. We must withdraw from the Taihang Mountains, Xianyang urged gravely. Despite the overwhelming numbers attacking Su Han, they could not even breach the layer of thunderous battle armor encasing him, let alone the indestructible Vajra armor beneath. Retreat. Gong Yu ordered decisively. He noticed Su Han casting a grin in his direction, a smile that sent shivers down his spine. As Gong Yu and his companions attempted to flee, Su Han laughed uproariously, using his void step to pursue Gong Yu. Xianyang and the others reacted swiftly, scattering in different directions, carefully distancing themselves from Gong Yu. Cowards! Lacking any loyalty, Gong Yu cursed internally as he leaped to escape, only to find his ankle caught by an unseen hand, slowing his momentum. With the chaos around him, he could not muster his full speed and was soon overtaken by Su Han. You think you can escape? Stay right here. Su Han roared, his Fang Tianhua halberd crackling with electricity, resembling a Chapter 71. Princess Junjun indeed. We are utterly incapable of such a feat, the members of Xianyang silently pondered. To withstand a blow from Gong Yin and survive, especially when the opponent is merely in the fetal breathing realm, would undoubtedly earn one a place of renown throughout the world. Cousin, this individual is undeniably a demon from the Rebirth sect. He possesses the indestructible Vajra technique, a 5th-tier martial art from the Temple of the Other Shore. and is also adept in the 5th-tier martial art, Void Step, from the Azure Dragon Academy. Furthermore, he wields a certain spear technique, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and the divine weapon in his grasp is of intermediate 4th-tier quality. Gong Yu gritted his teeth as he glared at Su Han. Were it not for Su Han, he would not owe Gong Yin a 4th-tier life-reviving pill. Moreover, his disgrace had been witnessed by so many martial artists. When Gong Yin returned to the Grand Celestial Dynasty, the royal family would undoubtedly learn of it. Oh, it is indeed possible that he is a disciple of the Rebirth sect. Gong Yin's gaze flickered slightly as he scrutinized Su Han. A glimmer of delight surfacing in his eyes. I was originally pursuing a ghost eagle, but I lost track of it, only to fortuitously encounter you here. Decades ago, the demonists of the Rebirth sect defeated the 7 leading powers prodigies. I was not yet born then, unable to partake in that battle. Today, fate has brought us together, and I shall personally eradicate the demon of the Rebirth sect, thus proclaiming the might of the Grand Celestial Dynasty. Pursuing a ghost eagle? So that is the reason for this scoundrel. Su Han realized suddenly. No wonder the ghost eagle was delayed in reaching the Taiying Mountains. However, from the words exchanged, it was clear that the ghost eagle had not been captured. It was simply a coincidence that the opponent happened to pass through this area. A Yuan Dan realm expert is 3 major tiers above the fetal breathing realm, no matter how confident Su Han felt. He understood that he was certainly no match for his opponent. There was only one opportunity. Su Han cast a furtive glance into the depths of the Taiying Mountains. What are you looking at? Gong Yin suddenly laughed. Could it be that remnants of your Rebirth sect still linger within the Taiying Mountains? Cousin, there is an ancient demon thunder beast residing within the Taiying Mountains. We came here to subdue it, but were thwarted by this individual. Gong Yu explained. Since when did the Rebirth sect associate with those despicable barbaric demons? Gong Yin's brow furrowed at the remark. You call barbaric demons despicable? Su Han was momentarily taken aback. Is that not the case? Gong Yin sneered. Those creatures who only know how to feast on raw flesh and blood could never be compared to us noble humans. Oh, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from behind Gong Yin. The surrounding martial artists were taken aback, as a delicate figure had unexpectedly appeared behind him. It was the ancient demon thunder beast. A flash of astonishment crossed Yin Shou's eyes as he hid among the crowd. Cousin, it is her. She is the offspring of the ancient demon thunder beast. Gong Yu quickly interjected. Xianyang and the others straightened their expressions, prepared to act at a moment's notice. They were not afraid of Junjun herself, but rather wary of the protective talisman around her neck. Gong Yin turned around, ready to scold, but his expression shifted, becoming doubtful. Gradually, a look of horror flickered in his eyes, and he instinctively took a few steps back. It seems you must recognize me. Junjun gazed at Gong Yin with calm indifference as she stepped closer to Su Han. Wasn't he this ancient demon thunder beast previously unable to articulate its words? When did it become so fluent? The leaders of the Xianyun sect were both surprised and puzzled. Yet, from the words spoken by Junjun, Wu Molan and the others detected a hint of something unusual. Cousin, the timing is perfect. The ancient demon thunder beast has revealed itself, allowing you to subdue these 2 demons in succession and bring fame to our Grand Celestial Dynasty. Gong Yu fixed his gaze on Junjun and Su Han, grinning maliciously. A sharp sound echoed. Gong Yu incredulously covered his cheek, staring blankly at Gong Yin. Silence. Gong Yin scolded, his voice trembling. He then disregarded Gong Yu and cautiously bowed to Junjun, inquiring, May I ask, are you Princess Junjun? Indeed. Junjun replied coolly. Princess? Su Han instinctively glanced at Junjun. This little girl was certainly not an ordinary barbaric demon. Being addressed as a princess suggested her high status within the barbaric demon mountains. The system had indeed not misjudged. She was a 7th-tier barbaric demon. But why was she pretending to be oblivious, teasing us instead? Su Han felt a twinge of confusion. It truly is her. By heavens. How could my luck be so poor? Not only did I lose track of the ghost eagle, but I also encountered this 7th-tier barbaric demon. Gong Yin felt his legs weakening. Within the Xianhuang ranking, there were indeed prodigies among the barbaric demons, and standing before him now is one of them. A 7th-tier powerhouse. An entity comparable to those at the Martial King realm. A formidable force anywhere, and even within the Grand Celestial Dynasty, such individuals were scarce. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Gong Yu finally regained his composure, casting a bewildered look at Junjun. I remember now, Xianyang suddenly exclaimed. The words Princess Junjun finally triggering his recollection of her origins. Who is she exactly? Wu Molan asked in a low, dark tone. Did you not see the Xianhuang ranking? A formidable ancient demon thunder beast was just recently listed. Xianyang lowered his voice. Dongfang Shua, Jingqing, and Wu Molan felt a chill rise within them. After Xianyang's reminder, they vaguely recalled that indeed, An ancient demon thunder beast had made it onto the Xian Huang ranking, and its name was Princess Junjun. It's over. The leaders of the Xian Yun sect paled as they gradually comprehended, overhearing Xianyang's words. They had been pursuing a barbaric demon that was comparable to a martial king. Such a barbaric demon, if it truly wished to annihilate the 8 major sects, could do so in the blink of an eye. Instead of avoiding it, they had actively sought out trouble. Now that you know my identity, do you think your earlier remarks were appropriate? Are barbaric demons truly so lowly? Junjun spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, no martial artist dared to meet her violet gaze, including Gong Yin, who bowed his head deeply. Princess Junjun. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was reckless and spoke inappropriately. I implore Princess Junjun to forgive my transgressions. Gong Yin lowered his head, his tone imbued with a hint of humility. This was a stark contrast to the demeanor he had when he first appeared. Given that I am in a good mood today, I shall not hold this against you. Take them all and leave the Taihang Mountains from now on. This place shall be one of my sanctuaries, and humans are forbidden to trespass. Junjun scoffed. Gong Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, his back drenched in cold sweat. He quickly bowed to Junjun and then seized Gong Yu, taking to the skies and hastily fleeing the scene. Chapter 72. Return and departure, let us depart. Xianyang commanded softly. The crowd hastily lowered their heads and retreated from the Taihang Mountains like a flowing stream. The leaders of Xian Yun sect felt immense regret within. Their sect was situated in the Taihang Mountains, yet now they lacked the courage to return and gather their belongings. For the time being, their only option was to retreat. Shall we simply let them go? What a pity. Su Han sighed gently, his gaze sweeping over Xianyang and the others. This group hailed from distinguished lineages, and should they unleash their martial arts techniques, they would likely possess capabilities exceeding the 5th rank. You too are of the human race. Why do you harbor a greater thirst for blood than I? Junjun regarded Su Han with a peculiar expression. They sought to kill me. Naturally, I must retaliate. This has nothing to do with bloodlust, even within the Buddhist sect. There exists the wrathful Vajra. Su Han chuckled. After a moment, he took 2 steps back and cupped his hands in respect. I was unaware of your true identity earlier and may have offended you. I hope for your forgiveness. Junjun looked at Su Han, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. There is no need for such formality. In truth, my memories had not yet returned. The person you encountered was the genuine me. I did not intend to deceive you, and I must thank you for saving my life. Amnesia? No wonder, Su Han realized suddenly. So that is the case. It is said that the ancient demonic thunder beast must fuse all of its life as cultivation into the martial fire seed to condense its dharma body, sealing the fire seed to achieve the transformation of the mortal realm. Hence, it loses its memories and, like an ordinary person, must undergo the transformation thrice before the martial fire seed can evolve into a golden body, thus achieving the dharma form. No wonder you allowed us to leave. Your transformation must be nearing completion, and your cultivation has at most returned to the nirvana realm, making you far from my opponent. Unexpectedly, Gong Yin, who had initially departed, returned, holding Gong Yu in his grasp, standing in the void with a triumphant smile directed at Junjun. His voice boomed, startling all the martial artists who were retreating from the Taihang Mountains. Now I understand. No wonder when we pursued her earlier, she did not strike us down. At that time, her memories had not yet returned. Xianyang exclaimed, astonished. Gong Yan's return directly revealed the fact that Junjun's cultivation had not yet been restored, instantly invigorating the martial artists present, who displayed expressions of excitement. Did this not mean that with Gong Yan present today, neither Junjun nor Su Han would be able to escape? You appear quite knowledgeable about my kin, Junjun remarked lightly, her brows slightly furrowing as she regarded Gong Yan. A sense of foreboding gripped Su Han. The situation seemed increasingly precarious. If Junjun truly had not regained her cultivation as Gong Yan claimed, her appearance today might very well lead to her downfall. Our former emperor once stated that to contend with your barbaric demons, one must know oneself and one's enemy. Therefore, I happen to be aware of the methods your ancient demonic thunder beast employs to ascend to the Dharma body, Gong Yan said, grinning. Are you so certain that I can only manifest nirvana realm cultivation? Junjun smiled suddenly. Since you know my transformation is nearing completion, why can I not restore my Yuandan realm or martial sovereign realm cultivation? Gong Yan's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly burst into laughter. If you truly regained such cultivation, based on my understanding of you, you would never allow me to leave. Princess Junjun, countless lives have fallen to your hand. When the thunder strikes, it scorches the earth for 1,000 miles. That saying truly embodies you. I owe you a life. You should leave first. I cannot delay him for long. Junjun's voice suddenly echoed in Su Han's ear. Suhan was taken aback, his brow knitting slightly. If you believe my cultivation has yet to recover, you may strike at any time. Jun walked slowly towards Gong Yan, a serene smile adorning her face. In that moment, her petite figure appeared extraordinarily weighty in the eyes of the onlookers. Gong Yan regarded Jun with suspicion, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Truth be told, he was not entirely certain that her cultivation was indeed beneath the Nirvana realm. If he could slay her today, the Great Immortal Academy would surely reward him handsomely. Gong Yan gritted his teeth. The next moment, he cast Gong Yu aside and focused intently on Jun, his martial fire seed manifesting behind him. A massive sword, engulfed in flames and spanning several feet, emerged in the void. Die! Gong Yan roared, summoning a long sword from his dantian. Simultaneously, the gigantic sword behind him merged with this long sword, surging with a fierce fiery aura as it cleaved towards Jun with tremendous might. The Demon Slayer sword. He has actually learned the Demon Slayer sword. Gong Yu stared at the scene in astonishment, a mix of resentment and jealousy swirling within her. The Demon Slayer sword, a 6th-rank martial technique of the Great Immortal Academy. While it may not compare to the Celestial sword, it bore the word demon and was crafted by a martial king of the Great Immortal Dynasty. Its power unmatched by ordinary 6th-rank techniques. Run! Jun's voice resonated once more in Suhan's ear. At the same time, her expression grew grave as she gently grasped the protective talisman around her neck. A bolt of lightning flickered forth, meeting Gong Yan's onslaught. Boom! The violet lightning clashed with the massive crimson sword, instantly dispersing the attack. After diminishing a portion of the giant sword's momentum, it struck Jun, propelling her back like a cannonball. The ground trembled as the aftermath of their clash was palpable. Anyone too close would likely find even the Nirvana realm incapable of withstanding it. Haha, her cultivation truly has not recovered. Gong Yan felt entirely at ease. Run? Not a chance. Suhan cursed inwardly, executing the void step to catch Jun midair. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the true strength of Gong Yan's strike. An overwhelming force surged towards Jun, causing Suhan to feel as if he were struck by a cannonball. He clung to her tightly, it was also sent reeling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Crash! As Suhan plummeted towards the ground, a multitude of martial artists swiftly stepped aside in fear. With a resounding thud, Suhan landed, carving a long gash in the earth that spanned several meters, only then dissipating the immense force. I cough. Suhan spat another mouthful of blood, feeling as though his insides had been violently churned, a discomfort that was nearly unbearable. Haha, this brat has finally met his match. Gong Yu could hardly contain her jealousy towards Gong Yan, taking pleasure in Suhan's current predicament. They're finished. Many martial artists exchanged glances, astonished. Stand aside, they are mine. Gong Yan barked fiercely. His command was like a bucket of cold water, awakening the dazed martial artists who sheepishly retreated, daring not to entertain thoughts of intervening. Even if they could slay Suhan and Jun chapter 73, both sides suffer. Little girl, are you alright? Suhan struggled to rise, noticing Jun with her eyes tightly closed and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. He gently patted her cheek. She took my strike, if she is not dead. She is certainly gravely injured. Instead of worrying about her, you should be more concerned about yourself. Gong Yu and others surrounded Gong Yan as he appeared before Suhan. Cousin, congratulations. Today, you have slain the proud beast of the Xian Huang list, and your name will surely resonate throughout Qingzhou. I dare say the other 8 states will hear of your deeds today. Why the sudden flattery? Suhan chuckled, his gaze settling on Gong Yan. You looked far more pleasing when you were quaking in fear just moments ago. Gong Yan's expression suddenly changed, a fierce killing intent igniting in his eyes. I'll send you on your way first, then her. You think too highly of yourself. Jun slowly opened her eyes, her deep purple irises devoid of emotion as they fixed on Gong Yu. A mere first-level Yuan Dan realm brat, had it not been for my transitional stage. You wouldn't even dare to breathe in my presence. How fortunate for me to have encountered you then. What can I say? Gong Yan laughed. Then I shall postpone refining my law embodiment by several decades. Jun sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Gong Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dared not waste another moment on idle chatter and unleashed his lethal move. Devil-slaying sword. Everyone expected Jun and Suhan to be cleaved in two by this attack. But to their astonishment, Jun merely raised her hand, and boundless thunderous power surged forth, forming a net of lightning that effortlessly halted Gong Yan's assault. Hiss! Xianyang and the others gasped in shock, retreating hastily. Damn it! She truly can escape the transitional stage. Why has this never been recorded? Gong Yan's face turned an ashen green, his heart filled with both shock and fury. He surmised that she had likely paid a certain price to regain some of her strength, a cost that might affect her future law embodiment, but at present, she possessed the power to contend with him. I can't move now. I can only strike once more. I must severely injure her, otherwise we are both doomed. Junjun whispered to Su-Han. Su-Han paused briefly and then nodded gently. I understand. We must eliminate her quickly. Her condition is Chapter 74. I will kill you. Haha. You are gravely injured, aren't you? Unable to act on your own. Do you really think this band of useless beings can kill me? Su-Han laughed heartily. Gong Yin scoffed, unwilling to engage in further banter with Su-Han. In his eyes, a mere fetal breath realm, even if it belonged to a disciple of the Rebirth sect, was inconsequential. Gong Yu and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and slowly approached Su-Han. Today, they were unwell. They would fight another day. Su-Han waved his hand dismissively at the crowd, and, employing the void step, turned and dashed towards the Taiyang Mountains. He can't go on. Quick, pursue him. Gong Yu's eyes brightened, his internal energy surging to its peak as he chased after Su-Han. Seeing this, Xin Yang and the others no longer held back. Every martial artist has deeply felt the truth of the adage, strike when the enemy is down. Gong Yu was the fastest, swiftly closing the distance behind Su-Han, and slashed his sword towards Su-Han's back. You think I would retreat after suffering such injuries? Su-Han suddenly halted. Turn around. Thunderous spear technique. A torrent of thunderous energy surged into the Fang Tianhua halberd, effortlessly piercing through Gong Yu's chest. You? Gong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his chest, witnessing Su-Han's halberd piercing through his heart. He felt his body growing increasingly cold, his internal energy swiftly dissipating. After all my efforts, I end up dying at his hands? A hint of reluctance flickered in Gong Yu's eyes as they slowly closed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second layer innate realm expert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,500 divine monarch coins. A total of 5,500 divine monarch coins now. A smile crept into Su-Han's eyes. He suddenly realized that becoming wealthy could be so simple. 2 second-layer innate experts had gifted him 5,500 divine monarch coins. It wasn't until Gong Yu's death that Xin Yang and the others reacted, halting in their tracks, not even taking a moment to be horrified before turning to flee. Don't run. Come here and die. Su-Han, cradling Junjun, used the void step to pursue them at lightning speed. Damn it. Will you not unite and fight back? Gong Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He watched helplessly as Gong Yu died before his eyes. And now Xin Yang and the others had not even a shred of fighting spirit, turning to flee. So Desi's Chapter 75, Continuous Rewards. The 4th tier weapon has now ascended to a high level. Indeed, he is a master of weapon forging. Dongfang Shua's expression was complex. Initially, he assumed that this divine weapon was bestowed upon Su-Han by the Underworld Gate, but it now appeared that Su-Han had forged it himself. The Underworld Gate truly is extraordinary. Xin Yang murmured to himself. Is he going to continue forging? Does he not fear failure? Wu Molin's gaze suddenly sharpened. The onlookers saw a rune emerge from the void, leaving them somewhat astonished. Even the most skilled weapon forger requires a tranquil environment to imprint runes onto a weapon. Does he not? Achieving success under such circumstances would be sheer luck. Continuing risks certain failure. Failure signifies the complete destruction of the weapon. Moments later, the crowd witnessed the rune dissipate suddenly. Indeed, it had failed. Ha! Now he can no longer pose any threat to Brother Gong. A look of delight spread across Xin Yang's face. What a pity for a 4th tier divine weapon. Many felt a pang of regret, as if it were their own failure. After a few moments, disbelief washed over them. How is it possible? Why has his weapon not been destroyed? Xin Yang was dumbfounded. Before everyone's eyes, Su-Han continued to imprint the rune, as if the earlier failure had never occurred. This scene was even more astonishing than when Su-Han had slain Gong Yu. The fact that a failed rune imprint did not result in the destruction of the divine weapon could only be attributed to one reason. The runes Su-Han inscribed were remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, and such forgers are exceedingly rare. Each of these master forgers holds a position of great power, backed by countless admirers. To forge a 4th tier divine weapon with such purity of runes, even without being a martial artist, his status would rival that of a Rebirth, or even higher. Jing Qing murmured. Gong Yin stared blankly at the ever-increasing aura of the weapon in Su-Han's hands, ultimately witnessing 9 lightning runes flickering into existence upon it. 6 were successful, and 3 were not. The success rate was quite decent, and with 3,700 divine coins remaining, it was not a significant loss. Su-Han felt fairly satisfied. Once the Fang Tianhua halberd ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier, its power would be more than doubled. I shall see if this pinnacle 4th tier weapon can breach your defenses. Su-Han sneered at Gong Yan. The Fang Tianhua halberd struck Gong Yan's forehead like a tempest. And this time, Gong Yin felt the pressure. If he were at his peak, even a pinnacle 4th-tier weapon would be unable to breach his innate vital energy unless wielded by someone from the Yuan Dan realm. Yet now, he was in a dire state, perhaps the most vulnerable he had ever been, his innate vital energy flickering with a red hue, teetering on the brink of collapse. After some time, Gong Yin laughed bitterly. Ha! What of a pinnacle 4th-tier weapon? In your hands, it holds no power. You still cannot breach my innate vital energy. The Yuan Dan realm is truly formidable. Many martial artists at the physical realm and fetal breath realm were left astonished. A strike capable of easily slaying those of the innate realm, yet failing to breach the innate vital energy of a severely injured Yuan Dan realm practitioner? If a 4th-tier weapon cannot penetrate your defenses, what of a 5th tier? Su Han paused once more and smiled at Gong Yin. The advancement of a divine weapon hinges solely on the successful gathering of 9 runes, achieving a state of completeness. At that juncture, one can imprint runes of a higher tier, but one cannot leap tiers unless the weapon remains unrefined and is still considered a spiritual material. Naturally, this also correlates with the materials tier. A 5th-tier spiritual material cannot be forged into a 6th-tier weapon. 5th tier? He can forge a 5th-tier weapon? Impossible. The Underworld Gate has never been renowned for forging divine weapons. How could they possibly cultivate such a young 5th-tier weapon forger? Jing Qing and the others were filled with dread. Gong Yan's smile froze instantly. Moments later, he scoffed. I do not believe you can forge a 5th-tier weapon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gong Yin gasped, and the martial artists present stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. A rune, far more potent than the previous lightning ones, emerged from the void and settled upon the Fang Tianhua halberd. This was the 5th-tier metal property armor-piercing rune. Su Han had originally intended to continue forging the halberd with lightning properties, but given the current circumstances, even if the halberd ascended to the 5th tier, he was uncertain if it could breach Gong Yan's innate vital energy. Moreover, the armor-piercing rune is one of the rarest among runes. In Qingzhou, there are likely fewer than 10 master forgers capable of condensing such runes. 800 for one, and I can only afford 4, as long as one succeeds. It will suffice. Su Han felt a tinge of nervousness. Once the armor-piercing rune landed on the Fang Tianhua halberd, it burst forth with resplendent golden light. Ultimately, this golden radiance condensed into runes, slowly fading away. The aura of the Fang Tianhua halberd surged tremendously. Previously filled with the essence of thunder, it now bore an additional sharpness. It succeeded. Su Han sighed in relief. However, Gong Yin and the others were taken aback. They had witnessed a weapon forger in a small locale, like Yin country, transforming a pinnacle 4th-tier divine weapon into a 5th-tier weapon before their very eyes. Let us see if you can survive this time. Su Han's gaze turned icy. Thunderous halberd technique. The true energy of thunder surged into the Fang Tianhua halberd, and in an instant, Su Han's entire energy was depleted. A 5th-tier divine weapon requires so much true energy. I must refrain from using the Fang Tianhua halberd lightly in the future, lest it drain me in a single strike. I must wait until I advance to the innate realm and see if I can wield it. Su Han felt a sense of shock. What shocked him further was Gong Yin, who watched in horror as the Fang Tianhua halberd swung toward his forehead, followed by a flash of golden light as the armor-piercing rune was activated by the thunder true energy. With a piercing sound, Gong Yan's once formidable innate vital energy was instantly pierced, and the Fang Tianhua halberd drove straight through his skull. Impossible. How could I die here? Gong Yin did not perish immediately, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Since you are destined to die, let me share a piece of information. The ghost eagle you pursued recently is my mount. How dare you? Su Han sneered, striking with a swift motion, causing Gong Yan's skull to explode. His brain cleaved in two, sealing his fate. Gong Yan's eyes, filled with unwillingness, also held a trace of astonishment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 1st-tier Yuan Dan realm practitioner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden gift package. Ding. As the target slain by the host is a prodigy on the Xinhuang ranking, the host is specially rewarded with 1 storage compartment and 1 seed classification unlock. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. Chapter 76. The storage ring indeed. This was a boss-level monster. Su Han felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a gift pack, which bore an unremarkable name, just gift pack. However, this time, the addition of the word golden before gift pack clearly indicated its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, the system granted him 1 storage slot and unlocked the fire seed classification. Now, Su Han had 2 classifications unlocked, the divine weapon classification and the fire seed classification, the latter of which might even surpass the former in value. The death of Gong Yin left the martial artists present breathless, and it was not until a dozen breaths later that they regained their senses. It was over. Dongfang Shua's face turned pale. With Gong Yin dead here, we would certainly face repercussions upon our return. Unless we eliminate this boy, our punishment would be lighter. Wu Lan glared at Su Han with resentment, her heart aching as her gaze swept over Gong Yan's corpse. We are no match for him. Unless we bring a few more innate realm warriors of the 3rd or even 4th level, it would be nearly impossible to subdue him. Jing Qing slowly shook her head. Jing's words were wise. We must not let our rage cloud our judgment. Our priority now should be to leave this place alive and report everything that transpired here. Xianyang spoke solemnly. With the deaths of Gong Yu and Gong Yan, if you wish to leave unscathed and avoid my wrath, I have a suggestion. Su Han sheathed his Fang Tianhua halberd and smiled at Xianyang and the others while holding on to Junjun. His internal energy was depleted. If they all surged forward, he and Junjun could easily be reduced to mere pulp. However, Su Han understood that they dared not act recklessly. What do you intend to do? Jing Qing asked warily. You have drained my blood chi pills and energy consolidation pills over this period. Each of you must leave behind 100 energy consolidation pills to depart safely. Su Han smiled. 100 energy consolidation pills? Xianyang and the others' expressions shifted slightly. Even though they were innate realm warriors from top-tier forces, their standings within those factions were not particularly high, and due to fierce competition, they did not enjoy the splendid lives others perceived. 100 energy consolidation pills were worth 250,000 taels, nearly half of their entire fortunes. What if we refuse? You really believe you can slaughter us all? Wu Lan scoffed. Try it and see. I find your beauty captivating. Even as a bald head, you possess a unique charm. Perhaps I would not kill you but capture you and sell you to the northern barbarians as a slave. I have heard that the nuns of the Moon Concealment Monastery are quite sought after there, fetching 70 to 80,000 taels without issue. Su Han grinned. Wu Lan's expression shifted repeatedly, an endless fury welling within her. Before today, no one had ever dared to mention such things in her presence. The northern barbarians, bearing the bloodlines of both beasts and humans, inhabit a place known as the Northern Domain. Countless barbarians and beasts reside there, alongside some terrifying giants that have survived since ancient times. The Northern Domain does not belong to the realm of Fengyun Jiuzhou. It is a chaotic land. The Moon Concealment Monastery once sent a Yuan Dan realm expert to the Northern Domain in search of a certain giant's blood, only to be ambushed by the local barbarians. Ultimately, that Yuan Dan expert fought valiantly to escape, but the remaining disciples of the Moon Concealment Monastery were not so fortunate. They were sold off and became slaves to certain powerful barbarians. For many years, the Moon Concealment Monastery has sought to rescue them, but after several failed attempts, they lost numerous disciples, and the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Most people in Fengyun Jiuzhou are aware of this, yet no one has dared to speak of it openly. Truly, the disciples of the Rebirth Gate are bold enough to voice such matters publicly. Many martial artists sighed inwardly. Very well, we agree. Jing Qing suddenly nodded and took out 4 porcelain vials, placing them on the ground. Inside are 100 third-grade energy consolidation pills. To prove their authenticity, she opened the wooden stoppers of the vials, releasing a fragrant aroma. Good, you may leave. Su Han nodded with a smile. Whatever the cost, let us leave this place safely first. We can deal with matters later. Jing Qing glanced at Wu Lan and whispered. With that, she turned and departed. Wu Lan's expression darkened. After a few breaths, she also produced 4 porcelain vials. Su Han noticed that their status seemed to preclude the possession of storage rings. All the vials were carried on their persons. Xianyang also produced 100 energy consolidation pills, but when it came to Dongfang Shua, his expression was somewhat grim. What? The illustrious disciple of the Thunder Sword Pavilion cannot even produce 100 energy consolidation pills? Su Han chuckled. I consumed all my energy consolidation pills in an attempt to break through my bottleneck. Dongfang Shua spoke solemnly. Then you shall not leave. Su Han smiled. Wait. Dongfang Shua exclaimed in shock, retrieving a porcelain vial from his bosom and placing it on the ground. Inside is a 4th-grade Thunder Body refinement pill. You are a Thunderfire seed and have cultivated the indestructible diamond technique, making this pill extremely beneficial for you. Its value is certainly not inferior to 100 third-grade energy consolidation pills. The Thunder Body refinement pill. The masters of the 8 major sects of the Yin Kingdom exchanged glances, a range of greedy expressions flickering in their eyes. Although this pill is of the 4th grade, in a place like the Yin Kingdom, it is a treasure that is hard to come by. If auctioned, it would likely fetch over 300,000 taels. Very well, you may leave. After a few moments of silence, Su Han slowly nodded. Instantly, Xianyang and the others departed. You 8 must adhere to the same rules as them. As for the others, you may leave now. Su-Han gazed indifferently at the sect master of Xianyun's sect. Yes, the Eight. As sect leaders and innate realm experts, possessed wealth that might even surpass that of Xianyang and his companions. 100 third-grade energy consolidation pills were indeed insignificant. Soon, the martial artists gradually vanished from Su-Han's sight. Once they had all departed, Su-Han approached and collected the porcelain vials into his storage slot. In total, there were 1,100 third-grade energy consolidation pills and one highly valuable fourth-grade Thunderbody refinement pill. Su-Han turned back to Gong Yin, searching his body until he discovered a ring hidden on the small toe of his foot. A storage ring. Su-Han's eyes lit up. Gong Yin had painstakingly concealed it there. This ring was likely a storage ring. The quality was inconsequential. What mattered was that with the storage ring, Su-Han could disguise the existence of his storage slot. Moreover, it likely contained Gong Yin's wealth. After stowing away the storage ring, Su-Han cleaned the battlefield and retrieved several energy consolidation and blood chi pills from Gong Yu and the other corpses. These energy consolidation pills should be sufficient for me to attempt breaking into the innate realm. Su-Han smiled, glancing at the sleeping Junjun in his arms. But his smile faded slightly. Junjun's breath was continuously dissipating. If the correct method of rescue was not found in time, she might not survive much longer. This, Brother Su. Yin Shou returned, standing at a distance with an awkward smile as he looked at Su-Han. Chapter 77, The Nine-Tiered Martial Dao Fire Seed. The Pan Wangding, how did you come here? Su-Han glanced at Yin Shou, smiling. Brother Su, this matter has escalated far too much. One of my royal uncles has died because of it. I find myself at a dead end and cannot remain in Yin country any longer. Yin Shou replied with a bitter smile. Is Yin Han your royal uncle? Su-Han asked, his expression peculiar. Indeed, Yin Shou nodded. You aren't here seeking vengeance against me, are you? Su-Han said with a teasing smile. No. Brother Su, please do not misunderstand. My royal uncle has always looked down upon me. He once beat me severely for secretly consuming a few of his son's chi condensation pills. Now that he is dead, I feel like lighting a string of firecrackers. Yin Shou hurriedly waved his hands. That's good. If you wish to flee Yin country, I suggest you run far away. This incident has indeed become quite significant. Su-Han remarked with a smile. Brother Su, could you possibly take me along? My cultivation is too low, and I cannot travel far on my own. Additionally, I would like to discuss the matter of my stone attribute martial soul with you. Yin Shou said awkwardly. That won't do. I need to take her to seek medical attention. Su-Han firmly refused, shaking his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Shou's eyes. He instinctively glanced at Junjun, who was fading away. It was likely she wouldn't survive much longer. The only chance to save her would be to venture into the Medicine Dead Valley and try his luck. Medicine Dead Valley? Su-Han pondered for a moment, and soon devised a plan. Regardless of whether the young girl could hold on until then, he had to visit the Medicine Dead Valley to seek a remedy for Su Changshen. Very well, I can take you part of the way, but you cannot accompany me to the Medicine Dead Valley. I will drop you off elsewhere, and from then on, your fate will be in your own hands. Su-Han stated, looking at Yin Shou with a calm demeanor. A glimmer of joy appeared in Yin Shou's eyes. A journey was a journey, and escaping Yin country was the most crucial aspect. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Yin Shou instinctively looked up, his heart sinking. A ghost eagle? Do not be afraid, Su-Han chuckled, waving at the ghost eagle. Yin Shou watched as the ghost eagle slowly descended and affectionately rubbed its head against Su-Han's cheek. Truly impressive for a disciple of the Rebirth Gate. To have a third-tier savage demon ghost eagle as a mount. Such flying creatures are rarely obtained even by those in the Nirvana realm. Yin Shou marveled inwardly. Su-Han leapt onto the ghost eagle with Junjun in his arms, smiling at Yin Shou. Aren't you coming up? Coming. Yin Shou hurriedly climbed onto the back of the ghost eagle, which left little space due to his added weight. Su-Han frowned slightly, then with a thought. The ghost eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it departed from the Taihang Mountains. After leaving the Taihang Mountains, Su-Han chose a remote location with few inhabitants, intending to sort through the spoils of war from this encounter. Brother Su, I'm going to find something to eat, Yin Shou said confidently, surveying the surroundings before departing. Let us first examine the classification of fire seeds. Su-Han's thoughts stirred slightly, and a torrent of data appeared before him, transforming into a virtual attribute panel like a cascading waterfall. Indeed, the fire seed classification was no longer dull in color. Upon opening it, rows of 9-tiered fire seeds immediately appeared before Su-Han, among which he also spotted his own ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. 9th tier supreme fire seed, ancient purple extreme thunder dragon, exchange price, 9th tier supreme fire seed, innate 1 chi thunder dragon, exchange price, 9th tier supreme fire seed. Much like divine weapons, Su-Han had no qualification to view the prices. Yet he could ascertain that his ancient purple extreme thunder dragon was among the elite within the system. Su-Han chuckled as he browsed through the remaining grades of fire seeds. First-tier fire seeds were quite affordable, with most costing a few hundred divine emperor coins. Interesting. A few hundred divine emperor coins is not much, yet a first-tier fire seed can directly grant one the potential to cultivate martial arts. Su-Han stroked his chin, realizing that he could indeed masquerade as a fire seed physician, and an exceptionally skilled one at that. System, can these fire seeds be used on others once exchanged? Su-Han inquired. Affirmative. That's good. Su-Han smiled as he closed the attribute panel and prompted the system to open his golden gift pack. The golden gift pack is now opening. Please wait, host. The system's notification sounded, and Su-Han's anticipation grew. Even opening a gift pack required a moment's patience, indicating that this reward could be of great value. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9th-tier martial Dao fire seed. Pan Wong Ding. It is indeed a fire seed. Su-Han paused momentarily, followed by an expression of disbelief. A 9th-tier martial Dao fire seed, alongside the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. Does this not make me a dual fire seed genius? In the Dan Sea, thunder rumbled incessantly and gradually. A four-legged alchemical cauldron appeared alongside the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. The Pan Wong Ding was crimson all over, emanating flames. It was a fire attribute fire seed. Fire seed types akin to alchemical cauldrons are exceptionally suitable for alchemy, providing a significant boost to both the success rate and quality of alchemical processes. Though classified as auxiliary, its tier ensures that its offensive power is not to be underestimated. Alchemical cauldron-type martial arts fire seeds are categorized as auxiliary fire seeds. While their attack isn't strong, the Pan Wong Ding is 9th tier, enough to compensate for this weakness. Su-Han mused. In the future, I can refrain from manifesting the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon in battles. Instead, I can use the Pan Wong Ding to more easily mislead others' attention. A slight smile graced Su-Han's lips. Brother Su, what has you so amused? Yen Shou returned carrying several plump wild rabbits, noticing Su-Han's solitary laughter, and could not. Chapter 78. From the wind, through the fire. Are you awake? We are in a province of the Changyan dynasty, not far from the Valley of Medicinal Death. How do you feel? Su-Han said with a smile as he fiddled with the herbs in his hands. You intend to go to the Valley of Medicinal Death? For what purpose? Jun furrowed her brow slightly. Your essence is continuously dissipating. I have heard that there are methods to cure it there, Su-Han replied. Are you planning to take me to the Valley of Medicinal Death? To seek treatment for me? Jun momentarily stunned, then a flicker of concern appeared in her eyes. The Valley of Medicinal Death is one of the 7 top powers. There are many strong individuals there. If anyone recognizes me, neither of us would leave alive. I plan to find you a place to stay nearby. I shall venture alone to the Valley of Medicinal Death and see if I can find a solution, Su-Han said with a smile. The Valley of Medicinal Death has very strict requirements for accepting disciples. Besides cultivation level, they also assess one's understanding of alchemy. If you lack the potential to become an alchemist, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain entry, let alone find a solution, Jun remarked. I possess a disciple token. Such a large sect would not likely refuse its validity. Do not worry about these matters. Just rest for a while, Su-Han encouraged. A disciple token? Jun pondered. Then a glimmer of cold resolution crossed her eyes. If I survive this time, I shall slay Gong Yan. Gong Yan has already perished. Su-Han replied with an odd expression. Dead. Jun was taken aback. After Su-Han recounted the events following her unconsciousness, she stared at him, wide-eyed and unblinking. The notion of a mere mortal defeating a Yuan-Dan realm cultivator was something she had only heard in tales. She had never witnessed such a feat in reality. What a pity, I cannot take revenge myself, she sighed, gradually closing her eyes. At that moment, Yen Shou returned, carrying a wild boar and some firewood. Brother Su, what sort of herbs are you preparing? Yen Shou inquired curiously, observing Su-Han's actions. Su-Han had combined a large assortment of herbs, transforming them into a medicinal paste. If I can break your stone attribute fire seed and grant you the potential to cultivate martial arts, how will you repay me? Yen Shou was momentarily stunned, dropping the wild boar and firewood. Moments later, he suddenly knelt before Su-Han, repeatedly bowing his head. Had Su-Han not intervened, he might have continued indefinitely. Brother Su, if you can shatter my stone attribute fire seed, I shall heed your every command, traversing wind and fire, without a hint of reluctance. Yen Shou exclaimed passionately, finally comprehending the purpose behind Su-Han's recent herb acquisitions. Can you truly shatter the stone attribute fire seed? Is it of the 1st or 2nd grade? Jun, who had been resting with her eyes closed, reopened them, filled with astonishment. Princess Jun, you are awake? Shou nearly knelt again, overwhelmed by fear at the sight of her. 7th grade, Su-Han chuckled. You can break a 7th grade stone attribute fire seed? Jun gasped, her expression filled with disbelief. A 6th grade stone attribute fire seed requires several Dharma bodies to expend their essence just to barely shatter it. I have heard of a prince from the Great Immortal Dynasty who possessed a 6th grade stone attribute fire seed. Ultimately, he was abandoned due to the exorbitant cost of gathering multiple Dharma bodies to deplete their essence. Jun frowned. Shou's heart sank. He had long known his 7th grade stone attribute fire seed could not be shattered. Yet, Su-Han's prior performance had ignited a glimmer of hope, which now dimmed with Jun's words. You propose a brute force method, while my approach relies on finesse. There is a significant distinction between the two. Sometimes, with enough skill, a single needle can pierce a mountain. Su-Han smiled, then turned to Shou. Hurry and roast the meat. Whether or not you can shatter the stone attribute fire seed depends on your luck. There is no need to dwell further on it. After all, can things possibly get worse than they are now? Indeed. Shou felt some relief, his face brightening as he busied himself with the wild boar. He quickly prepared the meat and set it to roast over the fire, occasionally sprinkling it with spices he carried, filling the valley with an enticing aroma. Jun's throat instinctively moved as her gaze fell upon the wild boar, momentarily forgetting her concerns regarding the stone attribute fire seed. In her eyes, such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Delicious aroma. A sound of galloping hooves approached. Soon, a group of handsome young men and women on fine steeds arrived before Su-Han and the others. The leader's gaze was fixed on the golden brown, fragrant wild boar roasting over the fire. In that moment, Su-Han and his companions appeared as beggars before the affluent group. Shou was somewhat presentable, but Su-Han and Jun appeared somewhat disheveled, their clothes bearing the marks of their earlier battle, and they had not had the time to procure new attire. As the group surveyed Su-Han and the others, a girl who appeared no older than 16 looked down at them with a hint of disdain. How much for that wild boar? Not for sale, Su-Han replied, his eyes still focused on the herbs in his hands. Apologies, but we three have rather large appetites and cannot spare it for sale, Shou cheerfully responded. The faces of the young men and women soured instantly, with one sneering. A boar of that size isn't enough for the three of you? Are you perhaps starving dogs reincarnated? Shou's expression darkened. Jun, who had been feigning sleep, slowly opened her eyes, frowning at the mocker. Mind your words. A fat beggar, a small beggar, and a big beggar. The small beggar wants me to mind my words. Hilarious. The mocker could not contain his laughter. Su-Han paused, glancing at the individual. You claim we are beggars? Is that not accurate? Is it not? The individual retorted with a cold laugh. Miss Qingxing has taken a liking to your wild boar. Be sensible and step aside. This is 100 taels of silver sufficient, I presume. With that, he tossed a hefty ingot of silver, which landed at Su-Han's feet. Su-Han picked it up, weighing it in his hand. The silver was substantial, indeed worth 100 taels. As the others observed him picking up the silver, they assumed he intended to sell them the wild boar and began to jeer at him. However, in a flash of silver, the young man who had thrown the ingot was struck in the head by it, sending him flying from his horse and crashing to the ground several paces away. The group instinctively turned, their expressions turning grave as they beheld the young man's head, which had been deformed by the silver ingot. Blood pouring from his mouth, he was beyond saving. While I am still in a good mood, return whence you came, Su-Han smiled. Chapter 79. The Celestial Symbol Zhou Yu? Su Jingjing's expression shifted dramatically. Someone rushed to Zhou Yu's side to assess his injuries, only to rise with a pale face and shake his head at the crowd. Zhou Yu had perished. Could this person possibly be a practitioner at the fetal breath stage? Zhou Yu had already attained the 9th level of the corporeal realm, yet he was struck down in a single blow. The gazes directed at Su-Han from the crowd now bore a hint of panic. They were not fearful. Under ordinary circumstances, practitioners at the fetal breath stage were only fit to serve them as attendants. However, on this occasion, they had agreed not to bring any servants and to venture out for half a month independently. Among them, the strongest was merely Su Jingjing, who had reached the 10th level of the corporeal realm. Zhou Yu simply wished to purchase this wild boar. Why must you take his life with such cruelty? Su Jingjing glared at Su-Han, her eyes seething with anger. You permit yourselves to bully and insult him, yet I am not allowed to retaliate? Su-Han replied with a smile. Though Zhou Yu may have spoken excessively, he did not physically harm you. Was it truly necessary to take his life? Am I his father? Su-Han pointed at Zhou Yu and asked Su Jingjing. No. Su Jingjing paused momentarily. Then what reason do I have to indulge him? In the world of martial arts, a mere glance can determine life and death. Moreover, this child spoke foul words, thus he deserved to die. I have only killed him and spared the rest of you. I have been extraordinarily merciful. If you continue to be unappreciative, none of you shall leave today. Su Han said with a faint smile. Miss Jingjing, let us depart. Someone with a complex expression quietly advised. Let us go? Su Jingjing's complexion fluctuated several times before she gritted her teeth and turned to lead the others away. Not far along, a young man suddenly turned to Su Han and declared, Zhou Yu is the only legitimate son of the Zhou family from the Changyan dynasty. His death at your hands will surely bring the Zhou family to seek you out. Lin Chen, silence yourself. A person with a pale face hissed. Su Han set down the herbs in his hand and struck out with a swift motion, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the young man. Boom. The young man was instantly hurled from his horse, crashing to the ground as a charred mass, his blackened face still bearing an expression of shock and disbelief. Hurry and flee. Su Jingjing's face turned ashen as she urged her horse to gallop away, not daring to linger any longer. The true energy coursing through him was undoubtedly at the fetal breath stage. Moreover, the lightning true energy represented an extreme attribute. They had definitely kicked a hornet's nest this time. In an instant, this group of young men and women vanished from Su Han's sight. Once the herbs were prepared, Su Han instructed Yin Shou to find a place to apply it evenly over his entire body, reminding him to use it judiciously, and if any remained, he could have a taste. With a smile, Su Han handed the stone bowl to Yin Shou. Is this sufficient? Yin Shou took the stone bowl in a daze, and then his eyes lit up with intense anticipation as he hurriedly departed. After Yin Shou left, Su Han tore off 2 pieces of the roasted wild boar meat and offered one to Junjun, both of them indulging in a hearty feast. Are you playing him for a fool? Junjun asked, winking at Su Han while chewing on the meat. Playing a fool? Su Han chuckled and shook his head. I gathered the herbs and even personally ground them into a paste. Is that mere trickery? Do you truly possess a method? Junjun's skepticism deepened. As a 7th-tier barbaric demon, before she began her transformation, the people around her were predominantly martial kings, and she often encountered those of the Dharma aspect. If such a simple method existed to transform the stone attribute fire seed into something valuable, would not those of the Dharma aspect be aware? After all, I am also a seed physician. Some family secrets are quite reasonable, are they not? Su Han replied with a smile. How confident are you? Junjun inquired. Uncertain. Su Han smiled in return. Junjun's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her, a smile breaking forth as she ceased to dwell on the topic. In less than half an hour, they consumed the entirety of the wild boar, which weighed over 300 pounds. By the way, take a look at this. Su Han retrieved a golden token from his waist, inscribed with the word celestial. This was dropped after Luo Yu's demise. The celestial symbol. Junjun glanced at it and remarked nonchalantly, it is quite common among the top-tier forces in the Fengyun Jiuzhou. Even second-tier forces possess it. Yet, ordinary practitioners may not have heard of it. It is an item used by practitioners for communication and messaging. Seeing Su Han's continued confusion, Junjun softly explained. Long ago, a colossal mountain fell from the heavens. The emperors of the 9 provinces rushed to investigate and discovered that within the stones of this mountain lay a certain interconnected space. In this space, one could leave images and text, allowing for communication regardless of distance. This space was later named the celestial space, and the celestial symbol is tightly regulated. Obtainable through 2 avenues. One is through official means, the other can only be purchased on the black market. Junjun smiled and added, if you belong to one of the 7 top-tier forces, you can generally exchange merits for a celestial symbol. This symbol possesses no offensive capabilities, and if one were to assess its value, it is not particularly high. Some even disdain using it, deeming it murky. Isn't this akin to a mobile phone? Su Han's eyes flickered with intrigue. With Junjun's description, he immediately grasped the concept. What about the celestial currency? Su Han inquired. A currency that exists solely within the celestial space, used for trading information and purchasing items, its value surpassing that of silver and gold. A single celestial coin can purchase a 3rd-grade qi condensing pill, Junjun explained with a smile. However, if one uses celestial currency to purchase items, they often risk encountering black market scams. Such transactions must occur privately. If the other party is more powerful than you, both money and goods may be lost. Thus, it is common for both parties to hire a reputable individual and pay a fee for them to oversee the transaction. I see. Do you know how to use the celestial symbol? Su Han asked eagerly, curious to explore the celestial space and its potential connection to the system. This celestial symbol has been bound by blood. Even those of the Dharma aspect cannot utilize it unless one acquires a blank celestial symbol from the black market. Junjun replied with a gentle shake of her head. Cannot be used. Su Han furrowed his brow, about to crush it in frustration, but he halted his action. System, is there a way to remove the blood binding from this celestial symbol? It requires 1,000 divine sovereign coins. Though somewhat expensive, it is still acceptable. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su-Han's eyes. Chapter 80. Parting ways. Su-Han chose not to have the system remove the blood essence from the all-heaven symbol in front of Junjun. The young girl was a 7th-tier savage monster with extraordinary perceptiveness. Exposing the system could lead to unforeseen consequences. After putting away the all-heaven symbol, it wasn't long before Yin Shou rushed over, his expression brimming with excitement. The fire seed has broken. The fire seed has broken. He exclaimed joyously. The fire seed has broken? Junjun was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of sympathy flickered in her eyes. A 7th-grade stone attribute fire seed should have produced some remarkable phenomenon upon breaking the shackles. She suspected Yin Shou had become delusional. Has it truly broken? Su-Han smiled. It has broken, but I have yet to reach the fetal breath stage, so I cannot manifest it, Yin Shou replied, nodding eagerly. His excitement was palpable as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Su-Han. Thank you, Brother Su. I will surely repay your kindness 1,000-fold in the future. Since your stone attribute fire seed has indeed broken, you are qualified to join a top-tier force. Which one do you wish to join? Junjun inquired with a smile. I wish to join the Great Immortal Academy, Yin Shou declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. The Great Immortal Academy? While it may not be one of the 7 top-tier forces, it is backed by the Great Immortal Dynasty. Joining it means gaining a powerful ally, Junjun noted. Here are 100 Qi blood pills and 100 Qi condensation pills, alone for your journey. The distance to the Great Immortal Dynasty is quite far. Take care of yourself along the way, Su-Han said, smiling as he handed Yin Shou several porcelain vials. Yin Shou received the vials, his eyes suddenly misty. Before he could process his emotions, Su-Han had already picked up Junjun and walked away. Brother Su, where are you going? Yin Shou called out. To the Valley of the Deadly Herbs. We shall meet again if fate allows. Su-Han waved his hand without looking back. Junjun rested her chin on Su-Han's shoulder, gazing at Yin Shou with a complex expression. It seemed unlikely they would meet again, especially given the nature of the stone attribute fire seed. The Valley of the Deadly Herbs lay within the territory of the Changyan dynasty. However, the region where the valley resided was not governed by the dynasty. There, the only authority was the Valley of the Deadly Herbs itself. Even the emperor of the Changyan dynasty would require the valley's consent to enter. Su-Han fed the ghost eagle a dozen beast spirit pills and allowed it to forage for food in the forest, deeming it unwise for the eagle to accompany them for the upcoming journey. Even those at the Yuandan realm would covet a flying mount. Should anyone discover he possessed a ghost eagle, it would likely attract trouble. You have reached the 10th level of fetal breath. Do you know how to break through to the innate realm? Junjun seated herself on Su-Han's arm, draping an arm around his neck as she gently inquired. Humans possess 7 divine gates. I merely need to knock open the innate divine gate to transform my true qi into innate vital energy and step into the innate realm. Su-Han explained with a smile. However, some techniques are not of high grade and cannot achieve this. The technique you practice should be at least of 3rd grade, correct? Junjun questioned. Indeed, Su-Han replied, nodding with a smile. The purple extreme primordial art is a top-tier 6th grade technique, which should suffice for me to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. Additionally, I possess the thunder body technique, an upper-tier 7th grade technique, which is already among the elite. Beyond that lies the 8th grade techniques practiced by those with the Dharma body. The dangers of the innate divine gate far exceed those of the fetal breath divine gate. A moment's carelessness could lead to calamity. It is best to find a cool place when you attempt to break through to the innate realm, as it will aid you in opening the divine gate, Junjun advised. Thank you for the reminder, Su-Han said, his eyes brightening. The insights the young girl shared were likely beyond the understanding of ordinary martial artists, even those who had merely advanced to the innate realm. This was the wisdom of a 7th-tier savage monster. The Valley of the Deadly Herbs should have such places specifically for disciples to break through to the innate realm. Although they required a certain merit value for exchange, Junjun noted. If I were at my peak, I could easily assist you in entering the innate realm. She sighed softly. Now, having lost her cultivation and with her essence continuously dwindling, even her survival was in question, let alone helping Su-Han advance to the innate realm. Fear not. I am confident in my ability to open the innate divine gate. Once we enter the Valley of the Deadly Herbs, I will help you find a way to restore your essence. Before long, you will regain your peak strength, Su-Han assured her with a smile. Pausing, he added, by the way, why has the horn on your head been shrinking day by day, and your eyes are becoming more human-like? Junjun had once sported a pair of small horns and deep purple pupils, but now her horns were nearly invisible, and her eyes had turned pitch black like the abyss. She appeared as an ordinary 3-year-old human girl. Once the horns completely disappear, my essence will dissipate as well. Junjun replied with a smile. Being human isn't so bad. At least on the road, I won't be easily recognized by enemies. Are you not afraid of being with me? I have countless enemies stained with the blood of human powerhouses. Among the 7 top-tier forces, there are several old foes who would devour me alive. I have many enemies as well. Besides, such a place is unlikely to attract your foes. Even if you do encounter them, they may not recognize you, Su-Han chuckled. He held the young girl close, walking along the official road, occasionally exchanging laughter, appearing to outsiders as a genuine father-daughter duo. Junjun fell silent, but after a moment, she noticed Su-Han's grip around her waist had tightened slightly. Unbeknownst to her, the surroundings had been encircled by a group of black-clad, cold-faced martial artists. The weakest among them was at the fetal breath realm, with several exuding an aura not far beneath that of Gong Yu and others. Before Su-Han, Su Jingjing and her companions, who had previously fled in panic, now regarded Su-Han and Junjun with mocking gazes. Grandfather, this is the one who killed Zhou Yu and Lin Chun, Su Jingjing stated solemnly. A voice, slightly aged, emanated from a luxurious carriage behind them. The Zhou and Lin families have deep ties with our Su family. Since we have encountered him, let us avenge the 2 young ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the elder's command, dozens of black-clad figures instantly sprang into action, resembling flashes of lightning as they charged towards Su-Han. In an instant, the thunder battle armor enveloped Su-Han entirely. Holding Junjun close, he swiftly advanced to meet several fetal breath realm opponents, dispatching them with a single strike each. Those struck by Su-Han fell lifeless to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, dozens of corpses lay at Su-Han's feet. At this point, the few innate realm martial artists among the black-clad figures were visibly grave. Su Jingjing's expression suddenly shifted, disbelief washing over her. The black-clad figures were Su family's elite guards. While they may not have been the strongest, even the weakest among them was a 7th-level fetal breath powerhouse, with the strongest reaching the 10th level. To witness such a formidable group being swiftly dispatched in the blink of an eye was beyond comprehension. Could it be that he was Chapter 81? Arrival, how dare you? Several figures clad in black, each exuding innate energy, roared as they charged towards Su-Han. Among them, one was at the 3rd level of innate realm, while 2 others were at the 2nd level. Junjun, this is serious, she said gravely. The Fang Tian painting halberd is a 5th-tier divine weapon. Using it once will deplete all my true energy. Su-Han's thoughts raced. Ultimately, he summoned the Fang Tian painting halberd, wielding it with the might of thunder, enveloped by the power of the 8 trigrams, and struck down at the strongest of the innate realm 3. With a swift motion, the halberd effortlessly cleaved through the innate energy, and in an instant, the 3rd-level opponent was bisected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-level innate realm expert. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,100 divine emperor coins. Only 2,001. Su-Han mused, noting that the opponent's cultivation was superior to that of Gong Yu and the others, yet the system's reward was lesser. It seemed the rewards were intricately linked to their respective statuses. Originally, Su-Han had 2,900 divine emperor coins, and with this addition, his total reached 5,000. Hiss! The remaining 2 innate realm practitioners halted abruptly, retreating back to their carriage, their expressions laden with caution and trepidation as they regarded Su-Han. Su Jingjing and the others exchanged glances, astonished. They had never anticipated that Su-Han could annihilate a 3rd-level innate expert with a single strike. Despite appearing to be of similar age, how could his martial prowess be so vastly superior? Elder, this young man is not ordinary, murmured one of the black-clad innate practitioners. After a brief silence within the carriage, an elderly man gently lifted the curtain and stepped out. Upon seeing this, Su Jingjing and the others quickly turned to pay their respects. Young brother, may I know your name? The elder's gaze swept over the fallen bodies, settling upon Su-Han, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if the deceased were inconsequential to him, revealing no trace of anger. This is a cunning old fox. His cultivation seems to surpass even that of Gong Yu and the others, thought Su-Han, observing the elder with a calm demeanor. 7th level of innate realm, Junjun whispered. Jiangkong of the Great Zhou dynasty, Su-Han replied with a subtle smile. The distance between the Chang'an dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty was considerable, and it was likely that news of Jiangkong's demise had yet to reach this place. Indeed, upon hearing the name Jiangkong, the elder's expression shifted slightly. Despite the Chang'an dynasty being guarded by a Yuandan realm expert and holding a considerable status among the many dynasties of Qishou, they were not among the top families, with only one ancestor at the 1st level of Nirvana realm. Conversely, the Jiang family of the Great Zhou dynasty was equally formidable, possessing a Nirvana realm guardian. In terms of status, both families stood on equal footing, yet the elder's faction within the Su family held a lesser position. The youngest disciple of the Su family under his command was merely at the 8th level of fetal breath realm. It was difficult for them to contend even with a 10th level fetal breath expert, let alone a 3rd level innate practitioner. What brings a disciple of the Jiang family to our Changyan dynasty? The youths surrounding Su Jingjing exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and unease. Their families were even weaker than the Su family, with only innate realm experts in their ranks, making any comparison with the Jiang family futile. Chapter 82. The world of Jianghu Junjun nodded in agreement. She too was reluctant to set foot in the Valley of the Dead. By afternoon, Su Han had finally secured a 3-courtyard residence. It was said that the previous owner had a son who successfully became an outer disciple of the Valley of the Dead. Consequently, his family received protection and was allowed to reside in the family quarters of the valley, which led to the original residence being rented out. After renting the house, Su Han went to the market to purchase several maidservants and young servants to take care of Junjun in his absence. Despite Junjun being a 7th-tier barbarian demon, her current form resembled that of a 3-year-old human child, making it quite inconvenient for her to live alone. Rest now. I will head to the Valley of the Dead tomorrow, Su Han instructed as he escorted Junjun back to her room. Do not wander off while I'm gone. If anything arises, let Xiaolan and the others handle it. Understood, Junjun replied with a smile. Su Han then turned his gaze towards the maidservants nearby. Tomorrow, I will be going to the Valley of the Dead. While I am away, you are to look after the young lady diligently, understood? Master, please rest assured. I will take good care of the young lady, Xiaolan responded eagerly. The other maidservants and young servants nodded in unison, both astonished and delighted. They had not anticipated that their new master, whom they had been purchased from the market, was linked to the Valley of the Dead. Serving such a master not only brought prestige, but also numerous benefits. Upon returning to his room, Su Han immediately requested the system to assist in purging the former owner's blood from the universe talisman. He observed the talisman in his palm. It had originally gleamed with golden radiance, but after expelling the previous owner's blood, it had turned a dark, unremarkable hue, resembling mere iron. With a focused thought, Su Han channeled his vital energy through his meridians, and soon, a droplet of blood, rich in potent vitality, materialized at his fingertip. This essence was extracted through his vital energy, and as he let it fall onto the universe talisman, it immediately seeped into the talisman. In just a few moments, the talisman exuded a faint golden light once more, returning to its original state. Simultaneously, Su Han sensed a connection forming between his consciousness and the universe talisman, reminiscent of the system he was familiar with. With another thought, a virtual screen appeared before him. However, this was not the system interface, but something distinctly different. Creation. Indeed, it bore resemblance to the system, but seemed more akin to a computer network from a past life. As Su Han gazed at the screen, curiosity arose within him regarding the origin of the mountain that had descended from the heavens. Why could the stones on that mountain be transformed into the universe talisman? He pondered what name to choose for his account. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he typed in bold characters, 7th Emperor of the 9 Continents. This name carried a certain grandeur, reflecting Su Han's ambition. He aspired to be the 7th Emperor among the 6 great emperors of the 9 continents. Name already taken. Please re-enter. Taken? Su Han frowned slightly. He tried 8th Emperor, but it was still occupied. Ultimately, after reaching 9th 9, he lost patience. It seemed that this name had already been claimed by several hundred, if not thousands. These individuals were so ambitious. What names had they chosen? Did they possess any 9th grade supreme fire seeds? Any 9th grade secondary fire seeds? Su Han chuckled coldly and opted for a different name, one he had used as an alias back on Earth. Shishanlong. Account creation successful. Welcome Shishanlong to the universe space. The interface transformed once more, revealing several categories, among which 2 particularly piqued Su Han's interest: the world of Jianghu and the black market of the universe. With a thought, he opened the world of Jianghu category, and instantly, a multitude of posts filled the screen. As long as Su Han refreshed the page, new posts appeared every moment, indicating that the usage of the universe talisman was far from scarce. Disciples of the Rebirth sect re-emerge in the Jianghu, wreaking havoc in the Taihang Mountains of Yin Kingdom. Su Han was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning cold. The author of the post was named Jing Qing. It was evident that Jing Qing had posted this, as the number of replies had already surpassed 1,000. Though not classified as a hot topic in the world of Jianghu, it had certainly garnered some influence. Upon clicking the post, the first thing to catch his eye was an image depicting Su Han slaying Gong Yin. Following that were several pictures showcasing Su Han forging the Fang Tianhua halberd. What puzzled Su Han was that his appearance in the images had been obscured, rendering it unrecognizable. Beneath the images was a passage of text: on July 9th of the 5th year of the Fengyan era, A confrontation with the demon of the Rebirth sect occurred in the Taiying Mountains. A group of Jianghu heroes battled fiercely but were ultimately outmatched. Gong Yin, a prodigy of the great immortal dynasty at the Yuandan realm, was slain by the demon while gravely injured in a clash with the 7th-tier barbarian Princess Junjun. All Jianghu companions are advised to report any sightings of this demon immediately. Generous rewards will be offered. Miss Jing, if you intend to expose the demon of the Rebirth sect, why not reveal his appearance? Are you shielding him? Nangong Emperor. Indeed, why is the demon's visage obscured? Furthermore, how could the 7th-tier barbarian Princess Junjun be injured alongside Gong Yin? Such a large cow. Countless similar replies filled the thread. Su Han also noticed Jing Qing's responses, indicating her own confusion about why his appearance was blurry in the images. This universe space resembled the system, though its primary function seemed to be a social platform. Perhaps it was due to his possession of the system that his appearance could not be captured. Su Han speculated internally, uncertain of the accuracy of his assumptions, yet relieved that his identity had not been exposed. It was no wonder Gong Yu had once threatened him, claiming he could not escape from heaven to earth. With the universe talisman in hand, posting it would amount to a worldwide manhunt. Closing the post, Su Han navigated to another category, the black market of the universe. The post here predominantly revolved around transactions. Some sought elixirs, while others were in search of skilled alchemists or assassins, desperately seeking the Valley of the Dead's Master S token. Upon clicking, Su Han found that the poster was willing to pay 2,200 universe coins for the Master S token. However, there was a stipulation. The token must be released by a martial master or above from the Valley of the Dead. If it were from a martial artist below that rank, the price would decrease. 1 universe coin equated to a 3rd-grade qi condensing pill, and 2,200 coins amounted to 550,000 taels of silver. It seemed Shenrua had not lied. He indeed spent 500,000 taels to acquire this Master S token. Su Han's eyes brightened slightly. Had he not been required to go to the Valley of the Dead, he might have considered selling the token for immediate profit. Chapter 83: The Qing Emperor's Master Invitation. In the vast expanse of the celestial black market, countless trading posts abound. Su Han discovered that with sufficient wealth, one could procure anything necessary for cultivation within this realm. Beyond the celestial rivers and the black market, there exists a segment known as the Celestial Martial Arts Hall. Su Han intended to take a glance, but found that the celestial space informed him he lacked the requisite celestial coins. 20 celestial coins for a single entry into the Celestial Martial Arts Hall. Who ultimately benefits from these celestial coins? A slight frown creased Su Han's brow, leading him to suspect that the celestial space might be under the control of the 6 heavenly emperors. After pondering for a moment, he stored the celestial talisman in his storage compartment. His storage space comprised 3 segments, one holding the master invitation from the Valley of Medicinal Death, another containing the celestial talisman, and the last filled exclusively with elixirs. With a flick of his wrist, Su Han summoned a ring into his palm. The ring bore an ancient design, inscribed with the 2 characters, Decian. The storage rings of the Decian dynasty are marked, and using it openly could lead to complications. Su Han's eyes glimmered as he manipulated the storage ring, then inquired of the system, can the blood essence imprinted on this storage ring be removed? 1,000 divine emperor coins. Another 1,000? I hope I won't incur a loss. After a brief deliberation, Su Han instructed the system to remove the blood essence of Gong Yin from the storage ring. Consequently, the ring transformed into an unclaimed item, allowing Su Han to imprint his own blood essence for unrestricted use. Moments later, with a mere thought, all items within the storage ring were laid out neatly upon the table. The space within this ring was rather limited, measuring only about a foot by a foot. Thus it could hold little. On the table, there lay a porcelain bottle, a letter, and a master invitation. Su Han picked up the master invitation for scrutiny, and upon flipping it over, he beheld the characters Qing Di. The Qing Emperor? Is this the master invitation from the martial state's Qing Emperor? Su Han's expression grew slightly grave. Based on previous clues, his mother shared intricate ties with the Qing Emperor of the martial state. This recent disappearance, along with the jade token she entrusted to him before her vanishing, likely originated from the martial state. To uncover the secrets behind these matters, this Qing Emperor's master invitation could prove exceedingly valuable in the future. Su Han placed the master invitation from the Valley of Medicinal Death inside the Qing Emperor's master invitation. He then opened the letter. After a while, a peculiar smile crossed Su Han's face as he realized that the letter was a love letter from Gong Yin to a certain woman, revealing through its words that she was a married woman of considerable standing within the Decian dynasty. Press me too hard, and I'll expose scandalous rumors about your Decian dynasty. Su Han chuckled softly. Finally, he opened the porcelain bottle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 Grade 5 Great Rejuvenation Pills from the Temple of the Other Shore. Grade 5 Great Rejuvenation Pills. A glimmer of delight shone in Su-Han's eyes. He had heard of this elixir before. Only the Temple of the Other Shore in Qingzhou could concoct it. And even the Valley of Medicinal Death lacked the knowledge of its refinement. 1 Grade 5 Great Rejuvenation Pill could enhance the cultivation of a Yuan Dan realm martial artist by 5 years. 3 would amount to 15 years. However, for those in the fetal breath realm, even half a pill could unleash potent forces leading to their demise. Yet Su-Han's fire seed was unique. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon could refine all fierce elixirs, tempering their potency to be as gentle as a lamb. Just one could aid in my breakthrough to the innate divine gate. This expenditure of 1,000 divine emperor coins was well worth it. Not only did he acquire 3 Grade 5 Great Rejuvenation Pills, but he also obtained the Qing Emperor's master invitation and insight into a scandal within the Distin dynasty. The following day, Su-Han rose early. After having breakfast with Junjun, he set off for the Valley of Medicinal Death. By noon, he stood before a majestic mountain. A broad path of blue stone leading directly to its summit. Stop here. Flanking the path were dozens of uniformly dressed youths, each possessing formidable cultivation in the fetal breath realm. Who are you? What business brings you to the Valley of Medicinal Death? Do you have a letter of introduction? The leading youth scrutinized Su-Han with an air of superiority. I come to seek a master, Su-Han replied with a smile. Seeking a master? Our Valley of Medicinal Death has yet to open for disciples. What sort of master do you hope to find? Leave at once and stop wandering aimlessly. The leading youth frowned and waved his hand impatiently. I possess a master invitation, Su-Han said calmly. A master invitation? The crowd was taken aback. For such items were exceedingly rare. It had been decades since anyone bore a master invitation to their door. Do you truly have a master invitation? Show it to me. The leading youth's gaze was laced with skepticism. Su-Han smiled, producing the master invitation and waving it before the youth. As the youth reached out to take it, Su-Han stopped him. The master invitation is quite precious. You may only glance at it, Su-Han stated with a grin. The youth's expression darkened instantly. Yet he refrained from arguing, instead observing the invitation from a distance of 2 feet. Zhou Wuwang. The youth's gaze shifted to Su-Han with a strange look. Then he spoke, follow me. Thank you, Su-Han replied, tucking away the master invitation. The two walked in silence for a while, but midway, the youth led Su-Han down a narrow path. Shortly after, they arrived at a grand hall. I will announce your arrival. Wait outside, the youth said, casting a brief glance at Su-Han before entering the hall. After a while, he emerged. You are about to meet Elder Mu Rong of our Valley of Medicinal Death. Speak with caution and respect. Do not offend him, the youth instructed as he ushered Su-Han into the hall. Inside, several elderly figures turned their gazes towards Su-Han upon his entrance. In the center stood an elder with a youthful face and white hair, exuding an ethereal aura. He smiled at Su-Han. Elder Mu Rong, this is the young man bearing the master invitation from Zhou Wuwang, the youth said respectfully. Let me see the master invitation, the elder with the youthful visage said with a smile. His aura appeared comparable to Gong Yan's, suggesting he was a formidable Yuan Dan realm martial artist. Such cultivation would indeed qualify him as an elder in the Valley of Medicinal Death. Su-Han felt a flicker of curiosity but stepped forth to present the master invitation to the elder. Elder Mu Rong took the master invitation, scrutinizing it for a considerable duration, while the other elderly figures exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Indeed, this is Zhou Wuwang's master invitation. How much do you intend to sell it for? Given your fetal breath realm, I could exchange it for condensing chi pills, Elder Mu Rong said with a smile. Chapter 84. Clever trickery. Su-Han's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly smiled. I apologize, but I do not intend to sell this disciple token. Morong Fong seemed to have anticipated Su-Han's refusal. He remained unperturbed while the young man who had accompanied Su-Han shot him a glare. I genuinely wish to purchase this disciple token, young brother. Name your price. I am willing to pay more than the market value, Morong Fong said kindly. Esteemed Elder Morong, I sincerely desire to join the Medicine Death Valley. If you cannot assist me, please return the disciple token, Su-Han replied respectfully. A light laughter echoed around them. The elderly onlookers regarded Su-Han with amused expressions, as if he were an inexperienced junior who had misspoken, their eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Morong Fong. Sell me that disciple token. I have a distant nephew who has long wished to join the Inner Academy, a matronly figure chuckled. My grandson also dreams of joining the Inner Academy. Your distant nephew can wait, another elder interjected, casting a glance at Morong Fong. Did you not desire my precious green vine lotus cultivated for 150 years? I shall trade it for that disciple token. Su-Han observed the scene with a cold gaze. This group seemed to have taken ownership of the disciple token, casually discussing its sale without a thought for him. the rightful owner. These individuals were likely at the Yuan Dan realm. The inner academy they spoke of must be where the martial sovereigns and kings resided. Given their status, they could not arrange for their own kin to enter the inner academy, which explained their interest in his disciple token. Young brother, have you given it any thought? Morong Fong ignored the surrounding commotion, gazing at Su Han with a smile. Elder Morong, I have not reconsidered. I simply will not sell this disciple token. Please return it to me, Su Han replied calmly. Coughing lightly, Morong Feng's smile began to fade as he looked earnestly at Su Han. Young brother, do you know where this place is? The Medicine Death Valley. Indeed, it is the Medicine Death Valley, Su Han stated matter-of-factly. Not quite. This is the outer academy of the Medicine Death Valley. Although we may not be exceptionally powerful, we possess a measure of influence within the outer academy's affairs. Morong Fong explained with a smile. If you refuse to sell us the disciple token, it will hold no value in your hands. The only individuals who can grant you an audience, aside from us, are simply not accessible to you. Pausing briefly, he continued, thus, let us forge a favorable relationship. I have a grandson who has longed to advance from the outer academy to the inner academy. This disciple token can facilitate that. Sell it to me, and I can secure a spot for you in the examination. Should you pass, you will become an outer academy disciple. Is that not a mutually beneficial arrangement? And if I fail the examination? Su Han asked with a faint smile. Then there is nothing to be done. The standards for discipleship in the Medicine Death Valley are quite stringent, Morong Fong replied with a grin. Then I shall not sell it. The Medicine Death Valley, as one of the 7 foremost powers in Qingzhou, ought to uphold its word. Possessing this disciple token entitles me to enter the Medicine Death Valley directly. Regardless of how influential Elder Morong may be, if he violates this principle, the repercussions will not be favorable, Su Han asserted calmly. Please return the disciple token to me, lest this matter escalate uncontrollably. The young man looked at Su Han in disbelief. A nascent soul confronting a Yuan Dan realm elder, particularly one from the Medicine Death Valley's executive hall, exhibiting such audacity? The onlooking elders exchanged astonished glances, scrutinizing Su Han, yet they ultimately dismissed his defiance. While the repercussions of such a scandal would indeed carry weight, who would take the words of a mere nascent soul seriously? Very well, I shall return the disciple token, Morong Fong said with a chuckle, tossing the token to Su Han. After receiving it, Su Han bowed to the crowd and turned to exit the grand hall. Morong Fong watched Su Han's retreating figure, a faint glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Follow him, Morong Fong commanded calmly. Yes, Elder Morong. The young man nodded eagerly and hurried after Su Han. Brother, you truly lack discernment. That is Elder Morong, a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. If you reconsider now, perhaps there is still room for negotiation, the young man urged, catching up to Su Han. In this vast Medicine Death Valley, how could a few Yuan Dan elders maintain control over the outer academy? I refuse to believe there are no others who can govern. Su Han replied with a faint smile. Silence. How dare you insult Elder Morong, a mere nascent soul, who grants you such audacity? The young man suddenly changed his demeanor, his expression grave as he shouted. The commotion drew the attention of several outer academy disciples, who paused to observe, their curiosity piqued. Chen Hao, what transpired? A group of young men and women approached. One composed young man, appearing around 24 or 25, asked casually. I have encountered Elder Morong, Chen Hao exclaimed, startled, and quickly bowed in respect. These young men and women exuded immense prowess, their aura surpassing even that of Gong Yu and others. They were all at least at the 3rd level of the Innate realm, and this Elder Morong was likely stronger than the elder from the Su family. P. Chapter 85. The Master of Qingyun Peak. As the Master of Qingyun Peak gazed intently at the disciple receiving token in Su Han's hand, a sudden understanding dawned upon Morong Bai. His countenance turned ashen, and without needing Chen Hao's prompting, he realized that Morong Fong must have been attempting to procure this token from Su Han. After all, possessing it would grant him direct access to the inner academy, allowing him to learn more potent martial arts and acquire greater cultivation resources. For an outer academy disciple, this was akin to ascending to the heavens, considering that each year, the number of those who transitioned from the outer to the inner academy was pitifully few, barely more than a handful. The thought of the inner academy disciples arriving at the outer academy, their demeanor haughty and arrogant, ignited a fierce resentment within Morong Bai. My grandfather is an elder in the steward hall. How dare you insult him? Even with the disciple receiving token, you are still not a disciple of Yaosiren Valley. Morong Bai's internal energy surged violently, enveloping him in a thick layer of innate aura, revealing that his cultivation was indeed on par with Qinchitai. He was a formidable force at the 9th level of the innate realm. Hold on, suddenly interjected a woman beside Morong Bai. Junior Sister Jiang? Morong Bai turned to her with a furrowed brow. If this token is genuine, according to the rules, he can indeed enter the inner academy. Morong senior brother, calm down. Allow my father and the others to handle this matter, Jiang Yao replied with a smile. Pausing briefly, she turned to Su Han and said, please, come with me. Su Han narrowed his eyes, uncertain of what awaited him after following this woman. Junior sister Jiang, he insulted my grandfather. And you still wish to take him to meet the academy head? Morong Bai frowned. Senior brother Morong, rules are rules. If this matter becomes public, it would tarnish the reputation of our Yaosiren Valley. Jiang Yao's voice carried a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Su Han chuckled. Sister, I shall accompany you. Morong Bai watched in disbelief as Su Han followed Jiang Yao, his anger almost boiling over. Senior brother Morong, this fellow truly seems poised to leap through the Dragon Gate. If he enters the inner academy, will he not surpass us? We have toiled for years, yet he benefits merely from a token? This lad is extraordinarily fortunate. Why was I not afforded such an opportunity? A sigh escaped someone's lips, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Morong Bai's expression darkened as he snorted. It won't be that simple to enter the inner academy. With that, he swiftly made his way towards the steward hall, followed closely by Chen Hao. Inside the steward hall, upon seeing Chen Hao and Morong Bai enter the grand hall, Morong Feng's expression shifted slightly. Why have you returned instead of following that boy? Grandfather. It is not his fault, but rather Jiang Yao's. Upon discovering that the boy possesses the disciple receiving token from Qingzhou, she took him to meet the academy head. Morong Bai explained, cupping his hands. The academy head? The nearby elders gasped slightly, clearly recognizing the high standing of the academy head in their eyes. If this boy had an extraordinary background, it might be acceptable, but for a mere fetus, to aspire to join the inner academy seemed profoundly unjust to them. Such tokens should have been abolished long ago. Morong Feng slowly rose. Come, let us meet the academy head. I will not allow this boy to enter the inner academy. Having forged an enmity, how could he stand idly by as Su Han entered the inner academy? He had initially intended to seize the disciple receiving token at T Chapter 86. You owe me 5 million. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at Morong Feng, then smiled and clasped his hands towards the master of Qingyun Peak. Senior Qingyun, what brings you to the outer courtyard today? I have urgent matters to attend to and happened to pass by this place, only to hear that someone has come to apprentice with the decree of Qingzhou. The master of Qingyun Peak replied with a faint smile. Indeed, this is the apprenticeship decree. I humbly request that Senior Qingyun take a look, Jiang Yuan said, respectfully handing the decree to the master of Qingyun Peak. The master of Qingyun Peak took the decree, glanced at it casually, and suddenly crushed it into powder with a squeeze. It's a forgery, he remarked with a calm smile. Su Han's expression shifted slightly. While Morong Feng and his grandson exchanged glances, revealing a hint of amusement, Morong Bai looked at Su Han with a hint of derision. Thinking it absurd that someone at the fetal breathing realm would attempt to use an apprenticeship decree to enter the Valley of the Dead. Senior Qingyun, what do you mean by that? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. Despite being a martial sovereign, he had a significant background as the head of the outer courtyard, overseeing tens of thousands of disciples in the Valley of the Dead. Jiang Yuan himself was also a formidable figure, on the cusp of breaking into the martial sovereign realm. While the master of Qingyun Peak was only at the third level of martial sovereign, significantly weaker than Jiang Yuan's master. What? Do you take issue with my claim that this apprenticeship decree is a forgery? Are you doubting my judgment? Or perhaps you have some connection with this young man? The master of Qingyun Peak chuckled, directing his gaze towards Su Han. In that instant, Su Han felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the master's gaze, as if a colossal mountain was pressing down upon him. His knees creaked under the strain, as if the pressure sought to force him to kneel before everyone present. Yet, after several seconds, Su Han remained steadfast, his expression indifferent as he regarded the master of Qingyun Peak. The old man had shattered the apprenticeship decree, clearly attempting to evade responsibility. 5 million taels of silver were at stake. If he did not repay this debt, he may as well write his name backward. Su Han's heart seethed with indignation. How peculiar. This young man is merely at the fetal breathing 10th level, yet his physical strength is extraordinary. The aura of Senior Qingyun is equivalent to 6 manifestations of power, and even innate martial artists would kneel in the absence of their innate essence. Could it be that his physical prowess exceeds 6 manifestations? Suddenly, an elder's eyes lit up, scrutinizing Su Han closely. Typically, a martial artist at the fetal breathing stage would cultivate their true energy to enhance their physique, achieving around 2 manifestations of power at most. Those who practiced external techniques could reach between 3 and 4 manifestations, with anything beyond that being exceedingly rare. Unbeknownst to them, Su Han had cultivated the 7th grade technique, the Thunder Tyrant body, and had already reached the 2nd stage, armor breaking. The master of Qingyun Peak's expression grew colder as he prepared to exert more force to subdue Su Han, only to see Jiang Yuan step between them, shielding Su Han from the master's gaze. Senior Qingyun, you are somewhat impulsive. We verified that the apprenticeship decree is indeed genuine. Elder Morong can attest to this. Jiang Yuan said with a smile and a bow. Su Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly been compelled to unleash the indestructible diamond technique. But everyone present was at the Yuan dance stage, and with a martial sovereign among them, revealing his identity would be inevitable. Oh, you also verified it? The master of Qingyun Peak inquired, looking towards Murong Feng. Master, I did take a glance, but upon reflection, it seems highly likely that this apprenticeship decree is a forgery. Murong Feng replied thoughtfully. Forging an apprenticeship decree is punishable by death, the master of Qingyun Peak remarked coolly. Senior Qingyun, I maintain that the decree is genuine. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened. If not, I shall summon my master from the inner courtyard to adjudicate. That won't be necessary. Your master is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th level of martial sovereign. There is no need for this matter to disturb him, since you assert the decree is genuine. What evidence do you possess? The master of Qingyun Peak smiled, though a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. The decree has been reduced to powder. There is no evidence. Jiang Yuan shook his head. Moreover, Senior Qingyun cannot prove that it is a forgery. Haha, this is rather amusing. It is my own impatience that led me to crush this counterfeit decree. Otherwise, I could have made you all concede. The master of Qingyun Peak chuckled lightly, then gestured to the crowd. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. The rest is for you to handle. Without a glance at Su Han, he wore a faint smile as he turned and stepped away from the hall. 5 million. Su Han suddenly spoke up. The master of Qingyun Peak paused for a moment, turning back to Su Han with a smile. What did you say? I said that the apprenticeship decree cost me 5 million taels, and since you destroyed it, you owe me 5 million, Su Han replied, smiling. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Aside from Jiang Yuan, none dared to speak back to a martial sovereign. Where did this young man find such audacity? How arrogant. Murong Feng's beard bristled with indignation, fueled by his true energy. Wait. The master of Qingyun Peak waved his hand cheerfully towards Murong Feng, who was momentarily stunned, his true energy calming once more. You claim I owe you 5 million taels? The master of Qingyun Peak said to Su Han with a grin. Indeed, I once believed that the Valley of the Dead, as one of the 7 top powers of Qingzhou, housed martial artists of integrity and honor. Clearly, I was mistaken, Su Han replied with a calm smile. First, Elder Murong coerced me into selling the decree to him, promising to help this Murong brother gain entry to the inner courtyard. Su Han glanced at Murong Bai. Isn't that so? You're talking nonsense. Slandering my grandfather. Murong Bai retorted angrily. Ignoring him, Su Han continued, addressing the master of Qingyun Peak. Then, there's the matter of you, senior, relying on your martial sovereign prowess to shatter my apprenticeship decree in broad daylight. And now attempting to accuse me of forging the token, seeking to condemn me to death. It seems that in the Valley of the Dead, treacherous schemers outnumber the virtuous. Treachery? How dare you? Jiang Yao stared, mouth agape, at Su Han. She had never witnessed a fetal-breathing martial artist speak such insults to a martial sovereign. Even if this was true, did he not realize the vast disparity in their cultivation levels? Did he truly wish to forfeit his life? Young brother, do not act rashly. Jiang Yuan smiled, stepping forward to prevent Su Han from speaking further. He then addressed the master of Qingyun Peak with a bow. Senior Qingyun, this child is rather impulsive. You wouldn't hold this against him, would you? In my eyes, this young man is akin to an ant. However, I commend his courage. In my over 100 years of life, he is the first to dare speak such wild words in my presence. The master of Qingyun Peak's smile faded, his voice turning icy. I have yet to crush such an ant. Su Han immediately sensed a locking gaze upon him, and in that instant, his body temperature plummeted several degrees. A faint frost began to appear on his brows. Are you all here? I heard someone brought the apprenticeship decree of old ancestor Zhou to apprentice. Where's that person? At that moment, a plump, rotund old man burst into the hall, already shouting before he even arrived. Chapter 87. The Hall of Martial Arts Heritage. What are you all doing? The plump old man paused momentarily, his gaze falling upon the master of Qingzhou Peak, and immediately broke into a grin. Old Qing, you are here as well? Old Qing? Su Han suddenly felt the murderous intent around him dissipate like a receding tide. He turned his attention to the plump old man, noting that his aura was not particularly strong, significantly weaker than that of the Yuan Dan realm, seemingly only at the Nirvana stage. Yet, how could a mere Nirvana stage dare to address a martial sovereign in such a familiar manner? Master Zhou, you have arrived too, the plump old man, Jiang Yuanchao, said with a cupped fist and a smile. Can a Nirvana stage really hold the title of master? Suhan's expression turned peculiar. I certainly had to come. Ancestor Zhou specifically instructed me that there is a master token outside. If anyone presents it, regardless of gender or race, they must be accepted. Otherwise, it would tarnish Ancestor Zhou's reputation, the plump old man chuckled. Master Zhou, you may have come in vain. That master token I have seen is a forgery. I have already crushed it, the master of Qingyun Peak replied with a forced smile. The owner of the master token instructed you? Does that not imply a close relationship with that martial king? Possibly even familial ties? No wonder he could ascend to such a position as a peak master at the Nirvana stage, thought Suhan, his eyes subtly shifting. Upon the arrival of the plump old man, Suhan sensed a change in the expression of the Qingyun Peak master, who seemed to regard the old man with considerable caution. A forgery? The plump old man's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Suhan. Did you forge Ancestor Zhou's master token? I did not forge it. It was merely that this Qingyun Peak master acted rashly and crushed the token without distinction. Suhan replied calmly. Old Qin, this is where you went wrong. If it were indeed a forgery, you should have at least let me see it before destroying it. How could you act so hastily? The plump old man chided the Qingyun Peak master. I have waited so many years for the opportunity to fulfill Ancestor Zhou's wish. Alas, indeed, I was too hasty. In my anger, I crushed the master token. However, Master Zhou, you should trust my judgment. It was a forged token. Not one bestowed by Marshal Qingzhou, the master of Qingyun Peak smiled. Whether it is forged or not, we shall find out. The plump old man grinned suddenly. Fortunately, Ancestor Zhou left a backup. The material of his master token is exceptionally unique. When ignited, it emits a spectrum of colors, and when wet, it dissolves. These two characteristics are unmatched by any other material. Even if ground to powder, it remains unaffected. Murong Feng and Murong Bai's expressions changed instantly. How considerate of Marshal Qingzhou. I was unaware of this detail. The master of Qingyun Peak forced a smile, though his eyes grew somewhat grim. Disregarding the tension, the plump old man began his experiment. With a flick of his finger, a flame ignited and landed on the crushed master token. Instantly, a vibrant, multicolored light burst forth from the powder. The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with intrigue. The first characteristic has succeeded. I refuse to believe this lad can find material of the same nature. Let us test the second characteristic. The plump old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed a teacup and splashed water onto the powder, which dissolved instantly, leaving nothing but a puddle. At this moment, the authenticity of the master token was undeniably proven. The master of Qingyun Peak laughed. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Young brother, it seems this was a misunderstanding. Now that it is resolved, it is all well. With that, he turned to the plump old man. Master Zhou, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care, old Qin. The plump old man waved at the retreating figure. Master Zhou, since the master token has been proven genuine, this young brother can join the inner academy, correct? Zhang Yuan inquired with a smile. Naturally, he holds my ancestor's master token, thus falls under my jurisdiction. He shall proceed to my Jewing Peak. The plump old man replied cheerfully. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his face as he glanced at Suhan. Master Zhou speaks the truth. I will take care of the necessary formalities myself without making a fuss. The plump old man waved his hand, then scrutinized Suhan from head to toe before saying, Not bad. Judging by your age, you are probably only 17 or 18, yet you have reached the 10th level of fetal breath. This indicates decent talent. If you grew up in the medicine-slaying valley, you should already possess innate realm cultivation. What grade is your fire seed? 9th grade, the Panwang Cauldron. Suhan replied with a smile. 9th grade? Quite impressive. The plump old man nodded approvingly. Moments later, the old man felt something amiss and suddenly rushed to Suhan, grasping his shoulders. Young man, what did you just say? 9th grade? Impossible. How could he possess a 9th grade fire seed? Murong Bai's complexion turned pale. He could not fathom Suhan possessing a 9th grade fire seed. Even in the medicine-slaying valley, amongst the younger generation, only one had attained such a grade. That individual had long surpassed his peers, reaching the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm before 30, ranking among the top 10 in the 7 leading factions, and was revered as a prodigy. Such an existence, destined to pursue the path of the Dharma body, was almost a certainty. Young brother, you must not speak so carelessly. Zhang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Zhang Yao furrowed her brow. The other Yuan Dan elders within the hall also appeared skeptical. If a 9th grade fire seed truly existed, news of its ignition would have inevitably reached the ears of the 7 leading factions, and it would have been fiercely contested. How could he present a master token to seek mentorship? At such a young age, his vanity seemed excessive. Master Zhou, I find this disposition unsuitable for our medicine-slaying valley. Alchemists must possess a calm temperament. Only then can they produce quality elixirs, Morong Feng stated. Whether it is so or not. A visit to the Hall of Martial Arts Heritage will clarify everything, the plump old man remarked, his playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression, with a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Do you dare to go? Why would I not? Su-Han chuckled, seeing his attitude. The onlookers began to believe him to a significant extent. Yet, without conclusive confirmation, they were hesitant to accept that the medicine-slaying valley had fortuitously acquired a prodigy possessing a 9th-grade fire seed. With heavy hearts, they all proceeded toward the Hall of Martial Arts Heritage. Chapter 88. Qualification Test. Greetings, esteemed Dean. Greetings, Elder Moro. Greetings, Elder Zhao. Greetings, Elder Zhang. As the disciples from the outer court of Yao Si Run Valley passed by, they respectfully saluted Jiang Yuan and his companions, yet instinctively overlooked the rotund old man. The old man seemed unfazed by this superficiality, casting a gentle and amiable gaze upon Su-Han, inquiring about his origins. The Su nation, I have not heard of it. What is the level of your nation's strongest cultivator? Morong Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. He felt a slight relief. If Su-Han indeed possessed a 9th-grade fire seed and hailed from an extraordinary background, then his offense against Su-Han would undoubtedly pose a future threat. Embryonic breathing realm. Su-Han replied with a slight smile. Embryonic breathing realm? Even Jiang Yuan displayed a trace of skepticism. To the outer court elders of Yao Si Rin Valley, even the great Zhou dynasty was regarded as a third-rate power. Only those great dynasties backed by martial sovereigns could command their respect. Fear not. As long as you follow my teachings and enter the innate realm, transcending into nirvana will be a mere trifle. In due course, your nation will also reap benefits from your accomplishments, the old man chuckled. He was not particularly concerned about Su-Han's origins. His inquiries were merely to ensure that Yao Si Rin Valley conducted thorough checks on the backgrounds of its disciples to prevent misunderstandings later on. Before long, the group arrived at the Martial Arts Inheritance Hall. The outer court of Yao Si Rin Valley was vast, adorned with numerous peaks, and the Martial Arts Inheritance Hall was situated halfway up a formidable mountain. Behind the hall, the rocky terrain had been meticulously sculpted into the likeness of a seated martial artist, towering majestically at a height of 100 feet. Upon entering the hall, a steward approached, emanating an air of innate realm cultivation, visibly taken aback by the arrival of Jiang Yuan and his companions. Could it be that someone has erred within the Martial Arts Inheritance Hall? The steward mused inwardly, donning a smile as he respectfully greeted Jiang Yuan and the elders. Xiaqing pays respects to the dean and esteemed elders. Please, no need for formalities. Is the fire seed steel currently in use? Jiang Yuan inquired with a calm smile. The sole purpose of the Martial Arts Inheritance Hall was to assess an individual's fire seed qualification. Typically, it was sparsely populated, only bustling during the recruitment of new disciples for Yao Si Rin Valley. There is an outer court disciple currently testing his fire seed qualification with his son. Shall I have them depart? Xiaqing suggested tentatively. Not necessary. Let us observe, Jiang Yuan replied with an amused smile. Very well, please follow me. Xiaqing nodded eagerly. As they traversed several courtyards, many were astonished by the formidable presence of the group, pondering what extraordinary event had compelled the dean and multiple elders to attend together. With at least half of the outer court's Yuan-Dan realm experts present, inside the grand hall stood a colossal stone tablet, from which ethereal white mist occasionally billowed, enveloping the space in a surreal ambience, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Before the stone tablet stood a middle-aged man and a boy of 7 or 8 years, the child anxiously placing his hand upon the tablet, awaiting the outcome. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-Han's memories surged forth, reminiscent of a similar moment from his past. At the age of 6, he had been brought to the great Zhou dynasty by his parents, where a similar fire seed steel existed to evaluate fire seed qualifications below the 6th grade. When his fire seed was determined to be 6th grade, his parents had beamed with pride, garnering much acclaim. No one could have foreseen that within a mere decade, his martial fire seed would be maliciously sabotaged, rendered completely withered. Had it not been for the celestial god-emperor system, he would still be languishing in the Su nation, enduring humiliation. The crowd maintained silence, the middle-aged man's attention solely fixed on his son. After a few breaths, the fire seed steel emanated a gentle silver light, gradually revealing a number, 5. 5th grade fire seed. The middle-aged man displayed a glimmer of pride, patting the boy's head. My son, strive to ignite your fire seed. A 5th grade is sufficient to qualify for entry into the outer court. Yes, father, the boy responded, his face beaming with joy, yet upon turning, he spotted Jiang Yuan and the others, instinctively tensing up. The dean? And so many esteemed elders? The middle-aged man turned, his expression transforming into one of astonishment, hurriedly leading his son to bow before the gathering. Outer court disciple Zhao Jialong pays respects to the dean and esteemed elders. Zhao Jialong, I remember you. You have been in the academy for over 20 years, possessing a 4th-grade fire seed, now proficient in refining 1st and 2nd-grade elixirs, a 3rd-tier innate realm cultivator. In the outer court, you are considered moderately talented. Now, your son possesses 5th-grade qualifications. His future is boundless, Elder Murong remarked with a smile. Elder Murong remembers me? Zhao Jialong's eyes widened in surprise, an overwhelming sense of gratitude swelling within him as he bowed to Elder Murong. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Murong. Since your son possesses 5th-grade qualifications, he qualifies to apprentice under a Nirvana Realm Master. I shall assist in selecting a suitable mentor for him, Elder Murong declared. Thank you, Elder Murong. Zhao Jialong was overwhelmed with gratitude. With Elder Murong's help in selecting a mentor, his son's status in the outer court was destined to surpass his own. Step aside, Elder Murong nodded with a smile, turning his gaze to Su Han. It is your turn. Go forth. I believe you will not deceive this old man. The old man smiled at Su Han. The presence of the dean and the elders was solely to assess this young man's fire seed qualifications. Xia Qing and Zhao Jialong were taken aback. Zhao Jialong's son gazed at Su Han, a competitive spark igniting in his eyes. A 5th-grade fire seed was no small feat in the outer court of Yaoxi Ren Valley, as it represented a chance for advancement to the Yuan Dan realm. Though among 100 individuals with 5th-grade fire seeds, it was unlikely that even one would successfully advance to Yuan Dan. A mere 1% chance was an aspiration beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Su Han chuckled softly, striding towards the fire seed steel. System, can you conceal my ancient purple extreme thunder dragon and only allow the fire seed steel to assess the grade of my Panwang Ding? Affirmative. With the system's confirmation, Su Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. He too wished to ascertain the standing of his Panwang Ding among the 9 grades. Judging by the silver light emerging from the fire seed steel, it was likely that the steel would provide a more detailed assessment than before. At least, during his previous test of fire seed qualifications in the Great Zhou dynasty, the steel had emitted no colored light whatsoever. Gently, Su Han placed his palm upon the fire seed steel. Chapter 89, The Seed of Fire Monument. As Su Han placed his palm upon the Seed of Fire Monument, a subtle tension flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Xia Qing and the others exchanged uncertain glances, pondering the identity of this young, unfamiliar figure, who evidently was not yet a disciple of the Medicine Mortis Valley. The fact that Jiang Yuan and others held him in such high regard and displayed evident anxiety suggested that Su Han's origins were indeed remarkable. Moments later, a faint yet distinct purple-golden light began to emanate from the monument. Though the radiance was relatively dim, the hue was undeniably that of purple gold. Morong Feng's expression turned ashen, and a flicker of regret glimmered in his eyes. Had he known Su Han possessed such exceptional aptitude, he would have not only refrained from offending him, but would have eagerly invited him to kneel and become his disciple. To have a disciple with a 9th-grade aptitude would undoubtedly bring him rewards from the inner court of the Medicine Mortis Valley. Purple gold? Am I mistaken? Xia Qing stood in stunned silence. Zhao Jialong and his son were equally bewildered, for purple gold was a legendary quality. Over the years, how many purple gold talents had the Martial Arts Inheritance Hall tested? The answer was few and far between. Cursed be it. Morong Bai clenched his fists, his expression sour. After a moment of shock, Jiang Yao's face broke into a smile, confirming that Su Han had not deceived them. He indeed possessed a 9th-grade seed. Although the purple golden aura was faint, a 9th-grade seed remained a 9th-grade seed, regardless of its rank. Among the younger generation, Su Han was likely the 2nd individual in the Medicine Mortis Valley to possess such a talent. Gradually, the monument coalesced to reveal the number 9, a 9th-grade seed. Zhao Jialong murmured, his eyes filled with envy. Such an individual would undoubtedly ascend to the inner court, beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Aha! Excellent! The plump elder laughed exuberantly. Our 9 peak shall finally rise again. Old Ancestor Zhou, if you were aware, you would be exceedingly pleased. Congratulations, Peak Master Zhou. Jiang Yuan replied with a complex expression, bowing slightly. The crowd pondered whether it was indeed the spirit of King Wu of Zhou that had facilitated this fortunate encounter, granting the Medicine Mortis Valley a disciple with 9th-grade aptitude. Su Han, come. Let us return to 9 Peak. The plump elder stepped forward, grasping Su Han's arm to lead him away. At that moment, Morong Feng abruptly interjected, bowing respectfully to the elder. Peak Master Zhou, please hold on. What is it? The plump elder regarded Murong Feng with mild curiosity. With a smile, Murong Feng explained that since he had received the invitation from King Wu of Zhou to join the inner court, it would be more fitting for Su Han to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak, as he had only just arrived at the Medicine Mortis Valley. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar, while Jiang Yuan frowned at Murong Feng. Ninine Peak is in the outer court? Su Han was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed the plump elder was a figure of the inner court, especially given his lineage as a direct descendant of King Wu. Murong Feng, how audacious of you to covet my disciple. The plump elder's smile faded as his demeanor shifted. Peak Master Zhou, how could I dare to covet? It is just that given your current status and the situation of Ninine Peak, it may not be suitable for a ninth-grade prodigy. Therefore, it would be better for him to join Ninine Peak. Murong Feng replied with a smile. For both professional and personal reasons, he sought to secure Su Han's allegiance to Qingyun Peak, as allowing such a talent to flourish outside his control would pose a significant threat in the future. What of my cultivation? The plump elder retorted, his voice rising. Murong Feng, choose your words wisely. I was once the master of a peak in the inner court, of equal standing to your master. Too bad you were defeated by the divine immortal dynasty's Gong Xinzhou, your main seed destroyed, leaving you with nothing but a fourth-grade auxiliary seed. Forever unable to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, a middle-aged man entered the martial arts inheritance hall. Smiling at the plump elder, Master Uncle, Murong Feng's eyes brightened with surprise. The newcomer was none other than Qingyun Peak's second-in-command, the true man Qing Wu, who possessed the 10th level of the Yuan Dan realm. Qing Wu was the younger brother of the Peak Master of Qingyun, and both had entered the Medicine Mortis Valley as direct disciples of the Silver Flower King. Qing Wu, what is your intention? The plump elder asked coldly. Nothing in particular. I brought a disciple for testing her seed aptitude, and fortuitously stumbled upon this matter, Qing Wu replied with a grin. Only then did the crowd notice a stunning young woman standing behind him, her beauty ethereal, her demeanor frosty. Only when her gaze fell upon Su Han did a hint of curiosity and a trace of battle intent flicker in her eyes. Murong Feng is correct. A ninth-grade seed must enter the inner court. Since this young man has come to the Medicine Mortis Valley and first encountered Murong Feng, he ought to be my disciple of Qingyun Peak, Qing Wu stated with a gentle smile. And what if I disagree? The plump elder's expression darkened. Perhaps you should ask him whether he prefers to join the inner court of Qingyun Peak or remain at the outer court of Ninine Peak, where the highest level of cultivation he could learn is merely 4th or 5th grade. Moreover, our Medicine Mortis Valley is renowned for alchemy, and only the inner court possesses true alchemical inheritance. Outer court disciples can only concoct 3rd-grade pills at best. Qing Wu explained cheerfully. Pausing, he added, Peak Master Zhou, while you were once a formidable martial sovereign, having been expelled from the inner court, you cannot impart teachings exceeding prescribed levels to outer court disciples without permission. Are you truly willing to squander this young man's aptitude by allowing him to languish at Ninine Peak? The plump elder's expression shifted several times. Young man, he speaks the truth. If you come with me to Ninine Peak, the highest level of techniques I can teach you is 5th grade, and you will only learn 3rd-grade alchemy. Consider carefully whether to stay at Ninine Peak or to Ventu Chapter 90. The 9th-grade Dean Jiang. Master Zhou's actions are of no benefit to the Medicine Dead Valley. I will report this matter to the inner court. If you have the time, you might also persuade him, Qing Wu remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yuan. Regardless of his faults, Master Zhou is a direct descendant of King Zhou Wu. Although he caused great calamity, leading to the recovery of Tiandao Peak by the Valley Master and his subsequent exile to Jiuyin Peak, we must take into account his lineage. Su Han arrived at our Medicine Dead Valley with a disciple's token bestowed by King Zhou Wu, so it is only natural that he becomes a disciple under Master Zhou, Jiang Yuan replied slowly. Were it not for King Zhou Wu's favor, Zhou Tao would have been executed long ago. He was deceived by Gong Xinzhou, losing our sacred medicine, which caused the dire injury of Master Wu Ma, who could not receive timely treatment and perished as a result. Such a grave sin cannot be excused, even if Zhou Tao were to face 1,000 deaths. Qing Wu scoffed coldly. Dean Jiang, I am aware that your master owes a debt of gratitude to King Zhou Wu and shares a good relationship with Zhou Tao. However, if you dare to show favoritism in this matter, I fear your position as the dean of the outer court will not last long. Qing Wu warned sternly. My affairs do not require your concern. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he chuckled lightly. I am busy with official duties and must take my leave. With that, he departed the martial arts inheritance hall, accompanied by most of the elders. However, several elders from the Deacon Hall, including Murong Feng, remained behind, having originated from Qingyun Peak and naturally siding with Qing Wu. Master, if our master has enmity with this individual, should he gain power, it may lead to Morong Feng pondered aloud. Fear not. A ninth-grade fire seed is not omnipotent. How many similar prodigies perish in the rivers and lakes without even stepping into the nirvana stage? He cannot possibly thrive under Zhou Tao. Qingwu replied with a cold laugh, then turned to the young woman behind her, her expression softening. Qingxian, go and test the fire seed grade. Yes, master, Zhantai Qingxian nodded slightly. Approaching the fire seed heavenly steel, she gently placed her hand upon it. In the next moment, a rich purple gold light suddenly burst forth from the steel. How is this possible? Another ninth-grade fire seed? Xiaoqing was taken aback. Zhao Jiaolong and his son, who had not dared to leave, stared at the scene before them, their expressions shifting constantly. Master, she. Morong Feng exclaimed. She is also a ninth-grade fire seed? Moreover, the purple gold light is several times richer than that of Su Han. Is this truly ninth-grade middle? Indeed. I initially thought she was merely a ninth-grade lower, but to my surprise, she is ninth-grade middle. Ha ha, our Qingyan Peak's female prodigy Qingxian is destined for greatness. Qingwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Morong Bai's eyes shone with a peculiar light as he gazed intently at Zhantai Qingxian. Suddenly feeling his breath quicken, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of a certain senior sister from the inner court. Qingxian, I shall take you to Qingyan Peak. Qingwu said with a smile, beckoning her over. Jiuyin Peak is located in the outskirts of the outer court. The mountain is noticeably shorter than the surrounding peaks, and the stone steps leading up are in a state of disrepair, with some broken and others overgrown with weeds. Master, how many people are there on Jiuyin Peak? Do I have any senior brothers or sisters? Not many. Including you and me, there are a total of 4. You have 1 senior brother and 1 senior sister, but your senior brother was recently sent to the inner court 7-kill peak through my connections. The Dean Zhang you met earlier is also a disciple of 7-kill peak, and a direct disciple of its master, Zhou Tao replied cheerfully. What is your senior brother's cultivation level? Su Han inquired with curiosity. Your senior brother possesses exceptional talent, but unfortunately, he has been delayed under my tutelage for several years. Now, at 28 years of age, he has reached the first stage of nirvana. It's a pity, Zhou Tao sighed. After a moment, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly smiled at Su Han. He has learned nothing from me, but your talent surpasses that of your senior brother. Once you reach the nirvana stage, I will also assist you in finding connections to train at 7-kill peak. Su Han smiled, not overly concerned. His purpose in coming to Medicine Dead Valley was solely to find a way to heal Su Chongxing and Junjun. Now, having taken on a master who was once a martial sovereign, his objective had been achieved. Though Zhou Tao's cultivation had fallen to the nirvana stage, he had once been a martial sovereign himself. If there were methods to heal the two within Medicine Dead Valley, he would surely know of them. And my senior sister? What is her cultivation level? Su Han asked with a smile. Your senior sister. Zhou Tao paused for a moment, then sighed. She also possesses great talent. But her fire seed grade is not high, merely 3rd grade. She is currently stuck at the 10th layer of the innate realm and cannot break through to nirvana. Even if she forcefully ingests pills, the possibility of attaining the Yuan Dan after nirvana is nearly impossible. 3rd grade fire seed? Su Han nodded thoughtfully. Such qualifications are indeed not high. Even the Jiuyang Academy of the Great Zhou Dynasty generally requires disciples to have a grade of 4 or higher. Martial cultivation is extremely resource-intensive. The best resources are reserved for the best disciples. Although a 3rd grade fire seed can cultivate to the innate realm, this stage is already quite formidable in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. Once one reaches the 3rd grade, it becomes relatively common, but the 4th grade is rare indeed. Master, the fire seed heavenly steel I saw previously did not emit colorful light. That purple gold light just now. Su Han's thoughts stirred as he asked. Oh. Ordinary fire seed steels indeed do not display such phenomena. The fire seed heavenly steel of our Medicine Dead Valley releases 5 colors of light: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. The richness of the color indicates the quality of the fire seed grade, Zhou Tao explained with a gentle smile. 1st and 2nd grades are represented by black iron, 3rd and 4th by bronze, and so forth. You possess a 9th grade lower fire seed, hence the purple gold light, though not particularly rich. Master, what would the light of a 9th grade supreme fire seed look like? Su Han inquired. A 9th grade supreme fire seed? My disciple. Upon ascending the mountain, your first task is to read extensively. In the realm of Fengyun Jiuzhou, a 9th grade supreme fire seed has yet to appear. The utmost we have seen is an 8th grade supreme fire seed. Such a fire seed is already comparable to 9th grade, possibly even stronger than certain 9th grade ones. Thunder and dragon are 2 extraordinarily unique attributes. Their combination unleashes a power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhou Tao chuckled. A flicker of realization crossed Su Han's eyes. No wonder Bai Shan only speculated that he possessed an 8th grade Supreme Fire Seed during the hunting day. It turns out that a 9th grade Supreme Fire Seed has yet to emerge in this world. This matter must be kept confidential. Without sufficient strength, it should not be disclosed. Otherwise, it may attract unforeseen dangers. Su Han silently warned himself. Chapter 91. Sister Qin and her disciple engaged in casual conversation for a while, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the halfway point of Jiuying Peak. Here stood a few sparse, somewhat dilapidated structures that, despite their age, were remarkably tidy, suggesting that someone diligently maintained them. Master, you have returned. A modestly dressed woman approached them slowly. She was quite attractive, appearing to be in her 30s. Qin Su, you arrived just in time. This is your junior brother, Su Han, my closed-door disciple, Zhou Tao said with a beaming smile. Closed-door disciple? Qin Su paused for a moment, and then turned to Su Han with a friendly smile. Greetings, junior brother Su. Hello, Sister Qin. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Su Han replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Unpretentious and composed, yet bold enough to speak candidly about Qingyun's actions. Excellent. Zhou Tao noted with increasing satisfaction towards his new disciple, Su Han. Su Han, I must prepare for a moment to decide which techniques to teach you. In the meantime, let your sister show you around Jiuying Peak and explain the rules of our Yaosiren Valley, Zhou Tao added, giving Qin Su some specific instructions before departing in haste. Soon, only Su Han and Qin Su remained. It seemed that Qin Su was not accustomed to the presence of strangers. Despite being Su Han's senior sister and older than him, a hint of uncertainty flickered in her eyes after Zhou Tao left. Sister Qin, may I ask where I will be residing? Su Han inquired with a smile. Ah, yes, let me take you to your quarters, Qin Su nodded quickly. Half an hour later, Qin Su had shown Su Han around Jiuying Peak before leading him to his residence, a remarkably clean and orderly courtyard. Sister Qin, with Jiuying Peak being so vast, is it not a bit too empty with only Master and ourselves? Su Han remarked with a chuckle. Actually, Jiuying Peak used to be quite lively. However, due to some special circumstances involving our Master, he could not support many outer disciples, leading to their gradual departure until only my brother and I remained. Qin Su hesitated briefly, a wry smile appearing on her face. Su Han nodded slightly, deducing the underlying reasons, which likely stemmed from internal strife common within royal families. Sister, I have reached a bottleneck at the 10th level of the fetal breathing realm. I wish to attempt breaking through to the innate realm. Is there a suitable place for me to meditate within the sect? Su Han asked. Junior brother, you are indeed worthy of being Master's closed-door disciple, having achieved the 10th level of fetal breathing at such a young age, Qin Su remarked with a soft sigh. There is a designated area for outer disciples to attempt breaking into the innate realm, known as the cold room. The temperature there is extremely low, emanating innate coldness, which reduces the chances of going astray during the breakthrough. However, it costs 10 merit points to use it once. Since you have just joined Master's tutelage, you likely have no merit points yet. Please take this merit token of mine. It contains enough points for your use of the cold room, Qin Su offered, handing Su Han a merit token. Thank you very much, sister. Su Han accepted the token with gratitude. Qin Su then provided him with directions and cautioned him about certain forbidden areas in the outer sect that ordinary disciples should avoid. Entering such places could result in severe penalties or even expulsion from the sect. I'll remember that. By the way, Sister Qin, if Master emerges from seclusion, please inform him that I will return after breaking through to the innate realm, Su Han said with a smile. All right, take care, Qin Su nodded. So this is the cold room, Su Han mused as he gazed at a row of buildings before him. As he approached, he could feel a chill rising from the ground, invigorating him. Numerous outer disciples were coming and going from the cold room, and within a short time, he witnessed dozens of them entering and exiting. Some emerged with smiles, radiating the aura of the innate realm, while others appeared dejected. Yet, those entering the cold room shared a common expression of determination. Su Han made his way to the central hall of this row of buildings and queued up behind a line of individuals. After a while, he reached the front. 10 merit points for 1 day in the cold room. How many days do you require? An elderly man regarded Su Han coldly, his tone indifferent. He held a merit token in his hand. All the outer disciples who had entered the cold room had transferred their merit points to this token before receiving a key. 3 days, Su Han replied after some contemplation. With a 5th grade to-hand pill at his disposal, he believed he could successfully break through the innate realm within that time frame. 30 merit points. The elderly man raised his hand with the merit token. He then addressed the remaining disciples in line. The cold room is currently full. The rest may return and wait. Come back tomorrow. Wait. A group approached from the front of the line, led by a young man whose face bore a hint of arrogance. Upon seeing him, the outer disciples in line greeted him. Senior brother Zhua. Zhua Fei walked leisurely up to Su Han and smiled at the elderly man. Brother Mo, I feel I am on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. Please allow me to use the cold room. Pausing, he turned to Su Han, noticing that Su Han appeared younger than him. This junior brother wouldn't he mind? Would he? You're attempting to break into the innate realm, senior brother Zhua? That's wonderful. Fortuitously, there's one last cold room available. The elderly man's demeanor changed immediately upon seeing Zhua Fei, his expression transforming into one of warmth, indicating that Zhua Fei must have some significant backing. Zhua Fei smiled, prepared to transfer his merit points to the elderly man. At that moment, however, a hand suddenly shot out and grasped his arm. The crowd fell silent. Their gazes fixed on Su Han. What are you doing, junior brother? Zhua Fei's expression darkened. There is a proper order to things, since I am next in line. This cold room should rightfully be mine, correct? Su Han replied with a smile. Impudent. Senior brother Zhua is extraordinarily gifted, having entered the sect only a year ago. He has progressed from the first level of fetal breathing to the 10th level and is about to reach the innate realm. How dare you obstruct him? A young man besides Zhua Fei glared at Su Han, his face contorted with anger. This junior brother, I see you are unfamiliar. May I inquire which peak you belong to? The elderly man scrutinized Su Han, his brow furrowing slightly with a hint of probing. Jiuyin Peak, Su Han replied nonchalantly. Jiuyin Peak? The crowd paused, their expressions turning somewhat peculiar. Master Zhou only has 2 disciples. I have never seen you before. Are you a recent addition to Master Zhou's disciples? The elderly man asked, surprised. Indeed, Su Han replied with a calm smile. Senior brother Zhua, you see. The elderly man glanced awkwardly at Zhua Fei. Both parties had their own backing from the Nirvana realm, placing the elderly man in a precarious position. Regardless of which side he offended, trouble would surely follow. Chapter 92. Try saying that again. It turned out that the speaker was a newcomer who had just joined the Valley of Medicine. Zhua Fei was not intimidated by Su Han's background. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face. Newcomers shouldn't possess a merit token, so where did you acquire yours? Did you perhaps steal it? Laughter erupted among the crowd. As the disciples from the outer court, led by Zhua Fei, mocked Su Han with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. This merit token was lent to me by senior sister Qin, Su Han replied with a smile. Qin Su? So it's this waste's merit token. No wonder it seems so familiar, along with that unmistakable aura. What was it called again? Ah yes, the aura of a waste. Ha ha. Zhua Fei laughed derisively. Very well. I shall not hold this against you today. Go back and inquire with Qin Su about my identity. Come back in a few days to apologize, and I will pretend this incident never happened. With that, he turned to the elder beside him. Brother Mo, stop dawdling and hand me the key to the cold room. I shall break through to the innate level today. You just called my senior sister a waste? Su Han's brows slightly furrowed. Indeed, what will you do about it? Zhua Fei replied with a laugh. In the next moment, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Bang! Su Han's fist struck Zhua Fei's cheek, causing his handsome face to bloom like a flower, blood gushing from his nose. The overwhelming force inflicted a piercing pain, and he stumbled back several steps, stars dancing before his eyes. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had not expected Su Han to strike without provocation. Bolt! Several of Zhua Fei's companions, all practitioners at the level, rushed to retaliate against Su Han. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison to his, and one by one, they were brought to their knees. Writhing in agony, stepping forward, Su Han seized Zhua Fei by the hair, delivering slap after slap, shattering teeth, and sending blood spraying from Zhua Fei's mouth. Who did you call a waste? Try saying it again. The commotion soon drew the attention of more onlookers, and as they realized Zhua Fei was the one being beaten, their expressions became increasingly intriguing. Stop! The elder snapped back to reality, a look of urgency flashing in his eyes. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his innate aura and lunged towards Su Han, hand outstretched to seize him. How dare a mere first-level innate practitioner act so recklessly? Su Han abruptly raised his head, a thunderous glare in his eyes. Releasing Zhua Fei's hair, he hurled a punch directly at the elder. The power of the 8 elephants surged into Su Han's fist and struck the elder's chest with a force akin to thunder. Bang! The elder was propelled backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps, nearly having his innate aura shattered by Su Han's blow. The terrifying force left him gasping for breath, feeling an overwhelming pressure in his chest. How is this possible? How can this child possess such strength? The elder was incredulous. Who on earth is he? How could Brother Mo be repelled by a single strike from him? Is he an innate practitioner? The crowd stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Given your age, you should have achieved more than just the first level of innate. With such talent, you will likely remain in this state until your dying breath. If you dare meddle in my affairs with this individual again, I assure you, Even if I were to kill you, none would hold me accountable, Su Han stated coldly, regarding the elder with disdain. You. The elder's eyes burned with humiliation, but Su Han's words pierced him like daggers, each syllable a reminder of his failures. If not for his poor talent, he would not still be at the first level of innate at this age. Now, being assigned to work in the cold room was merely a result of sympathy from an elder after years of toil. His monthly merit value was not insignificant. However, that elder's strength was not only inferior to Zhou Fei's connections but also could not compare to Zhou Tao's. Are you listening carefully? Su Han's voice was icy. Enough. This is your personal grievance. As long as you do not destroy anything here, resolve it amongst yourselves. The elder turned away, refusing to engage further. Su Han chuckled softly, turning back to Zhou Fei, seizing his hair and lifting him before the gathered crowd. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort. You are finished. Zhou Fei slowly opened his eyes, staring at Su Han with venomous intensity, his voice weak. I am finished. If this were outside the outer court, you would already be dead, Su Han retorted coldly. If you cannot even defeat me, what right do you have to insult my senior sister? Should I see you again, I will break your legs. With that, Su Han flicked his wrist, sending Zhou Fei's figure flying like a broken kite from the hall, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. After completing this, Su Han approached the elder, stating coldly, 3 days in the cold room. 30 points of merit. The elder's face darkened as he raised the merit token in his hand. Su Han collided his token with the elder's, and soon saw a new value appear on his own token. 60, 59, 58. The numbers continued to decrease until they stopped after 30 points had been deducted. Senior Sister Qin's merit value is not high either, Su Han mused, his eyes flickering slightly. Room 86 in the cold chamber. Here's the key. You must vacate in 3 days. Should you wish to remain longer, you will need to reapply. The elder handed Su Han a key. Accepting it, Su Han turned to leave. This fellow is even more arrogant than Zhou Fei. What significance does Zhou Tao have? With the main fire seed lost, he will merely be a rebirth level practitioner at best. The elder felt a surge of displeasure and then hurried outside, assisting the dazed Zhou Fei to his feet. Brother Zhou, are you all right? I will kill him. Kill him. Zhou Fei's eyes burned with vengeance. His words garbled as the beating had nearly shattered all his teeth. Brother Zhou, calm down. This fellow is a disciple of the Valley Master Zhou. His status in our Valley of Medicine is not to be trifled with. The elder cautioned softly. What of Valley Master Zhou? I have heard from my father that he has committed grave errors. Not only has the main fire seed been shattered, but his cultivation has also plummeted. And he has been expelled from the inner court. I will make this child pay, and even Valley Master Zhou cannot stop me. Zhou Fei seethed, his voice filled with barely contained fury. Well, if Elder Zhou is willing to intervene, I can reluctantly testify that this child struck first, the elder said, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, then I thank Brother Mo in advance. Zhou Fei's expression gradually grew calm. Chapter 93. Advanced Gift Pack. As Su Han arrived at the cold room number 86. He felt an overwhelming chill permeating the air around him as he walked through the corridor. The cold room was constructed entirely from a special type of metal, with only a 10-foot gap between each massive door. Upon inserting the key and gently pushing the heavy metal door, he discovered it was far too weighty to budge with ordinary strength. Junior brother, the door to the cold room is forged from cold iron. It requires the power of the 4 symbols to open. You should utilize your true energy, a passing outer courtyard disciple advised. Thank you for the reminder. Su Han replied with a smile, exerting a slight force to push the door open. Once inside and having closed the door, the outer courtyard disciple's face displayed a flicker of uncertainty. It seemed he had not utilized any true energy. Could it be that this person had mastered the 5 tiger body forging technique? Such a technique was valued at no less than 1,000 merit points in the outer courtyard. The disciple murmured to himself, finding Su Han unfamiliar, yet someone capable of exchanging 1,000 merit points for the 5 tiger body forging technique should have been recognizable. Perhaps his true energy fluctuations are too subtle for me to detect, he pondered, shaking his head with a smile before departing. The cold room measured merely 3 meters in width and length, devoid of windows, completely sealed. Once the door was shut, darkness enveloped the space. Simultaneously, the icy aura emanating from the ground and walls compelled Su Han to circulate his true energy to fend off the cold. It must be around -70 or 80 degrees. An ordinary martial artist at the fleshly body stage would perish after just half an hour in here, Su Han reflected. Before settling cross-legged on the ground, he retrieved a 5th grade Great Recovery pill from his storage compartment, breaking it in half, one half consumed, while the other was returned to the compartment. The potency of the 5th grade pill was formidable, and as a pill specifically designed to enhance cultivation. its effects were even more pronounced. For safety, consuming half was the wisest choice. He was uncertain whether he could adequately digest a whole pill without risking an explosive demise from its overwhelming power. As the half pill settled in his abdomen, its effects surged forth, flooding his meridians with a torrent of true energy. Su-Han felt his internal energy swell by a substantial margin. However, since his previous energy was already at its limit, if he failed to successfully break through to the innate realm, this excess energy would dissipate in due time. Calming his thoughts, Su-Han gradually entered a meditative state, effortlessly maneuvering his true energy through his meridians. He vaguely sensed that the chilling aura surrounding him rendered his mind exceptionally clear, facilitating a smoother and more precise flow of true energy. No wonder it is said that this environment is conducive to breaking through the innate divine gates. Within a martial artist's body, there are 7 divine gates, each more perilous than the last. The fetal breath divine gate is manageable, but when it comes to the innate divine gate, if one's control over true energy is lacking in precision, the consequences could be disastrous. Su-Han's thunder true energy swiftly found the innate divine gate, resembling a colossal mountain that obstructed the flow of true energy. If he could open it, his energy would leap like a dragon, transforming entirely into innate energy. Break for me. Boom. The innate divine gate remained steadfast, yet Su-Han's thunder true energy was shattered upon impact. The first assault on the innate divine gate had failed. A faint throbbing pain coursed through his meridians, yet the continuous influx of cold energy from his surroundings dulled this discomfort significantly. After a moment of recovery, Su-Han adjusted his state and launched another attempt at the innate divine gate. Boom. The innate divine gate shuddered slightly, but the result was still failure. After a good half hour of effort, the throbbing in his meridians began to subside. He prepared for a third attempt. Boom. Failure. With each unsuccessful attempt, the damage to his meridians intensified. If he reached his limit, it would likely require a lengthy recovery period before he could try again. Success was imperative this time. Su-Han's expression grew serious. The fourth attempt at the innate divine gate ended in failure. The fifth attempt was also a failure. The sixth attempt met the same fate. Having spent 5 to 6 hours in the cold room, and after 6 attempts at the innate divine gate, all had culminated in failure. Evidence of his thunder true energy's assaults marked the once imposing innate divine gate. This is the last chance. It must succeed. Su-Han took out the remaining half of the great recovery pill and swallowed it. The thunder true energy within him surged to a terrifying level. With a mighty push, the thunder true energy charged towards the innate divine gate, crashing through with a relentless force that shattered the gate to pieces. It's opened. Su-Han rejoiced internally, quickly centering himself for the final step, converting true energy into innate energy. Only then could he truly step into the innate realm. Once the thunder true energy breached the innate divine gate, it began to undergo transformation. After several hours, all of Su-Han's thunder true energy had successfully converted into innate energy. At this moment, the innate energy within him was more than double its previous density. His innate energy now rivaled that of Gong Yu and others, perhaps even surpassing them, for the 9th grade Supreme Fire Seed was not bestowed without merit. Its advantages would magnify as his cultivation grew stronger. If a martial artist who had just entered the first level of the innate realm stood beside Su-Han, possessing a 5th grade Fire Seed, the disparity in their innate energy would be at least a factor of 2. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Su-Han activated the second stage of the Thunder Body technique, enveloping himself in innate energy. In the dim room, flickers of electricity danced around him. My current defensive capabilities surpass those of Gong Yu and the others by at least 2 to 3 times. Even if I merely stand here, they could not breach my defenses. Su-Han calmed himself, savoring the surge of power. Should he encounter Jing Qing and the others again, the tables would have turned. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the innate realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an advanced gift pack. The system's notification resonated. Su-Han blinked in surprise, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. Had it not been for the timely alert, he might have overlooked his significant breakthrough and the accompanying gift pack. Opening the gift pack, he was met with a series of notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking bloodline classification. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the unranked technique unification technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 7,000 divine emperor coins. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the purple extreme demon eye. The system's notifications continued in rapid succession. This reward is rather generous. Su-Han could not help but smile. Chapter 94. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Su-Han glanced at the classification of bloodlines, which was filled with a plethora of different bloodlines, including the ancient demon Thunder Beast. System, if I exchange for this bloodline, will I become a hybrid of human and demon? Su-Han could not help but inquire. The host is of the human race. To exchange for a bloodline, an additional sum of divine emperor coins is required for fusion. After fusion, there will be no hybridization. It will be a perfect amalgamation. If the bloodline of the first-tier barbarian demon Swift Horse requires 500 divine emperor coins for exchange, how many divine emperor coins must I pay for a perfect fusion? 30,000. Robbery. Su-Han discovered that this classification of bloodlines was not intended for human use, as the cost was exorbitantly high. If these bloodlines are used by the barbarian demons, will they also require additional divine emperor coins? Su-Han felt a pang of reluctance. If this newly opened classification of bloodlines proved to be utterly useless, it would be a tremendous loss. He might as well have opened a technology classification. Barbarian demons are naturally capable of perfect bloodline fusion, but cannot exceed 2 major tiers. That is somewhat acceptable. Su-Han nodded. After a pause, he furrowed his brow slightly. What is this unranked technique? The unification technique. Such a worthless item should not appear in the grand package. The unification technique is an auxiliary type of technique. Its sole purpose is to allow the host to merge 2 techniques into one, with a certain probability of increasing their rank. There's such a technique? Su-Han was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, he immediately learned the unification technique. After a few breaths, Su-Han gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having comprehended the application and function of the unification technique thoroughly, I should find a time to see if I can merge the purple extreme chaos technique with the thunder body technique. With a stroke of luck, I might produce an 8th-tier technique. Muttering to himself, Su-Han began to check the last reward item, the purple extreme demon eye. The attribute panel provided a detailed introduction to the purple extreme demon eye, a form of ocular technique divided into 5 stages: insight, X-ray vision, pressure, annihilation, and soul capture. Each stage had a detailed description, and the advancement method of the purple extreme demon eye was rather unusual. It required divine emperor coins to progress through each realm. To advance to insight required 3,000 divine emperor coins, to X-ray vision required 7,000, to pressure required 20,000, to annihilation required 50,000, and to soul capture required 100,000. Chapter 95, Seeking Justice. This is the thunder summoning technique. It bears resemblance to the ability of innate practitioners to manipulate external spiritual energy for combat. If one solely cultivates the thunder dominance body technique, reaching this stage would indeed classify them as a formidable innate practitioner. Su-Han gazed at the thunder in his palm, softly sighing. This thunder was not conjured by the vital energy within him, nor was it the result of external spiritual energy being summoned by his vital energy. Instead, it emanated from his physical body, drawn from the surrounding spiritual energy. At this level, his physical cells seemed to transform into a reservoir of thunder. With a mere thought, he could summon thunder from the heavens, making it an excellent means of offense or defense. He decided to test the thunder battle armor. With a swift motion, bolts of thunder surged forth from the spiritual energy, enveloping Su-Han entirely, transforming him into a thunder deity descending upon the mortal realm. From head to toe, he was shrouded in thunder. Go. Su-Han flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy that struck the cold iron wall, producing a puff of white smoke. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength, leaving merely a faint mark on the wall without causing any significant damage or sound. Without the need to employ the innate vital energy within him, relying solely on the thunder summoning technique rendered him comparable to any ordinary innate practitioner. In this way, if he were to engage in battle, he could conserve his full strength in the early stages, potentially exhausting his opponent. Reflecting on this, Su-Han felt a deep satisfaction with the power of the thunder dominance body technique. If he were to simultaneously channel his innate thunderous vital energy, summon external spiritual energy, and employ the thunder summoning technique, the combined force of these 3 elements in a single strike should be sufficient to shatter the vital energy of opponents of the same rank, allowing him to slay them without the need for his halberd. During this period of secluded training, Su-Han made significant progress. Not only did he successfully advance to the innate stage, but he also acquired the purple extreme demon eye. And his mastery of the thunder dominance body technique reached the thunder summoning phase, enhancing both his internal and external cultivation. His overall combat prowess elevated by more than a mere tier. Previously, he required the halberd to defeat innate practitioners. Yet now he felt confident in defeating a typical innate practitioner of the 3rd level with his bare hands. If he were to wield the halberd, it was likely that no opponent below the 5th level would stand a chance against him. In the ensuing days, Su-Han dedicated himself to solidifying his current cultivation. He planned to consume the remaining 2 5th-grade Great Recovery pills once he reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the innate stage. As for the unification technique, Su Han remained uncertain, for according to the system's prompts, merging two techniques to create a new one indeed held the potential to elevate the technique's grade. Yet it also posed the risk of diminishing its quality. The pros and cons presented considerable risk for Su Han. Should the technique's grade decline, his strength would undoubtedly suffer. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had passed within the cold chamber when someone arrived to remind him. Senior brother, your time has come. A timid outer court disciple stood outside, clearly intimidated after witnessing Su Han's brutal handling of Zhuo Fei. Understood. Su Han nodded slightly. As he prepared to leave, he glanced at the adjacent room, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes. Who is cultivating in that room? Room 85? Let me check. The outer court disciple consulted the records and replied. It's a senior sister from the Bird Peak, and she has 3 days remaining in the cold chamber. She is already dead. Su Han shook his head and walked away. The outer court disciple froze in place. Dead? That cannot be. How could he possibly know that someone behind a cold iron wall has perished? A glimmer of doubt appeared in the disciple's eyes, and after a prolonged hesitation, curiosity ultimately prevailed over reason. He gently opened the door to the cold chamber of room 85, straining to push it open just a crack. The next moment, terror washed over his face as he beheld a figure seated on the ground, encased in a thin layer of solid ice, with a pool of frozen blood beneath them. She is truly dead. Startled, he turned and fled to the main hall. Soon after, the elder surnamed Mo hurriedly arrived with others. He first examined the woman's condition, confirming her demise before directing his gaze to the disciple who had notified him. Junior brother Lin, did you say that Chen Shimi from the Nangong Peak in room 85 has perished? Mo Chungkong squinted slightly. Yes. Lin Donghe nodded vigorously. That one is in room 86. How could he know that Chen Shimi in room 85 has died? Is it possible that he opened her cold chamber door, causing her to fall into a state of madness? Mo Chungkong smiled mildly. What you say has some merit, but the cold chamber door is not lockable, and even an ascended realm practitioner cannot force it open. A hint of uncertainty crossed Lin Dong's face. It seemed that apart from Mo Chungkong's explanation, no other reasoning could account for Su Han's foreknowledge of the death in room 85. This matter is beyond our concern. Let us remove Chen Shimi's body and return it to Bird Peak, Mo Chungkong said with a soft smile, turning to leave. At the Nangong Peak, Chen Su stood behind Zhou Tao, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Aside from her and Zhou Tao, there was a middle-aged man present, accompanied by Zhuo Fei and several younger outer court disciples exuding the aura of innate practitioners. Master Zhou, I hope you'll forgive my intrusion today, the middle-aged man smiled. Zhou Tao cast a disinterested glance at him before surveying the battered Zhuo Fei, feeling a sense of melancholy. Su Han had managed to offend a rather troublesome character shortly after entering the sect. Had it been in the past, he would have dismissed Zhuo Wujing as a trivial figure. A mere 10th-level ascended realm practitioner could be crushed with ease. However, now his cultivation level was hardly superior to Zhuo Wujing's, and due to the injuries inflicted by Gong Xinqiu, he remained in a declining state. Moreover, Zhuo Wujing's father was a renowned elder within the outer court, celebrated for his combat prowess, and his connections extended deep into the inner court. I believe that children fighting is not a grave matter. Elders one need not make such a fuss over this at my Nangong Peak. Zhou Tao remarked coolly. Zhuo Wujing laughed. Indeed, but my son was on the verge of advancing to the innate stage when he was severely beaten, causing a setback in his cultivation, delaying his advancement by at least several months. For a martial artist, this is quite serious. Why did he strike you? Zhou Tao suddenly directed his gaze at Zhuo Fei. Zhuo Fei replied decisively. The entire incident began over the cold chamber. He launched a surprise attack on me to vie for it. What nonsense are you spouting? A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone paused momentarily, turning their attention towards the entrance as Su Han strode into the hall, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 96. Have you broken through, my disciple? Zhou Tao immediately sensed the notable difference in Su Han's aura compared to a few days prior, his eyes gleaming with delight. Master, I have successfully advanced to the innate realm, Su Han replied with a slight nod. Approaching the two, he handed his merit token to Chen Su. Senior sister, I utilized 30 merit points. I shall return them to you in a few days. There is no rush. The important thing is that you have successfully broken through to innate, Chen Su said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Since Su Han entered the grand hall, Zhuo Fei had been glaring at him with an expression of deep resentment. Over the past few days, whispers had circulated among the outer disciples, filled with mockery and schadenfreude directed at Zhuo Fei. Is he the new disciple of sect leader Zhou? Zhuo Wuji observed Su Han with a detached gaze. I must correct you, he is my closed-door disciple, Zhou Tao replied with a smile. A closed-door disciple? Zhuo Wuji's eyes flickered slightly. It was customary for a master to cease accepting disciples only when they found their most favored apprentice. establishing a significant distinction in status between a closed-door disciple and an ordinary one. My disciple, you mentioned he made a baseless accusation. What was the reason? Zhou Tao chuckled at Su Han. The dispute in the cold room arose because of him, Su Han replied calmly, taking advantage of my absence. The villain first reported me and then bit back. Is that not a baseless accusation? Upon hearing Su Han's words, Zhuo Wujia's expression darkened. The innate realm disciples standing behind him glared at Su Han, their eyes ablaze with fury. Father, sect leader Zhou, senior brother Mo Chengkong from the cold room can attest that this boy was the one who struck first. Zhuo Fei pointed at Su Han. Oh. Zhuo Wujia raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Zhou Tao. Sect leader Zhou, my son claims to have a witness. Should we summon him now? Before Zhou Tao could respond, Zhuo Wujia had already instructed a disciple behind him to fetch Mo Chengkong. Soon after, a visibly anxious Mo Chengkong was escorted into the hall. Upon seeing Zhuo Wujia and Zhou Tao, he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Mo Chengkong, did this disciple indeed strike first and ambush Zhuo Fei? Zhuo Wujia inquired coolly. Mo Chengkong instinctively glanced at Zhou Tao, who maintained a stoic expression, causing him to struggle internally. Ultimately, he chose to side with Zhuo Wujia. I report to Elder Zhuo. It was indeed this junior who struck first to ambush senior brother Zhuo. Many witnessed the incident. What further words do you have? Zhuo Fei glared fiercely at Su Han. Sect leader Zhou, since the matter is now clear, let us proceed according to the sect's rules. Unprovoked attacks on fellow disciples warrant 100 Chapter 97. Proof. Zhou Tao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Su Han. Typically, no one would venture to the Nine Peak, yet today, not only had Zhuo Wuji arrived, but also Shang Wanwan. Had his cherished disciple inadvertently offended two esteemed elders in a mere span of 3 days? Shang Wanwan was a formidable elder of the outer court, and in terms of tenacity, Zhuo Wuji was in no position to compare. I have a disciple who was discovered dead in a cold chamber, having succumbed to demonic deviation. Shang Wanwan stated directly, her gaze coolly fixed on Zhou Tao, while her peripheral vision lingered on Su Han. A disciple named Lin Donghe claimed that someone had discovered my disciple's plight before them, yet at that time, the cold chamber's door had remained firmly closed. Elder Shangwan, your disciple's unfortunate demise due to demonic deviation warrants a proper burial. What brings you to my Nine Peak? Zhou Tao replied, slightly startled. Zhuo Wuji, too, appeared somewhat perplexed. Lin Donghe, is that him? Shang Wanwan continued with a detached demeanor. A timid young disciple emerged from behind her, casting a glance at Su Han before nodding eagerly. Elder Shangwan, this senior brother informed me of Sister Chen's death. I subsequently opened the cold chamber and verified the truth, promptly reporting it to Brother Mo. And how do you explain this? Shang Wanwan's gaze shifted to Su Han. Explain what? Su Han chuckled lightly. Some allege that you recklessly opened the cold chamber door, resulting in my disciple's demise. How else would you have discovered her lifeless form within? Shang Wanwan queried. Hold on. Zhou Tao interjected, rising abruptly. Elder Shangwan, are you insinuating that this disciple murdered your student? Shang Wanwan regarded him silently, her expression betraying her implication. So it is a case of harming one's own kind. If this is indeed the truth, even if he is an inner court disciple, a life must be repaid with a life. Zhuo Wuji suddenly laughed, feeling considerably relieved. He had thought he would be unable to avenge his son today. Yet Shang Wanwan's appearance brought forth such explosive news. Disciple, what transpired? Clarify the situation to Elder Shangwan. I refuse to believe that you, having only recently joined the Yaoxi Valley, could have made an enemy of Elder Shangwan's disciple. Zhou Tao remarked coldly, a hint of ridicule in his eyes. If Su Han had offended Shang Wanwan, Zhou Tao might have entertained the notion, considering Su Han's audacity to mock the head of Qiyun Peak. However, the idea that Su Han could have killed Shang Wanwan's disciple was utterly implausible. One was a disciple of Yaoxi Valley, while the other had only just joined 3 days prior. They had not even crossed paths, let alone developed enmity. What motive could there be for murder? Firstly, Elder Shangwan, I do not know your disciple, thus I possess no reason to harm her. Secondly, if I were responsible for her demonic deviation, why would I so conspicuously reveal the situation by reporting it? Thirdly, the cold chamber door is forged from cold iron, with only 2 keys, one in the user's possession and the other with the manager. How could I have accessed the chamber without a key? Su Han responded, smiling. Those who claim I secretly opened the cold chamber door, leading to her demise, harbor ill intentions and seek to sow discord. Lin Donghe felt countless eyes upon him, startled. He hastily waved his hands and pointed at Mo Chengkong. That speculation was proposed by Brother Mo. You scoundrel. Mo Chengkong cursed inwardly, maintaining a composed facade. He addressed Shang Wanwan. Elder Shangwan, I merely suggested a possibility. After all, this junior brother was aware of Sister Chen's demise before the cold chamber door was opened. How do you account for that? Your reasoning is sound. I am inclined to believe you. However, he raises a valid point. How did you discover my disciple's demise? Shangwan Wan inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she regarded Su Han with an unusual expression. I possess my own methods, which I prefer not to disclose, Su Han replied, shaking his head with a smile. Ridiculous. What method could enable one to perceive happenings in another cold chamber? Not even those in the Nirvana or Yuandan realms could achieve such a feat. Do you truly believe cold iron is mere ordinary metal? Zhuowuji sneered, only to receive a disapproving glare from Zhou Tao. What relevance does this have to you? Elder Zhua, this matter indeed does not concern you. Shangwan Wan directed her gaze at Zhuowuji. I simply find it hard to overlook, Zhuowuji retorted, his smile turning sheepish as he fell silent. I must ascertain how you came to learn of my disciple's death. Therefore, please demonstrate your method to me. I vow to keep it confidential. Shangwan Wan deliberated. After a brief moment of silence, Su Han nodded with a smile. Very well. Zhou Tao instructed Chen Su, please escort Elder Shangwan and your junior brother to the backyard. Elder Shangwan, junior brother, please follow me. Chen Su nodded, gesturing for them to accompany her. Once the three departed for the backyard, an air of tension enveloped the hall. Zhuowuji chuckled, Leader Zhou, your disciple has only recently begun his journey, yet he has already stirred up such trouble. No wonder you took him under your wing. He possesses an uncanny talent for attracting chaos, much like yourself. Zhuowuji, a mere Nirvana disciple dares to act so brazenly before me? Do you truly believe that my loss of martial sovereign prowess renders me incapable of handling you? Zhou Tao replied coolly. Zhuowuji's expression shifted slightly, but he merely chuckled before falling silent. In the backyard, Shangwan Wan inquired, how will you demonstrate? Please enter this room, Elder Shangwan, and make any gesture of your choosing. Su Han indicated towards a distant chamber. Very well. Without further inquiries, Shangwan Wan proceeded into the room. Junior brother, about Zhuofei. Thank you, Chen Su whispered. Sister, there's no need for such formality. I have yet to express my gratitude for your loan of the merit token. Otherwise, how could I have advanced to the innate realm? Su Han replied with a smile. Chen Su nodded slightly, her gaze softening as she regarded Su Han. Yet, once Shangwan Wan entered the room, concern washed over her as she pondered how Su Han would validate his claims. Your eyes. Chen Su gasped in surprise, noticing the purple glow enveloping Su Han's eyes. Su Han's gaze pierced through the void, transcending walls and doors, landing squarely on Shangwan Wan. Not only did he observe the gestures she was making, but he also glimpsed things he ought not to see. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly averted his gaze. The purple extreme demon eye requires further practice to master its control, Su Han mused inwardly. Before long, Shangwan Wan emerged from the chamber. Upon seeing Su Han's gesture, her expression subtly shifted, betraying a hint of strangeness. It appears my disciple indeed perished due to her own demonic deviation, she sighed softly. Elder Shangwan, my enmity with Mo Chungkong stems from Zhuofei. His insinuations are malicious, Su Han smiled. A cold glint flashed in Shangwan Wan's eyes, yet she gradually nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, she offered Su Han a faint smile. I appreciate your kindness. Otherwise, my disciples' remains would have gone undiscovered for several more days. Being fellow disciples, it is only right, Su Han replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 98. Seeking medicine. Shangwan Wan was deeply curious about the means by which Su Han could ascertain the circumstances behind the wall, despite its obstruction. However, as a senior of the Yuandan realm, she refrained from pressing the matter further if the junior was unwilling to disclose it. Upon their return to the hall, Zhuowuji's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he inquired, Elder Shangwan, are you aware of the method this young man employed to discern that your disciple had succumbed to demonic influence and perished through the cold iron wall? Yes, I am aware, Shangwan Wan replied with a slight nod. The others were momentarily taken aback. Zhuowuji's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. What method did he employ? I promised him I would not divulge that information. What is the meaning of Elder Zhuo's inquiry? Shangwan Wan's countenance darkened. I see. My apologies for my presumption. Zhuowuji chuckled awkwardly. It appears this is merely a misunderstanding. Mo Chungkong forced a strained smile. A misunderstanding? Su Han chuckled and slowly approached Mo Chungkong. The latter, sensing the approach, felt a flicker of dread within, but reassured by the presence of Zhuowuji, Shangwan Wan, and Zhou Tao, he believed Su Han would not dare act against him. With that thought, Mo Chungkong regained his composure, regarding Su Han with feigned geniality. Brother Mo, having lived for such a long time, even surpassing some elders, do you still speak recklessly like a mere child? Su Han remarked with a smile. Mo Chungkong's expression shifted slightly. He detested this very notion. Both Zhuowuji and Shangwan Wan were younger than him, and only Zhou Tao was his senior. Yet they had reached the Nirvana and Yuandan realms, while he remained at the first level of the Innate realm. Su Han's words pierced his heart. I merely expressed my conjecture. How could that be deemed reckless speech? Mo Qingkong's tone turned cold. Conjecture? You possess the key to the cold room. I surmise you opened it, leading that senior sister to succumb to demonic influence, Su Han stated with a smile. You speak nonsense. Mo Qingkong was taken aback. With Shang Wanwan present, should he believe Su Han's words, his fate would be dire, with no one daring to intercede on his behalf. Then you too are speaking nonsense. Your intentions are malevolent. A mere first-level innate realm cultivator seeks to incite discord between the Bird Peak and the Nineteen Peak? Your heart is exceedingly wicked. Su Han replied with a light smile. Shang Wanwan let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Qingkong. He felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Let this serve as a lesson. Should you speak recklessly again, you shall be silenced for life. Su Han Chu Chapter 99. The 7th-rank Spirit Purifying Pill Master. Are you aware of that matter? Su Han was taken aback. The Su Kingdom was merely a small nation on the map of Qingzhou, a mere speck in the vast landscape. He had not anticipated that Zhou Tao would also have knowledge of the incident that transpired 80 years ago. Is the ancient ancestor of the Su royal family you mentioned named Su Changsheng? Zhou Tao pondered. Yes. Su Han nodded slightly, his astonishment deepening as he realized that Zhou Tao was even familiar with the name of the ancient ancestor. This was quite perplexing. Su Changsheng. Zhou Tao sighed gently, gazing at Su Han with a complex expression. It appears to be fate. 80 years ago, I traversed the martial world alongside your ancestor, and now, 80 years later, you have become my disciple. Upon hearing this, Chen Su felt that the coincidence was rather extraordinary, her face reflecting astonishment. She was unaware that her master had known Su Han's ancestor. Your ancestor had offended a person named Gong Xinqiu. It is worth mentioning that the three of us were quite close when we first met. At that time, your Su kingdom was significantly stronger than it is now, and Su Changsheng was regarded as the foremost prodigy, having achieved nirvana before the age of 30. Zhou Tao's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Gong Xinqiu and I hailed from different backgrounds, one from the Medicine Death Valley and the other from the great immortal dynasty's Immortal Academy. Our cultivation methods surpassed those of your ancestor. Thus at that time, our strength was greater than that of Su Changsheng. Master, did the three of you ultimately turn against each other? Su Han was slightly taken aback. He had heard the name Gong Xinqiu before. It was mentioned previously, and it seemed that Zhou Tao's fall from martial sovereign to nirvana was somehow related to this individual. I cannot say we turned against each other entirely. It was my folly to have believed Gong Xinqiu's words. We were all enamored with the same woman, who hailed from the lineage of the divine emperor of Qingzhou, holding an exalted status. However, when we four were together, she regarded Su Changsheng with favor while treating Gong Xinqiu and me with cold indifference. Thus, a rift formed between Gong Xinqiu and Su Changsheng. Zhou Tao spoke with a bitter smile. One day, upon our arrival at a grand city, we settled in a humble courtyard. I sensed nothing amiss until the following morning when Gong Xinqiu awakened me, disheveled, revealing that Su Changsheng had been grievously injured and was unconscious. Enraged, I demanded to know what had transpired. Gong Xinqiu accused your ancestor of harboring ulterior motives and administering poison, which he had narrowly escaped detection from. Because of this incident, Chapter 100. Who dares to kill my father? The following day, Su Han stealthily descended from the Nineteen Peak, carrying the 4th-grade everlasting life pill that Zhou Tao had provided him, departing from the Valley of the Medicine Master and returning to Danyang Town. Why do you stubbornly refuse to leave? This courtyard belongs to me. I can rent it to whomever I please. Pack your things and get out. An elderly man, plump and prosperous-looking, pointed his rotund finger at Junjun and her entourage of maidservants and young attendants. Lord Zhao, our master has rented this residence for a year, totaling 3,000 taels of silver. How can you suddenly demand we leave? The maid Xiaolan shielded Junjun behind her, her face pale as she glared at the corpulent man. Zhao Shibois, it seems you are not faring well in Danyang Town. Even a mere maid dares to retort, a young man remarked with a smirk, followed by laughter from his attendants. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Yotsai's eyes, and he quickly sought to appease the young man, saying, Rest assured, Sushit Sizi, this courtyard will certainly be vacated for you today. Let us hope so. In a few days, my elder brother will arrive. My nephew has ignited the 6th-grade fire seed and will undoubtedly join the Valley of the Medicine Master. This courtyard is merely a temporary residence for them. Suhi replied with a smile. Did you hear that? Pack your things and leave. My son is a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master. If you dare to create a scene, I will ensure you all vanish. Zhao Yukai glared coldly at Xiaolan, completely disregarding the 3-year-old Junjun. Lord Zhao, do not act recklessly. My master is also a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master, Xiaolan exclaimed, her heart racing as she bit her lip, summoning her courage. What? Your master is also a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master? Zhao Yukai paused, his menacing demeanor slightly waning. Absurd. Your master has only recently arrived in Danyang Town. How could they possibly be a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master? Are you attempting to deceive me? This is sheer folly. Have you not heard of my Zhao Yotsai's reputation in Danyang Town? Zhao Yukai suddenly regained his composure and roared. That little girl is quite pretty. Is she also your master's maid? Suhi inquired, his gaze fixed on Junjun. For some reason, he sensed something peculiar about her aura, as if she were not an ordinary child, and her porcelain doll-like cuteness stirred something within him. What do you intend to do? We can move. Xiaolan, feeling alarmed, immediately blocked Suhi's view of Junjun, deciding to relocate for the time being and address everything upon Suhan's return. That is acceptable. You may leave. But the girl shall remain. It just so happens that Su Shitsizi is in need of a maid. She would have a good home with him. Zhao Yukai said with a grin. This is my master's sister. You dare? Xiaolan's eyes flickered with panic. The other maidservants and attendants shared her concern. They were aware that Suhi was evidently a martial artist, while they lacked any martial skills to defend themselves against him. Is there anything in Danyang Town that Zhao Yukai cannot do? Zhao Yukai sneered, casting a glance at Suhi with a sycophantic smile. Su Shitsizi, I shall have these ruffians throw them out. And as for the little girl, she will be given to you as a maid. Junjun's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she regarded Zhao Yukai and Suhi. Then I must trouble you, Zhao Shibois, Suhi replied with a nonchalant smile. What a lively scene. Zhao Yukai, your status in Danyang Town is evidently quite high. You dare to act with such impunity? Suhan chuckled as he entered the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Junjun felt a sense of relief wash over her, while Xiaolan and the others were filled with joy, as Suhan's arrival instilled in them a sense of security. Su Xiaodi, it's you. Zhao Yukai forced a smile, though it was devoid of warmth. Suhi scrutinized Suhan, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Suhan's attire was rather humble, suggesting a background of common origins. Indeed, it is I. Had I not fortuitously returned, my sister and these maidservants would have been driven away by you, would they not? Do you think my 3,000 taels of silver are made of wax? Suhan approached Junjun, lifting her into his arms and smiling at Zhao Yukai. I can return your 3,000 taels. You may leave, but your sister, since Su Shitsizi has taken a liking to her. How many taels of silver would you be willing to part with her for? Zhao Yukai chuckled. She appears to be merely 3 years old. And you have taken a liking to her? Suhan's gaze was fixed on Suhi. Suhi chuckled softly, I am in need of a maid. She seems quite clever. Alas, it seems you will not survive the day, Suhan sighed. I shall take matters into my own hands. Junjun suddenly spoke. Very well. After you incapacitate him, I will take action myself, Suhan replied with a smile. Suhi frowned slightly. Could this man truly be mad? Zhao Shibois. Do not waste time. I do not wish to strike first, Suhi spoke coldly. Yes, Su Shitsizi. Zhao Yukai hastily nodded, signaling his subordinates, who approached with ferocious grins, resembling a pack of wolves. A flicker of fear crossed Xiaolan's eyes as she realized that those behind Zhao Yukai were all martial artists at the body refining stage. And she was uncertain if Suhan could contend with so many at once. Do you dare to strike at me with a group of body refining practitioners? Suhan chuckled lightly, waving his hot chapter 101, blind to the obvious father, who ordered the assassin. Zhao Chen spoke coldly. It was him. Zhao Yukai pointed at Suhan with a fierce tone. Do you not know who I am? How dare you send an assassin against the Zhao family? Zhao Chen regarded Suhan with a frigid glare. Suhi chuckled lightly. Zhao Chen, he is an innate realm cultivator. Innate realm? Zhao Chen paused momentarily, but soon scoffed. What of it? This is Danyang Town, the territory of the Valley of the Deadly Herbs. To kill a servant of the Zhao family here is akin to courting death. Junior brother Zhao, stop wasting your breath and contact the sect, another outer court disciple spoke slowly. Contact the sect? No need. I am an inner court disciple. Suhan chuckled lightly, producing the merit token of an inner court disciple. Upon seeing the golden token in Suhan's hand, Zhao Chun and the others instantly changed their expressions, disbelief evident in their eyes. The golden pattern token signified an inner court disciple. Gasp. The outer court disciples beside Zhao Chun instinctively took a few steps back, their gazes towards Suhan now laced with trepidation. The status difference between outer and inner court disciples within the Valley of the Deadly Herbs was immense. Son, that token must be fake, right? Zhao Yukai was momentarily stunned. Father, this merit token is genuine. Zhao Chen's face turned exceedingly grim as he spoke with difficulty. How can this be? He has only just arrived in Danyang Town a few days ago, yet has become an inner court disciple of the Valley of the Deadly Herbs? Zhao Yukai exclaimed in disbelief. But he quickly realized his mistake, hastily covering his mouth, afraid to speak further. Sui's expression shifted several times. His smile gradually faded as he regretted accompanying Zhao Yukai to this place today. Although the Su family was powerful in the Changyan dynasty, compared to the Valley of the Deadly Herbs, it was akin to comparing an ant to an elephant. Having unknowingly offended an inner court disciple today, he could only wonder what kind of punishment awaited him upon returning home. Brother, I am Su He of the Su family in the Changyan dynasty. It was truly a misunderstanding. How about this? I am willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver. I hope you can quell your anger. Sui cast a glance at Zhao Yukai, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he bowed deeply to Su Han. Now that he had confirmed the identity of the other party as an inner court disciple, he could no longer maintain his arrogance. How could the Su family possibly compare to the Valley of the Deadly Herbs? I mentioned I would incapacitate you, then have the girl personally end your life. Do you think I am one to go back on my word? Su Han shouted angrily, raising his hand for a strike. A scream echoed beside Su He as one of the servants who had been standing nearby was struck by a bolt of lightning, sent flying several meters away. Landing heavily on the ground, his body charred and emitting wisps of smoke. This, Sui watched in horror. The servant he brought, although not exceptionally strong, was nonetheless a fetal breath realm cultivator. Today, he was certainly going to be dealt with. Sui's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he suddenly bellowed at his subordinates. You all go. Stop him. Otherwise, if I die, you will not survive either. With that, Sui turned to flee outside the courtyard. His Sare Chapter 102, second level of innate realm. Go ahead and make your move, Su Han said with a smile to Junjun. She nodded slightly, glanced around, and then walked slowly into a pile of corpses, casually picking up a short dagger before approaching Sui. Please don't kill me. Sui's pupils dilated, his body trembling in fear. Junjun smiled briefly, pressing the blade against Sui's neck, gradually applying pressure until the dagger sank into his flesh. Sui suddenly struggled violently, but the more he fought, the deeper the wound became, and soon, thick blood gushed forth, rendering him motionless. The servants of the Su family nearby trembled even more at this sight. How could a direct descendant of the Su family be executed in broad daylight? Zhao Chen and the others were filled with dread upon meeting Su Han's gaze. They hastily lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Junior brother Zhao, as an outer court disciple, you ought to consider the interests of the Medicine Dead Valley. How can you allow your father to oppress the common folk in Danyang Town? Su Han approached Zhao Yukai, who had ceased his wailing and was now weakly murmuring, his hand still clasped tightly over his eyes. Senior brother, I beg you to spare my father, Zhao Chen pleaded softly. While capital punishment may be avoided, lesser crimes cannot escape retribution. Today, I shall render him blind as a lesson for him to open his eyes and see clearly in the future. Should he remain blind to the truth, it will not be so simple, Su Han replied with a faint smile. Without eyes, how can he see? Several outer court disciples muttered inwardly. Take your father and leave. I expect to see the deed to this estate by tomorrow. As compensation for the disturbance he caused to my sister, Su Han said indifferently. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Zhao Chen quickly nodded, then lifted Zhao Yukai and turned to depart. The remaining outer court disciples, still kneeling, stared longingly at Su Han. You should also leave. Be cautious in choosing your friends. Those like him will eventually invite calamity upon themselves. Should you become entangled, it would not bode well. Su Han smiled at them. Senior brother is wise. May I ask your name? Upon returning to the sect, we shall surely come to apologize, one of them asked cautiously after they had relaxed. You need not know. Su Han replied coolly. Understood. Then we shall take our leave, they said, visibly relieved. The servants brought by Su He turned pale upon seeing Zhao Chun and the others leave. It was likely their turn to be silenced next. Now tell me, what is the background of the Su family? Su Han inquired with a smile. After a few moments, one servant, gathering his courage, whispered. The Su family is one of the 7 great families of the Chang'an dynasty, led by a Yuan Dan realm expert. Yuan Dan realm, you say? Su Han's gaze sharpened. How many in the Nirvana realm? 7 in total. And how many in the innate realm? I'm not entirely certain, but there should be several dozen. What is Sui's standing within the Su family? Young Master Su's faction holds considerable power within the Su family. Be more specific, or you shall not leave, Su Han warned. Yes. The servant was startled and quickly divulged all he knew, his complexion paling as he finished. Even if Su Han spared him today, he would have to flee the Chang'an dynasty. Otherwise, the Su family would not let him go. Oh, and the strongest in his faction is merely at the 6th level of the innate realm? Su Han smiled. You may leave, but before you go, clean this place up. Yes. Suhan picked up Junjun again and walked towards the room, while Xiaolan and the others stood by to supervise the Su family servants. I have inquired. Your injuries may require the assistance of one of the 6 great emperors of the Fengyun Jiuzhou to heal completely, Suhan mused in the room. I had my suspicions as well. With my origin damaged, I can only await my demise, Junjun replied with a smile. After a few days apart, the savage features on her body had diminished significantly. Without close inspection, one could hardly discern her identity as a savage. This indicated that her origin was fading rapidly. Perhaps she could only survive another 10 to 15 days. However, with the everlasting life pill, she could temporarily prolong her life. As long as you are alive, there will always be a way to restore your origin. Do not forget, I am a fire seed physician, Suhan said, smiling as he produced a porcelain vial containing 10 everlasting life pills. Consume one every 7 days, and your life will be secure for 2 months. Junjun remained silent for a long while before accepting the vial, opening it to take one of the pills. After a moment, she nodded slightly at Suhan. It indeed halts the loss of my origin, but such pills lose efficacy after consuming dozens or hundreds. Do not despair. I am confident I can find a means to restore your origin, Suhan assured her. You are so confident? Junjun smiled faintly. Even the Dharma body cannot accomplish this. Do you think you possess the means? The Dharma body cannot unseal the 7th grade stone attribute fire seed, yet I have succeeded. Suhan replied with a grin. Junjun's expression was peculiar. She could not shake the feeling that Yanshou's fire seed had never truly been unsealed, but was merely Suhan's consolation. However, at this juncture, pondering further was pointless. She was enjoying a comfortable period. Unlike before when she was either fighting or rushing towards a battle. In the following days, Suhan did not leave Danyang town. He planned to consume both Great Return pills to seek an elevation of 1 or 2 levels in his cultivation, while also observing whether the forces behind Su he would come knocking. Upon reaching the Innate realm, Suhan's Taiku Purple Extreme Thunder Dragon and Pan Wang Ding had become increasingly refined, allowing the innate thunderous energy within him to be effortlessly transmuted into innate fiery energy. With my current cultivation, even if I directly consume a Great Return pill, I can refine its medicinal essence before my body explodes, Suhan thought. Upon consuming a Great Return pill, he entered a meditative state, his inner energies continuously alternating between thunder and fire. The terrifying potency of the Great Return pill was suppressed by the 2 energies, rapidly refining it. With each portion of medicinal essence refined, Suhan's inner energies grew stronger. 2 days later, Suhan finally refined the entirety of the Great Return pill's potency, experiencing a remarkable surge in his cultivation. His innate energy had more than doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd level of the Innate realm. The system notification chimed. Suhan smiled, opening his attribute panel. Host, Suhan. Level, 2nd level of Innate realm. Fire Seed, 9th grade Taiku Purple Extreme Thunder Dragon, primary. Secondary Fire Seed, 9th grade Pan Wangding. Cultivation Method, 6th grade Purple Extreme Hunyuan Technique, 7th grade Thunder Body Dominance Technique. Martial Arts, 6th grade Thunder Halberd Technique, 5th grade Void Step, 5th grade Indestructible Diamond Technique. 2nd grade Mountain Breaking Palm. Divine Weapon, 5th rank Junior Fantian Huaji. Mount, 3rd rank Savage Demon Ghost Eagle, 2nd level of Innate Realm, can evolve into Nirvana Realm Buddha Ghost Eagle. Innate Supernatural Ability Void Ghost Transformation. God Emperor Coins, 0. Has this fellow actually reached the 2nd level of the Innate Realm? A hint of amusement flickered in Suhan's eyes. Chapter 103. Cultivation. The purple extreme demon eyes did not appear on the attribute panel, indicating that the system deemed it not a martial skill. In practical combat, Suhan felt that both the 6th grade Thunder Halberd technique and the 5th grade Void Step were perhaps slightly inferior to the utility of the purple extreme demon eyes. He resolved to make a trip to the barbaric demon mountains to earn some divine emperor coins and elevate the rank of the purple extreme demon eyes as soon as possible. With a faint smile, Suhan closed the attribute panel and retrieved the last 5th grade Great Recovery pill, swallowing it with intent to directly harness its medicinal power to break through to the 3rd level of the Innate Realm. Both the fetal breathing and Innate realms could be subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. The 1st to 3rd levels represented the early stage. Upon reaching the 4th level, the disparity in strength would become evident, and the difficulty of advancement would double. However, for Suhan, who possessed a 9th grade Fire Seed, his bottleneck differed from others, rendering it significantly less challenging. In a modest courtyard in Danyang town, Suhi's lifeless body lay upon a white cloth. Several servants knelt beside him, while a man, a woman, and a young boy stood nearby. The boy gazed at Su He's corpse with a mix of fear and trembling. Father, mother, is this truly uncle? Close your eyes and do not look anymore. The woman gently covered the boy's eyes, her expression filled with worry as she turned to the young man beside her. Husband. Will Uncle's conflict with the inner court disciples of the Medicine Dead Valley affect silence? Su He cast a cold glance at the woman. At this moment, are you still concerned about Wunner? Su He is my younger brother. He came to Danyang Town to pave the way for us and has met his demise here. We must bear the responsibility. My husband, Uncle's temperament has always been like this. I had warned you long ago that if his temperament did not change, he would eventually cause great trouble. The woman's face turned slightly pale. Hearing this, Su He's expression softened considerably, followed by a bitter smile. Indeed, I had suspected this, but I never anticipated he would lose his life at such a young age. After a pause, Su He's gaze suddenly fell upon one of the servants. Recount the events precisely, without any omissions. Yes, young master. The servant nodded vigorously, then carefully recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing that Su He had intended to forcibly keep the inner court disciple's sister as a maid, both Su He and the woman's expressions shifted multiple times. Though Su He harbored such intentions, the disciple had arrived just in time. Why would they resort to such a vicious act against Su He? The Su family's direct lineage should not meet such a disgraceful end, killed by a mere 3-year-old child. If this were to spread, the Su family would become the laughingstock of the other 6 families. Su He's countenance darkened. My husband, we cannot contend with the Medicine Dead Valley. Furthermore, Wunner will eventually join their ranks for training. We must not leave such a powerful adversary for her. The woman softly advised. If I cannot kill that inner court disciple, can I not deal with that little child? You may wait here for a few days. I shall personally visit the Medicine Dead Valley to meet with my second uncle. Regardless, they must provide an explanation for this matter. With a wave of his hand, Su He strode out of the courtyard. The woman's expression grew increasingly anxious. Madam, regarding young Master Su's body. After Su He departed, the servants felt a wave of relief wash over them, cautiously glancing at the woman as they inquired. Leave him be for now. Go procure some ice to prevent his body from decomposing. We shall wait for your young master to return before making further decisions. The woman averted her gaze from Su He, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Yes, madam. Upon presenting his identity at the Medicine Dead Valley, Su He was soon escorted to the most renowned peak in the outer court. This peak, known as Furnace Fire, boasted unique terrain with occasional eruptions of fierce flames from underground, transformed into natural alchemy chambers. Only those disciples in the outer court with exceptional talent in alchemy were permitted to cultivate at Furnace Fire Peak. Each time an outer court disciple advanced to the inner court, 2 or 3 were typically from Furnace Fire Peak, highlighting the concentration of gifted individuals within the outer court of the Medicine Dead Valley. Su He, what brings you here? Is everything well at home? A middle-aged man emerged from one of the alchemy chambers with a genial smile. He exuded an aura of Nirvana realm, and although not the strongest in the Su family, his status was among the highest. Apart from the family head, he held the most significant authority. Su Yan had ignited a 5th-grade reincarnation fire seed in his youth, which greatly aided and enhanced his alchemy. Additionally, it possessed considerable offensive capabilities, though not comparable to the power of thunder. The true energy of reincarnation surpassed that of ordinary fire true energy, possessing both support and offensive capabilities. Su Yan was accepted as an outer court disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley at a young age, and had successfully become an elder of Furnace Fire Peak after over 50 years of cultivation. Second uncle, all is well at home. I have come because Weno has successfully ignited her martial fire seed, and it is of the 6th grade, fire attribute. Though it does not compare to your reincarnation fire, it should assist her in the path of alchemy. Su He replied respectfully. Really? That is splendid. Where's Wunner? Why did you not bring her along? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. A 6th-grade fire seed is among the top tier in the outer court, if all goes well. With decades of training, the Su family could gain another Nirvana realm cultivator. With good fortune, she might even reach the Yuandan realm in the future. Second uncle. We encountered some issues in Danyang Town. Su He quietly recounted the events. You mean an inner court disciple killed this Su He? Su Yan's expression gradually darkened. Second uncle, though my brother is unremarkable, he is still my father's flesh and blood. If this news were to reach back home, I understand. I will handle this matter. Coincidentally, a disciple from the inner court is seeking a furnace spirit pill from me. I will have him intervene and demand an explanation from the inner court. Su Yan spoke solemnly. Thank you, second uncle. Su He quickly nodded in gratitude. Elder Su Yan, have my pills been refined? A group of inner court disciples approached Su Yan with cheerful expressions. The foremost individual emanated an aura of the innate realm, while the others possessed comparable cultivation. Disciple Dongfang, You arrived just in time. The pills you requested have been completed, with a quality of around 4th grade, 10 exploding chi pills in total. Take a look. Su Yan's eyes glimmered as he produced a porcelain vial. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Mao eagerly accepted the vial, opened it to inspect, and a smile spread across his face. As expected of Elder Su Yan, you were able to refine 10 exploding chi pills in such a short time. After a moment, a hint of difficulty crossed Dongfang Mao's face. Elder Su Yan, regarding the 400 merit points I promised, could I delay the payment for some time? I am currently facing some financial constraints. An exploding chi pill costs 50 merit points when exchanged within the sect. Most individuals, if they have connections, would seek to have it refined by an elder they know, thereby reducing the cost to 40 merit points, saving a significant amount of money. The higher-ups of the Medicine Dead Valley had tacitly allowed for this practice. Not to worry. As long as you accompany me to a certain place, the 400 merit points will be waived. Su Yan smiled slightly. Waived? Dongfang Mao was taken aback, his eyes lighting up. Elder Su Yan, where do you wish for me to accompany you? Chapter 104. The Extraordinary Demon. A magnificent surge of innate thunderous energy coursed through the meridians, traversing the Tai Shi Divine Gate and the Innate Divine Gate, forming a complete cycle before returning to the Dan Si. With each cycle, a portion of the essence from the Great Return Pill was refined, augmenting the quantity of innate energy. Gradually, a colossal thunder dragon materialized behind Su Han, beneath whose feet rested a massive cauldron engulfed in roaring flames. In the adjacent room, Jun suddenly lifted her gaze toward the secluded area where Su Han meditated, her eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. How could this fellow's cultivation progress create such an uproar? The mingling of thunder and fire. Could he possibly be a dual fire seed? Jun murmured to herself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 3rd level of the innate realm. The final vestiges of the Great Return Pill's power were completely refined, and Su Han successfully ascended to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Throughout this cultivation process, Su Han simultaneously practiced the Thunder Body technique, allowing the innate energy to simultaneously refine his physical form during each cycle. Both his internal and external cultivation had been elevated, and compared to the moment he initially broke through to the 1st level of the innate realm, the innate energy within him had surged to 3 times its previous strength. His physical prowess had also finally transcended the confines of the 8 elephants, reaching the level of 10 elephants. Su Han contemplated that once he attained the 10th level of the innate realm and perfected the thunder summoning phase, his physical strength should ascend to the level of 16 elephants. It had been quite some time since the Su family had made any movements. Could it be that they were truly intimidated by the reputation of the inner courtyard disciples? Su Han stood up, stretching his limbs. And then a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The Su family has an elder residing in the outer courtyard. Logically, even if they dared not retaliate against the inner courtyard disciples, they should at least come to acknowledge faces, so they would know who their enemies are. Surely they wouldn't be so fearful as to avoid this necessary process. Master, someone has come to visit. Claiming to be Elder Su from the Furnace Fire Peak of the Medicine Dead Valley, a soft voice announced from outside the door, belonging to Xiaolon. Finally, they have arrived. Su Han chuckled lightly, opening the door to find a trace of concern etched on Xiaolon's brow. Where are they now? He inquired. In the reception hall, Xiaolon replied in a hushed tone. Keep an eye on the young lady, and inform her not to go to the reception hall. I will go alone, Su Han said with a smile. Understood, Master, Xiaolon nodded vigorously. In the reception hall, Su Yan and several others sat in grand chairs, sipping tea served by the attendants, while Su Hai stood behind Su Yan, his expression somber, faced with the imminent confrontation with the murderer of his brother. Su Hai wondered whether he could maintain a calm demeanor, uncertain whether he would be able to avenge his brother today. Elder Su Yan, did you say there resides an inner courtyard disciple here? Dongfang Mao surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. How could an inner courtyard disciple reside in such a modest abode? The spiritual energy here is scarcely sufficient. It is merely fit for ordinary folk. The individual claims to be an inner courtyard disciple and has presented a merit token unique to the inner courtyard. One would assume it to be genuine. No one would dare to brazenly impersonate an inner courtyard disciple within the bounds of our Medicine Dead Valley, would they? Su Yan replied. Brother Dongfang, Elder Su Yan speaks rightly. I am indeed curious as to whose residence this might be among the inner courtyard disciples, a voice chimed in. Belonging to a person seated beside Dongfang Mao, of similar age and emanating an innate aura. Within the inner courtyard, those who possessed innate cultivation were typically long-standing members, as newcomers were usually at the fetal breath stage, or even younger individuals were merely at the physical body stage. Individuals like Dongfang Mao and others were the backbone of the inner courtyard, each harboring 6 petal fire seeds. destined for future greatness and nirvana and the potential to touch the Yuan Dan realm. Yujin, we are here today to support Elder Su Yin. So when we meet that individual, do not offer him a pleasant demeanor, Dongfang Mao cautioned. This concerns a business of 400 merit points. If we do not present ourselves favorably, how could Su Yin exempt him from such a hefty amount? Upon hearing the term support, while Su Yin wore a smile, a flicker of indignation flashed in his eyes. The distinction between the inner and outer courtyards of the Medicine Dead Valley was stark, with elders of the Nirvana realm in the outer courtyard holding less real power than the inner courtyard disciples of the Innate realm. After all, inner courtyard disciples had the opportunity to study profound techniques of the 7th and even 8th ranks, while those in the outer courtyard were limited to the 5th rank at best. Moreover, when it came to the inheritance of alchemy, outer courtyard disciples often only learned 1st and 2nd rank techniques, whereas elders like him, from the Furnace Fire Peak, were only qualified to study 3rd and 4th rank techniques. Anything above the 5th rank required entrance into the inner courtyard for eligibility. By the way, Brother Yujin, Brother Dongfang, Elder Su Yin, have you heard that a junior sister has arrived at the Qingyun Peak, originally apprenticed under the esteemed Qing Wuzhenren, but ultimately taken in as a close disciple by the Valley Master? What? This is news to me. Ma Shidi, a disciple of the 7 Kills Peak, exclaimed. You should know the details better than us. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, directing their attention towards a tall and slender man with a horse-like face, whose cultivation was slightly weaker than Dongfang Mao and Yujin. To be taken in as a close disciple by the Valley Master? Su Hai's face registered shock. The Valley Master of the Medicine Dead Valley was a legendary figure, whose presence was as rare as a dragoness sighting. What sort of disciple could possibly earn such distinction? The only previous close disciple was the one renowned as the foremost of the younger generation in the Medicine Dead Valley. Recognized on the Su Inhuing list, Fang Yunyao, Ma Minlong whispered. I happened to overhear a few brothers discussing it. This junior sister's name is Zhan Tai Chi Xian, brought back by Qing Wuzhenren, and she possesses a 9-petal fire seed. It is said that at that moment, the fire seed heavenly steel emitted a rich purple-gold radiance, perhaps rivaling that of Brother Fang. Gasp! Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. The Brother Fang mentioned by Ma Minlong was a legendary figure within the Medicine Dead Valley. Originally named differently, he had changed his name to Yao Niao after igniting a 9-petal martial Dao fire seed. Subsequently, he joined the Medicine Dead Valley and was taken in as a close disciple by the Valley Master, rapidly advancing his martial prowess. Now, at merely 30 years of age, he stood at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Yuan Dan realm, with rumors suggesting he would soon step into the realm of martial sovereignty. If she truly possesses a 9-petal fire seed, it seems that it will not be long before another prodigy emerges from our Medicine Dead Valley. Dongfang Mao remarked with a complex expression. Suddenly, the mood among the group grew somber until Su Han entered the reception hall, prompting them to regain their composure, their gazes turning icy as they scrutinized him. Chapter 105 Silence. The man appeared unfamiliar, lacking the attire of an inner courtyard disciple. Is he truly a disciple of our Medicine Death Valley's inner courtyard? Eugene furrowed his brows and murmured. I have not seen him before. Dongfang Mao shook his head. Neither have I. Ma Minlong scrutinized Su Han from head to toe. Could he be an impostor? If so, I shall flay him alive today. Su Hai could not help but clench his fists, glaring fiercely at Su Han. Su Yin slowly rose, his gaze fixed on Su Han. The attendant beside him hastily moved behind Su Han, a flicker of fear in his eyes. I am Su Yin, an elder from the outer courtyard's Furnace Fire Peak. How do you address yourself? Su Yin spoke slowly. Jiaoying Peak, Su Han. Su Han replied with a faint smile. Jiaoying Peak? So, he is merely an outer courtyard disciple, Dongfang Mao sneered. If that is the case, my younger brother's vendetta can be avenged today. Su Hai's eyes instantly brimmed with unabashed murderous intent. I recall that the Peak Master of Jiaoying Peak has only 2 disciples. One has already ascended to Nirvana and joined the 7 Kills Peak, while the other is merely at the 10th level of the Innate realm, with little hope of ever achieving Nirvana due to possessing a 3rd-grade fire seed. Are you a newly accepted disciple of Peak Master Zhou? Ma Minlong's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, I just recently joined Medicine Death Valley. Su Han smiled. Su Han, do you know your crimes? Su Yin suddenly bellowed. His voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Elder, must we not speak civilly? Why shout like a mad dog? Are you here to frighten others without compensation? Su Han's expression darkened. If you have grievances, please articulate them clearly, rather than barking aimlessly. You. Su Yin nearly choked in rage, his face turning a deep crimson. Allow me to clarify, Junior Brother Su. A few days ago, did you not kill Su He, Elder Su Yin's nephew? Dongfang Mao rose, his eyes glinting with urgency. Having assumed Su Han was an inner courtyard disciple, He was taken aback to discover he was merely an imposter. If Su Han remained silent now, their prior agreement of 400 merit points would surely be nullified. Oh, you mean that debauched scion of the Su family? Yes, I killed him. So what? Su Han replied nonchalantly. Truly audacious. That was Elder Su Yan's nephew. And you killed him without a second thought? Dongfang Mao shouted furiously. A mere outer courtyard disciple. How dare you act with such brazen impunity? Who granted you the audacity to strike down the innocent? Are you unaware of the outer courtyard's rules? Eugene sneered. Interesting. Who said I was merely an outer courtyard disciple? Su Han responded with a faint smile. Did you not just claim to be a disciple of Jiuyin Peak? Dongfang Mao frowned slightly. I am indeed a disciple of Jiuyin Peak, but simultaneously, I am also an inner courtyard disciple, Su Han said, lifting his arm slowly to reveal a merit token adorned with golden edges, which appeared before the astonished crowd. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback. The expressions on Dongfang Mao and the others shifted to one of disbelief. Su Yin furrowed his brow, gazing at the merit token, despite his reluctance to accept it. There was no denying its authenticity. Impossible. You are a disciple of Jiuyin Peak. How can you also be an inner courtyard disciple? Ma Minlong remarked. Even your senior brother Zhou Huayu only became an inner courtyard disciple after breaking through to nirvana. You are merely at the innate realm. I understand now. Your merit token is suspicious. Speak. Have you harmed any inner courtyard disciple? Dongfang Mao's expression turned grave, and the crowd gasped at his conjecture. For such incidents had indeed occurred before. By heavens. Eugene and Ma Minlong instinctively rose, surrounding Su Han. Su Yin even unsheathed a long sword, which radiated the aura of a fourth-grade divine weapon, flames roaring atop it. In Medicine Death Valley, 9 out of 10 practitioners possess fire attribute seeds. You wish to know why I am an inner courtyard disciple? Su Han chuckled softly. It is quite simple. One merely needs to possess a 9th-grade fire seed. A colossal cauldron, ablaze with fierce flames, floated behind Su Han, and the crowd immediately felt an overwhelming presence emanating from it. 9th-grade fire seed? Dongfang Mao and the others were momentarily stunned. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at the cauldron. Unfortunately, the grade of a fire seed could only be assessed by the fire seed heavenly steel, relying solely on visual judgment and personal experience. The crowd could not ascertain the truth of Su Han's claim. However, given his status as a Jiuyin Peak disciple possessing an inner courtyard token, they dared not gamble. If Su Han truly possessed a 9th-grade fire seed, they would not even dare to lay a finger on him. You claim this is a 9th-grade fire seed. What proof do you have? Su Yin began to inquire slowly. Silence. If you seek proof, go find Zhuo Wuji, seek my master, find the Qingwu real person. Consult the Qingyun Peak master, or approach the Jiang Academy head. I have no time to indulge in your trivialities. Since you have come today, let us settle the score from before. Su Han retracted the fire seed, coldly gazing at Su Yin. Hearing Su Han mention so many notable figures, Dongfang Mao and the others became increasingly uneasy. Zhuo Wuji and Zhou Tao were one thing, but the Qingyun Peak master, Qingwu real person, and Jiang Academy head were all figures they needed to revere. Could this youth truly possess a 9th-grade fire seed? The trio exchanged glances, instantly falling silent. Your Su family has truly raised a detestable creature, one who would not spare even my 3-year-old sister, brazenly abducting innocent women in broad daylight. Had I not arrived in time, he would have brought calamity upon your Su family. Su Han pointed at Su Yin, a cold smile gracing his lips. Calamity upon the family. Su Yin's expression fluctuated, while Su Hai clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Su Han. Hearing Su Han label Su He as worse than a beast nearly drove him to strike. Wait, Elder Su Yin, are you saying that Su He? Dongfang Mao suddenly interjected, his expression darkening. Why did you not clarify this matter earlier? Which disciple of Medicine Death Valley does not have family outside? If anyone can act against those close to us, what use is it to join Medicine Death Valley? Eugene and Ma Minlong also bore expressions of anger. Today, they had become pawns for Su Yin, but the crucial point was that the opponent was likely a top-tier prodigy with a 9th-grade fire seed. Su He had not known Su Han's identity, and moreover, he had not committed an irreparable mistake. Su Yan's expression grew grim. Oh, are you suggesting I should not have acted? Just because I arrived in time to prevent him from making a move? Su Han scoffed. Elder Su Yin, you are mistaken regarding this matter. Dongfang Mao shook his head. I will return those 400 merit points to you soon. Today, we 3 shall not intervene further. After a pause, Dongfang Mao looked at Su Han, cupping his hands with a smile. Junior brother Su, it was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you will forgive us. It was a misunderstanding. Once clarified, it is resolved. There is no need for brother Dongfang to take it to heart, Su Han replied with a faint smile. This scene left Su Yin sighing deeply within. Today, Seeking vengeance for Suhi seemed hopeless, and he would even need to contemplate how to extricate himself unscathed. Chapter 106. The great thunder-sound fist Dongfang Mao and his companions did not leave immediately, but chose to observe the unfolding situation. Elder Su Yan, has your Su family begun to disregard the apothecary's dead valley? Do you dare to lay hands on the relatives of inner court disciples? Su Han inquired with a faint smile. Su Yan's expression shifted slightly, and after a brief silence, he replied softly, I had not fully grasped the situation. If the truth is as you say, then my nephew's death bears no relation to you. Su Shiji. Uncle? Su Hai's face flushed with humiliation as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Enough. This matter began with Su Hi's rudeness. Our Su family is not a clan that disregards reason. You two have not comprehended the truth, which is why you sought me out. There is no need for further discussion, Su Yan snapped, casting a sharp glare at Su Hai. Su Hai immediately fell silent. Since Elder Su Yan is so reasonable, I shall take my leave. If there are no further matters, I bid you farewell, Su Han remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Su Shidi, we shall take our leave. Dongfang Mao and his companions hastily bowed and departed. As the crowd dispersed, Su Hai paused at the gate. His eyes filled with venomous resentment as he glared at Su Han, seemingly determined to imprint his visage in his mind. This is not good, Su Yan thought anxiously. Indeed. A terrifying aura suddenly surged from Su Han's direction, causing Dongfang Mao and his companions to halt in shock and turn around. Su Han unleashed his Fang Tianhua halberd, appearing before Su Hai in an instant, delivering a ferocious strike. With the power of 10 elephants, innate thunderous energy, and a 5th-grade halberd, the combined force was beyond mere arithmetic. With a sickening sound, Su Hai stumbled back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground, his right arm severed, the wound charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Had it not been for Su Yan's timely intervention, the previous attack would have struck him directly. Su Hai, a first-level innate realm expert, possessed his own innate energy, yet just moments ago, his defenses had been as fragile as paper, shattered in a single move. What incredible speed! What kind of halberd technique is this? Dongfang Mao and his companions marveled in astonishment. Even more shocking was their realization that this halberd had surpassed the limits of 4th-grade weapons, clearly a 5th-grade divine weapon. In the apothecary's dead valley, only the elder of the Yuandan realm could wield such a weapon. In the inner court, only Fang Yonyo had been once granted a 5th-grade divine weapon during his nirvana realm, and no one else had ever set such a precedent. Su Shiji. What is the meaning of this? Su Yan stepped forward, blocking Su Han's path and fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. Although a flicker of shock lingered in his eyes, the speed of the earlier attack had caught even him off guard. If Su Han were a nirvana realm expert, it might have seemed reasonable. Yet, Su Han was merely in the innate realm, a chasm of difference separating them. And Su Yan felt as though his own vision struggled to keep pace with Su Han's speed. His fire seed must be of the 9th grade. Dongfang Mao and his companions were certain of this conclusion. Your earlier gaze seemed to swallow me whole. It appears your Su family has not learned from past mistakes. Must it come to the point of annihilation before you reflect upon your actions? Su Han remarked coolly. Rest assured, Su Shiji, our Su family will not seek revenge for Su Hi's incident. I swear here, should I violate this vow, I shall bear all consequences, Su Yan stated solemnly. I naturally trust Elder Su, but this fellow seems quite unwilling to acknowledge his faults, Su Han observed, his eyes glinting with mild ridicule as he gazed down at Su Hai. I understand now. Su Yan nodded slightly and turned to Su Hai. Apologize to Su Shiji. Su Hai's face turned pale, as if he were caught in a fierce internal battle, struggling for several moments before, filled with humiliation and anger. He bowed his head and admitted, I was wrong. I hope you will forgive me. What did you say? I could not hear you, Su Han replied indifferently. Su Hai's expression darkened, and after gritting his teeth, he raised his voice. I was wrong. I hope you will forgive me. Now I can hear you clearly, Su Han said with a smile, nodding approvingly. Very well. I shall temporarily forgive you. You may leave now. Su Yan swiftly led Su Hai away, who dared not linger or act impulsively, having lost an arm, which had turned to char, a devastating blow for any warrior. Dongfang Mao and his companions again bowed to Su Han from a distance before hastily departing. Once everyone had left, Junjun finally appeared alongside Xiaolan. The Su family's affairs should be concluded for now, Su Han remarked with a smile. If they were not confident in killing me, they would not dare to seek trouble here again. Are you returning to the apothecary's dead valley? Junjun asked with a smile. Yes. I have been out for a few days. It is time to return. My master's task remains unfinished, and I must return to refine a batch of pills and undergo an assessment, Su Han replied cheerfully. Wait another day, Junjun hesitated. Su Han's eyes flickered. You possess innate thunderous energy. Your fire seed must be of the thunder attribute? In the room, Junjun sat on the edge of the bed, her hands resting on the frame, her feet gently kicking. Indeed, it is of the thunder attribute, Su-Han confirmed with a nod. I have a set of fist techniques that align perfectly with the thunder attribute, named Great Thunder Sound Fist. This technique is of the 7th grade. Not a legacy from the ancient demon Thunder Beast clan, but something I acquired from a certain place. I have never demonstrated it after mastering it. Even if you learn it, no one will recognize our connection. Junjun smiled. I am uncertain how long I can live. The ancient demon Thunder Beast's legacy cannot be passed to humans, but this set of fist techniques poses no issue. 7th grade fist techniques? Su-Han was taken aback. You wish to teach me? Are you willing to learn? Junjun smiled. Of course, but with my current cultivation level, how many strikes could I execute with a 7th grade technique? Su-Han said with a wry smile. Even a single strike could catch your opponent off guard. To truly master the Great Thunder Sound Fist, one must at least reach the Yuan Dan realm. Junjun replied with a smile. With your talent, I believe a day is sufficient for you to learn this technique. I wonder if I should take you as my master. Su-Han looked at Junjun with an odd expression, regardless of your true age, in my eyes. You are merely a little girl. I cannot take a little girl as my master. Chapter 107. Qingling Peak, you need not worship me as a master. I have no intention of taking you as my disciple, Junjun remarked, rolling her eyes. The Great Thunder Fist comprises 7 forms, each escalating in difficulty geometrically. For an ordinary martial artist, it is likely that they would only master the first 3 forms in a lifetime. However, Su-Han was different. After Junjun elucidated the essence of the technique, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 7th grade martial skill Great Thunder Fist. Would you like to learn it now? Yes. A flicker of determination ignited in Su-Han's gaze, and in an instant, his aura transformed, becoming distinctly formidable. Thunderbolts manifested in the void, drawn to him and clinging to his skin, while a resonant sound of thunder reverberated through his bones. Has he already mastered the first form? Junjun was taken aback. Just as she concluded her explanation of the Great Thunder Fist, the sound of thunder emanated from Su-Han's bones, a clear indication of his initiation into the technique. Little girl, I feel as though I cannot even execute the first form. If I attempt to force it, I might suffer severe injuries. Su-Han admitted with a wry smile as the thunderous resonance gradually faded and his aura returned to calm. Indeed, you are merely at the innate stage. Perhaps at the 10th level of innate stage, you could barely execute the first form. However, the cost of doing so beforehand would be steep, potentially equating to the damage inflicted upon your adversary by your first form, Junjun acknowledged with a nod. Su-Han sighed inwardly. His fire seed was of the 9th grade supreme variety, comparable to the legendary 10th grade fire seed. Even during the fetal breath stage, his vitality was extraordinary. Now, at the 3rd level of innate stage, the innate energy within him was more robust than that of some at the 6th level. Nevertheless, he sensed that he would have to pay a considerable price to execute the first form of the Great Thunder Fist. In contrast, the Thunder Spear technique was more forgiving. Perhaps due to its requirement to be executed with the Feng Tianhua halberd, which provided divine assistance, thus imposing less demand on the practitioner. With Su-Han's current strength, executing it multiple times would pose no problem. Your talent is somewhat beyond my expectations, Junjun remarked softly as she gazed at Su-Han. Had I been in my prime and encountered a youth of your caliber, I might have been compelled to eliminate you. Are you suggesting that upon merely seeing me, you would seek my demise? That seems rather unjust, Su-Han replied with a peculiar expression. Your kind is no different. Otherwise, why would Gong Yin risk his life to eliminate me? We are merely 2 sides of the same coin, Junjun smiled faintly. Over the years, although there has not been significant warfare between the human race and the barbaric demons, the clandestine strife persists, marked by a relentless cycle of vendetta. These conflicts may remain hidden, yet they are tacitly permitted by the 6 great heavenly emperors. Speaking of which, have you encountered the dragon emperor of your barbaric kin? Su-Han's curiosity was piqued as he inquired, as a martial king, you should possess the qualifications to meet the dragon emperor, no? Even an 8th grade barbaric demon must consider the dragon emperor's disposition before seeking an audience. As a mere 7th grade demon, I lack the requisite qualifications for such an encounter. Junjun chuckled, shaking her head. What level of power do the 6 great heavenly emperors possess? An 8th grade barbaric demon is already comparable to a formidable practitioner. Is there an entirely different realm beyond this? Su-Han questioned. There likely is, otherwise. Why would they be designated as heavenly emperors while others remain merely at the level of Dharma body? The secrets of this realm are not comprehensible until one reaches that pinnacle, Junjun explained. One day, I shall unravel these mysteries. Su-Han mused. Glancing at the sky, time was fleeting. Having learned the Great Thunder Fist, he decided to return to the Valley of Medicinal Death. Be cautious with that divine weapon of yours. It is likely that our appearances in the Taiying Mountains have already been observed in the vast world of Jianghu. If recognized, even the Valley of Medicinal Death may not shield you, and the great immortal dynasty will undoubtedly be furious, Junjun cautioned. I will exercise caution, Su Han assured with a smile. In the Valley of Medicinal Death, at the Ninein Peak, upon returning, Su Han first sought out Qin Su to inquire about how to earn merit points. He then approached an unclaimed mountain peak known as Qingling Peak, which was tacitly allowed to exist as a black market within the Valley of Medicinal Death, regardless of merit points or other items. Most disciples of the Valley of Medicinal Death frequented this place to trade, including certain inner courtyard disciples. As he ascended the path, Su Han observed numerous stalls lining the way, selling medicinal pills, spiritual materials, spiritual fruits, and even finished divine weapons, though none were of high rank. We discovered a perilous location within the barbaric Demon Mountains, suspected to house a 4th-grade spiritual herb. However, it is guarded by barbaric demons. We are gathering several innate stage brothers and sisters. All spoils will be distributed based on contribution. A stall featured 2 men and a woman, all at the innate stage, with the woman initiating the conversation, drawing a crowd of outer courtyard disciples. Some were at the fetal breath stage, others at the innate stage. Yet upon hearing about the barbaric Demon Mountains, most shook their heads and departed. No one could ascertain the dangers lurking there, and for a mere 4th-grade spiritual herb, who would risk their safety without any initial reward? Su Han also shook his head and turned to another stall. How much for this spiritual material? He inquired. Displayed before him was a fiery red stone, identified by the system as a 4th-grade spiritual material. If the seller was unaware of its worth, he could seize an opportunity. This 4th-grade spiritual material is not for sale. The stall owner, a young man appearing around 15 or 16, was not yet at the innate stage, but already at the 10th level of fetal breath. This indicated the exceptional talent present among the outer courtyard disciples of the Valley of Medicinal Death. Then why display it here? Su Han furrowed his brow slightly. If someone can forge it into a divine weapon, I can offer 500 merit points. The young man hesitated before responding. 500 merit points for a 4th-grade divine weapon, even if you provide the materials. The price for a divine weapon craftsman's services would start at 800 merit points. Someone scoffed. 500 merit points, calculated at the rate of 2,500 taels of silver per point, amounts to 125,000 taels. A divine weapon craftsman would earn considerably more for a single commission. Su Han's eyes glimmered with realization. It was no wonder that even Chun Chi-Tai from the Juyang Academy had coveted the Fong Tianhua halberd in his possession. Crafting such a divine weapon would likely cost no less than 2 million taels in total. I know a divine weapon craftsman who might assist you, Su Han smiled. The young man displayed a hint of surprise, then regarded Su Han with skepticism. Nearby, someone promptly mocked, "What nonsense. No divine weapon craftsman would ever lower their price." Chapter 108. None of your business. Upon hearing the jeers from the crowd, the young man immediately displayed a wary expression, as if Su Han were a charlatan. "What business is it of yours if I converse with him?" Su Han remarked, casting a casual glance at the youth to his left, who also radiated an aura of innate mastery. Among the outer disciples, the ratio of those at the innate level to those at the fetal breath stage was roughly 3 to 7. Those who advanced beyond that, into the nirvana realm, would either gain entry into the inner court or become elders or deacons. There were also some outer disciples still in the physical realm, typically of tender age, who were seldom permitted by their masters to venture into the world or linger in the outer court. "I fear that this junior brother may be deceived by you." The young man scoffed, then turned to the newcomer. "This piece is fire copper, isn't it? Given its size, it's sufficient to forge a longsword. I'll take it for 100 merit points. How does that sound? 4th-tier spirit material, 100 merit points. Brother Wang is quite fair." "Junior brother, I suggest you sell it," someone chimed in. "Indeed, you've been here for almost a month now, and despite your daily visits, you haven't found anyone to help forge it into a divine weapon. Rather than squander your time, you should sell it to Brother Wang." The young man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Ever since he acquired the fire copper, he had longed to forge it into a 4th-tier divine weapon, knowing that once he advanced to the innate realm, possessing such a weapon would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess, surpassing many of his peers. Unfortunately, the few master craftsmen in the outer court demanded at least 800 merit points to undertake such a task. He had only 500 merit points, a sum accumulated through years of diligent effort, much of which had been purchased by his family with real gold and silver. The remaining 300 would take him at least 5 or 6 years to gather. The normal value for 4th-tier spirit material should be 150 merit points. The young man murmured. Upon hearing this, Wang He sneered. "Indeed, that's the amount required to exchange at the sect. However, look around at Qingling Peak. Who would spend 150 to buy your fire copper? If the forging fails, you'd be losing 950 merit points. With that many merit points, you could already purchase a 4th-tier divine weapon outright. Those at the Nirvana realm, once they reach the Yuan Dan realm and obtain a 5th-tier divine weapon, often sell off their previous 4th-tier ones, usually at a more reasonable price. Don't sell it. If you trust me, hold on to it for a few days. I'll find someone to help you forge it into a 4th-tier divine weapon for 500 merit points, Su Han said with a gentle smile. Brother, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? The young man remained skeptical. He understood that asking for 500 merit points for forging a 4th-tier divine weapon was already an exceptionally low price. He was merely hoping for a stroke of luck at Qingling Peak. If someone truly agreed, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Junior brother, do you really trust him? What a joke. 500 merit points. Do you even know which master craftsman in the academy he is acquainted with? Wang He looked at Su Han with derision. I've told you, my transaction with him is between the two of us. Kindly refrain from meddling, Su Han replied coolly, turning his gaze towards Wang He. Brother, you want me to wait a few days? The young man asked suddenly. At least 7 or 8 days. Or up to half a month, Su Han answered with a smile. All right, Chapter 109. Black Dragon Fish Brother Tian. Are you concerned that they might turn the tables? Peng Yushang's gaze flickered slightly. Tian Qinghua nodded in agreement, expressing his genuine concern. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting deep contemplation. Upon returning to Juyin Peak, Su Han sought out Chen Su, inquiring if she would accompany him the following day to the barbarian demon mountains. Junior brother, I was actually planning to seek a nirvana flower there. I will join you tomorrow, Chen Su replied with a smile. As Su Han was a prized disciple of Zhou Tao, it was only natural for her, as a senior sister, to offer assistance. She feared that if Su Han ventured alone with unfamiliar outer courtyard disciples, he might encounter unforeseen troubles. Nirvana flower? Su Han's curiosity was piqued. Is it for concocting a nirvana pill? The nirvana pill, a 4th-grade elixir, commanded a market price that far exceeded that of ordinary 5th-grade pills, even rivaling some 6th-grade ones. This pill served a singular purpose, to enhance the probability of nirvana for warriors at the pinnacle of the innate realm by a notable 30%, making it highly sought after by martial artists across the land. For someone like Chen Su, who possessed only a 3rd-grade fire seed, achieving nirvana independently was exceedingly difficult. However, possessing a nirvana pill would alter her fate entirely. In the Valley of Medicinal Death, even merit points could not procure such a pill, as those who obtained it typically consumed it themselves or bequeathed it to their juniors, rarely selling it. Indeed, this time of year marks the blossoming of the nirvana flower. If luck is on my side and I can gather a few, I can request Master to refine them into nirvana pills, Chen Su beamed. Regrettably, the classification of pills has not been unlocked. Otherwise, I could directly exchange divine emperor coins for the nirvana pill, Su Han mused inwardly. By the way, there is another matter. Chen Su's gaze sharpened as she produced a celestial symbol. You must be aware of the celestial realm? Just yesterday, I came across a post in the celestial Jianghu that claimed the Grand Prince of Su Nation, Su Han, publicly killed a disciple from the Qinglong Academy in the capital before countless witnesses. Is this true or false? It should be true, Su Han chuckled lightly. Be cautious, junior brother. Although the Qinglong Academy will not act against Su Nation, they are already aware of your affiliation with the Valley of Medicinal Death. It won't be long before someone comes looking for you, Chen Su warned. Oh, do they intend to send a Nirvana realm expert to eliminate me? Su Han furrowed his brow. That would not be the case. As a disciple traversing the Jianghu, one's life and death are in the hands of fate. Even if Su Shiwan perished at your hands, it was during a duel. Unless it is an ambush or deception, the Qinglong Academy will only dispatch warriors of comparable strength for retribution, and this incident will likely not attract the attention of the higher-ups. However, Chen Su paused momentarily. The Su family possesses a formidable legal avatar, and I worry that someone within their ranks may act recklessly. With a smile, Chen Su reassured him. But fear not. As long as you remain within the valley, they will not dare to act impulsively. That is of no concern, Su Han replied with a smile. If they truly dare to avenge Su Shiwan, as long as they are not of the Nirvana realm, I have nothing to fear. The following day, Su Han and Chen Su made their way to Qingling Peak. Upon finding Yi Qian and her companions, they discovered 3 additional outer courtyard disciples accompanying them, all of whom were also innate realm experts. Junior brother Su, I apologize, but our numbers are sufficient, and you have come in vain. Yi Qian expressed regret upon seeing Su Han. Tian Qinghua and Peng Yushang exchanged glances with Chen Su and soon recognized her identity. So it is senior sister Chen Su, Tian Qinghua said, a smile gracing his face as he nodded in respect. Su-han detected a trace of disdain in their gazes, which he believed Chen Su also noticed. Yet, she remained unperturbed, responding with a calm nod. Does this mean you no longer require the two of us? Su-han inquired with a smile. Apologies, junior brother Su. Peng Yushang said with an awkward grin. Not an issue, senior sister. Let us take our leave, Su-han replied cheerfully. Indeed, Chen Su nodded slightly. After their departure, Tian Xinghua could not suppress a chuckle. So that fellow is a disciple of Juyin Peak. I was wondering who his senior sister was. Chen Su possesses only a third-grade fire seed, and had it not been for the countless elixirs Master Zhou has provided her over the years, she might not have reached her current level of cultivation, Peng Yushang remarked lightly. Let us not dwell on this. Since everyone is here, shall we set off? Yi Qian suggested with a smile. Very well, let us depart. The barbarian demon mountains of the Chang'an dynasty lay approximately 200 miles from the Valley of Medicinal Death. Su-han and Chen Su swiftly entered the mountains. Junior brother, you must have slain numerous barbarian demons in Su Nation, correct? Chen Su inquired with a smile. Indeed. I have dispatched many, Su-han affirmed with a nod. This place differs from the barbarian demon mountains in Su Nation. Here, one might frequently encounter third or even fourth-tier barbarian demons. Exercise caution, and if you encounter a fourth-tier barbarian demon, flee towards the sect, Chen Su advised. Understood. Su-han responded with a smile. Chen Su seemed well acquainted with the paths within the barbarian demon mountains, expertly guiding Su-han for half a day until they arrived at a large pool. The water of the pool was pitch black. Not murky, but as if the bottom itself were dark, casting the water in deep shades of black. The surface area of the pool was expansive, seemingly boundless. This is known as Black Dragon Pool. During this season, several nirvana flowers bloom nearby, so we must remain vigilant. It is said that beneath Black Dragon Pool lies a fourth-tier barbarian demon, though it is usually asleep and rarely strays far from the waters. Let us avoid disturbing it, Chen Su warned, smiling. In addition, Black Dragon Pool is home to a type of fish that, while not a barbarian demon, is valuable for medicinal use. Worth 10 merit points each. If we get the chance, we should gather some. Not a barbarian demon, yet worth 10 merit points? Su-han was momentarily taken aback. Then curiously asked, Senior sister, what is the name of this fish? What elixirs can it be used for? It is called Black Dragon Fish, and it can be used to concoct several elixirs, one of which is the explosive chi pill. This pill is quite beneficial for you at present. While it may not be as effective as during the fetal breath stage, it can still save you several years of arduous training, Chen Su explained. So, it is an ingredient for the explosive chi pill. No wonder it holds such value, Su-han mused internally, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The area around the Black Dragon Pool was bustling with figures, leaving him uncertain whether they sought the nirvana flowers or aimed to catch the Black Dragon fish. Suddenly, a series of bubbles erupted from the distant water's surface. With quick reflexes, Chen Su reached out and caught a small black fish soaring through the air, heading toward their direction. Chapter 110. The Nirvana Flower. With a splash, the Black Dragon fish landed before the two, thrashing on the ground. Chen Su produced a pouch from seemingly nowhere and placed the fish inside. The pouch, woven from ice silk, would keep the Black Dragon fish alive for the time being. Should it perish, its value would diminish significantly. Here, Chen Su said, handing the pouch to Su-han with a smile. I have nothing to offer you, so please accept this ice silk pouch. You're far too kind, senior sister, Su-han replied, waving his hands dismissively. Are you looking down on this ice silk pouch? Is it too inexpensive for you? Chen Su teased with a playful smile. With a wry smile, Su-han accepted the pouch. Thank you, senior sister. Today has been fortunate for us. Normally, Black Dragon fish do not surface and can only be caught through special means. Sometimes it takes 10 days or even half a month to catch one. Chen Su laughed lightly. Even so, many martial artists from outside sneak here. But once discovered by the disciples of the Medicine Dead Valley, they are swiftly expelled. A single Black Dragon fish is equivalent to 25,000 taels of silver, and they cannot afford to interfere. For ordinary martial artists, if they manage to catch one in a month, they could buy 10 third-grade chi condensation pills. No wonder this place is contracted by the Medicine Dead Valley, prohibiting outsiders from carelessly treading here. The value of the Black Dragon Pool is immeasurable. Su-han's eyes gleamed slightly. The Black Dragon fish rarely surfaced, and given the color of the pool, even those in the Nirvana realm would find it difficult to discern. However, he was different. With the purple extreme demon eyes activated, he could easily detect the presence of the Black Dragon fish. Thus, by calculating the refractive index of light, he could effortlessly catch the fish with a thin line and a steel needle. This was a method to amass wealth in a short time, in broad daylight. Such a technique would be too conspicuous. It would be better to wait until nightfall to act. Junior brother Su, Chen Su, who had been surveying the surroundings, suddenly exclaimed, "What is it, senior sister?" Su-Han inquired, momentarily taken aback. "I've spotted a nirvana flower. Let us go and pluck it. You take it back, while I remain to fend off others," Chin-Su said, her expression turning serious. "Fend off others? But senior sister, aren't all the disciples of the Medicine Dead Valley around here? Would they dare to attack?" Su-Han furrowed his brow. While they wouldn't dare to kill, once outside the Medicine Dead Valley, even fellow disciples are not bound by affection. Seizing the flower would not violate sect rules. As long as it does not result in death, Chin-Su explained. Once the nirvana flower blooms, it emits a unique fragrance, so I expect others will soon converge here. Su-Han indeed detected a distinctive aroma in the air and promptly followed Chin-Su toward the location of the nirvana flower. In just a few moments, they arrived before a vividly blooming nirvana flower, accompanied by a dozen other figures. Everyone stood at their respective positions, greedily gazing at the flower while casting wary glances around them. Aside from them, several disciples at the fetal breath realm or the corporeal realm were gradually gathering, their expressions complex as they looked at the nirvana flower, a hint of regret flickering in their eyes, with innate realm seniors intervening. These disciples had no chance of claiming the nirvana flower. What a pity to arrive a moment too late, Chin-Su sighed inwardly. Among the newcomers, there were a few at the innate realm 10th level, while the rest seemed to be at the 7th or 8th level. A handful matched Su-Han's level, so even if she and Su-Han teamed up, they would not hold an advantage in this situation. Esteemed colleagues, I only need a single nirvana pill to advance to the nirvana realm. May I request some leniency from you? A young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, smiled and cupped his hands toward the crowd. He was one of the few innate realm 10th level disciples. Zhang Kuan, within the outer sect. Countless brothers and sisters are stuck at the innate realm 10th level. Why should we let this flower be yours? Someone scoffed disdainfully. Enough noise. There are only 4 of us at the innate realm 10th level. Let us compete and determine the rightful owner of this flower. As for the rest, kindly yield for now. Your cultivation is insufficient for the nirvana flower. A burly youth, resembling a small bull, rumbled. Nangong makes a valid point. Let us yield for now. The other outer sect disciples below the 10th level hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to step back. Had there not been innate realm 10th level disciples present, they would have fought fiercely for the flower, as its worth was enough to risk their lives. However, over the years, a tacit rule had emerged in the Black Dragon Pool. When innate realm 10th level individuals were present, those below that level could not contest. The crowd did not wish to disrupt this rule. After all, they too aspired to reach the innate realm 10th level one day. If they broke it now, it would hinder their future advancement to the nirvana realm. Junior brother, guard my position. Chin-Su smiled at Su-Han. Su-Han nodded and stepped back to the outer circle. Immediately, only 4 figures remained near the nirvana flower: Chin-Su, Zhang Kuan, Nangong, and another innate realm 10th level martial artist. Sister Chin, I have heard you have consumed 3 nirvana pills and yet have not broken through to the nirvana realm. Why waste such a precious resource? Would it not be better to withdraw from this contest? Before the battle commenced, the other 3 exchanged glances, and Zhang Kuan smiled at Chin-Su. 3 pills consumed? Su-Han's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, Chin-Su's aptitude seemed somewhat lacking. However, her ability to reach the innate realm at around 30 years of age with a 3rd-grade fire seed was something even the 4th-grade fire seed user, Nangong Yu, could not match. Conversely, if Nangong Yu had access to the resources Chin-Su currently possessed, he may well have surpassed the fetal breath stage and reached the nirvana realm by now. Countless martial artists fought to join these top-tier factions for good reason. And if I refuse to withdraw? Chin-Su replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 men shared awkward chuckles. Since Sister Chun insists on contending for the nirvana flower, let us abide by the rules. I shall be your opponent. If you lose, you must leave and refrain from further attempts at seizing it, Zhang Kuan said with a smile. I have long heard of Sister Chin's reputation, and today I finally have the chance to learn from you. It is a blessing for me. Nangong and the other man exchanged glances, their gazes toward Chin-Su tinged with faint disdain. They had entered the sect after her, and while she was already at the innate realm 10th level, they had been merely at the 4th or 5th level. Now, they believed their cultivation surpassed hers, and they had a better chance of breaking into the nirvana realm in the future. Someone like Chin-Su, possessing a 3rd-grade fire seed, would not have lasted so long in the Medicine Dead Valley without the protection of Zhou Tao. Chapter 111. Unexpected complications. Without further ado, let us commence the battle. Chin-Su gazed calmly at Zhang Kuan. Upon hearing her words, strands of innate vital energy surged forth from Zhang Kuan, weaving themselves into a suit of armor around him. Simultaneously, he summoned his own 3rd-tier divine weapon, a long blade emanating fierce flames. Within the Valley of the Dead, Most disciples possessed fire seeds of the fire attribute, yet among them existed various kinds. Zhang Kuan's fire seed bore the name Nether Flame, which, when manifested, did not emit warmth but instead enveloped those nearby in a chilling aura. However, upon contact with even the tiniest spark, one would discover the true temperature of the Nether Flame, which was several times higher than that of ordinary flames. Indeed, Brother Zhang's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. I recall that he is merely 26 years old this year, having entered the sect over a decade ago. With such cultivation, it is conceivable that he may become an elder of the Yuan Dan realm in a few decades. Whispers of astonishment circulated among the onlookers. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of Zhang Kuan's mouth. The Yuan Dan realm was undoubtedly his lifelong ambition, while aspirations for higher echelons such as martial sovereign, martial king, or even the Dharma body were not within his contemplation. The grade of one's fire seed determined everything. There had indeed been instances of individuals with fifth-tier fire seeds who ultimately ascended to the rank of martial king. However, such occurrences were the result of countless opportunities and innate talents that were exceedingly rare, making them outliers rather than the norm. Whoosh! Just as the crowd marveled at Zhang Kuan's formidable strength, Chen Su had inexplicably appeared before him, a long sword radiating an icy aura poised at his throat. Such incredible speed. Suhan's gaze flickered. The thunder halberd technique was also renowned for its swiftness and ferocity, yet in that fleeting moment, he sensed that Chen Su's speed surpassed even that of the thunder halberd technique. It could not merely be a 6th-tier martial skill, it was at least 5th tier. With a primary focus on speed, Suhan mused. Had it not been for Zhou Tao's violation of sect rules in imparting the mid-level techniques of the Valley of the Dead to Chen Su, it would have been clear that she possessed her own fortuitous opportunities. Zhang Kuan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Unable to believe he had been defeated in the very first move. Gritting his teeth, he admitted with reluctance, I was careless. With that, he sheathed his divine weapon and turned to exit the arena. Niu Meng and another innate pinnacle disciple exchanged uncertain glances, though they had heard of Chen Su. Today marked the first time they witnessed her in action. Expressions of surprise adorned the faces of the outer disciples as their gazes toward Chen Su transformed entirely. Acknowledgement. With a gentle smile, Chen Su's attention shifted to Niu Meng and his companion. It is your turn now. Before long, after exchanging 100 blows, Niu Meng narrowly claimed victory. However, no joy surfaced upon his visage, for he sensed no assurance against Chen Su. Sister Chen, please show mercy. Niu Meng chuckled with a hint of trepidation. Very well. Chen Su nodded slightly. In the next instant, she reappeared before Niu Meng, who seemed prepared, before she could strike. He anticipated her move. His hand suddenly donned a pair of gauntlets, erupting with flames forged from innate vital energy as he swung his fist toward Chen Su. He struck true. A glimmer of delight crossed Niu Meng's face. Yet in the next moment, he realized that Chen Su's figure had dissipated like a reflection upon a lake, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck. Niu Meng's expression stiffened slightly as he turned his head to discover Chen Su standing behind him. Her presence unnoticed until now. What a pity. Niu Meng sighed internally and forced a smile. Sister, I concede. He understood that had they faced each other directly, their cultivations were nearly equal, and he might even be closer to the Nirvana realm than Chen Su. Yet her speed was simply too overwhelming. He had fallen solely to that aspect. Even with ample preparation, were he to face Chen Su again, he would undoubtedly suffer the same fate. In the world of martial arts, only speed remains unbroken. The tumultuous winds across the land place great emphasis on swiftness, with many high-tier martial techniques accompanied by fearsome velocity. Acknowledgement. With a soft laugh, Chen Su plucked the Nirvana flower before the assembled crowd. A smile graced Suhan's face, with Chen Su having acquired the Nirvana flower. He could now excuse himself to venture into the barbarian demon mountains to hunt for divine emperor coins. Make way, make way. The surrounding outer disciples suddenly parted, revealing 3 martial artists striding toward Chen Su with an air of arrogance. Inner courtyard disciples. The crowd quickly identified their status based on their attire. It is them. Suhan's gaze shifted. The newcomers were none other than Dongfang Mao, Eugene, and Ma Minlong. Though they were inner courtyard disciples, their cultivation was modest. Merely at the initial stage of the innate realm. Sister Chen Su, this Nirvana flower is required by our senior brothers in the inner courtyard. Dongfang Mao's gaze fell upon the flower, his eyes gleaming with interest. We offer you 100 merit points. We shall take this flower back to the inner courtyard. Inner courtyard senior brothers? Zhang Kuan and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, a glimmer of schadenfreude evident in their eyes. The disparity in status between outer and inner courtyard disciples was immense. Not to mention that certain young disciples within the inner courtyard had already ascended to the Yuan Dan realm. Even the elders from the outer courtyard would not dare to behave arrogantly in their presence. No one would jeopardize their standing in the Valley of the Dead over a mere nirvana flower, unless they were willing to forfeit their place there. A hint of hesitation clouded Chen Su's brow as she glanced down at the nirvana flower in her hand. Why hesitate? The senior brother who sent us here holds a position of great authority in the inner courtyard. Even Zhou, our senior brother, must show utmost respect and dare not offend him. Ma Minlong frowned. Su Han recognized that the Zhou brother to whom he referred was indeed Zhou Tao's eldest disciple, the senior brother of the Nine-Yin Peak, a Nirvana realm warrior of the 7-killing peak in the inner courtyard. 300 merit points, Chen Su replied firmly. The Nirvana flower is worth that price. 300? Dongfang Mao scoffed. We initially offered you 100 merit points out of consideration for senior brother Zhou. Had it been anyone else, such as those three, he gestured toward Zhang Kuan and his companions, we would have simply taken it without a word. Zhang Kuan and his companions' expressions stiffened slightly, yet they dared not voice a rebuttal. Chen Su's expression darkened. Acquiring the Nirvana flower had been relatively smooth, but now, inner courtyard disciples had intervened. Esteemed ones, this Nirvana flower is not for sale. Su Han spoke calmly. Who are you to interject? Ma Minlong retorted angrily. Yet, upon catching sight of Su Han's face, a look of uncertainty washed over him. Chapter 112. Ah, it is him again. The trio of Dongfang Mao turned their gazes towards Su Han, their brows slightly furrowed. Upon returning from Danyang Town to Yaoshan Valley, they had discreetly inquired about Su Han's background. Yet within the inner court, few seemed to be aware of his existence. Ultimately, through certain connections, they obtained information about Su Han from Xiaqing of the Martial Arts Heritage Hall, confirming that he indeed possessed a 9th-grade fire seed. Moreover, the higher-ups of the outer court were adamant about keeping this news confidential. Upon realizing this, they chose not to make a fuss. So, it turns out he is junior brother Su. Ma Minlong forced a smile. Junior brother Su? All eyes turned to Su Han, filled with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. None of them recognized him, yet they were curious as to why the inner court disciples' attitudes had shifted so dramatically upon encountering him. Sister, let us be on our way. Su Han smiled at Chen Su. Chen Su paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Su Han and Chen Su prepared to leave, the expressions of Dongfang Mao and his companions fluctuated several times, ultimately leading Dongfang Mao to speak up. Junior brother Su, is it truly impossible for us to acquire this Nirvana flower? A certain individual from the inner court urgently requires it. What I have stated stands. If I do not wish to sell, do not persist. Su Han turned to Dongfang Mao, his brows slightly knitted. How brazen! Dongfang Mao felt a surge of indignation. Junior brother Su, we come on behalf of senior brother Fang from the inner court. Surely you will extend him some courtesy? Eugene interjected. Senior brother Fang? Zhang Kuan and the others shifted slightly, for there were many with the surname Fang in the inner court, but the most renowned among them was undoubtedly Fang Yaonyao, hailed as the foremost of the younger generation in Yaoshan Valley. Which senior brother Fang do you refer to? Chen Su seemed to have grasped the implication, her face displaying a hint of astonishment. Naturally, it is Fang Hong, the younger brother of Fang Yaonyao, who ignited the 7th-grade Supreme Fire Seed, killing Qi Thunder Dragon. Eugen's face revealed a trace of pride. Fang Hong, the younger brother of Fang Yaonyao, possesses such talent that he ranks among the elite in Yaoshan Valley. Though he is a decade younger than Fang Yaonyao, he is already in his early 20s and has been at Yaoshan Valley for 8 years. During this time, he has soared from the corporeal realm, breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Junior brother, Fang Hong is not to be trifled with. Let them have the Nirvana flower. Chen Su sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Mao and his companions displayed fleeting expressions of smug satisfaction. Let them have it? I would prefer to have it myself. Su Han chuckled. Sister, may I keep this Nirvana flower? Keep it for yourself? Chen Su was momentarily taken aback. Before she could comprehend, Su Han had already taken the Nirvana flower from her hand, turning to Dongfang Mao and his companions with a smile. The Nirvana flower is now mine. I have no intention of relinquishing it to that senior brother Fang. If he feels slighted, he may certainly come to find me. With that, Su Han grasped Chen Su's hand and turned to leave. That fellow. Dongfang Mao's gaze was fixed on Su Han's retreating figure. Dongfang brother, let it go. We cannot afford to offend either side. This season is the time for the Nirvana flower to bloom. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps we can find another in the Black Dragon Pool. Ma Minlong whispered. I suspect this young man is deliberately provoking senior brother Fang. Eugene suddenly spoke. Gazing intently in the direction Su Han and Chen Su had departed, we need only relay his exact words without alteration. Let us return to the inner court. Dongfang Mao nodded, clearly in agreement with Eugene. Little junior brother, why must you act thus? After leaving the Black Dragon Pool, Chen Su finally understood Su Han's intentions her face betraying a look of concern. This is not akin to offending the Qinglong Academy. Fang Hong is already a formidable figure in the inner court, and with Fang Yaonyao backing him, should he harbor resentment over the Nirvana flower, Su-Han may find it exceedingly difficult to navigate his path in Yaoshan Valley. In the realm of martial arts, not contending equates to defeat. The loss is not merely of the Nirvana flower, but of the will to overcome future challenges in martial cultivation. Su-Han chuckled, handing the Nirvana flower to Chen Su. Sister, take this flower back to the Nine Peak and seek Master S assistance in refining it into a Nirvana pill. As long as you can advance to the Nirvana realm, everything will be worthwhile. As for Fang Hong, he is but a Nirvana realm cultivator. There is no need for concern. Even Fang Yaonyao is merely at the Yuan Dan realm at present. I am not yet 18. By the time I reach his age, the question of strength will remain unresolved. Chen Su was left speechless by Su-Han's assertions. After a moment of silence, she said, Junior brother, will you not return to the Nine Peak? You have just offended Fang Hong, who has many friends within the sect, and even among the outer court. Numerous brothers look to him as their leader. Staying in the barbarian demon mountains is far too perilous. I wish to continue honing my skills for a while longer. Since I have ventured out, I cannot return empty-handed. As for my safety, sister, you need not worry, even in the Nirvana realm. It will not be so easy for them to capture me. Su-Han smiled and shook his head. A hint of hesitation flickered in Chen Su's eyes as she contemplated whether to forcibly bring Su-Han back. Yet, just as she was about to speak, Su-Han had already begun to move away. Chen Su opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything, turning to soar towards Yaoshan Valley, the Nirvana flower in hand. If she lingered too long in the barbarian demon mountains, risking the flower being taken, Su-Han would have offended Fang Hong for nothing. This time, I must succeed in attaining the Nirvana realm, Chen Su silently vowed. In the depths of night, the occasional chirp of insects echoed through the barbarian demon mountains. Su-Han stood quietly by the black dragon pool, his eyes shimmering with a faint violet hue. The pitch-black waters of the black dragon pool appeared crystal clear to him, revealing the black dragonfish swimming gracefully beneath the surface. Chapter 113. 8,300 merit points. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the three assailants were rendered unconscious by Su-Han, who deftly liberated them of their silk bags and some currency. With these 3 silk bags in hand, Su-Han resumed his pursuit of the elusive black dragonfish around the black dragon pool. By the time all 4 silk bags were filled to capacity with the catch, the first light of dawn began to break, revealing the stark reality that the number of black dragon fish in the pool had dwindled significantly. With only a few hundred to 1,000 remaining, it was no wonder that some individuals failed to catch even a single fish over the course of a month. Su-Han sighed inwardly, aware that the consumption of his internal energy had accelerated due to the activation of the purple extreme demon eye. Just as he prepared to retract this divine ability, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a shadowy corner deep within the black dragon pool. His expression shifted slightly as he beheld an enormous creature, its body shrouded in a cloak of darkness, covered in an intricate mosaic of tiny scales. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green eyes opened from the depths of the pool, locking onto Su-Han's gaze. Without hesitation, he dismissed the purple extreme demon eye and fled in the direction of the Medicine Dead Valley. Within mere breaths, Su-Han had distanced himself several hundred feet from the black dragon pool. As he exhaled in relief, he became acutely aware of the cold sweat that had drenched his back. The colossal beast lurking in the depths exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, a presence far beyond that of a mere 4th-tier barbaric demon, perhaps more akin to a 6th or 7th tier. The higher echelons of Medicine Dead Valley must have been aware of this creature's prowess, yet they had not taken action to expel it, implying that it likely posed no immediate threat to human martial artists. Su-Han pondered this as he hastened towards Medicine Dead Valley. Having successfully caught over 800 black dragonfish, he estimated that it would take several years for the population in the black dragon pool to dwindle to below 100, making it exceedingly difficult for others to make a catch. At Medicine Dead Valley, the Task Plaza served as a hub for issuing missions and allowing disciples from the outer court to exchange their merit points. The plaza was bustling with activity, and a multitude of curious gazes fell upon Su-Han as he entered, for bulging silk bags in tow. Those who recognized the purpose of these bags were left in a state of shock and suspicion. Brother, you don't mean to say those bags contain black dragon fish, do you? One disciple inquired as Su-Han passed by. Su-Han scoffed. If it takes a month for someone to catch a single black dragon fish, do you truly believe I could fill 4 silk bags? The disciple nodded in acknowledgement, though skepticism lingered as he pressed. Then what do they contain? None of your business. Do you even understand the rules? Am I on familiar terms with you? Su-Han rolled his eyes and strutted into the task hall. The disciple who had first approached him felt a bit embarrassed, but Su Han's assertion was not unfounded. Certain mission details were indeed meant to remain confidential. The crowd gradually shifted their attention away from Su Han, chuckling at their previous thoughts. Even those in the Nirvana realm or the Yuan Dan realm could hardly amass such a bounty of black dragon fish. Considering that entry into the black dragon pool was strictly prohibited for martial artists, those who dared to enter seldom returned. Silk bags could accommodate a plethora of items, particularly those requiring preservation in a frigid environment. Su Han entered the task hall, which featured 5 counters corresponding to various cultivation stages: body refinement, fetal breath, innate, nirvana, and Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan counter was often the quietest, sometimes going an entire month without a visitor, while the body refinement and fetal breath counters were bustling with activity. Many onlookers noted Su Han's presence, and as he queued, several innate disciples cast curious glances at him and his 4 silk bags. Up ahead, Mu Rongbai's brow instinctively furrowed upon seeing Su Han, a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. "Brother Mu Rong, is that Su Han?" inquired one of his companions, all of whom were innate disciples of considerable strength. "It is," Mu Rongbai confirmed darkly. The group regarded Su Han with a blend of curiosity and disdain. The news of Su Han possessing a 9th-grade fire seed had been met with a confidentiality order, though many dismissed it. Nevertheless, within the outer court, the true extent of Su Han's strength and potential remained a closely guarded secret. Why is he carrying 4 silk bags? Could they possibly contain black dragonfish? Mu Rongbai sneered. The black dragonfish dwell several feet beneath the surface and rarely take the bait. A single silk bag can hold up to 200 fish. With 4 bags, even if he fished for a century, he would struggle to catch 800. Indeed, it must be something else, the others concurred, finding merit in Mu Rongbai's analysis. After submitting their tasks and collecting their merit points, they lingered nearby instead of departing immediately. "Junior brother Su, it has been several days since we last met. May I inquire what you have in those bags?" Mu Rongbai smiled at Su Han. Su Han cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smirk, "None of your concern." Mu Rongbai's expression froze, and several disciples in line stared at Su Han in disbelief. Mu Rongbai's father was an elder of the disciplinary hall, a Yuan Dan expert. How could Su Han so brazenly disregard Mu Rongbai in front of so many? With a thud, Su Han placed the 4 silk bags on the counter. Smiling at the innate martial artist within, "I would like to exchange these for merit points, and I request confidentiality." Upon saying this, he casually tossed the merit token onto the counter. The attendant glanced at the token, momentarily taken aback, before taking the silk bags away. A short time later, he returned with a peculiar expression, handing Su Han back the merit token. "Brother, the merit points have been credited. Please verify the amount." Su Han glanced at it. 8,300 points. Given that 1 black dragonfish was worth 10 merit points, the tally was indeed accurate. He did not bother to count further. "Thank you," Su Han said, pocketing the merit token, just as a cacophony erupted outside. Chapter 114. The elbow turns outward. "Senior brother Fong, we pay our respects to you." A group entered the hall, and upon seeing the leading figure, the outer courtyard disciples quickly clasped their hands in greeting, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "What brings this little prodigy here?" Mu Rongbai's eyes revealed a flicker of uncertainty, but he too bowed in greeting, accompanied by several innate disciples from the outer courtyard. "I have met Senior Brother Fong," Mu Rongbai acknowledged. "No need for such formalities." "Junior Brother Morong," Fong Hong replied with a smile. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, exuding an aura that surpassed that of the innate realm. Behind him trailed over a dozen inner courtyard disciples, their expressions haughty, among whom were Dongfang Mao and his companions. "What brings Senior Brother Fong here today?" Mu Rongbai ventured cautiously. "A trivial matter," Fong Hong chuckled. Then his gaze fell upon Su Han. "You must be Junior Brother Su?" "Indeed," Su Han replied with a faint smile. "So, he is the reason for your visit." Mu Rongbai's thoughts became clearer, yet he remained uncertain of Fong Hong's true intentions. Was he here to forge a connection? The idea caused Mu Rongbai's expression to darken slightly. "I have heard of your exceptional talent. You have become a close disciple of Master Zhou Tao. I recently met your senior brother Zhou Huayu, who spoke of you." Fong Hong remarked with a smile. "Is that so?" Su Han lightly chuckled. His gaze swept over Fong Hong and his companions, landing on a young woman in red beside Fong Hong. Though she appeared youthful, she radiated the peak aura of the innate realm, and at that moment, she was glaring at Su Han with an icy stare. "Your senior brother has already gone to the Nine Peak, and I believe it won't be long before he brings back the Nirvana flower. I heard you were in the mission hall, so I thought I'd stop by." Fong Hong said with a smile. "The Nirvana flower?" The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. Morongbai had already deduced that Su Han must have offended Fong Hong regarding the Nirvana flower. Thus, Fong Hong was not here to see Su Han, but to seek retribution. Who would choose to offend anyone else? Offending this little prodigy? Without his elder brother's intervention. I foresee you struggling in the Valley of the Dead. A hint of amusement flickered in Murongbai's eyes. The Fong family possessed two prodigies. Not only were they exceptionally talented, but their background was also formidable. Fong Yaonai was the crown prince of the Fong Holy Dynasty, while Fong Hong was the ninth prince. The Fong Holy Dynasty had an ancestor who had lived for nearly 200 years, with unfathomable cultivation. It was said he intended to break through to the martial king realm soon and condense his Dharma body. Su Han's gaze grew colder. If that senior brother whom he had never met truly went to the Nine Peak to retrieve the Nirvana flower for Fong Hong, this individual would certainly find himself on Su Han's blacklist. Junior brother Su, had I known this would happen today, would things have turned out differently? Dongfang Mao chimed in with a laugh. Do you have a say in this matter? Su Han shot a cold glare at Dongfang Mao. This junior brother is somewhat arrogant. How can he speak so disrespectfully before his senior brother? Does he not understand a shred of courtesy? I hear you hail from the Su kingdom? No wonder your upbringing is so lacking, being from such an obscure place. Fong Hong's entourage continued to mock. Enough. Fong Hong raised a hand lightly, silencing the taunts. He turned his gaze to Su Han and smiled. Junior brother Su may still be unfamiliar with certain customs of this place, and I do not hold this against you. If you simply apologize to my junior sister and acknowledge your mistake today, we can consider this matter settled. What do you say? Apologize? Acknowledge a mistake? Su Han paused slightly, then responded in astonishment. Senior brother, are you not feverish? Is your mind not quite clear? What wrong have I committed? The expressions of Dongfang Mao and the others shifted subtly. Morongbai's smile grew increasingly pronounced, relying on his ninth-grade fire seed. Did he truly believe he could offend anyone? Such a person might not live to see another day. Fong Hong's smile gradually faded as his gaze turned icy. Fixing on Su Han, what wrong? Impeding my junior sister's nirvana is a grave mistake. The nirvana flower is mine, if I choose not to give it to you. How is that a mistake? How dare a mere inner courtyard disciple act so tyrannically? Who grants you such audacity? Su Han replied with a calm smile. Junior brother. You must not be so disrespectful to senior brother Fong. A figure stepped slowly into the hall, a young man around 30. He frowned as he looked at Su Han. Junior brother Zhou, you arrived just in time. Do you have the nirvana flower? Fong Hong smiled. Zhou Huayu. The crowd gazed at the young man with complex expressions. Each year, only a few from the outer courtyard of the Valley of the Dead had the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard, and Zhou Huayu was one of last year's fortunate few. However, his remarkable achievement of successfully undergoing nirvana without relying on the nirvana pill at such a young age proved his qualification to become an inner courtyard disciple. Senior brother, who is that? Someone in the corner of the hall whispered, glancing at Zhou Huayu. Zhou Huayu, a distant descendant of Master Zhou Tao, is also exceptionally gifted. It is said that after nirvana, he can leave an inch-deep palm imprint on the trial stone. An inch deep? That must be tenfold strength. I heard that typically, those at the peak of the innate realm can only elevate their strength from the 4 symbols to around 6. Yet, this Zhou senior brother has just undergone nirvana and possesses tenfold might? Could it be that he practiced some kind of unorthodox technique? On the trial stone, no martial skills are allowed. Even if one practiced an unorthodox technique, it must not be displayed, as there are elders from the Yuan Dan realm overseeing the judgment. Therefore, it is purely physical strength. Whispers filled the air around Su Han. Tenfold. How intriguing. Su Han mused to himself. His own pure physical strength was also nearly at the tenfold mark, greatly boosted by the thunder body technique. Senior brother Fong. The nirvana flower has been refined into a pill by our master, Zhou Huayu said, bowing slightly to Fong Hong, a hint of apology on his face. Fong Hong's expression remained unchanged, but upon hearing this, he smiled. What a coincidence. The young woman in red, however, lacked Fong Hong's composure. Upon hearing that the nirvana flower had been refined into a nirvana pill, her face turned an ashen hue. Junior brother, you should apologize to senior brother Fong. Your earlier remarks were indeed quite rude, Zhou Huayu said to Su Han, his tone serious. Zhou Huayu, have you forgotten your roots at the Nine Peak? Since entering the inner courtyard S7 Killing Peak, have you begun to turn your back on your own? Su Han replied, his gaze unyielding. Zhou Huayu furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Su Han's rebuttal. Moreover, Su Han addressed him by name, showing no regard for him as a senior brother. Firstly, the issue of the nirvana flower is not my fault, and secondly, whatever rules govern your little circle do not apply to me. I have matters to attend to. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Su Han smiled lightly. As Su Han turned to leave, The woman in red stepped forward to block his path. You shall not leave today. Chapter 115. The illusory water cavern can't escape? Su-Han chuckled. Have you truly forgotten the rules within the Medicine Slayer Valley? Do you genuinely believe I am one of those easily manipulated outer disciples? Su-Han, apologize to Brother Fong and Sister Mo, acknowledge your mistakes, and considering you are the closed-door disciple of our master, I shall plead for you today. Zhou Huayu spoke coldly. Pleading is unnecessary. Acknowledging mistakes is also superfluous, Su-Han replied with a smile directed at Zhou Huayu. Do not be obstinate, Su-Han, Zhou Huayu warned icily. Brother Zhou, since your disciple remains so adamant and refuses to recognize his errors, then I shall have to engage him in a life-and-death battle to let the outcome speak for itself. Mo Xiaolan, clad in red, declared coldly. Are you unwell? You are at the 10th level of the innate realm, while I am merely at the 3rd. Why challenge me to a life-and-death duel? Why not wait until you reach the Nirvana realm before confronting me? Su-Han scoffed. The outer disciples within the task hall exhibited expressions of bemusement. Mo Xiaolan's actions indeed suggested a case of bullying the weak, and it was entirely reasonable for Su-Han to decline. Mo Xiaolan's complexion shifted several times, rendered speechless by Su-Han's retort. At this moment, Fong Hong smiled lightly and waved his hand. Sister Mo, I recall that in 3 months, the inner court will send disciples of the innate realm to the illusory water cavern. You will have ample opportunity to exchange pointers with Brother Su then. Mo Xiaolan's eyes flickered slightly, and she again regarded Su-Han with a cold smile. Brother Su, I shall await you for 3 months. Even with Nirvana pills, I will not choose to undergo Nirvana. Brother Zhou, we shall take our leave, Fong Hong smiled, casting a glance at Su-Han before turning away, accompanied by Mo Xiaolan and the others. Numerous outer disciples watched them depart with eyes filled with reverence, awe, and flattery. Upon hearing the term illusory water cavern, Murong Bai and the others first displayed expressions of longing, followed by a gleeful gaze directed at Su-Han. Brother Su, it seems unwise for our master to have chosen you as his closed-door disciple, Zhou Huayu remarked blandly. Do you not comprehend that within the illusory water cavern, life and death are indifferent? On that day, you shall undoubtedly perish at Sister Mo's hands. The hopes our master has placed upon you are destined to be in vain. Brother, I am perplexed by one thing. It appears you harbor a dislike for me? Su-Han inquired with a smile. Zhou Huayu's expression subtly shifted. In truth, I share your sentiment. I find you rather disagreeable as well. Let us continue to dislike one another, Su-Han chuckled, stepping out of the task hall and swiftly vanishing from Zhou Huayu's sight. Brother Zhou, your disciple's temperament is excessively arrogant. This may be related to his status as the Grand Prince of the Su Kingdom, Murong Bai remarked with a smile. Are there not enough princes and princesses within our Medicine Slayer Valley? Zhou Huayu shook his head with a grin, turning to depart. Having offended Fong Hong, and now our own senior brother, it seems certain he will meet his demise in the illusory water cavern 3 months hence. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Murong Bai's eyes. The illusory water cavern only permits inner court disciples of the innate realm to enter, serving as a trial where the victor may earn 1,000 merit points, with an event held annually. Each year, the illusory water cavern claims the lives of several inner court disciples of the innate realm. For some, this is not merely a trial but an excellent opportunity for Chapter 116, the Thunder Spirit Flower Junior Sister Yi, Junior Brother Ping. Divert this white jade rhinoceros while I return to the Valley of Medicinal Death to summon the elders. Tian Qinghua shouted without looking back. Yi Qian and Peng Yushang exchanged worried glances. Brother Tian, hand over the Thunder Spirit Flower to me. My speed is swifter. Yi Qian insisted. The Thunder Spirit Flower is far too crucial. My cultivation is more profound. If it falls into the hands of other disciples, it will undoubtedly incite their greed. Tian Qinghua replied. Peng Yushang's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he lacked the strength to speak, having been pursued relentlessly by the white jade rhinoceros. The innate vital energy within him was nearly depleted. The Thunder Spirit Flower? Su-Han's eyes flickered as he focused on Tian Qinghua. Indeed, within his robe was concealed a violet flower, pulsating with arcs of electricity. In the black market of the celestial realms, this Thunder Spirit Flower was sought after with a price tag of 3,000 celestial coins, equivalent to 750,000 taels of silver. The Thunder Spirit Flower was a vital ingredient for concocting the Thunder Body Refining Pill, with remarkable effects when ingested directly. If sold to the disciples of the Thunder Sword Pavilion, the price might soar even higher. It was no wonder they ventured deep into the Savage Demon Mountains, provoking a 4th-tier Savage Demon. Su-Han mused. Had he been in their position, he too would have dared to face certain risks for such a precious herb. Roar! The roar of the white jade rhinoceros suddenly intensified, its speed surging instantaneously. Tian Qinghua and the others had no time to react before being sent sprawling to the ground. The innate vital energy absorbed most of the impact, yet this blow drained the last remnants of their energy. Lying on the ground, they gazed in despair at the approaching white jade rhinoceros. At that moment, regret flooded their hearts. The Thunder Spirit Flower, though valuable, was not worth sacrificing their lives. White jade rhinoceros, I return the Thunder Spirit Flower to you. Spare our lives. Tian Qinghua trembled as he retrieved the flower from his robe and cast it to the ground. Yi Qian and Peng Yushang's eyes glimmered with pain. As disciples of the Valley of Medicinal Death with ordinary backgrounds, the training resources provided to them were woefully inadequate. If they divided the Thunder Spirit Flower among themselves, each would gain 1,000 merit points, enough to cultivate worry-free to the 10th layer of the innate realm. Tian Qinghua, had it not been for your selfishness, how could we have been discovered? All our efforts over the past days have come to naught. Peng Yushang glared at Tian Qinghua, resentment flashing in his eyes. June Chapter 117. The silver gift pack. The white jade rhinoceros stood 10 feet tall, dwarfing ordinary warriors, who appeared as mere children in its presence. Its mass was no less than 10,000 pounds. Lifting it was an endeavor requiring no less than 10 times the strength of an ordinary warrior. Absent the practice of external cultivation, an average warrior in the innate realm would find their physical strength capped at a mere fourfold this weight. Such strength was still insufficient to lift the white jade rhinoceros, falling short by more than half. Esteemed elder, your weight is beyond what I can bear. Perhaps I could offer you the Thunder Spirit Flower instead, and you might forget I ever existed? Su Han smiled gently at the white jade rhinoceros. That is, of course, out of the question. If you refuse to serve as my mount, I shall simply devour you. Your tender flesh seems far more delectable than that of the others. The white jade rhinoceros chuckled menacingly. Why won't you flee when you have the chance? Now, we are all doomed here. Tian Qinghua glared at Su Han in anger. Had the latter fled the moment he received the Thunder Spirit Flower, the rhinoceros would have needed time to react. Now, prepared as it was, the creature would not allow a mere innate realm warrior to escape. Very well, I shall give you the Thunder Spirit Flower, provided you spare my life. Su Han sighed softly, retrieving the flower from his storage compartment and approaching the white jade rhinoceros. The rhinoceros regarded Su Han with indifference, showing no signs of defense. To it, not even an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior posed a threat. Its hide was akin to a natural fourth-tier divine armor. As Su Han advanced with the Thunder Spirit Flower in hand, despair flickered in the eyes of Tian Qinghua and his companions. Not only had they failed to obtain the Thunder Spirit Flower, but they also risked their lives in the process. Yi Qian regretted her choices deeply. Had she allowed Chen Su to join them, perhaps their situation would not be so dire. The Great Thunder Sound Fist was powerful enough to penetrate the rhinoceros's hide and affect its insides, yet delivering such a blow would severely harm Su Han as well. The Fang Tianhua halberd was exceptionally sharp. Employing the Thunder Halberd technique could potentially breach the rhinoceros's defenses, but it would also deplete his innate thunder force. With a somewhat humble smile on his face, Su Han was deep in contemplation. As he closed the distance to the rhinoceros, he made a decisive choice. He stowed the Thunder Spirit Flower and activated the purple Extreme Demon Eye, perceiving the world around him as if time itself had decelerated. In that moment, clarity enveloped him, and every trajectory appeared within his grasp. He summoned the Fang Tianhua halberd, Thunder Halberd technique. In an instant, his innate thunder force was completely drained and infused into the halberd. 9 fourth-tier thunder flame runes sparkled with purple light, while a 5th-tier armor-breaking rune erupted with a brilliant golden glow. In a heartbeat, the Fang Tianhua halberd pierced the rhinoceros's brow, and the overwhelming thunder force almost instantly seared its brain. A faint fragrance wafted from the white jade rhinoceros's body. From the moment he chose to strike to the instant he vanquished the creature, Su Han executed each movement flawlessly, like flowing water. The white jade rhinoceros, a low-tier 4th-level beast, perished at the hands of Su Han, who was an entire realm beneath it. Had the rhinoceros regarded Su Han as a true adversary from the outset, the latter would not have stood a chance. Whether employing the Great Thunder Sound Fist or the Thunder Halberd technique, the rhinoceros's underestimation of its opponent had costed its life. Congratulations to the host for slaying a low-tier 4th-level beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver gift pack. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5,000 divine emperor coins. The system notifications rang out in succession. Due to the instantaneous depletion of his innate force, Su Han staggered slightly, his complexion paling. This was unmistakably the result of having exhausted his energy. He sheathed the Fang Tianhua halberd and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Although the white jade rhinoceros lay dead, it still stood on all fours. What is happening? Tian Qinghua and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Such power. The divine weapon just now felt far beyond a mere 4th tier. Peng Yushang gasped. And that speed was astonishingly swift. I could scarcely comprehend what transpired. Yi Qian murmured. Su-Han's earlier performance had utterly surpassed their expectations. While instances of innate warriors defeating Nirvana realm foes were not unheard of in the Medicine Dead Valley, these typically involved a 10th level innate warrior against a 1st level Nirvana warrior. Such feats had been accomplished by prodigies and other true inheritors within the inner courtyard, yet Su-Han, seemingly at the nascent stage of the innate realm, had crossed an entire realm to swiftly slay a speaking, evidently extraordinary low-tier 4th level beast. This was profoundly shocking. The white jade rhinoceros boasted a rugged hide, comparable to 4th-tier divine armor, and they believed that even the legendary Feng Yao Niao, as a 10th level innate warrior, would require hundreds of strikes to slay such a beast. Is another Zhou Huayu emerging from the Nineteen Peak? No, even Zhou Huayu never achieved such a feat. Who exactly is this individual, possessing such formidable aptitude, yet entering the Nineteen Peak? Surely he should be in the inner courtyard. Silence. Tian Qinghua hissed darkly, causing Yi Qian and Peng Yushang to glance at him in confusion. Let us not concern ourselves with his background. He has clearly exhausted his innate force after slaying the rhinoceros, and we still possess the Thunder Spirit Flower. Should we not inquire if he might return it to us? Tian Qinghua suggested softly. The Thunder Spirit Flower? Yes. Peng Yushang noted, his eyes glinting with avarice as he surveyed the rhinoceros's corpse. The Thunder Spirit Flower alone is worth 3,000 merit points, and this beast's carcass is at least worth 1,000 merit points. Its hide could be forged into 4th-tier divine armor, its blood and flesh could be used to refine chi blood pills, and its bones could be fashioned into 4th-tier divine weapons. Every part is a treasure. If sold separately, it could fetch as much as 1,300 merit points. I will not go. Yi Qian shook her head, still haunted by the image of Su-Han slaying the rhinoceros. The thought of requesting the Thunder Spirit Flower from him filled her with trepidation. You waste. Tian Qinghua scoffed internally before gritting his teeth and slowly rising to approach Su-Han, attempting to feign a smile as he walked. Junior brother Su, I thank you for slaying the white jade rhinoceros and saving our lives. However, the Thunder Spirit Flower ought to be returned to us, no? Chapter 118. Insight into weakness. Su-Han was in the midst of recuperation when he heard the voice of Tian Qinghua. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at him coolly. Leave. With that, Su-Han closed his eyes once more. Tian Qinghua's expression fluctuated between green and white. Deterred by Su-Han's earlier display of might, he hesitated for a moment. After a few breaths, his greed finally overshadowed his trepidation. He continued, Junior brother Su, the Lei Ling flower was painstakingly obtained by us. You cannot simply claim it unjustly. If you do not leave, I shall send you to meet the white jade rhinoceros. Su-Han said without opening his eyes, his tone indifferent. With such a tone, I see that your inner energy has been completely exhausted. We three, however, still retain some strength. Do you truly think you can contend with us now? Tian Qinghua's face darkened. Su-Han opened his eyes, rising slowly, startling Tian Qinghua into retreating instinctively by 2 steps. You may try, he said with a smile. Just moments ago, Tian Qinghua had appeared like a frightened dog before a tiger, yet now, with the white jade rhinoceros slain, he believed he could reclaim the Lei Ling flower. The white jade rhinoceros was slain by me, thus the Lei Ling flower rightfully belongs to me. It has nothing to do with you. I offer you one last chance. Return to the sect, and do not let me see you again, or I shall sever your head and kick it like a ball. I would like to see you attempt that. Tian Qinghua ground his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Peng Yushang. Junior brother Peng. The Lei Ling flower is worth 3,000 merit points, and the corpse of the white jade rhinoceros is at least worth 1,000. If not for us attracting the attention of the rhinoceros, he would have never been able to slay it. We must claim the lion's share. Since he was unwilling to concede anything, they would take it for themselves. After a brief contemplation, Peng Yushang made his decision, standing up to join Tian Qinghua. A glimmer of joy flickered in Tian Qinghua's eyes as he turned to Yi Qian. Junior sister Yi, what say you? We could have quietly stolen the Lei Ling flower. Yet it is because of you that we find ourselves in this predicament. I will not ally with you again. Yi Qian scoffed. Then fine. You may watch as we take the Lei Ling flower. We shall still share a portion with you upon our return. Tian Qinghua said nonchalantly. He exchanged glances with Peng Yushang, both perceiving the fleeting murderous intent in each other's eyes. Since Yi Qian was unwilling to take action, they not only intended to eliminate Su-Han but also to kill Yi Qian. Thus, each could claim at least 2,000 merit points. A substantial fortune for outer court disciples. It would suffice for them to cultivate to the peak of the innate realm, and even leave some for a breakthrough into the nirvana realm. Junior brother Su, your innate energy is depleted. You cannot possibly contend with us. Why not yield the Lei Ling flower? The white jade rhinoceros can be considered your trophy, Peng Yushang suggested softly. Take a look at this merit token. And then reconsider whether to address me as junior brother or senior brother. Su Han smiled, producing the merit token. Its golden patterns causing Tian Qinghua and Peng Yushang's expressions to shift dramatically. Yi Qian gasped, incredulous at the sight. The merit token adorned with gold edges was unmistakably a symbol of an inner court disciple. No wonder. A realization flickered in Yi Qian's eyes. Su Han was likely a prodigy nurtured by the inner court during this period, which explained their ignorance of him. An inner court disciple? Surprise flashed across Tian Qinghua and Peng Yushang's faces, soon replaced by apprehension, followed swiftly by a surge of murderous intent. Brother Peng, he must be eliminated today. If we offend an inner court disciple and allow him to return, our future will be dire. Tian Qinghua spoke in a low voice. Indeed, Peng Yushang gritted his teeth. In the next moment, a layer of innate energy surged around them as they approached Su Han, one on the left and the other on the right, their expressions vigilant. Mountain shaking fist. Tian Qinghua suddenly shouted, a yellowish innate energy enveloping his arm, and he hurled a punch at Su Han. The mountain shaking fist was a low-grade third-tier martial technique, easily obtainable for a small amount of merit points. In the outer court of the Poisonous Valley, low-grade martial techniques were generally available to outer court disciples, while mid-grade techniques required specific conditions or substantial merit points for exchange. As Tian Qinghua attacked, Peng Yushang moved simultaneously, but instead of a punch, a sharp energy gathered at his right leg, resembling a long blade, and in an instant, it cleaved towards Su Han. Why hasn't he moved? Yi Qian watched Su Han, her brow slightly furrowed. Could it be that Tian Qinghua was right, and Su Han's innate energy was entirely consumed, leaving him unable to retaliate? As this thought crossed her mind, she immediately witnessed a faint purple mist envelop Su Han's pupils. Trivial skills. Activating the purple extreme magic eye, Su Han effortlessly tracked the trajectories of their movements, their actions appearing to him slowed by at least 30%. Oh, so this is how the second stage of the purple extreme magic eye can be utilized. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Su Han's eyes. His vision clearly revealed the flow of innate energy within both adversaries, which was akin to cheating in a battle, for even a Yuan Dan realm warrior. Unless they had specifically trained in a body-refining technique, their physical strength would not be formidable. What truly mattered was the innate energy within. Wherever the innate energy flowed, it was as strong as gold and stone. Where it did not reach, there lay weaknesses. Yet, in the heat of combat, it was often challenging for ordinary warriors to discern their opponent's vulnerabilities. Now, however, Su Han easily spotted the weaknesses of both opponents. Su Han moved. Just as Tian Qinghua's fist was about to strike him, Su Han merely extended his hand and lightly tapped a specific point on Tian Qinghua's forearm. With a sharp crack, Tian Qinghua's arm shattered at the point where his innate energy was thinnest. Struck by Su Han's immense force, it could not withstand the impact. Tian Qinghua let out a muffled groan, instinctively halting his movement and retreating rapidly. At that moment, Peng Yushang's attack reached its destination, and he noticed Tian Qinghua's fate with trepidation. However, it was already too late to retract his move. Su Han transformed his fist into a blade, striking at Peng Yushang's calf. Crack! Peng Yushang let out a wretched scream, clutching his severed leg as he hopped backward, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The pain of a broken calf was several times more intense than that of an arm. Chapter 119, Qualification for the Heavenly Emperor Tower Trial. Eye Techniques. Tian Qinghua and Peng Yushang gazed at Su Han with ashen faces. As disciples of the Medicine Death Valley, they lacked the qualifications to engage with the profound martial arts of the Inner Academy, yet they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding eye techniques. As auxiliary martial skills, many eye techniques exhibit combat capabilities that may surpass the destructive power of ordinary martial arts. His ability to precisely discern the weaknesses of both me and Peng Yushang indicates that the power of eye techniques lies in their capacity to perceive vulnerabilities. Tian Qinghua's expression grew increasingly solemn. With just a single move, both he and Peng Yushang found themselves utterly defeated. You did not employ innate vital energy just now. Peng Yushang regarded Su Han with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Tian Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Su Han had not utilized innate vital energy during his earlier strike. This confirmed his suspicions. The opponent's body was devoid of innate vital energy, which had been completely expended in that thunderous attack. The sheer force of his physical body, could it truly surpass our innate vital energy? A flicker of panic crossed Tian Qinghua's eyes. You are correct. My innate vital energy was consumed while slaying the white jade rhinoceros. Fortunately, I have also cultivated the outer sex techniques. Su-Han chuckled as he leisurely approached the two. Junior brother Peng, we cannot retreat today. Striking against inner disciples is a grave taboo. If he returns alive, our fate will be dire. Gritting his teeth, Tian Qinghua murmured, I understand. Ping Yushang nodded slightly. Sighing inwardly, it was too late for regrets. Having already taken action, they could only forge ahead without retreat. Die! Tian Qinghua roared, once more charging at Su-Han. Despite having suffered a broken leg, the enhancement of innate vital energy allowed Peng Yushang to move with difficulty. Your movements are far too sluggish. Su-Han smiled, appearing as if he were leisurely strolling amidst their onslaught, occasionally striking with a fingertip or delivering a punch. Not a single attack landed upon Su-Han. Instead, they inflicted numerous injuries upon themselves. Within mere moments, Ping Yushang collapsed, unable to rise again. He had not perished but lay on the ground, his limbs ravaged by Su-Han's assaults. As the last vestige of innate vital energy dissipated, his already shattered limbs bore excruciating pain, rendering him immobile. Yi Qian stared in disbelief at the scene before her, her heart sinking. Was the gap between inner and outer disciples truly so vast? In her eyes, Su-Han had merely showcased a fraction of his strength, effortlessly outclassing both Tian Qinghua and Peng Yushang in perception, speed, and combat awareness. No wonder he could slay the white jade rhinoceros beyond his rank. Such fighting prowess transcended the ordinary comprehension of innate realms. Thud! Tian Qinghua knelt before Su-Han, tears streaming down his face as he desperately pleaded, Senior brother Su, I was momentarily bewildered by external influences, and in my folly, I committed acts beneath contempt against you. I implore you, as a fellow disciple, to spare me this time. I am willing to accept the elder's judgment upon my return to the sect. With his body battered and face swollen grotesquely, Tian Qinghua recognized Su-Han as his superior and chose to submit. Su-Han chuckled softly, bending slightly to pat Tian Qinghua's head. Is this where it ends? Instinctively recoiling, Tian Qinghua felt a surge of relief when Su-Han refrained from striking again. However, an instant later, a chill coursed through him. I just mentioned that I would twist your head off and use it as a ball. Are you suggesting I break my word? You. Crack. Tian Qinghua barely managed to utter a cry before Su-Han brutally snapped his neck. With a swift kick, Tian Qinghua's head soared into the air, becoming a dark speck against the sky, vanishing from sight. You have harmed your fellow disciples. You will not escape the wrath of our elders. Peng Yushang gazed at Su-Han in horror. He yearned to flee, yet any movement sent waves of pain through his injured limbs, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. You fought valiantly against the white jade rhinoceros and met your end heroically. Su-Han grinned, stepping before Peng Yushang and lightly tapping his neck with his toe. In the throes of asphyxiation, Peng Yushang succumbed to despair. With a soft chuckle, Su-Han turned his gaze toward Yi Qian. Senior brother Su, I did not conspire with them. I swear I did not. Please, do not kill me. Yi Qian's face turned pale with terror. Only then did she realize that regardless of who triumphed between Su-Han and Tian Qinghua, both had ample reason to eliminate her. Dispose of their bodies at a distance. I wish to recuperate here, and you shall guard me. Should anyone approach, drive them away, Su-Han instructed with a smile. Yi Qian took a few moments to comprehend before nodding vigorously and following Su-Han's orders. With her protection, Su-Han concentrated on channeling the innate vital energy within him. By the time night fell, he had fully restored his peak condition. The silver gift pack, 5,000 divine emperor coins. The spoils from the white jade rhinoceros were quite substantial. Though not as bountiful as those from Gong Yin, they were still commendable. Once fully recuperated, Su-Han began to tally his gains. Both Peng Yushang and Tian Qinghua had yielded 500 divine emperor coins each. And with the 5,000 from the white jade rhinoceros, alongside the previous 8,000, Su-Han's total had reached 14,000 points. The third realm of the purple extreme demon eye, pressure, required 20,000 divine emperor coins. He would need to gather more. For now, he would examine the silver gift pack. Would you like to open the silver gift pack now? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one storage slot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the pill classification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one qualification for the Heavenly Emperor Tower trial. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one 5-rank Great Recovery pill. The system's notifications chimed in rapid succession. While lacking the sheer brutality of the golden gift pack that directly bestowed a 9th-rank fire seed, this silver gift pack was still quite generous. Su-Han couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. With the addition of one storage slot, he now possessed 4 in total. As he progressed further, he increasingly found the storage insufficient. This new storage slot was indeed a welcome boon. The unlocking of the pill classification and the acquisition of the 5-rank Great Recovery pill also brought him joy. However, there was one reward that puzzled him. System. What is the qualification for the Heavenly Emperor Tower trial? The time flow within the Heavenly Emperor Tower differs from that of the outside world. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. The system offered a succinct explanation. Is it truly possible? Su-Han was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of delight graced his features. This moment did not go unnoticed by Yi Qian, whose heart raced as she regarded him with uncertainty. Chapter 120. Breakthrough. Innate Level 4. Su-Han paid no heed to Yi Qian's subtle actions, instead meticulously inquiring about information related to the Heavenly Emperor Tower trials. The Heavenly Emperor Tower is divided into 9 levels, each representing a distinct realm. If the host successfully passes the 9th level, they may become the contemporary Heavenly Emperor. The thought of becoming the current Heavenly Emperor stirred a flicker of longing in Su-Han's eyes. Currently, at merely the innate realm, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Reaching the martial sovereign or martial king level would grant him the strength to effortlessly move mountains and fill seas. The realms of Dharma Body and Heavenly Emperor seemed akin to the legendary immortals. Attaining such heights would likely extend his lifespan to unimaginable lengths. System. I have a query. Is the Heavenly Emperor Tower merely a means to test one's strength, or can one derive greater benefits from it? Detailed information requires the host to explore independently. Each trial qualification lasts 1 year. The host may exit the Heavenly Emperor Tower only upon death or when the time limit is reached. Understood. Su-Han nodded slightly. He then rose to his feet, prompting Yi Qian to stand up hastily, casting a somewhat bewildered glance at him. She sensed that Su-Han's strength had nearly recovered and felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he would eliminate her to silence her. Junior Sister Yi, upon your return to the Medicine Death Valley, do you know what to say? Su-Han inquired with a gentle smile. What should I say? Yi Qian asked, slightly taken aback. Then quickly realizing, she eagerly nodded. Senior Brother Su. I understand what to say. Tian Qinghua and the others perished at the hands of the White Jade Rhinoceros. It has nothing to do with Senior Brother Su. Well, you may leave now. Su-Han smiled. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Yi Qian exhaled a long breath of relief, then respectfully bowed before swiftly departing. Once she was gone, Su-Han stored the corpse of the White Jade Rhinoceros into his spatial compartment. Even formidable beings like Gong Yin, possessing the Yuan Dan realm, could only manage a meager storage ring. If Su-Han had collected the White Jade Rhinoceros in front of Yi Qian, he would have had no choice but to eliminate her too. The Thunder Spirit Flower could either be sold within the myriad realms or exchanged for merit points at the sect. Regrettably, he was unaware of the formula for the Thunder Refining Body Pill. Otherwise, crafting it would likely yield a significantly higher price. Su-Han pondered. Despite the Thunder Spirit Flower currently being of great assistance to his cultivation, he still aimed to gather 20,000 merit points as soon as possible to exchange for the Spirit Cleansing Pill for Su Chongxing. Ah, the pill classification has been unlocked. Surely it includes the Spirit Cleansing Pill. Su-Han's eyes brightened. In the next moment, a cascading stream of data materialized before him, coalescing into a virtual attribute panel in mere moments. Upon accessing the Fire Seed classification, he discovered a plethora of lists, each representing a tier of medicinal pills. The Spirit Cleansing Pill, classified as a 7th-tier pill, revealed a mere 50 or so varieties upon examining the 7th-tier list. Each pill served different purposes. Some had similar effects. And as Su-Han perused them, he treated it as a learning experience. Soon enough, he stumbled upon the description of the Spirit Cleansing Pill. Previously, Zhou Tao had not elaborated much to Su-Han. Only after seeing the system's summary did Su-Han realize it was a miraculous pill for rebirth, capable of altering one's martial talent. The possibility of enhancing the martial fire seeds tier was astonishing. Su-Han's heart raced. No wonder the Medicine Death Valley required 20,000 merit points for a single Spirit Cleansing Pill. Wait, the price. Su-Han quickly glanced at the cost of the Spirit Cleansing Pill and was struck dumb by the figure he beheld. One Spirit Cleansing Pill demanded 50,000 Divine Emperor coins for exchange. Clearly, using merit points was the more economical choice. With a sigh, Su-Han scrolled through the other pills and found Qi Blood Pills, Condensing Qi Pills, Exploding Qi Pills, and the Great Return Pill. Comparing the prices with reality revealed that the system's prices bore no advantage. The sole benefit was bypassing the purchasing channels. One could acquire them directly with Divine Emperor coins. In reality, a 5th-tier Great Return Pill should be valued at around 1 million taels, as it belonged to the legacy of the Other Shore Temple, making its appearance in the Medicine Death Valley exceedingly rare. Occasionally, when some surfaced, they were immediately snatched up at high prices. In the system, a 5th-tier Great Return Pill was categorized into 3 qualities: inferior, medium, and superior. The lowest quality required 400 Divine Emperor coins for a single pill, while the finest quality doubled the price to 800 Divine Emperor coins. With 14,000 Divine Emperor coins at his disposal, Su Han could exchange for approximately 17 pills, which would sufficiently propel him toward the Innate realm as 10th level. I am currently only at the Innate realm. Ordinary condensing chi pills will suffice for my cultivation. I should prioritize using the Divine Emperor coins wisely to elevate the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to its 3rd tier. Su Han quickly resolved. Soon after, he found a secluded spot and consumed the 5th tier Great Return pill bestowed by the system. 3 days later, he successfully ascended to the 4th level of the Innate realm. The increase in innate essence from the 3rd to the 4th level was significantly greater than before, validating the notion that one realm could indeed manifest into 4 minor realms: early, mid, late, and peak stages. Su Han quietly marveled. The vast innate thunder essence within him continuously transformed freely between thunder and fire, following his breakthrough. Both the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon and the Pan Wang Ding exhibited subtle changes. Su Han understood that upon reaching the 10th level of the innate realm, he would commence a rebirth, at which point both the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon and the Pan Wang Ding would undergo a metamorphosis. Upon entering the Yuan Dan realm, the martial fire seed might even be refined into Yuan Dan. The specifics of this process eluded Su Han. He only knew that it was a natural progression in martial cultivation. The fire seed, once transformed into Yuan Dan, would still manifest, but would require the formation of the Dharma body to truly break free from the pill. At that time, the fire seed would transcend its original form, becoming an authentic Dharma body, akin to a warrior's avatar and equivalent to an additional life. More than 10 days had passed since Su Han ventured into the barbaric Demon Mountain range. On this day, a colossal black beast, wielding its muscular wings, appeared within the confines of the Medicine Death Valley. Upon the black beast sat several figures, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Su Shiwan. Yet his demeanor and expression were far more mature. Su Shiwan, your talent cannot be compared to that of Shirhan. I have already shown kindness by bringing you here. If you cannot avenge your grievances, do not force yourself. After all, Su Han has become a disciple of the Medicine Death Valley. We are all part of the 7 foremost powers. The Medicine Death Valley will not show leniency simply because we hail from the Su family. On the back of the black beast, an elderly man with a somewhat haggard appearance spoke slowly. Second Master, Shirhan understands. Su Shirhan nodded slowly. At that moment, the black beast abruptly halted, and 2 figures rushed toward them from the distance. Morong Fong grasped Morong Bai and stood suspended in the air, smiling at the middle-aged man atop the black beast. Brother Su, long time no see. Chapter 121. Chun Su's Nirvana. Morong brother, I must trouble you this time, Su Yunfeng remarked with a wry smile, clasping his hands together. In his view, Su Shiwan's demise at the hands of others was merely due to Su Shiwan's inadequacy and strength, making any quest for vengeance unnecessary. Furthermore, he had investigated the matter and found that Su Shiwan was defeated in a single move by the Grand Prince Su Han of the Su Kingdom, negating any notions of a covert ambush. Not a trouble at all. Given my years of friendship with Su brother, I would gladly assist with this small favor. Moreover, since Su brother did not personally intervene, it does not contravene the rules of our Medicine Death Valley. Morong Fong replied with a smile. Ah, is this little Bai? You've grown so much. The last time I saw him, he had just been born. Su Yunfeng's gaze fell upon Morong Bai. Morong Bai promptly bowed, saying, Junior pays respects to Senior Su. No need for such formalities. You have already reached the 10th level of the innate realm. It seems your nirvana is not far off. I extend my congratulations. I brought no gifts in my haste, so please accept this nirvana pill. Su Yunfeng smiled and waved his hand lightly, causing a porcelain vial to be drawn towards Morong Bai by an unseen force. Morong Bai looked at Morong Fong with uncertainty. Accept it. One must not refuse a gift from an elder. You should thank your grandfather, Su, Morong Fong encouraged. Yes, I thank you, Grandfather Su. Morong Bai quickly accepted the vial and bowed to Su Yunfeng. In just a few exchanges, his address to Su Yunfeng had shifted to Grandfather Su, drawing their relationship closer. Su Yunfeng was unconcerned. After all, Morong Fong had the support of many powerful figures from Qingyan Peak. While they may not rival the Su family, which boasted a law avatar, they were still deemed worthy of his acquaintance. Su Shirhan remained expressionless throughout the scene, occasionally glancing at Morong Bai with a hint of disdain. Though both hailed from top-tier forces, one was merely an outer court disciple, while the other was a core disciple of the Qinglong Academy. Su Shirhan, about a decade younger than Morong Bai yet possessing comparable strength, held a subtle air of superiority when faced with him. Morong brother, I entrust that matter to you. Su Yunfeng redirected the conversation. Not a problem. I have learned that Su Han has entered the barbarian demon mountains for training, seemingly preparing for the virtual water cave. In fact, had you arrived a few months later, he likely would have perished within the cave, given that he recently offended Feng Hong. Morong Feng replied with a gentle smile. Feng Hong. Su Shihan's expression finally shifted. He could maintain arrogance towards Morong Bai. But Feng Hong instilled a sense of unease in Chapter 122, the third realm of the purple extreme demon eye. Upon her breakthrough, Chen Su promptly sought out Zhou Tao, only to discover he was absent from the Nine Peak. She then proceeded to Su Han's courtyard, but he too was nowhere to be found. A sudden realization struck her as she retrieved the celestial symbols. Several fellow disciples had sent her messages recounting the recent altercation between Su Han and Feng Hong at the mission hall. Were Mo Xiaolan and the others intending to target the junior disciple within the confines of the Void Water Cave? A cold glint flashed in Chen Su's eyes. Su Han had offended Feng Hong and his cohort for her sake, and Zhou Huayu had also aligned with Feng Hong against Su Han on that day. This left Chen Su feeling distressed, while simultaneously deepening her understanding of Zhou Huayu's character. The actions of the senior brother in this matter were indeed misguided. Chen Su sighed softly, then perused other threads on the Celestial Jianghu Forum, one of which she had specifically bookmarked. This post was authored by Su Shihan, and its content had been amended to inform the public that he had arrived at the Valley of the Dead Medicinal Herbs. Many expressed a desire for Su Shihan to live stream his quest for vengeance, to which he replied, pledging to present Su Han's head in the thread for all to see. The junior disciple was in danger. Chen Su's brow furrowed slightly, and she swiftly departed from the Nine Peak. In the Barbarian Demon Mountain Range, Su Han struck down a third-tier barbarian demon with a single palm strike. As he glanced at the system's rewards, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. He had finally amassed 20,000 divine emperor coins. Carrying the carcass of the barbarian demon, he ventured into a valley densely populated with the remains of various barbarian demons, all trophies from his recent endeavors. Initially, he had to seek out traces of the demons, but many would now come to the valley drawn by the scent of blood, greatly easing Su Han's task. After discarding the carcass, Su Han swiftly exchanged his coins for the third realm of the purple extreme demon eye. In an instant, his 20,000 divine emperor coins were depleted, leaving only a trifling remainder. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling purple radiance erupted from his pupils once more. This time, the brilliance was far more intense than in previous instances, and the transformation lasted nearly an hour. As the purple light gradually faded, Su Han's pupils now bore an additional hook-shaped jade, the third realm of the purple extreme demon eye, pressure. As Su Han activated the purple extreme demon eye, he cast his gaze far and wide. This advancement not only heightened his vision but also enhanced his ability to see through obstacles. Where he could previously see through a mountain for several yards, he could now penetrate its depths for over 10 yards. Suddenly, a white tiger burst forth from the foliage of the valley, leaping towards Su Han, wreathed in a blazing white flame. Su Han chuckled softly. The tiger had been hiding here for an hour. He had refrained from attacking it, eager to test the third realm of the purple extreme demon eye. Focusing on the white tiger, a mere thought activated the hook-shaped jade in his eyes, radiating an even more intense purple glow. Simultaneously, a unique aura enveloped the white tiger, which displayed a clear expression of shock, followed quickly by fear. Before it could reach Su Han, it lost its momentum and collapsed to the ground, tail tucked in terror as it fled the valley, leaving a long trail of yellow behind it. A formidable third-tier barbarian demon had been cowed into a state of panic by a mere glare from Su Han. How amusing. Su Han chuckled lightly, the purple glow in his eyes gradually fading as they returned to their original hue, and the hook-shaped jade vanished as well. This technique consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Su Han felt as though he had gone an entire night without sleep, his spirits somewhat depleted, indicating that utilizing the third realm of the purple extreme demon had drained much of his mental energy. In the realm of wind and cloud, martial artists often referred to mental energy as the Yuan spirit. However, Su Han, hailing from Earth, found the term mental energy to be more fitting. Ordinary innate martial artists were not qualified to tread the domain of the Yuan spirit. Only upon reaching the martial sovereign realm could they begin to explore this path. In contrast to true energy and vigor, Yuan spirit energy appeared ethereal and elusive, difficult to grasp, and even upon introspection, one could not ascertain the extent of their own Yuan spirit energy. Only by employing certain techniques that required Yuan spirit energy could one gauge its strength. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare, with I techniques being among them, most of which demanded the consumption of Yuan spirit energy. Nevertheless, there was one understanding shared by martial artists across wind and cloud. The stronger the ignited flame, the more potent the innate Yuan spirit energy. This notion led many to associate Yuan's spirit energy with innate talent, believing it to be the true determinant of how far a martial artist could advance. Brother, are all these barbarian demons you're doing? A martial artist suddenly appeared at the valley's entrance, and upon seeing the multitude of demon corpses, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Based on his knowledge, the most common barbarian demon in the valley was at least second tier, with most being third tier. Su-Han smiled. They all came here to meet their demise. Brother, you jest. The martial artist's face turned sheepish, but he hesitated, glancing back at Su-Han. Brother, are these demon corpses for sale? Which one do you wish to purchase? Su-Han inquired with a smile. The martial artist's face lit up with excitement at Su-Han's words, and he hurriedly approached to examine the bodies. He picked and chose, at times displaying joy and at others, uncertainty, eventually pointing to a low-level third-tier demon corpse, asking, Brother, how much for this one? For a low-level third tier. I shall sell it to you for 20 merit points, Su-Han replied calmly. Thank you, brother, Kai Ming exclaimed, delighted. This price was over 30% cheaper than the market rate. The transaction was swiftly completed, and upon seeing Su-Han's merit token, Kai Ming's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Help me bring in some customers, and I will give you a merit point for each sale, Su-Han added with a gentle smile. Kai Ming was momentarily taken aback, but after glancing at the numerous demon corpses, he quickly nodded, Brother, I will go fetch them right away, with a merit point for each sale. If all the demon corpses sold, he would not only profit from the low-level third-tier demon, but could also earn dozens of merit points. Su-Han did not wait long before Kai Ming returned with a somewhat skeptical martial artist. Upon seeing the pile of demon corpses, the visitor's face lit up with delight. Brother, how much for this barbarian demon? For a mid-level third tier, I shall charge you 50 merit points, Su-Han stated. Thank you, brother. The visitor was overjoyed, immediately completing the transaction. The price was indeed more than 30% lower than the market rate. Chapter 123, The Emergence of the Secret Realm. Through the promotions of Kai Ming and another disciple from the outer court, an increasing number of individuals flocked to the small valley to procure the corpses of the savage beasts from Su-Han. For a high-level third-tier savage beast, Su-Han would sell it for 100 merit points. Once all the savage beast corpses in the valley were processed, Su-Han's merit points surged from 8,000 to nearly 10,000. Some individuals, lacking sufficient merit points, teamed up with others to purchase a single beast, as a larger savage beast could yield not just one but 2 or 3 divine weapons, provided they could afford the costs and find a skilled weapon craftsman. Brother, will there be more savage beasts for sale in the future? Kai Ming, having earned a commission, felt a surge of excitement at the rapid accumulation of merit points and could not help but inquire. Even at this moment, some martial artists arrived at the valley, only to discover that the savage beast corpses had been sold out, leaving them disheartened, their gazes occasionally darting towards Su-Han. We'll deal with future matters later, Su-Han replied, patting Kai Ming on the shoulder as he departed the valley. Not long after Su-Han's departure, Morongbai and Su Shihun arrived at the valley. It seems we have arrived a step too late, Morongbai remarked with a wry smile upon seeing the empty valley, devoid of Su-Han. He had learned through the celestial symbol that Su-Han was selling savage beast corpses here and had hurried over with Su Shihun. Continue to inquire among our fellow disciples to ascertain his current whereabouts, Su Shihun suggested calmly. Understood, Morongbai nodded, retrieving the celestial symbol to send a few messages. Shortly after, one of them responded, indicating that Su-Han had headed southeast. Southeast, Morongbai pointed in that direction. Someone mentioned they saw Su-Han over there. Let us pursue him, Su Shihun scoffed, hastening toward the southeast. Before long, another figure arrived at the valley. Chen-Su glanced at the scene and took out the celestial symbol to check. She had some connections in the outer court, enabling her to locate Su-Han's position as well. Why has junior brother ventured so deep into the savage beast mountains? Chen-Su felt an ominous premonition rising within her. The direction Su-Han was headed frequently harbored fifth-tier savage beasts, and one misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Unbeknownst to Su-Han, someone was in pursuit of him. Engrossed in his martial training while simultaneously slaying savage beasts, he had unknowingly strayed beyond the boundaries of the Medicine Death Valley. Along the way, he occasionally encountered martial artists from other sects, learning that he had entered the territory of the Eight-Armed Buddha sect. The Eight-Armed Buddha sect. Oh, isn't that the sect behind the four-armed golden giant I encountered in the Taiying Mountains of Yen country? How fortuitous. Su-Han mused for a moment before deciding to retrace his steps. Having been out for over 20 days, returning would take another 20 days, and the life-reviving pills for the little girl would soon be depleted, making it the perfect opportunity to exchange for more using merit points. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He took out the celestial symbol once more and quickly saw a post from Su Shihun. Have you already arrived at the Medicine Death Valley? Su-Han sneered softly, scanning through other posts before pausing slightly. The eight-armed Buddhist sect has a secret realm emerging. Only those in the innate realm may enter. The head of the Medicine Death Valley, Jiang Yuan, has led people to the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Brothers, shall we form a team to head to the eight-armed Buddhist sect? The secret realm is a gift from the heavens for all martial artists, and we are eligible to enter. The unyielding Thunder Sword Pavilion's undefeated Lei Jian, Shintu, has also made his way to the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Sisters from the Shadow Moon Temple have arrived as well. The princess of the Great Immortal Dynasty is extraordinarily beautiful. I wonder if there's a chance to be her consort. The master of the Beehive Temple has reached the eight-armed Buddhist sect, currently discussing Buddhist teachings with Master Ma from the Xianting Dao Palace. The young prodigies of the Qinglong Academy, Jing Yuehan and Su Qingquan, have arrived together. Both the youngest Yuan Dan realm experts of the academy, truly a match made in heaven, envied by all. Similar posts proliferated, with new ones appearing almost every second, reporting on the happenings at the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Initially, Su-Han had no intention of involving himself in this matter, but upon seeing the final post, accompanied by an image, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the image, a handsome young man stood beside Jing Yuehan, wearing a subtly arrogant smile, his gaze toward her filled with unabashed admiration. Su-Han felt a twinge of jealousy, unsure whether he was the one being overshadowed or if he had unintentionally overshadowed someone else. Unable to resolve this dilemma, he decided to personally inquire with Jing Yuehan. Damn it, Morong Bai, didn't you say you had many friends in the outer court? Why have you lost track of Su-Han? Su Shihun, unable to catch up with Su-Han, finally lashed out at Morong Bai. Though younger than Morong Bai, Su Shihun surpassed him in both talent and potential. The status of the Su family was not something Morong Bai's background could rival. Thus, when Morong Bai sensed Su Shigan's impatience and his gaze turned unfriendly, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Brother Su, perhaps this fellow is hiding. Let us remain patient. We will surely find him. Morong Bai forced a smile. Patience. My brother is waiting for me to avenge him in the netherworld. You can relay that message to him. Su Shihun coldly retorted. Relay what? Morong Bai inwardly cursed. He then took out the celestial symbol again, hoping for news of Su-Han's whereabouts, only to find numerous posts related to the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Brother Su, there's a secret realm emerging at the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Several sects are sending people there, including our outer court head, Jiang Yuan. Morong Bai exclaimed hastily. Su Shihun raised an eyebrow, then took out his own celestial symbol to check. Upon seeing Jing Yuehan, his eyes lit up, but then he spotted Su Qingquan as well. That guy is gone too. Su Shihan's brows furrowed slightly. Su Qingquan's talent was comparable to his own, and they belonged to the same generation in the Su family. However, their birth years differed by over a decade, making Su Qingquan a first-level Yuan Dan realm warrior, while Su Shihun remained at the 10th level of the innate realm. Brother Su, do you think Su-Han has also received this news and is heading to the eight-armed Buddhist sect? After all, the newly emerged secret realm offers numerous benefits, and only those in the innate realm may enter. Should we not go take a look? Morong Bai suggested. Initially reluctant to go due to not wanting to encounter Su Qingquan, Su Shihun reconsidered upon hearing Morong Bai's words. Let us go. Chapter 124. The secret realm of the third-ranked cave heaven, the headquarters of the eight-armed pagoda, is situated not far from the Valley of Medicinal Death. Thus, when a cave heaven secret realm emerged in its vicinity, Jiang Yuan, the master of the outer court of the Valley of Medicinal Death, and Elder Shangwan, one of Bird Peak, promptly led their disciples to the site. Upon receiving the news, the major sects throughout the celestial rivers and lakes hastened to this location. The 7 foremost powers of Qingzhou were nearly all present, along with a dozen or so sub-top-tier factions akin to the eight-armed pagoda, given that it was merely a third-ranked cave heaven. The various sects did not place excessive importance on it. Those who arrived promptly were mostly just passing by. Furthermore, no martial sovereign-level experts made an appearance. The strongest among them were the 10th-level Yuan Dan realm practitioners like Jiang Yuan, with most being early-stage cultivators, while mid- and late-stage ones were quite rare. At this moment, within a valley 300 miles from the eight-armed pagoda, countless martial artists from various regions gathered. Some hailed from prestigious backgrounds and formed a circle of their own, while others were of more humble origins, creating another circle. Some were solitary cultivators, forming yet another circle. The circles were delineated by strength, with the more formidable circles situated closer to the valley's center. At the very heart of the valley, the eight-armed pagoda erected a canopy beneath which sat the Yuan Dan realm experts from various factions, including Jiang Yuan. Not far from them stood an abandoned temple, its origins lost to time, having fallen into disrepair hundreds of years ago. Recently, however, it had suddenly emanated a radiant light. prompting the martial artists of the eight-armed pagoda to arrive first and ultimately declare it a cave heaven secret realm. Esteemed guests, we should have a few days before this third-ranked cave heaven secret realm opens. Shall we establish some guidelines? A burly man with a curled beard suggested jovially, gazing at Jiang Yuan and the others. He was Hong Li, the vice master of the outer court of the eight-armed pagoda, a ninth-level Yuan Dan realm practitioner just a step away from reaching the pinnacle. Guidelines. A young woman adorned in luxurious garments, exuding an air of elegance, glanced at the eager innate realm martial artists surrounding the valley before smiling and speaking. Vice Master Hong. It has been an age-old custom that any cave heaven secret realm appearing within one's territory belongs to them. However, for the first year, regardless of whether they are solitary cultivators or disciples from sects, families, or royal lineages, all should be allowed entry without obstruction. I wonder what you mean by guidelines. Princess Qingwei's confusion echoed Jiang Yuan's own sentiment. Nearby, seated at the table, was a nun known in the martial world as the finger-cutting nun. Not far from her sat Master Xian Neng from the Other Shore Temple, Master Ma Xian from the Xian Ting Dao Palace, the undefeated Thunder Sword Shintu Mo from the Thunder Sword Pavilion, and several other Yuan Dan realm experts from sub-top-tier factions. Upon Hong Li's suggestion, everyone turned their gaze toward him, their expressions a mix of confusion, contemplation, and mockery. It is quite simple. I notice that many of you have not brought a significant number of innate realm disciples. Thus, I propose a rule: each sect may only enter with 10 disciples, while solitary cultivators shall be limited to no more than 100. This rule would apply only during the initial opening of the Cave Heaven Secret Realm, after which entry would be unrestricted, Hong Li suggested with a smile. The attendees grasped the implication behind his words. Indeed, most had brought only 7 or 8 innate realm disciples, rendering this rule nearly insignificant for them. The true intention behind Hong Li's proposal was to limit the number of solitary cultivators, adhering to the age-old customs that the eight-armed pagoda would not dare to openly violate without collective agreement, thereby alleviating any potential backlash. The initial opening of the Cave Heaven Secret Realm would yield the greatest opportunities. If the number of solitary cultivators could be curtailed during this first instance, the innate realm disciples from the various sects would naturally secure more gains. I believe Vice Master Hong has a point. Our preparations have been rather hasty this time. If we do not impose some restrictions on solitary cultivators, it would be quite unfair to us, a Yuan Dan realm expert from a sub-top-tier faction remarked with a smile. After his comment, several others echoed their agreement, except for the Yuan Dan realm experts of the 7 foremost powers, who remained silent. I find this proposal unsatisfactory. Princess Qingwei stated calmly. Rules are rules. This regulation was established by our former emperor of Qingzhou. Should we violate it, we would lose the people's trust. That emperor has perished for many years. His rules. Hong Li's expression darkened at Qingwei's objection. Although that emperor has passed, the regulations he set forth should still be honored. Moreover, it was established by the 9 great emperors, and with 6 still living. How do you think they would perceive us if we were to disrupt the established order? Jiang Yuan interjected with a gentle smile. Hong Li promptly fell silent. Among those present, only one was at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, Jiang Yuan, due to the proximity of the Valley of Medicinal Death to the 8-armed pagoda. As the head of the outer court of the valley, with the support of the 7 Kill Peaks master, he commanded a degree of respect. Junior sister Jiang Yao. During this venture into the secret realm, stay close to me, said Wang Yu, Jiang Yuan's eldest disciple, as he stood among the elite disciples of various factions, including Jiang Yao. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Yao replied, her smile brightening her face. Wang Yu smiled slightly, his gaze drifting toward the female disciples of Bird Peak, brought by Sheng Wan. When their eyes met, they shyly averted their gaze, prompting a flicker of satisfaction in Wang Yu's eyes. Quite lively, indeed. Su Han followed the throng of innate realm martial artists toward the valley and finally located the valley situated 300 miles from the 8-armed pagoda. He found that entering the valley proved to be quite challenging. The entrances were crowded with innate realm martial artists from various regions. Xiaoyu, my chance has finally arrived. If I can obtain some treasures from here, I should be able to undergo immediate rebirth. In a few days, when the secret realm opens, you wait for me within the valley, Chen Shitai said, gazing at the dilapidated temple glowing in the valley's center, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The third-ranked Cave Heaven Secret Realm was tailor-made for peak innate realm practitioners like him. Although he lacked the confidence to contend with those from the top factions, he was undoubtedly superior to solitary cultivators. Master will surely succeed. Su Xiaoyu nodded slightly. She should have been in solitary meditation at the Nine Sun Academy. But after Chen Shitai injured Su Changsheng, she had been granted amnesty through connections. Since then, her feelings for her master had deepened considerably. Unbeknownst to them, A familiar figure nearby was observing them with a detached gaze. Chapter 125. The Vengeful Spirit. How could Qin Shitai bring Su Xiaoyu to this place? Su Han stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing the pair, a flicker of doubt rising within him. The great Zhou dynasty was quite distant from the Changyan dynasty, let alone the territory of the eight-armed pagoda. It appeared that Qin Shitai's prowess was rather mediocre. A subtle smile crept into Su Han's eyes. Indeed, Qin Shitai stood at the pinnacle of the innate realm, akin to Murong Bai and Qin Su. However, to draw a comparison, the latter two felt like a colossal boulder obstructing Su Han's path, while Qin Shitai felt more like a mere stumbling block. Though they shared the same realm, their vastly different backgrounds determined that Qin Shitai's foundation paled in comparison to that of Murong Bai and Qin Su. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu lifted her head, glancing around. "What is it, Xiaoyu?" Qin Shitai inquired. "Nothing. I just felt as if someone was watching me," Su Xiaoyu replied with a smile, a hint of surprise lingering on her face. "Higi, with so many martial artists here and your striking beauty, it is only natural for someone to take notice," Qin Shitai said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu's complexion instantly flushed crimson. Time swiftly passed, and soon a day had elapsed. Throughout this day, all martial artists sat cross-legged in their respective spots, with only the occasional murmur of conversation breaking the silence, devoid of any disputes. After all, powerful figures such as Hong Li were stationed in the valley center. Even if martial artists with past grievances encountered one another, they would merely exchange cold smiles and pleasantries. No one dared to instigate trouble here, lest they jeopardize their chance to enter the secret realm of Dongtian. "I have a super divine weapon for sale. Who wants it?" "Only 300,000 taels of silver." A middle-aged man, whose features were sharp and unappealing, whispered as he inquired around, concealing a mask within his sleeve. "What makes it a super divine weapon?" "This," he exclaimed, showcasing the mask. "Once you wear it, you can alter your appearance. It is incredibly powerful." Many martial artists expressed interest and gathered around. "Is altering one's appearance not the most potent function?" The sharp-featured man shot a disgruntled glance at a questioning martial artist. "Humph." The martial artist scoffed, a faint smirk of mockery gracing his lips. "There are numerous methods for altering appearances. The most basic techniques are merely third-tier martial skills, costing no more than 100,000 taels. Many sell them." "Huh. Those techniques can only change your looks. But my mask can alter not just your appearance but also the aura you exude. Even so, it is not worth 300,000 taels. I'll buy it for 150,000. That price is unacceptable." The sharp-featured man shook his head, continuing to solicit other buyers. But most martial artists deemed the price exorbitant, especially since they had no need for such alterations. "Young brother, interested?" Finally, he approached Su Han. Su Han glanced at the mask, and suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations. Host has discovered 9th-tier spiritual material." 9th-tier spiritual material? Is it similar to the Fang Tianhua halberd? The material of this mask is indeed 9th tier? Su Han scrutinized the seemingly ordinary mask, which even bore signs of rust. "What tier is this divine weapon?" Su Han inquired with a smile. "Well, it has only one first-tier rune on it. If we are to classify it, it can only be considered a first-tier junior divine weapon," the sharp-featured man replied awkwardly. After a pause, he added, "Young brother, I see you are quite interested. How about I sell it to you at a discounted price of 250,000 taels? If it weren't for my plan to purchase some qi condensing pills for protection before entering the secret realm, I wouldn't want to part with it." 250,000. Su Han's face revealed a hint of conflict. Under the expectant gaze of the man, he ultimately nodded. "All right, then. 250,000 it is." "Ah, young brother is straightforward. Those old geezers can't bear to part with such a sum," clearly lacking discernment. The sharp-featured man's eyes gleamed with delight. The two exchanged money for goods. When Su Han departed from the Su kingdom, he had little silver left. After acquiring the mask, he was nearly destitute. He intended to exchange it for some spirit-cleansing pills and then return to retrieve the debt from Nangong. As he contemplated, Su Han donned the mask, eager to test its transformative effects. Many martial artists witnessed this scene and shook their heads in disapproval, deeming it a waste to spend 250,000 taels on a mere disguise. Would it not be wiser to purchase 100 qi condensing pills instead? Su Xiaoyu, too, was drawn by the commotion, her gaze landing on Su Han. Indeed, this young innate martial artist, seemingly not yet 20, who could casually produce 250,000 taels for such a seemingly useless divine weapon, must hail from a profoundly wealthy background. Qin Shitai's attention turned to Su Han, expressing admiration. Su Xiaoyu instinctively nodded, yet a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. She felt an uncanny familiarity in Su Han's demeanor. Surely it is just an illusion, she mused, shaking her head in self-deprecation. This was her first journey so far from the Su Kingdom and the Great Zhou Dynasty. It was illogical to encounter an acquaintance here, especially since the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Jiang Academy had no young, innate martial artists of such caliber. Suddenly, as Su Han donned the mask, he felt a chill enveloping his face, followed by a surge of peculiar energy rushing into his sea of consciousness. To the outside observer, the mask seemed to dissolve upon contact with Su Han's skin, merging seamlessly with his visage. Ding! Warning! A vengeful spirit seeks to control the host. The system notification blared. A vengeful spirit? A cold glint flashed in Su Han's eyes. This mask indeed possessed extraordinary properties. The sharp-featured middle-aged man must be aware of its implications. His intentions were evident. He sought to manipulate Su Han through the vengeful spirit referenced by the system. This was no ordinary disguise. It was likely a divine weapon related to puppeteering. Suddenly, the ancient purple lightning dragon within his dantian emitted a roar. And a torrent of thunder. Chapter 126. Shi Tianlong. Long time no see, little brother. This mask is indeed impressive. It even alters your aura, remarked several martial artists who were relatively close to Su Han. Yes, it is rather expensive, Su Han replied with a faint smile. Indeed, with that kind of money, it would be wiser to purchase qi condensing pills or blood essence pills. Buying a mere disguise mask seems rather wasteful, merely for amusement, a burly man said, his tone tinged with mockery as he regarded Su Han. I'm just in it for the fun, Su Han grinned. Upon hearing this, the burly man shook his head and chose to ignore Su Han. At that moment, Su Han's appearance had undergone a significant transformation, and his aura was entirely different as well. The mask was crafted from 9th-tier spiritual material, but regrettably, it had already been refined into a 1st-tier divine weapon. Consequently, to elevate it, he would need to proceed methodically, step by step, from 1st tier to higher tiers. Fortunately, the runes from 1st to 3rd tier were not excessively costly. With the divine coins he possessed, he should be able to raise it to 4th tier. Having considered this, Su Han smiled once more at the sharp-featured middle-aged man before turning away from the valley. He sought a secluded spot, preparing to enhance the mask's tier. What is this fellow's true identity? The sharp-featured middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Soon after, he felt a pang of regret. He had nearly risked his life to acquire the mask during a perilous adventure, and now it had been so easily given away. He felt truly unwilling. Once he entered the secret realm, he would find an opportunity to reclaim the mask from Su Han. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Opening the divine weapon classification, Su Han began to search for supportive runes. For offensive divine weapons, the Fang Tian Hua Ji was already sufficient. Besides, the mask had already been formed. He could not simply inscribe Thunderfire runes on it and use it as a weapon, as that would be too absurd for his taste. After a few moments, Su Han discovered the runes related to disguise. The most basic 1st-tier rune was called Disguise, which could be purchased for 10 divine coins. The 2nd-tier rune was named 3 Phases, which, according to the system's description, would allow Su Han to temporarily transform into 3 types of savage monsters: the golden-eating mouse, the multi-life cat, and the black dragonfish. These 3 savage creatures seemed to lack aggression. However, they might prove useful in critical moments. A smile crept into Su Han's eyes. He was quite pleased with such auxiliary functions. This was only the 2nd tier. His gaze then fell upon the 3rd-tier runes. The 3rd-tier rune, Shadow Veil, could render one invisible for a brief moment when activated by vital energy. However, a subsequent use would require a brief interval. No wonder it was called Shadow Veil. It would indeed be quite useful in combat. Su Han chuckled softly. The 4th-tier rune was called Heaven Deception. According to the system's explanation, if the mask were inscribed with 9 Heaven Deception runes, it could allow even martial sovereigns to remain oblivious to the disguise. Even a single rune could deceive practitioners at the Yuan Dan realm. This was rather impressive. Su Han's eyes flickered with interest. The ability to obscure oneself from martial sovereigns greatly enhanced the mask's utility, a feat that ordinary disguise techniques could not achieve. Realizing this, Su Han promptly set about inscribing the runes. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had elevated the mask to a high 1st-tier status. 9 disguise runes sparkled brilliantly. He had failed 3 times, yet the remaining attempts succeeded on the first try, resulting in minimal loss of divine coins. After achieving this, Su Han began to inscribe the 2nd-tier runes, followed by the 3rd-tier runes. Half an hour passed. The mask in Su Han's hand had transformed into a high 3rd-tier divine weapon, adorned with 9 disguise, 9 3 phases, and 9 Shadow Veil runes. He was left with 2,000 divine coins. However, the price of the Heaven Deception runes was even steeper than that of the Thunderfire runes, costing 600 each. And he had only 3 chances. Su Han inhaled deeply. After preparing himself, he began to exchange for the Heaven Deception runes. The first attempt. Failure. The second attempt. Failure. Su Han maintained his composure. Even if he failed this time, he would have ample opportunities in the future. After purchasing the last rune, Su Han was left with 200 divine coins. When the third Heaven Deception rune finally coalesced upon the mask, he could not help but break into a joyful smile. From now on, you shall be called Heaven Deception, Su Han chuckled softly. The name carried a commendable connotation. Within just over an hour, he had transformed a lowly first-tier divine weapon into a junior fourth-tier divine weapon. Such a feat was likely unmatched among divine weapon craftsmen across the realm. Purchasing runes from the system did not deplete the host's spiritual energy during the inscribing process. This was a distinct advantage that many divine weapon craftsmen lacked. After inscribing 10 or more runes, they would likely require a period of rest. Moreover, auxiliary runes were generally more expensive than offensive ones, suggesting that the system recognized the greater potential of auxiliary runes in the later stages compared to pure offensive capabilities. Reflecting on this, Su Han smiled as he donned the mask. Instantly, a myriad of faces flickered across his visage. The distinction between fourth tier and first tier was evident here. With a mere thought, Su Han could adopt over 10 different faces. Ultimately, he settled on a rather ordinary appearance, one that would be easily forgotten in a crowd. This countenance appeared to be around 30 years of age. Even if Zhou Tao stood before Su Han, he would struggle to recognize him. Retrieving a set of spare clothing from Gong Yan's storage ring, Su Han changed, still feeling it insufficient. With a mere thought, his hair grew longer in an instant. At that moment, in terms of aura, attire, and appearance, Su Han had undergone a remarkable transformation. He touched his face, his lips curling into a slight smile. Shi Tianlong. Long time no see. This visage was none other than his appearance on Earth, the war machine Shi Tianlong, feared by all on the battlefield. From now on, you shall be called Heaven Deception. Upon returning to the valley, most individuals merely glanced at him before losing interest. His ordinary looks and cultivation level made him unremarkable. Damn it, could it be him? The sharp-featured middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Su Han. After several moments, he finally relinquished his scrutiny. Not long after Su Han had departed, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret. Had Su Han returned in a different guise, he would not have recognized him at all. Suddenly, two figures arrived in the valley, one after the other. Morongbai gasped for breath, a look of delight on his face. He had finally arrived before the secret realm's opening. Su Shihan's expression remained neutral as he scanned every face at the valley entrance. Searching for Su Han. Su brother, that lad is Zhou Tao's disciple and has a good relationship with Ding Jiang. He is likely in the valley center. Let us go see if we can find him. Once we locate him, entering the secret realm will be child's play. Morongbai whispered. Su Shihan nodded slightly. The two made their way straight to the valley center. Along the way, some were displeased by their reckless advance. Yet upon seeing the token of the Medicine Death Valley's outer court that Morongbai displayed, they all respectfully cleared a path. 4 ordinary sects could not compare to the 7 top-tier powers. Is the Medicine Death Valley so magnificent? It's merely an outer court disciple. Shoo! Don't let them hear you. Mind your life. Su Han paid no heed to the murmurs around him. Instead, he smiled as he watched Morongbai and Su Shihan pass by. Su Shihan's gaze lingered on Su Han for a moment, but upon recognizing his face, he promptly averted his eyes. This fellow's aura was stronger than Morongbai's, comparable to that of senior sister Chen Su. Su Han gazed calmly at Su Shihan's retreating figure. He had already resolved in his heart that the first order of business upon entering the secret realm would be to deal with this individual. Chapter 127 Miss Jing. Do you remember the Yin Lantern? No, that person is not here. Su Shihan's expression darkened significantly. He surveyed the surrounding martial artists, but there was no sign of Su Han. Brother Su, the secret realm is about to open. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Even if he is not here at this moment, I believe he will arrive in a few days, Morongbai advised. Let us hope you are correct, Su Shihan scoffed. Morongbai's expression shifted slightly, repressing his anger as he maneuvered through the crowd towards Jiang Yao. Senior brother Morong. Jiang Yao greeted with a hint of surprise in her eyes upon noticing him, yet she maintained her politeness. When you observed Morongbai with a smirk, choosing not to speak, everyone in the outer courtyard knew the relationship between Jiang Yuan and Morongfeng was nearly irreconcilable, and their respective masters were similarly at odds. Junior sister Jiang, Morongbai greeted with a smile, then glanced at Wang Yu and the others without offering further salutations. Instead, he introduced Su Shihan to Jiang Yao. This is Su Shihan, a prodigy from the Qinglong Academy. I believe you have heard of him, junior sister Jiang? Su Shihan? A ripple of surprise coursed through the crowd. Even the esteemed prodigies from nearby powerful factions turned to look upon hearing his name. It is indeed him, Jing Qing remarked, somewhat astonished. However, She quickly recalled that everyone had heard about Su Shihan's quest for vengeance for his brother Su Shiwan, who had perished at the hands of the great prince of Su Kingdom, Su Han. It was entirely reasonable for him to arrive at the Medicine Dead Valley, especially with the secret realm opening soon. Long have I admired your name, Su brother. When you clasped his hands in greeting, Su Shihan nodded slightly. You are too kind, brother one. Having said this, he cast a cursory glance at the others, showing no intention of greeting them, and turned to Murong Bai, brother Murong. I shall pay a visit to my cousin. Please, brother Su, feel free, Murong Bai replied eagerly. Su Shihan departed, and as he passed by the Qinglong Academy's area, he exchanged pleasantries with Jing Qing and the others before proceeding toward the valley's center. Su Qianquan seemed to sense something, raising his head to regard Su Shihan, his brow knitting slightly. What brings you here? Hong Li and the others fixed their gazes on Su Shihan, but upon seeing he was merely a martial artist of the innate realm, they paid him little heed. Cousin. Su Shihan offered a respectful nod and then turned to Jing Yuehan. Senior sister Jing, it has been a while. His gaze bore a certain intensity. Su Qianquan's expression darkened at the scene. Jing Yuan replied coolly. Su Shihan sighed inwardly at her demeanor, yet he remained undeterred, as long as Jing Yuan remained unmarried. He had hope. Aren't you here to settle scores with that Su Han? What are you doing here? Su Qianquan remarked indifferently. Among the disciples brought by Dean Jiang, there is no sign of Su Han. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Su Qianquan. He had heard whispers of the incident, but had not given it much thought. He recalled how Su Han had confronted the master of Qing and Peak, withstanding immense pressure in the fetal breath realm. Realizing that Su Han's abilities were not to be underestimated at his level, even if the Su family sought vengeance. Sending a martial artist at the pinnacle of the innate realm seemed unwise. Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Upon hearing the name Su Han, a complex emotion flickered in Jing Yuehan's eyes. Since that day, she had gathered numerous pieces of information regarding Su Han. Yet T Chapter 128. You can only be my woman. Junior sister, may I have a word with you? Su Qianquan was taken aback. Jiang Yuan, Hong Li, Princess Qingwei, and the venerable Duan Ji Shirtai all turned their gazes towards Jing Yuehan, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. It is worth mentioning that Jing Yuehan possessed far superior talents compared to them, apart from Jiang Yuan, who stood at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. Only Jing Yuehan, Hong Li, and Master Xianneng were in the late Yuan Dan stage, while the rest were merely in the early to mid stages. Remarkably, Jing Yuehan was among the youngest present, only outdone in age by Princess Qingwei by 4 or 5 years. Brother, this is a personal matter. Jing Yuehan cast a sidelong glance at Su Qianquan, swiftly lifting Su Han and soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Su Qianquan's expression darkened considerably. He wished to pursue her, but feared provoking her further, ultimately settling back down with a grim countenance. In the distance, Su Shihan inadvertently turned around and witnessed this scene, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why did Jing Yuehan leave with that seemingly ordinary innate realm warrior? Could that young man have connections with the esteemed Jing Yuehan of the Qinglong Academy? It should not be that recent fellow. The gaunt, middle-aged man pondered, having been keeping a close watch on Su Han. Who was that person just now? Someone exclaimed, glancing at Jing Qing. Jing Qing, having also witnessed the exchange, felt a sense of bewilderment. Not far from her, Xin Yang, Wu Molan, and Dongfang Shua all lifted their gazes to the sky, only lowering their heads after Jing Yuehan's figure had entirely disappeared, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. How have you all been lately? Xin Yang approached Dongfang Shua and Wu Molan with a smile. What good is there to speak of? Wu Molan's expression darkened. After the incident in the Taiying Mountains, I returned to face punishment and was even interrogated by the forces of the great immortal dynasty for several days. While Gong Yu's identity may hold little weight in the great immortal dynasty, Gong Yan is different. His death in the Taiying Mountains has incited considerable anger from them. I share your sentiments. Dongfang Shua sighed softly. Alas, Xianyang shook his head. In recent times, I have been monitoring the myriad realms. Yet I have seen no trace of that fiend from the Rebirth Gate. Even the whereabouts of Princess Junjun remain unknown. I suspect that fiend has followed Princess Junjun deep into the mysterious Demon Mountains. If that is the case, the vengeance for Brother Gong Yin may be. Wu Molan's expression grew increasingly somber. Setting that aside, the recent opening of the third-grade cave secret realm promises far more opportunities than an ordinary cave realm. Shall we join forces? Xian Yang proposed with a smile. I have no objections. Dongfang Shuan nodded slightly. Wu Molan also replied coolly, that is acceptable. Their shared experiences of adversity had fostered a closer bond between them, making their reunion feel more intimate than before. I will inquire with Jing Qing to see if she wishes to ally with us, Xian Yang said with a smile as he moved toward Jing Qing's direction. A powerful gust of wind struck Su Han as he circulated his internal energy to fend off the force. After approximately the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jing Yuehan descended upon a mountaintop. How do you know my dark secrets? If you do not provide a reason, I shall slay you. Jing Yuehan glared at Su Han with icy eyes. To murder one's spouse? Is this what you call repaying kindness with enmity? Su Han chuckled lightly. Before Jing Yuehan could erupt in anger, his features morphed back. Upon witnessing this transformation, Jing Yuehan instinctively took 2 steps back. It is you? Indeed, it is I, Su Han replied with a smile. What kind of disguise is this? Even I cannot see through it? Jing Yuehan's expression turned peculiar. She could hardly fathom that she would encounter Su Han again under such circumstances. This is a unique technique. Not convenient to share. I must ask you, are you truly planning to repay kindness with enmity? Su Han inquired with a gentle smile. What do you intend to convey? Jing Yuehan averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Despite being merely an innate realm warrior, with her cultivation, she could easily crush him. Yet, ever since that day, she had developed an unusual sentiment towards Su Han, often feeling at a disadvantage when facing him. I ask you. There is a post circulating in the myriad realm stating that you and Su Qiankun are a perfect match. Are you planning to stray from your path? Su Han queried. Stray from my path? Jing Yuehan stared at Su Han in shock. Are you implying that I would stray from my path? A flicker of panic crossed Jing Yuehan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, retorting, I share no relationship with you, so how can you claim that I would stray from my path? Are you certain there is no relationship? Su Han maintained his gentle smile. After a moment, Jing Yuehan furrowed her brow and said, What occurred that day? I have made clear to you. It was merely an accident. There is no possibility between us. You are just. Go on. Why have you stopped speaking? Su Han urged with a smile. You have reached the 4th level of the innate realm? Jing Yuehan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The last time she saw Su Han, he was merely a fetal breath realm warrior. How could he have advanced to the 4th level of the innate realm in such a short time? Even she, in her youth, would have found it challenging to match such a rapid progression. I tell you, you are already my woman. I care not whether you are in the Yuan Dan realm or the martial sovereign realm. You can only be my woman. You. What of me? Your life was saved by my sacrifice. What of me? Su Han pressed. Now, I ask you, what is your relationship with Su Qiankun? I have no relationship with him. Enough. Take me back. Remember not to expose my identity. Otherwise, it will be troublesome, as I have quite a few enemies. Su Han chuckled, once more donning the deceptive mask, transforming back into an ordinary 30-something young man. Yet this time, his appearance differed significantly from before. Upon returning, no one would recognize him as the innate realm warrior who had just been taken by Jing Yuehan. Jing Yuehan stood frozen in place, and after a few moments, she glared angrily at Su Han but remained silent, then shot into the air, disappearing from his sight in an instant. Women can be so petty. Su Han sighed as he felt the biting winds atop the mountain, then swiftly made his way toward the valley. Upon returning to the valley, Su Qiankun immediately inquired, Junior sister, who was that person just now? What did he wish to discuss with you? He mistook me for someone else, Jing Yuehan replied coolly. Having said that, she fell silent. Su Qiankun, however, keenly sensed that Jing Yuehan's mood had shifted upon her return, her eyes occasionally betraying a look of contemplation. Damn it. Su Qiankun scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Su Han, only to realize that he had not returned to the valley at all. Another day passed. What the hell? Did they send me such a long way? Su Han rushed back to the valley, cursing under his breath, only to find the dilapidated temple in the center of the valley enveloped in an increasingly glaring golden light. The cave's secret realm is about to open, an innate realm warrior exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 129. Entering the secret realm. The moment of the opening of the secret realm of the cave heaven has finally arrived, and the various martial artists in the valley are filled with immense excitement. The once orderly valley now witnesses many warriors frantically pushing towards the center. Silence. Hong Li's voice suddenly pierced through the air as he stood suspended in the void. His words reverberated with a mighty force, resonating like the tolling of a great bell in the ears of the crowd. The fervent expressions in the eyes of the martial artists gradually faded as they halted their movements, instinctively turning their gazes towards Hong Li. Anyone who fails to adhere to the order will be expelled from this place and shall never have the opportunity to set foot in the cave heaven secret realm again. Do you understand? Hong Li spoke coldly. The previously exhilarated martial artists now bore awkward expressions. Following this, Hong Li arranged for the top talents from the 7 premier factions to enter the dilapidated temple first, followed by the next-tier factions like the 8-armed Buddha sect, and then the sects presided over by martial kings, and so forth. The independent martial artists would be the last to enter the secret realm. Alas, such is the disparity in status and identity. A middle-aged man with a sharp face, standing behind Su-Han, looked at the prominent figures entering the cave and muttered with a hint of reluctance. We, as independent cultivators, cannot compare to them. Even a common lower-tier cultivation technique requires us to expend countless efforts to obtain. Yet I have heard that ordinary disciples from the 7 premier factions can effortlessly exchange for such techniques with merit points. Su-Han remarked with a faint smile. Precisely. Someone nodded in agreement. Young brother, what is your name? The sharp-faced middle-aged man inquired, glancing at Su-Han. Shi Tianlong. Su-Han replied with a smile. Shi Tianlong. What a peculiar name. Do you have a connection with the Beyond Temple? The middle-aged man asked suspiciously. If there were a connection, would I still need a queue here? Su-Han scoffed. That is true. My name is Wang Dalong. I am a few years your senior. You may call me Brother Wang. Once we enter the Cave Heaven secret realm, shall we join forces? Wang Dalong proposed with a beaming smile. Certainly. Strength in numbers. Only thus can we hope to compete with the prodigies of those great factions for opportunities. Su-Han agreed, nodding with a smile. Before long, it was Su-Han's turn to enter the Cave Heaven secret realm. Standing beside the temple were 2 Nirvana realm disciples from the 8-armed Buddha sect, scrutinizing Su-Han with watchful eyes. Su-Han smiled at Wang Dalong and then stepped into the temple. In the next moment, Su-Han felt a brilliant light before him, and he found himself in an expansive area. Behind him stood the very temple he had just entered. Yet this place was no longer the valley they had just been in. Where are the others? They vanished so quickly? Wang Dalong appeared behind Su-Han, looking around in bewilderment. The group that had entered before them was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed from the distance. Su-Han and Wang Dalong exchanged glances and immediately sped towards the source of the noise. Such a sound must indicate a confrontation among martial artists. The rapid onset of conflict implied that there might be treasures in that location. After a brief moment, they arrived at the scene of the commotion, only to find that it had already been surrounded by the prominent prodigies from various factions. At the center, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat. Su-Han focused his gaze, and his expression shifted to one of in Chapter 130. Harvest. Wang Dalong gazed at Su-Han in disbelief, utterly shocked by Su-Han's sudden aggression. I let you escape, you cunning old fox. A group of martial artists surrounded Wang Dalong, delivering a brutal beating. Stop. Take this spirit herb. Wang Dalong, bruised and battered, surrendered the herb, and only then did the martial artists depart, clearly part of an alliance. Brother Shi, you have such a ruthless heart. Wang Dalong rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, glaring angrily at Su-Han. Brother Wang, it is not that I am heartless. You have simply provoked too many people. If it weren't for my feigned injury, we both would have suffered. It is not worth losing our lives over a mere 3rd-grade spirit herb, Su-Han replied with a smile. Humph, all my efforts wasted. I had hoped to sweep through this secret realm with you, but it seems that is no longer possible. Wang Dalong snorted dismissively, refusing to accept Su-Han's explanation, and limped away in another direction, where martial artists appeared to be competing for some opportunities. Su-Han chuckled and continued to follow Su-Han. Meanwhile, the conflict between Murong Bai and Wang Yu seemed to have reached a conclusion. After exchanging defiant glances, they ultimately decided to split the spirit herb. Brother, even if there are opportunities here, they aren't worth our effort. Let us head to that mountain range instead, Zhang Yao suggested. Let's go, Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Murong Bai glanced towards the mountains, and upon spotting Su Shihan's silhouette, he coldly remarked to Wang Yu, we'll settle this when we return to the Medicine Dead Valley. With that, he swiftly set off in pursuit of Su Shihan. This expedition into the Cave Heaven secret realm saw nearly 508 martial artists, with elite and sub-elite factions, along with forces led by martial kings, dispatching around 100 to 200 participants. The remainder comprised scattered cultivators and ordinary factions' innate members. These martial artists formed small circles, with the leaders predominantly at the peak of the innate realm, while some were slightly weaker, leading those at the 9th or 8th levels of the innate realm. The top faction's innate members primarily chose to head towards the mountains, while those who felt they couldn't contend with them searched for opportunities nearby, as 3rd-grade and 4th-grade spirit herbs were already of immense value to them. Is this a 5th-grade thunder spirit flower? Su Shihan halted abruptly upon entering the mountain range, his gaze fixed on a large, withered tree not far away. The tree appeared charred, as if struck by celestial lightning, yet a small purple flower bloomed atop it, crackling with arcs of electricity. From the tree's scorched state and the flower's appearance and aura, Su Shihan concluded that it was indeed a highly valuable thunder spirit flower, one of the primary materials for refining thunder body refining pills. A single thunder body refining pill was worth at least 100 merit points. while a thunder spirit flower was worth no less than 3,000 merit points. It was 30 times the value, for a 5th-grade alchemist could refine at least 100 thunder body refining pills from a single flower. In the black market of the heavens, some even offered 3,500 celestial coins to purchase a thunder spirit flower. A sum that would be considered a fortune not just to innate martial artists but even to Nirvana realm cultivators. Truly, it was remarkable to find such a 5th-grade thunder spirit flower in a newly opened 3rd-grade cave heaven secret realm. A smile crept onto Su Shihan's lips as he approached the flower. In external realms, where 3rd-grade cave heaven secret realms had been opened for decades or even centuries, finding a 4th-grade spirit herb had become exceedingly difficult, let alone a 5th-grade one. To prevent excessive exploitation of the cave heaven secret realm, major sects had even imposed restrictions on the number of entrants each year. Only in the first year of the realm's opening were there no limits on entry numbers. This was a regulation established by the heavenly emperors, intended to benefit those martial artists without powerful backgrounds. "Su, you're here," a voice suddenly called from behind Su Shihan. He turned to see Murong Bai, forcing a smile as he responded, "Brother Murong, what brings you here? Since Grandpa Su entrusted me with your care, I cannot allow you to venture into this cave heaven secret realm alone. We will be much safer together," Murong Bai replied with a grin. His gaze then fell upon the thunder spirit flower, eyes widening in astonishment. "Isn't that the thunder spirit flower? I discovered it," Su Shihan said, his smile suggesting a clear implication. Murong Bai's eyes flickered with hesitation before he awkwardly proposed, "Brother Su, according to the rules of this cave heaven secret realm, since we discovered it together, why don't we share it?" "Share? Absolutely not," Su Shihan shook his head. "This young man is far too arrogant. When I was at the innate stage, he was still drinking milk." Murong Bai cursed silently. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, a small, slender figure stealthily climbed the withered tree. Murong Bai, facing the thunder spirit flower, immediately roared, "You audacious creature. Did it intend to ambush me?" Su Shihan's eyes narrowed with suspicion, but he ultimately turned to look, and what he saw made his blood boil. A small gray mouse had swiftly devoured the thunder spirit flower. "You wretched beast," Su Shihan bellowed, his figure darting towards the mouse like a bolt of lightning. When the two reached the withered tree, they were astonished to see the gray mouse seemingly walking on air, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. "That must be a golden-eating mouse," Murong Bai muttered in disbelief. "Seems likely," Su Shihan nodded. They exchanged a glance, both filled with shock. How could a mere first-tier low-level savage beast, especially one that favored burrowing and devouring divine weapons and spirit materials, simply fly away before their eyes? The speed it displayed as it departed. "I feel like I recognize it. Could it be your Qinglong Academy's 5th-grade martial skill, the Void Step?" Murong Bai questioned skeptically. "Impossible. A first-tier low-level savage beast could not possibly comprehend the Void Step, and even if it did, it wouldn't possess the strength to execute it." Su Shihan shook his head slightly. "He could perform the Void Step too. I think we should pursue it quickly. It cannot possibly refine the thunder spirit flower immediately after consuming it. If we cut it open, we should be able to retrieve the flower," Murong Bai suggested. Su Shihan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, his expression darkening as he and Murong Bai hastened after the direction the golden-eating mouse had fled. Not long after they departed, a figure emerged from beside the withered tree, watching their retreating forms with a smile. "The second thunder spirit flower. It seems I will earn enough merit points this time." Suhan chuckled softly. The golden-eating mouse was merely a transformation he performed using the deceptive sky mask. And it was evident that even Su Shihan and the others could not discern the truth. They believed the mouse had consumed the thunder spirit flower, while in reality, Suhan had safely stored the flower in his spatial pouch. Chapter 131. Guardian of the Realm. Regrettably, Murong Bai had followed him. After a brief contemplation, Suhan abandoned his initial plan to eliminate Su Shihan first. With Murong Bai by his side, the two innate pinnacle warriors would mutually support each other. Even if Suhan were to forcefully attack and succeed in killing Su Shihan, he would still struggle to contend with Murong Bai afterward. Whether using the Fong Tianhua halberd or the Great Thunder Sound fist, the moment he made a move, his internal vigor would be completely drained. Ah, a withered tree? There is an aura of lightning. That withered tree must have housed the thunder spirit flower. Xianyang pointed towards the dead tree. Beside him, Dongfang Shua's nostrils flared slightly, and his expression changed dramatically. Indeed, it was the scent of the thunder spirit flower. As an outer disciple of the Thunder Sword Pavilion, he had witnessed the thunder spirit flower several times, and although he had never had the chance to handle it, that fragrance was unforgettable. "You come here. I have something to ask you." Wu Mulan scrutinized Su Han from head to toe, noting his ordinary appearance and his look of someone in his 30s. Unfamiliar and evidently from a lesser sect, or even a wandering cultivator. Esteemed talents, is there something you need? Suhan stepped forward with a smile and clasped his fists. Did you take the Thunder Spirit flower from that tree? Wu Mulan gazed coldly at Suhan. Jing Qing had remained silent, merely assessing Suhan with a few glances before concluding that the Thunder Spirit flower could not possibly be on him. Of course not, Suhan replied with a smile. Then tell us, who took the Thunder Spirit flower? Dongfang Shuo inquired in a deep voice. For the disciples of the Thunder Sword Pavilion. They held a unique sentiment towards the Thunder Spirit flower. They cherished all materials of the lightning attribute. It was taken by the disciples of Yaoshan Valley and Qilong Academy. They ran off in that direction. Suhan pointed towards one of the paths. Yaoshan Valley, Qilong Academy? The others instinctively turned to Jing Qing. Which disciple from Qilong Academy? Jing Qing asked. I heard them call each other Morong and Su. I do not know their full names. Esteemed talents. You understand that someone of my background would have no chance to engage with such high-level experts, Suhan lamented. The four immediately realized who the two were, Morong Bai and Su Shirhan. So it was them. What a pity, Dongfang Shuo sighed softly. They were merely ordinary outer disciples among the 7 top forces, barely in their 20s and at the second level of the innate realm. To compare them with Su Shirhan was laughable. Even Morong Bai's talent and background surpassed theirs. Among the four, perhaps Jing Qin was slightly better off, as the Jing family held a significant position within Qilong Academy. I see you have reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. May I ask your name? Xianyang suddenly addressed Su Han with a salute. I am Shi Tianlong, Su Han replied with a smile. Shi Tianlong, a rather imposing name, but regrettably of humble origins. Wu Mulan chuckled. Normally, one at the initial stage of the innate realm would not dare to be so casual with someone at the mid-stage. However, disciples from the 7 top forces possess their own pride. They might not even show courtesy to a pinnacle innate warrior from an ordinary faction. Unless one were of a significantly higher realm, only then would such strength be deemed worthy of setting aside their identities and evaluating based on cultivation. Brother Shi, as we are of similar age and have fortuitously encountered each other here, why not join forces to explore this secret realm together? Xianyang suggested with a smile. Dongfang Shuo and the others were momentarily taken aback, casting puzzled looks at Xianyang. They believed that with the legacy of the 7 top forces, defeating an ordinary mid-stage innate realm warrior would pose little challenge. If that were the case, why did Xianyang wish to recruit him? If the other party were at the late stage or pinnacle of the innate realm, they could understand. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in Suhan's eyes. Naturally, how could such matters be spoken lightly? Xianyang laughed. After a while, the original 4-member team transformed into a 5-member group, with Dongfang Shuo and the others deliberately falling behind, allowing Su Han to lead the way. Xianyang, what are your intentions? Why do you wish to include him? Dongfang Shuo whispered. Do you believe the secret realm poses no danger? Xianyang countered with a smile. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had not encountered any danger previously, leading them to subconsciously disregard that aspect. In truth, every secret realm harbored numerous perils. Otherwise, the major sects would not consider entering them as a trial for their disciples. I do not intend to exclude this person later. If we encounter those ordinary innate realm warriors, we should also recruit them into our ranks. With our 4 identities, they would naturally heed our commands, allowing us to seize greater opportunities while evading danger. Xianyang smiled. You are all quite astute, Dongfang Shuo thought approvingly, though he could not resist a sarcastic remark. Xianyang chuckled, making no rebuttal. In his eyes, this was not merely cleverness, it was strategy. Only those who strategize can reap the greatest rewards. Those who only know to charge forward, no matter how high their cultivation, would merely serve as cannon fodder. The group had not walked far when a sudden commotion erupted ahead, followed by a throng of 1st or 2nd level innate warriors fleeing in their direction. Run! There's a ghost monk. Someone shouted towards Suhan. Then, they fled without looking back. Ghost monk. The expressions of Xianyang and the others shifted slightly. Yet they did not immediately retreat. Dangers in the secret realm often accompanied opportunities. Esteemed ones, it seems there is danger ahead. Should we find a place to hide? Suhan halted and looked at the 4. Brother Shi, among the 7 top forces, there has always been a consensus. The first opening of a secret realm is when the opportunities are richest. We have traveled so far and have yet to encounter the guardian of this secret realm. The ghost monk they mentioned is likely it. Xianyang smiled. Guardian of the realm? A flicker of faint confusion appeared in Suhan's eyes. Before Xianyang could elaborate, a figure materialized before them. It was a monk clad in tattered robes, wielding a staff of greenwood. His complexion was ashen, and though his eyes appeared lifeless, they radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent, making him seem anything but human. The entrance to this secret realm was a dilapidated temple, And with a monk as its guardian, it seemed the original owner of this secret realm was likely connected to the other shore temple. Xianyang regarded the lifeless warrior monk with a grave expression. The monk's soulless gaze swept over Su Han and the others before he approached Su Han, who stood closest, brandishing his green wooden staff. Brother Su, be cautious. Should you succeed in defeating the guardian, unexpected rewards may await you, Xianyang warned. Su Han turned around only to find that the four had retreated 100 feet away, evidently intending to let him face this inhuman warrior monk alone. Chapter 132, The Fire Crystal Fruit. With a cold smirk within, Su Han remained silent, turning his back to Xianyang and the others as he gazed indifferently at the approaching ghost monk. Curiosity piqued regarding the unexpected benefits Xianyang had mentioned. He pondered whether defeating this ghost monk might yield some fortune, perhaps a technique belonging to the former master of this secret realm. After all, it seemed that there was a certain lineage between the ghost monk and the previous owner of this cave. Moments later, as Su Han stood still, the ghost monk surged forward, unleashing a terrifying speed as it swung its green wooden staff towards him. Waves of green energy erupted from the ghost monk, coalescing upon the wooden staff, enveloping the surroundings in a noxious green mist. This is poison. Xianyang's expression turned grave. It was no wonder the previous group of innate warriors had fled. Such toxic attacks within secret realms were notoriously difficult to counter. No one could ascertain the potency of the poison within this mist, and even if the guardian appeared to possess merely innate level strength, no one dared to risk exposure. Without an antidote on hand, they could easily succumb to the poison before managing to escape the secret realm. Upon witnessing the encroaching green mist, Su Han swiftly spread his innate energy throughout his body, even sealing his nostrils. Concurrently, his eyes transformed into a deep purple hue. With only the first level of the purple extreme demon eye activated, he deemed it sufficient to perceive the seemingly mindless entity before him. To Su Han, the ghost monk's movements appeared to slow. He effortlessly evaded its attack, maneuvering beside the ghost monk to deliver a punch to its head. The overwhelming force, compounded by a torrent of innate energy, caused the ghost monk's head to explode upon impact. One strike, one kill. The innate warriors who had previously scattered in fear began to return, their expressions a mix of surprise as they witnessed Su Han's effortless defeat of the ghost monk. So this creature was so easily vanquished, someone muttered. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Su Han's innate energy emitted a sizzling noise upon contact with the green mist, producing a cloud of white smoke that billowed from his form. He felt the consumption rate of his innate energy surge exponentially. This phenomenon lasted only a few moments. Once the ghost monk perished, the surrounding poison mist gradually dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 divine sovereign coins. The system notification echoed. Su Han felt a twinge of disappointment. The ghost monk's strength should have been comparable to that of a typical early innate warrior, yet the reward was meager. Just as he contemplated this, the ghost monk's body suddenly exploded into a myriad of star-like particles, which seemed to possess life as they swiftly entered Su Han's body, unhindered by his innate energy. Startled, Su Han initially feared it was some residual trick of the ghost monk's demise, but moments later, he sensed his innate energy had thickened significantly. Congratulations, Brother Sure. Xianyang approached with a beaming smile. What just transpired? Su Han inquired, intrigued. In truth, over the years, as various secret realms opened, the guardians would always carry a hint of lingering mysterious power upon their emergence. Defeating them would automatically siphon this energy, enhancing one's cultivation. This special phenomenon would fade after a certain period, the duration dependent on the grade of the secret realm, Xianyang explained with a smile. So such occurrences exist. Su Han realized. No wonder they mentioned the possibility of unexpected surprises. Based on your earlier performance, the ghost monk's strength likely fell between the fetal breath and innate realms. It was particularly formidable. As long as one remained cautious of that toxic mist, it could be easily defeated, Wu Mo Lan remarked. That sounds about right. Su Han nodded with a smile. He refrained from revealing that his ease in vanquishing the ghost monk was entirely reliant on the capabilities of the purple extreme demon eye. He believed that had Xianyang or any of the others taken the stage, it would require hundreds of moves to determine a victor, and the outcome was far from certain. Everyone, since this guardian has appeared, it is likely that more will follow. Why not join forces to eliminate these guardians? Even if we do not acquire other opportunities, it will be sufficient to enhance our martial arts cultivation. Xianyang proposed to the innate warriors who had fled earlier. Without much deliberation, the warriors agreed to form a team with Xianyang and his companions. Firstly, they recognized Xianyang and his group as prodigies from the 7 elite factions, and collaborating with such individuals would spare them unnecessary troubles. Secondly, given the ghost monk's strength was not as daunting as they had imagined, Why should they continue to flee? This was a rare chance to be among the first to enter this secret realm. If they did not seize some benefits, they would merely invite ridicule. The originally small group of 5 rapidly expanded into a circle of over 10 individuals, with Xin Yang and his companions at the center, while the other warriors maintained a vigilant perimeter. A mere innate warrior from the Jiuyang Academy dares to compete with us for this opportunity? Have you grown tired of living? After walking for half an hour, a quarrel erupted ahead. At the mere mention of opportunity, everyone's ears perked up. Only Su Han discreetly activated the second level of the purple extreme demon eye, glancing towards the source of the commotion. The speaker was none other than Murongbai. Su Shihun stood nearby, confronting several loose cultivators, among whom one possessed formidable strength, matching Murongbai's peak innate level. Su Han recognized this individual well. He was Qin Shi Tai from the Jiuyang Academy of the Great Zhou dynasty, known as the Thundersword Maniac. In the realm of the Great Zhou, Qin Shi Tai was revered like a master among ordinary warriors. However, within this secret realm teeming with prodigies, few would regard him highly. After all, a peak innate warrior in his 40s would find himself somewhat outclassed even among second-tier factions. As they advanced, the terrain suddenly opened up before them, revealing a standoff between 5 or 6 individuals not far ahead. At the center stood a peculiar tree, towering at a person's height, its entire form aglow with fiery red and partially translucent. Though not tall, it bore several fruit resembling rubies, while the soil surrounding it appeared yellowish-brown, emanating a scorching aura that slowly spread in all directions. Fire crystal fruit. This secret realm even possesses such spiritual fruits? Jing Qing gasped in astonishment. The trio of Dongfang Shuo could not identify the fruits, and the other warriors, of more ordinary backgrounds, recognized that the fruits could prompt peak innate warriors to engage in fierce competition. Hence, they understood it was anything but trivial, yet they remained unaware of its precise nature. Thus, almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Jing Qing. Chapter 133. Confrontation. In recent years, the fire crystal fruit has not graced Qingzhou. This spiritual fruit possesses varying ranks. Ancient texts record instances of both 1st and 9th rank fire crystal fruits. Jing Qing stated, Wu Mulan is rather impatient. Just tell us its effects. The fire crystal fruit can elevate the rank of one's fire seed, even if you have yet to ignite your martial fire seed. Consuming one will ensure that the fire seed you ignite will be of the fire attribute and will be at least 1 rank higher than before. If you have already ignited your martial fire seed, you may consume a corresponding rank of fire crystal fruit to enhance its quality. Jing Qing gazed intently at the fire crystal fruit, her voice trembling slightly. From her description, the crowd quickly grasped that this fruit was of a significantly higher status than ordinary spiritual fruits. A martial artist with a 5th rank fire seed could elevate it by a whole rank within a short time by consuming a 5th rank fire crystal fruit. This was indeed a miraculous treasure capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth. Dongfang Shuo and the others suddenly understood. No wonder they had never heard of such a spiritual fruit. Even if it had not gone extinct, it was likely controlled by the 6 great heavenly emperors. Even the most formidable factions would find it difficult to obtain. Are you leaving or not? If not, our combined strength will surely vanquish you. Murongbai fixed his gaze on Qin Shi Tai, his voice also trembling. Before them stood a fire crystal tree bearing 3 ripe fruits. If he could obtain even one, he could exchange it for a significant amount of merit points. Unfortunately, he could not ascertain the rank of the fire crystal fruit and would have to take it back for the elders in his sect to evaluate. This spiritual fruit was discovered by us first. Since we have entered this place, fortune favors those with skill, Qin Shi Tai said slowly. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have yielded, but his extensive experience in the martial world immediately alerted him to the inappropriate glances Murongbai and Su Shihun cast towards the fruit tree. Even though he was uncertain about the fire crystal fruit's effects, Qin Shi Tai was unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, the 3 innate martial artists who had temporarily teamed up with him displayed a hint of hesitation. Brother Qin, we fear we are not destined to enjoy this opportunity. The 3 exchanged glances, clasped their fists in apology, and retreated several paces, signaling their lack of ambition for the fruit. Qin Shi Tai's expression darkened, feeling a surge of frustration. If these 3 had not been so timid, they might have had a chance to seize the opportunity. After all, there were 3 fruits. These 3 are quite astute. Murongbai remarked with a faint smile. You are at the peak of the innate realm, as are we. However, there is a distinction. The martial techniques and methods you practice are mere refuse in our eyes. Should a conflict arise, any one of us could easily subdue you, Su Shihun spoke, his tone slightly haughty as he regarded Qin Shi Tai. Given your arduous training, you should depart. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Tai glanced at the fire crystal fruit. then at Su Shihan and Murong Bai, letting out a long sigh. Yet, he remained somewhat reluctant. There are 3 fruits here. How about we each take one? Dream on. Dream on. The first exclamation came from Murong Bai, while the second echoed from behind Qin Shi Tai. Both Murong Bai and Su Shihan's expressions shifted upon noticing the newcomers, while Qin Shi Tai turned around warily. To his surprise, dozens of figures had materialized behind him, led by several nuns, monks, and Taoists. All peak innate realm practitioners from the 7 leading factions. With your status, you wish to claim the fire crystal fruit? Step aside. The speaker was a burly man clad in a Taoist robe, sporting a thick beard that belied his youthful countenance. He appeared to be in his 20s. Yet his presence radiated the peak of the innate realm, just a step away from nirvana. Qin Shi Tai's expression fluctuated, feeling deeply humiliated. Are you not going to step aside? The Taoist man barked again. Clenching his fists, Qin Shi Tai ultimately turned and retreated to the side, unwilling to leave. As he was curious to see who would ultimately claim the 3 fruits. Xianyang, is that not the closed-door disciple of the Master Ma Xian? Dongfang Shuo inquired. His expression peculiar. Xianyang nodded slightly, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. Ma Hong, the closed-door disciple of Ma Xian from the Xianting Dao Palace, was accepted 10 years ago. He possesses extraordinary talent, having joined later than me, yet he reached the peak of the innate realm a year ago. He could have broken through to nirvana. But the master insisted he consolidate his foundation at the peak of the innate realm for a more solid grounding, deliberately delaying his nirvana. The senior brothers and sisters from various sects have arrived. It seems the fire crystal fruit is no longer within our reach. Jing Qing sighed softly. Su Han had been focused on Qin Shi Tai, relishing his humiliation in silence, feeling a sense of secret pleasure. As for the fire crystal fruit, Su Han did not place much importance on it. If he could exchange it for merit points, that would be splendid, but if not, he bore no regrets. The system had already indicated that the ranks of these 3 fire crystal fruits were merely second rank, which for someone like Su Han, who had ignited a 9th rank martial seed, would be no more than a flavorful indulgence. Only those major factions, seeking to cultivate disciples who had yet to ignite their martial seeds, would pay a premium for such fruits. After all, regardless of the rank of the fire crystal fruit, as long as one had not ignited their martial seed, consuming it would ensure that their ignited martial seed would be of a significantly higher rank. Murong Bai, Su Shihan. I need not elaborate on the value of these 3 fire crystal fruits, Ma Hong remarked, casting a casual glance at the 2. Murong Bai furrowed his brow. He considered himself superior to Qin Shi Tai, but in the presence of a prodigy like Ma Hong, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. There is no need for you to expound on the fruit's worth, but we discovered it first. Su Shihan interjected calmly. With that, his gaze fell upon a young man beside Ma Hong, who shared the surname Su and was also a member of the Su family, a fellow disciple of the Qinglong Academy. However, he was not from the same branch as Su Shihan. What Shihan said holds merit. We discovered it first. The young Su said with a smile. He then led the 7 or 8 innate realm disciples from the Qinglong Academy to stand beside Su Shihan. Murong Bai's eyes brightened. With this, they now had 3 peak innate realm practitioners on their side. Wang Yu, what are you waiting for? Murong Bai urged. Wang Yu frowned, casting his gaze upon the fire crystal fruit for a few moments before finally joining Murong Bai, accompanied by Jiang Yao and others. In matters of great importance, he decided to set aside his animosity with Murong Bai for the time being. Now, Su Shihan's side boasted 4 peak innate realm practitioners, while Ma Hong's side had 5. With neither side holding a significant advantage, let us establish a set of rules to determine the rightful ownership of the fire crystal fruit. Otherwise, matters will descend into chaos, and certain individuals may exploit the situation, Ma Hong suggested, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Chapter 134. Brother Shi, save me. The value of the fire crystal fruit is exceedingly high, making its ownership nearly impossible to determine in the short term. Many present had even devised long-term plans. Even if this venture into the Cave of Secrets yielded no other gains, the mere acquisition of a single fire crystal fruit could lead to unimaginable wealth overnight. While Ma Hong and the others deliberated over the regulations, warriors from various secondary elite factions began to arrive. The leading warrior from the 8-armed pagoda was also at the pinnacle of the innate realm, even surpassing Murong Bai in strength. The overall prowess of these secondary factions was only slightly inferior to the 7 primary factions, all of which had formidable avatars to support them. In terms of martial heritage, unless one reached the level of a true prodigy, there would be little discernible difference. In addition to these elite and secondary factions, many disciples hailing from sects with their own martial kings were also excluded by Ma Hong and his group from contending for the fire crystal fruit. One single fire crystal fruit was worth at least 20,000 merit points. Xianyang was somewhat drooling. Let us proceed, Wu Molan suddenly spoke. They had previously formed a small circle, not following their respective sects to act first in order to gain more freedom, hoping to stumble upon fortunate opportunities. Now, upon returning to their teams, once the ownership of the fire crystal fruit was decided, whoever ultimately obtained it would likely distribute some merit points, potentially amounting to several hundred. Jingqing and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement, informing Su Han and the others before returning to their respective teams. The geniuses of the top factions are never on the same path as us. They would not remember us when benefits arise, one warrior couldn't help but remark. Su Han smiled and remained silent, his gaze lingering on the fire crystal fruit for a few heartbeats. A single fruit can be worth 20,000 merit points. If I were to obtain one, it would suffice to exchange for a spirit cleansing pill. Suddenly, an impulse surged within Su Han to reveal his true form and contend for the fire crystal fruit. As his identity as a disciple from the Medicine Dead Valley granted him sufficient qualifications for this endeavor. Unfortunately, his acquaintances from the Nangong family had already identified him as a disciple of the Wangxing sect. Revealing his true identity now might lead to unnecessary complications. If the Disyan dynasty were to discover that the demon of the Wangxing sect who had slain Gong Yin was none other than Su Han of Su Kingdom, Su Han was uncertain whether the Disyan dynasty would retaliate out of a mix of old and new grievances, potentially leading to the downfall of Su Kingdom. Until he possessed the strength to contend with the Disyan dynasty, this secret must remain concealed. It seems the fire crystal fruit is no longer within our grasp. Let us explore other avenues. Perhaps there are better opportunities to be found, Su Han suggested. The Innate realm warriors behind him expressed their agreement. One day later, Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ghost warrior monk, earning 500 divine emperor coins. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ghost warrior monk, earning 500 divine emperor coins. The system's notification echoed continuously. Whenever Su Han encountered a ghost warrior monk, he would swiftly strike them down. The demise of the ghost warrior monk not only granted Su Han 500 divine emperor coins, but the dissipated energy also surged into him, swiftly elevating his cultivation to the peak of the 4th level. Within the system's assessment, ghost warrior monks were indeed different from ordinary beings, with fixed rewards. If there were more of them, the harvest would be equally impressive. Su Han mused. The advancement of the purple extreme demon eye to the 3rd realm had cost him 20,000 divine emperor coins, and forging the deceptive sky mask had consumed several thousand more. Yet in just one day's time, he had slain no fewer than 20 ghost warrior monks, causing his divine emperor coins to surpass 10,000 once more. Brother Sure, can't you allow us to take action? Each time, the ghost warrior monks are slain by you, and we receive not a single benefit. One individual finally voiced his dissatisfaction. All right, from now on, when we encounter ghost warrior monks, you may go first. Su Han replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the group discovered an expansive view ahead, revealing a temple. Surrounding the temple stood more than 10 ghost warrior monks. Based on my years of experience, there must be treasures within, someone exclaimed excitedly, while no one is nearby. Let us quickly clear the surrounding ghost warrior monks and investigate the temple. Excellent. The group swiftly made their decision, allocating tasks among themselves. The individual who had previously expressed discontent reminded Su Han, Brother Sure, this time we shall handle the ghost warrior monks. Agreed, Su Han nodded, smiling. The group exchanged glances before cautiously approaching the temple. However, when they were within 10 paces, all the ghost warrior monks simultaneously turned to face them. In the next instant, the 10+ ghost warrior monks brandished their wooden staffs and charged at the group without hesitation. Hee. Excitement danced on one person's face. Yet, as soon as they engaged, this assembly of warriors, ranging from the 1st to 3rd levels of the Innate realm, quickly discovered that the ghost warrior monks were far more formidable than they had anticipated. Their speed, strength, and the dense green poisonous mist surrounding them left the group flustered. The green mist incessantly eroded their innate vital energy within mere moments. The weakest among them found their innate energy depleted, allowing the toxic mist to invade and make contact with their skin. The Innate realm warrior let out a wretched scream as both his face and skin turned an alarming shade of green in an instant. Before long, he transformed into a ghost warrior monk, even wielding a wooden staff. He then began to swing his staff, joining the ranks of the ghost warrior monks to attack his former allies. This is the power of assimilation? Su Han was taken aback. Such a method seemed to transcend the comprehension of ordinary warriors. Upon witnessing this, the remaining Innate realm warriors turned pale, their spirits faltering. They had initially believed they could defeat the ghost warrior monks in just a few exchanges, but only upon engaging did they realize the formidable nature of their foes. It was not merely a matter of a few exchanges. Perhaps even after dozens or hundreds of strikes, they would still be unable to determine a victor. If they continued fighting, their innate energy would be entirely consumed by the toxic mist, leading to skin contact with the poisonous gas, resulting in inevitable poisoning. Following in the footsteps of the unfortunate warrior. Only at this moment did they realize that Su Han's previous methods were far from ordinary. He could dispatch ghost warrior monks with ease, while they appeared as naive children in comparison. "Brother Shi, save us," they cried, retreating while simultaneously calling for Su Han's assistance. "Are you certain you want me to intervene?" Su Han chuckled. One individual turned a deep shade of red, suppressing his humiliation as he shouted, "Brother Shi, I was wrong. Please, act quickly." "Very well." Su Han laughed heartily, plunging into the fray. Seizing a wooden staff from one of the ghost warrior monks, his eyes shimmered with purple light. In just 3 heartbeats, he had dispatched all 10+ ghost warrior monks, leaving their skulls shattered. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, now truly comprehending Su Han's speed, precision, and ferocity. Chapter 135. The Ghost Buddha System notifications echoed continuously. And 12 ghostly martial monks brought Su Han a remarkable gain of 6,000 divine emperor coins. Su Han realized that even without any fortuitous opportunities in this secret realm, the divine emperor coins acquired merely by slaying the ghostly monks were quite substantial. With the violet light in his eyes fading, Su Han glanced at the few innate realm practitioners and chuckled. Now that the ghostly monks are vanquished, who dares to venture into the temple? A moment of hesitation washed over the crowd. Before engaging the ghostly monks, they had been under the illusion that this secret realm posed little danger. However, after the confrontation, they recognized the complexities at play. The ghostly monks were formidable indeed. Their strength was such that even an ordinary innate realm novice would struggle to defeat them in a one-on-one encounter. This temple, guarded by over 10 ghostly monks, likely harbored even greater dangers. When weighed against the prospect of opportunity, they deemed their lives of paramount importance. "Brother Shi, your prowess far exceeds ours. Why not take the lead while we follow you into the temple?" He suggested, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had been the one to prevent Su Han from intervening earlier, yet now he was the one proposing Su Han take the forefront. "Do you think me a fool?" Su Han replied with a smile. "Having saved your lives from the ghostly monks, you ought to reciprocate in some manner. Mutual exchanges are the essence of friendship. Who considers you a friend?" He silently cursed. Yet, given Su Han's recent display of strength, he refrained from confronting him directly, resulting in a moment of palpable tension. "Ah, you are here?" The group instinctively turned to see Dongfang Shua and his companions. Has the ownership of the fire crystal fruit already been determined after just one day? Su Han's eyes flickered with interest. "This temple is." Wu Molin's gaze darted towards the temple in the distance. Knowing that structures within secret realms often concealed extraordinary opportunities, "I didn't expect you to discover such a temple, just in time for us to explore together. Brothers, has the ownership of the fire crystal fruit indeed been settled?" Su Han inquired with a smile, curiosity piqued. "It has indeed been settled." Dongfang Shua and his companions nodded, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Congratulations to you all." Yu and the others quickly offered their well wishes, regardless of whether the fruit had fallen into the hands of the top 7 sections. "Spare us the congratulations. The fire crystal fruit did not end up with the 7 top sects," Jing Qing replied with a wry smile. "Initially, we had established rules to determine its ownership, but midway through, a ghostly Buddha emerged and effortlessly slaughtered several peak innate realm practitioners. Even our senior brothers and sisters were gravely injured, and the fire crystal fruit was taken by that ghostly Buddha. The strength of that ghostly Buddha is undoubtedly beyond the early Nirvana realm. It must be at least mid-Nirvana realm. This secret realm is exceedingly perilous," Dongfang Shua sighed. "Such a thing happened?" Yu and the others exchanged looks of shock, eager to uncover the origins of this ghostly Buddha. However, Wu Molin coldly retorted, "What use is it to know so much? Its origins are likely not dissimilar to those of the ghostly monks, merely stronger. If encountered, the best course is to flee immediately." Ghost Buddha. Su Han nodded slightly. He had long suspected that the secret realm would not be solely guarded by ghostly monks. The ghost Buddha was likely a stronger guardian. If he could vanquish such a guardian, he might uncover the techniques and martial arts of the former master of this secret realm. Su Han contemplated his strategies. He possessed numerous trump cards, and with the right timing, he could potentially overcome a mid-Nirvana realm opponent, despite the latter's formidable strength. However, such opportunities were rare. Guardians were different from the white jade rhinoceros, which had fallen victim to Su Han's unexpected attack. The Guardians lacked intelligence and would strike at the sight of any intruder, leaving little room for a sneak attack. Let us not dwell on that matter. The prospect of encountering such a powerful Guardian is slim. For now, we should focus on exploring this temple, Xianyang suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Brother Shi, among us, your strength is unparalleled. Why not lead the way? Xianyang suddenly turned to Su Han with a smile. He Yu and the others felt a surge of delight. Their gazes towards Su Han tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Previously, Su Han had relied on his cultivation to push them to the forefront. Now, with Xianyang's suggestion, if Su Han refused, he would offend 4 top sects at once. I just defeated over 10 ghostly monks. My vital energy is too depleted to proceed. Su Han replied with a smile, shaking his head. Wu Molan immediately scoffed. If we say you should go, then you should go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Even if danger lurks, we will protect you from behind. And why are you not going? Su Han retorted with a grin towards Wu Molan. Impudent. Wu Molan's eyes widened in indignation. We hail from esteemed lineages and should remain at the rear. How could we risk ourselves? You seem to forget. I am at the 4th level of the innate realm. In terms of martial prowess, none of you surpass me. Am I to risk myself? Su Han smiled. Brother Shi, your words are misguided. Sister Wu and the others hail from prestigious top sects. Now that they have spoken, you must heed their command. Otherwise, you will be seen as opposing the Xuantiangong, Inuit Temple, Qinglong Academy, and Leitang Sword Pavilion. He Yu interjected. Indeed, another voice chimed in unexpectedly. Su Shihun walked forward with a stern expression. Brother Su. Jing Qin quickly bowed in greeting. He is a peak innate realm practitioner from Qinglong Academy. He Yu and the others were momentarily startled and also bowed in respect. How fortunate. Even if this temple lacks treasures of the caliber of the fire crystal fruit, it should still harbor considerable opportunities. Another figure emerged, Feng Lei Jianquang, Chen Shitai, who regarded Su Shihun with a subtly mocking gaze. Leave, Su Shihun coldly commanded, glaring at Chen Shitai. Brother Su, you are being overly domineering. Had you not been injured, I might have been wary of you. But now that you have taken a blow from the ghost Buddha, your strength is significantly diminished. It would be unwise to engage anyone now, wouldn't it? Chen Shitai replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others realized that Su Shihun had indeed endured a blow from the ghost Buddha and was now injured. Yet, rather than dismissing him, they felt even greater admiration. Surviving a strike from such a being without perishing was a testament to his prowess among peak innate realm practitioners. Su Shihun remained silent. Chen Shitai was correct. He was indeed injured and not in a position to engage in combat anytime soon. Chapter 136. The enclosed temple. Even if there are opportunities within the temple, they likely pale in comparison to the fire crystal fruit. It would be wiser for us to join forces and explore. Any further delay might lead to unforeseen complications, Chen Shitai remarked with a smile. Su Shihun furrowed his brows. But after a moment's contemplation, he slowly nodded, tacitly agreeing with Chen Shitai's suggestion. He turned to Su Han and said indifferently, You may enter first. Xianyang and the others sighed inwardly. With both Su Shihun and Chen Shitai present, even if there were treasures inside, they could only claim a fraction. I want to go in. I'd rather forfeit this opportunity, Su Han replied with a faint smile, shaking his head and turning to leave. Wait, young brother. Chen Shitai suddenly stepped forward, blocking Su Han's exit. With a smile, he continued, Since Su brother has entrusted you with the vanguard, it means he holds you in high regard. If there are valuable items inside, we can certainly share a bit more with you. Su Han glanced at Chen Shitai, then at Su Shihun, before his gaze settled on He Yu and the others, who were watching him with a mix of schadenfreude. If you want me to scout, they should come with me, he said, pointing at He Yu and the others. He Yu and his companions were taken aback, their expressions turning ashen, cursing inwardly. They thought, this guy is dragging us into the depths of danger. Fine, Su Shihun replied coolly. It's better to have them for support. Do you all understand? Let us go? Su Han turned to He Yu and the others, smiling. Let us move. Damn it. He Yu gritted his teeth, thinking that if looks could kill, Su Han would be reduced to mere fragments by their glares. After a brief pause, He Yu and his companions reluctantly followed Su Han toward the temple entrance. The temple appeared to cover an area of about 2 to 3 acres. It was not particularly large, likely just a courtyard with 3 sections. However, the entrance exuded an unsettling darkness, instilling a sense of unease even before they approached. Please, after you, Brother Shi, He Yu said with a forced smile as they reached the door. Su Han chuckled lightly, but in a sudden move, he seized He Yu by the neck and hurled him into the temple before He Yu could react. In the distance, Dongfang Shuo and the others frowned at this spectacle. Such behavior was hardly in line with proper conduct. Even Su Shihun regarded Su Han with a hint of disdain, while only Chen Shitai maintained his composure. In the eyes of an experienced veteran, Su Han's actions were indeed the correct course. Yet, he believed Su Han was still too young. Such deeds were best performed in solitude, lest they tarnish one's reputation in the martial world. Brother He, are you still alive? Suhan inquired after a brief pause. Alive. He Yu emerged rather disheveled, his gaze towards Suhan now tinged with resentment. That act could have easily led to his demise. Fortunately, while the temple appeared foreboding, its interior radiated a sense of tranquility. Everyone, there is no danger in this temple, Suhan declared with a smile as he turned around. Su Shihun and Chen Chitai promptly stepped to the forefront, leading the group into the temple. Once inside, Xianyang and the others followed closely behind Su Shihun, while He Yu and his companions dared not approach Suhan, fearing they might again be thrown out as a sacrifice in times of peril. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered the temple, it began to fade, eventually vanishing from the earthly realm. Subsequent martial artists passing through the area saw no trace of the temple. It appears so ominous outside, yet the interior is so bright, Jing Qing remarked. Wu Molan nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings. It resembled an ordinary temple. Upon entering the main gate, they first encountered a small courtyard, at the end of which stood a Buddhist hall, where a statue of a Buddha could be faintly discerned. To one side of the courtyard stood a tree of unknown species, its leaves shimmering gold, occasionally dropping to the ground and creating a delicate golden carpet. Something feels off, Suhan thought, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He abruptly turned around, only to find that the door, which had been wide open, was now inexplicably shut. Seeing this, Suhan rushed forward to attempt to open the door, but it remained firmly closed. Even with all his might, he could not budge it. The commotion drew the attention of Chen Chitai and Su Shihun, who turned to look at him. What are you doing? Su Shihun scoffed. The door won't open, Suhan replied, his expression grave. When He Yu had been thrown in, the door had made no sound, yet now that everyone was inside, it refused to budge. Suhan felt as though some presence within the temple was silently observing them, plotting something sinister. Won't open? Dongfang Shuo, closest to Suhan, paused momentarily before swiftly approaching the door to replicate Suhan's actions. The others watched calmly until, after a few moments, Dongfang Shuo shook his head, confirming the door was indeed stuck. Only then did their expression shift slightly. Let me try, Chen Chitai said as he stepped forward. After a few moments, he too shook his head. Su Shihun then approached and attempted to open the door, but found it equally unyielding. Su brother, this temple is certainly not as serene as it appears, Jing Qing remarked, her face pale. Since the door is locked, we could simply jump over the wall, He Yu suggested suddenly. Go ahead, try it, Suhan replied with a smile. Why don't you give it a shot? He Yu glared at Suhan with spite. If this place truly harbored danger, it made little sense to lock the door while allowing an escape over the wall. Thus, the walls likely held their own perils. Suddenly, Dongfang Shuo picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it over the courtyard wall. As the stone crossed the threshold, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, shattering upon impact. A flash of realization crossed Chen Chitai's eyes as he swiftly drew a sword, unleashing a torrent of wind and thunder-like energy that transformed into a sword aura, cleaving towards the courtyard wall. Bang! The sound of a great crash echoed as Chen Chitai's strike met the unseen barrier outside the wall. In an instant, intricate golden patterns resembling shackles appeared, binding the entire temple within the void. We're trapped. Chen Chitai's expression turned grave. Su Shihun showed no inclination to test the barrier, already injured. He would refrain from using his energy unless absolutely necessary. Since we can enter, we should be able to exit. I intend to uncover whatever malevolent entities are concealed within this temple, Su Shihun declared, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Truly impressive for a disciple of a significant sect, Chen Chitai mused, recognizing that Su Shihun's composure was something rarely seen among the less seasoned practitioners of the martial world. Chapter 137. The Great Thunder Sound Hall. Having concluded his words, Su Shihun's gaze fell upon the Buddhist temple at the end of the courtyard. He exchanged a glance with Chen Chitai before slowly making his way towards the temple. Midway through, Su Shihun suddenly halted, pointing at Suhan. You, walk in front. Again? Suhan frowned slightly. Do you find me displeasing? Su Shixiang has instructed you to go ahead, so just do it without further ado, Xianyang chuckled. Chen Chitai cast a sidelong glance at Suhan, the aura around him subtly shifting, clearly a threat towards Suhan. All right, I understand. Suhan smiled and proceeded towards the temple. The group maintained a distance of several feet behind him. Upon reaching the temple, Su Shihun and Chen Chitai readied themselves for action. However, after a few moments, nothing transpired. Inside stood a headless Buddha statue with little else present, and it appeared there might be another courtyard behind it. Without looking back, Suhan remarked, there is a 5-meter-tall giant Buddha seated before me. The giant Buddha, lacking a head, held a flower in its hand, and beside it were intricately carved smaller Buddhas. Some depicted fierce expressions, while others sat with closed eyes atop lotus flowers. their lifelike forms seemingly poised to spring to life. As Su Shihun and the others approached Su Han, they surveyed the scene before them. After a brief silence, Chen Shitai suddenly spoke. Go check the situation in that back courtyard. Indeed, this must be an auxiliary hall. The main hall should be beyond. Su Shihun nodded slowly. This time, Su Han did not argue and directly entered the temple, intending to bypass the giant Buddha to reach the second courtyard. During this process, he activated the first realm of the purple extreme demon eye, sensing the air around him slow as if time itself had decelerated. Should any disturbance arise, Su Han would be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Xian Yang and the others felt a tinge of anxiety, initially expecting Su Han to encounter some danger upon entering the temple, only to realize that he proceeded without any threat, successfully arriving at the second courtyard. Keep up, Su Shihun whispered. After speaking, he led the group around the statue. The second courtyard was significantly larger than the first, at the end of which stood dozens of steps leading up to a Buddha hall towering about 4 zhang high. A plaque above bore the 4 characters, Great Thunder Sound Hall. The Great Thunder Sound Hall? Su Shihun suddenly froze, his expression shifting several times. Noticing this, Chen Shitai immediately inquired, Su Xiong, do you recognize this Great Thunder Sound Hall? I do not. Su Shihun quickly shook his head. Chen Shitai's demeanor darkened. Su Xiong, since we find ourselves trapped in this peculiar Chapter 138, a decisive strike. The tranquil scene, coupled with the absence of danger as the crowd entered, mirrored the experiences of the fortunate individuals rumored to have inherited legacies. He believed there was a substantial chance, about 70 to 80%, that the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish signified a form of inheritance. Unfortunately, both individuals ahead possessed peak innate strength, and even if a legacy existed, it was unlikely to fall into his hands. As the crowd followed closely behind the two, they gradually approached the distant Buddhist temple. With each step, the sound of the wooden fish grew louder, calming their previously restless hearts. It must be an inheritance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Shihun's eyes. The sound had the power to soothe the mind, its benevolence suggesting that an ancient legacy might dwell within the temple. If this temple were indeed connected to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the inheritance could very well encompass top-tier techniques and martial arts of the middle level. In the realm of the 9 provinces, the classification of prodigies occurred across several tiers, one being the most straightforward and crude. Those possessing 6th-grade techniques and martial arts were hailed as prodigies. Such individuals were lauded as the pinnacle, often referred to as dragon sons or daughters, for the dragon symbolizes the ultimate limit. The prodigy from the deadly Medicine Valley, Fang Yaonyao, was one such dragon child. Su Shihun's emotions surged even higher. He failed to notice that Chen Shitai was quietly gathering strength. Even when faced with the colossal Qinglong Academy, he would not flinch if the rewards were sufficient. At worst, after seizing the opportunity, he could vanish to another land. And even if Su Shihun sought vengeance from the Jiuyang Academy, it would not concern him. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden fish became urgent. Xian Yang, standing behind Su Shihun, inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting a hint of astonishment, unsure of what had transpired. Following suit, Jing Qing, Dongfang Shua, Wu Molan, He Yu, and other innate martial artists also coughed up blood, yet throughout it all, they felt no discomfort in their bodies. This is... A flash of purple light flickered in Su Han's eyes. Just moments ago, the sound of the wooden fish seemed to morph into a form of mental attack, attempting to invade his mind. However, his purple extreme demon eyes activated on their own, neutralizing the assault, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. Akin to the earlier test of the 3rd realm of the purple extreme demon eyes, which had drained considerable mental energy. There is something peculiar about this wooden fish sound. Su Han halted his advance, choosing not to approach the temple any further. You cannot withstand this inheritance. Retreat a safe distance, Su Shihun suddenly spoke. Without hesitation, Xian Yang and the others swiftly withdrew, and seeing this, Su Han followed suit, distancing himself significantly. For Su Han, the inheritance held little significance. His own life was of paramount importance, especially since he already possessed 2 9th-grade fire seeds, one of which was supreme. Chen Shitai's expression grew solemn. Just moments ago, he too had sensed a surge of energy within him, nearly causing him to spit blood. However, with his profound cultivation, he suppressed the tumultuous energy and ultimately avoided a fate similar to Xian Yang and the others. Chen, this inheritance is unsuitable for you. You should also retreat. Su Shihun spoke slowly. How can one know without trying? Since we have come this far, let us determine the worth of the inheritance through our strength. There is no reason to retreat without a fight, Chen Shitai replied with a smile. The two seemed to reach an unspoken agreement, ceasing their dialogue as they took a step forward, fully entering the temple. Strangely, upon their entrance, their figures appeared to vanish. This place exudes mystery. Do you think Su Shikan's speculation could be true, that this is indeed a legacy left by a Buddha emperor? Wu Molan whispered. There is a possibility, however. I believe the greater likelihood is that the entire secret realm was left by a high monk of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, not necessarily the Buddha emperor. Jing Qing remarked. Dongfang Shuo and Xianyang nodded slightly. In the 9 provinces, only 6 secret realms have been confirmed as legacies of ancient heavenly emperors, all controlled by the 6 great heavenly emperors. The chance of a heavenly emperor's secret realm appearing in the domain of the 8-armed Buddha sect is exceedingly low. Yet the possibility that the previous master of this secret realm hailed from the Great Thunder Sound Temple is quite high. Once Su Shihan obtains the inheritance here, we should be able to leave safely. It is uncertain if there are additional benefits within the temple aside from the inheritance. Xianyang sighed softly. The feeling of being unable to seize a tremendous opportunity before him was utterly stifling. As soon as Xianyang's words fell, 2 wails pierced the air, followed by Su Shihan and Qin Shitai being flung out of the temple, crashing heavily before the crowd. Stunned, everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, a chilling sensation surging through their hearts. Su Shihan and Qin Shitai appeared horrifying. Blood streamed from their eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouths, and their faces were as pale as corpses. Brother Su. Jing Qing rushed forward. Do not touch me, Su Shihan suddenly spoke, then slowly sat up, crossing his legs to meditate and heal. Qin Shitai also sat upright, his gaze instinctively drifting back to the distant temple, fear flashing in his eyes before he promptly shut them, beginning his own healing process. Even while healing, a layer of innate aura enveloped them, clearly wary of potential ambush during their recuperation. Though they bore no physical injuries, their spirits appeared utterly drained, suggesting a mental onslaught had taken its toll. Suhan's gaze settled on Su Shihan and Qin Shitai. He would not let this golden opportunity slip away. He had endured for this very moment. Yet, regardless of whom he chose to strike down, he would lose a significant portion of his combat strength for a time. If the other recovered faster, he would find himself in peril. As for Xianyang and the others, he dismissed them entirely. Even if his innate energy was depleted, he could still defeat them with sheer physical strength. You are the one. Suhan's gaze locked onto Su Shihan. If he did not eliminate Su Shihan this time, the likelihood of encountering such an opportunity again would be exceedingly slim. As for Qin Shitai, he was rooted in the Zhuyang Academy. Suhan did not believe he could escape anywhere. With this thought in mind, Suhan stepped forward, summoning his Fong Tianhua halberd. The 5th-grade armor-piercing runes and 9 thunderfire runes shimmered brilliantly. The overwhelming power of thunder, combined with an unstoppable sharpness, allowed Suhan to cleave Su Shihan in 2 in an instant. Chapter 139, The Leg Technique, The Descending Dragon. Su Shihan, until his final breath, failed to comprehend the situation. It was Qin Shitai, standing beside him, who, upon sensing the fluctuations of external energy, gasped in astonishment, leaping away from Suhan, his expression one of sheer shock. It took Xianyang and the others several moments to recover from their astonishment, their lips trembling as they stared at Suhan in disbelief. What transpired? How could a mere mid-level innate martial artist suddenly erupt and slay a peak innate expert with a single strike? How could a mid-level innate practitioner breach the defenses of a peak-level innate expert? Wait, that Fong Tianhua halberd looked so familiar. Xianyang and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of horror in their eyes. You are that demon of the Rebirth sect. Jing Qing exclaimed in shock. The demon of the Rebirth sect? Qin Shitai, who was about to voice his thoughts, swallowed his words. He had heard rumors of the events that transpired in the Taiying Mountains of Yin country. It was said that a disciple of the Rebirth sect had emerged, traversing the martial world and slaying numerous prodigies from top-tier factions, including a formidable Yuan Dan expert. While that expert had initially been injured by the Princess Junjun of the barbarian Demon Mountains, the ability to breach the defenses of a Yuan Dan expert and deliver a lethal blow was sufficient to confirm the identity of the Rebirth sect demon. How could it possibly be him? He and the others turned pale in an instant. Others might be fine, having never clashed directly with Suhan. But He was different. He had long harbored a grudge against Suhan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a peak innate expert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6th grade martial technique Descending Dragon. The system's notification echoed. Suhan paid no heed to Jing Qing and the others. Instead, he scrutinized the 6th grade martial technique obtained from slaying Su Shihan. This was a leg technique, distinct from the void step. It was not merely a method of movement but a technique centered around offense. The Descending Dragon comprises 6 realms, and upon reaching perfection, it can manifest a fearsome dragon capable of annihilating everything. Within the Dragon Academy, It is a closely guarded secret, with ordinary disciples lacking the qualification to practice it, as the sole requirement for training is to possess a dragon fire seed of 6th grade or higher. Naturally, Su Shihan had never cultivated the descending dragon. The fact that this technique was dropped was merely Su Han's fortune. Would the host like to learn the descending dragon? Learn. An overwhelming surge of memories flooded Su Han's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the true essence of the descending dragon, as though he had practiced it tirelessly since childhood. Regrettably, the great thunder sound fist was not obtained from the system, otherwise he would have grasped its essence just as swiftly. Su Han sighed softly within. He then turned his gaze toward Xian Yang and the others, smiling cheerfully. Gentlemen, it has been quite a while. I trust you have been well? Indeed, it was he. The faces of Xian Yang and his companions turned ashen, while Jing Qing and the others inwardly cursed. If not for Xian Yang, would they have voluntarily teamed up with such an entity? The mere thought of the Rebirth sect demon lingering so close to them sent chills down their spines. Your appearance. Dongfang Shuo gazed at Su Han with suspicion. Oh, you mean my appearance? I have practiced the art of disguise. I can take on any form at will, Su Han replied with a smile. In the next moment, his face shifted continuously, flashing through numerous visages, each alteration accompanied by a change in his aura. Finally, it dawned on Xian Yang and his companions. In the distance, Chen Chi-tai felt a wave of trepidation, gazing at Su Han with immense wariness. Had Su Han aimed at him earlier, he would have found himself split in two. A victim of his own misfortune. You killed Brother Su, the Su family, and the Dragon Academy. Jing Qing hesitated to speak. Planning to take revenge? Do you truly think I would fear that? I have killed Gong Yin long ago, and the great immortal dynasty has yet to find any trace of me, Su Han replied with a calm smile. If you do not believe me, feel free to use the heavenly talisman to try and discern my true visage. The crowd fell silent. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread washed over them. The footage captured during their previous encounter in the Taiying Mountains indeed failed to reveal Su Han's true face. The Rebirth sect demon was undeniably formidable. Merely a mid-level innate practitioner, he could stir up chaos in the martial world. Now, he had even infiltrated this secret realm, lurking beside them for so long. Once this secret realm concluded, if he were to change his appearance again, who would ever find him? Su Shihan had been exceedingly arrogant, pointing fingers at me from the moment he arrived. I had initially no intention of killing him. He merely sought his own demise. Now, my ears are finally at peace. Such naive arrogance, believing that a powerful background and superior talent would grant them eternal safety? The prodigies of the 9 regions, possessing 8th or even 9th grade fire seeds, have met tragic ends due to countless unforeseen incidents. I merely imparted a lesson. In the next life, he shall not be so presumptuous or dismissive of others. Su Han smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Xian Yang and the others displayed expressions of complexity. They felt Su Shihan's demise was unjust. Had he known Su Han was the Rebirth sect demon, would he have dared to command or threaten him as he did before? They would have likely sought to avoid him altogether. Chen Chi-tai, however, found Su Han's words resonating deeply within him. His own talent was not particularly high, but he possessed both 4th grade thunder and wind fire seeds, effectively combining to equal a 5th grade fire seed. In the grand scheme of the Dezhou dynasty, such talent was indeed top tier, yet within the ranks of the 7 major factions, it appeared rather ordinary. He had encountered numerous prodigies comparable to Su Shihan, each one fundamentally looking down on his origins. I have killed Su Shihan, and my innate energy is entirely depleted. I require a period of recuperation. Unless there is something of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Su Han chuckled lightly, settling down cross-legged, closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. Throughout this process, he did not cast a single glance at Chen Chi-tai. His innate energy is completely expended. Xian Yang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Yet they refrained from acting rashly. After observing him for a while, they confirmed that Su Han was indeed not lying, and thus they grew eager to take action. However, due to Su Han's overwhelming presence, none dared to strike at this moment. After exchanging glances, they turned their attention to Chen Chi-tai. Within the temple, only Chen Chi-tai had reached the peak of the innate realm, making him the most likely candidate to slay Su Han. Chen Chi-tai had been scrutinizing Su Han, acutely aware of the intentions reflected in Xian Yang's eyes, yet he too did not dare to act. He was uncertain whether Su Han's current demeanor was genuine or a fade. What if he was deliberately luring him into a trap? The demons of the Rebirth sect were all cunning as foxes. Time passed, and ultimately, after Su Han regained his full strength, Chen Chi-tai did not dare to make a move against him. Chapter 140. How could it be you? Regrettably, I have just exhausted all my internal energy. Had you intervened then, my demise would have been inevitable. Su Han slowly rose to his feet, smiling at Qin Tai's expression shifted slightly, his vigilance towards Su Han unwavering. He did not trust Su Han's words, believing instead in his own judgment. Such a golden opportunity squandered, indeed. The martial artists emerging from lesser sects lacked both vision and courage compared to us. Xianyang gritted his teeth in silence. Had he been at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he would have certainly attempted to engage, even if he could not vanquish his opponent. He could not fathom Su Han overcoming a master of the innate realm in direct confrontation. Su Han's gaze swept across the others, who quickly averted their eyes, afraid to meet his gaze. Finally, he turned again to Qin Tai. What transpired between you and Su Shihun within the Buddha Hall? After a brief silence, Qin Tai spoke slowly. As we entered the Buddha Hall, we encountered a colossal Buddha radiating a brilliance that illuminated the surroundings, its mouth blooming with lotus flowers, and verses of scripture resonating like thunder in our ears. Beneath the giant Buddha sat countless smaller Buddhas, deeply engrossed. Su Shihun and I could not withstand the sound of the Buddha's teachings and were struck back by an invisible force. You are already aware of the events that followed. A giant Buddha? The sound of the Buddha? The crowd's faces revealed a hint of disbelief. If Qin Tai was not lying, then the Buddha Hall indeed might be a site of inheritance. Yet, if even Qin Tai and Su Shihun could not endure it, one must possess at least the Nirvana realm, or even the primordial Dan realm, to accept such a legacy. Why don't you all give it a try? Su Han suddenly turned to Hiyu and the others with a smile. Hiyu was flabbergasted. The precedents set by Su Shihun and Qin Tai were daunting. How could they possibly withstand the Buddha's sound? What? Do you not wish to go? Su Han's smile was benign, yet the underlying thread in his words was unmistakable. If they refused, they feared they might meet the same fate as Su Shihun. Qin Tai regarded Su Han with keen interest, thinking to himself that this young man was quite seasoned in the ways of the world. Su Han's suggestion for Hiyu to enter was clearly to verify whether he had been deceitful. I shall go. Hiyu gritted his teeth and stepped toward the Buddha Hall. The moment he entered, he let out a pained cry and was flung back out, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a time. What was it like inside? Su Han asked, amused. Hiyu struggled to sit up. Just as he began to speak, he coughed up blood and then, with a wan expression, uttered, "The giant Buddha, the sound of the Buddha." Xianyang and the others looked at Hiyu, feeling a sense of foreboding. They might soon be compelled by Su Han to enter the Buddha Hall as well. Hiyu's injuries were evidently far graver than those of Su Shihun and Qin Tai. It is your turn now. One by one, the innate realm warriors entered the Buddha Hall, all meeting a similar fate as Hiyu, being expelled within mere moments. Soon, the entire group was left gravely injured, their faces pale as they sat in place, cultivating to heal their wounds. Su Han chuckled softly, his gaze settling on Xianyang and the others. Since the conditions inside are evidently similar, is there any need to send them in again? We are already trapped here and should strive to leave together. Although we possess blood-boosting pills, without a water source, even with our cultivation levels, we would perish after a month without water. Qin Tai urged. Xianyang and the others felt a surge of gratitude in their hearts. Upon noticing their appreciative expressions, Qin Tai smiled inwardly. This was an excellent opportunity to forge connections with Xianyang and the others, and he needed them to survive to prove that Su Shihun had died at Su Han's hands. The decisions I make are not for you to critique. You are renowned as the wind and thunder sword madman within the great Zhou dynasty, but before me, I advise you to remain calm and act as a cowardly wind and thunder sword. Su Han's gaze locked onto Qin Tai, a slight smirk gracing his lips, perfectly puncturing Qin Tai's sense of pride. You. What did you say? You are merely from the Juyang Academy. I know your sect leader, Su Han's Han, is heralded as the strongest in the great Zhou dynasty, feared across the realm, but that is merely in the Nirvana realm, is it not? A force that lacks even the primordial Dan realm is no different from refuse in my eyes. Su Han replied with a smile. Even if you are a disciple of the Rebirth Gate, what of it? You only managed to slay Su Shihun because he was already injured and in a meditative state when you struck. Do you genuinely believe that with your middling innate realm cultivation, you can contend with a master of the peak innate realm? Qin Tai's expression darkened. Oh, then come and test it. Su Han smiled, taking slow strides toward Qin Tai. The onlookers were taken aback. Su Han was actually challenging a master of the peak innate realm? They had always believed that Qin Tai's assessment was correct, that Su Han's defeat of Su Shihun had stemmed from an underhanded ambush, in direct confrontation. They did not believe Su Han could match Su Shihun. After all, they had personally pursued Su Han in the Taiying Mountains. While the other could slay someone of a higher realm, his strength did not exceed the initial innate realm. There was a significant divide between the peak and mid-innate realms. But in such a short span of time, he had already advanced to the mid-innate realm. This youth might not be an ordinary prodigy. Jing Qing regarded Su Han with a complex expression. Yu and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of anticipation igniting within them. If Chen Shitai could slay Su Han, it would be the best outcome. Are you truly willing to engage me in battle here? Chen Shitai's expression shifted. We cannot leave here in the near future, rather than languish in tedium. Let us spar and demonstrate the vast difference between the inferior legacy you hail from and my prestigious lineage, Su Han remarked with a calm smile. Chen Shitai seethed with rage. He loathed being judged by his origins. Very well. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Chen Shitai sneered, casting aside all caution. He had a singular aim today, to eliminate his opponent. Should he succeed in slaying the Rebirth Gate demon, his fame would soar, granting him the opportunity to join one of the 7 top-tier sects and ascend to greatness. The wind and thunder energy swirled within Chen Shitai as he summoned a long sword from his dantian, a 3rd-tier intermediate divine weapon of wind attribute. A master of the peak innate realm wielding merely a 3rd-tier intermediate divine weapon, and one of wind rather than thunder. The crowd regarded this scene with peculiar expressions. This was indeed the disparity of lineage. No wonder he had so fervently coveted my Fang Tianhua halberd. Su Han glanced at the sword in Chen Shitai's hand, a hint of pity crossing his features, and as he did, his visage transformed, returning to his true appearance. Yet, only Chen Shitai could clearly perceive this change. How could it be you? A flicker of astonishment flickered in Chen Shitai's eyes. Chapter 141. Your time is short, how could it possibly be him? Chen Shitai's mind felt as though 1,000 elephants were stampeding through it. Clearly a disciple of the Rebirth sect, how could he suddenly transform into Su Han, the Grand Prince of the Su Kingdom? Could it be that Su Han was the very demon of the Rebirth sect who had slain Gong Yin in the Taiying Mountains? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Shitai was struck by a sudden chill, his limbs turning icy as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss, repeatedly doused with cold water. The enmity between him and Su Han was indeed irreconcilable. Su Han had killed his disciple, and in retaliation, he had injured Su Changsheng during Su Han's escape from the Su Kingdom. From his estimation, Su Changsheng had but a short time left to live after that injury. This once obscure figure had risen with astonishing speed, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. It was evident that he had been accepted into the Rebirth sect. At this moment, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the truth, answering several of Chen Shitai's burning questions. Are you surprised? Even if you hadn't appeared here today, I would have sought you out at the Jiuyang Academy. Su Han chuckled softly. Destiny has decreed that your time is short. Chen Shitai's expression shifted dramatically. The animosity between him and Su Han was indeed unresolvable, and even if he wished to reconcile, the other party would not allow it. Remember, his true identity is. Chen Shitai suddenly bellowed, infusing his long sword with violent winds and thunderous energy, and in an instant, he lunged at Su Han with a strike. The Jiuyang Academy's 4th-tier martial technique, Raging Wave Sword. Although the Jiuyang Academy lacked lightning-based martial arts, this sword technique in Chen Shitai's hands had slain many innate realm experts, earning him the title of Wind Thunder Sword Madman. At that moment, the wind and thunder energy seemed to transform into towering waves and thunderclaps. Though not water-based, it strangely resonated with the essence of the Raging Wave Sword. Alas, Chen Shitai's sword ultimately did not reach Su Han. He had only spoken half of his intended words when Su Han summoned the Fang Tianhua halberd, cleaving him in 2 from above. The halberd plunged into the ground, blood dripping from Chen Shitai's lower half. Chen Shitai's eyes widened, fixated on Su Han as a line of blood began to trace down from his brow to his lower body. In Chapter 142, only now do you realize your mistake. It is too late. As the moment to vanquish Su Han drew near, a glimmer of delight sparked in Wu Imolan's eyes. However, just as the tip of her sword was about to pierce Su Han's brow, he deftly extended 2 fingers and precisely pinched the blade. How could this be? Wu Imolan felt as though her arm was ensnared by a colossal weight, rendering her utterly immobile. Despite her attempts to summon the energy within her, the sword would not advance a single inch closer to Su Han. Impossible. Is this his physical strength? The onlookers, including Xianyang, gasped in astonishment. You are far too weak, Su Han chuckled lightly, rising from the ground and delivering a resounding slap to Wu Imolan's face. With a pain scream, she sailed through the air, arcing gracefully above Xianyang and his companions before crashing heavily to the ground. Even with her protective energy shielding her, the blow left her disoriented. Before she could regain her senses, Su Han was already before her. What do you intend to do? Wu Imolan's eyes widened in terror. Do not worry. I shall not harm you, Su Han replied with a disarming smile. Relief washed over Wu Mo Lan, but in the next instant, Su Han hoisted her up and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon her. Each strike reverberated through her innate energy, making it tremble violently. After dozens of slaps, Wu Mo Lan's vision darkened, and her energy waned at an alarming rate. The innate energy truly is like a turtle shell, Su Han mused inwardly. Without invoking his formidable weapon, the Fang Tian Hua Ji, it was indeed challenging to breach the defenses of an innate martial artist in such a short time. However, had he been infused with sufficient energy, not even the formidable Great Thunder Sound Fist would be necessary. The indestructible Vajra technique alone would suffice to shatter Wu Mo Lan's defenses. After delivering nearly 100 slaps, Wu Mo Lan's energy was finally depleted. The crowd watched with growing apprehension. No, please do not kill me. I was wrong. Wu Mo Lan's eyes brimmed with panic as she gazed at Su Han. With her innate energy exhausted, she no longer possessed the strength to withstand Su Han's overwhelming force. She could only imagine the fate that awaited her face without the shield of energy. You only now realize your mistake. How tardy. Su Han smiled, his hands sweeping through the air. With a swift motion, Wu Mo Lan's neck was abruptly tweezed. Chapter 143. The True Buddha. Thus I heard. As Su Han stepped into the Buddhist hall, he felt an abrupt transformation in his surroundings. Immediately after, a series of resonant Buddhist chants, akin to death warrants, echoed in his ears, causing a tumultuous surge of qi and blood within him. His innate vital energy nearly veered off course. Had it not been for the timely emergence of the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon in the Panwang Ding to quell the chaos, Su Han would likely have succumbed to madness and perished within moments. Behind him, the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon and the Panwang Ding exuded an overwhelming aura, aiding Su Han in resisting the lethal Buddhist sounds. Once his internal turmoil had settled, Su Han began to survey the scene before him. In the spacious hall, a colossal Buddha sat at the center, delivering a sermon. This towering figure, reminiscent of a small giant, was so immense that its head nearly grazed the ceiling of the hall. Flanking the Buddha were numerous smaller Buddhas, each radiating a faint, sacred golden glow. Their faces were alight with rapture as they intently listened to the teachings. This gigantic Buddha was likely the embodiment of the Dharma, a true Buddha according to Buddhist hierarchy. Su Han couldn't help but feel awed. The smaller figures on either side were likely bodhisattvas and arhats, corresponding to the martial kings and martial sovereigns. Any one of them could be considered a formidable force in the realm, and there were easily over 100 present. This temple was exceedingly peculiar. To find an exit, the key likely resided in this hall, perhaps even within the true Buddha himself. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon and the Panwang Ding could sustain his presence here for a brief moment, but beyond that, their endurance would falter. With this thought, Su Han slowly lifted his foot, advancing toward the true Buddha. Yet, as he took his first step, his internal qi surged once more, boiling like water on the verge of eruption. Without the suppression from the two powerful entities, he might have spewed blood. The distance between him and the true Buddha was at least 49 steps. After merely taking a second step, the intensity of the Buddha's sound doubled. If there were truly a legacy to inherit, was it deliberately reserved for the martial sovereigns or martial kings? Su Han's complexion paled. Beyond the martial kings and sovereigns, even those in the Yuan Dan realm or the Nirvana realm would struggle to withstand such terrifying pressure. No, if I withdraw from this hall, I will be trapped here. The little girl's life-preserving elixir is nearly depleted, and I only need a few thousand merit points to exchange for the longevity ancestors' cleansing elixir. Today, I've already dealt with the old man Shinchitai. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared here. A glimmer of determination flickered in Su Han's eyes. Regardless of how many steps he could take, unless he ultimately succumbed to being expelled from this place, he would persist in seeking an escape. His innate vital energy surged within him, and he deliberately shielded his ears, only to find that the Buddhist sounds remained unabated. Nevertheless, he pressed on, taking a third step. Boom. Su Han's body swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. After the third step, the lethal Buddhist sound intensified yet again. This was a geometric dilemma. He need not traverse 49 steps. Just 10 would amplify the sound to 1,000-fold of its initial intensity. Would a martial sovereign even endure such a level? If the intensity continued to double, even a martial king would be overwhelmed. As Su Han gazed towards the true Buddha, astonishment crept into his expression. The intention to leave behind a legacy was clearly absent. This was a dead end. There was one final attempt he could make, if it failed. Stepping forth for the fourth time was out of the question. Gritting his teeth, Su Han abruptly directed his innate vital energy along an unusual path, the route of the Great Thunder Sound Fist. The innate energy swiftly completed a full cycle, and in an instant, Su Han felt a profound tranquility enveloping him. The once deadly Buddhist chants seemed to soften. Indeed. The connection between the Great Thunder Sound Hall and the Great Thunder Sound Fist was profound. A hint of joy blossomed in Su-Han's eyes. He had surmised correctly. The Great Thunder Sound Fist likely originated from this hall, though he remained uncertain if it was the same as the Great Thunder Sound Temple mentioned by Su-Han. In this state, I should be able to. Su-Han suddenly took his fourth step, followed by the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. In a brief span, he traversed 49 steps, standing before the true Buddha. It was only at this moment that he fully grasped the magnificence and grandeur of the Buddha before him. Suddenly, the Buddhist sound vanished without a trace. The hall, once filled with arhats, bodhisattvas, and the true Buddha, became eerily empty in an instant. The radiant golden light faded. The serene aura dissipated, and the hall grew cold and dark. Stained cushions lay scattered, whispering of the many bodhisattvas and arhats who once sat here, listening to the true Buddha's teachings. Have I passed the trial? What of the reward? Su-Han furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings until his gaze landed upon the giant lotus where the true Buddha had been seated. Atop the lotus rested a wooden fish. In the air, an invisible arm seemed to continuously strike the wooden fish, and once more, Su-Han heard the distinct sound echoing in his ears. What manner of object is this? A divine weapon? Su-Han examined the wooden fish, pondering its significance. The visions he had encountered earlier were likely conjured by this very object, suggesting it might indeed be a divine artifact, once wielded by an arhat, a bodhisattva, or even the true Buddha within this hall. The temple, which had vanished into thin air, reappeared, unnoticed by Xin Yang and the others, as the great doors of the temple slowly creaked open. How long has he been inside? Xin Yang asked, his expression peculiar. A considerable time, Dongfang Shuo replied, his countenance complex. Su-Han and Qin Shitai had only managed to endure a few moments before being expelled by the Buddhist sound. Yet Su-Han had remained inside for a full tea's worth of time. This left two possibilities. Either Su-Han had inherited the legacy within the hall, or he had been obliterated by the Buddhist sound. The group more readily accepted the latter. However, the former possibility lingered, as the Rebirth Gate was shrouded in mystery, housing the supreme martial arts of 7 leading powers. They believed Su-Han hailed from the Rebirth Gate, instilling a sense of confidence that he would not easily perish. 3 of you should enter and ascertain the truth. He suggested hesitantly. You go. The 3 of them turned to He in unison, speaking in unison. He's expression shifted slightly, regretting his suggestion inwardly. He shouldn't have spoken up. Unbeknownst to them, within the first courtyard of the temple, dozens of figures had materialized, preparing to circumvent the first hall and approach the second courtyard where they stood. Chapter 144. Only redemption. Everyone, exercise caution. I sense something peculiar about this place. Mahong, your fear is excessive, Wang Yu replied with a hint of mockery on his face. At this moment, the pinnacle of innate experts from several major sects had gathered, each accompanied by a few disciples, totaling dozens of innate martial artists. Even if the ghost Buddha were to appear unexpectedly, Wang Yu believed that together they would possess sufficient strength to confront him. Senior Wang, Mahong is right. Prudence is advisable. Recently, someone encountered a ghostly novice comparable to a peak innate guardian. There may only be one ghost Buddha, seldom seen, but the ghostly novices are unpredictable. This is a temple, likely hiding numerous ghostly monks and novices. The speaker was a nun, her attire reminiscent of Wu Mulan's, though she appeared slightly younger. Despite her youth, she had reached the peak of innate mastery and was a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Duanji from the Covering Moon Monastery. Amitba, Yachin. Regardless of the guardians present, I can pacify them with Buddhist scriptures, a young monk said, palms pressed together as he uttered a mantra. Master Huiwu. This secret realm must be a legacy of a Buddhist master. Can you discern its origins? Someone inquired. Huiwu glanced at the Buddha hall before gently shaking his head. I cannot ascertain its origins at this moment. Perhaps the truth lies behind this hall. In that case, let us proceed, the group agreed, making their way through the Buddha hall into the second courtyard, where Xian Yang and others were startled by the unexpected arrival. Mahong, Xian Yang exclaimed, turning in shock towards Mahong. Dongfang Shuo looked equally astonished at the leader of the Thunder Sword Pavilion, a disciple from the Azure Dragon Academy, Su Shilong, who had accompanied Jing Yuehan and Su Qingquan, frowned slightly as he observed Jing Qing. Jing Jr.'s sister, how did you arrive here? Wasn't this temple sealed? How could anyone enter? Could it be that the gates have been opened? He and others' expressions brightened with sudden joy. Have you stolen the opportunities here? Mahong glared at Xian Yang. Xian Yang's face paled slightly, his discomfort evident. Zhou Yachen's gaze swept over the corpses of Qin Shitai and Su Shihun, her brow furrowing. But her expression changed drastically upon seeing Wu Mulan's body. Clad in the robe of Covering Moon Monastery, her identity was unmistakable even without her head. Why is there a disciple of Covering Moon Monastery dead here? Zhou Yaqin's eyes turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Xianyang and the others. This matter is too convoluted. However, with you all here, we can thwart the malevolent forces of the Rebirth Gate from ravaging this secret realm. Jing Qing spoke slowly. The Rebirth Gate demons? Everyone was taken aback. Among the talented, there were varying ranks. They could only be considered ordinary third-rank talents. While the demons of the Rebirth Gate were ninth rank, only those at the Yuan Dan stage, like Jing Yuehan, could contend with them. The revelation that the Rebirth Gate demons were wreaking havoc in the secret realm was alarming. Did the corpses on the ground fall victim to their hands? Junior sister Jing. Could this corpse be Su Shihun? Su Shilong's expression shifted suddenly as he recalled the familiarity of the corpses. Indeed, it is Su Shihun, Jing Qing confirmed. Recounting the events. Upon hearing that Su Han had slain Su Shihun and Chun Chitai before entering the Buddha Hall for an extended period, the expressions of everyone turned grim. Senior sister, it is indeed Wu Mulan. A nun retrieved Wu Mulan's head, placing it beside her body, her expression somber as she addressed Zhou Yaqin. Take care of the remains. We must carry her out later. Zhou Yaqin nodded slightly. Is that demon the one who appeared in the Taihang Mountains of Yan Kingdom? When you asked coldly. Indeed, it was he, Jing Qing affirmed. Today presents an excellent opportunity for us to vanquish this evil, Master Huiwu declared, hands together. This demon has descended into the depths of suffering. Only through redemption can he return to the embrace of Buddha. His strength should not be formidable. Though he can slay peak innate warriors, he exhausts his innate energy in doing so. His reliance lies solely on that fifth-tier divine weapon. With so many of us peak innate experts today, we shall surely subdue him. A young man spoke, exuding an air of nobility. A royal from the great immortal dynasty accompanying Princess Qingwei. Jing Ming, this demon has personally slain a Yuan Dan expert from your royal lineage. It is only fitting for you to take the lead, Ma Hong smiled. Jing Ming's expression shifted, glancing at Ma Hong. To vanquish demons, we must unite. This is not merely a matter for my great immortal dynasty. Everyone, please refrain from bickering, Zhou Yaqin interjected, her gaze fixed on Xianyang. You mentioned the Buddha Hall has a legacy, yet Su Shihun could only last mere moments, whereas this demon has remained for an extended time. The others' expressions changed simultaneously. This was the crux of the matter. If the Buddha Hall indeed harbored a legacy, could it have already fallen into the demon's hands? If so, would the demon's power not increase significantly? Indeed, Senior Su speculated that this hall is linked to the Great Thunder Sound Temple from 800 years ago, Xianyang elaborated. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. Aside from a few who remained indifferent, the others, including Gong Ming, Huiwu, and Zhou Yaqin, were visibly stirred as Huiwu finally discerned the characters on the distant plaque. Great Thunder Sound Hall. Could this truly be the site of the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Is this secret realm a remnant of their legacy? Huiwu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Both the Other Shore Temple and the Great Thunder Sound Temple belonged to the Buddhist sects, yet the latter had once produced a Buddha emperor. In that era, it was vastly more powerful than the Other Shore Temple. If this were indeed the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the legacy within would be extraordinary. I recall that when the Great Thunder Sound Temple suppressed a state, your Other Shore Temple was merely an inconsequential small temple, was it not? Ma Hong directed his gaze at Huiwu. Regarding the matters of that time, I know not. Huiwu shook his head, then bypassing Xianyang and others, he strode directly towards the Great Thunder Sound Hall. Seeing this, Ma Hong and the others hurriedly followed. If there were indeed a legacy, even if it belonged to the Buddhists, they would strive to claim it. Chapter 145. The initiation of the Heavenly Emperor Tower trial. Xianyang and the others remained in place, not pursuing. The disciples from various sects who followed closely behind Ma Hong appeared quite exhilarated. They had yet to truly witness the terrifying prowess of Su Han. And their primary concern now was the inheritance within the Buddhist hall. Are we not following? Dongfang Shua expressed hesitation. For the sake of safety, let us stay here. Xianyang replied. He preferred not to approach the Great Thunder Sound Hall too closely. Who could tell if the fiend from the Rebirth Gate had managed to seize some opportunity within? Not only are our senior brothers from the 7 prominent sects present, but I also just saw the prodigies from the 8-Armed Pagoda, the Howran Academy, and the 7-Star sect among other notable factions. With them here, I believe the fiend from the Rebirth Gate shall not pose a threat, Jing Qing stated. Esteemed sirs, such matters are beyond us wandering cultivators. I shall take my leave. He suddenly clasped his hands and announced. May we meet again by fate, Xianyang replied with a smile. He cast a glance at the Great Thunder Sound Hall, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He preferred not to remain and watch the spectacle. lest he inadvertently lose his life. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity while the elite from various sects were gathered here and venture outside in search of other fortunes. He Yu and the others quickly departed from the temple. Simultaneously, the monk Hui Wu and his companions stepped into the great Thunder Sound Hall. Their timing coincided perfectly with Su Han taking his 49th step, at which point all illusions dissipated. Thus, they did not witness the colossal Buddha nor experience the terrifying Buddhist sound, but instead beheld Su Han and the wooden fish atop the immense lotus. Duck, duck, duck. Is this the fiend from the Rebirth Gate? He does not seem particularly formidable. The crowd fixated their gazes on Su Han while surveying their surroundings. At most, he appeared to be at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Gong Ming was right. His ability to slay Su Shihun was largely due to a surprise attack, and that fifth-tier divine weapon was indeed instrumental. Ma Hong fixated on Su Han, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. They had not obtained the fire crystal fruit this time. If they could secure a fifth-tier divine weapon, their journey to this secret realm would not have been in vain. The higher the tier of a divine weapon, the scarcer it became. Even among the 7 top sects, they could only equip one divine weapon corresponding to their martial cultivation. Only the dragon sons and daughters received preferential treatment. Ba, benefactor, please turn back to the shore. Hui Wu joined his palms and recited a Buddhist chant towards Su Han. Su Han paused slightly, turning to regard the crowd, a faint smile appearing on his face. What brings you here, esteemed guests? You have harmed the prodigies of various sections. If you kneel and accept your death now, I can ensure you suffer not a moment's torment. Su Shilong glared coldly at Su Han. Have you taken your medicine today? Su Han replied with a smile directed at Su Shilong. Medicine? What medicine? Su Shilong frowned. You are gravely mistaken if you think I, the illustrious prodigy of the Rebirth Gate, would kneel and accept death before you mere peak innate cultivators. Surely, you did not take your medicine before coming out. Su Han chuckled. The fiend is sharp-tongued. A flicker of anger surged in Su Shilong's eyes. Do you remember senior brother Luoyu? Suddenly, a muscular man emerged from the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Su Han. Oh, the disciple from TH chapter 146. The earth spirit, where has everyone gone? The crowd was left bewildered. How could a living person vanish right beneath our noses? Ma Hong's complexion darkened as he suddenly produced a yellow talisman folded into a paper crane. At this sight, the eyes of the crowd brightened. The divine crane pursues the soul, an exclusive technique of the Xian Ting Dao Palace. The paper crane suddenly transformed into a blaze. And then a unique force coalesced into a life-sized paper crane, which circled the spot twice before dissipating before their eyes. Impossible. A look of astonishment crossed Ma Hong's face. The divine crane pursues the soul should at least indicate the direction of the escape. Circling in place suggests he never left. Zhou Yaqing furrowed his brow slightly. Search. Gong Ming commanded sharply, and the group immediately turned the modest Buddhist temple upside down. The entrance was guarded, yet in the end, Su Han's presence remained elusive. What kind of technique is this? Ma Hong, I've heard that your Xian Ting Dao Palace possesses a skill called the obscuring technique. Could it be that the fiend from the Rebirth Gate employed this method? Asked Wang Yu. Jiang Yao, who had been following Wang Yu, looked around with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. It was hard for her to fathom how a living person could disappear so inexplicably. Impossible. Unless he managed to evade our attack in an instant. Just now, we collaborated without leaving any gaps. Even if he used the obscuring technique, it would only be superficial. He couldn't possibly escape our methods. Ma Hong shook his head slightly. From the outset, he never believed Su Han was employing the obscuring technique. Although he currently lacked the qualifications to practice it due to his cultivation and status, he had heard elders mention its characteristics. Let us continue searching. Zhou Yaqing sighed softly. Such an opportunity comes once in a century. If we could slay this demon, we would surely bring glory to our sect. Subsequently, they combed through the entire temple for 2 or 3 hours, yet ultimately found no trace of Su Han. We shall take our leave. Some began to depart with their juniors, unwilling to waste any more time here. In the third-grade cave realm, most could only linger for 7 days. Once that time elapsed, they would be expelled and unable to re-enter for a while. Although Ma Hong and the others felt some reluctance, they had no choice but to leave after confirming Su Han had vacated the temple. Could he truly escape from such a dire situation? Why didn't he possess such means back in the Taiying Mountains? As the 3 from Xianyang departed, they found themselves perplexed. Nevertheless, despite not gaining any benefits this time, they had managed to extricate themselves from danger. Is this the Heavenly Emperor Tower? Su Han surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had arrived in a desolate city. The vast streets devoid of any company. System prompt. The time flow within the Heavenly Emperor Tower differs from the outside world. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. System prompt. The host is currently on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Emperor Tower. The unique trial creature of this level is the Earth Spirit. Please defeat the Earth Spirit King within 1 year to complete the trial of the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Failure will result in a deduction of 2,000 Divine Emperor coins. A year to defeat the Earth Spirit King? A failure leading to a loss of 2,000 coins? I wonder what level of cultivation the Earth Spirit King possesses. Su-Han murmured to himself, glancing at the wooden fish in his hand before stowing it away in his storage compartment. He then moved swiftly, seeking a dilapidated courtyard to recuperate his drained innate vigor. After consuming a few chi condensation pills, within less than an hour, Su-Han's innate vigor was restored to its peak state. Suddenly, he sensed something. A flash of purple light sparked in his eyes as he activated the 2nd stage of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, scanning along the courtyard walls. He beheld a group of beings, each towering around 10 feet, formed from yellowish stones. Is this the Earth Spirit? Each one's aura was comparable to that of the peak of the innate realm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 20. Outside the courtyard stood 20 Earth Spirits, and Su-Han felt as though he had just escaped from a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Had he not entered the Heavenly Emperor Tower, he would not have had to confront so many peak innate realm beings. Boom. One of the Earth Spirits stepped forward, shattering the courtyard wall with a single punch. Instantly, 20 pairs of emotionless eyes focused on Su-Han. Su-Han chuckled. Are you planning to gang up on me? Or will you engage in a duel? Boom, boom, boom. The 20 Earth Spirits charged directly towards Su-Han. It seems you've chosen to gang up. Su-Han's smile faded, and he felt the surge of vigor within him as it enveloped his body. He charged forward towards the nearest Earth Spirit. Bang! Su-Han's speed surpassed that of the Earth Spirit, landing a punch on its chest. However, his fist merely left a dark imprint before a terrifying recoil force sent him staggering back 7 or 8 steps. His arm trembled slightly. Su-Han felt as though he had struck a steel plate a yard thick. The sensation was intoxicating, had it not been for his already formidable physique. An ordinary practitioner of the innate realm might have had their arms shattered by the backlash. This level of physical strength must be close to the limit of the peak innate realm. Su-Han's expression grew serious. In the next moment, bolts of thunderous energy surged from the void, coalescing around Su-Han. The 3rd stage of the Thunder Body technique, Lightning Summon. Simultaneously, a golden radiance shimmered forth. The Indestructible Diamond technique. Let us see whether your physical forms are stronger or mine. Su-Han sneered, charging fearlessly at the group of Earth Spirits before him. After a brief interval, the entire courtyard had been reduced to ruins. Su-Han, in a state of disarray, seized an opportunity to use the Void Step, escaping the encirclement of the Earth Spirits. In a short span, he had received hundreds of blows from the Earth Spirits, nearly shattering his innate vigor, while his own tactics had proven ineffective against them. Roar! The Earth Spirits howled, frantically pursuing Su-Han. They could not fly, so for the moment, they were at a disadvantage. Damn it, even in a one-on-one situation, without summoning the Fang Tianhua halberd and the Great Thunder Sound Fist, I would not stand a chance. Su-Han contemplated as he fled. He had to remain here for a year, if he did not devise a strategy. Even if these Earth Spirits could not kill him, they would surely drive him to madness. Moreover, the system demanded he slay the Earth Spirit King, or face a deduction of 2,000 Divine Emperor coins. If ordinary Earth Spirits are this strong, the Earth Spirit King must be impervious to blades and spears. It's likely even the Fang Tianhua halberd could not cleave it. Wait a moment, I can't break through their defenses barehanded. But what if I employ the Fang Tianhua halberd for a direct strike? Su-Han's eyes glimmered with inspiration. He suddenly realized he had been trapped in a misunderstanding. The Fang Tianhua halberd bore the 5th-tier rune armor breaking, making it inherently sharp. If he did not activate the runes with his vigor, its own sharpness might suffice to slay the Earth Spirits. Let us give it a try. Su-Han halted his retreat, turning to face the approaching Earth Spirits, summoning the Fang Tianhua halberd from his dantian. Chapter 147. Qualification for summoning Earth Spirits with a thunderous roar. A multitude of Earth Spirits surged forth upon witnessing Su-Han come to a halt, propelled by an immense force as they charged at him. Their bodies were enveloped in a yellowish aura, embodying the pinnacle of innate strength. In the outside world, each of these entities would rival those who had mastered the most advanced techniques of cultivation, while the ordinary limit of pure physical strength for those at the peak of the innate realm was 4 symbols. Practitioners of external techniques could transcend this boundary and reach 6 symbols. Those who had cultivated the finest techniques, however, could exhibit pure physical strength ranging from 10 to 12 symbols at the peak of the innate realm. Su-Han had never encountered such formidable beings in the Valley of the Dead, and his own strength had only reached 10 symbols. This underscored the formidable prowess of the Earth spirits. Truly, the Heavenly Emperor's tower seemed to house the strongest of adversaries at each level. Given the terrifying nature of the Earth spirits, enhanced by their Earth attribute aura, it seemed that even the likes of Su Shihun and his companions could withstand at most 10 exchanges of blows. Grasping his Feng Tianhua halberd, Su Han's pupils deepened to a profound violet as he coolly observed the approaching Earth spirits, instantly identifying their vulnerabilities. "Come forth," he suddenly laughed, moving swiftly towards the foremost Earth spirit. The creature, enraged by Su Han's audacity, bellowed and swung a fist towards his head. Before the fist could land, Su Han raised his halberd and struck downwards towards its neck. With a dull thud, the blade met resistance. Yet it penetrated the Earth spirit's neck by at least an inch. An inch. Given the Earth spirit's massive frame, with a neck diameter of at least 2 feet, this injury was merely superficial. Nonetheless, it continued to roar and attack, while other Earth spirits simultaneously descended upon Su Han with their fists. Su Han, well aware of the external dynamics, adeptly evaded numerous incoming attacks, and once more wielded his halberd. With each strike, he penetrated the same wound another inch deeper. Despite the overwhelming number of adversaries, he remained unyielding, his movements unceasing. With 20 precise strikes, the head of the Earth spirit finally flew off, landing heavily on the ground. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying an Earth spirit. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 Divine Emperor coins. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the qualification to summon an Earth spirit. The system's notifications chimed in succession, while the 500 Divine Emperor coins felt somewhat meager, after all. The specters outside could also reward him with the same amount. The last message left Su Han pleasantly surprised. Stepping out of the encirclement of Earth spirits, he continued to utilize the void step to evade capture. Having just felled the formidable being, he felt drained. Each precise strike demanded his utmost focus, compelling him to fully activate his Violet Extreme Demon Eye. The Earth spirits roared as they resumed their pursuit, and Su Han noticed others emerging from different directions, surfacing directly from the ground. System, what does the qualification to summon an Earth spirit entail? Su Han inquired while evading. After leaving the Heavenly Emperor's tower, the host may expend one summoning qualification to call upon the slain Earth spirits to fight on behalf of the host for a duration of 1 hour. The summoning concludes either upon the Earth spirit's demise or when the allotted time elapses. No wonder the Divine Emperor coins were so few. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Han's eyes. He had already tested the strength of the Earth spirits. Despite their somewhat limited combat awareness, their physical prowess was undeniable. Summoning them could potentially allow him to sweep aside a group of innate beings, serving as a formidable shield even against those at the Nirvana realm. With a roar, one isolated Earth spirit emerged from the glowing earth in the northeast, charging at Su Han. Laughing heartily, he seized the opportunity before the other spirits could catch up, brandishing his halberd and delivering frenzied strikes. 1, 2, 3. As he counted, the rear Earth spirits arrived just in time to witness their companion's demise. Felled in mere 20 strikes. If not for interruptions, Su Han could have easily dispatched it within a few breaths. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying an Earth spirit. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 Divine Emperor coins. The notifications echoed once more. No summoning qualification? Su Han felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that the drop rate for summoning qualifications was rather low. In the ensuing hours, as Su Han continued to flee and fight, he successfully dispatched 10 Earth spirits, managing to elude the relentless pursuers and retreating to a secluded courtyard. Sitting cross-legged to recuperate, he awaited the restoration of his aura to its peak state before reviewing his spoils. 10 Earth spirits yielded 5,000 Divine Emperor coins and 2 summoning qualifications, a satisfactory haul. Though it seemed the Earth spirits here did not drop substantial rewards. Perhaps the Earth Spirit King would offer something more valuable. With the addition of these 5,000 coins, Su Han's total amassed over 20,000, yet the next level of the Violet Extreme Demon I required 50,000 coins for exchange. At the rate of slaying 10 Earth spirits a day, it would take him another week. This pace felt painfully slow. And the 4th level of the Violet Extreme Demon I may not significantly enhance his current circumstances. With a decisive thought, Su Han resolved to exchange his Divine Emperor coins for a superior Great Returning Pill. Each pill of the 5th grade lower tier cost 400 coins, while the 5th grade upper tier merely doubled in price, promising greater efficacy. Uncertain when the Earth spirits might next assault him, he felt the urgency to enhance his strength to the peak of the innate realm as swiftly as possible. Thus, he opted for the upper tier pill to bolster his capabilities, allowing him to confront them without reliance on the halberd. With a swift motion, he exchanged for a superior Great Returning Pill and swallowed it whole, commencing his cultivation. The upper-tier pill's effects surpassed those of the lower tier by 30%. If time were abundant, the lower tier would have been more economically viable for Su Han's current realm. A day later, having fully assimilated the pill's potency, Su Han's aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level. Just one more pill would suffice for a breakthrough. A smile flickered in the corner of Su Han's eye. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sprang to his feet, employing the void step to escape the courtyard. In the next instant, dozens of earth spirits leapt into the air, crashing into the courtyard and reducing it to rubble. Chapter 148. A frantic breakthrough once again. Amidst a flurry of pursuit and evasion, Su Han seized a moment of tranquility to consume a 5th-grade Great Return pill, successfully advancing his cultivation to the 6th level of the Innate realm. It had been merely 2 or 3 days since his breakthrough to the 5th level, and such a pace of advancement would surely astonish any onlooker, causing them to drop their jaws in disbelief. This remarkable rate of progress can be attributed to the presence of 2 9th-grade fire seeds within Su Han, one of which is a supreme fire seed. Consequently, his training speed far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners, placing him among the elite of the 9 provinces. Furthermore, high-grade fire seeds signify a superior capacity for absorption, allowing Su Han to metabolize the effects of elixirs at an astonishing rate, many times that of an average individual. As long as he possesses divine emperor coins, Su Han can continuously purchase Great Return pills from the various classifications of elixirs. Such pills are relatively rare for practitioners at the Yuan Dan realm, yet Su Han can procure them at will. While an ordinary practitioner might have to divide a Great Return pill into quarters or even eighths, Su Han is able to consume them whole, further accelerating his progression. After 7 days, Su Han successfully ascended to the 7th level of the Innate realm, marking his entry into the latter stages of this realm. His innate vigor far surpasses that of his peers by at least 2 to 3 times. Even in the presence of esteemed figures like Su Shihan, his vigor remains unrivaled. Alas, the consumption of elixirs has also escalated, requiring 2 to 3 times more than that of his counterparts. Retreating to a secluded courtyard, Su Han's expression turned pensive. To transition from the 6th to the 7th level of the Innate realm, he had consumed 5 5th-grade Great Return pills, in addition to the 2 he had taken previously, depleting nearly 5,000 divine emperor coins. As he contemplated his next leap from the 7th to the 8th level, he estimated that the required quantity of Great Return pills would likely double. In the span of these 7 days, Su Han had not slain many earth spirits, dedicating most of his time to refining the Great Return pills, leaving him with just enough divine emperor coins to support a breakthrough to the 8th level. Days passed, and Su Han had been at the Heavenly Emperor Tower for nearly a month, achieving a commendable breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Innate realm. However, his remaining divine emperor coins were insufficient even to purchase a single 5th-grade lower-grade Great Return pill. Despite the substantial expenditure of his divine emperor coins, the enhancement of his cultivation was unmistakable. Chapter 149. The 9th-grade Holy Buddha Fire Seed. If possessing a 6th-grade fire seed grants 1'6" units of innate energy at the pinnacle of the Innate realm, then Su Han now possesses 9 units of energy. When he reaches the peak of the Innate realm, it will amount to 10 units. Even if he encounters the world's top prodigies, who also possess 9th-grade fire seeds, they will still be lacking a full 1 unit compared to Su Han. Do not underestimate this single unit. A minute difference can yield a vast divergence in martial prowess, where a slight edge can mean the difference between life and death. Roar. A frenzied earth spirit has located Su Han's hiding place, standing several zhang away, continuously letting out roars. The golden aura enveloping it has intensified at least 2-fold, indicating that the system did not deceive him. The earth spirit has indeed become more violent. Su Han regarded the earth spirit before him with calm composure. In the time to come, he did not intend to slay the earth spirit, but rather wished to utilize its strength to practice the Thunder Tyrant body technique. Honing his physical prowess, he had previously discovered that enduring strikes could effectively stimulate the thunderous innate energy to refine his bodily cells, significantly accelerating the training speed of his horizontal refining techniques. Enough of the roars. Today I shall not employ the Fong Tianhua halberd to intimidate you. Let us engage in a contest of strength between men. Su Han smiled, pausing momentarily. You are a man, right? Roar. The enraged earth spirit charged towards Su Han, each footfall shaking the ground beneath. Damn it, has its weight doubled? Is its attributes enhanced 2-fold? Su Han could not help but mutter under his breath. In the next instant, the thunderous innate energy surged forth, enveloping him in a thunderous battle armor, under which lay an indestructible diamond armor. The disparity in their sizes resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old child and a robust adult male. As they collided, Su-Han did not evade the Earth Spirit's fist, nor did the Earth Spirit evade Su-Han's blow. Su-Han's strike landed on the Earth Spirit's chest, while the Earth Spirit almost sent Su-Han's crown flying. The Earth Spirit staggered back a few steps, its chest darkened, just as before. Su-Han's assault could not even breach its innate energy. Su-Han retreated several steps to dissipate the Earth Spirit's force, feeling slightly dizzy. The Earth Spirit's recent punch had nearly knocked him senseless. My strength is nearly reaching the limit of 12 manifestations. Yet this Earth Spirit's might has directly doubled to 24 manifestations. This is beyond the scope of the innate realm. Its power likely rivals that of a first-level Nirvana realm practitioner, or perhaps even a half-step into Nirvana. In a moment, Su-Han assessed the disparity in their strengths. Even if he ascended to the pinnacle of the innate realm, engaging the frenzied Earth Spirit barehanded would yield no advantage. He would still be at the mercy of its might. Fortunately, they lack intelligence. Otherwise, I might not survive even a day. Roar! The frenzied Earth Spirit charged at Su-Han once more. Enough of this. I shall send you back home. A glint of cold light flickered in Su-Han's eyes. Occasionally slaying a few frenzied Earth Spirits should not provoke the Earth Spirit King into a frenzy again. As the frenzied Earth Spirit closed in on Su-Han, an aura of Buddhism suddenly emanated from him. Great Thundersound Fist. Boom. The innate energy within him was instantaneously drained, entirely coalescing in Su-Han's fist. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy became extremely chaotic, accompanied by flashes of thunder and flames. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a resounding bell echoed from within Su-Han's being. Behind him, an ancient purple thunder dragon emerged, followed by the Panwang Ding. But behind them, a figure even grander than these two appeared, standing tall amidst heaven and earth. It resembled a colossal Buddha seated upon a lotus. Bang! Su-Han's fist struck the frenzied Earth Spirit, yet its fist did not reach Su-Han. For the speed of his blow seemed to transcend time and distance, appearing in an instant at the Earth Spirit's chest. The terrifying force instantaneously shredded the innate energy surrounding the Earth Spirit, piercing through its chest. Through the gaping wound, Su-Han glimpsed a multitude of frenzied Earth Spirits racing toward him, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. Retreat. Su-Han turned to flee, staggering a step due to the complete depletion of his innate energy, almost losing his balance. As for the frenzied Earth Spirit, it was beyond saving. This was Su-Han's first execution of the Great Thundersound Fist. Though merely the first stance, its power was sufficient to rival Su-Han's full-powered Fong Tianhua halberd. This illustrates the terrifying nature of superior martial techniques. 6th-grade techniques can never compare to 7th-grade techniques. The gap is immense. Ding. The host now possesses the qualification to ignite the Holy Buddha Fire Seed. The mention of the Holy Buddha Fire Seed puzzled Su-Han. How does one ignite it? Please retrieve the wooden fish from your storage compartment and spare a day's time. Ah, so the wooden fish is not a divine weapon. Su-Han suddenly understood, glancing back at the ever-increasing frenzied Earth Spirits pursuing him. He needed to shake off this horde before he could properly investigate the so-called Holy Buddha Fire Seed. If its grade were below 9, he would not ignite it. Half a day later, Su-Han finally managed to outpace the horde of Earth Spirits, finding himself within the archway of a grand bridge. With a thought, Su-Han extracted the wooden fish from his storage compartment. The moment the wooden fish appeared, it transformed into a flash of fire, directly entering Su-Han's dantian. Su-Han was momentarily stunned, then immediately turned his attention inward to his dantian. The firelight born from the wooden fish entered his dantian, continuously altering its form, ultimately transforming into a resplendent golden Buddha. The visage of this colossal Buddha was identical to the one Su-Han had witnessed in the Great Thundersound Hall, where it preached to the multitude. The giant Buddha stood nearly as tall as the ancient purple thunder dragon, now standing in a trinity with 2 other fire seeds within Su-Han's dantian. Without my consent, it ignited itself? Judging by its attributes, it appears to be of the gold attribute. Thunder, fire, gold. Su-Han now possessed 3 forms of transformation, allowing his innate energy to convert into fire and gold attributes at will. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully igniting the 9th-grade fire seed, Holy Buddha. The dissatisfaction within Su-Han's heart dissipated somewhat. The appearance of the fire seed mirroring that of the giant Buddha in the Great Thundersound Hall indicated that the vision he had witnessed there was likely conjured by the fire seed. With the bodhisattvas and arhats listening to its teachings being mere illusions, never existing in reality. The indestructible diamond technique from the Temple of the Other Shore is also a gold attribute martial technique. Now that my innate energy can transform into the gold attribute, utilizing it to activate the indestructible diamond technique should yield an enhancement in the resulting indestructible diamond armor by several folds. Su-Han smiled. The third 9-grade fire seed not only accelerated his cultivation speed yet again, but also subtly amplified his combat prowess significantly. Chapter 150. Refining the internal organs not enough. Push harder. Still insufficient. Roar. Indeed, enduring hardship fosters growth. Ever since igniting the 9th-grade martial flame Holy Buddha, Su-Han has donned the Thunder Battle armor and the indestructible Diamond armor, relentlessly engaging in fierce combat with the frenzied Earth spirits. In a brief period, he felt a significant enhancement in his Thunder Overlord body technique, as the compatibility between his bodily cells and thunder became increasingly profound. With a mere thought, he could summon a formidable bolt of lightning. After half a month, Su-Han believed he had mastered the 3rd stage of the Thunder Overlord body technique to its zenith. Each punch from the frenzied Earth spirits would trigger a reflexive response from his cells, unleashing a bolt of lightning in retaliation. The power of this lightning was undoubtedly on par with the full-force strikes from typical late-stage innate warriors, or even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm. At present, even if my vital energy were completely depleted, I could still contend with a peak innate warrior using sheer physical strength. Su-Han felt immense satisfaction. His strength had been surging at an astonishing pace since entering the Celestial Emperor Tower. He was merely a step away from breaking into the 10th realm. While the Thunder Overlord body technique had reached perfection in its 3rd stage, allowing him to prepare for the cultivation of the 4th stage, refining the internal organs. As the name suggests, this stage focuses on enhancing the strength of the internal organs. At this level, the fortitude of the body should experience a remarkable elevation. Although the Thunder Overlord body technique is primarily an external cultivation method, the 4th stage should incorporate both internal and external refinement. The internal organs, including the heart, kidneys, and liver, are exceedingly vulnerable for martial artists. Su-Han had heard tales of powerful external cultivators who ultimately perished when their internal organs were shattered. Thus, this represents a fatal weakness that no warrior, regardless of their type, can afford to overlook. Perhaps I can attempt this now. If I can reach the 4th stage of the Thunder Overlord body technique, my strength should rival that of the Nirvana realm, enabling me to confront the Earth Spirit King with confidence. Su-Han stroked his chin, contemplating. Recently, he had encountered the Earth Spirit King for the first time. It was a terrifying creature towering at 2 zhang. Even from 100 zhang away, Su-Han could sense the terrifying power contained within the Earth Spirit King. This being was undoubtedly stronger than the white jade rhinoceros he had slain, and Su-Han had no doubt that a single punch from it could end his life. Currently, Su-Han's strength allowed him to withstand about 100 strikes from the frenzied Earth spirits in a one-on-one confrontation without employing the Great Thunder Sound Fist or the Fong Tianhuaji. However, should the frenzied Earth spirits revert from their berserk state, he was confident he could engage a regular Earth spirit without relying on the Fong Tianhuaji or the Great Thunder Sound Fist. Even if he could not contend with the underlings, it would be wise to avoid provoking the leader. Su-Han shook his head and began to practice the 4th stage of the Thunder Overlord body technique. A stream of thunderous vital energy circulated within him. And after a complete cycle, this energy suddenly dispersed, transforming into a faint mist that descended upon his internal organs. As soon as the mist touched his internal organs, Su-Han coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling. Is my body still insufficiently strong? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su-Han's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Unwilling to concede defeat, he attempted to refine his internal organs once more. But the same result occurred. He coughed up blood again. After 2 consecutive instances of vomiting blood, his internal organs had sustained minor injuries, rendering him unable to continue practicing. Otherwise, he would risk injuring himself severely. System, why can't I cultivate the 4th stage of the Thunder Overlord body technique? Host's 3rd stage is not yet perfected. Not perfected? I feel quite powerful already. Su-Han was momentarily taken aback. However, he chose to trust the system's judgment. Since it was not perfected, he would continue. Su-Han smiled, emerging from his hiding place and soon attracting a dozen frenzied Earth spirits. Facing the frenzied Earth spirits, a sly smile crept onto Su-Han's face. As they surrounded him, he hugged his head and slowly crouched down. Bang, 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 bang. Acting tough invites the harshest blows. The frenzied Earth spirits rained down punches on Su-Han, their fists falling like relentless raindrops. Each strike felt like a hammer forging wrought iron, further refining Su-Han's bodily cells with the power of thunder. Having foregone the protection of vital energy, Su-Han managed to find an opportunity to escape the encirclement after enduring 100 gentle punches. The frenzied Earth spirits roared in pursuit, and after resting for a while, he once again crouched down to endure their relentless training. Time passed, and a full month later, nearly 4 months had elapsed since Su-Han entered the Celestial Emperor Tower. His physique had grown increasingly formidable, with his pure physical power finally breaking through to the level of 12 symbols. Furthermore, his martial cultivation had also received considerable enhancement. Since stepping into the 9th level of the innate realm, Su Han had refrained from intentionally using great return pills to elevate his cultivation. This was because he might soon be unable to continue acquiring divine emperor coins from the earth spirits. If he used them all, he might not be able to earn enough in a short time upon returning to the outside world. He still had over 60,000 divine emperor coins left. And upon exiting, Su Han could choose to spend 50,000 to purchase spirit cleansing pills, if he could accumulate enough merit points. He might also use divine emperor coins to advance the purple extreme demon eye, unlocking the 4th stage, illusionary destruction. This stage of the purple extreme demon eye had already demonstrated lethal capabilities, and Su Han speculated that its destructive power would not be weak. At this pace, he estimated that in 2 months, he could break into the pinnacle of the innate realm, though it might take a bit longer. He would save a considerable amount of divine emperor coins. Su Han felt quite content with his current state and intended to attempt refining his internal organs once more. A full month of relentless training had not been in vain. He consulted the system, which confirmed that he had indeed perfected the lightning summoning technique. After a brief moment, Su Han slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a faint smile. Just moments ago, he had successfully refined his internal organs using the thunderous vital energy. Although the strength of his internal organs had not increased significantly, it at least indicated he had entered the 4th stage of the Thunder Overlord body technique. While reinforcing his physical body, he could also begin to strengthen his internal organs. The internal organs are the source of life. They must be cultivated diligently. Su Han resolved to find another dozen frenzied earth spirits to expedite the refining process. 99, 100. All right, time to withdraw. Just as Su Han prepared to rise, he suddenly crouched down again, hugging his head, astonishment flashing in his eyes. He realized that after enduring 100 punches from the frenzied earth spirits, his body remained remarkably resilient, and he felt he could withstand another 100 punches. Refining his internal organs had, in an intangible way, significantly enhanced his ability to take a beating. Truly, it has not deceived me. Su Han rejoiced. His strength had once again experienced a tremendous surge. Chapter 151. Pinnacle of the Innate Realm. Through relentless daily training, Su Han's internal organs have grown increasingly formidable, surpassing their previous strength by at least several folds. However, from the very beginning, his internal organs had not undergone any refinement, and to bring their strength in line with that of his physical body remains an arduous journey. Once his internal organs have fully developed, even the slightest increase will yield substantial benefits for Su Han. For instance, his heart orchestrates the flow of vital energy, with its strength doubled. The energy within Su Han naturally amplifies correspondingly. The same principle applies to his other internal organs. Su Han gradually comprehends that the essence of this realm lies in forging the physical body from within, fundamentally fortifying it. The internal organs, including the brain, are indeed the origins of life. No matter how powerful a martial artist may be, the operational principles within their body remain fixed. Without a brain, existence is untenable. Without a heart, survival is impossible. Some formidable beings, at certain levels of mastery, can exist without relying on a true heart, and even if their heart is pierced, they do not perish. Yet, the brain is irreplaceable. Su Han wonders in the future, if he refines his internal organs to be as powerful as his physical form, will his lifespan then extend to an astonishing degree? Perhaps the longevity of the Celestial Emperor and others, living up to 800 years, is attributed to this very aspect. With this thought, Su Han's eyes gleamed with excitement. He suddenly perceived that the Thunder Body technique might bestow upon him not merely a robust physique, but also the potential for a lifespan surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. It is no wonder that high-grade external techniques are far rarer than internal cultivation methods. Enlightened by this realization, Su Han felt a surge of joy. For he now possessed a clear objective. He knew how to enhance his longevity. Even if immortality eludes me, I shall strive to live for 5,000 years. Su Han laughed heartily, rising to step outside, heading towards the distant raging earth spirit. Before him stood a solitary and ferocious earth spirit, its aura wild and chaotic. Upon spotting Su Han, it charged forth with a fierce roar. Su Han engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows in unarmed combat, neither able to gain the upper hand. When he first arrived, he could hardly contend with even a standard earth spirit, yet now he stood toe-to-toe with a raging one. It was time to push towards the pinnacle of the innate realm. At that point, his strength would at least double again. And armed with the Fang Tianhua halberd and the Great Thunder Fist, he might be able to confront the Earth Spirit King. As Su Han battled Chapter 152, the Thunder Spirit Flower and body refinement, how formidable. Su Han, with great effort, rose from the ground, turning his back to flee without a glance. Fortunately, after defeating Su Han with a single punch, the Earth Spirit King did not pursue him relentlessly but instead turned away, continuing its aimless wandering through the desolate city. Upon witnessing this, nearby Earth spirits rushed towards Su Han, who could only expend his remaining energy to employ the void step technique, creating distance between himself and the encroaching spirits. In the brief intervals between their assaults, he sought to recover from his injuries. After successfully evading the Earth spirits, Su Han took refuge in a secluded courtyard. He promptly sat cross-legged, spending several hours to barely restore 3/4 of his vitality. The Earth Spirit King's strength was undeniably formidable, at least at the first level of Nirvana realm. The system tasked him with slaying it within a year, a probability that seemed rather bleak. With a sigh, Su Han opened his eyes. In his current state, once he had exhausted his hidden cards, ordinary enraged Earth spirits were no longer a challenge. Yet, against the Earth Spirit King, he found himself unable to withstand even a single punch, indicating that it might likely reach the first level of the Nirvana realm even before its fury was unleashed. Had it not been for the Thunder Bodyguard having reached its 4th stage, significantly enhancing his internal organs, that punch could have severely injured him. After contemplating for several moments, Su Han gritted his teeth and retrieved a Thunder Spirit flower from his storage. He had initially intended to sell both flowers to the Medicine Dead Valley in exchange for merit points to procure a spirit-cleansing pill for Su Chongqing. However, given the circumstances, the only viable option was to consume both Thunder Spirit flowers to refine his body, thereby increasing his chances of defeating the Earth Spirit King. Regrettably, possessing an alchemical formula to concoct Thunder Body refinement pills would yield even greater benefits. Su Han chuckled softly, shaking his head. Swallowing the Thunder Spirit flower directly would certainly result in lesser benefits compared to refining it into a Thunder Body refinement pill. Yet, in the face of the current situation, he had no time to seek the alchemical formula or to brew the pills. Thus, consuming the Thunder Spirit flower became his sole course of action. Upon swallowing the flower, within mere moments, its potent effects began to manifest. A surge of blazing spiritual energy rose from his abdomen, flooding his limbs and bones. In an instant, this energy penetrated every cell within Su Han's body. The experience resembled cultivating the Thunder Body art, yet differed, as this spiritual energy rapidly and fervently refined his physical form. The effects of the Thunder Spirit flower were not limited to the exterior, they significantly enhanced his internal organs as well. Behind Su Han, a primordial purple thunder dragon gradually materialized, its violet lightning flickering as if it were a guardian beast, aiding Su Han in the swift refinement of the Thunder Spirit flower. Suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully smashed open, and a furious Earth spirit locked its gaze on Su Han, slowly advancing towards him. Su Han was at a critical moment of digesting the Thunder Spirit flower's effects. Any interruption would waste the residual potency. The enraged Earth spirit paid no heed to whether Su Han was in the midst of cultivation or if its actions would take advantage of him. Upon reaching Su Han, it swung its massive fist towards him. Just as its punch was about to land, an arc of electricity surged from Su Han's skin, striking the Earth Spirit's fist and causing it to stagger backwards several steps. Roaring in humiliation, the enraged Earth Spirit charged forward again, swinging its fist like a boulder in a frenzy towards Su Han. Another arc of lightning shot forth from Su Han, forcing the Earth Spirit to stumble back yet again. It turned out that the lightning attracted had such an effect. Thus, while he remained in meditation, any martial artist weaker than him would be unable to take advantage of the opportunity to ambush him. Although Su Han's eyes remained shut, he could acutely sense the external situation, a unique ability bestowed upon him by the purple extreme demon eye, Insight. The previous 2 arcs of lightning, if they had struck a typical innate realm martial artist, would have surely caused them to spit blood. If the opponent underestimated him and failed to employ protective energy, they might even face instant death. Seeing that the enraged Earth spirits posed no threat to him, Su Han calmly continued to absorb the effects of the Thunder Spirit flower. As time passed, another enraged Earth spirit was drawn to the commotion, joining the fray against Su Han. Now, there were 7 or 8 enraged Earth spirits relentlessly swinging their colossal fists in futile attempts to overpower Su Han, yet all were repelled by his protective thunder, unable to even brush against his skin. Minutes turned into hours. Just as Su Han was nearing the end of the Thunder Spirit flower's effects, he was besieged by a growing number of enraged Earth spirits. During this time, his internal injuries inflicted by the Earth Spirit King had fully healed, and his physical strength had increased by 3/4 due to the flower's potency, particularly enhancing his internal organs. Have you had your fill of this? Su-Han opened his eyes, which seemed to flash with lightning. The response to his words was a barrage of enormous fists. With a roar, the primordial purple thunder dragon let out a fierce cry, its tail sweeping fiercely, sending several enraged earth spirits flying backward from the force of the blow. Su-Han rose, brushing off non-existent dust, a light laugh escaping his lips as he retracted the illusion of the purple thunder dragon and turned to exit the courtyard. By the time the enraged earth spirits regained their senses and charged back into the courtyard, Su-Han had long since vanished from sight. An hour later, Su-Han located the Earth Spirit King once more. As before, he launched another assault against it. This time, he was again defeated with a single strike, blood spewing from his mouth. However, his internal injuries were not as severe as before, and he recovered within half an hour. Finding a Sec Chapter 153, a new challenge against the Earth Spirit King. The Earth Spirit King disregarded Su-Han's words, its gaze fixed firmly on the ant-like figure before it. Su-Han sighed inwardly, realizing that employing the same strategy he had used against the white jade rhinoceros on this Earth Spirit King was merely a fanciful hope. As the distance between them closed to about 5 zhong, Su-Han suddenly erupted with energy. The great thunderous fist. A torrent of thunderous energy coalesced around his fist, and behind Su-Han materialized a colossal Buddha towering 10 zhong high. The Buddha, with fingers delicately poised as if to pluck a flower, mirrored Su-Han's punch in that very moment. In the presence of the giant Buddha, the Earth Spirit King's form seemed to shrink, losing its previous imposing stature and appearing remarkably diminutive. Indeed, the power of the Buddhist martial arts was undeniable. The sacred Buddha flame had clearly amplified his abilities. The instant Su-Han unleashed his punch, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. This great thunderous fist was at least 30 to 40% more potent than before. The Earth Spirit King stood silently, never casting a glance at the giant Buddha. Only when Su-Han's fist was about to connect did it leisurely raise its own fist. Boom! A deafening resonance echoed through the desolate city, and a tempestuous wave of residual energy surged outward from the epicenter of Su-Han and the Earth Spirit King. In the distance, a multitude of raging Earth spirits gazed upon Su-Han, their mouths releasing guttural roars, yet they dared not approach. As the shockwave passed by, one or two of the smaller Earth spirits instinctively took a few steps back. Crack! Su-Han distinctly felt his arm fracture, an agonizing pain shooting through his nerves. He gasped, turning to flee. The Earth Spirit King remained indifferent, not pursuing him, perhaps viewing Su-Han as an inconsequential ant or harboring some inscrutable intent. After Su-Han vanished from its sight, the Earth Spirit King resumed its aimless wandering through the desolate city, while the nearby Earth spirits, emboldened, pursued the retreating Su-Han. Having evaded the Earth spirits, Su-Han found refuge by a small river within the city, hiding beneath the shade of trees. He reattached his broken bones and utilized his energy to heal. The vital energy of an ordinary martial artist was already remarkably effective for injuries, let alone the innate energy he possessed. For an injury like Su-Han's fractured bone, recovery required only a brief period. During his initial confrontation with the Earth Spirit King, Su-Han was sent flying with a single strike, sustaining severe internal damage. In their second encounter, although he was again knocked away with one blow, the internal injury was not as grave. Now, Su-Han's strength had reached a level where he could withstand being struck by the Earth Spirit King without being sent flying. Yet, his physical resilience and protective energy still could not endure the might of the Earth Spirit King's punch, resulting in his arm's fracture. Compared to earlier, his progress was evident, thanks in part to the 2 Thunder Spirit flowers. Having reached the limit of his physical strength, Su-Han realized he could only focus on enhancing his internal vitality. Without ascending to the Nirvana realm, slaying the Earth Spirit King would remain an arduous task. With his injuries and energy fully restored, Su-Han found a sufficiently concealed spot, allowing him to enjoy a moment of respite without the raging Earth spirits seeking him out. Could he attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm here? Su-Han pondered deeply. The Nirvana realm represented a significant threshold for martial artists, distinct from the physical realm, fetal breath realm, and innate realm. Su-Han's understanding of this realm was limited. Back in the Su Kingdom, only a handful, including Su Changxing, had reached the Nirvana realm. Moreover, due to past grievances with a noble from the Great Immortal Dynasty, the Su Kingdom's martial techniques had become fragmented. As the eldest prince of the Su Kingdom, Su-Han's knowledge of the Nirvana realm might even be less than that of an ordinary outer disciple from the Medicine Death Valley. He had not received any guidance on the nuances of the Nirvana realm from Zhou Tao after entering the Medicine Death Valley, leaving him unaware that he had rapidly ascended from the 10th fetal breath realm to the grand completion of the innate realm in such a short span. System. What are the considerations for breaking through to the Nirvana realm from the innate realm? Su-Han inquired with a focused thought. Accessing detailed information on the Nirvana realm will deduct 1,000 Divine Emperor coins from the host, the system replied. 1,000? Su-Han nodded slightly, deducted. He had amassed a considerable quantity of Divine Emperor coins during his time in the Cave of Secrets in the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Even after this deduction, he would still have a total of 60,000 coins left, if he could not gather 20,000 merit points for his next venture. Su-Han intended to exchange 50,000 Divine Emperor coins for a spirit cleansing pill, allowing him to utilize the remaining 10,000 coins. With the coins deducted, a wealth of information regarding the Nirvana realm flooded Su-Han's mind. The data was extensive and intricate, taking him an entire hour to thoroughly comprehend. Quite the bargain. A faint smile graced Su-Han's lips. The knowledge provided by the system might surpass that of many who had long since ascended to the Nirvana realm, or even the martial honorable level. To advance to the Nirvana realm, several conditions must be met. The first condition is to attain the grand completion of the Innate realm, which Su-Han had already achieved. The second condition requires the opening of the Nirvana divine gate within his meridians, a requirement linked to the third condition. Presenting the greatest challenge Su-Han faced at this moment. 1 seed of fire corresponds to 1 divine gate. Before reaching the Nirvana realm, the quantity of fire seeds did not correlate with the divine gates. However, the situation changed in the Nirvana realm. Su-Han currently possessed 3 fire seeds, necessitating the opening of 3 Nirvana divine gates. Each time a specific gate was opened, the corresponding fire seed would enter a state of nirvana. Once all 3 gates were opened and the fire seeds achieved nirvana, their power would permeate every cell in his body. At that point, nirvana would be deemed successful, as the fire seeds would temporarily merge with his physical form, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. Typically, ascending from the grand completion of the Innate realm to the Nirvana realm not only augments physical prowess but also increases energy by at least 3-fold. The stronger the fire seed, the greater the enhancement of both physical strength and energy. The disparity among martial artists during this period would be even more pronounced than in the fetal breath realm due to the varying grades of fire seeds. The higher the grade of the fire seed, the sturdier the divine gate it would form, significantly increasing the difficulty of achieving nirvana. A wry smile crept onto Su-Han's face. No wonder the top-tier factions invested far more resources in nurturing their progenies than in ordinary disciples. Simply reaching the Nirvana realm, with its high-grade fire seeds, made the opening of the divine gates exponentially more challenging. And the consumption of Nirvana pills required would naturally be far greater than that of ordinary martial artists. Those exceptional individuals who could breach the Nirvana divine gates without the aid of Nirvana pills held a higher status in the martial world. This indirectly indicated that these prodigies' talents were not solely reflected in the grade of their fire seeds, but also in their comprehension and innate talent in martial arts. They could open the Nirvana divine gates without relying on Nirvana pills, and so could Su-Han. With a calm demeanor, Su-Han closed his eyes, beginning the endeavor to breach the first Nirvana divine gate, representing the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon. Chapter 154. Assault on the Nirvana divine gate. The primal energy coursed gently through the meridians, passing through the fetal breath realm and the innate gate. It was expected to connect in a small circuit as it had in the past. However, Su-Han chose an alternative path, one that concealed the Nirvana divine gate. Should he succeed in opening this gate, the route for channeling true energy would double with each attempt, a phenomenon referred to in martial arts as the Great Circuit. After a few moments, the innate primal energy was halted by a barrier. Upon introspection, Su-Han beheld the formidable and almost sacred Nirvana divine gate, causing his complexion to pale slightly. The detailed information provided by the system depicted the appearance of the Nirvana divine gate during introspection. A typical gate was riddled with fissures, which could be targeted during an assault. If the fire seed's grade exceeded the 3rd, the fissures would be fewer. At grades above 6, the fissures became less apparent, though still visible. An 8th grade fire seed would reveal a remarkably smooth and even Nirvana divine gate, where only minute cracks could be discerned upon careful observation. Yet, the gate Su-Han observed was astonishingly smooth and seamless. After scrutinizing for nearly half an hour, he finally discovered the tiniest of fissures. The fewer the fissures, the more robust the Nirvana divine gate appeared. Logically, even with a 9th grade fire seed, there should be about 10 fissures, yet there were only 3. Could it be due to the supreme fire seed? Did this mean that opening the Nirvana divine gate would be at least 3 times more difficult than for those with comparable fire seeds? Never mind, I shall break it. Boom. The overwhelming primal thunder energy collided with the Nirvana divine gate, a force potent enough to slay an innate realm peak expert. Yet it seemed utterly ineffective against the gate. The backlash from the assault on the Nirvana divine gate caused some damage to Su-Han's meridians. After calming his surging vitality, he launched another assault on the gate. It wasn't until a furious elemental spirit sought him out that Su Han had assaulted the Nirvana Divine Gate over 100 times continuously. He took brief rests after nearly every 10 assaults, making the progress seem excruciatingly slow. However, compared to the typical peak experts in the innate realm who required prolonged recovery after each attempt, Su Han's advancement was remarkably swift. I have hidden here, yet you still find me. Su Han stood up, stretched his limbs, and grinned at the approaching furious elemental spirit. When the elemental spirit arrived before him, Su Han refrained from employing any martial techniques. Rather, he unleashed the battlefield killing fist from his past life. Each punch landed on the elemental spirit's vital points. Yet he meticulously controlled his strength to merely repel without slaying. Simultaneously, his acute perception allowed him to effortlessly evade all the elemental spirit's attacks. To an onlooker, it would appear as though Su Han, with his diminutive stature, was playfully toying with the towering, giant-like elemental spirit. As the elemental spirit threw a punch, Su Han struck its joint, causing it to instinctively retract its fist, regardless of whether it felt pain. As the elemental spirit lifted its leg, Su Han's foot would deftly land upon its knee, thwarting any subsequent movements. Bang, bang, bang. The battle raged for a full incense stick's duration, and beads of crystalline sweat began to emerge from Su Han's pores. The elemental spirit grew increasingly agitated and furious, yet the more enraged it became, the more it found itself unable to land a hit on Su Han. Each of its attacks was effortlessly neutralized, and compared to when he first entered this place, Su Han's strength had undoubtedly surged. Even among the powerful peak experts of the innate realm and the realm of wind and cloud, few could rival him. This consideration, however, accounted for the presence of the 6 celestial emperors. Their disciples might possess talents akin to Su Han's. An hour later, the elemental spirit whimpered, casting Su Han a begrudging glance before turning to flee. Its awkward running stance betrayed the damage sustained from Su Han's relentless strikes to its knee. Had it not been for the absence of the Emperor coin reward and the fear of the elemental spirit's second rage, it would have been a feat for such a furious elemental spirit to endure even 3 of Su Han's strikes. Was that merely an illusion? These elemental spirits don't just howl. How could one possibly escape? Su Han pondered as he observed the retreating figure of the furious elemental spirit. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it further. After a brief respite, he resumed his assaults on the Nirvana Divine Gate. Days passed, and the area he occupied proved to be a safe zone, with little disturbance from elemental spirits. 3 days later, Su Han launched his final assault on the Nirvana Divine Gate. Including this attempt, he had assaulted it a total of 4,987 times. Boom. The vast primal energy struck the Nirvana Divine Gate, and as before, it was easily repelled, only to rebound, causing Su Han's vitality to surge uncontrollably, nearly forcing him to spit blood. Just as Su Han prepared for another attempt, he was astonished to discover a nearly imperceptible fissure had appeared on the Nirvana Divine Gate. This is promising. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Su Han calculated his progress. Assuming a fissure appeared every 3 days, in a month, he would have 10. The greater the number of fissures, the easier the assault on the Divine Gate would become. Perhaps there was indeed a chance he could breach the Nirvana Divine Gate, which represented the ancient purple extreme thunder dragon, before leaving the celestial emperor tower. Roar! Bang! 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 A furious elemental spirit charged from the distance, pounding its chest as it ran. Is this the same one? This creature bears a grudge and seeks revenge? Su Han was momentarily taken aback. Once again, another hour of combat ensued, and the furious elemental spirit fled in disarray. Su Han, having broken a sweat, found value in the elemental spirit as a sparring partner. Although he could not unleash his full potential, it provided him with deeper insights into the battlefield killing fist from his past life. While the killing fist lacked the enhancements of martial techniques, its effectiveness in certain scenarios was still considerable. Su Han mused to himself. Although the martial techniques in wind and cloud were formidable, they required true energy or primal energy for augmentation. Stripped of these, they were riddled with flaws in Su Han's eyes. This observation did not imply that the martial artists of wind and cloud were deficient in intellect. Rather, it reflected that this world fundamentally revolved around true energy, which gave rise to countless martial techniques. The martial kings and martial sovereigns would not likely delve into techniques reliant solely on physical strength. After the elemental spirit's retreat, Su Han resumed his seated meditation, assaulting the Nirvana Divine Gate once more, consuming vitality pills when hungry and drinking from the river when thirsty. Chapter 155, The Evergreen Sacred Land at Long Last. 10 fissures have formed. Su Han gradually opened his eyes, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. In less than a month, through his relentless efforts, he had added 7 new fissures to the Nirvana Divine Gate, making a total of 10 when combined with the previous 3. His current standing was comparable to those ordinary prodigies possessing 9th-grade fire seeds. Although beyond this Divine Gate, there were 2 other Nirvana Divine Gates that would be relatively easier to unlock. Roar. A ferocious earth spirit slowly approached Su-Han. "Big King Kong, you're back again," Su-Han said, rising with a grin. This ferocious earth spirit had sought Su-Han over 10 times, and with each encounter, its strength had slightly increased. During their last meeting, it even executed the battlefield killing fist that Su-Han had used against it. Su-Han speculated that this earth spirit might possess the potential to evolve into an earth spirit king, hence he had given it a name. Roar. Big King Kong slowly assumed a stance, challenging Su-Han with a roar. "Since you've come looking for trouble again, I shall not hold back." Su-Han replied with a smile. An hour later, Big King Kong, seemingly unwilling, let out a few more roars before attempting to leave. However, this time, Su-Han did not allow it to depart easily. "Hold on, don't rush to leave. I see you possess some intelligence, so let me ask you something. If you know the answer, nod. If not, shake your head. But if you do nothing, I shall strike you down with a punch," Su-Han jested, simultaneously raising his fist. Roar. Big King Kong's roar noticeably deepened, and Su-Han caught a glimpse of panic in its eyes. "Does this Earth Spirit King possess consciousness?" Su-Han pondered. After a lengthy silence, Big King Kong finally nodded. Upon witnessing this, Su-Han stepped forward with a smile, patting its shoulder. "I knew it." Roar. Big King Kong retreated a few steps, clearly wary. "Rest assured, we have known each other for quite some time. We have developed a bond. And I want to kill you," Su-Han assured. "Bonds." Big King Kong's eyes flickered with confusion, but after glancing at Su-Han's smile, its expression softened slightly. What was the purpose of this Earth Spirit King? Was it wandering through this desolate city in search of something? Su-Han mused. Since the creature possessed intelligence, it was unlikely to be merely testing the martial artists who entered this place, considering that it was very likely only Su-Han could access the Nirvana Divine Gate. "So this is the 3rd level of the Celestial Emperor Tower? We have finally qualified for the trial. It is said that those who managed to survive here in previous years have significantly enhanced their strength." A few figures spoke as they approached the riverbank, where they spotted a large and a small figure staring blankly at them. "Are there still others who can enter the Celestial Emperor Tower? System. What exactly is this Celestial Emperor Tower? Was it not prepared specifically for me?" Su-Han could not help but inquire. Before the system could respond, he had already formed a preliminary guess that the system had likely arranged for him to enter a ready-made secret realm belonging to a certain power. The 6 sacred lands were the only forces in the 9 provinces under the dominion of 6 celestial emperors, thus deserving the title of sacred lands. So these 3 individuals must be disciples of the celestial emperor? As Su-Han scrutinized the trio, 2 women and a man simultaneously appraised him, their astonishment matching his own. "The Celestial Emperor Tower opens only once a year for a single day. We are the first batch to enter this place. Who is this person? When did he arrive?" "I do not know. Let me inquire." The only male warrior among them, frowning, stepped closer to Su-Han and clasped his fists. "I am Song Hui from the Evergreen Sacred Land. These 2 are my junior sisters. May I ask for your name, brother?" Evergreen Sacred Land. Su-Han's mind raced, regrettably. His knowledge of the 6 celestial emperors was quite limited, and he had not even heard of the Evergreen Sacred Land before. However, from the words of his interlocutor, Su-Han deduced that the Celestial Emperor Tower likely did not belong to just one sacred land. "Sure, Tianlong," Su-Han replied, his expression devoid of warmth, emanating an air of utmost indifference that suggested a desire to keep others at bay. "Sure, Tianlong?" The 3 exchanged glances, unfamiliar with the name. Noticing Su-Han's aloof demeanor, Song Hui's expression darkened, and he chose not to pursue further conversation. "Why isn't this earth spirit attacking you?" Suddenly, the petite girl in purple, appearing delicate, pointed at Big King Kong in astonishment. "Only now do you realize?" Su-Han felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, Big King Kong suddenly surged forward, launching a frenzied attack on Su-Han. Seeing this, Su-Han engaged with Big King Kong while retreating, swiftly disappearing from the trio's sight. "Impressive," Song Hui could not help but exclaim. "Indeed," the other slightly more mature girl nodded, her gaze solemnly following the direction where Su-Han and Big King Kong had vanished. "The Earth Spirit's power is exceedingly formidable. Even among the prodigies of our 6 sacred lands, few can contend with it one-on-one. Sure, Tianlong. I shall remember this name and inquire about it with the senior brothers and sisters from the other sacred lands later," the girl in purple declared. "Wuma, do not complicate matters. We must remain here for a year, striving to preserve our lives while enhancing our martial arts. That is our purpose for coming here." As long as we survive the year, we will receive substantial rewards. The more mature girl frowned. Understood, Sister Chow, Wu Ma Ji pouted. Roar. Big King Kong let out a roar and turned to leave. Su-Han grew increasingly intrigued by its intelligence. Could it even coordinate and act? Wait. It still hadn't answered my question. Su-Han suddenly remembered that his inquiry had been interrupted by Song Huai and the others. Never mind. I shall ask next time we meet. I did not expect there to be others who could enter. I wonder if it is just these three, or... Su-Han pondered for a moment before turning away from the riverbank. Soon after, he spotted several figures, but they were being relentlessly pursued by an earth spirit. Appearing quite distressed. The trio were all 9th level innate warriors, and one of them yelled while fleeing. When I entered last year, the earth spirit was this strong. Chapter 156. A helping hand. Huyang. Brother, do not concern yourself with the details. The power of this earth spirit is formidable. It would take at least 2 perfected innate experts and 8 9th level innate practitioners to contend with it. The immediate priority is to flee. The 3 of them fled in a rather disheveled manner, yet their agility seemed commendable as they gradually distanced themselves from the earth spirit. Just as they sighed in relief, a series of furious roars erupted from the surrounding alleys. Suddenly, several frenzied earth spirits descended from above, encircling them and blocking their escape routes. It's over. Are we really going to be killed by earth spirits on the very first day? Cold sweat beaded on Huyang's forehead as the 3 stood back to back. Their expressions alert as they watched the rampaging spirits draw ever closer. Were the spirits not in a frenzied state? The trio's strength would suffice to confront an ordinary earth spirit in unison. Though they were at the 9th level of the innate realm, their profound techniques and martial skills were exceedingly robust. In any major region, they would rank prominently on the Xianhuang list. They could easily defeat perfected innate experts like Su Shihun in one-on-one combat. However, the frenzied earth spirits were a different matter entirely. An ordinary earth spirit already possessed strength comparable to the pinnacle innate practitioners of any great continent, while the frenzied ones were even more terrifying. It was only after months of training within the Heavenly Emperor Tower that Su-Han gained the power to crush a frenzied earth spirit, let alone Huyang and his companions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Huyang, brother, I have a final wish. Do not speak. Even if you do, I cannot take it with me. Huyang's complexion darkened. Roar. The 8 frenzied earth spirits unleashed a collective roar and charged towards Huyang and his companions. In an instant, they were struck by dozens of blows, being flung from the encirclement and crashing heavily onto the ground. Though they had protective auras, the immense force still caused internal injuries, and one of them spat blood, looking utterly dispirited. It's hopeless. Huyang gazed in despair at the approaching frenzied earth spirits. A question lingering in his mind. Why had the earth spirit's strength escalated to such an extent? No one had ever informed him that the trial monsters within the Heavenly Emperor Tower would grow stronger over time. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the distance, halting in their tracks upon witnessing the scene. Is that Huyang from the Xiantian sacred ground? Song Huai remarked in astonishment. He actually secured the qualification to enter the Heavenly Emperor Tower this year. Their situation is dire, Sister Chow stated solemnly. Should we intervene? Wu Ma Ji asked eagerly. This was her first time in the Heavenly Emperor Tower, and she had never faced an earth spirit before, having only heard tales of their might. She was eager for an exhilarating battle. Sister Wu Ma, you have just entered the 7th level of the innate realm. Our master hopes you can use this opportunity to break through to perfection. It would be wise to avoid direct confrontation with the earth spirits until you reach the 9th level, Sister Chow advised. Song Huai nodded in agreement. Sister Chow speaks wisely. Even if the 3 of us were to join forces, we could not defeat these 8 earth spirits. Each spirit possesses strength comparable to the supreme dragon sons and daughters. Our abilities are only on par with the dragon sons and daughters mentioned by outside warriors. Disappointment flickered across Wu Ma Ji's face. Huyang, brother, my final wish. Do not speak. Huyang slowly stood, his face pale. I can hold them off for at least 5 breaths. Take this chance to escape. The combined strength of the 8 frenzied spirits would require at least 5 breaths to shatter his protective aura, meaning he was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for his 2 junior brothers. Upon hearing this, Huyang's junior brothers were both astonished and moved, their faces reflecting their resolve. Brother, we will not leave. Since we entered together, we shall leave together. They struggled against their internal pain, rising to stand beside Huyang. Determination etched onto their faces. Huyang looked at his 2 junior brothers, feeling a mix of gratitude and sorrow. What admirable brothers they were. If they survived today, their futures would be bright, alas. Roar. The 8 earth spirits paid no heed to the conversation among Huyang and his companions. As they closed the distance, they let out a deafening roar and charged forward, their footfalls shaking the ground, even reaching Song Huai and the others, who were a dozen paces away. Damn it! Hu Yang spat, clenching his fists, ready to confront them. Just then, a figure surged past him, heading straight for the foremost earth spirit, and with a single punch, sent it flying. The trio was left dumbfounded. In the distance, Song Huai and his companions also witnessed the scene, their faces reflecting shock. It's sure Tianlong. Wuma Ji's eyes lit up. He knocked the earth spirit away with one punch. Such strength rivals that of the Supreme Dragon Sun. There are many Supreme Dragon Sons across the 6 sacred grounds, yet I have never seen him before. A hint of doubt crossed Song Huai's face. Sister Chao's gaze was fixed intently on Su Han, not wanting to miss any detail. He might be a newly ascended Supreme Dragon Son. In due time, there should be information about him on the 6 Sacred Forum. Song Huai nodded slightly. While they conversed, several more frenzied earth spirits were sent flying by Su Han's punches, leaving Hu Yang and his companions in a state of utter despair as the once menacing spirits struggled to rise. So powerful. Hu Yang gazed at Su Han's figure, murmuring to himself. Moments later, he regained his composure and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, brother, for your timely rescue. Hu Yang from the Xintian Sacred Ground is eternally grateful. The Evergreen Sacred Ground likely belongs to the Green Emperor, while the Xintian Sacred Ground. Could it be associated with the Xin Emperor? A fleeting thought crossed Su Han's mind. He then regarded Hu Yang and his companions with a cold demeanor, nodding slightly before turning to leave without waiting for further words. Hu Yang, brother, he must be a Supreme Dragon Son from one of the sacred grounds. I did not expect a Supreme Dragon Son to arrive on the 3rd level this time. Wuma Ji exclaimed. Indeed, Hu Yang replied with a slight nod. He paused, reflecting. Every year, Supreme Dragon Sons and daughters emerge. With the Heavenly Emperor Tower just opened and each sacred ground allotted 6 spots, it won't be long before other Supreme Dragon Sons and daughters appear. Hu Yang, brother, we should find a place to hide until our Xintian Sacred Ground members arrive. Otherwise, these earth spirits are far too powerful for us to confront, Sister Chao suggested. That is precisely my thought, Hu Yang agreed with a nod. Hu Yang, Song Huai approached with the 2 women, smiling. Hu Yang had noticed them earlier, but after Song Huai's earlier inaction, he felt displeased and responded coldly. Song, you are here as well. Is there something you need? Chapter 157, The Legend of Xishanlong Brother Hu. Given the circumstances just now, it was indeed quite difficult for me to act with my 2 junior sisters, Song Huai remarked with a wry smile. Hu Yang paused for a moment, then responded with a sense of understanding. Indeed, this time the earth spirit is truly extraordinary, its strength surpassing that of the past. A hint of seriousness flickered in Hu Yang's eyes. Stronger than before? Song Huai and the others were momentarily taken aback, for they had yet to engage the earth spirit and were unaware of Hu Yang's recent experience. They instinctively assumed that Hu Yang's words were a matter of pride and chose not to confront him directly. Brother Hu, perhaps we should join forces? Song Huai suggested. After a brief deliberation, Hu Yang and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that with a year to spend in this place, seeking assistance was imperative. Given the current strength of the earth spirit, their survival would be arduous. On another front, Su Han encountered several martial artists from the sacred grounds. Through discreet observation, he discerned that these individuals were remarkably formidable among their peers. Any one of them, if placed in the Medicine Dead Valley, could potentially rival Fang Hong's prowess. Each individual had mastered at least one 6th grade martial art or technique. These were indeed the signs of dragons. Su Han mused inwardly. However, he was also aware that not all practitioners from the sacred grounds possessed such caliber. Those who reached the Heavenly Emperor Tower were undoubtedly among the elite. The capabilities of these sacred grounds individuals were likely superior to the 7 top forces of Qingzhou, yet the lower tiers might be comparable. They were unlikely to easily defeat the frenzied earth spirits, which could serve to distract them from Su Han. Over the course of the next month, Su Han dedicated himself to breaking through the Nirvana Divine Gate. Since parting ways with Dejin Gang, he had not encountered any sacred ground martial artists. And with the aid of the purple extreme demon eye, he skillfully avoided any potentially unfortunate encounters. Nonetheless, the tale of Su Han single-handedly battling 8 frenzied earth spirits had already spread, and for the first time, the name of Xishanlong entered the awareness of the sacred ground practitioners. However, the arrival of several Supreme Dragon Sons and Dragon Daughters led to skepticism regarding Hu Yang and the others' claims. The fact that no one had seen Su Han, and that practitioners from the 6 sacred grounds had no knowledge of the name Xishanlong resulted in Hu Yang and Song Huai being labeled as frauds. 20 cracks. Su Han opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. The Nirvana Divine Gate now bore 20 fissures, a result of over 100,000 attempts to breach it. For an ordinary martial artist, This would likely require several years. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until Su Han would have spent a full year in the Heavenly Emperor Tower, and on this day, he prepared for one final assault on the Nirvana Divine Gate. The once smooth and pristine surface of the gate was now marred by numerous fine cracks, approximately 70 or 80 in total. The greater the number of fissures, the more potent the effects of subsequent attempts would be. If he could not even open the first Nirvana Divine Gate, then the Earth Spirit King would have to wait. Su Han adjusted his state of mind, sitting cross-legged in preparation for his focused attempt on the Nirvana Divine Gate. This time, his aim was not merely to create new fissures, but to force the gate open and transition into a completely new state. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt. Su Han did not feel despondent. After all, he had encountered failure countless times before, and he had long grown accustomed to it. While he was engaged in his efforts on the Nirvana Divine Gate, the desolate city began to show signs of vitality, as 6 innate practitioners from each sacred ground, totaling 36, had arrived. Among them were a Supreme Dragon Son from the Underworld's sacred ground and a Supreme Dragon Daughter from the All-Immortals' sacred ground. The 6 sacred grounds, each with its unique heritage and without any specific ranking, included Qing, Ghost, Divine, Mysterious, Immortal, and Dragon. At this moment, the 36 innate practitioners, divided by their factions, formed 2 teams. The larger group followed the Supreme Dragon Daughter of the All-Immortals' sacred ground, Ishuling. The smaller faction was led by the Supreme Dragon Son of the Underworld Sac Chapter 158. The Great King Kong challenges the Earth Spirit King. Let us go. With a sharp exclamation, Ishuling took the lead and charged towards the frenzied Earth Spirits. Upon witnessing this, Nie Jinglin ceased his retreat and turned to join her side. Observing the fierce battle unfolding, the innate martial artists on both sides unleashed their formidable 4th, 5th, and even 6th tier techniques, launching a concerted assault against the rampaging Earth Spirits. In a short span, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce stalemate. Before long, one of the frenzied Earth Spirits, having been besieged by Ishuling and Nie Jinglin, finally succumbed as its protective aura shattered. With a swift strike of the Blood Demon Claw, Nie Jinglin severed its head. The loss of one Earth Spirit significantly alleviated the pressure on the Holy Warriors, igniting their excitement as they fought with increasing fervor. Half an hour later, Ishuling extended a finger, summoning a terrifying force that pierced through the brow of another frenzied Earth Spirit. The creature's head was obliterated. Showcasing the overwhelming might of her 7th tier technique, the Nie Jinglin regarded her with a wary glance. It was renowned among the 7th tier techniques for its unparalleled power, requiring a unique cultivation prerequisite of possessing spiritual essence aura. 8 Earth Spirits. I claim 4 heads, while you claim the other 4. Nie Jinglin declared after dispatching the Earth Spirit. The body of the fallen creature disintegrated, leaving only its severed head behind. For heads, my side has far more warriors. You shall take 2 while we take 6, Ishuling replied coolly. Your companions lack the martial prowess to compare with us, Nie Jinglin scoffed, glancing dismissively at Hu Yang and the others. Ishuling had only 4 fully realized innate warriors, while Nie Jinglin's group comprised 12, 9 of whom were also of the same caliber. You are excessively arrogant, Nie Jinglin. Though a Supreme Dragon Son, do not underestimate us. We are all warriors of the Holy Lands. Why should we tolerate such hubris? One of the others chimed in. Did you hear that? Ishuling remarked with a faint smile. Nie Jinglin surveyed the group, his eyes narrowing. If that is the case, let us engage in another battle. The victor shall claim all 8 heads. A low, sinister chuckle escaped the 5 warriors from the underworld Holy Land. The remaining 6, all disciples of the Divine Emperor, furrowed their brows at Nie Jinglin's attempt to instigate internal conflict. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, an ominous aura suddenly approached from the distance, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat into the nearby alleyways. A towering Earth Spirit, standing 2 zhang high, began to stride forward. It was none other than the Earth Spirit King, the ruler of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Ordinary Earth Spirits appeared diminutive in comparison to the Earth Spirit King, and neither the Supreme Dragon Son nor the Supreme Dragon Daughter dared to challenge him. Every ruler of the tower was a paragon of strength, unmatched in their prowess. As the crowd awaited the Earth Spirit King's passage, a frenzied Earth Spirit unexpectedly dashed from a corner, positioning itself before the Earth Spirit King. This creature, towering at 12 feet, was significantly larger than its counterparts, yet still seemed minuscule before the king. With a roar, the Earth Spirit beat its chest and challenged the Earth Spirit King. How is this possible? Both Ishuling and Nie Jinglin exchanged astonished glances. They had never witnessed an Earth Spirit daring enough to confront the Earth Spirit King directly. Could this towering earth spirit possess the potential to become a king? Song Hui exclaimed. King potential? A glimmer of greed flickered in Nye Jinglin's eyes. If he could slay this formidable earth spirit, the sect would undoubtedly reward him with abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, defeating a creature with potential to become a ruler would elevate his renown significantly. The 6 major Holy Lands had seen similar feats accomplished in the past, with some warriors triumphing over such beings on the 4th and 5th levels, ultimately solidifying their own forms of divine manifestation and becoming supreme forces in their own right. Within moments, both Nye Jinglin and Yi Shuling had converged on the same thought. However, this was contingent upon the towering Earth Spirit surviving the encounter with the Earth Spirit King. With a thunderous roar, the great King Kong lunged at the Earth Spirit King. The king merely waved a hand dismissively. Boom! The great King Kong was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through numerous structures and carving a deep ravine. The Earth Spirit King continued onward, indifferent to the chaos. It was only when he had moved 100 feet away that the onlookers dared to emerge from their hiding spots, still bearing expressions of shock. The Earth Spirit King, though merely a 3rd-tier trial monster, possessed strength comparable to that of a Nirvana-level warrior. Huyang could not help but muse whether the Divine Emperors had ever felled the Earth Spirit King in their youth. How dare you speculate about the Divine Emperor? Nye Jinglin shot a cold glance at Huyang, who promptly fell silent, recognizing the perils of provoking him. The Earth Spirit must be gravely wounded. We shall slay it together. I do not wish for any of the 8 heads, only this one, Nye Jinglin stated, gazing at Yi Shuling. I share your sentiments. You may have the 8 heads. This one is mine, Yi Shuling replied coolly. The expressions of the others shifted awkwardly upon hearing this. However, as the strongest among them, neither could hope to contest the claims of Nye Jinglin and Yi Shuling. It was wiser to remain compliant. Continuing their argument would yield no fruit. They needed to defeat the creature first before dividing the spoils. Nye Jinglin's gaze fell upon the end of the ravine. Agreed. Yi Shuling nodded slightly. With determination, the two surged towards the ravine's end, followed swiftly by the others. At the ravine's base, the great King Kong staggered to its feet, visibly missing a chunk from its head, a testament to the Earth Spirit King's earlier strike. Blood Demon Claw. Without hesitation, Nye Jinglin launched his assault. Yi Shuling summoned a divine weapon from her dantian, revealing a magnificent white longsword radiating with a potent 4th-tier aura. Chapter 159. Half-Step Nirvana. As the Great Vajra returned to the Divine Realm, it was struck by the Blood Demon Claw and subsequently pierced by the 4th-tier advanced divine weapon wielded by Yi Shuling. The protective aura around it had been shattered by the Earth Spirit King, leaving it to endure the full brunt of the attacks from these 2 supreme descendants. The surrounding onlookers formed a circle, preventing the Great Vajra from escaping, while also deterring other Earth spirits from joining the fray. Roaring in pain, the Great Vajra began to retreat. In its prime, it would have feared neither Nye Jinglin nor Yi Shuling. But the recent blow from the Earth Spirit King had inflicted significant damage, reducing its strength to a mere 30%. Indeed, it was gravely injured. A glimmer of delight flickered in Nye Jinglin's eyes as he seized the moment to pursue. Do not hold back. Use all your strength. Ensure a decisive kill, Yi Shuling commanded. Nye Jinglin hesitated momentarily, but this brief pause allowed the Great Vajra to find an opportunity, charging through the encirclement. Unfortunately for Song Hui and Huyang, they were directly in its path and were sent flying by a single punch. Humph! Yi Shuling shot a cold glance at Nye Jinglin and swiftly pursued the Great Vajra. Nye Jinglin smirked. Using all one's strength now would deplete their aura entirely. Even if they succeeded in slaying the Great Vajra, its head might well fall into someone else's hands. There was a strong possibility that Yi Shuling would seize it, especially since no one knew if she had brought pills capable of instantly replenishing her aura to the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Such pills, though costly, could be carried by the warriors of the 6 Holy Lands if they were willing to pay the price for protection. Assist me in slaying that Earth Spirit, and I shall offer each of you 2,000 merit points upon returning to the Holy Land, Nye Jinglin shouted as he chased after the Great Vajra. 2,000 merit points? The crowd's eyes brightened. This was no trivial sum. Although warriors from the Holy Lands had far greater access to cultivation resources than ordinary fighters, only supreme descendants like Nye Jinglin possessed tens of thousands of merit points. In contrast, individuals like Huyang and Song Hui likely had no more than 400 or 500 combined. Break for me. The immense, thunderous aura suddenly transformed within Su Han's meridians into a colossal thunder dragon, roaring as it surged toward the Nirvana Divine Gate. Boom. This time, the aura dragon was not obstructed by the Nirvana Divine Gate. Instead, it surged wildly into the cracks. Soon, the fissures expanded, connecting with one another as if the last straw had broken the camel's back. causing the Nirvana Divine Gate to shatter. It was opened. Su-Han's eyes flew wide open, his violet pupils radiating an otherworldly aura, clearly filled with joy. He closed his eyes once more. Breaking open the Nirvana Divine Gate was merely the first step, and the subsequent step was paramount. As the Aura Dragon surged past the Nirvana Divine Gate, the corresponding ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon let out a roar from the Dan Sea. In the next moment, the ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon disintegrated. Countless bolts of thunderous energy flooded into Su-Han's body, refining and transforming every single cell and meridian. Nirvana signifies rebirth through fire. This is a unique process where the seed of fire disintegrates and then replenishes the host, allowing the host to wield formidable power at will, merging with the seed. If the host successfully advances to the Yuan Dan realm in the future, the power of the seed will coalesce into a Yuan Dan. This Yuan Dan will accompany the host until the formation of the Dharma body, marking the true rebirth through fire. The strength of his physical body surged continuously. 17 forms, 18 forms, 19 forms, 20 forms. Simultaneously, the thunderous aura within Su-Han had thickened tenfold. This sudden increase in thunderous aura was the power of the ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon permeating every cell within Su-Han. Tenfold aura. Su-Han felt a surge of excitement. Typically, a 9th-tier seed might grant a 9-fold enhancement after Nirvana, but the ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon, being a supreme seed, had afforded Su-Han a 10-fold boost. Moreover, his physical strength had surpassed its limits, increasing by a full 4 forms. With 20 forms of terrifying might, a mere punch or kick could likely send even a perfected innate warrior reeling to the ground, bleeding. Yet, he was still not in the Nirvana realm. He was merely at the threshold. Only by opening the other 2 Nirvana Divine Gates could he truly advance into the Nirvana realm. A hint of anticipation flickered in Su-Han's eyes. The Panwang Ding and the Holy Buddha were both 9th-tier seeds. Opening one corresponding Nirvana Divine Gate would grant him another 9-fold increase in aura, and his physical power would rise by at least 3 forms, possibly 4. Once all 3 Nirvana Divine Gates were opened, and he stepped into the first level of the Nirvana realm, his combat power would reach an astonishing level. Even those heavenly emperors likely possessed, at most, 2 9th-tier seeds. Finding another like him, who held 3 9th-tier seeds, one of which was a supreme seed, across the vast land was improbable. Su-Han chuckled, but he felt no arrogance. He understood deeply that the path to the heavenly emperor realm remained long and arduous. Even the realms of martial sovereign, martial king, and the Dharma body required him to regard them with reverence. Boom! A deafening crash resounded, and the room in which Su-Han sat collapsed into ruins, a massive figure tumbling beside him, letting out unwilling roars. "Oh, the Great Vajra, long time no see," Su-Han remarked with a smile. The group pursuing the Great Vajra, including Nie Jinglin, came to an abrupt halt, their expressions filled with doubt as they beheld Su-Han amidst the rubble. All 36 of them were present, yet suddenly there was an additional person. What sorcery was this? "Senior Shi," Hu Yang exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement as he clasped his hands in greeting. "This is Shi Tianlong. You claimed we were lying and boasting. Now you have been slapped in the face." Wu Maji's gaze fell upon the Holy Land warriors who had often mocked them, tauntingly. "Shi Tianlong, the one who single-handedly defeated 8 earth spirits and saved Hu Yang and the others from the gates of hell, the non-existent powerhouse?" The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. They could hardly believe that Hu Yang and his companions were telling the truth. Had a new person truly appeared on the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor Tower? "Who are you, and how did you come to be in the Heavenly Emperor Tower?" Nie Jinglin's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Su-Han. Yi Shuling similarly gripped her 4th-tier advanced divine weapon, remaining ever vigilant. Qinglong Academy's Su Qiankuan, greetings to all esteemed disciples of the Holy Lands, Su-Han said, realizing he could not disguise himself as a disciple of the Holy Lands, and thus revealed his identity. Chapter 160. A single punch to defeat the Qinglong Academy. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The Qinglong Academy of Qingzhou? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nie Jinglin's eyes. Indeed. Su-Han smiled and nodded. The Heavenly Emperor Tower is a sanctuary only accessible to the martial artists of our sacred grounds. As a disciple of the Qinglong Academy, how did you manage to enter the Heavenly Emperor Tower? Nie Jinglin's expression grew more serious. That is a personal secret of mine, and I am not at liberty to disclose it to you, Su-Han replied with a faint smile. The onlookers exchanged increasingly peculiar glances. A martial artist not affiliated with the 6 sacred grounds suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Emperor Tower, boldly stating that this was a personal secret. This was a matter of great significance. Once they left this place, they must report to the higher-ups of the sacred ground at the earliest opportunity. Yixue Ling pondered silently. The Heavenly Emperor Tower has always been a private domain for the martial artists of the sacred grounds, where a year inside equates to a day outside. And this alone magnifies the chasm between the sacred grounds and the ordinary sects. Nie Jinglin said, Shishinlong. I have already stated, my name is Su Qingquan. Su-Han corrected. So he had only been using a pseudonym earlier. Song Huai and the others exchanged knowing glances. I don't care if you are Shishinlong or Su Qingquan. You may not realize the trouble your presence here today will bring to the Qinglong Academy. Although the 4 major academies are formidable, they are merely insignificant in the eyes of the sacred grounds. Nie Jinglin said coldly. Are you threatening me? Su-Han scoffed. I, Su Qingquan, am unyielding in my identity. If there is any matter, come to me directly. What does it matter if you threaten the sect behind me? Surely, not all martial artists from the sacred grounds are of your ilk. Su, you misunderstand. Nie Jinglin hails from the underworld's sacred ground, and his methods are naturally ruthless. While the rest of the sacred grounds are forthright and honorable, Hu Yang interjected. Silence, Nie Jinglin snapped at Hu Yang, then turned to Su-Han. Since you wish to bear the consequences alone, I offer you this opportunity. When the time comes, you will follow me back to the underworld's sacred ground, and I will learn how you entered the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Very well, Su-Han replied decisively. The crowd was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Su-Han to acquiesce so readily. Even Nie Jinglin looked slightly suspicious. Then Su, you may stand aside. We shall deal with this earth spirit, Nie Jinglin said, his gaze fixating on the great King Kong, a fierce killing intent igniting in his eyes. Roar. The great King Kong rose, letting out a roar towards Nie Jinglin. Had it not been for the severe injuries inflicted by the Earth Spirit King, it would never have been forced into such a position by these mere insects. In its prime, it could easily overpower both Nie Jinglin and Yixue Ling. Sit down and recuperate. I will handle the rest, Su-Han said, patting the great King Kong. The great King Kong hesitated for a moment, glancing at Su-Han and then at Nie Jinglin and the others, before sitting down amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. It could actually understand human speech? This earth spirit is quite extraordinary. Indeed, it possesses the potential to become a king. Wait, isn't it the same earth spirit we encountered by the river? Wuma Ji suddenly exclaimed. Song Huai and Sister Chao exchanged glances, their understanding deepening. It was no wonder that the earth spirit had refrained from attacking Su-Han initially, only clashing after Wuma Ji had raised doubts. What is your relationship with this earth spirit? Yixue Ling inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. It has a name. I call it Great King Kong, Su-Han replied with a smile. I am asking you, what is your relationship with this earth spirit? Yixue Ling's tone turned colder. What business is it of yours? Su-Han raised an eyebrow. Today, I have chosen to protect it. If you are bored, go challenge other earth spirits or confront the earth spirit king. Do not linger around here. I was in seclusion when you all barged in, turning this place into ruins, nearly causing me to lose my composure. I do not intend to hold you accountable for that. What more do you wish to discuss? Rude. Yixue Ling regarded Su-Han with a hint of disdain. The Qinglong Academy is renowned throughout the 9 states. While it may not compare to my 6 sacred grounds, it is still a leader among sections. How could it produce such a crude individual? Did your elders not teach you how to interact with martial artists from the sacred grounds? Do not waste your breath on him. Since he wishes to protect this earth spirit, I will simply kill him first, Nie Jinglin sneered, advancing towards Su-Han. Do not kill him. We need him alive to report how he entered the Heavenly Emperor Tower, Yixue Ling insisted. Alive? Nie Jinglin's brow furrowed slightly before a smile broke across his face. Very well, it may just require a bit more effort. In just a few steps, Nie Jinglin stood before Su-Han. He appeared entirely focused on Su-Han. Yet most of his attention was on the great King Kong, wary of a sudden attack. Do not look at it. It is healing, Su-Han chuckled. Nie Jinglin snorted coldly, suddenly unleashing a surge of black energy. Blood Demon Claw. A pinnacle martial technique. The black energy coalesced into 2 ghostly claws, descending upon Su-Han. Suddenly, ripples coursed over Su-Han's body, a faint protective energy manifesting. The blood demon claw struck, but was instantly dissipated into nothingness. Su-Han did not even take a step back. Nie Jinglin was momentarily taken aback. Yixue Ling and the others were equally surprised. That technique typically forced even earth spirits to retreat several steps. How could a mere innate perfection from the Qinglong Academy so easily withstand it? Could it be? Yixue Ling recalled what Hu Yang and Song Huai had said earlier. You hit me once, and I will return the favor. Su-Han smiled, suddenly appearing before Nie Jinglin. He did not employ any martial technique. He merely threw a seemingly unremarkable punch. Such speed. Nie Jinglin was astonished, too late to evade and dismissing the notion of dodging. He too summoned his protective energy, preparing to take Su-Han's punch head-on. The fist struck Nie Jinglin's chest, the explosive force erupting instantaneously. It was as if he had been struck by a missile, the terrifying shockwave radiating from his chest, sending him soaring several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an innate perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 divine emperor coins. 10 points? Is this a mistake? Su-Han was taken aback. He had not yet truly entered the Nirvana realm. Yet the system had assigned the reward for slaying an innate perfection to a mere 10 points? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th grade martial technique Blood Demon Claw. Now that is more like it. Su-Han felt somewhat reassured. Nie Jinglin was a supreme dragonair. Aside from the 6 sacred grounds, even among the top powers of Qingzhou, such prodigies were rare. If Su-Han had not been half a step into Nirvana, his strength would only have slightly surpassed Nie Jinglin's. Unfortunately, Nie Jinglin had encountered Su-Han, who had already reached half a step into Nirvana, and being killed by a single punch was not too disgraceful. Chapter 161. I do not mind if you all join in. The 5 members of the Netherworld's sacred land displayed expressions of shock, one of whom swiftly rushed towards Nie Jinglin, while the others cast dark glances at Su-Han, their eyes betraying a hint of fury. Was it merely a single punch? Yi Shuling's expression shifted. The recent display was sufficient to confirm that Hu Yang and Song Hui were not lying, based on Su-Han's exhibited prowess. He could indeed defeat a spirit of the earth with a single blow. How terrifying. Is this fellow truly a disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy? When did the Academy produce another Supreme Dragon Child? The onlookers gaped at Su-Han, their emotions fluctuating. Each Supreme Dragon Child from the Sacred Lands possesses the potential to achieve a manifestation of the law. Such beings are not rare among the 6 Sacred Lands. Yet they are certainly not numerous. Likewise, some top-tier forces across the states also harbor individuals who rival the Supreme Dragon Children. But their numbers cannot compare to the 6 Sacred Lands, as these individuals are typically cultivated as the next generation of heirs. The Supreme Dragon Child of the Azure Dragon Academy is certainly not Su Qianquan, and his cultivation level exceeds that of a perfected innate stage. He has already reached the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, perhaps even breaking through to the martial honor realm. Apart from him, no one present has heard of a second Supreme Dragon Child emerging from the Azure Dragon Academy. At most, there are ordinary dragon children, truly formidable. Hu Yang sighed inwardly. At that moment, a mournful roar echoed from afar. Nie Shidi is dead. Nie Jinglin is dead. The esteemed Supreme Dragon Child has been killed by an innate disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy with a single punch? How is this possible? Yi Shuling was the first to confirm Nie Jinglin's condition, returning with a grave expression, her gaze fixed on Su-Han. The crowd sensed the inevitable conclusion. Nie Shidi cannot be dead. How shall we explain this to the Sacred Land? The expressions of several martial artists from the Netherworld's Sacred Land darkened significantly. Upon witnessing Nie Jinglin's corpse, their faces turned ashen. You shall pay for this. Embracing Nie Jinglin's lifeless body, a martial artist from the Netherworld's Sacred Land glared at Su-Han, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Come. Su-Han beckoned him, saying, I will let you strike me first, and then I shall retaliate. I will not bully you. The man instinctively took a step back, but then seemed to realize that such an action would tarnish the reputation of the Sacred Land, so he stepped forward again. Yet, he ultimately dared not make a move. Everyone knew well of Nie Jinglin's capabilities. A 7-rank fire seed qualifies one as a dragon child, and an 8-rank fire seed designates a supreme dragon child. He was a rising star within the Netherworld's Sacred Land. And the one before Nie Jinglin was already a Yuan Dan realm expert, while earlier supreme dragon children had long ascended to the martial honor realm, existing in an entirely different echelon. It can be said that Nie Jinglin held a position of great esteem among all innate realm martial artists, and even those in the Nirvana realm within the Netherworld's Sacred Land. Yet now, Nie Jinglin is dead at the hands of an unknown martial artist. Their understanding of Nie Jinglin made them acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his demise. If you do not dare, then what of you? I do not mind if you all join in. Su-Han turned to the remaining martial artists from the Netherworld's Sacred Land, smiling faintly. The others also hesitated. Your arrogance knows no bounds. First, you inexplicably infiltrate our 6 sacred lands, and now you dare to strike down the Supreme Dragon Child of the Netherworld's Sacred Land. Truly disregarding our prestige? Yi Shuling spoke slowly. At present, she stood as the foremost among all martial artists from the Sacred Lands present. If she remained silent, it would tarnish the reputation of the Celestial Sacred Land. Who infiltrated your 6 sacred lands? Is there a sign here that states only your 6 sacred land martial artists are permitted entry? Furthermore, that Supreme Dragon Child struck first. I merely retaliated after being attacked. So many witnesses can attest to this. Do you wish to distort the truth? Or shall you challenge me to a duel? Su-Han scoffed. You twist the facts. Yishuling's face reddened with anger. Enough with the words. If you do not dare to act, then leave. Do you not fear provoking a horde of earth spirits? Who among you will survive then? Su-Han chuckled. Many were incensed at being reprimanded by an innate disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy. The martial artists from the Netherworld's sacred land were particularly eager to avenge Nie Jinglin, their gazes shifting toward Yishuling. After a brief silence, Yishuling turned to depart. We shall remain here for quite some time. Fate will bring us together again. The crowd paused momentarily, then left with grim expressions. Cursed be this. The martial artists from the Netherworld's sacred land exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with gritted teeth. Hu Yang and his two disciples were the last to leave. Before departing, Hu Yang looked at Su-Han with concern and said, the Netherworld's sacred land is ruthless in its ways. Brother Su must exercise caution in the future. No worries. Su-Han nodded with a smile. Ishimi, will you truly allow this brat to roam freely within the Heavenly Emperor Tower? The previously silent atmosphere was shattered as a martial artist from the Netherworld's sacred land, looking grim, confronted Yishuling. First, I am not your junior sister. I belong to the Celestial Sacred Land, while you belong to the Netherworld's sacred land. It is worth noting that the Ghost Emperor was nearly slain by our Celestial Emperor. Yishuling cast a sidelong glance at him. Furthermore, I suspect that the individual earlier has already reached half-step nirvana. Even if we all acted together, we would not be his match. Half-step nirvana? The crowd paused in surprise, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and realization. The realm of half-step nirvana is exclusive to those possessing dual fire seeds, as they must break through 2 nirvana divine gates to truly enter the nirvana realm. Breaking through only one gate earns them the title of half-step nirvana. Achieving nirvana is significantly more challenging for such martial artists than for ordinary practitioners. And because they cannot break through the nirvana realm all at once, their strength always falls short of that of true nirvana practitioners. However, under certain circumstances, half-step nirvana cultivators are exceedingly powerful. Places like the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor Tower, accessible only to innate realm practitioners, serve as a paradise for them. They encounter no nirvana realm foes but are stronger than those at the perfected innate stage, which elucidates why Nie Jinglin was felled in a single blow. Yishuling, what do you believe his fire seed ranks at? The martial artist from the Netherworld's sacred land, previously scolded by Yishuling, spoke again. This time refraining from addressing her as junior sister to avoid further embarrassment. It should be 7 rank, qualifying him as a dragon child. Yishuling replied coolly, his other fire seed's rank may be below 7, but because he has advanced to half-step nirvana, merging the power of 1 fire seed, he was able to strike down Nie Jinglin with a single punch. If I were to similarly advance to half-step nirvana, I would be able to suppress him. Chapter 162, Steadfast Suppression. A day later, the body of the great golden ape finally recovered. It rose to its feet and glanced at Su-Han, who had been sitting beside it, emitting a low, rumbling roar. Be more cautious next time. I would hate to find you slain upon my return. Su-Han remarked with a faint smile. The great golden ape let out a dissatisfied grunt, but Su-Han merely patted its side before turning to leave. After a brief pause, Su-Han stopped and looked back at the great golden ape. Why are you following me? I am about to challenge your Earth Spirit King. With a mighty thump on its chest, the great golden ape released an angry roar. You wouldn't dare challenge it, would you? No wonder you got injured. Su-Han said with a smirk. With your strength, you could never contend against the Earth Spirit King. It would be wise to keep a low profile and avoid becoming an easy target. A hint of disdain flickered in the great golden ape's eyes. Yet it closely followed Su-Han wherever he went. Su-Han soon realized that the sole advantage of having the great golden ape by his side was that the Earth spirits hesitated to charge at him. They would observe the great golden ape for a moment before shaking their heads and retreating, clearly perceiving Su-Han as the great golden ape's cherished companion. Interesting. It seems these frenzied Earth spirits recognize your potential to ascend as the Earth Spirit King, Su-Han chuckled. The great golden ape responded with a roar, though Su-Han could only guess its precise meaning. After a short while, Su-Han located the Earth Spirit King, which was still aimlessly wandering the desolate streets as before. Wait, it's them. Yishua Ling and her companions happened to be passing through the area, initially planning to wait for the Earth Spirit King to pass. They were surprised to see 2 figures, one large and one small, approaching the Earth Spirit King. Are they going to challenge the Earth Spirit King? Song Huai was momentarily taken aback. As a disciple of the Evergreen Holy Land, he had entered the Heavenly Emperor Tower thrice. Yet he had never seen anyone challenge the Earth Spirit King before. It appears so, Yishua Ling said, her expression slightly grave. Perfect timing. Once this child is injured by the Earth Spirit King, we can strike back for junior brother Nya. A warrior from the Netherworld Holy Land revealed a sinister glint in his eyes. Your plans may be in vain. The Earth Spirit King's strength is at the half-step nirvana level, and this individual is at the same stage. In a true confrontation, it is uncertain who would prevail. Yishua Ling replied solemnly. The Earth Spirit King cannot be defeated, although it is at half-step nirvana. Its might is such that even a genuine nirvana realm cultivator would struggle against it. This was explicitly stated by my master. The Netherworld Holy Land warrior countered. Perhaps? Yishua Ling conceded. The group fell silent, their focus entirely on the unfolding scene. Do not follow me. Wait here, Su Han instructed as he halted. Placing a hand on the great golden ape's belly, the great golden ape roared in response. If you do not listen, I shall strike you again, Su Han warned. This time, the roar was softer and deeper. Observing this, Su Han laughed and approached the Earth Spirit King, while the great golden ape remained firmly in place. Indeed not following him. Earth Spirit King, I have come to seek your guidance once more, Su Han said with a smile as he walked. The Earth Spirit King stood still, regarding Su Han with indifference. However, as Su Han closed the distance to merely a few paces, a flicker of contemplation appeared on the Earth Spirit King's otherwise stoic face. With a sudden roar, the Earth Spirit King puffed out its chest and clenched its fists, launching a powerful strike at Su Han. In an instant, a golden aura surged from the Earth Spirit King's body, enveloping it in a thick layer of energy, causing its already towering form to appear even more colossal. In stark contrast, Su Han stood before it like an insignificant insect, barely reaching its knee. That punch's might could severely injure even me, Yishua Ling thought, her expression grave. Come at me. Su Han laughed heartily. Instead of summoning his weapon, he took a step forward, meeting the Earth Spirit King's punch with a vastly smaller fist. Great Thundersound Fist. A torrent of powerful energy surged forth, swiftly drawing upon a fraction of its might. Meanwhile, a sacred Buddhist figure materialized behind Su Han. Having been struck down by the Earth Spirit King multiple times, Su Han sought to reclaim his dignity, opting not to wield his weapon. Instead, he resolved to defeat the Earth Spirit King using only his fists. Is that his fire seed? How can it manifest as a colossal Buddha? Is he not from the Azure Dragon Academy, but rather from the Beyond Temple? The crowd buzzed with uncertainty. A radiant, dazzling light enveloped Su Han, and as his fist met the Earth Spirit King's gargantuan hand, a thunderous clash resounded. The impact reverberated through the air, and the immense power contained within their fists clashed violently. A gust of wind tousled Su Han's hair and whipped his garments. Yet this time, he was not sent flying by the Earth Spirit King's blow. This stance endured for a brief moment before both combatants withdrew their fists, only to re-engage. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of their struggle echoed, mesmerizing Yishua Ling and her companions. Despite its massive size, the Earth Spirit King exhibited remarkable agility in its strikes and movements, an unprecedented sight for the onlookers. Never have I seen someone capable of matching the Earth Spirit King blow for blow, Wu Ma Ji murmured in awe. Sister Chow observed with keen scrutiny, noting, it is not an equal match. The Earth Spirit King is already at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? The others quickly grasped Sister Chow's reasoning. Throughout their exchange, Su Han seemed to predict the Earth Spirit King's every move, effortlessly evading its attacks, while landing decisive blows on its vulnerable spots. What kind of martial art is he employing? I have never seen anything like it. It seems exclusively designed for killing. Wait, isn't this a basic technique of physical realm warriors? The kind that doesn't require energy to execute. A hint of envy and mockery crept into some eyes. At this moment, the only solace for them was their identity as disciples of the Holy Land. Such status ensured that ordinary warriors would treat them with utmost respect, and indeed, they could venture into any common faction without fear of being slighted, even before those at the Yuan Dan level. Too slow. Su Han's violet pupils effortlessly tracked the Earth Spirit King's movements, seizing the opportunity to unleash the great Thundersound Fist, combining the ferocious thunderous energy with his formidable physical strength, striking the Earth Spirit King's elbow joint with tremendous force. Chapter 163, Ambush Bang. The Earth Spirit King's arm recoiled as if struck by electricity, and Yishua Ling and the others clearly observed a fissure forming in the golden aura armor encasing his body due to that strike. Su Han ceased employing the great Thundersound Fist, instead unleashing sheer physical prowess to relentlessly assault the Earth Spirit King's elbow joint. Each blow landed with utmost precision, not deviating even by a millimeter, and the Earth Spirit King's decline was becoming increasingly apparent. Is a half step into nirvana truly this formidable? Several martial artists from the underworld's sacred land turned pale. They had never witnessed the Earth Spirit King falter against a human martial artist. If the Earth Spirit King possessed the strength of nirvana, what then of the one compelling it into retreat? Even if this individual isn't a half step into nirvana, I likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. A complex expression flickered in Yishua Ling's eyes. If he were to vanquish the Earth Spirit King, what dignity would remain for our 6 sacred lands? Seizing this opportunity, you must ally with the Earth Spirit King to eliminate this boy. One martial artist from the underworld's sacred land suddenly spoke up. Yishua Ling's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of intrigue glimmered in her eyes. Indeed, it was an opportune moment to slay Su Han. Su Han was wholly engrossed in battling the Earth Spirit King, his purple extreme demon eye pushed to its utmost, granting him terrifying insight that rendered the Earth Spirit King powerless to retaliate against him. Suddenly, Su Han sensed a twinge of danger, and in an instant, he sidestepped a foot as a stream of white ethereal energy struck where he had just stood, leaving a bottomless pit in the ground. 7th-tier martial technique, Cave Immortal Finger. Su Han abruptly turned, gazing at Yishua Ling. She regarded him coolly, then turned and vanished from his sight in the blink of an eye. Sister, he actually took the chance to strike? Wumaji found it hard to believe. Yishua Ling had her own considerations. We should leave to avoid incurring unwarranted disaster. Song Hui shook his head, turning to depart. Seeing Yishua Ling's failed strike in her prompt retreat, the other martial artists from the sacred lands dared not linger. Who knew whether Su Han might lash out at them, risking injury from the Earth Spirit King? Nie Jinglin had already been felled by Su Han's fist. They didn't believe themselves stronger than him. In an instant, apart from Hu Yang and a few others, everyone else had fled. Brother Su, shall we assist you? Hu Yang inquired. No need. Go inform that woman from earlier that I harbor no fondness for her, and she should prepare herself. Su Han replied while continuing his assault. This very well. Hu Yang's face bore an awkward expression. He was a sacred land martial artist, yet also a savior to Su Han and his 2 disciples, leaving him in a difficult position. Once Hu Yang and the others departed, Su Han once again focused intently on his confrontation with the Earth Spirit King. After a brief period, as the surrounding streets and buildings lay in ruins, the golden armor of the Earth Spirit King was finally shattered by Su Han's relentless onslaught. Given Su Han's current strength, a single blow of the great thunder sound fist would suffice to obliterate the Earth Spirit King's head. Never mind. Su Han suddenly halted his movements, smiling at the Earth Spirit King. You did not pursue me earlier. I shall not pursue the kill, so you may depart. The Earth Spirit King, appearing somewhat disheveled, gradually rose to its feet, looking down at Su Han, then turned to leave after a few breaths. Roar. The great Golden King approached Su Han, letting out an angry roar at the departing figure of the Earth Spirit King, then looked at Su Han with confusion, as if questioning why he had not slain the Earth Spirit King. I am on the verge of departing. Perhaps there will be no opportunity to return here again. This Earth Spirit King is better left to you. Su Han smiled, patting the great Golden King, then sped off in the direction Yishua Ling had taken. Do not follow. Roar. The great Golden King emitted a low growl. Yishua Ling's expression darkened as she gazed at Hu Yang, while the others looked on with peculiar expressions. Particularly Wu Ma Ji, who hesitated to speak, ultimately silenced by Song Hui's gaze. Did he truly say that? Yishua Ling asked coolly. Indeed. Hu Yang offered a bitter smile. This man is audacious indeed, demanding that Sister Yi prepare herself for him? Is he truly a lecherous thief? The martial artists from the various sacred lands were filled with righteous indignation, with 2 women who appeared to be of similar age to Yishua Ling particularly furious. We must avoid encountering him for now. Only when I break through to half-step nirvana shall I possess the strength to confront him. Yishua Ling spoke after a moment of contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Han stood several dozen paces away, having activated the 2nd realm of the purple extreme demon eye, clearly discerning the group of sacred land martial artists concealed in their hiding spot. Su Han chuckled, his figure shifting, and he vanished from sight. The location you chose is rather concealed. Su Han appeared silently behind Yishua Ling and the others, smiling gently. Yishua Ling's expression shifted, and the others looked at Su Han in bewilderment, astonished at how swiftly he had tracked them down. What do you intend? Yishua Ling asked Su Han, her tone calm yet tinged with unease. What do I intend? Hasn't he informed you? Su Han chuckled, gesturing towards Hu Yang. Yishua Ling's countenance changed. Lecher, I advise you to relinquish such improper thoughts. Should you dare to lay a hand on Sister Yi, we of the sacred lands shall undoubtedly exterminate your Qinglong Academy. Many among them immediately began to shout. Su Han furrowed his brow slightly, addressing Hu Yang. How did you convey my words? Brother Su, did you not tell Yishua Ling to prepare herself? Hu Yang was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, Yishua Ling's fair skin flushed with a hint of red, not from embarrassment, but from fury. My exact words were for her to prepare her neck for me. Think carefully. Did I say it thus? Su Han sighed softly. Oh, Brother Hu, it seems that truly was what you said. Indeed, Hu Yang's 2 disciples exchanged glances. Prepare her neck? Huyang blinked, then chuckled awkwardly. The commotion from your battle with the Earth Spirit King was so great that I might have misheard. So it was prepare her neck. The others realized. And Yishua Ling felt a profound sense of relief. If he were indeed an unscrupulous flower thief, this situation would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. Now that the earlier misunderstanding has been clarified, let us settle the score for your earlier ambush against me. Su-Han smiled at Yishua Ling. Chapter 164, The 7th Rank Martial Technique, The Celestial Finger. How will you decide? Yishua Ling spoke in a grave tone. I present you with two choices. One is that I end your life. The other is that you surrender the martial technique you employed in your ambush against me. Su-Han replied with a smile. The Celestial Finger? The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. This was a superior 7th rank martial technique, accessible only to the supreme dragon sons and dragon daughters beneath the martial kings. Many formidable warriors of the martial venerable realm in the outside world lacked the opportunity to practice 7th rank martial skills. Furthermore, regardless of sect, the transmission of martial techniques was a taboo. The 6 great holy lands were particularly stringent on this matter. Unauthorized dissemination of martial skills could lead to the forfeiture of cultivation or, in severe cases, immediate execution, with only rare exceptions allowed. That is impossible. Yishua Ling's gaze was as frigid as frost. Martial skills from the various holy lands are never shared, and no one dares to practice them without permission. Are you not afraid that your sect will be annihilated because of this? The Azure Dragon Academy fears neither heaven nor earth. Su-Han declared with a smile. Damn it. This fellow is definitely not from the Azure Dragon Academy. The crowd inwardly cursed. If they could not discern the peculiarity in his words, they had wasted the past 10 or 20 years of their lives. Who exactly are you? Yishua Ling asked darkly. Chiu Konkuin of the Azure Dragon Academy. Su-Han replied with a smile. Didn't I just inform you? Enough with the idle chatter. Make your choice quickly. Should you seek revenge in the future, the Azure Dragon Academy will bear the brunt. It appears that the Azure Dragon Academy harbors significant enmity towards you, to the point that you would use this opportunity to seek their downfall. Perhaps your request for martial skills is a pretext, while your true intention is to obliterate the Azure Dragon Academy with the aid of my holy land, Yishua Ling surmised, her wariness towards Su-Han intensifying. Feel free to guess as you wish. What I desire now is your martial skill, or perhaps your life. You have 3 breaths to decide. Su-Han smiled. I will never share my martial skills with you. As for taking my life, it won't be that simple. Yishua Ling retorted coldly. Thief, you shall die. Several figures S. Chapter 165. Wait a moment. Ma Hong stood outside the Buddhist hall, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded Su-Han. Beside him stood the elite of various factions, their gazes directed at Su-Han, tinged with a hint of mockery. I never expected he would truly remain. Does your senior brother possess some extraordinary means? Dongfang Shuo whispered to Xin Yang, as they found themselves at the back of the crowd due to their lesser strength. I am uncertain, Xin Yang replied with a shake of his head. Brother Ma, it seems you have indeed guessed correctly, Su Shilong remarked, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. I thought today would be a waste, but it appears this day has proven worthwhile. A glimmer of pride flashed in Ma Hong's eyes. Demon Lord Shi Tianlong, I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeve to escape from this dire situation? Hui Wu spoke softly, hands clasped together. In addition to the disciples from the 7 top factions, the innate warriors from the 8-armed Buddhist sect and the Haran Academy, among other secondary powers, were fixated on Su-Han, particularly the innate warriors from the 8-armed Buddhist sect, who bore a deep-seated grudge against Su-Han for previously slaying Luo Yu and, just yesterday, Zhao Su. Wait a moment. Su-Han raised his hand and smiled before inspecting his attribute panel. Due to not slaying the Earth Spirit King, he had forfeited 2,000 Divine Emperor coins, leaving him with just under 60,000. Host, Su-Han. Rank, Half-Step Nirvana. Fire Seed, 9th grade Ancient Purple Extreme Thunder Dragon, Main. Secondary Fire Seeds, 9th grade Pan Wang Cauldron, 9th grade Holy Buddha. Cultivation Techniques, 6th grade Purple Extreme Hunyuan Formula, 7th grade Thunderbolt Body Technique. Martial Skills, 2nd grade Crumbling Mountain Palm, 5th grade Void Step, 5th grade Indestructible Diamond Technique, 6th grade Thunderbolt Halberd Technique, 6th grade Descending Azure Dragon, 6th grade Blood Demon Claw, 7th grade Great Thunder Sound Fist, 7th grade Cave Immortal Finger. Divine Weapon, 5th rank Primary Fong Tian Painting Halberd. Mount, 3rd rank Barbarian Demon Ghost Eagle, Innate Stage 2, can evolve into Nirvana Stage Buddha Ghost Eagle, with the innate divine ability Phantom Ghost Transformation. Divine Emperor Coins, 58, 600. Acquiring a top-tier mid-level technique or martial skill would earn one the title of Dragon Son or Dragon Daughter, signifying a true prodigy. Yet Su-Han already possessed 3 6th grade martial skills, 1 7th grade martial skill, 1 6th grade technique, and 1 7th grade technique. In the sacred grounds, he surpassed those esteemed dragon sons and dragon daughters by a considerable margin. Su Han also noted that he had 20 summoning qualifications for Earth SPI, Chapter 166. Strolling leisurely, Gong Ming, Zhou Yaqin, and the others fixated their gazes on Su Han. Yet they dared not make a move. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Su Han strolled leisurely away from the temple. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly oppressive until Su Han vanished from view, prompting the crowd to exhale deeply. Ma Hong was dead. Hui Wu approached Ma Hong's body, examining it with a grim expression before addressing the assembly. How could the demon of the Wangxing sect possess such terrifying strength? Zhou Yaqin furrowed his brow. Jing Qing, when you encountered this individual in the Taiying Mountains, what was his cultivation level? Su Shilong suddenly interjected, and all eyes turned to Jing Qing. After a brief silence, Jing Qing slowly replied, initially, he was merely at the fetal breath stage. He successfully broke through to the innate realm while we pursued him. He was not our match at that time, but once he reached the innate level, we could not suppress him even when we joined forces. The crowd gasped in shock. How much time has passed since the Taiying Mountains incident? Not even a year. How could his cultivation rise to such a terrifying level in such a short span? Zhou Yaqin pondered aloud. Back then, he had just broken into the innate realm, presumably at the first level. Yet, he killed Su Shihun and Qin Chitai after advancing to the 5th level of the innate realm. Did he possess such overwhelming momentum then? Zhou Yaqin glanced at Jing Qing and the others. Xianyang, having withdrawn his gaze from Ma Hong, exhibited a barely perceptible glimmer of delight in his eyes. Responding to Zhou Yaqin's inquiry, he remarked, when he killed Su Shixiang, his vital energy was completely depleted, and he sat down to recuperate for a considerable time. How can we prove that he wasn't feigning weakness? Some cold eyes turned toward Xianyang. The expressions of Xianyang and his companion shifted slightly. Sensing that the group was beginning to doubt the accuracy of their initial intelligence, which had led to Zhao Su's and now Ma Hong's demise. He also recuperated for a long time after killing Qin Chitai. At that moment, only we were present. He had no need to pretend in front of us. Jing Qing stated. The crowd exchanged glances, still convinced that their assessment of Su Han's strength had been flawed from the outset. Zhou Yaqin nodded slightly. If what you say is true, then his cultivation at that time indeed did not match the depth he displayed earlier. That is why he chose to hide after killing Zhao Su yesterday. But how could his strength have increased so dramatically in just one day? Gong Ming's brow furrowed, unable to comprehend this point. Previously, Su Han had required the use of a divine weapon to slay Zhao Su, relying on its advantage to succeed. Yet just now, Ma Hong was defeated by a single punch, suggesting that Su Han's strength was truly formidable. Even they would find it impossible to achieve such a feat. To kill Ma Hong with one punch, even united we would be unable to do so unless one is in the Nirvana realm. However, this secret cave is inaccessible to those in the Nirvana realm. Zhou Yaqin stated solemnly. What if he is not in the Nirvana realm, but rather on the verge of it? Su Shilong suddenly proposed. On the verge of Nirvana? Just yesterday, he was at the 5th level of the innate realm, and today he is on the verge of Nirvana? The Wangxing sect has existed for many years. They must possess methods beyond our imagination. This individual either utilized some forbidden technique to temporarily enhance his cultivation or, unbeknownst to us, stepped into the verge of Nirvana. Su Shilong mused. The assembly considered this hypothesis, which seemed to edge closer to the truth. Only a practitioner on the verge of Nirvana could kill a peak innate with a single blow, right? If that were the case, could he not sweep through the secret cave? Gong Ming's expression darkened. Not necessarily. We are merely the first group to enter this location. Many prodigies from various sects are still en route here, and among them may be those on the verge of Nirvana. For the next few days, we should avoid a direct confrontation with this demon. Once the half-step Nirvana practitioners from each sect arrive, we can unite to eliminate this menace. Hui Wu suggested. The crowd nodded slightly, realizing they had no other choice but to proceed in this manner. In the following days, new martial artists entered the secret cave daily. Increasingly, spiritual herbs were discovered, leading to a rising number of innate martial artists dying in battles over these resources. However, the principle of humans die for wealth, birds die for food was even more evident among martial artists. Sometimes, even among fellow disciples, individuals would secretly strike against one another for personal gain when no outsiders were present. On one such day, another temple was discovered. The location of this temple was not particularly remote, and before long, numerous martial artists flocked to it. After they laboriously dealt with the ghostly monks outside the temple, Gong Ming and his companions arrived just in time. Ordinary rogue cultivators dared not confront the 7 major factions. merely standing by enviously as Gong Ming and others negotiated the distribution of a bottle of pills and several high-grade divine weapons found within the temple. This particular bottle of pills was extraordinary. The first martial artist to find it consumed one and immediately broke through to the peak of the innate realm. However, this individual was merely a rogue cultivator, and upon the arrival of Gong Ming and others, he prudently surrendered the pills. Esteemed ones, this pill is likely the Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pill, once exclusive to the Great Lane Temple. Since the temple severed its lineage, this pill has been lost. The explosive Chi pills circulating in the martial world today are merely simplified versions of this one, Hui Wu explained. Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pill? Oh, truly a 5th-grade Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pill? Su Shilong's eyes sparkled with interest. The Great Lane Temple has a profound connection with my Bind Temple. I would not mistake this pill. Hui Wu smiled. A 5th-grade Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pill. No wonder that individual broke through with just one. A glimmer of greed surged in the eyes of the surrounding innate martial artists. They could envision that if they had 10 5th-grade Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pills, they could certainly sell them for a handsome price. Even a single pill would command a price far exceeding that of ordinary 5th-grade pills, as it was a rare treasure lost for centuries. There are 10 pills in total, yet there are more than 20 of us. Gong Ming chuckled, directing his gaze at the other prodigies among the top factions. Let each of our factions take one, and the remainder can be shared among us. As for the divine weapons, why not hold an auction? The highest bidder shall prevail. The expressions of the crowd suddenly shifted. A peak innate martial artist from the Howren Academy, his face ashen, remarked, "You propose 1 pill per faction, yet expect us to share the remaining 3 or 4 among over 10 factions. That hardly seems fair. I have no objections to the auction for the divine weapons, but the distribution of the 5th-grade Thunder Sound Explosive Chi pills requires careful consideration and unanimous agreement." Brother Yi speaks most rightly. The peak innate martial artist from Howren Academy stated, receiving unanimous agreement from the other innate practitioners present from the various top factions. Chapter 167. These Thunder Sound Exploding Pills belong to me. Each of the 7 formidable factions is entitled to one. Gong Ming remarked with a faint smile. Hasn't this been the practice for many years? If you have any objections, feel free to challenge us directly. Though Ma Hong had perished, the presence of the innate practitioners from the Xianting Dao Palace still lingered. Upon hearing Gong Ming's words, he felt a sense of relief. At least, when facing the outside world, the 7 leading factions maintained a semblance of unity. Otherwise, they would not have sustained their current status over the years. "You're being excessively domineering," a solemn-faced innate practitioner from Howren Academy interjected. "This is not tyranny, it is simply a matter of course." Su Shilong replied with a subtle smile. "I recall your name is Yi Wushang, correct? How about this? You and I engage in a duel. If you emerge victorious, the 5th-grade Thunder Sound Exploding Pill from Qinglong Academy will be yours. And if I lose?" Yi Wushang inquired gravely. "Then you shall die." Su Shilong chuckled lightly. Yi Wushang's expression shifted dramatically. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately opted not to accept the challenge. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and apprehension. The 7 leading factions had commanded respect for many years. While they could afford to exchange mere words, confronting them directly was another matter entirely. The thought of incurring their wrath was daunting, and they knew not how they might meet their end. Seeing this, Gong Ming smiled and declared, "Then it is settled. These Thunder Sound Exploding Pills are all mine." Suddenly, Su Han forcefully pushed aside the martial artists blocking his path and approached Gong Ming and the others with a broad smile. The scattered cultivators he had shoved aside were immediately incensed. "Who do you think you are? Seeking death, are you?" one of the scattered cultivators exclaimed, staggering from the shove and unable to restrain himself from throwing a punch. With a mere wave of his hand, Su Han sent the assailant hurtling backward, crashing into those behind him and causing chaos. The onlookers who had initially considered retaliating now hesitated, casting bewildered glances at Su Han. Who is this person? With the paragons of the 7 leading factions present to allocate pills and divine weapons, how dare he stroll in and claim the Thunder Sound Exploding Pills as his own? The crowd, initially agitated, began to relish the unfolding drama, their expressions shifting to one of schadenfreude as they observed Su Han's audacity. "Why is he here?" Gong Ming's expression darkened. Zhou Yaqin and the others exchanged glances, feeling both vexed and helpless. They had been avoiding Su Han for days, yet here he was, confronting them directly. Had they known this would occur, they would have refrained from mingling in the commotion. "Who are you? The items here already have their owners. Leave at once, or I shall sever your head." A proud paragon from a secondary faction stood up, glaring at Su Han. His anger had been stoked by Gong Ming's previous demeanor, and now, with Su Han's arrival, he felt compelled to act. Yi Wuxiang's expression shifted slightly. He was present when Su Han killed Ma Hong, and thus he understood Su Han's formidable prowess. However, the matter had remained unspoken among them, the main reason being their desire to preserve their dignity. If word got out that the infamous demon of the Wangxing sect had killed Ma Hong and several other elite disciples before their eyes while they stood idly by, their reputations would be utterly tarnished. Personal pride was insignificant, yet the reputation of their sect was paramount. Thus, aside from those present that day, many remained unaware of Su Han's existence. Lu, do not act impulsively. Yi Wuxiang hesitated and cautioned. Fear not. Once I deal with this fellow, we can discuss how to distribute the pills and divine weapons. Lu Jin replied with a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at Gong Ming and the others. Gong Ming and his companions, who had initially intended to offer a warning, fell silent, a hint of derision flickering in their eyes. Lu Jin clearly sought to showcase his martial prowess, subtly indicating to Gong Ming and the others that he was not to be trifled with. Lu Jin approached Su Han. Their statures comparable, his gaze haughty as he commanded, kneel. Alas, Yi Wuxiang could not help but shut his eyes in exasperation. The onlookers, ignorant of Su Han's background, watched the scene with eager anticipation. I have heard that Lu Jin's great strength diamond palm has reached its pinnacle. How many strikes do you think it will take to turn this man into mush? One wondered aloud. Given his innate protection, I estimate at least 10 strikes, another replied. 7 or 8 should suffice. Lu Jin once killed an innate mid-stage practitioner with a single palm. Su Han appeared to be an unfamiliar face, leading the crowd to assume he was merely an unremarkable scattered cultivator, unlikely to be an innate pinnacle practitioner. After all, such figures were often the subject of whispers in the martial world, and the number of innate practitioners within the secret realm was limited. You want me to kneel? Su Han replied with a smile that danced between amusement and mockery. Indeed, I demand that you kneel. Lu Jin's countenance grew increasingly grim. Su Han's smile, in his eyes, became profoundly irritating. And if I refuse? Su Han inquired, amusement still evident in his tone. Then I shall make you kneel. Lu Jin sneered, striking towards Su Han's shoulder with a palm glowing with a brilliant golden light. The 4th grade martial technique, the Great Strength Diamond Palm. Renowned for its might, Lu Jin, as one of the young prodigies of the Diamond Sect, had learned this technique years prior, and its power was formidable. Even those of the same rank would hesitate to confront it head-on. The scattered cultivators looked on with envy. 4th grade techniques were categorized as mid-tier, exceedingly rare, and only those of exceptional lineage, like Lu Jin, could acquire such skills at the innate stage. For scattered cultivators like themselves, obtaining even a 3rd grade technique would require significant struggle. Lu Jin's cultivation seemed to have deepened since their last encounter, a fact not lost on the other prodigies from secondary factions, who exchanged glances filled with a hint of trepidation. They had known Lu Jin before entering this secret realm, and in their minds, Su Han was already a dead man. Regrettably, they failed to notice the unusual expressions on Gong Ming and the others' faces. Bang! Lu Jin's golden-tinged palm struck Su Han's shoulder, and though he initially smirked, that grin quickly faltered as his arm shattered upon impact, flying off into the air before the astonished crowd. Chapter 168. The wicked must be ground by the wicked. With a soft thud, a severed forearm fell before the crowd, eliciting astonished gazes as they glanced from the dismembered limb to Lu Jin, who now bore only half an arm. A chill ran through their hearts. How could Lu Jin's arm be broken? The elites of the second-tier powers instinctively tensed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Gong Ming and his companions wore expressions of complex emotions. Witnessing Lu Jin's defeat brought them a sense of schadenfreude. Yet it simultaneously highlighted the terrifying prowess of Su Han. Lu Jin's mighty Vajra palm was his renowned technique, a force that could shatter anything when unleashed. Even Gong Ming and the others would not dare claim they could decide the outcome within several hundred exchanges. Yet, here was a formidable warrior who, after attacking Su Han, had severed his own arm, a sight they had never witnessed. Impossible. Lu Jin stared in disbelief at the severed limb in his grasp, his complexion draining of color. You just claimed you would make me kneel? Su Han chuckled. Your right arm is gone, but there's still your left. Shall we continue? Who are you? Lu Jin stumbled back in terror. Continuing is not what you should be pondering right now. Su Han approached Lu Jin with a nonchalant smile. You ought to fulfill your earlier promise and bring me to my knees. Lu Jin retreated further, his face oscillating between pale and flushed before gritting his teeth. I am Lu Jin of the Vajra sect. May I ask your esteemed name? Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between us. There is no misunderstanding. If you do not strike, I shall take action. Su Han continued to close the distance, his smile unwavering. Lu Jin felt the weight of countless complex gazes upon him. Shock, astonishment, and even pity. It was evident to all that Su Han's strength far exceeded their imaginations. Lu Jin was simply no match. I do not desire pity. A surge of fury ignited within Lu Jin, and in the next moment, he summoned a divine weapon from his dantians, a long blade. Majestic innate energy gathered at the blade's edge, transforming into a radiant arc as Lu Jin directed it towards Su Han, a fourth-tier initial-grade divine weapon. The disciples of various sects were indeed the chosen ones, possessing fourth-tier weapons even at the innate realm, while the scattered cultivators observed the scene with mixed expressions, many casting envious glances at the divine weapon in Lu Jin's grasp. For them, acquiring a weapon of equivalent tier was a formidable challenge, often requiring years of savings to commission a blacksmith, alongside providing the necessary materials. However, sect disciples were afforded such luxuries, with even the minor sects ensuring their members were equipped with divine weapons. Su Han smiled lightly, raising his hand to effortlessly catch Lu Jin's divine weapon before the astonished eyes of the crowd. His palm glowed with golden light, mirroring Lu Jin's innate energy. Yet, Lu Jin's blade could not breach the aura surrounding Su Han. Once more, Lu Jin was momentarily stunned, then, realizing the futility, attempted to retract the blade, only to find it firmly ensnared by an overwhelming force. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Jin's eyes. In the next instant, Su Han yanked the weapon from his grasp and struck Lu Jin's crown with the flat side of the blade. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. The terrifying shockwave swept across the vicinity, causing the faces of the onlookers to ripple like water disturbed by a breeze. Lu Jin's protective aura shattered instantly, and his head sank into his chest, causing his torso to swell momentarily. Without his head, Lu Jin could no longer maintain his balance, and with a soft thud, he knelt before Su Han. Silence fell within the temple. Even the Vajra sect, to which Lu Jin belonged, dared not utter a sound. Their faces contorted in disbelief as they struggled to swallow hard. Su Han smiled as he approached Hui Wu, who held the porcelain vial containing the thunder sound explosive pill. Would they intervene? As prodigies of the 7 premier sects, they should be able to suppress this man if they united, right? It was unreasonable for him to appear and seize the spoils so effortlessly. Amit Ba, little monk, this thunder sound explosive pill is mine, Su Han said with a smile. Amit Ba. Hui Wu responded calmly, handing the pill to Su Han without hesitation. Benefactor, do you not fear the endless abyss of hell for committing such heinous acts? Hui Wu inquired. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon them. They recognized the figure who had appeared and swiftly slain the Vajra sect as prodigy. Other warriors from the Vajra sect instinctively turned to Yi Wushang. I had warned Lu Jin, but he chose not to heed my counsel. Yi Wushang replied with a rueful shake of his head. Only then did the crowd grasp why Yi Wushang had urged Lu Jin to remain calm, not out of concern for the unfamiliar warrior, but for Lu Jin's very life. Little monk, should I fall into the endless abyss, I would become the king of hell, ruling the underworld. The wicked must be ground by the wicked. As long as I am sufficiently wicked, I shall fare well wherever I may end up. Su Han chuckled lightly. Arrogance. Hui Wu seethed inwardly. But having witnessed the fates of Ma Hong and Lu Jin, he dared not express his rage, fearing Su Han might turn his lethal intent upon him as well. You are a villain. We are not, Zhou Yachin spoke slowly. Whether one is deemed so or not is not for you to declare. Su Han smiled as he approached her, effortlessly seizing several divine weapons that lay at her feet. Each of these weapons was 4th tier, ranging from initial to advanced grades. Though their designs were somewhat archaic, with signs of oxidation evident from years of existence. Yet, such oxidation posed no challenge to a skilled blacksmith. A simple refinement would restore them to their former glory. Gong Ming and the others could only watch helplessly as Su Han collected their elixirs and divine weapons, unable to voice a word of protest. At that moment, the scattered cultivators snapped back to reality, beginning to speculate about Su Han's identity, even questioning whether he hailed from another state as a prodigy of a top-tier power. You've taken the elixirs and weapons. Will you not depart? Gong Ming finally spoke. There remains one task before I leave, Su Han answered with a smile. Chapter 169. Live auction. Is there something else that needs to be done? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted subtly. What could it be? Did this person intend to silence them? As this thought crossed their minds, the faces of Gong Ming and the others turned ashen, and they readied themselves for action. There are 5 divine weapons here, and I plan to auction them off on the spot, accepting only the celestial coins, Su Han announced, producing the divine weapon belonging to Lu Jin and smiling at the assembly. The warriors from the Diamond sect immediately turned crimson with indignation. How outrageous. Lu Jin has just perished, and now they are auctioning off his divine weapon? The warriors from the Diamond sect cast ferocious glances at all present, and many who had initially intended to bid fell silent. Gongming and the others, however, let out a sigh of relief. It was merely an auction, and at least they could acquire something. Zhou Yaqing's eyes flickered, and he whispered to Gongming, who nodded slightly, understanding Zhou's intent. Since the auction required payment in celestial coins, acquiring even one item would reveal the name of the auctioneer in the celestial realm. After a considerable pause, no one dared to make a bid. Some wandering cultivators who possessed celestial tokens considered bidding, but feared retaliation from the Diamond sect. Others, lacking such tokens, could only covetously gaze at the divine weapon in Su Han's possession, their mouths watering. I bid 300 celestial coins. Just as the warriors from the Diamond sect were secretly mocking, a voice suddenly rang out. They turned to locate the source of the voice, their faces darkening. Wu Yidao? What do you mean by this? A Diamond sect warrior shouted angrily. The bidder was a disciple from the Heavenly Blade sect, a faction only led by a martial king. Far inferior to the Diamond sect, the Eight-Armed Buddha sect, and the Howren Academy. Apologies, everyone. I am a practitioner of the blade, and for many years, I have yet to find a suitable divine weapon. Lu Jin's long blade is of the metal attribute, which perfectly aligns with my martial essence. What can I do? Wu Yidao replied with a wry smile. Wu Yidao, you are inviting great trouble for your Heavenly Blade sect. A Diamond sect warrior retorted ominously. Wu Yidao's expression shifted slightly. The smile faded as he coldly remarked, Lu Jin of your Diamond sect was slain in a fair duel, and his divine weapon no longer belongs to you. What is wrong with me purchasing it? Go ahead and report this to your elders, and see if they will choose to go to war with my Heavenly Blade sect. After a pause, he added, moreover, in this secret realm, my Heavenly Blade sect disciples are not inferior to your Diamond sect. As soon as he finished speaking, several disciples from the Heavenly Blade sect exuded a powerful aura, their cold, blade-like gazes fixed upon the Diamond sect warriors. No need for further words. If you buy this sword, we shall go to war. A Diamond sect warrior responded, his face as dark as thunderclouds. The thought of Lu Jin's tragic death being compounded by the auction of his divine weapon was an affront the entire Diamond sect would not tolerate. He believed the elders would support his resolve. Since you do not intend to participate in the auction, do not disturb others, Su Han said, pointing at the opposing warriors. A terrifying force surged forth. The Diamond sect warrior instinctively summoned his martial essence, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. However, the overwhelming force pierced through his defenses, entering his forehead and exiting through the back of his skull. With a splatter, crimson and white brain matter erupted from the wound, and the Diamond sect warrior, a ninth-layer innate practitioner, fell dead on the spot. Gasps filled the air as his nearby comrades instinctively recoiled, their expressions pale as they turned their fearful gazes towards Su Han. Do you wish to join him? Su Han asked coolly. The remaining warriors remained silent, caught in a tense stillness. Su Han smiled and addressed the others. 300 celestial coins. Is there a higher bid? If not, this divine weapon will belong to Brother Wu. After a brief silence, someone finally began to outbid Wu Yidao. Throughout the entire exchange, the remaining Diamond sect warriors dared not utter a word, nor could they leave, forced to endure the humiliation. What kind of technique was that? How could he so effortlessly breach the protective barrier from such a distance? Gong Ming and the others were taken aback. The prowess displayed was beyond their comprehension. My father once advised me never to provoke a disciple of the Rebirth sect. That wisdom holds true, Jiang Yao, standing behind Wang Yu, thought to herself, regarding Su Han with a mix of admiration and trepidation. Among innate practitioners, some individuals exude an intimidating strength. Eventually, Lu Jin's divine weapon was sold to Wu Yidao for the steep price of 2,000 celestial coins. Wu Yidao gathered his companions and approached Su Han to complete the transaction. Su Han's balance of celestial coins rose from 0 to 2,000. Brother, we do not intend to participate in the subsequent auction. May we leave early? Wu Yidao asked, bowing respectfully to Su Han. Certainly, feel free. Su Han replied with a smile. Wu Yidao promptly led his companions away. The remaining Diamond sect warriors attempted to follow, but as they took a step, they felt the weight of a terrifying gaze upon them. Are you also planning to leave? Su Han inquired with a smile. We shall remain. The Diamond sect warriors exchanged glances, their faces pale and resolute. They had no doubt that if they attempted to leave, they would meet the same grim fate as Lu Jin. The auction continued. Su Han smiled, announcing that to ensure the safety of participants, those who successfully acquired their desired items could depart first. Many warriors' eyes lit up at this proposition. This was a primary reason for their reluctance to attend. Who could guarantee that after purchasing an item, they would not be robbed? If Su Han allowed them to leave early while keeping others behind, it alleviated their concerns. The remaining divine weapons sold swiftly, and soon, Su Han's celestial coins surged from 2,000 to 15,000. One of the weapons was purchased by Gong Ming, who noticed Su Han's name in the celestial realm during the transaction, Shi Tianlong. As the auction concluded perfectly, Su Han declared, "You may remain here for an hour before departing. Anyone who dares to leave early shall see me again." The crowd paused, and at that moment, Morone Bai, standing beside Wang Yu, suddenly spoke up. "Are you not selling the 5th-grade thunder sound exploding chi pill?" Chapter 170. The Divine Dynasty's Palace of Splendor. "I will not sell it. I shall keep it for my own consumption," Su Han declared. "Keep it for yourself?" The onlookers who had anticipated purchasing a thunder sound explosive pill were instantly filled with disappointment. The notion of Su Han consuming 10 of these pills alone stirred feelings of resentment within them. This pill, being of the 5th tier, offered significant benefits even to warriors at the Yuan Dan realm. Consuming 10 would surely aid in breaking through at least one minor level. As Su Han prepared to depart, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The crowd parted, revealing 3 young martial artists with profound auras who strode forward. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, their eyes sparkling with hidden brilliance. Upon recognizing one of them, Gong Ming's expression shifted slightly. "Gong Ming, you are here as well," one of the young warriors said with a subtle smile. "Gong Hua." Gong Ming managed to force a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "Gong Hua, another member of the Divine Dynasty's royal family?" The crowd's attention instinctively gravitated toward Gong Hua, while the male and female figures beside him also garnered their focus. To stand alongside a royal family member of the Divine Dynasty suggested that they hailed from one of the 7 foremost powers. Upon hearing the name Gong Hua, Yi Wushang and others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "Sister Mu," Zhou Yachin exclaimed with delight, directing his gaze toward the female martial artist. Muya, an inner disciple of the Hidden Moon Temple, was renowned for her prowess, standing at the threshold of nirvana. Zhou Yachin, who had a good relationship with her, felt a wave of relief upon her arrival. "I encountered a junior sister earlier. I heard that one of our Hidden Moon Temple disciples was killed here." Muya replied coolly, nodding slightly. Zhou Yachin instinctively looked towards Su Han. Observing him, Muya scrutinized Su Han with a gaze that revealed her unmasked killing intent. Apart from Gong Hua and Muya, the third individual was evidently a warrior from the Xianting Dao Palace. Though younger than Ma Hong, his aura radiated sharpness, indicating he, too, was at the brink of nirvana. The arrival of these 3 warriors at the threshold of nirvana instantly altered the atmosphere. The warriors from the Golden King sect, recognizing their identities, exchanged glances, revealing their mutual surprise. "I just heard someone say that a single strike here felled Lu Jin of the Golden King sect," Gong Hua remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Su Han. "Gong Shixiang, it is this person." A Golden King sect warrior stepped forward, eyes burning with resentment as he pointed at Su Han. "He is the one who killed senior brother Lu Jin. Alas, though Lu Jin could be somewhat arrogant, he once shared a bond with me. Today, I must avenge him," Gong Hua stated with a faint smile. "Did you also kill Ma Hong?" the Xianting Dao Palace warrior asked, regarding Su Han with a detached expression. "Ma Hong is dead? He fell at your hands as well. Who is this individual?" Many scattered cultivators gazed at Su Han in disbelief, unable to fathom that he dared to slay warriors from the 7 foremost powers, a reckless endeavor indeed. "It was I who killed him," Su Han affirmed with a smile. "Well done." Unexpectedly, the Xianting Dao Palace warrior nodded in approval, a hint of admiration gracing his countenance. The crowd felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. Yet, the Xianting Dao Palace warrior continued. "I harbor disdain for Ma Hong, but as he is my fellow disciple, I cannot simply allow his death to remain unavenged. You have done me a favor by killing him, and for that, I am grateful." At this juncture, he shifted his tone. "However, since Ma Hong is my comrade, I must seek retribution on his behalf. Otherwise, my sect would hold me accountable. You understand this, do you not?" "Indeed, I comprehend," Su Han replied, still smiling. "Let us cease this trivial banter. We had agreed beforehand that I would strike first while you provide support," Gong Hua declared calmly. Suddenly, Gong Ming interjected, "Gong Hua. This individual is the fiend from the Wangsheng sect, who previously killed Gong Yu and Gong Yin in the Tying Mountains." Upon hearing this, Gong Hua's expression darkened, and Muya displayed a hint of astonishment. The Xianting Dao Palace warrior, who had maintained an air of indifference, became solemn at the mention of the Wangsheng sect. The fiend of the Wangsheng sect? So that is the case. The martial artists present exhibited a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension as they grasped why Lu Jin had been felled by Su Han's hand. The Wangxing sect was notorious in Qingzhou, having survived relentless assaults from the 7 foremost powers and various righteous sects, remaining unvanquished. To this day, no one knew the location of the Wang Sheng sect's headquarters, nor could anyone track the movements of its disciples. Only during the times when Wang Sheng sect disciples ventured into the world for training did people have a chance to witness their prowess. Are you certain it is him? Gong Hua's face turned ashen, his eyes fixed on Su Han, brimming with murderous intent. Absolutely, Gong Ming confirmed. Ba, Shizhu. Might I ask if these three warriors at the brink of nirvana could persuade you to turn back? Hui Wu clasped his hands together, uttering a Buddhist chant. Turning back only presents a view of fools, Su Han replied with a smile. Wang Yu and the others' expressions darkened significantly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Unaware of your impending doom, Mu Rongbai scoffed coldly. Do you know who Gong Yin is to me? Gong Hua narrowed his eyes, stepping forward. An overwhelming aura radiating from him. The aura of a warrior at the brink of nirvana far surpassed that of a consummate innate realm practitioner. The disparity between the two was stark and undeniable. All three of you are at the brink of nirvana. So the Wang Sheng sect fiend is as well. It is no wonder Gong Ming and the others allowed him to take the thunder sound explosive pills. Now it all makes sense. Relief washed over some. Recognizing that had these three not arrived in time, a warrior from the Wang Sheng sect at the brink of nirvana could have wreaked havoc in the secret realm, leaving them with no opportunity for fortune. What does Gong Yan's relationship to me matter to you? Su Han replied with a grin. He is my elder brother. We share the same mother. Gong Hua glared at Su Han, his killing intent palpable. You took advantage of my brother's grievous state to strike him down. Today, I shall avenge him with your head. Gong Hua, I endow he shall assist you, Muya stated flatly. With that, she stepped to Su Han's side, while the warrior from the Xian Ting Dao Palace positioned himself across from her, forming a triangular formation that encircled Su Han. Remember, the one who seeks to kill you today is Gong Hua of the Divine Dynasty. Gong Hua proclaimed with a cold shout, vanishing from sight only to reappear midair, stepping upon the void, radiating a golden light. In that moment, Gong Hua resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm. Void Step? Truly a warrior at the brink of nirvana, capable of momentarily standing upon the air. Zhou Yaqin and the others marveled inwardly, astonished. Chapter 171, Devoured Whole. Is this the legendary Void Step? The fact that Gong Hua can master the Void Step signifies that he is indeed progressing towards becoming a dragon's son. Perhaps, in a few years, the Grand Celestial Dynasty will gain another dragon son. It is said that the Void Step allows one to hover momentarily in the air. How powerful must one's vital energy be to stand so effortlessly in the void? Half-step nirvana truly deserves its reputation as the strongest state closest to nirvana. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. The warriors of the Diamond sect were exhilarated. If all goes well, Lu Jin's vendetta could finally be avenged today. Void Step? I can do that too. Su Han chuckled, leaping into the air, and, like Gong Hua, stood upon the void. However, unlike Gong Hua, Su Han was enveloped in thunder, with violet lightning flickering beneath his feet instead of golden radiance. The fusion of metal and lightning attributes. This man indeed possesses a lightning-type seed. Upon witnessing this, Gong Ming and others confirmed their suspicions. The thunder emanating from Su Han was several times more dazzling than Gong Hua's golden glow. If Gong Hua appeared godlike just moments ago, he now seemed somewhat dim in comparison. You do not deserve to wield the martial arts of my Grand Celestial Dynasty. Anger surged in Gong Hua's eyes, overwhelming his chest. In a fit of rage, a dragon's roar erupted from him, and a massive golden dragon emerged from his back, opening its gaping maw to unleash a terrifying roar at Su Han. Dragon capture hand. Gong Hua reached out towards Su Han, and the golden dragon behind him extended its claw, merging with his hand in an instant. The enormous golden claw, about 10 feet in size, struck towards Su Han. Another 5th-grade martial technique. The dragon-type seed represents an ultimate attribute, combined with this 5th-grade technique and his half-step nirvana cultivation. Even the demon from the life and death gate would find it challenging to contend with. Indeed, compared to Lu Jin, Gong Hua's strength was incomparably greater. It was improbable for the demon to replicate his previous performance. Yi Wushang nodded slightly. Just as he spoke, a thunderous dragon appeared behind Su Han. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon was several times larger than the golden dragon, and it swallowed Gong Hua whole in one bite. In an instant, Gong Hua was enveloped by countless bolts of lightning, each strike powerful enough to shatter his protective vital energy and obliterate his corporeal form. The ancient purple extreme thunder dragon vanished, transforming into boundless vital energy that infused every cell of Su Han's being, while Gong Hua's figure completely disappeared before the crowd, leaving no trace whatsoever. The temple fell into a profound silence once more. The only sounds echoing were the heavy breaths of the onlookers, attesting to their shock. Half-step Nirvana, Gonghua, has fallen. A thunder dragon? He is actually a supreme seed. Moreover, of an undoubtedly high grade. Muya's eyes widened in horror. Dao instinctively swallowed, staring dumbfounded at Su Han, who still stood poised in the void. You are the dragon son of the life and death gate. Moments later, a wry smile appeared on Dao's face. The dragon's son? A being of such terrifying caliber? Wang Yu and Murong Bai exchanged horrified glances. Although they knew Su Han was formidable, they had never believed he had reached the level of a dragon's son. Yet now, not only had Dao acknowledged it, but the scene of Gonghua's demise was ample proof of Su Han's terrifying power. Being of the same half-step Nirvana stage, Su Han managed to defeat Gonghua with a single strike, a feat that astonished all. No one had anticipated that Gonghua, who seemed poised to ascend to the status of dragon's son, would meet his end here, and so decisively. Can you guess? Su Han retracted his vital energy and slowly descended to the ground, smiling at Dao. It seems you are indeed a dragon's son. I am not your match. Hence I cannot assist in avenging Mahong today. Dao clasped his fists in acknowledgement. With that, he turned and departed. Step by step, he walked out of the temple. And throughout his exit, Su Han did not pursue him. A cold sweat broke out on Dao's back as he hastened to flee the scene. With one half-step Nirvana defeated and another escaping, the crowd's gaze instinctively turned toward Muya. Junior Sister Zhou, I have a matter to inquire. Please accompany me for a moment. Muya beckoned to Zhou Yaqin. Zhou Yaqin was momentarily taken aback, but then followed, suspiciously bringing a group of her fellow disciples from the Capping Moon Monastery alongside her as they conversed while exiting the temple. Moments later, the crowd could no longer see Muya and Zhou Yaqin, clearly having fled the scene like Dao. The atmosphere in the temple became somewhat awkward. As one of the 7 paramount powers of Qingzhou, dominating the world and leading the martial world, today they found themselves rendered speechless by the demon of the life and death gate, with 2 half-step Nirvana experts disregarding their sect's reputation and fleeing outright. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire martial world of Qingzhou, tarnishing the reputation of the 7 top powers. It seems my involvement is no longer required. Farewell, esteemed guests. Su Han smiled, slowly departing from the temple. After a considerable pause, a warrior from the Diamond sect finally scoffed. 7 paramount powers? He shook his head and left with several of his comrades. Gong Ming and others appeared somewhat displeased. Amitabha, please rest assured, we of the Other Shore Temple will undoubtedly send powerful warriors to eliminate this demon. Hui Wu joined his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist chant. Master Hui Wu, may I ask, is your temple planning to send Nirvana realm experts to suppress this demon? If so, are you not concerned about provoking powerful figures from within the life and death gate? A frowning individual inquired. The crowd nodded in agreement. If this were to provoke high-level figures from the life and death gate, the martial world of Qingzhou would undoubtedly face a storm of bloodshed, potentially implicating every sect present. In due time, all will be revealed to you, Hui Wu replied, his expression darkening slightly. He chose not to engage further with the warriors and led the monks of the Other Shore Temple away. In the days that followed, more half-step Nirvana warriors arrived at the secret realm, but upon hearing of Gonghua's fate, only a few dared to seek out Su Han's whereabouts, while the rest deliberately avoided him, wishing to steer clear of any confrontation. 7 days swiftly passed, and each individual could only remain within the secret realm for that duration. As the time elapsed, the group that had entered the secret realm together was directly transported out, appearing at the entrance of the dilapidated temple in the valley. As Gong Ming and the others emerged, they immediately shouted, "Among us lies the demon from the life and death gate. We implore the elders to take action to suppress him and prevent the demon from escaping." Upon hearing this, Princess Qingwei and the others turned pale, and simultaneously, the profound realm experts of various factions materialized around them, their gazes coldly sweeping the area. Chapter 172, Verification of Identity. Gong Ming, did you imply that among you, a demon from the Washing Gate is concealed? Princess Qingwei's gaze swept over the faces of those present, finally settling on Gong Ming. Indeed, cousin, this demon appears capable of altering its own aura and has undoubtedly disguised itself as a loose cultivator, blending in among these individuals. Gong Ming nodded emphatically. After a brief pause, he added, "This demon is the same one who ambushed and killed my elder brother, Gong Yin, in the Taiying Mountains." What? Princess Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing solemn. Some of her attendants also became alert, their eyes coldly scanning the group of martial artists before them. Having just emerged from the secret realm, they were now encircled by a host of Yuandan realm experts. Many loose cultivators displayed faint traces of fear on their faces, worried about being implicated. Capable of changing its own aura? Curse it. It truly is a demon from the Wangxing Gate. Wang Dalong, who was lurking among the crowd, felt a surge of realization upon hearing Gong Ming's words. His heart raced with dread as he recalled his earlier thoughts of betraying a demon from the Wangxing Gate. It was simply too exhilarating, akin to stepping into the gates of the underworld. Simultaneously, elders like Jiang Yuan and others of the Yuandan realm began checking on their disciples upon hearing the news of the demon's presence. Soon, prominent figures such as Master Ma Xian from the Zuaniangang, Jing Yuehan and Su Qiankuan from the Qinglong Academy, and others discovered that some of their disciples had not emerged from the secret realm. Where is Master? Impossible. How could Master not come out? Su Xiaoyu frantically searched for Chun Chi-Tai's whereabouts, but he was nowhere to be found, her complexion gradually paling. Amidst the crowd, a Nirvana realm expert was also seeking a specific figure. This person was the old servant of the Su family, who had followed Su Shihun to protect him in secrecy. Young Master did not emerge. The old servant of the Su family felt as though struck by lightning, his body stiffening, a pallor creeping across his face. Cousin, Gong Hua also perished at the hands of this demon. Gong Ming spoke slowly. Voices began to arise in succession. Vice Principal, Brother Zhao Su is dead, and many of our fellow disciples have also been slain by the demon from Wangxing Gate. Master Ma, Brother Ma Hong has also been killed by the demon from Wangxing Gate. Sister Jing, Shihun was murdered within the secret realm. The culprit is the demon from Wangxing Gate. Elder Wu, Brother Lu Jin met a tragic end. Please, Elder Wu, avenge Brother Lu Jin. The expressions of Hong Li and the others shifted dramatically. The surrounding martial artists gasped in disbelief upon hearing these revelations. In a mere 7 days, so many prodigies from various sects had fallen at the hands of the demon from Wangxing Gate. Not only had top figures from the 7 supreme forces succumbed, but numerous other elite disciples had as well. Was this demon not excessively bloodthirsty? Could Master also be? Su Xiaoyu's complexion grew ashen, her body nearly faltering until a young martial artist, who had been observing her for some time, stepped forward to steady her. Miss Su, are you all right? He inquired with concern. I am fine. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, unwilling to believe that Qin Chi Tai could perish here. After all, he was renowned as the Thunderblade Madman of the Great Zhou. How could he possibly fall within a third-tier secret realm? Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon Wang Yu, Morong Bai, and Jiang Yao. Seeing that the three, along with other disciples from the Yaoshuren Valley, were unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Master Xianing of the Other Shore Temple, Shen Tu Mo of the Thunderblade Pavilion, and Master Duan Ji of the Concealed Moon Temple shared similar sentiments. Although not all disciples had emerged unscathed, the key disciples they were concerned about had suffered no losses, which was sufficient for them. Gong Hua also felt him. Princess Qingwei spoke slowly. Gong Ming nodded, and the gathered crowd recounted how they were slain by Su Han in just a few words. I shall find you, no matter where you hide, and crush you like the ant you are. Hong Li's gaze swept coldly over the martial artists. This was the territory of the 8-armed pagoda, yet the greatest number of deaths had befallen its disciples. Moreover, Zhao Su was his direct apprentice, and hearing that he had been slain by Su Han in a single strike, without even a chance to retaliate, ignited an unquenchable fury within Hong Li, capable of disguising and altering one's aura. Jing Yuehan's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of doubt stirred within her. Could it be that individual? It seemed implausible. How could a mere prince of Su Nation be a disciple of Wangxing Gate? Though she harbored suspicions, she found it hard to believe, especially given that when she last saw Su Han, he was merely in the mid-stage of the innate realm. How could he suddenly transform into a half-step nirvana and slay Gong Hua? Shihun is truly dead. Su Qiankuan's countenance darkened. Indeed, he is dead. Su Shilong nodded slightly. Who could fabricate such a tale? When Shihun was slain by Su Han, there were witnesses like Xian Yang. Everyone, let your disciples step forward, and let the rest be examined one by one. I refuse to believe that any disguise can deceive our eyes. Master Duan Ji spoke calmly. Jiang Yuan and the others nodded slightly, instructing their disciples to step forward from the crowd. During this process, someone suddenly voiced a doubt. Respected elders, what if the demon from Wangxing Gate has disguised itself as one of your disciples? Exactly. It makes no sense for him to hide among us. He might as well disguise himself as one of you prodigies, making his escape much simpler. Silence. Do you not know the authenticity of our disciples? Hong Li barked angrily. A terrifying aura of the Yuandan realm enveloped the group of questioning martial artists, causing their legs to tremble in fear, silencing any further dissent. Once Gong Ming and the others stepped away from the crowd to stand beside their respective elders, the remaining martial artists dwindled in number. Yet there were still 300 to 400 present. These individuals were not all loose cultivators. Some hailed from less prominent backgrounds, and their sect elders were absent. thus receiving the same treatment as the loose cultivators. They exchanged glances, attempting to discern any clues. What form will he take? Hiyu's expression darkened as he subtly scrutinized the nearby martial artists. Very well, if the demon from Wangxing Gate did not perish within the secret realm, he must be among this group. Shall we verify together? Jiang Yuan proposed. Chapter 173. Deceiving Heaven and Concealing the Sea as per the words of Master Jiang. We shall each verify the identities of this group of martial artists. If they are not from the Resurrection Sect, we shall not wrongfully accuse them. Princess Qingwei spoke softly. All right. Hong Li nodded, striding forward to a martial artist and seizing him. I shall go first. The innate martial artist captured by Hong Li displayed a visage of terror, soon feeling a terrifying aura surge through his meridians. Thud. Unable to withstand Hong Li's pressure, he coughed up blood, and before he could utter a word, Hong Li cast him aside, declaring, Not you. Thank you, Senior Hong. The innate martial artist, pale-faced, bowed to Hong Li before clutching his chest and retreating to the side. Though he suffered some internal injuries, he was fortunate enough to clear his name. Hong Li approached the next innate martial artist, who appeared increasingly frightened. While the methods of others, such as Princess Qingwei and Jiang Yuan, were notably gentler, none of the innate martial artists they examined suffered severe harm. One by one, the martial artists were exonerated, and before long, Jing Yuehan arrived before Su Han, scrutinizing him with each verification. Jing Yuehan regarded Su Han with a detached gaze. Without waiting for a response, her arm suddenly fell upon his shoulder, and a torrent of energy surged into Su Han's body. At that moment, Su Han's internal energy and Dan Si, under the influence of the heavenly deception mask, appeared unremarkable, with the fire seeds rank merely at the 4th tier. Su Han was masquerading as an innate martial artist in his 30s or 40s, with limited cultivation, making a 4th tier fire seed suitable for his current guise. You may proceed. After a moment, Jing Yuehan withdrew her force and nodded gently. Su Han returned a respectful gesture and stepped away from the group, moving to his side. The heavenly deception mask truly deserved its name. It was indeed a remarkable artifact. Su Han mused, his gaze softening as it fell upon Wang Dalong in the distance. Soon, everyone had passed the scrutiny of Jiang Yuan and the others, yet the expressions of the martial artists in the valley turned peculiar. Gong Ming immediately declared, the Resurrection Sect's fiend is at the half-step Nirvana stage, possessing formidable abilities. Even when confronting a Nirvana realm ghost Buddha, he may not lose. He cannot be dead within. Among this crowd, he undoubtedly exists. Princess Qingwei and the others remained silent, exchanging glances. If the Resurrection Sect fiend truly lurked among them, and they failed to unearth him, did it not imply that they, as formidable Yuan-Dan realm practitioners, were incapable of detecting a mere half-step Nirvana presence? Perhaps he entered the secret realm on the 2nd day and will only be released tomorrow? Someone posited skeptically. They had just undergone verification and were reluctant to linger here, especially those subjected to Hong Li's brutal examination, who internally berated Gong Ming. Apart from them, the remaining martial artists also wished to depart. Each had, to varying degrees, reaped some benefits from the secret realm, and delaying their exit to assimilate these gains could lead to unforeseen complications. Shi Tianlong entered the secret realm on the 1st day. Just like us, Jing Qing suddenly interjected. Are you certain? Jing Yuehan inquired. Many can attest. He struck down Brother Su and Chen Shitai on the very 1st day. Jing Qing affirmed. Master is dead? Su Shiyu was taken aback, then broke free from the grasp of a nearby young martial artist and rushed to Jing Qing. Is my master truly dead? Who is your master? Jing Qing frowned slightly. Su Shiyu, a martial artist at the fetal breath stage, was visibly not from one of the top 7 powers, as she appeared to be over 20 yet remained at the fetal breath stage, indicating a lack of talent. Chen Shitai, my master is Chen Shitai of the Juyang Academy. Su Shiyu quickly replied. Deceased. Jing Qing nodded slightly. Su Shiyu's countenance turned ashen, her eyes losing their focus. Jiang Yuan and the others ignored her, opting instead to deliberate on a 2nd round of verification. A wave of discontent swept through the martial artists. Yet they could not oppose Jiang Yuan and his companions, forced to remain stationary as they underwent re-examination. Fortunately, this time the examiner was different. Those traumatized by Hong Li's earlier scrutiny need not face him again. After the re-examination, no new information emerged. The methods of the Resurrection Sect are indeed intriguing, Hong Li remarked, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Let them go. Princess Qingwei said nonchalantly, no matter how we investigate today, we shall attain no results. Hearing this, the martial artists collectively sighed in relief. However, the elder Wu from the Golden Bell sect suddenly spoke. Since it is established that the Resurrection Sect fiend is among this group, Why not escort them to the 8-armed pagoda for further scrutiny? To release them now would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the wild. The martial artists, having just relaxed, instinctively glared at the elder Wu, internally cursing his ancestors. Ba, Master Xian Nung of the other shore temple intoned. Elder Wu's words hold merit. We must not wrong an innocent. Yet we cannot let a fiend escape easily. That monster has previously slain disciples from our Medicine Dead Valley, Wang Yu quietly reminded. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, I also concur with this approach. Cousin, 3 of our Dexian royal family's prodigies have perished at his hands. We must not let him escape lightly. Princess Qingwei's brow furrowed slightly. This course of action bore significant implications. If word spread, the world would accuse them of excessive tyranny. Matters must be weighed. The world will understand, Master Duanji smiled. The martial artists felt a sense of helplessness. They likely faced an extended period as prisoners within the 8-armed pagoda. At that moment, a servant from the Su family approached Su Qianquan. Young Master Qianquan. Why are you here as well? Su Qianquan was momentarily taken aback. I came with young Master Shirhan and have something to discuss, the servant replied. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him. Jiang Yuan frowned. The news of young Master Shirhan seeking vengeance against Su Han for his brother had spread throughout the martial world. The fact that this servant, possessing Nirvana realm cultivation, accompanied young Master Shirhan implied that the Su family had breached their protocols. What matter is it? Su Qianquan asked sternly. Young Master Shirhan has come to avenge young Master Shiwan. He believed that Su Han had entered the secret realm after hearing from Murong Bai of the Medicine Dead Valley. Now that young Master Shirhan is dead, this old servant suspects that it is inextricably linked to Su Han, the Su family servant slowly articulated. Chapter 174. Get out of here. Su Han. Su Xiaoyu suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the servant of the Su family, only to smile self-deprecatingly. How could Su Han possibly be associated with this group of martial artists? Behind them stood formidable super clans and sections. The name young Master Shiwan sounded so familiar. Wait. Su Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her face reflecting an increasingly peculiar emotion. Are you implying that Shirhan was killed by Su Han? Su Qianquan's brows furrowed. Even if he did not directly slay him, he must certainly be involved. It would be best to allow Murong Bai to clarify this matter. As he led the young master into the secret realm, the young master's death therein is also his responsibility. The Su family's servant cast a cold gaze toward Murong Bai. Do not slander me. I came here with Su Shirhan for the secret realm, not for any matter concerning Su Han. Many witnessed Su Shirhan being killed by the demon of the Rebirth Gate. Now that your master is dead, do you act like a mad dog and bite indiscriminately? Murong Bai retorted furiously, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Yuan, who appeared to be deep in thought. Seeing this, Murong Bai's hatred for the Su family's old servant intensified. He had initially pursued Su Han alongside Su Shirhan for reasons that could not be disclosed. Now, to have it mentioned before so many people. Was it not to cast him into injustice? Jiang Yao's brows slightly furrowed as she regarded Murong Bai. She was no fool. As a servant of the Su family, he could not have fabricated such accusations against an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley without basis. Unless, what he said was indeed true. Could it be that Murong Bai colluded with outsiders to harm his fellow disciples? This would be a grave sin within the Medicine Dead Valley. Even if Murong Feng intervened, he could only spare Murong Bai from the death penalty, yet he could not escape the punishment for the living. Do not speak yet. Allow me to inquire further. Jiang Yuan smiled at Murong Bai, gesturing for him to remain calm. Then turned to the Su family's servant. You assert that Murong Bai led Su Shirhan in pursuit of the outer disciple Su Han from the Medicine Dead Valley? Not a pursuit, merely a request for guidance. My young master seeks revenge on Su Han. This matter is known far and wide. The Su family's old servant replied slowly. You slander me. Murong Bai let out a furious roar. He wished to curse further, but was silenced by Jiang Yuan's stern gaze, forcing his words back into his throat. Very well, you claim he was merely guiding. Yet why did you follow secretly? Have you forgotten the rules of the martial world? Jiang Yuan stated indifferently. The old servant replied, I have not forgotten. I followed young Master Shirhan merely to ensure his safety from the savage demons. Throughout, I have never acted against anyone. His words were seamless, without any hint of flaw. Jiang Yuan truly could not find grounds to condemn him based on this alone. Even if what you say is true, Su Shihan's death has no connection to the outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley. He was slain by the demon of the Rebirth Gate, and many witnessed it. Jiang Yuan replied coolly. Perhaps that Su Han is the demon of the Rebirth Gate? The Su family's old servant interjected suddenly. Bang! Jiang Yuan waved his hand. And Su Qianquan barely had time to react before the Su family's old servant was sent flying several dozen. Chapter 175. Temptation, the old servant of the Su family, ambled along the path, his lips perpetually murmuring. Upon learning of Su Shihan's demise, he did not outwardly display great sorrow or joy, yet his spirit endured a profound shock at that moment. After receiving a blow from Jiang Yuan, he was plunged into a state of utter madness. The two young masters will not die in vain. I cannot say if your two young masters will meet an unjust end, but I can assure you, your life ends today. Chen Su, her hands resting upon the hilt of her sword, gazed coolly at the old servant of the Su family. The old servant raised his head to meet Chen Su's gaze. His eyes clouded and distant, his pupils unfocused. The two young masters will not die in vain. This matter will not end here. At his final utterance, his voice suddenly boomed with intensity. His aura surged violently, flames of true energy erupting forth, transforming him into a fiery deity in an instant. The earth beneath his feet melted away, crystallizing in his wake. With eyes aflame, the old servant charged at Chen Su, roaring like a ferocious tiger, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chen Su's expression remained composed, waiting until he was upon her before her sword stirred into action. With a swift motion, the blade effortlessly pierced through the flames surrounding the old servant, plunging into his heart. Though the force dissipated at that point, his heart was pierced through, leaving him with no more than a fleeting moment to live. Bang! The old servant's hand struck Chen Su's shoulder, sending her, sword and all, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. The old servant stood in a daze, his clarity returning slowly, the flames around him contracting until they vanished completely. Who are you? He demanded angrily, clutching his chest. He needed to return with news. Su Shihan was dead, and he must convey this message to Su Yunfeng. He could not perish midway. Who am I? I am Chen Su of the Nine Peak, from the Medicine Death Valley. Chen Su rose slowly, fixing her gaze upon the old servant. I am the senior sister of Su Han. Su Han's senior sister. It is him. If this scoundrel does not die, I shall haunt him as a ghost. The old servant's laughter was deranged, blood seeping through his fingers. Though in the Nirvana realm he could typically control his energy to seal wounds, his heart was shattered. His essence flowing backward, nearly dissipating entirely. Even if he could seal the wound, it would not stave off his impending demise. Unless one is a martial sovereign or martial king with special means to survive a destroyed heart, the Nirvana realm possesses no such capabilities. Su Shidi will not perish. You believe him to be an ordinary outer court disciple, but he harbors the 9th grade martial seed within him. He will undoubtedly become a dragon among men, much like the prodigy from our Medicine Death Valley. In time, he will vanquish the younger generation of your Su family. Chen Su spoke with an air of indifference. What? The old servant's face contorted in disbelief. You speak of the 9th grade martial seed? Impossible. He is merely a prince of Su country, possessing only a 6th grade martial seed. Huh. You do not even know the true nature of Su Shidi, yet you dare to pursue him? It seems Morong Feng has not divulged the truth to you. For had he done so, you would never have harbored murderous intent against Su Shidi. He could not use you as a tool for assassination. A hint of derision flickered in Chen Su's eyes. He truly possesses the 9th grade martial seed? The old servant's expression shifted dramatically, though reluctant to believe. He understood that the one before him had no reason to deceive a dying man. Morong Feng, my master has been deceived. Deceived. The old servant's eyes widened, and he slowly knelt. Even as life slipped away, a fierce rage lingered in his gaze. Chen Su cast him a cold glance before cleaving off the old servant's head with a single stroke of her sword, then turned to leave. At the 8-arm stupa gate. This was the outer court of the 8-arm stupa gate. You are not to leave this peak without permission. Everywhere else is open for your movement. Hong Li observed Su Han and the others coldly. Many outer court disciples wore expressions of curiosity, unaware of the events that had transpired. Not only had Hong Li returned, but he had also brought several powerful Yuan Dan realm cultivators and hundreds of innate realm warriors. Everyone, let us depart. Hong Li smiled at Jiang Yuan and the others, leading them away from the peak, leaving hundreds of warriors to exchange bewildered glances. Hey, who are you? Why did Deputy Dean Hong bring you here? An outer court disciple of the 8-arm stupa gate approached the group, his tone indifferent. We too have been implicated. The seniors suspect that one among us conceals a demon from the Rebirth gate. Hence we are to be confined here until our innocence is established. A middle-aged warrior, whose appearance was somewhat disheveled, sighed lightly, though his eyes were darting about. This was Wang Dalong, the one who had delivered the deceiving heaven mask to Su Han. A demon from the Rebirth gate? Come, quickly share the details with us. The disciples of the 8-arm stupa gate inquired eagerly. However, after hearing the accounts, their expressions darkened considerably. The first to speak, a congenital warrior. fixed his cold gaze upon all present. Brother Zhao Su is esteemed within our outer court, and so is Brother Luo Yu, a demon from the Rebirth Gate. Upon entering our 8-armed stupa gate, shall find it impossible to leave. Having spoken, he cast another chilling glance at everyone before distancing himself with the other outer court disciples. After all, there could be among them the murderer of Zhao Su, Luo Yu, and other disciples of the 8-armed stupa gate. That night, everyone slept on the ground, as the 8-armed stupa gate had not arranged accommodation for them. The following day, some warriors appeared with grim expressions, feeling deeply wronged by their treatment. Before long, one such warrior clashed with the outer court disciples of the 8-armed stupa gate, seemingly ignited by a few heated words, resulting in the warrior being beaten nearly to death. How can you treat us this way? We are not demons from the Rebirth Gate. We are innocent. Some, fearing for their own safety, rallied to protect the beaten warrior. Glaring furiously at the disciples of the 8-armed stupa gate, Su Han observed the scene with a detached gaze, having already surmised Hong Li's intentions. He had clearly seen that the warrior was provoked deliberately by the outer court disciples, leading to the conflict. Meanwhile, in the void, Jiang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Princess Qingwei frowned and said, "Such a method of testing may harm too many innocents." Princess Qingwei, desperate times call for desperate measures. I have no alternative, but I can assure you that no one will die unjustly as a result. The demons from the Rebirth Gate are all arrogant. As long as my disciples continue to provoke them, they will eventually reveal their true colors. Hong Li clasped his hands in respect. Ba, Hong Benefactor, your actions are indeed born of necessity. Master Xian Neng remarked, uttering a Buddhist chant. Chapter 176. If all else fails, bow a few more times in the ensuing days. It seemed as though Su Han and his companions had been forgotten by Hong Li and his group. Aside from being provided with meals and water, the 8-armed pagoda sect had not arranged any accommodations for them, and each day, different disciples would come to provoke them. You just stepped on my foot. A burly man glared coldly at Wang Dalong. Compared to him, Wang Dalong appeared almost childlike in his slenderness. Wang Dalong glanced at the ground, then at the burly man. A sheepish smile crossing his face. Dear brother, we are at least 10 feet apart. How could I have stepped on your foot? Do you dare to question me? Do you think I, as a disciple of the 8-armed pagoda, would lie? You insignificant rogue, if you do not receive a lesson today, you truly believe my sect can be bullied. The burly man, enraged, burst into laughter, striding towards Wang Dalong and proceeding to give him a thorough beating. The burly man was in the late stage of the innate realm, while Wang Dalong's cultivation was quite average, making him no match for his opponent. For a good while, he was pummeled, bloodied, and battered. Stop. I am definitely not a demon of the Rebirth sect. Look, I'm kneeling before you. Wang Dalong wailed in despair, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a thud. Upon witnessing this, the burly man halted his assault, his expression shifting to one of bemusement, mirrored by the onlookers. I shall spare you for today. The burly man scoffed, turning to leave. Wang Dalong felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, then turned his pale face towards the others. Damn it, where's that demon of the Rebirth sect hiding? Come out quickly, stop tormenting us. The others were not foolish. Wang Dalong was particularly astute, and he could see through Hong Li's intentions. In these past few days, everyone had tried to suppress their tempers, refraining from retaliating against the provocations. Otherwise, the burly man would not have resorted to such a petty method of provocation, merely seeking to test whether Wang Dalong was indeed the demon of the Rebirth sect. Thus, even if they departed from the 8-armed pagoda, they could not claim that the sect had tortured them, for the sect had employed such subtle tactics to undermine them without explicitly stating they were being interrogated. Yes, Rebirth sect demon, come out quickly. Aren't you all so formidable? Isn't every disciple of the Rebirth sect proud and arrogant? Why hide away? This cowardly behavior is truly disgraceful to the Rebirth sect. He suddenly stood up, casting his gaze around. I tell you, this demon of the Rebirth sect has been utterly rampant within the secret realm. Yet, when faced with a Yuan Dan realm expert, he scurries away like a rat, hiding in the shadows and dragging us down with him. He dares not face the consequences of his own actions. What a waste. A useless dog. The Rebirth sect is a worthless faction, a trash sect. As he spoke with fervor, spittle flying from his mouth. He was aware that Su Han was present and could hear him, yet he felt no fear, convinced that Su Han would not dare to reveal himself. Su Han watched you with a bemused smile, his demeanor mirroring that of the others, as if he were merely an observer of the spectacle. He used insults towards the Rebirth sect did not concern him, as he was not a disciple of that sect. However, when He began to insult him, Su Han's gaze turned notably cold, aware that several eyes were scrutinizing the area. Any movement would surely be noticed. He continued to berate the Rebirth sect for nearly half an hour before finally ceasing. It seems this rat dares not show its face, he sneered. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, the frustrations of being confined in this place dissipating. The following day, a Nirvana realm warrior suddenly approached the group. His expression dark as he surveyed them. The crowd dared not breathe, fully aware that a mere punch from such a powerful figure could cost them their lives. They understood that the warrior was deliberately provoking them, and it was unnecessary to suffer for the sake of pride. Thus, even those with considerable status and pride among them lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. You, and you come with me. The Nirvana realm warrior spoke abruptly, pointing at Su Han, He, Wang Dalong, and another Innate realm warrior. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This time, there was no provocation. They were being taken away directly. Did this mean they were to be punished? The thought sent a pallor across their faces. You cannot take us like this. We are innocent. If you dare to torture us, the 8-armed pagoda will be scorned by the martial world. No different from a demonic sect. Thud. Wang Dalong dropped to his knees once more, pleading with the Nirvana realm warrior, Senior, I, Wang Dalong, am innocent. I could never be the demon of the Rebirth sect. Look, I am kneeling before you. If necessary, I will prostrate myself further. The demon of the Rebirth sect is proud and would never demean himself like this. After saying this, he indeed knocked his forehead against the ground several times. Many in the crowd frowned, their gazes towards Wang Dalong tinged with disdain. Even if they wished to clear their names, they would not resort to such disgraceful acts that tarnish their sect. The dignity of a warrior must not be infringed. Enough of the kowtowing. The 8-armed pagoda will not torture you. I require your assistance with certain matters, the Nirvana realm warrior stated blandly. Not torture? Wang Dalong paused his actions, cautiously rising from the ground, a sight that drew further scorn from many warriors. Senior, is what you say true? Although some of us are mere rogue cultivators, many hail from respectable sections. If you dare to torture us, the entire martial world will unite in condemnation, drowning the 8-armed pagoda with spit. A young warrior spoke with skepticism. The speaker seemed to hail from a sect boasting a martial king, and thus, since his arrival at the 8-armed pagoda, he had maintained a bold demeanor. Whether it is true or false, why should I explain to you? If you wish to know, why not take the place of this kneeling fool? The Nirvana realm warrior retorted coldly. Forget it. I shall trust the senior for now, the young warrior chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. The Nirvana realm warrior then snorted, addressing Su Han and his companions. Follow me. Su Han, expressionless, walked behind Wang Dalong, following the Nirvana realm warrior away from the peak. His curiosity piqued regarding what methods the 8-armed pagoda would employ to test them next. Once Su Han and the others departed, the remaining warriors exchanged glances, unable to suppress a soft sigh, wondering when such days of torment would finally come to an end. Chapter 177. The Guardian Beast of the Sect. Senior, where exactly are you taking us? He could no longer contain his curiosity after following the Nirvana realm warrior for quite some time. You will know when we arrive, replied the Nirvana realm warrior in a cold tone, thereafter falling silent. The group could only follow closely behind, each lost in their own thoughts. An hour later, the Nirvana realm warrior halted before a cavern. The entrance loomed 5 zhang high, nestled in a shadowy recess, shrouded in darkness within. Within resides the guardian beast of our 8-armed floating stupa sect. The disciple who usually oversees this place has other matters to attend to. From now on, you 4 are responsible for its care, feeding, cleaning, and so forth, the warrior stated indifferently. What? You and the others were taken aback. Senior, we are not disciples of the 8-armed floating stupa sect. It seems inappropriate for us to manage this place. Su Han interjected with a smile. You are idle anyway. Once your suspicions are cleared, you may leave. For now, familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, the warrior said, casting a fleeting glance at the group before releasing a faint pressure that enveloped them all. The faces of Wang Dalong and the others paled. The situation was evident. If they did not comply, they might suffer a severe beating. After a few breaths, the 4 of them, under the warrior's watchful gaze, stepped into the pitch-black cave. What kind of spirit beast resides in such darkness? Wang Dalong hesitated, trailing behind the others. The guardian spirit beast of the 8-armed floating stupa sect is said to possess formidable strength, comparable to an 8th-tier barbarian demon. It was subdued by the sect's founder in the barbarian demon mountains. Its essence is that of a barbarian demon, merely submissive to our human race, He explained coolly. Another warrior, intrigued, asked, by your account, this barbarian demon must be quite old? Barbarian demons have lifespans 3 times that of humans. Doing the math, it must be at least 500 years old, He confirmed. As the group conversed casually, they ventured about 100 zhang deeper when suddenly, The surroundings brightened. 2 green lanterns hung overhead. Where is this guardian spirit beast? Wang Dalong scanned the area, puzzled. The guardian spirit beast is right before you, Su Han replied calmly. The others scrutinized the area closely, and soon, aside from Su Han, 3 of them broke into a cold sweat. The green lanterns above were not lanterns at all. They were 2 eyeballs. Before them sat a terrifying giant, at least 3 zhang tall, its iron-gray skin blending perfectly with the surroundings. Initially, they had mistaken it for a stone wall. At nearly 10 meters tall, could this truly be an 8th-tier barbarian demon, rivaling a spiritual manifestation realm expert? Su Han mused, wondering what Junjun's true form had looked like at her peak, perhaps not dissimilar to this humanoid barbarian demon. Where's the food? The giant's voice boomed, reverberating through the cave, causing the fabric of their clothing to tremble. Senior, we merely entered to familiarize ourselves with the environment, he said, a flicker of fear in his eyes, quickly bowing. Without food, I shall feast upon you, the giant declared, a gust of wind rushing towards the group. They turned in horror as a colossal hand reached out, aiming directly for them. The 8-armed floating stupa sect has deliberately set us up. He shouted in a mix of rage and terror, turning to flee. Wang Dalong and another warrior reacted swiftly, but alas, the enormous hand accelerated in an instant. The thought of escape barely crossed their minds when they were all ensnared, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating Wang Dalong. Su Han remained motionless, his mind clear. The 8-armed floating stupa sect, even to investigate his whereabouts, would not intentionally harm He and the others. Such actions would only tarnish their own reputation. Lord Wang Jiang. I wonder if any among these 4 are from the Rebirth sect? The earlier Nirvana realm warrior appeared in the cave, bowing respectfully to the giant. It was indeed a test of us. He and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were not destined to become the giant's meal. The giant's earlier actions were merely a fade to intimidate them. Humph, should you trouble me again, at the very least, send me 100 portions of blood food. The giant huffed before his gaze fell upon He. This child had altered his appearance. His true strength had already reached half a step into nirvana. What? Wang Dalong and the other warrior were struck with astonishment, and even the Nirvana realm warrior looked taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that He was a demonic figure from the Rebirth sect. Equally shocked was He. How could a dignified 8th-tier barbarian demon utter such blatant lies? He was nowhere near half a step into nirvana. He hadn't even reached the peak of the innate realm. How dare you? You scoundrel, it was you who lambasted the Rebirth sect, yet it turns out you are one of their demons. Wang Dalong berated He furiously, having knelt multiple times due to this predicament. All the humiliation was the fault of the man before them. With a flick of its wrist, the giant sent He flying, landing heavily before the Nirvana realm warrior. His power has been sealed. You may take him away. Yes. Thank you, Lord Wang Jiang. The Nirvana realm warrior's face lit up with excitement as he grasped He, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Demon, did you think you could escape? Now that Lord Wang Jiang is here, your true identity is revealed. It wasn't me. He's mind screamed in panic, his eyes wide with fear. He wished to argue, but he could not even open his mouth, his body bound by an unseen force. Ah, so you finally know fear? The Nirvana realm warrior misinterpreted the terror in He's eyes. Lord Wang Jiang, now that the demon is found, these 3 are innocent. Might I suggest you release them? The Nirvana realm warrior looked at the giant with a sheepish smile. Finally, it is over. Tears welled in Wang Dalong and the other warrior's eyes, while Su Han's expression remained slightly peculiar. Logically, with the giant's prowess, such a gross misjudgment should not occur. Had he not sensed a Yuan Dan realm expert following the Nirvana realm warrior, Su Han would not have willingly walked into this cave. He had thought to delay the situation no matter what occurred, yet the current predicament left him in a state of confusion. Chapter 178. The transaction. The giant finally released his grip, and as Wang Dalong landed, he rushed straight to He and kicked him several times. The Nirvana realm expert furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing this and, after a brief pause, spoke up. Stop kicking. Senior. It is everyone's duty to eliminate evil and uphold justice. This fiend has caused us immense suffering. A few kicks are merely a release of frustration. Wang Dalong replied with a sheepish grin after ceasing his assault. Each kick landed squarely on He's face, transforming his once handsome visage into that of a pig's head. Ancestor Wang, we shall take our leave now. The Nirvana realm expert disregarded Wang Dalong and bowed slightly to the giant. Have him deliver 200 portions of blood food to me. The giant suddenly pointed at Su Han. The Nirvana realm expert was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Although he did not understand why the giant wanted Su Han to transport the blood food, he felt compelled to comply, as the giant was an 8th-order barbarian demon, comparable to a law manifestation expert. After the group exited the cave, several figures descended from the sky, landing before them. We pay our respects to the esteemed seniors. The crowd hurriedly bowed. Hong Li glanced at Hiyu, who was being held by the Nirvana realm expert, a frown creasing his brow. Ancestor Wang, can you identify the fiend from the Rebirth sect? It is him. The deputy interjected, indicating Hiyu. Is it truly him? Jiang Yuan and the others' gazes fell upon Hiyu, surprise evident in their eyes, as they recalled his earlier insults directed at the Rebirth sect. The disciples of the Rebirth sect are truly lacking. In order to survive, they would defame their own sect. Su Qianquan remarked with cold derision. It wasn't me. Hiyu silently screamed within, but no words escaped his lips. All he could do was roll his eyes, leading everyone to mistakenly believe he was pondering an escape. Deputy. He has already been confined by Ancestor Wang. The Nirvana realm expert chuckled. Since he has been captured by Ancestor Wang. Even if he were a martial sovereign or martial king, escape is impossible. It would be wise for him to contemplate his fate. Hong Li sneered, seizing Hiyu. How is his cultivation not half a step into Nirvana? The Princess Qingwei inquired. Ancestor Wang stated he employed a secret technique to conceal his true cultivation. The Nirvana realm expert explained. Princess Qingwei, do you still doubt Ancestor Wang's words? Since he claims this person is a fiend from the Rebirth sect, he undoubtedly is. Hong Li replied with a smile. It's not that I don't believe him. I merely wish to avoid harming the innocent. Princess Qingwei chuckled. If we take turns, he will surely reveal his true nature. Please, everyone, Hong Li urged with a grin. Before departing, Hong Li instructed the Nirvana realm expert to release everyone and then vanished with Jiang Yuan and the others before the four. You will soon be free, but Ancestor Wang has tasked you with delivering 200 portions of blood food. I wonder if the young brother could be so kind as to assist? The Nirvana realm expert smiled at Su Han, his tone considerably more polite than before. Of course, Su Han replied with a smile and a nod. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to leave the 8-armed floating pagoda. But the Nirvana realm expert kept a vigilant eye on him until he delivered the 200 portions of blood food into the cave, still watching from outside. After placing the blood food down, Su Han exchanged a long-distance gaze with the giant. You are a disciple of the Rebirth sect. The giant spoke slowly. Such a trivial skill of mine could hardly escape your notice, senior. But may I ask why you wish to help me conceal this matter? Su Han inquired, clasping his hands. The giant's lips curled into a slight smile. I once knew a disciple of the Rebirth sect, and her cultivation far surpassed yours. He paused. If she were to discover you impersonating a disciple of the Rebirth sect, she might very well strike you dead. Su Han chuckled, aware that this matter could not be hidden from the giant. Since the giant was acquainted with a disciple of the Rebirth sect, he would likely be well versed in their techniques. Few can remain as composed as you before me, while only half a step into Nirvana, the giant remarked, a note of admiration in his voice. I hope you can deliver a message for me to the barbarian demon mountains. Why do you believe I would convey this message after departing? Su Han asked. For a martial artist of my cultivation, venturing too deep into the barbarian demon mountains would be exceedingly perilous. I may not even reach the location you wish me to go before becoming prey to the demons. You will deliver it. I have implanted a seed within you. In 3 years, return to this place with the token, and I will extract the seed for you. Otherwise, once it takes root, you will transform into a mindless tree, akin to death, the giant stated with a serene smile. Su Han's gaze flickered, and he instinctively examined himself, quickly discovering a pitch-black seed nestled within his Dan Si. This seed was remarkably unique, as the surrounding aura could not approach it. Su Han's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed as a faint smile graced his lips. Even without this seed, out of gratitude for your concealment on my behalf, I would personally deliver this message. Excellent. You are exceptionally forthright. With your cultivation, you can keep the 8-armed floating pagoda spinning in circles. I trust you will not perish midway through the barbarian demon mountains. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent individual is quite effortless, the giant grinned. Now go. They will soon realize that the little fellow is not a disciple of the Rebirth sect. You likely have a day to escape from this place. With that, the giant raised his hand again, and a beam of light instantly entered Su Han's brow. The location has been implanted in your memory. If you earnestly recall, you will know where to go. Once you arrive, you will understand what message I wish to convey. This memory will fade once you emerge from that place. Is this the method of the law manifestation golden body? It can directly inscribe information into a person's memory? Su Han inquired, astonished. He carefully reflected, and indeed, he found a location in his memory that he had never visited. Su Han bowed to the giant and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted and, without turning back, asked, Senior, if I can eradicate the poison on your fire seed, what reward might you offer in return? The giant's previously calm demeanor instantly turned grave, and a fierce wind swept through the cave, the invisible gust wrapping around Su Han like a shackle, propelling him toward the giant. What poison do you speak of? The giant glared at Su Han. The layer of gray substance clinging to your fire seed. You must be constrained by it, correct? Su Han replied calmly, a smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with a purple hue, revealing everything within the giant's body without concealment. Chapter 179, The Trust of Life and Death Technique? Can you truly perceive the seal upon my fire seed? The giant's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Su Han replied with a smile, nodding. You just claimed you could dispel the seal on my fire seed. I offer you a chance to retract that statement, the giant said, his tone somewhat somber. A seal? To me, it is merely a toxic substance, albeit with unique properties. With the right remedy, dispelling it is not particularly difficult, Su Han responded calmly. The giant fell silent, scrutinizing Su Han, who returned the gaze. They exchanged glances for several moments. Eventually, the giant's tone softened slightly, though a hint of skepticism remained. Are you a fire seed physician? One could say that. Su Han smiled. If you do not believe me, as per our earlier agreement, I shall send a message on your behalf, and in return, you shall rid me of the fire seed within my body. Then we shall owe each other nothing. Even if you are a fire seed physician, what of it? The seal upon my fire seed was placed there by that old ghost himself. Over the years, I have attempted countless methods to break it, yet have failed. Thus I remain confined here. At their mercy, the giant spoke slowly. I am an 8th-tier barbarian demon, my strength comparable to your human race's Dharma body. If I cannot succeed, why should you think you can? Senior, there is something I must say, Su Han chuckled. Speak, the giant replied. In terms of cultivation, you are indeed leagues ahead of me, but every field has its master. My expertise in fire seeds is such that even if you were to practice for another 500 years, you might not match even a fraction of my understanding. Su Han stated with a gentle smile, his tone brimming with confidence. A flicker of seriousness appeared in the giant's eyes as he assessed Su Han's confident demeanor, honed by years of experience. Your words hold some merit. Can you truly lift the seal on my fire seed? It is not a seal. In the eyes of fire seed physicians, it is merely a special type of toxin. Su Han clarified. Regardless of whether it is a seal or a toxin, can you truly unravel it? The giant's brow furrowed slightly. I can, Su Han replied with a calm smile. Speak then. What do you desire? I possess no material wealth, but I do know a few techniques and martial arts. If you help me remove the seal, I shall take you as my disciple. With your talent, your future would be boundless, the giant proposed. Well, I lack for neither techniques nor martial arts, Su Han chuckled. What is it that you truly seek? The giant scrutinized Su Han closely. Do you have enemies? When I am free, shall I assist you in eliminating them? My enemies are not formidable. I can deal with them myself, Su Han replied with a smile. What, then, do you desire? The giant's impatience became apparent. Withdraw the seed planted in my dansi, and we shall burn some yellow paper to swear brotherhood. How does that sound? Su Han suggested cheerfully. What? The giant was taken aback. Then a smirk of derision appeared on his face. You propose I withdraw the seed from your dansi without issue, but why should I swear brotherhood with you? You are merely a half-step nirvana, while I am an 8th-tier barbarian demon, on the verge of reaching the 9th tier, comparable to your 6 great heavenly emperors. Then it seems there is no other way. These are my terms. If you do not become my sworn brother, what reason do I have to help you dispel the toxin from your fire seed? I shall simply convey a message for you, and you shall withdraw the seed from my body. Then we would owe each other nothing. I will walk my path of sunshine, and I hope you can ascend to the 9th tier in this environment. In that case, the toxin in your fire seed will no longer be of concern. Su Han's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. The giant's expression shifted numerous times, finally settling into a cold tone. You dare provoke me? Do you not fear I might obliterate you? In that case, no one will be left to carry your message, Su Han replied with a smile. The giant fell into silence, pondering for a long while before slowly speaking again. If I withdraw the seed from your dansi and you vanish without a trace, would I not have drawn water in vain? Not only would there be no one to deliver my message, but also no one to lift the seal on my fire seed. It is not a seal, it is a toxin, Su Han reminded him once more. Then let us proceed as previously discussed. Allow me to consider it, the giant said slowly, closing his eyes. Su Han remained suspended in the air. After a brief moment, the giant opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. Should you dare deceive me, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth to exact my vengeance. With that, he willed a seed to emerge from Su Han's dansi. Su Han inspected his dansi and indeed found the seed missing. Let us swear brotherhood. The giant swallowed the seed and spoke slowly. We have no yellow paper or wine, so let us keep it simple. That is acceptable, Su Han smiled, nodding. Su Han. Today wish to. What is your name? Wang Jiang, the Wang of nobility. Very well. I, Su Han, today wish to swear brotherhood with Wang Jiang. From this day forth, we shall share fortune and misfortune, trust our lives to one another, offer aid in times of peril, with heaven and earth as witnesses, mountains and rivers as our bond. Should we break this oath, let the 5 thunders strike me down, and my soul perish, never to enter reincarnation. Su Han's voice rang out powerfully, echoing through the cave, yet the surroundings had long been enveloped by a barrier set by Wang Jiang, rendering the outside realm oblivious to their exchange. I hope you will not make me regret this, Wang Jiang said, regarding Su Han with a deep gaze. My elder brother, I shall take my leave for now. Please await my good news patiently. Su Han replied with a smile and a clasped fist. Very well, I shall await you here. Wang Jiang responded with a hearty laugh. After being imprisoned in this cave for 500 years, under the command of the 8-armed floating Buddha sect for generations, hope now glimmered on the horizon for him to see the light of day once more. Chapter 180. Kindred spirits, it seems that only the fire seed heavenly monument can discern the quality of the fire seeds. As Su Han made his way out of the cave, he couldn't help but reflect upon this notion. Although figures like Wang Jiang were akin to the embodiments of the Dharma, being among the pinnacle of power in the world, his prior demeanor suggested that he had utterly failed to detect the existence of the Pan Wang Ding and the Holy Buddha, both of which were 9th-grade fire seeds. Within Su Han, having forged a brotherly bond with someone of the Dharma realm, he finally had a reliable ally. With this in mind, a trace of amusement surfaced in Su Han's eyes. Despite their brief acquaintance, Wang Jiang had taken the initiative to conceal his identity and agreed to Su Han's terms, choosing to trust him by retracting the seed he had implanted within Su Han. This indicated a certain compatibility in temperament between Wang Jiang and Su Han. Had Wang Jiang merely consented to the brotherhood without any intention of reclaiming the seed, Su Han's attitude towards him would have undoubtedly been different. Why the delay? Upon seeing Su Han exit the cave, a figure from the Nirvana realm furrowed his brow and inquired, "What were you discussing with Ancestor Wang Jiang?" Ancestor Wang Jiang simply asked about matters from the outside world. We got carried away in conversation and lost track of time. Please do not hold it against me. Su Han replied with a smile. It had indeed been many years since Ancestor Wang Jiang had ventured outside. A complex expression flickered in the Nirvana realm's eyes as he nodded slightly, then scrutinized Su Han from head to toe. How may I address you? I am Yang Dingxian, a disciple from the inner court of the 8-armed Buddhist sect. He introduced himself. Why not Yang Dingtian? Su Han mused inwardly, then smiled. I am Long Tian Sure. From which sect do you hail? Yang Dingxian inquired. I belong to no sect. I merely practice a family tradition, Su Han replied. Yang Dingxian's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and his attitude towards Su Han became noticeably colder. Soon after, Su Han departed from the 8-armed Buddhist sect. Not far along the path, he spotted a rather dubious figure crouched by the roadside. Upon seeing Su Han, the figure sprang to his feet and approached with a beaming smile. Little brother, it seems we are truly fated. Ah, it's you. Su Han replied with a bemused smile, gazing at Wang Dalong. He was not wrong. Their paths had indeed crossed multiple times. Wang Dalong's words might have been mere pleasantries, but the fact remained that despite Su Han's numerous disguises, Wang Dalong consistently approached him. This suggested that Wang Dalong likely navigated the world through his silver tongue. How embarrassing. I've spent several days with you at the 8-armed Buddha sect and still don't know your name, Wang Dalong said with a grin. Long Tian Sure. Su Han replied with a smile. Long is a fine surname, majestic and imposing. Ah, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Wang Dalong praised before his expression shifted to one of exasperation, and he clasped his fists in farewell. Where are you in such a hurry to go, Brother Wang? I thought you were waiting for me here. Why not share your intentions with me? Su Han quickly caught up to Wang Dalong, walking alongside him. Wang Dalong stiffened slightly, casting a discreet glance at Su Han before offering a wry smile. You misunderstand, Brother Long. I merely felt a bit fatigued and stopped to rest. I was not specifically waiting for you. He was not lying. He indeed had not been waiting for Su Han. Wang Dalong had initially intended to seize a few fat sheep, but the innate beings he had released had witnessed him making others kneel at the 8-armed Buddha sect and were too disdainful to engage him in conversation, leaving Wang Dalong at a loss. You seem quite afraid of me. Su Han suddenly halted. Wang Dalong was startled and stopped as well, awkwardly smiling at Su Han. What do you mean by that? Brother Long, you are hardly a fearsome creature. At this point, Wang Dalong unexpectedly knelt before Su Han, bowing his head. Please do not harm me. I have a family to care for. Get up. Su Han's voice turned icy. Wang Dalong reacted swiftly, springing to his feet. Follow me, Su Han instructed coolly. Wang Dalong wore a pained expression, trailing after Su Han. An hour later, the two had exited the confines of the eight-armed Buddhist sect. Su Han, with a hint of a smile, turned to Wang Dalong. You're quite astute. How did you deduce my identity? Long Tian Shi, when pronounced in reverse, is not that of Shi Tian Long. I have heard tales of Brother Shi's reputation in the cave heaven, Wang Dalong replied with a rueful smile. The moment Su Han uttered his name, Wang Dalong had felt a chill run down his spine, realizing Su Han's true identity. Yet, he could not fathom why the guardian beast of the eight-armed Buddhist sect had mistakenly identified He Yu as a disciple of the Rebirth sect. Upon further reflection, He Yu's vitriolic outburst against the Rebirth sect made it clear he could not possibly be one of their disciples. It was merely the belief in the guardian beast's words that had prevented deeper inquiry into the matter. You are indeed clever, far more so than that Yang Dingxian, Su Han remarked with a smile. Yang Dingxian? A glimmer of confusion appeared in Wang Dalong's eyes. The one who brought us to the cave, Su Han clarified. He appears rather foolish, Wang Dalong concurred. Now, tell me, what are your intentions? Su Han inquired with a smile. Actually, I can be considered a member of the demon sect, Wang Dalong admitted, gritting his teeth. In the pursuit of martial cultivation, one requires ample resources. As I am not a disciple of a major sect and my aptitude is lacking, I have resorted to deceiving a few unsuspecting souls to acquire resources for my training. Then it seems we are indeed kindred spirits, Su Han remarked with a knowing smile. Yes, Brother Shi, we are kindred spirits, but compared to your background, I can only be considered this, Wang Dalong said, pinching his pinky finger. He hoped Su Han would acknowledge him, as only then could he secure his own life. You were quite critical of the Rebirth sect earlier, even going so far as to kick you several times. How is it that you now see me as a kindred spirit? Su Han chuckled. Wang Dalong's expression turned comical. Brother Shi, you misunderstand. I was merely putting on an act in front of Yang Dingxian. Yes, just an act. Very well, since we are kindred spirits, I have a task for you. Su Han said with a smile. What is it? Wang Dalong asked cautiously. Just follow me. Do not inquire unnecessarily. You will come to understand in due time. Su Han replied with a smile. Wang Dalong felt as though he had just escaped from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. A day later, within the eight-armed Buddhist sect, as the binding force imposed by Wang Jiang dissipated from He Yu's body, he cried out hoarsely to Hong Li and the others. This is a grave injustice. I am He Yu, a resident of Jiangyin in the Changyan dynasty. I am certainly not a demon of the Rebirth sect. I implore you, esteemed seniors, to see the truth. Chapter 181. Do you have any sense? Are all disciples of the Rebirth sect as shameless as you? Earlier, when you insulted the sect, I genuinely believed you were innocent. Hong Li sneered, stepping forward to firmly grasp He Yu's head. His palm resembling a large fan pressing down upon He Yu's crown, each finger imbued with terrifying strength, causing He Yu's forehead to creak audibly. It hurts. It hurts. He Yu let out a piteous wail. Logically, even if there were means to conceal one's true cultivation level in such a dire situation, it should be impossible to hide any longer. Princess Qingwei slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze towards He Yu filled with suspicion. The others understood what she was hinting at. When a martial artist suffers an external force's assault, there arises an instinctual resistance, causing even hidden powers to inadvertently reveal themselves. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Hong Li sneered, instantly increasing the pressure in his grip, and all present could seemingly hear the sound of He Yu's bones cracking. Hong Li sensed something amiss and immediately lessened his grip. Blood flowed continuously from He Yu's nostrils, and his expression grew considerably weaker. His vacant eyes gazed at the crowd. I am not a demon of the Rebirth sect. I truly am not. Indeed, he was not even at half-step nirvana. Take him to inspect the fire seed tier at the fire seed stone. Soon, the crowd confirmed that He Yu's fire seed tier was merely 4th grade. In a small place, it might be regarded as a treasure, yet such a tier was abundant in the eight-armed pagoda sect, let alone the Rebirth sect. The Rebirth sect would never cultivate a martial artist with 4th grade fire seed qualifications. He is not a demon of the Rebirth sect. Princess Qingwei sighed softly. He Yu's eyes brightened slightly. As long as he was not mistaken for a disciple of the Rebirth sect, he had a chance of survival today. Perhaps he could even secure some compensation from the eight-armed pagoda sect. The ancestor Wang Jiang will surely not deceive us. Hong Li's expression darkened. As far as I know, your sect's ancestor Wang Jiang is a level 8 barbarian beast, personally subdued by the founder of the eight-armed pagoda sect. I doubt he is truly satisfied. Perhaps this time he is deliberately toying with us. Master Ma Xian sneered, as it stands. That group of martial artists has already left this place. Attempting to capture them again is akin to chasing phantoms. The escape of the Rebirth sect's demon is a grave responsibility for the eight-armed pagoda sect. Master Ma Xian, one should not speak so lightly, Hong Li replied darkly. Our 8-armed pagoda sect has exerted immense effort to uncover the disciples of the Rebirth sect these past few days. We deserve recognition for our toil, if not our achievements. Enough, there is no need for further quarrels. Jiang Yuan intervened diplomatically, then turned to Hong Li. Brother Hong, why not visit Ancestor Wang Jiang for clarification? It would prevent us from mistakenly harming the innocent. Agreed. Hong Li nodded. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the cave's entrance, where Yang Dingxian had also been summoned by Hong Li. Upon seeing He Yu standing behind the crowd, seemingly unbound, he could not help but feel astonished. Ancestor Wang Jiang, you previously stated this child is a demon of the Rebirth sect, yet upon inspection by my disciples, this child is not even half-step nirvana. He is not the demon we seek. Hong Li pointed at He Yu. Although the crowd had not entered the cave, they knew that with Wang Jiang's cultivation level, discerning the situation outside the cave would be effortless. He Yu felt a pang of fear. He dreaded that Wang Jiang might once again slander him, for if such an event occurred, he might be executed by the 8-armed pagoda sect without question. Did I ever say he was a demon of the Rebirth sect? A voice of authority resonated from within the cave moments later. The crowd paused in surprise, and Yang Dingxian looked bewildered at the cave, but when he noticed Hong Li's intense gaze upon him, he hastily explained, Deputy Head. It was indeed Ancestor Wang Jiang who claimed this person to be a disciple of the Rebirth sect. Hong Li, though infuriated, understood Yang Dingxian would not dare deceive him on such matters. He could only continue to bow towards the cave. Ancestor Wang Jiang, I hope you will inform us truthfully whether this person is indeed a disciple of the Rebirth sect. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps I have been in this dark place for too long, and my eyes have grown dim. He may be, or he may not be. Wang Jiang's voice echoed again. Jiang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, already arriving at their own conclusions. Thank you, Ancestor Wang Jiang. We shall no longer disturb you, and will take our leave. Hong Li's face was grim as he clasped his hands and turned to depart. The truth was apparent. He had been played by Wang Jiang, who was a guardian spirit beast of the sect. Only the sect leader had the authority to command it. Others could only bow in respect. And even if Hong Li had erred, he had no right to reprimand. Yang Dingxian, when you brought this person to see Wang Jiang, did he exhibit any unusual traits? Hong Li, feeling reluctant, sought to uncover some clues. He Yu's expression grew tense once more. Unusual traits. Oh yes. Ancestor Wang Jiang requested that one of the 4 companions provide him with blood food. Yang Dingxian contemplated. Provide him with blood food? You were present at the time. Hong Li suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on Yang Dingxian. The disciple was not present. Yang Dingxian's face turned awkward. Ancestor Wang Jiang's aura was too overpowering. I was not keen on facing him directly. Wang Jiang must have reached some form of agreement with that martial artist. Do you know the name of that martial artist? Immediately send someone to capture him. Hong Li's expression darkened. Jiang Yuan and the others did not take this matter to heart. It had nothing to do with the Rebirth sect nor with them. Even if Wang Jiang had reached some form of agreement with that martial artist, it was an issue for the 8-armed pagoda sect to contend with. Oh, I happened to inquire about his name. He is called Long Tian Shi. Yang Dingxian hastily replied. Long Tian Shi. After a moment of silence, Hong Li suddenly bellowed. Do you have any sense? What does his name read backward? Backward? Shi Tian Long. Shi Tian Long. Yang Dingxian finally grasped the implication, his face revealing shock, followed closely by a countenance darker than Hong Li's, as though he had been force-fed excrement. Who does not know that the demon of the Rebirth sect claims to be Shi Tian Long within the secret realm of the cave heavens? This child is incredibly audacious. So brazen. Yang Dingxian's chest swelled with fury. A dignified Nirvana realm expert had been so toyed with by a mere half-step Nirvana. This was intolerable. Convey my orders. All half-step Nirvana in the outer court must mobilize and ensure this child is captured alive. If not, eliminate him. Hong Li declared with a dark voice. Yes. Yang Dingxian nodded grimly, turning to relay the orders. Chapter 182. You were just a child regrettably. According to the rules, this child, having escaped our grasp through his own strength, cannot be pursued directly by us without inviting retribution from the powerful within the realm of rebirth. Master Danji sighed softly. The previous situation differed from the current one. Back then, Su Han had just emerged from the secret realm, and we merely invited him to the 8-armed pagoda without any explicit threats towards the disciples of the realm of rebirth. However, should we now attempt a direct pursuit, word would surely spread, provoking retaliation from the realm of rebirth. Even the 7 leading powers dare not easily provoke such a hidden enemy. A mere half-step into nirvana should be left for our disciples to contend with. They ought to endure some trials to mature. Jiang Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng and Murong Feng had landed beside the decaying corpse of the Su family old servant. Morong Bai stood silently behind Morong Fong, his head bowed, not daring to speak. Brother Su, my condolences, Morong Fong said with a bitter smile. Su Yinfeng remained silent for a moment before turning to Morong Bai. Tell me how the World Soul was killed. Grandfather Su, I was not present when Brother World Soul died. But I heard that he was ambushed and killed by the demons of the realm of rebirth, Morong Bai replied softly. The demons of the realm of rebirth. Huh. Su Yifeng chuckled lightly, fully aware that the pursuit was aimed at Su Han, with no ties to the demons of the realm of rebirth. Did you lead him to that secret realm? How could you have known Su Han would go there? Morong Feng's expression shifted slightly as he recognized Su Yifeng's growing reproach towards Morong Bai and sighed inwardly, realizing that his relationship with the Su family had reached its end. I guessed. Morong Bai kept his head bowed. Lastly, did you see Su Han inside? Su Yinfeng asked indifferently. And no, Morong Bai's head sank even lower. Very well, perhaps this was the fate of World Soul. However, my old servant has accompanied me for many years. I regarded him as family. His death demands an explanation from your medicine dead valley, Su Yinfeng declared coldly, summoning his steed and disappearing into the sky with the corpse of the old servant. What a pity, after years of alliance with the Su family. It has all been ruined in an instant, Morong Feng sighed softly. Grandfather, that old servant of the Su family truly deserved it. He exposed me. Jiang Yuan now knows it was I who led Su Shihun to hunt Su Han. Once Jiang Yuan deals with the disciples of the realm of rebirth and returns to the medicine dead valley, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Morong Bai's eyes flashed with anger. He indeed deserved to die. After living for half a lifetime, he had no sense at all. Morong Feng nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He may have been killed by Jiang Yuan. The Su family will surely inquire about this matter. We could use this to our advantage, allowing Jiang Yuan to be preoccupied with this while you remain in seclusion and do not venture outside during this time. Understood. Morong Bai nodded. In Danyang Town, stay here and do not move. If I come back and find you missing, you know the consequences, Su Han said, his gaze fixed on Wang Dalong with a semblance of a smile. Yes, I will wait right here, absolutely not leaving. Wang Dalong nodded vigorously. Su Han smiled and turned to leave, quickly vanishing into the crowd. As soon as Su Han departed, Wang Dalong hastily made his escape in the opposite direction. What a fool. Does he think I'm an idiot? What does half step into nirvana matter? He is no deity, now that I have a chance to escape. How could he possibly catch me? No, I must return to the 8-armed pagoda to send a message. Perhaps I could earn a reward. Wang Dalong muttered to himself, cursing Su Han while imagining the reward he might receive, believing that as a second-tier power, the 8-armed pagoda would not be too miserly. Upon returning to the courtyard, the maid Xiaolan was overjoyed and immediately rushed to inform Junjun. After some time apart, Junjun appeared increasingly haggard. Su Han sighed softly. You must have nearly finished the immortal elixir, haven't you? Yes, about that, Junjun replied, sitting by the bed and scrutinizing Su Han before breaking into a smile. Your cultivation has increased rapidly. What realm are you at now? Are you not aware that I am a martial king? Su Han chuckled. In my prime, I could blow you away in one breath. Naturally, I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation now. Junjun smiled. In my current state, I am no different from an ordinary person. Half step into nirvana. Recently, I was fortunate enough to enter a secret realm and gain considerable benefits. Su Han grinned. Half step into nirvana. You possess dual fire seeds? Junjun's previously swaying feet abruptly stilled as she gazed at Su Han in astonishment. While dual fire seeds are rare, they are not exceedingly uncommon. Is it truly so remarkable? Su Han replied with a smile. The last time I saw you, you were merely at the innate stage. How could it be that only a short time has passed, and you have reached half step into nirvana? Your talent exceeds my expectations. Junjun's expression turned serious. Once a martial king of the barbarian demon clan, had she encountered a prodigious talent like Su Han in his prime, she might have easily dispatched him. Thus, I will soon become a Yuan Dan realm expert, then a martial sovereign, a martial king, and finally condense my law avatar golden body. Your injuries are a certain fix, Su Han assured her. Junjun's lips curled into an endearing smile. Very well, I shall trust you this once, and I hope you will not disappoint me. After a pause, she added, I had 2 enemies who learned of my failed law avatar condensation and are likely searching for me in Qingzhou. If you are afraid, I can relocate. Your enemies? Are they also 7th-tier barbarian demons? Su Han asked, slightly taken aback. One is from my clan, and the other is from your human race, Junjun replied, a trace of disdain in her eyes. They have been seeking me ever since I transcended, yet none dared to appear before me prior to my transcendence. For they knew I could easily kill them with a single punch. In that case, once your injuries are healed, you can deal with them one by one. Qingzhou is vast, and they will find it difficult to locate you in a short time. Su Han said with a smile before retrieving the 100 immortal elixirs he had previously exchanged. Here are 100 immortal elixirs. You should take them for now. I must step out for a while, returning in a few months, or at most a year. An immortal elixir is worth 50,000 taels of silver in the marketplace, equivalent to 20 merit points. However, through the system exchange, each costs 100 divine emperor coins, which are roughly of equal value to merit points. Though the means of obtaining divine emperor coins are somewhat more varied, the system resembles a black market. Yet, when one is in need, they have no choice but to enter it. Are you not worried about me dragging you down? Junjun glanced at the elixirs on the table and smiled lightly at Su Han. You are merely a child. Do not overthink it. Focus on your recovery here, and remember, do not die before I return. Su Han ruffled Junjun's hair before turning to leave. I am just a child, Junjun murmured to herself, then suddenly chuckled lightly. I promise you, I will not die before you return. Chapter 183. Come, smile ha. I refuse to believe you can catch up now. Wang Dalong galloped away on a second-tier purple-hoofed horse, acquired hastily from Danyang town, speeding towards the direction of the 8-armed pagoda. He fervently channeled the formidable energy within him, sending waves of potent qi surging into his mount. With the enhancement of Wang Dalong's qi, the purple-hoofed horse accelerated rapidly, but this method, while allowing it to exceed its usual speed, inflicted considerable harm on the creature. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, continuously circling. Did you dismiss my earlier words as mere noise? Who? Wang Dalong gasped, turning abruptly to find a gigantic phantom eagle racing behind him. Upon the back of the eagle sat the very specter that instilled profound dread within him, the fiend of the Rebirth sect. Impossible! Terror engulfed Wang Dalong's eyes as he pushed his qi to its limits. The purple-hoofed horse emitted a mournful cry, doubling its speed and momentarily distancing itself from the phantom eagle. I cannot be captured, he muttered incessantly. Yet, within mere moments, the phantom eagle was upon him once more. At this rate, your purple-hoofed horse will collapse from exhaustion in half an hour. Do you truly believe you can escape? Su Han's voice resonated through the air, echoing in Wang Dalong's ears. In a sudden miscalculation, Wang Dalong was thrown from the purple-hoofed horse, his body, shielded by qi, rolled across the ground, leaving a trail several feet long. Without Wang Dalong's qi to propel it, the horse slowed, but it did not pause to await its master. Instead, it neighed and fled. Dazed from the fall, Wang Dalong struggled to catch his breath. By the time he regained his composure, the phantom eagle stood before him. Su Han gazed down at Wang Dalong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother Sure, I was wrong, truly wrong. Wang Dalong knelt, head bowed, sincerity etched across his face. From this day forth, if you bid me to head west, I shall not dare venture east. If south, I shall not dare to wander north. Su Han chuckled softly, leaping down from the phantom eagle to stand beside Wang Dalong. He placed a hand on Wang Dalong's shoulder and produced a celestial symbol. Come, smile. Wang Dalong's expression turned ashen upon seeing the celestial symbol. But as he felt the weight of Su Han's arm increase, a radiant smile broke through, betraying no hint of his predicament. Snap! Su Han declared, our images have been broadcasted to the celestial Jianghu. Henceforth, in their eyes, you shall be a true practitioner of the demonic path. Wang Dalong's smile faded into a grimace. Although he lacked the celestial symbol, he understood its implications. Once his image appeared in the celestial Jianghu, his identity would be irrevocably sealed. Chapter 184. Jiang Zidong's words suddenly alleviated Su Xieyu's initial anxiety regarding Su Han's entry into the Medicine Dead Valley. Each of Jiang Zidong's statements was well-founded, gradually persuading her. The Jiang family has a branch in the Great Zhou dynasty. I can send word to them to keep an eye on your father, Jiang Zidong said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. The Jiang family of the Great Zhou dynasty is, indeed, the elder of the Great Zhou Jiang family was once a collateral descendant of my Jiang family in the Great Immortal Dynasty. After committing some errors, he was expelled by the main lineage and subsequently established the Jiang family branch in the Great Zhou dynasty. A hint of pride flickered in Jiang Zidong's eyes. My Jiang family has branches throughout Qingzhou. In times of great peril, these branches will rally together, forming an undeniable force. Jiang Gongzi, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. Su Xiaoyu felt a stir of emotion. I fell for you at first sight. I would do anything for you. Jiang Zidong gently grasped Su Xiaoyu's arm, speaking earnestly. Su Xiaoyu's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing completely, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she whispered, Jiang Gongzi, someone is watching us. Haha, they can only watch. Jiang Zidong laughed heartily, knowing the matter was settled, and boldly took Su Xiaoyu's hand. At that moment, several figures approached from ahead. Upon seeing Jiang Zidong, their expressions revealed surprise and uncertainty. "Are you Jiang Zidong, cousin?" The leader of the group quickly inquired. Aren't they the direct descendants of the great Zhou Jiang family?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with recognition. She was acquainted with many from the great Zhou Jiang family, having seen these four before. The leader, Jiang Feng, held a higher status than Jiang Kong within the family despite his youth. He was already a formidable warrior at the 10th level of fetal breath. "And you are?" Jiang Zidong surveyed Jiang Feng and the others with a calm demeanor. The fact that they referred to him as cousin indicated their lineage from the great Zhou Jiang family. Yet he genuinely could not recall meeting them. "I am Jiang Feng. Several years ago, I accompanied the family head to the great immortal dynasty to attend the wedding banquet of Aunt Ling. I met cousin there," Jiang Feng quickly explained. His gaze swept over Jiang Zidong and Su Xiaoyu's intertwined hands. Astonished by the connection between the daughter of the fourth prince of Su country and a descendant of the great immortal dynasty's Jiang family. "Oh, it's you." "I have a vague recollection," Jiang Zidong smiled, though in truth, he did not remember Jiang Feng. After some pleasantries, Jiang Zidong suddenly brought up Su Han. "Su Han? Cousin knows him?" Jiang Feng Chapter 185. Seeking justice. Alas, it was utterly unexpected that the leader of the Black Riders, He Baiyan, would venture to the Zhuyang Academy and take the lives of several disciples there. Now, with Deputy Palace Master Jiang personally escorting him back to the capital, it seems our Su kingdom is in for a grave reckoning. Who could argue otherwise? For a leader of the Black Riders to act so foolishly, he has certainly embroiled us in significant trouble. It is likely he will have to pay with his life for this transgression. One wonders who will succeed him as the next leader of the Black Riders. As Su Han made his way towards the imperial palace, he was taken aback by a conversation he overheard from a nearby tea stall where some martial artists were chatting while sipping their tea. "Brothers, did you just say that He Baiyan killed several disciples of the Zhuyang Academy?" Su Han approached the group of martial artists, all of whom were physically formidable in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yet they could only be deemed second or third rate within the martial world of Su Kingdom. "This matter has spread throughout Su Kingdom. You are not aware?" One martial artist raised an eyebrow, appraising Su Han, observing his youthful appearance, likely not older than 18. A hint of disdain crossed his face. Su Han, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "I have just returned to Su Kingdom and am somewhat out of the loop. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me." With that, he casually tossed a few pieces of silver into the hands of the tea stall owner, declaring, "Let me treat everyone to this round of tea." The burly martial artist's demeanor instantly softened, a smile breaking across his face as he gestured for Su Han to sit down. "Since you've just returned, it's understandable. Recently, He Baiyan abandoned his post and stealthily left Su Kingdom for the Zhuyang Academy of the Great Zhou Dynasty, where he secretly attacked several Zhuyang disciples before being captured by Deputy Palace Master Jiang himself." The burly man continued, "And who is Deputy Palace Master Jiang? He is a person of great stature. He is the vice master of the Zhuyang Academy and the elder brother of the head of the Jiang family in the Great Zhou Dynasty. A formidable warrior of the first stage of Nirvana, one of the 5 Nirvana champions of the Zhuyang Academy. Why did He Baiyan abandon his post?" Su Han's gaze sharpened slightly. "It is all connected to our great prince, Su Han," the burly man replied, a trace of mockery in his eyes, which prompted nods of agreement from the others. "How is this related to me?" Su Han inquired, maintaining an impassive expression while awaiting further elaboration from the burly man. "They say that Su Han is ruthless and merciless, with a penchant for bloodshed. At the end of a hunt, he poisoned and killed a disciple of the Zhuyang Academy, the talented Jiang Kong, inciting the wrath of both the Zhuyang Academy and the Jiang family. Following this, the formidable Chun Chi Tai of the Fenglei sword, armed with the life weapon of the Zhuyang Academy's master, Su Han's Han, came to our capital and engaged in a fierce battle with the Su royal ancestor. That clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, leaving a significant portion of the palace walls shattered." The burly man shook his head in disbelief. In the end, Chun Chi Tai was wounded and left, while the Su royal ancestor suffered grave injuries and has since passed away. A martial artist could not suppress a sigh. They remained oblivious to the darkening expression on Su Han's face as he absorbed the news of Su Chongqing's demise, his eyes intermittently flashing with fury. It was said that He Baiyan was closely related to the Su royal ancestor, and his journey to the Zhuyang Academy was likely a quest for vengeance on behalf of the Su royal ancestor. Conversely, the great prince Su Han had vanished without a trace at that time, leaving the mess for others to clean up. Regrettably, He Baiyan, as the leader of the Black Riders, now faced the grim fate of execution within the palace. "Alas, young brother, are you leaving just like that?" "I don't even know your name," the burly man called out as Su Han abruptly stood to depart. "Su Han," he replied without looking back, vanishing from their sight. The group of martial artists stood in stunned silence for a few moments, their expressions suddenly shifting as the tea stall owner gazed uncertainly in the direction Su Han had left. Did he just say his name was Su Han? The burly man turned to the other martial artists. It seems, indeed. They nodded in disbelief. The great Prince Su Han? So it was him. A chill crept over the burly man as he recalled his earlier disrespectful demeanor towards Su Han, sweat trickling down his back. The martial artists of Su Kingdom were well aware of Su Han's formidable strength, having risen to prominence after the decline of the Fire Seed, accomplishing several earth-shattering feats that even overshadowed the current national master, Nangong Yu. This is serious, the burly man murmured. In the Su Kingdom's imperial palace, within the Taiha Hall, an atmosphere of trepidation pervaded the air. Eunuchs and maidservants hurried about with bowed heads, their usual chatter replaced by an unsettling silence. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, flanked on either side by Nangong Wei and the Empress Dowager, Ren Xing. Typically, aside from the emperor, empress, and empress dowager, no one else was permitted to sit in the Taiha Hall. However, today, 4 additional grandmaster seats were occupied by 4 elderly gentlemen. General Lin Yinghai stood respectfully behind one elder, while Nangong Yu exhibited a similar demeanor behind another. One elder, clad in a scholar's robe with a pallid complexion lacking any hint of vitality, occupied another grandmaster seat. The final elder appeared the youngest among the 4, radiating an aura of unparalleled strength. This man was Jiang Long, the deputy palace master of the Jiuyang Academy, and also a direct elder of Jiang Kong within the Jiang family. Behind Jiang Long stood several middle-aged martial artists, each exuding a powerful sword intent, all of whom were masters of the innate realm. He Baiyin lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly crushed, fresh blood seeping from his wounds. A far cry from the imposing Black Riders leader who once stood proudly behind the emperor. His presence today was reduced to a pitiful state. In the shadows of Taiha Hall, the Black Riders glared at He Baiyin with a mix of sympathy and rage, their fists clenched tightly, their chests swelling with indignation. Su Emperor, he is your Black Riders leader, is he not? Jiang Long's voice broke the heavy silence in the hall. The atmosphere grew tense, as the 4th prince, the divine martial marquis, and various royal family members and Su Kingdom officials stood silently on either side, acutely aware that Jiang Long's visit would not end without consequence. The Su Kingdom would likely face substantial reparations to quell the fury of the Jiuyang Academy. Someone, summon the imperial physician to tend to leader He's injuries. The emperor commanded in a grave tone. Li Minji, the head eunuch of the Eastern Bureau, remained motionless at the emperor's command, instead glancing at Nangong Yu. Su Emperor, delay the treatment of his injuries. I have come today to inquire whether it was you who instructed He Baiyin to secretly attack and harm the disciples of my Jiuyang Academy? Jiang Long sneered coldly. Chapter 186. Spending money to buy life in response to Jiang Long's inquiry. The emperor remained silent for a few moments before slowly speaking. This matter was not instigated by me. That's good to hear. I was under the impression that your Su Kingdom was preparing for war against the Great Zhou. If that were the case, my Jiuyang Academy would soon arrive in Su Kingdom to witness the grandeur of your martial arts. Jiang Long replied indifferently. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. If Jiuyang Academy truly came to Su Kingdom, it would undoubtedly result in a tumultuous bloodbath, likely tearing apart the martial world of Su Kingdom. Vice Palace Master Jiang, may I inquire what conditions would allow for his life to be spared? The emperor gently rubbed his temples, his gaze landing on He Baiyin. At that moment, He Baiyin struggled to speak. Your Majesty, I take full responsibility for my actions. This time, I do not come to Jiuyang Academy as the Black Knight leader, but as a disciple of my master, seeking vengeance. Nonsense. You are the Black Knight leader. Thus, you are my subject. The emperor snapped coldly. You are gravely injured. Refrain from speaking. I shall handle this matter. Jiang Long observed with a cold gaze, and as soon as the emperor finished speaking, he sneered. Since the emperor of Su intends to resolve this matter, it is quite simple. 7 members of Jiuyang Academy have perished. All exceptional talents at the fetal breath stage. Each one shall be compensated 500,000 taels of silver, totaling 3,500,000 taels. Finally, by the end of today, this individual must be executed outside the Meridian Gate, and this account shall be settled. Gasp, 500,000 taels per person? The crowd in the Taiha Hall collectively inhaled sharply, casting bewildered glances at Jiang Long. A single individual at the fetal breath stage could hardly be valued at 500,000 taels. This exorbitant sum could nurture dozens of similar talents. Lin Yinghai and Nangong Yu exchanged glances. At this moment, the elder seated before Nangong Yu slowly spoke. Brother Jiang, 500,000 taels is excessive. How about 200,000 taels? I can assure you, He Baiyan will certainly die today. Nangong Jiao, 500,000 taels is non-negotiable. The talents of Jiuyang Academy are worth this price. If you could not afford it, you should have ensured this individual was properly guarded. Why allow him to act so recklessly at Jiuyang Academy? Jiang Long retorted coldly. Nangong Jiao's expression shifted slightly. 80 years ago, before he fell victim to the heart-eating insect poison, he was already a formidable warrior at the first level of nirvana. At that time, Jiang Long had merely entered the innate stage, and before him, Jiang Long had to show deference, treating him with utmost respect without the slightest hint of arrogance. Now, however, Jiang Long addressed him by name, his attitude markedly different, showing no regard for past relations. It is not that I am unwilling to give you face, but your current strength has only just recovered. After enduring the torment of the heart-eating insect poison for many years, you are likely only comparable to a half-step nirvana warrior. With such cultivation, even if the three of you joined forces, you would not be my opponent, Jiang Long stated with a faint smile. The two individuals from the Lin family and Haoran sect exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, yet they remained silent. Jiang Long's words were indeed true. They had spent over 80 years merely to restore their cultivation to a half-step nirvana, which was only about 30% of their original strength. Against the robust and youthful Jiang Long, they were utterly outmatched. Even united, they could not prevail. He Baiyan, look at the trouble you have caused. The benevolent Empress Dowager could not contain her fury, reprimanding He Baiyan. Cousin, do not be angry. It may harm your health, Jiang Long smiled. The Jiang family of the Great Zhou is a branch of the Grand Immortal Jiang family, while the benevolent Empress Dowager is a descendant of the Jiang family of the Great Zhou. Thus, in terms of lineage, she and Jiang Long are of the same generation. Cousin, today he has committed a grave error. We, the Su Kingdom, will comply with the conditions you propose. We only hope this does not damage the relationship between us. The benevolent Empress Dowager sighed gently. Your Majesty, please make a decision. She turned to the Emperor, her voice growing colder. Vice Palace Master Jiang. How about this? My Su Kingdom can offer 5 million taels of silver as compensation for the losses of Jiuyang Academy. The additional funds shall be considered a purchase of his life. How does that sound? The Emperor spoke slowly. 5 million? Your Majesty, that is utterly unacceptable. Lin Yinghai immediately stepped forward. Nangong Yu also urged. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. Since leader he has committed an offense, he must bear the consequences. How can we use the treasury's funds to buy his life? If this spreads, it would surely invite criticism and accusations of injustice. I implore you to reconsider. The god of war, the fourth prince, and other court officials stepped forward, bowing in council to the emperor. 5 million taels. If you are willing to offer 1,500,000 taels for his life, it is not out of the question. Jiang Long's eyes flickered slightly. The emperor's offer was somewhat unexpected. He Baiyan was merely at the 10th level of fetal breath. If someone were willing to pay such a hefty sum for his life, it would indeed be a worthwhile transaction. Such a substantial amount could buy thousands of qi condensation pills. Overseeing He Baiyan's transport, he could easily claim 30% of that. This 30% was no small sum. In the Jiang family, it could effortlessly nurture 7 or 8 exceptional talents at the fetal breath stage. Your Majesty, how could you be so foolish? The life of a mere He Baiyan is not worth 1,500,000 taels. This is treasury money, not your personal fortune. The benevolent Empress Dowager reprimanded. Your Majesty, I believe that since leader he has killed disciples of Jiuyang Academy, he must pay with his life. Nangong Jiao spoke slowly. Nangong's brother speaks rightly. Though I am not a court official, the Haoran sect is also within the Su Kingdom. The interests of Su Kingdom must be considered. Spending 1,500,000 taels to buy a criminal's life is simply absurd. The elder from the Haoran sect chimed in, his tone laced with admonition. Your Majesty, everyone is urging you. Do you not realize you are making a mistake? The benevolent Empress Dowager stated flatly. The emperor furrowed his brow deeply, scanning the assembly before him. He suddenly realized that with Su Chongqing's death, very few would stand by his side in court. At that moment, a black knight approached the entrance of the Taiha Hall and whispered, Your Majesty, several individuals await outside, one of whom claims to be Jiang Zidong of the Grand Immortal Dynasty. The Grand Immortal Dynasty? The crowd shifted slightly, especially Nangong Jiao and the others, who trembled at the mention of those 4 words. The suffering they endured for the past 80 years was bestowed upon them by the Grand Immortal Dynasty. Yet none among them harbored thoughts of revenge, for the enemy's background was simply too formidable and terrifying. Allow them entry. Jiang Long's gaze sharpened. Without waiting for the emperor to speak, he issued the command. The Black Knight ignored him, instead looking to the emperor. Only upon the emperor's slight nod did the Black Knight turn and depart. Soon, Jiang Zidong entered, accompanied by Su Xiaoyu, Jiang Feng, and others. Chapter 187. When you can assure everyone's safety, Xiaoyu. The fourth prince was momentarily taken aback. Su Yin, standing behind Nangong Yuer, also exhibited a subtle change in expression upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, pondering to herself how she could be in the company of the esteemed descendants of the Jiang family. Zaitong, it is indeed you. What brings you to this remote place today? Jiang Long chuckled heartily as he approached Jiang Zaitong. Ah, it is Uncle Jiang. Jiang Zaitong responded with a slight smile, though his demeanor lacked the requisite respect, merely offering a slight nod and a smile. This exemplifies the distinction between the main lineage and the branches. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon He Baiyan on the ground, then shifted to Nangong Jiao and the others, before addressing the fourth prince. Father, I recently passed through the territory of the Changyan dynasty and learned that Su Han has become an outer disciple of the Medicine Death Valley. What? The assembly within the Taya Hall was collectively stunned. A flicker of disbelief crossed Nangong Yu's eyes. How could a runaway prince transform into an outer disciple of the Medicine Death Valley? Most attendees had grievances with Su Han, including Nangong Yuer, Su Yin, and even the Empress Dowager Ren Sheng, Duke Dinghua, Duke Henghua, and the Divine Marshal Marquis, among others. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, their expressions morphed into a blend of astonishment and panic. He Baiyan let out a low, mocking laugh, his eyes, despite their frailty, gleaming with a manic delight. So, Su Han has entered the Medicine Death Valley. He will surely avenge his master one day. And you of the Jiuyang Academy will face utter annihilation. Jiang Long and the few innate realm experts he brought along appeared increasingly grim, and without hesitation. He glared at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, is what you say true? Uncle Jiang, Xiaoyu is now under my protection. I hope you will treat her with courtesy, Jiang Zaitong replied nonchalantly. Jiang Long was momentarily speechless. After his initial shock, the fourth prince's face revealed a hint of delight. His daughter had indeed allied herself with the esteemed Jiang family. This revelation left Jiang Long's expression uncertain. Vice Palace Master Jiang. The situation is as follows. Su Xiaoyu recounted her previous experiences, and upon hearing that Feng Lei Jian Quang Chen Shi Tai had perished in a newly opened secret realm of the eight-armed floating pagoda, the crowd's expressions grew increasingly peculiar. He Baiyan could no longer contain his laughter. Even as he coughed blood, he found joy in the chaos. Subsequently, they learned that the Su family of the Qinglong Academy had dispatched Su Shihun to hunt Su Han due to Su Shuan's death at Su Han's hands. This confirmed that the Su Han who had entered the Medicine Death Valley was indeed the eldest prince of their Su kingdom. What audacity does this wretch possess to join the Medicine Death Valley? The Empress Dowager Rinxing's voice quivered with rage. If Su Han joined the Medicine Death Valley, then Jiang Kong's vengeance would remain unavenged. Jiang Long fell into deep contemplation. Furthermore, whether He Baiyan could be eliminated today remained dubious. Ordinarily, the news of Su Han joining the Medicine Death Valley would be cause for celebration in the Su kingdom, yet the atmosphere within the Taiha Hall felt decidedly odd. For among those present, nearly all did not wish to witness this turn of events. Damn it, Su Yin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, yet he was indifferent to the pain. If Su Han truly became an outer disciple of the Medicine Death Valley, he would have to earnestly contemplate where to escape in the future, for he knew, without a doubt, that Su Han would not spare him, if not openly. Then in the shadows, he would surely strike. With this thought, Su Yin instinctively glanced at Nangong Yu and Nangong Jiao, realizing that perhaps the only chance for his salvation lay with the Nangong family. There is no need for such alarm. Even if Su Han has entered the Medicine Death Valley, what of it? He can only aspire to reach the innate realm at best. Not to mention me. Any one of you esteemed seniors present could easily eliminate him, Jiang Zaitong said with a calm smile. While he spoke thus, his identity. Jiang Long frowned slightly. Identity. Does the status of an outer disciple of the Medicine Death Valley hold great weight? He may well be looked down upon within the outer court. Should he appear here today, you all may strike him down freely, avenging grievances as you see fit. The Medicine Death Valley will not concern itself with such trifles, especially with the name of my esteemed Jiang family backing you. Rest assured, you shall be safe, Jiang Zaitong declared with an air of pride. The crowd paused momentarily, then came to their senses, seemingly acknowledging the validity of Jiang Zaitong's words. With the esteemed Jiang family as their support, they believed the Medicine Death Valley would likely overlook any personal vendettas against Su Han. The emperor cast a dark gaze at Jiang Zaitong, who brazenly spoke of wanting to kill his son, clearly disregarding the entirety of the Su kingdom. Meng Shu of the Haoran sect pays respects to Jiang Tianjiao. The elder of the Haoran sect suddenly stood and bowed to Jiang Zaitong. The elder of the Lin family, witnessing this, also rose from his chair to bow. Lin Hanchong of the Lin family pays respects to Jiang Tianjiao. Nangong Jiao of the Nangong family also stood and bowed in acknowledgement. These three, in normal circumstances, had no need to bow to a junior like Jiang Zhaitong. Yet given his distinguished status as a scion of the esteemed Jiang family, and considering their past grievances with the noble court of the Jiang dynasty, they recognized the potential benefits of forging ties with the Jiang family. There's no need for such formalities, esteemed seniors, Jiang Zhaitong said with a gentle smile. However, let us first attend to the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd instinctively fell upon He Baiyan. Your Majesty, as my cousin just suggested, a compensation of 35 million taels, along with He Baiyan's life, will suffice. The Empress Dowager Rensheng urged. 35 million in compensation? Jiang Zhaitong was taken aback. And before the emperor could respond, he inquired further about the situation from Jiang Long, then declared loudly, such compensation is inadequate. It should be at least 50 million taels of silver along with this person's life. After all, Jiang Kong also perished at Su Han's hands. His vengeance remains unavenged. But that does not preclude us from collecting some interest. Jiang Long cast a glance at him, internally calculating how much of this sum would be allocated to Jiang Zhaitong. It was clear to Jiang Long what Jiang Zhaitong's intentions were. Silence enveloped the Taiha Hall. The distinction of Jiang Zhaitong's identity meant that anyone daring to obstruct him today would incur the wrath of the Jiang dynasty. Remembering the experiences of Nangong Jiao and the others, none dared to challenge Jiang Zhaitong at this moment. Father, we must not let small matters lead to greater troubles and provoke such formidable enemies for our Su kingdom. We must acquiesce. Su Yin urged in a hushed tone, filled with urgency. Chapter 188 To kill me? How absurd. The Emperor, the Crown Prince, speaks the truth. I implore your Majesty to make a swift decision, Nangong Yu said, bowing respectfully. Brother, at this juncture, even if you wish to protect Chief He, it is futile. After all, he has committed this act of madness, the fourth prince slowly articulated. With these two leading the charge, others, including the esteemed General Shunwu and military leaders led by Lin Yinghai, echoed their demands for the emperor to reach a decisive conclusion. Your Majesty, observed the court, all are aware that He Baiyan has perpetrated an egregious crime. If you persist in your obstinacy, I fear the throne of Su will require a new occupant. Empress Dowager Rensheng stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharp insight flashed in the emperor's eyes. He glanced at Empress Dowager Rensheng and then at Jiang Zhaidong and others, ultimately fixing his gaze upon He Baiyan. With great effort, He Baiyan raised his head. Locking eyes with the emperor, a grim smile spreading across his face. Your Majesty, please behead me outside the Meridian Gate. Today, you have met your match, murmured the Minister of Justice, He Yin, standing quietly among the crowd, his gaze as profound as the depths of water, a cold mockery echoing in his heart. Aside from him, many high-ranking officials who had suffered at the hands of the Black Riders shared in the schadenfreude. Jiang Zhaidong smiled gently at Su Xiaoyu, whispering, this is merely the beginning. Rest assured, I will help you eliminate all your worries, and then I shall lead you to the Daxian dynasty. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu replied, a delicate flush gracing her cheeks. With Su Chongxing dead and now He Baiyan facing death, once Su Han returned to the Su kingdom. Even if he returned as a disciple of the Medicine Master Valley, we could unite to subdue him. This matter must be treated as a family issue. And with the Jiang family's endorsement, the Medicine Master Valley would most likely refrain from intervening. The thoughts of General Shunwu raced with clarity, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you have any final words? The emperor sighed softly. He Baiyan, once nurtured by the emperor as the leader of the Black Riders, and having received some genuine teachings from Su Chongsheng, was now to be sent on his final journey by the emperor's own hand. This was all due to the Su kingdom's frailty, a reality dictated by the lack of strength. My humble wish has been fulfilled. However, there is one message I hope your Majesty can convey to the Crown Prince when you see him. He Baiyan forced a smile. Words from a man about to die need not be many, Jiang Long interjected coldly. The emperor shot him a glance, smiling. It is but a few words. Is Jiang the deputy palace master afraid? What a jest. Has my Zhuyang Academy ever feared anyone within the borders of the Great Zhou? Jiang Long retorted, his anger morphing into laughter. Then let him speak, the emperor commanded coldly, turning his attention back to He Baiyan. Speak, and I shall convey your message. Your Majesty, please tell the Crown Prince that though the wind and thunder sword madman is dead, the grudge against the ancestor of longevity has yet to be avenged. Let the Crown Prince wash the Zhuyang Academy in blood in retribution for the ancestor of longevity. He Baiyan's expression twisted into a sinister grin. Impudent. Jiang Long and the others rebuked in unison. Even Nangong Yu glared at He Baiyan. He Baiyan, even in death, You wish to harm my Su kingdom. This child harbors treachery. I have changed my mind. He cannot be allowed to die easily. I demand you execute him by slow slicing. Jiang Long declared sternly. An old fool wishes to execute me by slow slicing? Huh. If I cry out in pain, I shall be your creation. He Baiyan roared with laughter. He brother. No one can execute you by slow slicing. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from within the Taiha Hall. Everyone halted, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they turned toward the hall's entrance, where a group of black riders stood, and at their center was a figure familiar to all, Su Han. Su Yin's gaze bore into Su Han, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. This wretched spawn has returned? Excellent. Empress Dowager wrenching narrowed her eyes slightly. So this is Su Han. Jiang Long's attention fell upon Su Han, his energy gradually surging. Is this the crown prince of your Su kingdom? Jiang Zidong cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu, a hint of derision in his eyes. Indeed, it is he. Su Xiaoyu replied, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded Su Han. Had it not been for the enmity that had preceded, the emergence of a disciple from the Medicine Master Valley would have been a pleasant surprise for the Su kingdom. However, given the current circumstances, Su Han's identity made him a source of grave concern, prompting a desire to swiftly dispose of him to eliminate this threat. Crown Prince, flee. He Baiyan shouted with the last of his strength, his voice breaking as he became weak, unable to utter another word. The black riders surrounding Su Han witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with compassion, yet they looked upon Su Han with great hope, believing that his return might offer He Baiyan a glimmer of salvation. Flee. Absurd. Nangong, you stepped forward, approaching Su Han. As the national teacher of the Su kingdom, with so many powerful figures present, including the esteemed Jiang Zidong, he could not miss the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Su Han, with Su Chongqing now deceased, who can protect you in this court? Nangong, you advanced confidently, a laugh escaping his lips. Though this statement bordered on treasonous, none perceived it as such. In their eyes, the emperor's authority had been hollowed out with Su Chongqing's passing. Nangong, you. Su Han's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped into the Taiha Hall, striding toward Nangong, you. Before I left last time, you still owed me 1,000,000 taels. If I kill you today, I shall seize your Nangong family. To kill me? How ridiculous. Nangong, you laughed heartily, suddenly exuding an aura far surpassing that of the fetal breath realm, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. The national teacher has reached the innate realm? Our Su kingdom has produced another innate being. Splendid. Su Yin's expression became exceedingly animated. Many instinctively glanced at the taciturn Nangong Jiao, realizing that Nangong Yu's breakthrough to the innate realm likely related to his unauthorized passing down of a third-grade technique, which contradicted the previous edict of the nobleman from the Daxian dynasty. Enveloped in innate energy, Nangong Yu appeared as a war god in the eyes of the crowd, his robes billowing with the force of his aura as he strode towards Su Han with the poise of a dragon or tiger. Flee. He Baiyan gazed at this scene, despair etched across his face, whispering to himself in silent agony. Yet at that moment, Su Han extended his hand, effortlessly penetrating Nangong Yu's protective energy to grasp his neck, lifting him before the assembled crowd. Surprise flickered across the faces of the onlookers. The most astonished were the 4 Nirvana realm experts, including Nangong Jiao, who understood the formidable challenge of breaking through an innate protective barrier. Chapter 189. This crime must be punished. You. Nangong Yu stared in horror at Su Han, feeling the terrifying power contained in the grip around his throat. A force so formidable that it instilled a sense of dread within his own energy, rendering him utterly incapable of mobilizing it. Nangong Yu, as the national master of the Su kingdom, you poisoned the fire seed and conspired against the reigning prince. This crime must be punished, Su Han said with a smile. Wait, Nangong Jiao shouted, his voice echoing violently within the Tahi Hall amidst the tumult of energies. Yet, before he could act, Su Han had already struck with a palm to the crown of Nangong Yu's head, and in an instant, his head was thrust into his chest. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, and until the moment of his demise, Nangong Yu could scarcely believe that he would ultimately perish by Su Han's hand. The national master is dead? The God Marshal Marquis and others were taken aback. How could the formidable Nangong Yu, who had just demonstrated his terrifying prowess, perish so abruptly at Su Han's hands? They were unwilling to accept that Su Han could have ascended to a realm surpassing Nangong Yu's within such a brief span. Yet the undeniable reality compelled them to concede that Su Han's current display of strength might indeed be that of the legendary innate realm. How could this happen? Su Yin trembled violently, his gaze towards Su Han filled with profound fear, as if he were transported back 5 years in time, standing before the already renowned Su Han, unable to even draw a breath. How could this prodigal's power be so formidable? What treasure had that enchantress bestowed upon him? The annihilation of Tao did not render him a waste. Instead, he grew stronger with each battle. The Empress Dowager Rinshin's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Elder brother? Nangong Yuera stood up in shock, and then, as if driven mad, she shouted at the Black Riders outside the hall, "Seize him! Seize him!" The group of Black Riders, however, disregarded Nangong Yuera's orders, instead fixating excitedly on Su Han, certain that he truly had the opportunity to rescue their leader. The once dim-eyed He Baiyan suddenly regained vibrancy at the sight. Ha ha ha! He Baiyan chuckled weakly. Is this the might of the seven foremost powers? In such a brief moment, a being in the fetal breath stage can ascend so rapidly to the innate realm? Jiang Long's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning grave. Su Han, as the crown prince of the Su kingdom, you have wrought catastrophic troubles for the nation and now have slain the national master. Are you aware of your crimes? Nangong Jio was filled with fury, leaping to confront Su Han in an instant. Though his strength was not as great as in his prime, the terrifying aura he exuded commanded the attention of all present. Nirvana realm? No, your aura is even below the first level of nirvana. You are at most a half-step nirvana. Su Han looked at Nangong Jio and smiled. Recalling that he had heard from Su Laozu that the Nangong family also had a nirvana, who had hidden away to recuperate due to the heart-eating insect poison. I did not expect you to have survived all these years. But alas, if you had remained in seclusion, I would not have interfered. However, since you chose to wade into this murky water, I must send you on your way to meet Su Laozu. You have known each other for many years, so he will not be lonely on the journey. Arrogant brat, you will never comprehend the chasm between the nirvana realm and the innate realm. Although my strength is diminished, crushing an innate peak would be effortless. Nangong Jiu laughed in rage. At that moment, Su Han suddenly unleashed a punch toward Nangong Jio's chest. A strike that Jiang Long and the others perceived to have reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Peak of the innate realm? Jiang Long gasped in disbelief. Lin Hongchang and Meng Shu exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Su Han might be the most exceptional genius the Su kingdom had seen in a century, perhaps unmatched. For even when they were as young as Su Han, their cultivation had not approached his current terrifying level. To break through to the peak of the innate realm at such a tender age, this child possessed the potential for a Yuan Dan. Meng Shu's expression turned serious. It is fortunate he has returned to the Su kingdom today. If given a few more years, we might all find ourselves at his mercy. Lin Hongchang's eyes reflected a sense of relief. The peak of the innate realm? Upon hearing Jiang Long's words, the God Marshal Marquis and others were all astonished. Su Han had only been at the fetal breath stage when he fled the Su kingdom. How could he have attained the peak of the innate realm in just a few months? As a Nirvana realm practitioner, Jiang Long had no reason to misjudge. And a chill ran through the hearts of the crowd. Had today's spectacle not unfolded, they might have met their demise upon discovering Su Han's true strength. Why? Why is he so powerful? We share the same bloodline. Why is he so much stronger? Su Yin's fists were already stained with blood, his gaze fixated on Su Han. Filled with resentment, mingled with unwillingness and fear he could scarcely admit. As everyone was stunned by Jiang Long's words, Nangong Jio, however, revealed a hint of cold mockery. His body enveloped in an overwhelming aura. You will never shatter the aura of the Nirvana realm. Bang! The terrifying thunderous energy erupted from Su Han's fist. In an instant, Nangong Jio's protective aura shattered, and Su Han's fist, imbued with the tremendous might of 20 elephants and the overwhelming thunderous energy known as the world's foremost attacking attribute, struck effortlessly against Nangong Jio's chest. Puff! The cataclysmic force emanated from the center of Nangong Jio's chest, radiating outward as if countless invisible arms were tearing at his flesh. In an instant, his corpse was torn asunder, scattering into a mass of flesh upon the ground. The Tahi Hall fell into a profound silence, with only a thin mist of blood lingering in the air, along with the scattered remains below, bearing witness to the reality that transpired before them. After over 80 years of hidden cultivation, the ancestral figure of the Nangong family, Nangong Jio, who had finally regained some of his Nirvana realm abilities, perished before the eyes of all, dying in the Tahi Hall. Ancestral master? Nangong Weo collapsed into her seat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Unable to accept the scene before her. What is happening? Lin Hongchang and Ming Shu exchanged shocked glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. A half-step Nirvana? You are also a half-step Nirvana? Jiang Long gasped, staring blankly at Su Han. Chapter 190. I am the great master of the Jiang family. It is impossible. How could he be half a step into Nirvana? The initial reaction of the crowd to Jiang Long's words was one of disdain, but soon they fell silent. Nangong Jio had perished in the Taihe Palace, slain by Su Han. This was an undeniable truth that could not be erased. The ability to kill Nangong Jio with a single punch indicated that Su Han's strength had truly reached a level beyond their comprehension. Jiang Zidong suddenly felt Su Xiaoyu clutching him tightly, yet he had no inclination to regard her expression, for even he was astounded by Su Han's prowess. According to Su Xiaoyu's earlier statements, Su Han had merely been in the fetal breath stage a few months prior. How could he have transformed into half a step into nirvana in such a brief period? With his talents, even in the valley of the drug dead, he would not remain unknown. Jiang Zidong felt a pang of regret for his earlier miscalculations. The Nangong family was finished. At that moment, a shared thought emerged among the onlookers. With the deaths of Nangong Yu and Nangong Jio, the two strongest members of the Nangong family had perished. The once mighty Nangong clan was indeed on the brink of being dismantled, just as Su Han had proclaimed, unless Jiang Long could subdue him today. Su Han advanced steadily towards He Baiyan, while Jiang Long and the others positioned themselves between him and He Baiyan, effectively drawing closer to Jiang Long. Uncle Jiang. Swiftly slay this boy. What is the great master Jiang family afraid of? Jiang Zidong suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Long's thoughts shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the techniques of a first-level nirvana expert. His aura surged to an alarming degree, making him appear far more formidable than Nangong Jio had been moments ago. Su Han raised a hand. 7th rank martial technique. Cave Immortal Finger. With a swift motion, the terrifying force penetrated Jiang Long's protective energy, leaving a crimson hole at his brow, from which a mixture of white and red fluid began to ooze. Due to the instantaneous destruction of his brain, Jiang Long's expression remained unchanged until the end, a look of tense determination, poised to strike at Su Han. However, now, his eyes held no trace of life. Jiang Long's body crumpled to the ground. The sound echoed like a death knell, reverberating in the hearts of all present. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Even the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded Su Han with uncertainty, beginning to question whether this individual might be the once great prince of the Su nation or perhaps an impostor masquerading as Su Han. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a first-level nirvana expert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,000 divine emperor coins. Even the rewards for slaying a higher-level opponent seemed disappointingly meager. Su Han couldn't help but chuckle and then turned his gaze to the astonished Jiang Zidong. Good sir, do we know each other? And no, we do not. Jiang Zidong's complexion grew uneasy as he felt Su Xiaoyu's grip on his arm tighten further. If we are unfamiliar, why did you so urgently call for Vice Palace Master Jiang to slay me? The great Master Jiang family? Did you come seeking vengeance for Jiang Kong? Su Han smiled. And no, it's not like that. I merely happened to be here today. Jiang Zidong forced a smile. At that moment, no one felt inclined to mock Jiang Zidong for his previous arrogance. The death of Jiang Long had struck them with overwhelming shock. The innate experts Jiang Long had brought along dared not speak, their gaze fixed on Jiang Long's lifeless body, with occasional flickers of confusion in their eyes. When had the Su nation become this perilous? Even the Nirvana experts from the Zhuyang Academy were falling here? Lin Hongchong and Meng Shu were acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities Su Han had just displayed, and both regretted their decision to involve themselves in these matters. The thought of Su Han's earlier grievances with the Lin family and Haoran sect filled them with trepidation, fearing they might meet the same fate as Nangong Jio. Merely a coincidence? If so, I shall send you along to accompany Jiang Long. Su Han laughed. Wait, Jiang Zidong exclaimed in horror, his eyes locked onto Su Han. I am of the great Master Jiang family. Dong Xianji. With a swift motion, Jiang Zidong's head jerked back violently before his body collapsed heavily to the ground, his brow pierced by the force of the cave immortal finger, leaving him utterly lifeless. Su Xiaoyu, startled, withdrew her hand and retreated step by step to the side of the fourth prince, her eyes wide with disbelief at how dramatically the situation had unfolded. Filial son, you have brought calamity upon our Su nation. The Empress Dowager, witnessing Jiang Zidong's demise, could no longer contain herself, rising in anger to point at Su Han. First Jiang Long, then Jiang Zidong, each from powerful families capable of toppling the Su nation. Most critically, she too bore the Jiang surname. Su Han had effectively slain two of her blood relatives. Su Han abruptly raised his gaze, a storm brewing in his eyes as a terrifying aura enveloped the Empress Dowager. She had only just stood when this oppressive force compelled her to sit back down. Old hag, what did you just say? The Empress Dowager's chest swelled with fury. Yet reason ultimately triumphed over rage. Her lips moved, but no words escaped her. I shall deal with you later. Su Han sneered, turning his attention to the emperor. Will you not summon the physician to treat brother He? The emperor looked towards Li Minji. Did I not instruct you to fetch the physician? Did you not hear? Why yes, I shall go at once. Li Minji, unable to meet Su Han's gaze or that of Nangong Family, lowered his head and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, a physician arrived at the Taihe Palace to attend to He Baiyan's injuries. Surrounding the scene, the Black Riders collectively exhaled in relief. Their eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded Su Han. Has the old ancestor truly passed on? Su Han exchanged glances with the emperor. Yes, he has. The emperor sighed lightly. The battle against Qin Qingtai had left him with new and old wounds, depleting his lifespan entirely. Had Qin Qingtai not possessed the fourth-tier Qingmu sword gifted by Su Han's Han, with Su old ancestor's strength, what need would he have had to fear such a petty jester? Su Han smiled. I had also procured a spirit cleansing pill for Su old ancestor, which could have completely eradicated the heart-eating insect poison, but alas, it was too late. The spirit cleansing pill? Lin Hongchang and Meng Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Su Han. This was a remedy capable of removing the heart-eating insect poison from their bodies, but its exorbitant cost, coupled with the great Master Dynasty's influence, had made it unattainable from the Valley of the Drug Dead. Yet now, Su Han had managed to obtain one for Su Changsheng. If the Lin family had not crossed paths with this young man, if the Haoran sect, in an instant, both men were seized by a similar thought. Chapter 191. Abdication in favor of others. You truly managed to procure the spirit purification pill. The emperor gazed blankly at Su Han, momentarily ensnared in silence. He vaguely recalled Su Han's words upon his departure that day, which he had dismissed at the time, never anticipating that within such a short span, Su Han would fulfill his promise. This pill shall be burned alongside offerings for the ancestor, ensuring a peaceful passage for him. Su Han smiled faintly. Burn it? Lin Hongchang was taken aback. Then mustering his courage, he clasped his fists and inquired, Your Highness, may I ask about this spirit purification pill? Silence. I shall settle the accounts of the Lin family shortly, Su Han replied indifferently. Lin Hongchang immediately swallowed his words, his eyes betraying a mix of shock and fury. The Juyong Academy bullies the weak, and the palace master Su Han's Han is blind to justice, condoning Qin Qitai's misdeeds. Such transgressions warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage, Su Han slowly declared. Annihilation of their lineage? You, a member of the innate realm, brought by Jiang Long, pointed at Su Han. In a swift motion, Su Han struck each of their heads, their protective energy proving utterly ineffective, as he shattered their skulls in a single blow. Nangong Yu has caused turmoil in the court for years, poisoning and plotting against this prince. Such crimes demand complete eradication of their lineage. After dispatching a few innate realm opponents, Su Han resumed his casual demeanor, smiling at Nangong Yu. What are you saying, Su Han? Nangong Yu was taken aback, then hastily turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, the crown prince has lost his mind. He must not be allowed to condemn us today, otherwise, the Nangong family will truly be obliterated. Without the Nangong family, how can I secure my position as empress? Su Han, the emperor began. But Su Han waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent, his gaze shifting back to Lin Hongchang. General Lin Hai, serving as a hound for evildoers and failing to discern right from wrong, deserves the same fate. Furthermore, all military leaders under the Lin family's command shall be stripped of their positions for their complicity. Lin Hai's expression shifted dramatically as he looked desperately towards Lin Hongchang. At this moment, the only one who could save the Lin family was their ancestral elder in the Nirvana realm. Crown Prince, such actions cannot be taken so resolutely. Once, I had a cordial relationship with Su Changsheng. We are all the pride of our generation. If not for Su Changsheng offending the Celestial King dynasty, would I have languished in my estate for over 80 years? How could our Jianghu remain silent for so long? Lin Hongchang spoke with a threatening tone. Do you even deserve to be compared to the ancestor Su? Su Han raised a finger, unleashing the terrifying might of the cave immortal finger, which pierced through Lin Hongchang's brow, ending the life of the recently awakened head of the Lin family. What martial skill is this? Meng Shu's eyes flashed with horror. Before the others could recover from Lin Hongchang's sudden death, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the Taihe Hall's exit. Flee. Only by escaping Su Kingdom today do I stand a chance at survival. As for the disciples of Haoran sect sheltered within the military, I no longer concern myself with them. As long as I return to Haoran Academy, even if he is a disciple of the Medicine Death Valley, he cannot touch me. This was the singular thought occupying Meng Shu's mind. In a fleeting moment, just as Meng Shu stepped out of the Taihe Hall, before he could express his relief, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura approaching from behind. Ah! Meng Shu shouted, his robust energy enveloping him instantly, particularly reinforcing his vulnerable spots, the back of his head and heart. Thud! The force of the cave immortal finger penetrated through the back of Meng Shu's head, emerging from his brow. His movement slowed, and he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Thus, Jiang Long, Nangong Jiao, Lin Hanchang, and Meng Shu, all four of the innate realm present, met their demise at the hands of Su Han. Su Han chuckled, surveying the stunned onlookers, his gaze landing on the Empress Dowager Rensheng. The Haoran sect once ambushed me during a hunting day, subsequently subdued by Lin Yinghai and hidden within the Divine Strategy Army. Considering this, I must allow them to live a little longer. Today, they too shall face judgment, leaving not a single trace. The Empress Dowager Rensheng felt Su Han's gaze upon her, but dared not raise her head or meet his eyes. She kept her head bowed, clutching a string of prayer beads, murmuring what seemed to be a sutra. The Zhuyang Academy shall face annihilation. The Nangong family shall face annihilation. The Lin family shall face annihilation. The Haoran sect shall face annihilation. In an instant, Su Han's words, imbued with murderous intent, froze everyone in place, chilling them to the bone and igniting a wave of panic within, particularly for those yet to be accounted for by Su Han, such as the Divine Martial Marquis, He Yin, and the Fourth Prince. The deaths of several innate realm members struck their hearts with immense shock. This sensation was akin to knowing one's demise was inevitable, yet remaining unaware of when it would arrive. Over time, it would drive a person to become a frightened bird, or even a madman. Your Highness, what you speak of requires deliberation. After a moment of silence, the Fourth Prince slowly began. Indeed, Su Han smiled, directing his gaze towards Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, luring outsiders to Su Kingdom under the pretense of power. Even after your master Chun Chitai's demise, you still managed to entice a minor character from the Celestial King dynasty. It appears that treachery has seeped into your very bones. Such a crime warrants punishment. Su Han, do not go too far. The Fourth Prince suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the terrified Su Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with a tumult of anger and fear. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The Crown Prince has truly lost his mind. He is intent on overturning the court and usurping the throne. Nangong Weir grasped the Emperor's shoulders, tears streaming down her face, her eyes brimming with panic. Su Yin also knelt, bowing his head in supplication. Father, elder brother has become a bloodthirsty maniac. Please, Father, send someone to subdue him, or our Su Kingdom will surely collapse. The Emperor. The Empress Dowager Rensheng suddenly raised her head, fixating her gaze on the Emperor, demanding an immediate resolution. Ha ha ha. Su Han could not contain his laughter, his eyes mockingly scanning Nangong Weir and the others. Why do you all believe he could possibly suppress me? Pausing briefly, Su Han turned to the Emperor with a grin. Father, for so many years, you have toiled on the throne, which has impeded your martial cultivation, leaving you stuck at the third level of the innate realm. It is time for you to rest and delve into the martial arts. In this world, no power surpasses that of personal strength. True authority stems from martial prowess. The third level of the innate realm? The crowd gasped in surprise. When did the Emperor break through to the innate realm? Was it Su Chongqing? They finally realized why the Emperor had shown such leniency towards Su Chongqing. There was likely another crucial reason. He too inherited Su Chongqing's martial arts. Moreover, they discerned other implications from Su Han's words, and a chorus of gasps resonated through the Taiha Hall. Was Su Han openly demanding the current emperor to abdicate in his favor? Was he preparing to ascend the throne of Su Kingdom? It was only at this moment that true panic surged within the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 192. Atone for guilt with merit. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. The benevolent Empress Dowager could no longer tolerate the situation. She rose abruptly, one hand clasped over her chest, the other pointing accusatorily at Su Han, her face flushed with indignation. Was she not seated in the Hall of Supreme Harmony today solely because the Emperor was her son? What fate awaited her if the Emperor were coerced into abdicating? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. He Bai-yin, having received medical attention, had regained some of his strength, but upon hearing Su Han's words, a pallor swept across his face. When did you realize that I am at the third level of the innate realm? The Emperor gazed at Su Han with a complex expression. When I departed, I already knew that my father's cultivation far exceeded the 10th level of fetal breath. His ability to breach the innate realm indicates that his cultivation method is at least of the 3rd grade, and its origin, needless to say, must be the legacy passed down by the old ancestor Su. Su Han replied nonchalantly, that is indeed the case. Due to the connection with that noble figure of the great immortal dynasty, this matter must be kept under wraps. The Emperor sighed softly. In that case, the old ancestor Su is also considered my father's mentor. If the old ancestor were to perish under the pressure of the Zhuyang Academy, would my father seek vengeance on his behalf? Su Han's voice grew colder. Revenge must be taken. Moreover, after today, News of my being innate will swiftly reach the ears of that noble figure in the great immortal dynasty. I can no longer remain in the Su kingdom, lest that person use it as an excuse to obliterate our land." The emperor fell silent for a moment before responding in a calm tone. The crowd was taken aback. Was the emperor truly considering acquiescing to Su Han's will and abdicating? "However, I cannot pass the throne to you. Your current cultivation has reached the threshold of half-step nirvana, which is also a source of criticism," the emperor stated, gazing at Su Han with a serious demeanor, indicating that this matter was non-negotiable. If Su Han attempted to seize the throne by force, he would not hesitate to oppose him, even at the cost of their familial bond. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with hope at this unexpected turn of events. If the emperor were to abdicate without passing the throne to Su Han, it could only be bestowed upon him, the current crown prince. Nangong, who had intended to persuade the emperor, suddenly fell silent. After all these years of effort, had she not wished to see Su Yan ascend to the throne? If Su Yan could secure his position, the Nangong family would have a chance to rise, and Su Han would no longer annihilate the Nangong clan. Who said I wanted the throne? Su Han chuckled. Lig Chapter 193. You can rest assured in your old age has He Yin surrendered? The expression on Shun Wuho's face was exceedingly grim. The fourth prince and other royal nobles, as well as the ministers of the court, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. The Ministry of Justice wielded immense power within the Kingdom of Su, particularly through its formidable tiger capture prison, which commanded 4 divisions of enforcers, black, green, purple, and gold, whose influence reached every corner of the kingdom. While the tiger capture prison may not match the Black Riders in direct confrontation, in terms of reach, the latter pales in comparison. First, shatter Lin Yinghai's peep of bone and confiscate his divine weapon. Then, send men to apprehend everyone from the Lin family, the Nangong family, and the Haoran sect. If even one escapes, you shall pay with your life. Su Han stated calmly. Lin Yinghai's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Su Han. Upon receiving Su Han's order, He Yin immediately stood and approached Lin Yinghai, speaking in a grave tone. General Lin, do not deceive yourself. Please summon forth your divine weapon. Your Highness, my Lin family is also willing to bear our sins for merit. Lin Yinghai suddenly knelt before Su Han, prostrating himself fervently. Li Minji, take the Eastern Factory personnel and cooperate with Minister He. Remember to execute the task beautifully. Su Han disregarded Lin Yinghai's pleas and directed his attention to Li Minji, who was standing nearby. Yes, yes. Li Minji's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaped forward, joining He Yin to confront Lin Yinghai. Su Han's intent was unmistakable. Regardless of Lin Yinghai's supplications, the Lin family would not escape his wrath today. Bang, bang, bang. Despite being at the same level of strength, Lin Yinghai did not surrender meekly but instead engaged in a fierce struggle with He Yin and Li Minji. After a brief skirmish, he was ultimately outmatched and gravely injured. His divine weapon confiscated. He Bai-Yin signaled to his subordinates, and a Black Rider approached with iron chains, binding Lin Yinghai's peep bone and securing various joints and vital points with several loops. Bound and unable to even kneel, Lin Yinghai lay on the ground like a helpless caterpillar, glaring at Su Han with venomous eyes. Even if I die today, it matters not. I shall await you in the afterlife. No matter how strong you are, you cannot rival the great divine dynasty or the mighty Jiang family. Still daring to spout nonsense? Li Minji glared fiercely and advanced, delivering a flurry of blows that shattered every tooth in Lin Yinghai's mouth, leaving his cheeks swollen like a pig's head before finally relenting. What a vicious cur. The crowd felt a mixture of shock and fury, yet none dared to express it outwardly. He Yin, proceed with the instructions I just gave. I expect to see results today. Su Han smiled. Yes. He Yin nodded eagerly and departed the Taiha Hall alongside Li Minji. Observing their departure, the onlookers realized the grim fate awaiting the Nangong family, the Lin family, and the warriors of the Haoran sect. Certainly a dismal end awaited them. The ghost eagle circled overhead, following He Yin and Li Minji as Su Han's other set of eyes. Fourth uncle, for the sake of father. Su Xiaoyu may be spared her death sentence, but she cannot escape her punishment. Let her remain in the palace to accompany the Renqing Empress Dowager. If she dares to leave the palace without my permission, I will eradicate your entire lineage. From henceforth, there shall be no fourth prince's residence in the Kingdom of Su. Su Han's gaze fell upon the fourth prince, accompanied by a gentle smile that belied the chilling implications of his words. Su Han's tone was soft, yet the content sent shivers down the spines of those present. It was tantamount to imprisoning Su Xiaoyu for life within the palace. Unless she wished to witness the annihilation of her family, she would find it nearly impossible to step outside the palace again. I obey. After a moment of silence, the fourth prince clasped his fists and bowed. At that moment, The assembly sensed a palpable aging in the fourth prince, as his hair turned visibly grayer. Father. Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by the fourth prince's glare. From now on, you shall remain in the palace to accompany the Ren Xing Empress Dowager, the fourth prince said slowly. Daughter. I obey. Su Xiaoyu's eyes reflected despair. I believe the esteemed ministers present are of advanced age. It would be best for you to return home and enjoy your twilight years, free from the burdens of court affairs. I hope to see your resignation letters today. Su Han's gaze swept across the ministers. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping the implications of Su Han's earlier conversation with the emperor and understanding why the minister of rights had been executed without hesitation. Indeed, they no longer held their positions in Su Han's eyes. A nation thrives on vigor. Upon your abdication, I shall appoint chief he to select capable young successors to fill your positions. The kingdom of Su will endure, and you may still enjoy your retirement in peace. Su Han smiled. Within the court, many had initially supported the fourth prince, yet among them were also youthful generals and officials. Their expressions gradually transformed from shock to elation, their breaths growing heavier with anticipation. Their opportunity had finally arrived. Su Han's actions were akin to granting these young individuals, who might have had to wait a decade or even two to achieve their ambitions, the chance to ascend to prominence a decade earlier. This was an opportunity, one that no young person could refuse. Chief He, I wonder if my palace's eunuch, Feng Qingyang, still lives? Su Han inquired with a smile. After your departure, there were those who sought to harm him, but my subordinates intervened. He has been relocated to a safer place, He Baiyan responded. Su Han chuckled and turned to Su Yin, who immediately waved his hands. Not me. I did not send anyone after a eunuch. Brother, I know it wasn't you. How about this? Once the remnants of the Lin family, the Nangong family, and the Haoran sect are captured, they shall be executed at noon. With you presiding over the execution, if you please? Su Han smiled. Su Yin was taken aback. To have him oversee the execution? Half of his bloodline was from the Nangong family. All right. Thank you, elder brother. Su Yin quickly cupped his fists in gratitude. Before long, a black rider entered the Taya Hall, leading Feng Qingyang, who appeared timid and terrified. However, upon seeing the figure on the dragon throne, he froze in place, completely rigid. Your Highness, Feng Qingyang exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward and kneeling, sliding all the way to the steps before the throne. Rise, Su Han said with a faint smile. Feng Qingyang was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired or why Su Han occupied the throne. It was only then that he noticed the thick stench of blood permeating the hall, with several corpses lying on the ground. The Empress? The National Master? Heaven help us. Feng Qingyang's expression was one of shock. Chapter 194. The heir to the throne. Feng Qingyang's gaze swept over the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his heart shaken profoundly, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. Even the esteemed General Lin Yinghai had been bound in such a manner? Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Lin Yinghai, his entire being trembling in astonishment. Take a few of the Black Knights and fetch Empress Huang and her son. Su Han instructed with a smile. Do remember to be courteous so as not to frighten them. Understood. Feng Qingyang nodded hastily, departing the Taiha Hall with several Black Knights in trepidation. Empress Huang? A look of horror crossed the faces of those present. Was Su Han truly considering passing the throne to the son of Empress Huang? As speculation buzzed among the crowd, Su Han's gaze fell upon the divine martial marquis, whose body trembled, despair evident in his eyes. What was inevitable has finally arrived. You didn't think I would forget about you, did you, divine martial marquis? Su Han remarked with a faint smile. You have slain my son. We are sworn enemies. How could you possibly forget? The divine martial marquis replied with a glimmer of determination, stepping forward to point an accusing finger at Su Han. You act with impunity, disrupting the court's order. One day, the kingdom of Su will fall because of you, and countless souls will descend upon the underworld to rend you apart, leaving you with no chance of rebirth. While your son's crimes warrant severe punishment, I initially intended to merely strip you of your martial prowess and allow you to live out your days in the Marquisate. However, given your recent remarks, it seems I must fully eradicate your lineage. Su Han chuckled. The divine martial marquis's expression shifted abruptly, staring at Su Han in disbelief. In the next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud. Your Highness, the old minister was blinded by rage and misled by ghosts. I beseech your Highness to show mercy and spare my life. I bear a grudge against you for the death of my son, which cannot be overlooked. Su Han replied with a calm smile. Though my son is lost, I can still have another. When Su Bo attacked me in the royal armory, he deserved his fate at my hands. I hold no grievance against you. The sincerity in the divine martial marquis's words was unmistakable. How shameless could one be? He was willing to forsake any shred of dignity for the sake of survival, drawing scorn from those around him. "Do you truly acknowledge your crimes?" Su Han inquired, his smile unwavering. "Indeed, indeed. The old minister speaks only the truth." The divine martial marquis repeatedly bowed his head. "Very well. You shall personally wield the blade for the execution tomorrow at the Meridian Gate. This is your opportunity, divine martial marquis. Do not squander it." Personally wield the blade? The divine martial marquis's countenance flickered with hesitation. Not only would he offend countless acquaintances within the Nangong family and the Lin family by doing so, but he would also alienate the martial artists of the Jianghu, who would surely blame him as the executioner rather than Su Han. "Are you unwilling?" Su Han teased. "I am willing." The divine martial marquis quickly bowed in submission. At that moment, Fang Qingyang and the Black Knights returned with Empress Huang, who appeared uncertain, clutching a seemingly 5-year-old child. What they said was indeed true. Upon seeing Su Han seated upon the dragon throne, the bound Lin Yinghai, the headless Nangong Yu, and the slain Nangong Yu wearer, alongside the visibly trembling divine martial marquis kneeling beneath the throne, Empress Huang felt an inexplicable sensation rise within her, as if everything were a surreal dream. "Your Highness, Empress Huang has arrived," Fang Qingyang announced respectfully. "Your Highness, you summoned me for what purpose?" Empress Huang's eyes darted towards Su Han with uncertainty. "Please, step forward," Su Han invited with a smile. Empress Huang approached the dragon throne with her child, the onlookers' gazes shifting in contemplation. The child, though small, possessed bright eyes and a clever spirit. Upon seeing Su Han, he chimed, "Elder brother." A smile graced Su Han's face as he responded. Su Hung remembers his elder brother? He recalled meeting Su Hung 2 years prior, at a court banquet when the child was merely 3. "I remember. Mother said that my elder brother is the true prodigy of the Kingdom of Su." Su Hung declared earnestly. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Empress Huang hastily covered Su Hang's mouth, a flush of embarrassment crossing her features at her son's public proclamation. "There is no need for concern, Empress Huang," Su Han reassured her with a gentle smile. "I called for you and Su Hung today because the emperor has abdicated in favor of a successor. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Thus, I believe it is only fitting for Su Hung to ascend the throne. What are your thoughts on this, Empress Huang?" "Su Hung, to ascend the throne?" Empress Huang gazed at Su Han in a daze, her mind swirling with confusion, unable to grasp the events of the day. Why was the emperor absent? Yet Su Han sat upon the dragon throne? Is it possible that the emperor? The thought lingered unspoken, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety and deep-seated fear. The emperor is well. He merely seeks to devote himself to the martial path. With his talents, achieving rebirth in the near future is not a concern. "You need not worry, Empress Huang," Su Han assured her, satisfied with her reaction, noting that she remained concerned for the emperor's safety rather than being blinded by immediate gains. Empress Huang's heart eased upon hearing this. She had once dreamt of Su Hung ascending the throne, yet with Su Han, Nangong Yu and Su Yin in the way, she had abandoned that hope, wishing only for Su Hung to achieve greatness in martial arts. She could never have imagined such a monumental shift occurring in just a few short years. "Your Highness, you may proceed with your arrangements. I shall comply with your wishes," Empress Huang said, taking a deep breath and smiling. In that moment, her regal demeanor seemed to shine even brighter than before. "Chief He, Su Hung shall soon ascend the throne. You and the Black Knights are to ensure their safety within the palace in the coming days." Su Han instructed He Baiyan with a smile. "Understood," He Baiyan responded, fists clasped, the clank of his armor resonating. Standing nearby, Su Yin watched as Su Han effortlessly determined the heir to the throne with just a few words, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. For years, he had toiled for the position of crown prince, backed by the Nangong family, planning meticulously and expending countless resources, even courting the favor of influential ministers and noble families, spending vast fortunes in the process. Now, although his title of crown prince remained, the successor to the throne was not him, but rather Su Hong, a younger brother he had never regarded highly. Chapter 195. The annihilation of a family on this fateful day in the state of Su. Tranquility was a distant memory. The Minister of Justice, He Yen, in collusion with the Eastern Bureau's chief, Li Minji, led a contingent of ferocious captors from the tiger-capturing prison and the menacing agents of the Eastern Bureau. They stormed into the Lin residence, apprehending over 60 members of the Lin family without mercy. Shortly thereafter, the Nangong family faced a similar fate, with more than 100 individuals shackled and paraded into the imperial palace. Concurrently, a group of dark-clad riders, bearing decrees, stripped several generals of their responsibilities for guarding the capital, all of whom shared a close bond with Lin Yinghai. The military experienced a sudden upheaval. Many generals were caught off guard and dared not resist. Within a single day, The ranks of the military were entirely reshuffled, with young commanders, once suppressed by Lin Yinghai, rising to positions of power one after another. Disciples of the Haoran sect hiding within the Shin's army were also systematically exposed. It was only after the apprehension of all members from the three families that the events within the Taiya Hall began to circulate. The retired generals finally comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Upon learning the truth, they realized that even if they wished to fight to the death, it was futile, for their military power had already been usurped. Aside from minor disturbances, the transition of power at the upper echelons of the state of Su occurred with remarkable calmness, almost devoid of any significant resistance. The entire state underwent a transformation, with ordinary citizens remaining blissfully unaware, while the nobles trembled in fear, anxious that they too might fall victim to Su Han's wrath. Most were relieved that aside from the Nangong and Lin families, as well as the Haoran sect, Su Han merely compelled some elderly officials to relinquish their power and return to their hometowns. Moreover, he harbored no ill will towards those nobles who had not wronged him, contributing to the present tranquility in the capital. This serenity persisted until the following day. The next day, at noon, as a row of white-clad prisoners knelt bound before the noon gate, news spread like wildfire, drawing a frenzied crowd. He stood beside the execution platform, gazing deeply at the throng of several tens of thousands, some even climbing nearby buildings for a better view, their faces a mix of curiosity and shock. They recognized the identities of those kneeling at the noon gate. The black-clad riders under He Baiyin formed a tight perimeter around the gate, and no citizen dared to push forward, fully aware of who the riders represented. Isn't that the chief steward of the Nangong family? How could he? Someone gasped in astonishment. You're behind the times. The Minister of Justice and the Eastern Bureau raided the Nangong family yesterday. Another sneered. What? A raid? But they are kin to the National Master. How could such a thing happen? The National Master? I heard he was slain by the Crown Prince within the palace yesterday. As for the source of this news, you need not inquire further. A well-informed individual dropped a bombshell of information, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. The National Master is dead? Slain by the Crown Prince? But didn't he flee the state of Su for safety? You're talking nonsense. Someone retorted. Nonsense. Look at the others. They are all relatives of General Lin Yinghai, all captured and set for execution today. I also heard that agents from the Tiger Capturing Prison and the Eastern Bureau are heading to various branches of the Lin family to execute them locally. The crowd gasped in disbelief. But the prince is seated on the execution platform. The Nangong family is his maternal clan. Why would he personally oversee the execution? Such matters are beyond my knowledge. Just then, Su Han, flanked by recently appointed officials, ascended the execution platform alongside Huang Fei and Su Hong. Upon seeing this, Su Yin instinctively stood up, feeling flustered as she gazed at Su Han, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. The Crown Prince. Tens of thousands of eyes converged on Su Han, revealing a spectrum of emotions, curiosity, reverence, and fear. This is the tyrant Su Han. Remember, he has disrupted the realm for his own selfish ends, seeking to annihilate the Haoran sect. Should the opportunity arise, he must be eliminated to restore peace to the state of Su. A group of women stood atop a nearby building, their vantage point affording them a clear view of the proceedings at the noon gate. The leading middle-aged woman glared at Su Han with malice and turned slowly to the group of girls aged from their teens to early 20s behind her. Cousins, shall we act today and rescue our brothers and sisters from the Haoran sect? Absolutely not. The middle-aged woman shook her head slowly. Su Han is far too powerful today. Even united, we would not stand a chance. After today, we shall go to the Haoran Academy. After all, we are but a branch that emerged from there, and we still hold a semblance of kinship. Su Han, may you meet a dreadful end. Crown Prince, my Nangong family has served the state of Su for many years. How have we met such a fate? If you wish for our deaths, we demand clarity. Monster, my Lin family's heroes will haunt you even in death. Su Han, today you unleash such cruelty upon the Haoran sect. Mark my words, the Haoran Academy shall repay you in kind. You scoundrel, may you come to a terrible end. As the prisoners knelt before the noon gate, upon seeing Su Han, they were suddenly infused with a fierce determination, hurling curses and venomous glares at him. Su Han wore a faint smile, quietly observing the scene. Those who cursed were swiftly silenced by He Yan's subordinates, who struck their mouths with the backs of their blades until not a single profane word escaped their lips. Crown Prince, these audacious scoundrels deserve death. I implore you to command their execution. He Yan, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, bowed to Su Han. Today, I am not the one presiding over the executions. I am merely here to witness the spectacle. Su Han replied with a chuckle. After a pause, he turned to Su Hong and smiled. Brother, should you aspire to ascend the throne, These individuals represent the obstacles in your path. Once they are eliminated and some pests cleared away, your future reign will be secure. Thank you, royal brother. Su Hong, though tinged with fear, displayed remarkable maturity as he bowed to Su Han. Huang Fei felt a surge of emotion, her gaze lingering on the hundreds of figures before the noon gate. Once they were gone, Su Heng's claim to the throne would be unassailable, especially with the Nangong family. Though Nangong Yuer had perished, as long as the Nangong family existed, Huang Fei felt a persistent thorn in her heart. If you cannot bear to watch, you may close your eyes now, Su Han said cheerfully to Su Hong. Yes, royal brother, Su Hong nodded. Noticing this, Su Han cast a glance at Su Yin, who promptly feigned a look at the sky before sweeping her gaze over the members of the Nangong family. The time has come. Proceed with the execution. Su Yin gritted her teeth and shouted. Crown Prince, you would abandon your kin for your own survival. A member of the Nangong family cried out in despair. Chapter 196, Bloodshed Spills for Miles. The furious denunciations from the Nangong family echoed relentlessly. Initially, Su Yin displayed a semblance of shame on her visage. Yet as the vitriol from the Nangong kin intensified, she turned her gaze sharply toward the divine martial marquis. The time has come. What are you waiting for? With the ghostly blade in hand, the divine martial marquis advanced deliberately towards one of the prisoners. In a swift motion, he severed a head from its body, which rolled away across the ground. At that moment, the cacophony of curses ceased. However, mere moments later, the vitriol resumed, now even more frenzied, mingled with a palpable fear of death. As heads continued to tumble, the execution grounds swiftly fell into an eerie silence once more. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle for the first time, were gripped with terror. They had never beheld such a scene before the midday gate, where hundreds were executed. Even the elder members of the crowd had never encountered such brutality. Each condemned soul was of noble lineage, reminding the common folk of the royal family's overwhelming authority. Meanwhile, the martial artists from the Jianghu felt a poignant sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning its kin. Many of them fixed their gazes upon the divine martial marquis, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hatred. It is only when faced with impending death that one reflects upon their life and makes judgments upon themselves. The divine martial marquis repeated his grim task with relentless precision, his arm growing numb from the exertion. Gradually, some prisoners ceased their vitriol directed at Su Han and Su Yin, instead pleading for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. Your Highness, my son is only 7. Please, spare him. A middle-aged man from the Nangong family wept openly. Beside him knelt a youth, whose eyes blazed with resentment, fixated on Su Han. If you do not eradicate the roots of the Nangong family, how could I avoid future troubles? Su Han replied with a faint smile. Su Han, why must you pursue such a thorough extermination? Lin Yinghai, who had remained silent, suddenly erupted with anger. Those who commit wrongs must face the consequences, Lin Yinghai. After all these years, do you not grasp this simple truth? Su Han responded with a dispassionate smile. In that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Su Han shifted to one of deepening awe, while those harboring resentment against him found their feelings interlaced with fear. The youth, so composed in the face of hundreds of lives, evoked dread in their hearts, making them shiver at the thought of becoming his adversary. Numerous spies from various factions meticulously documented the gruesome scene they had just witnessed, dispatching their accounts through various channels. The divine martial marquis spent half an hour executing the condemned, and when he finally severed Lin Yinghai's head, the air was thick with the stench of blood, permeating for miles. This day would be etched in the memories of the capital S citizens for eternity, even decades later. The horrific image of blood spilling for miles would haunt their recollections. Truly terrifying, Su Han is truly terrifying, Su Ji Yuan murmured to herself. Surrounding her were several acquaintances, including the scions of ministers and noble families. Witnessing once close friends meeting their demise at the hands of the divine martial marquis instilled an indelible fear that seemed impossible to dispel. Ji Yuan, I heard that your sister will henceforth be confined to the palace, forbidden from stepping outside? One of them ventured cautiously. Indeed, Su Ji Yuan nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief. At least this calamity had not ensnared the fourth prince's estate too severely. Although Su Xiaoyu was imprisoned, she had retained her life. In the future, remember not to offend the crown prince again. Whenever you see him, take a different path. Thankfully, it was not he who ascended to the throne. Otherwise, I might have had to plead with my father to send me to the great Zhou. The gathering quietly regretted their past transgressions against Su Han. Su Yin, after today, I wish to never see you within the Su family again. Can you comply? Su Han's gaze landed upon Su Yin, his tone even and calm. I can. Su Yin exclaimed joyously. He had anticipated the worst outcome today, being slain by Su Han, but never expected that Su Han would allow him to leave. With a smile, Su Han departed the execution platform, accompanied by Huang Fei and He Bai Yin, surrounded by a throng of ministers, making his way toward the palace. Meanwhile, the constables of the Tiger Prison commenced the grim task of dealing with the corpses before the midday gate. With the entire family condemned, no one remained to assist in the recovery of the bodies. Even former close friends would not dare to show themselves at such a time. After the Nangong family, the Lin family, and the Haoran sect were purged, the subsequent tasks grew increasingly tedious. Su Han instructed He Bai Yin to dispatch individuals to collect the assets belonging to the three families, while also tallying the wealth to be acquired from the confiscation. Outside the palace, Su Yin cast a glance back at the palace gates, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, before he mounted his steed and rode towards the outskirts of the capital. Along the way, he encountered Lin Suner. "Your Highness, take me with you," Lin Suner implored, her eyes glistening with tears. The Lin family had suffered a purge, yet Lin Suner was untouched, believing she would be captured alongside her kin, only to witness their execution before the midday gate. "I am no longer a prince. Do you still wish to accompany me?" Su Yin's expression was complex. In truth, his feelings for Lin Suner were not profound. He had taken her from Su Han not out of love, but because she had once been Su Han's betrothed, and he had desired to seize everything belonging to Su Han. "No, you are still a prince. As long as we live, there will surely be opportunities," Lin Suner whispered. Silence. Su Yin snapped, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He then swiftly pulled Lin Suner onto his horse, and together they fled the capital. However, barely 50 miles outside the city, their path was obstructed. Divine Martial Marquis, is Su Han truly intent on exterminating all? Su Yin's voice trembled with a mix of rage and fear. A look of shock crossed Lin Suner's face as she instinctively clung tighter to Su Yin. Blocking their way was, indeed, the Divine Martial Marquis. "Your Highness, do not misunderstand. I am not here to kill you," the Divine Martial Marquis stated in a low voice. Su Yin narrowed his eyes, maintaining his vigilance. "Then why have you come?" "I know an elder at the Zhuyang Academy. He is of the Innate realm. Here is a letter. Upon your arrival at Zhuyang Academy, seek him out, and he will make the necessary arrangements for you," the Divine Martial Marquis replied. Producing a letter and handing it to Su Yin, exhaling deeply, "I can only assist you to this extent." As Su Yin accepted the letter, his gaze softened considerably. Noting the Divine Martial Marquis turning to leave, he called out, "Divine Martial Marquis, what is the elder's name?" "Wang Dalong," the Divine Martial Marquis replied without looking back. Chapter 197, The Regent Wang Dalong? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. As far as he knew, there was no elder by that name in the Zhuyang Academy. He had no time to inquire with the Divine Martial Marquis, who seemed eager to vanish quickly, disappearing like smoke. "Your Highness, there are only a handful of elders at Zhuyang Academy. Why have I never heard of Wang Dalong?" Lin Suner expressed her puzzlement. Zhuyang Academy. Being the foremost institution in the Great Zhou, perhaps this elder Wang Dalong had just recently joined, drawn by reputation. The Divine Martial Marquis went to great lengths to deliver this letter to me. It would be illogical for him to scheme against me. Furthermore, Su Han's influence has yet to reach Zhuyang Academy. After some contemplation, Su Yin spoke slowly. "However, I have heard that Su Han intends to avenge Su Chongqing. He will inevitably seek out Zhuyang Academy." Lin Suner hesitated. "Suner, Zhuyang Academy is my last hope. My mother was slain by Su Han, my maternal clan was exterminated, and I lost my throne. I have lost all foundations in Su country. Only Zhuyang Academy offers a glimmer of hope. If you are unwilling to accompany me, you may leave now." Su Yin's tone turned grave. "Brother, I have no intention of going anywhere," Lin Suner hurriedly replied. "Very well, we shall proceed to Zhuyang Academy together. I will implore this elder to take you in as well." Su Yin smiled. "Has everything been arranged?" In the Taiha Hall, Su Han gazed down at the kneeling Divine Martial Marquis. "Your Highness, everything has been taken care of. I personally delivered the letter to Su Yin." The Divine Martial Marquis replied in a hushed tone. He was astonished. Only when Su Han assigned him this task did he realize that Su Han had even planted a seed of innate potential within Zhuyang Academy. "Su Yin, how do you intend to contend with him?" The Divine Martial Marquis mused inwardly. "Very well." Su Han smiled faintly and nodded. "I initially intended to strip you of your cultivation, but given your satisfactory execution of this task, I shall temporarily overlook your past transgressions. You may remain in the Marca residence to live out your days, but do not let me discover any clandestine activities. Otherwise, I shall have Lord He personally take your head." Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness." The Divine Martial Marquis was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly bowed several times before respectfully exiting the Taiha Hall. "Your Highness, the results from the Lin family and the Nangong family have come in." Together, They seized over 5 million taels of silver, along with some antiques and divine weapons, totaling approximately 6 million taels. After the divine martial marquis departed, He Baiyin respectfully reported to Su Han. 6 million taels? That is considerably less than I anticipated. Su Han remarked with a smile. He Baiyin nodded slightly. Both families had amassed a significant amount of silver over the years. However, this silver was utilized by Lin Yinghai and Nangong Yu for their martial arts cultivation and to train their offspring, as well as for the numerous spiritual materials required by the two elders during their seclusion for healing. Thus, they only had this surplus remaining. Indeed, your calculations are accurate. Su Han replied with a smile. How shall we dispose of this silver? He Baiyin's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Han. Send it to father. He will require more resources for his martial cultivation in the future. Su Han smiled. He Baiyin was taken aback. He had expected Su Han to keep the wealth for himself. As 6 million taels was no small fortune for a martial artist, it could even procure the assistance of a Nirvana realm expert. Additionally, here are 10 thunder sound explosive chi pills. I will impart a set of techniques to you. When the time comes, you can consume these pills to successfully advance to Innate. Su Han retrieved a porcelain vial containing the pills he had extorted from the secret realm. He Baiyin stared for a moment before slowly reaching out to accept it, gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Your Highness. Your willingness to risk your life for the Elder to venture into Zhuyang Academy shows that the Elder did not misjudge you. In the future, Su country will rely on your support. Su Han smiled. Upon mentioning Su Changsheng, He Baiyin's gaze dimmed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Your Highness, you previously mentioned that Zhuyang Academy should be eradicated. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Once the matters of Su country are resolved, I shall personally visit Zhuyang Academy. Su Han smiled. I have heard that the true strength of Zhuyang Academy's leader is at the mid-Nirvana stage, likely the 4th level of Nirvana. Your Highness, would it not be wiser to endure for now, waiting until you have truly broken through to Nirvana before confronting Zhuyang Academy? He Baiyin spoke earnestly. Though he longed to avenge Su Changsheng immediately, he was no longer in a hurry. He hoped Su Han would employ the most prudent methods to deal with Zhuyang Academy. Fear not, I have prepared a grand gift for Zhuyang Academy. Even if Su Han's Han is at the mid-Nirvana stage, with my strength, I still possess considerable odds of success. The remaining individuals do not concern me, Su Han replied with a calm smile. He Baiyin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of admiration. Given his understanding of Su Han, if Su Han maintained such composure, he must possess other strategies or hidden cards. Your Highness, I hope to be present on that day. He Baiyin clasped his hands respectfully. Not only you, the Elder will also be present, Su Han chuckled softly. In the following days, Su Han imparted the Purple Extreme Mixed Yuan technique to He Baiyin, who successfully advanced to the Innate stage even before consuming the Thunder Sound explosive chi pills. After several more days, under Su Han's guidance, Su Heng's coronation ceremony was imminent. Meanwhile, the Lin family branches across Su country and those loyal to Lin Yinghai were either captured or fled. Under the vigorous crackdown by the Ministry of Punishment, these remnants had nowhere to hide. In the Taiha Hall, the emperor, who had not appeared for several days, personally presided over Su Heng's coronation ceremony. Countless newly appointed ministers and noble families witnessed the transition of supreme power within Su country. Yet, the one they most revered and feared remained Su Han, who stood by the side of the Taiha Hall, smiling as he observed the flawless proceedings. Everyone understood that Su Heng ascended to the throne solely due to Su Han's support. Hunger, from this day forth, you shall be the emperor of Su country. You must bear the heavy responsibilities and not disappoint your father or your elder brother, the emperor said kindly as he gazed at Su Heng, who was now clad in the dragon robe. Your son understands, Su Heng replied, hastily bowing. The emperor smiled and scanned the gathered ministers. Although some new faces had emerged, he recognized many of them from his years in power. I shall devote myself to martial cultivation henceforth. You all must assist the emperor diligently. Do you understand? The emperor said with a gentle smile. Everyone responded in unison. In Huang Fei's eyes, a glimmer of excitement shone. From this day forth, she would officially become the Empress Dowager, akin to the former benevolent Empress Dowager. The power in her hands was unimaginable. Huang Fei's gaze suddenly fell upon Su Han, and she softly said, the emperor is still young. I hope the elder prince can also serve as regent. Chapter 198. The romantic regent. The proposal of Huang Fei did not astonish the assembly. In fact, many believed that Su Han was more suited to ascend the throne. Su Han, your brother is indeed quite young. You should shoulder this responsibility, the emperor remarked with a smile. I shall soon depart for the Zhuyang Academy, and it is unlikely I will return to Su Kingdom often. I can serve as regent, but in the future, He Baiyin will fulfill that role on my behalf. Su Han replied with a calm smile. He Baiyan was momentarily taken aback, yet remained silent. From the moment he resolved to avenge Su Changsheng, his loyalty was pledged solely to Su Han. Whatever Su Han commanded, he would not refuse. To Jiuyang Academy, many newly appointed ministers raised their eyes, looking at Su Han with fervent anticipation, their gazes glimmering with excitement. Once, Su Kingdom had been powerless against the oppression from Bezhou and Jiuyang Academy. Now, Su Han was preparing to confront Jiuyang Academy himself. Did this not signify the ascent of Su Kingdom? What is your level of assurance? The emperor's expression turned serious. About 80%, Su Han replied with a gentle smile. 80%. The emperor took a deep breath, a bittersweet smile appearing in his eyes. I cannot compare to you. After a pause, he seemed to notice the concern in Huang Fei's eyes and chuckled lightly. It would not be amiss for leader He to exercise the regent's powers. He has already achieved the innate realm, and his future is boundless. Innate realm? Huang Fei was momentarily stunned, and the ministers in the court were equally astonished, their gazes towards He Baiyan shifting dramatically. This was the innate realm. Prior to these events, Su Kingdom had not a single innate being. Soon after, Su Han made a powerful return, demonstrating abilities on par with the Nirvana realm, slaying 4 Nirvana beings. With the revelation that the emperor was also of the innate realm, and now with He Baiyan's ascension to the innate realm, it was evident that Su Kingdom's strength had risen significantly. Huang Fei felt entirely reassured. She trusted He Baiyan, with an innate protector by Su Heng's side. Those with nefarious intentions would think twice. The power of the Black Riders was formidable, and now that their leader had reached the innate realm, they would become a force that instilled fear in all of Su Kingdom, and this force would serve the emperor of Su Kingdom. After attending to Su Heng's matters, Su Han, He Baiyan, and the emperor proceeded to the royal cemetery, where Su Changsheng was laid to rest after his passing. After offering incense, Su Han personally burned a considerable amount of paper money for Su Changsheng, finally tossing a cleansing spirit pill into the fire as well. The fragrant aroma of the pill pervaded the entire cemetery, lingering long after. The emperor subtly inhaled the rich scent and suddenly felt invigorated, even sensing a slight enhancement in the innate energy within him. Though the cleansing spirit pill was not a cultivation-enhancing elixir, its high grade, reaching the 5th tier, would still have some effect on innate cultivation. He Baiyan experienced an even more pronounced effect, as he had only just broken through to the innate realm. His cultivation level significantly lower than that of the emperor. Actually, you need not go to such lengths, the emperor sighed softly. The process of acquiring this pill must have been arduous, and its value is immense, to simply burn it. This pill was sought for our ancestor. Since our ancestor has passed, I shall burn it for him. He should not depart this world bearing the weight of suffering, Su Han stated matter-of-factly. He Baiyan nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Han's reasoning. Ancestor, soon I will retrieve Su Hanshan's head. If you have spirit in the afterlife, remember to enjoy a few drinks. Su Han gazed at the tombstone and smiled softly. The ancestor will surely be very pleased in the afterlife, He Baiyan remarked with a sense of wonder. After a moment of silence, the emperor turned his gaze to Su Han. Did you find any clues regarding your mother through the bracelet I gave you last time? Father. You guessed correctly. My mother has a significant past and a powerful background. Given our current cultivation levels, it is not suitable for us to seek her out. Su Han replied, shaking his head slightly. I am no longer the emperor. I am now unencumbered. Regardless of how powerful her background, I must find her. Tell me where she is, Su Han insisted. The emperor gazed deeply into Su Han. It may be life-threatening. Your mother's enemies could be martial sovereigns or even martial kings. Perhaps even those of the Dharmakaya realm. Such formidable beings could easily annihilate the entire Su Kingdom with a mere gesture. Knowing this, do you still wish to find her? Su Han spoke in a solemn tone. He Baiyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the magnitude of Su Han's maternal lineage. Realizing this was a personal matter between Su Han and the emperor, he discreetly stepped away. Finding her is my responsibility, the emperor smiled. She is the most unique woman I have ever encountered, and only she has truly taught me the meaning of love. A romantic, indeed. Su Han's gaze turned peculiar as he fell into silence for a while, then nodded slightly. He retrieved the Qing Emperor's apprenticeship token and the diamond-like bracelet given to him by the emperor. Father, this token is the Qing Emperor's apprenticeship token, Su Han said, presenting both the token and the bracelet. My mother's origins are tied to the Qing Emperor. You can use this token to travel to Wuzhou and seek apprenticeship under the Qing Emperor, discreetly investigating my mother's whereabouts. Be cautious. She has likely come to Su Kingdom to evade a formidable foe. The emperor was taken aback. The Qing Emperor's apprenticeship token? The master of the evergreen Holy Land. One of the 6 great heavenly emperors of the 9 provinces? He nearly doubted that Su Han had not been possessed by an ancient spirit. How had he acquired such a thing? What shocked him even more was that the only woman he had ever loved was connected to the Qing Emperor of Wuzhou. This was truly astonishing. You can still back out now. I had intended to use this token for myself, Su Han smirked. I will not back out. The Emperor swiftly accepted the token and bracelet, examining Su Han closely. Do you possess any elixirs that could enhance cultivation? Do you think this is my treasure vault? Su Han sneered. I have no elixirs, but if you can provide some spiritual materials, I can forge a divine weapon for you before you depart. You are a divine weapon craftsman as well? The Emperor's face once again displayed astonishment. Su Han raised an eyebrow at him. What tier are you as a divine weapon craftsman? The Emperor suddenly became excited, recalling Su Han's previous display of the Feng Tian Huaji. 5th tier. Su Han did not exaggerate, as he knew that the 9th tier rune imprint was beyond his means. The 5th tier was a moderate level that would not frighten the Emperor while allowing him to consider the grade of the spiritual materials he could provide. Chapter 199. Forging Divine Weapons, a 5th rank armorer. A look of astonishment crept across the Emperor's face as he stared blankly at Su Han, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. He had watched Su Han grow up. It was only recently that Su Han had slipped from his sight. For the previous 17 or 18 years, Su Han had remained within the confines of the Su Kingdom, never venturing far from home. How could he have become a 5th rank armorer? I understand now. The Emperor suddenly appeared enlightened. It must be your mother who taught you, correct? Indeed. Su Han nodded slightly. The activation of the Celestial Emperor system was made possible by the jade pendant left behind by his mother, thus the Emperor's conjecture was not entirely unfounded. You've truly kept this from me for far too long. The Emperor lamented softly. He then turned to Su Han and said, I possess a piece of spiritual material that happens to be of the 5th rank. When the Su Kingdom was founded, the first emperor was exceptionally powerful, merely a step away from the Yuan Dan realm. This spiritual material has been passed down through generations, carefully preserved by each emperor. How confident are you in forging it into a 5th rank divine weapon? After its successful forging, given your current cultivation, you would find it challenging to wield the weapon's full power. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Han did not respond to the Emperor's query regarding the success rate. To him, failure merely meant a loss of divine emperor currency, without any damage to the spiritual material. Since it was a 5th rank material, would it not be a waste not to forge it into a 5th rank divine weapon? Previous emperors had opportunities to forge it into a 4th rank material, yet they chose not to, for such an act would be a gross misappropriation. The Emperor chuckled. Surely I won't squander it during my reign. When I descend to the underworld, how could I face my ancestors? Aside from this 5th rank spiritual material, do you possess any 4th rank materials? I intend to forge a divine weapon for Leader He, Su Han inquired. Indeed, I have a piece that your grandfather once collected. I placed it alongside the 5th rank material. Once we return to the palace, I will present it to you, the Emperor replied. In the palace, Su Han did not wait long in his residence before the Emperor and He Baiyan arrived together. After dismissing the attendants, Su Han began to examine the spiritual materials they had brought. Su Han, how long will this take? I will have He Baiyan stand guard at the entrance to prevent any disturbances, the Emperor said with a smile. When a divine armorer forges a weapon, utmost concentration is required. External distractions can easily lead to failures in the rune imprinting process, thereby damaging the spiritual material. For the Su Kingdom, the value of 5th rank spiritual material is akin to that of an entire city. At times, even offering a city in exchange may not yield a satisfactory result. It won't take too long. You may wait here, Su Han replied with a serene smile. Just then, Feng Qingyang entered the residence and bowed to Su Han. Regent King, the Emperor and Empress Dowager wish to see you. Please, let them in. Su Han nodded slightly. Empress Huang entered alongside Su Han. Upon seeing the Emperor and He Baiyan present, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, learning that Su Han was about to forge a divine weapon at that moment. Her astonishment deepened, and she stood beside Su Han, her curiosity piqued. Su Han first picked up the 4th rank spiritual material, and his internal energy instantly transformed into a fierce flame. The onlookers witnessed the 4th rank material melting in Su Han's hands at AV Chapter 200. The second Nirvana gate once again. Failure. Let us try again. The innate vital energy surged past the first Nirvana gate, rushing toward the second, which symbolized the Pan Wang Ding. Unlike the 9th tier Supreme Fire Seed, this gate was of only the 9th tier lower grade, rendering it far less formidable than the one representing the ancient purple extreme Thunder Dragon. Nevertheless, Su Han would still require at least 2 to 3 months to breach it. In the palace, Su Han remained in seclusion, day after day. During this time, Su Han, accompanied by Huang Fei and He Baiyan, attended morning court sessions, gradually gaining a profound understanding of the various affairs of the Su Kingdom. He Baiyan had also nearly acclimated to the responsibilities of the regent. Since the emperor forged that fifth-tier divine weapon, he departed the Su kingdom with the Qing emperor's apprenticeship token and a bracelet, heading to the Qing sacred land in Wuzhou. His departure left the harem's concubines acutely aware that to secure their future within the palace, they needed to align themselves with Huang Fei and Su Han. Eunuch Fang. Please notify us when we may meet the regent, the dragon concubine implored Fang Qingyang, clutching Su Leng's hand. At this moment, Su Leng felt a tremor in his heart. Just days ago, the great Zhou dynasty had inexplicably permitted him to return to the Su kingdom, no longer serving as a hostage. Subsequently, he learned from his mother, the dragon concubine, about the recent upheavals in the Su kingdom, which seemed almost surreal. The Lin family had perished, the Nangong family had been annihilated, and the Haoran sect had been destroyed. The national master Nangong Yu had fallen, and the empress Nangong Yu was slain on the spot in the Taiha Hall. Su Yin had been exiled, leaving the Su kingdom. Now, even the emperor had abdicated, allowing Su Hong, the youngest prince of the harem, to ascend the throne as the new ruler of the Su kingdom. Dragon concubine, it is not that I refuse to inform you, but the regent has instructed that he remains in seclusion, unless it pertains to the survival of the nation. He should not be disturbed. I hope you can understand, Fang Qingyang clarified. Then we shall wait here, the dragon concubine replied, her expression shifting before she clenched her teeth. Fang Qingyang sighed softly, revealing a hint of hesitation before saying, how about this? You both may enter the palace and wait. I will inform you the moment the regent emerges. Thank you, Eunuch Fang. The dragon concubine hastily bowed in gratitude. Currently, it was well known that Fang Qingyang's status surpassed that of Li Minji. With Emperor Su Lingxiao having left the Su kingdom, the dragon concubine dared not show disrespect to him. Once in the palace, and after Fang Qingyang departed, Su Leng lowered his voice to ask the dragon concubine, Mother, is it true that Su Han can even slay Nirvana realm experts, as you say? Silence. The dragon concubine's gaze sharpened, her expression grave as she admonished Su Leng. In the future, you must either address the regent as elder brother or refer to him as regent. Never call him by name. The great Zhou dynasty's decision to allow your return was undoubtedly influenced by this news, wishing to avoid the enmity between the Zhuyang Academy and the regent. Understood. Mother Su Leng lowered his head. The dragon concubine was correct. Otherwise, the great Zhou would have no reason to release him. Only after confirming the authenticity of the events in the Su kingdom would they make such a decision. The Nirvana realm. How had he achieved such heights in such a short span? After all, he had only just turned 18 this year. Su Leng's thoughts were complex. He was a few years younger than Su Han and still merely a corporeal realm martial artist, having reached this level only due to the resources available to the royal family. For an ordinary martial artist in the Su kingdom, reaching the 7th level of the corporeal realm by 30 years old would grant them a certain status in the martial world. As such, martial artists typically had the opportunity to attain the fetal breath state before 50. Yet, Su Han could slay a Nirvana realm expert before turning 20. Such an achievement would not be considered weak even among the legendary sects. Perhaps he encountered a tremendous opportunity in the dead medicinal valley, after all. It was one of the 7 paramount powers, and even the great Zhou appeared as insignificant as an ant before the dead medicinal valley. Su Leng clenched his fist, silently vowing that if given the chance in the future, he too would join one of the 7 paramount powers. Only then could he glimpse a ray of hope in the martial path. A few days later, Su Han remained in seclusion. Fang Qingyang initially intended to send the dragon concubine back to rest, but she insisted on remaining awake through the night, unwilling to leave. Fang Qingyang, feeling helpless, considered arranging a room for her, but worried about rumors spreading, ultimately choosing to ignore the situation. When the dragon concubine grew weary, she would doze off in her chair. After a time, the other concubines caught wind of the situation and sought excuses to visit. In the depths of the harem, Empress Dowager Ren Sheng listened indifferently to the reports from her attendants, her face revealing a hint of anger. What sort of decorum was this from the dragon concubine? Your Highness, do not let this trouble your health, Su Xiaoyu consoled. This wretched child, Su Han, will truly ruin our Su kingdom. Tears welled in Empress Dowager Ren Sheng's eyes as she slowly closed them. Yet, moments later, she reopened her eyes. A fierce glint within. Jiang Zidong, a scion of the great immortal dynasty's Jiang family, cannot have his demise in the Su kingdom remain concealed. Within a year or 3 at most, the great immortal Jiang family will make their move, and this wretched child will undoubtedly perish. Your Highness, the Zhuyang Academy will likely take action as well. Although Su Han's martial prowess is formidable, able to best even the vice master of the Jiang family, the Zhuyang Academy has 4 Nirvana realm experts, and the strength of the master is exceedingly formidable. There may be a shift in the tide in the near future, Su Xiaoyu spoke softly. Good. With you by my side, I shall not feel so lonely in the palace. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, grasped Su Xiaoyu's hand joyfully, her eyes revealing a glimmer of hope as she slowly closed them. Boom! The violent vital energy surged forth, akin to a crashing wave, towards the Nirvana Gate. With a resounding crash, the fissured Nirvana Gate finally shattered. The torrent of vital energy surged through the gate, flooding into new meridians, continuously amplifying in this process. The Pan Wang Ding was immediately dismantled, transforming into a majestic flow of vital energy that permeated every cell of Su Han's body, causing his physical form to expand while his vital energy soared. Ultimately, the quantity of vital energy nearly doubled from its previous level. At present, my reservoir of vital energy is such that even a true Nirvana Realm first-level expert would find themselves inadequate in comparison. Su Han slowly opened his eyes. With the second Nirvana Gate breached, his strength had received a monumental enhancement. While his realm still lingered at half-step Nirvana, his genuine cultivation had undoubtedly surpassed that of the first level of Nirvana. Chapter 201. The terrifying power of the flesh. The power of the flesh has ascended to 24 symbols, indicating that the third Nirvana Divine Gate has opened, and there is hope of breaking through to 30 symbols. Su Han clenched his fists. Even if a Nirvana Realm martial artist has not cultivated external techniques, they would still be no match for Su Han in a contest of pure physical strength. Although Su Han has not yet reached the Nirvana Realm, his Thunder Tyrant body technique has already entered its fourth stage, inner organs. Each organ within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels is the core of the body and also the source of a martial artist's vitality. Many martial artists who have cultivated external techniques remain at the stage of physical refinement and have yet to attain the realm of inner organs. This distinction marks a significant divide. Upon leaving the secluded chamber, Fang Qingyang was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Su Han, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Regent King, the Dragon Empress has been waiting for you. Do you wish to meet her?" The Dragon Empress? Su Han smiled knowingly. He recalled this woman. After he had usurped the Great Zhou, she had come to confront him, and it was only due to the intervention of the Huang Empress that she had departed. This was also a key reason why Huang Empress's son, Su Hong, was able to ascend the throne today. Perhaps Huang Empress owed a debt of gratitude to the Dragon Empress for this. Before long, the Dragon Empress and Su Lung entered the hall just as Su Han strode in with great confidence. The Dragon Empress promptly rose to greet him, while Su Lung paused for a moment before following suit. He felt an overwhelming shock. Su Han now exuded an aura comparable to that of several Nirvana Realm royal powerhouses he had encountered in the Great Zhou dynasty. His profound gaze resembled an unfathomable abyss, and one could easily become ensnared in it with just a few glances, such as the illusion created by the vast chasm in energy between martial artists. Dragon Empress, what brings you here today? Su Han inquired, taking his seat and regarding her with a calm smile. Your Highness, Regent King, my son and I have come today to express our heartfelt gratitude to you, the Dragon Empress managed to say, forcing a semblance of sincerity onto her face. Gratitude? For what exactly? Su Han replied with a faint smile. We are thankful for your decision to send Su Lung to the Great Zhou dynasty for training. He has returned much more mature than before. At that time, I misunderstood your intentions, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, the Dragon Empress said hurriedly. My elder brother, I have realized my mistakes. Su Lung suddenly clasped his fists and lowered his head. You acknowledge your errors? Are you aware of where you went wrong? Su Han looked at Su Chapter 202. The reinforcements of Su Han's Han according to the scouts. The Jiang Academy has not made any significant movements. He Baiyan remarked. Either they are overly arrogant, or Jiang Academy truly lacks any substantial backing. Su Han chuckled softly. Regent, when shall we proceed to Jiang Academy? A glint of killing intent flickered in He Baiyan's eyes. A few months prior, he had broken through to the Innate realm, and with the aid of the Thunder Sound explosive chi pill over the past 3 months, his cultivation had advanced to the 4th level of the Innate realm, surpassing even the former Emperor Su Lingxiao's prowess. The remaining Thunder Sound explosive chi pill would suffice for He Baiyan to reach the pinnacle of the Innate realm in a short time. Unless a powerful figure of the Nirvana realm were to arrive, ordinary innate beings would hardly stand a chance against him. It is nearly time. Bring along the ancestral tablet, Su Han said with a smile. Upon hearing this, He Baiyan turned and left, soon returning with the spirit tablet of Su Changsheng before the palace. At that moment, Fang Qingyang and a group of palace maids suddenly witnessed a massive black figure descending from the sky, landing before Su Han. Regent, be careful, Fang Qingyang exclaimed. He Baiyan was also taken aback by the enormous body of the ghost eagle. He had seen the corpses of the 2 ghost eagles that Su Han had slain during the hunting day, which He Baiyan had ultimately dealt with. Yet, The creature before him was a living ghost eagle, its aura sending shivers down He Baiyan's spine. Su Han gestured to Fang Qingyang and the others, signaling them to remain calm, and then approached the ghost eagle, showing it affection before smiling at He Baiyan. This is my beast companion. Is it a third-tier savage beast? The ghost eagle? He Baiyan inquired. Su Han nodded slightly, and a look of admiration surfaced in He Baiyan's eyes. The rarity of flying-type beasts is well known. Even those who can traverse the skies, like the Yuan Dan realm cultivators, require a flying beast for transportation. It intrigued He Baiyan how, despite being merely a half-step into nirvana, Su Han could possess such a beast. Su Han lightly leaped onto the back of the ghost eagle and glanced back at He Baiyan. Seeing this, He Baiyan also mounted the ghost eagle, which then flapped its wings vigorously, creating a tempest that nearly blinded Fang Qingyang and the others. As the wind subsided, the ghost eagle had transformed into a mere black dot on the horizon, swiftly vanishing from sight. Master Fang, what is the regent planning? The palace maids chattered excitedly, having never witnessed such a powerful savage beast up close before. The regent, he must be going to Jiuyang Academy to avenge Su Laozu. Fang Qingyang inhaled deeply and spoke. Jiuyang Academy. Wang Dalong sat idly before his cave dwelling, observing Su Yin and Lin Suner laboring in the medicinal fields nearby. He scratched his foot, a contemplative expression in his eyes. Recently, Su Yin had approached him with a letter, the content of which was alarmingly brief. Keep a close watch on them. Rebirth gate remains. Wang Dalong was so startled that he nearly jumped 3 feet in the air. He immediately incinerated the letter and spent several days probing Su Yin and the others to ensure they had not opened it, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. How peculiar. Why would the Rebirth Gate want me to keep an eye on those two? Is it that individual, or perhaps other disciples of the Rebirth Gate? Do they consider me part of the Rebirth Gate as well? Wang Dalong's mind raced. Wang brother. A figure approached, clasping his fists in a greeting. Elder He, what brings you here today? Wang Dalong quickly rose from his seat, returning the greeting with a smile. The newcomer glanced at Wang Dalong's hands with a peculiar expression, having just witnessed his earlier foot scratching. The palace master has sent me to inform you that a meeting will be held today to discuss how to deal with the Su royal family. Elder, he said with a grave countenance. Is it regarding that incident? Wang Dalong asked cautiously. The news of the Nirvana realm cultivator Jiang Long's death at the hands of Su Han had reached the higher-ups of Jiuyang Academy, and even the lower disciples had caught wind of it. If not for fear of punishment, the news would have likely spread like wildfire. Naturally, upon learning that the Crown Prince Su Han was a disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley, the palace master had utilized special means to contact an elder from the Medicine Dead Valley, who had once had a friendship with him. At that moment, the elder was visiting with the palace master. I see, Wang Dalong nodded thoughtfully. Soon after, he followed Elder He to the palace master's hall, where the Innate elders had gathered, all standing respectfully to one side. The Jiuyang Academy's master, Su Han's Han, sat at the head. Beside him was an elderly man unknown to Wang Dalong, while the other 3 Nirvana realm cultivators of Jiuyang Academy sat on the opposite side, casting respectful glances at the elder. Upon entering the hall, the elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Wang Dalong, sending a chill down his spine. Late Nirvana realm? Yuan Dan realm? Wang Dalong pondered in uncertainty, realizing he was merely at the innate level and thus unqualified to take a seat. So he stood in the corner alongside Elder He. Although Vice Palace Master Jiang met his demise at Su Han's hands. Su Han is after all a disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley. If possible, I would prefer to reconcile with him. Su Han's Han smiled at Morong Feng. The Su Han I know has only just reached the innate realm. It is utterly impossible for him to have slain that Vice Palace Master. Perhaps someone has impersonated him. When he arrives, the truth will be revealed, Morong Feng replied calmly. If it truly is Su Han, I will ensure he provides an explanation to the Palace Master. Thank you, Elder Moro. Su Han's Han expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the effort it took for Elder Morong to come such a long distance. He then produced a piece of metal and respectfully presented it to Morong Feng. Upon seeing this, the other 3 Nirvana realm elders exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. This metal was a 5th-tier spiritual material, one of Jiuyang Academy's treasures. 5th-tier spiritual material? Morong Feng's expression shifted as he accepted the metal and examined it. Ultimately nodding in satisfaction, I shall not refuse. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited him. Morong Feng secretly smirked within. His visit was not merely due to a past acquaintance with Su Han's Han. It was for Su Han. He sought to uncover how Su Han had transformed from a mere flickering ember on the verge of extinguishment into one possessing a 9th-grade fire seed. This hidden secret was worth more than 10 pieces of 5th-tier spiritual materials combined. Chapter 203, Ascending to the Jiuyang Academy. Master, Are we truly able to await our junior brother here at Juyang Academy rather than heading directly to Su country? Jinsu questioned, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty as she gazed at Zhou Tao, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant Jiuyang Academy. Given your junior brother's temperament, it is inevitable that he will come here for vengeance after Su Changshan's demise at the hands of Su Han's Han, Zhou Tao replied. Not long ago, a letter from this region reached Murong Feng in the outer court. I have heard that Su Han's Han had some acquaintance with Murong Feng in his youth. After which Murong Feng departed the outer court. It stands to reason that he is currently within, discussing strategies to deal with your junior brother. Could Elder Murong truly dare to act against a fellow disciple? Chen Su expressed her astonishment. As long as I am present, he will not have the courage. If I were to leave, however, even if he were to slay Su Han, who could provide proof? Zhou Tao continued, a smirk playing on his lips. This man has held a grudge against your junior brother ever since he failed to seize the apprenticeship token from him. Recently, he even sent his grandson to pursue your junior brother. Fortunately, they were met with misfortune. Not only did they fail to locate him, but Su's scion also perished in the Cave Heaven secret realm. Zhou Tao's expression shifted slightly as he added, this time, I have received news that your junior brother has wreaked havoc upon the upper echelons of Su country, slaying hundreds and forcing the emperor to abdicate in favor of a 5-year-old child. Furthermore, he has eliminated Jiang Long, the deputy head of Juyang Academy, a first-level Nirvana realm warrior, along with 3 other aging masters, whose powers, while diminished, still equate to half a step into Nirvana. Chen Su gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Master, how could he possibly slay Nirvana-level warriors when he has only just broken through to the innate realm? There are many secrets surrounding your junior brother that even I cannot fully comprehend. I have heard that his martial seed was once poisoned and on the verge of withering. Yet he suddenly surged forth, now possessing a 9th-grade martial seed. During this time, he must have encountered certain fortuitous opportunities, Zhou Tao remarked with a smile. Your junior brother has made too many enemies. Once this matter concludes, I will arrange for him to enter the inner court, where he will be nurtured with the 9th-grade seed. In time, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure, rivaling any prodigy. Chen Su nodded slightly, her attention suddenly drawn as a dark speck appeared on the horizon, steadily approaching. A ghost eagle. Zhou Tao squinted, recognizing the creature. Your junior brother possesses such a formidable flying beast. No wonder Su Shihun and Murong Bai were unable to catch up with him. Chen Su focused intently, confirming that the dark speck was indeed a massive ghost eagle, upon which sat 2 figures, one of whom was her junior brother. Juyang Academy has arrived, Su Han remarked with a faint smile. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in He Baiyan's eyes. This day has finally come. Once Su Han's Han is slain, I believe Su Changxing will rest in peace. The ghost eagle suddenly flapped its wings, its speed increasing dramatically as it soared above Jiuyang Academy, circling continuously. What kind of beast is that? It appears to be a ghost eagle. How could one possibly appear here? If we could tame such a creature, the world would be ours to traverse, exclaimed several disciples of Juyang Academy, their expressions a mix of shock, curiosity, and avarice. From their perspective, they could not see the figures on the eagle's back and mistakenly believed it to be a wild beast. Watch me bring it down. A disciple of Jiuyang Academy exclaimed with delight, swiftly producing a divine weapon from his dantian, a long bow as dark as ink. He drew the bowstring taut and released an arrow forged from pure qi, sending it hurtling toward the ghost eagle. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, a wave of qi manifested, deflecting the arrow with a sharp sound, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. The ghost eagle is a 3rd-grade savage beast, comparable to the innate level. How could someone of your cultivation possibly shoot it down? Someone laughed derisively. The disciple's face reddened with indignation. Angered by the humiliation, he knocked another arrow without hesitation. Yet this time, the ghost eagle suddenly flickered, appearing right before them. The disciple's arrow flew wide, and only then did they notice the 2 figures perched upon the eagle's back, one of whom held a strange plaque. This ghost eagle already has a master? To be able to ride a 3rd-grade ghost eagle, this person must be extraordinary. The crowd stared, awestruck, at Su Han and He Baiyan. Su Han appeared remarkably youthful, almost indistinguishable from them. The realization that someone so young could command a ghost eagle sent a wave of envy washing over the archer, turning his complexion a shade of green. Who are you? This is Jiuyang Academy. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. Someone shouted. Su Han. In a corner, Su Yin and Lin Suner exchanged glances filled with astonishment, which quickly transformed into anticipation in Su Yin's eyes. Su Han had truly arrived at Jiuyang Academy. Su Yin clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. This could very well be a monumental opportunity if Su Han were to fall here. He might reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Su Han of Su country, Su Han declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Su Han, quickly informed the palace master. Su Han has come to kill. Su Han, you have stepped into Juyang Academy today, and you shall not leave. Some were shocked, some ran to deliver the news. While others glared at Su Han, their words dripping with malice. Watch closely, ancestor. I shall collect some interest first. Su Han laughed heartily, his figure shifting as he appeared before the young archer who had just drawn his bow. You? The boy's expression flickered between shock and fury. Before he could react, Su Han's hand struck, shattering his skull, his headless body collapsing to the ground. With a swift motion, Su Han dispatched another disciple of Juyang Academy. In mere moments. Chapter 204. Such audacity. The disciples of Juyang Academy, who were in the midst of a desperate escape, instinctively halted in their tracks. In their line of sight, a figure was advancing through the air. It was an elderly man, his garments billowing fiercely in the wind, emanating a formidable aura that instilled a deep sense of dread, even from a distance. Walking through the air, a Yuan Dan realm expert? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Aside from those martial artists above the innate realm, the lower-tier disciples were unaware that Su Han's Han had summoned Murong Feng to confront Su Han. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, they stood frozen in astonishment. Su Han's Han and his companions could only momentarily traverse the air. After leaping several dozen zhang, they were required to land once more. In a few bounds, they arrived before Su Han, followed closely by a group of innate realm martial artists. Murong Feng? Su Han's eyes narrowed slightly. He Bayan's expression turned grave. Walking through the air was a hallmark of the Yuan Dan realm. Murong Feng stood suspended in the void, an incessant surge of qi erupting beneath his feet, rendering it impossible for anyone to maintain their footing nearby. Even Su Han's Han and the others opted to remain a distance of 10 zhang away from Murong Feng, fearing the violent winds emanating from his feet. Su Han. When Su Han's Han conveyed news to me, I harbored some doubts. I never imagined that the one wreaking havoc during this period was indeed you. Murong Feng's cold gaze fixed upon Su Han, though a glimmer of greed flickered within the depths of his eyes. He had finally found an opportunity. Had Su Han remained in the Yaoshiren Valley, he would have refrained from acting rashly, as both Zhou Tao and Jiang Yuan would intervene. Yet now, in the territory of the Great Zhou, he believed no one could thwart him. Not long ago, this fellow was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm, and now, he exuded an aura even more formidable than that of the peak innate realm, likely having stepped into the half-step nirvana realm. To his astonishment, in addition to the 9-tiered fire seed, he possessed another martial Dao fire seed. Murong Feng's thoughts raced. Su Han glanced at Su Han's Han, remarking, "The palace master Su truly has extensive connections, even knowing Elder Murong. This genuinely surprises me. Su Han, I invited Elder Murong here solely to clarify the misunderstandings between us." Su Han's Han said, his expression laden with complexity. He could hardly fathom how a mere prince from the small nation of Su could grow to pose such a threat to Juyang Academy in such a short time. Had he known, he would not have chosen to offend Su Nation for the sake of Jiang Kong. Su Han's cultivation was not what he truly feared. It was his identity as a disciple of the Yaoshiren Valley. Chapter 205. The many against the few. It matters not that you deny this matter. Let us set it aside for now. What if today, you meddle in the vendettas of the martial world, and I remain indifferent? However, one of the individuals involved is a disciple from our Yao Si Rengu's outer court, specifically my closed-door disciple, Zhou Tao. You dare to impose righteousness upon him. One wonders how many benefits you have received from this Lord Su? Zhou Tao scoffed. Zhou Peak Master, do not slander me. Murong Feng replied solemnly. You claim I slander you? Very well, today my disciple seeks vengeance. Will you intervene? Zhou Tao chuckled. Even in vengeance, one need only slay the instigator. There is no need for. Zhou Tao continued. Murong Feng, it seems you have not shied away from exterminating entire clans in the past. Should I remind you of a few instances? Zhou Tao regarded Murong Feng with a smile that was neither here nor there. Humph, I shall not intervene. Murong Feng retorted coldly, falling silent thereafter. Upon hearing this, Su Hanshan's face revealed a hint of fear, yet at that moment, Murong Feng spoke again. Brother Su need not be afraid. Since I shall not intervene, Zhou Peak Master will naturally refrain as well. You may settle your grievances with Su Han today. Regardless of the outcome, all grudges will be erased. He paused, casting a dark glance at Zhou Tao. Zhou Peak Master, is this not the case? Indeed, Zhou Tao replied with a smile, his gaze settling on Su Han. You have heard Elder Murong's words. Today is about your vendetta with Juyang Academy. This grudge is yours to settle. My master will not assist you, nor will your senior sister intervene. If you lack confidence, we may let this grudge go, and I shall take you away. Qin Su was momentarily stunned, hesitant to speak. With 4 Nirvana realm experts on the opposing side, If she refrained from intervening, would Su Han not suffer greatly? The grudge of old ancestor Su must be avenged by my own hands. My master and senior sister will merely stand by to support me, Su Han declared, a slight smile gracing his lips. Such an outcome was indeed the best. Su Han paused, then felt a sense of relief. The other three Nirvana realm experts exchanged glances, a newfound confidence blooming in their hearts. Could they not handle a mere half-step Nirvana practitioner when uniting against him? Even if Su Han had acquired some skills from Yao Si Ringu, could he truly surpass Su Han's Han? The death of Jiang Long and Su Gu had indeed shocked them, instilling a degree of apprehension towards Su Han's strength. Yet what they truly feared was the backing he possessed. Had it not been for this backing, why would Su Han's Han wait for Murong Feng's arrival? He could have simply stormed into Su Gu to avenge Jiang Long. Now, although Murong Feng and Zhou Tao would not intervene, their presence served as witnesses. Even should Su Han be slain today, Yao Si Ringu would not exploit this for personal vendetta. Su Han, old ancestor Su died from severe injuries. There is no need for our conflict to escalate to such extremes. He Bai Yin and you have together caused considerable loss to my Juyang Academy's disciples. Why not simply let bygones be bygones? Su Han suggested, gazing at Su Han. Absolutely not. Su Yin, standing in a corner of the crowd, clenched his fists. If a conflict did not arise today, how could he hope to reclaim all that he had lost? Were it not for your bestowal of the greenwood sword to Chen Chi Tai that day, how could he, with his mere innate 10th level cultivation, have triggered the old injuries of the ancestor? You, as the master of Juyang Academy, must have some understanding of the injuries your ancestor bears. Otherwise, why would you lend the greenwood sword to Chen Chi Tai? Does this not indicate that your true intention was to use Chen Chi Tai to eliminate old ancestor Su? Su Han chuckled lightly. Now you wish to smile and bury the hatchet? Why did you not do so earlier? Today, it is a fight to the death between us. I am a 4th level Nirvana realm practitioner. Should I truly strike, it would be said that I am bullying the weak, Su Han responded, pausing to cast a glance at Zhou Tao. What do you gaze at me for? Should Su Han perish at your hands today, I will disavow him as my disciple. As I have stated, I shall not intervene, and I stand by my word, correct, Elder Murong? Zhou Tao shot a glare at Su Han before addressing Murong Feng with a smile. That is indeed the case, Murong Feng replied with a cold snort. Since that is the case, let us engage in a duel, regardless of life or death. After this contest, all grievances will be resolved, Su Han proposed. Do you think it's so simple to erase the enmity between us? How naive. Today, I intend to vanquish every Nirvana realm practitioner of Juyang Academy. Your life alone cannot repay for old ancestor Su's demise. Su Han's gaze turned icy, pointing at the other 3 Nirvana realm elders with a cold smile. 1 against 4? Or a half-step Nirvana against 4 Nirvana realm practitioners? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The disciples of Juyang Academy were incensed by Su Han's audacity. Was he truly belittling them? Zhou Tao was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing this, Murong Feng burst into laughter. Excellent. You possess spirit, and you do not disgrace Yao Si Ringu. Since you wish to settle this enmity once and for all, Brother Su, let us proceed as he suggests. To avoid future complications, it is better to resolve it cleanly. Then we shall comply with your wish, Su Han stated, gazing intently at Su Han. This is not the place for a duel. Let us proceed to Juyang Academy's arena. Very well, Su Han replied with a smile. On the way, Chen Su hesitated several times, and upon noticing her, Su Han offered a comforting smile. Su Han, observing from the corner of his eye, felt a lingering sense of foreboding. Logically speaking, a half-step Nirvana practitioner against a true first-level Nirvana realm expert should yield little chance of victory. Could it be that simply because the opponent was a disciple of Yao Si Ringu, he possessed the means to contend with 4 Nirvana realm experts? He was not a novice entering Nirvana but a 4th-level Nirvana realm powerhouse, with abilities far exceeding those of a first-level Nirvana practitioner. It was unreasonable to believe he could be vanquished by a half-step Nirvana practitioner, not even by those dragon sons and daughters. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Han's unease gradually dissipated. The group soon arrived at Juyang Academy's arena. Now, let us resolve your grievances, Murong Feng announced, seated high upon the platform. Addressing Su Han and Su Han's with a faint smile, Su Han's nodded slightly, leading the other 3 Nirvana realm elders into the arena. What are your chances? Zhou Tao inquired, casting a glance at Su Han. Previously, it was 80%. Now, with my master assisting, I feel it is a certainty, Su Han replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, intriguing. Go forth, and do not disappoint your senior sister or me, Zhou Tao encouraged with a wave of his hand. As Su Han watched Su Han approach the 4 of them, he suddenly laughed and asked, You truly do not regret it? This could be considered a case of many against the few. Many against the few? Not necessarily, Su Han mused softly. In the next moment, a series of earth spirits emerged from the ground, standing neatly behind Su Han, 20 in total, neither more nor less. Chapter 206, The Might of the Earth Spirits. These 20 earth spirits were painstakingly acquired by Su Han from the third level of the Celestial Emperor Tower. Each of these spirits exudes an aura of terrifying power, comparable to that of a half-step nirvana, akin to the offspring of dragons, capable of reaching 24 symbols, nearly on par with Su Han himself. While their strength is similar to Su Han's at this moment, their other offensive capabilities pale in comparison. However, the mere presence of 3 together is sufficient to contend with one of the Nirvana Realm warriors from the Jiuyang Academy. The system has not wronged me. It appears that the earth spirits I summoned are in a state of frenzy. Su Han felt a wave of relief. If they were ordinary earth spirits with only 12 symbols of power, he would have had to deploy all 20 to restrain the other 3 Nirvana warriors, leaving him to confront Su Han's on alone. What are these beings? Are they barbaric monsters? How could he possibly possess so many as his demonic pets? Their emergence from the ground is also quite peculiar. In my entire life, I have never seen nor heard of such creatures. The representatives of Jiuyang Academy were all taken aback by the sudden appearance of these earth spirits, their expressions filled with astonishment, mouths agape. Even the well-versed Murong Fun and Zhou Tao were momentarily at a loss regarding the origins of the earth spirits, failing to discern how Su Han had conjured such a formidable assembly. No wonder the region possesses such confidence. He Bai-in, cradling the spirit tablet of Su Changxing, exhibited a glimmer of delight in his eyes. His earlier concerns dissipated completely. As a martial artist of the innate realm, he could ascertain the strength of this group of earth spirits from their aura. Each one was exceedingly formidable. And even if they fell short of the other 3 Nirvana elders from Jiuyang Academy, they were still remarkably close. With the assistance of these 20 powerful entities and Su Han's previously demonstrated terrifying martial prowess within the Taiha Hall, He Bai-in's heart brimmed with confidence. Be cautious, everyone. Su Han-chan's expression grew gravely serious. Without him needing to speak, the other 3 Nirvana elders from Jiuyang Academy gradually became alert, as they were closest to the earth spirits and could most acutely sense their frenzied energy. Zhou Fengzhu, what kind of trick is this? Morongfen inquired with a hint of accusation, glancing at Zhou Tao. Ask my disciple what trick this is. How would I know? Zhou Tao rolled his eyes. Do you think I, Zhou Tao, am one to lose gracefully and deliberately equip my disciple with such abilities? After spending so many years in the Medicine Death Valley, if I possess such means, you would surely have seen them by now. Morongfen fell silent. He understood Zhou Tao's temperament. If Zhou Tao were responsible, he would undoubtedly admit it, perhaps even take pleasure in mocking him. But now, Zhou Tao denied any involvement. This indicated that the group of creatures, entwined with earthy energy, was indeed the sole creation of Su Han, unbeknownst to Zhou Tao. Su Gongzhu, you wouldn't blame me for overwhelming you with numbers, would you? Su Han clasped his fists towards Su Han's Han. Overwhelming with numbers? Su Han's Han chuckled. These earth spirits had not reached the Nirvana realm. Even if there were more, they would be of little use. You'll soon find out their usefulness. Su Han smiled, and with a mere thought, 9 raging earth spirits charged toward the 3 Nirvana warriors. The remaining 11 spirits barreled directly towards Su Han's Han. The earth spirits could only persist for an hour. Thus, Su Han needed to conclude this Chapter 207. A collective assault from the onset of the battle, an entire tea-drinking time passed, and Su Han had yet to make a move. In stark contrast, Su Han's Han and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament, mercilessly beaten by the frenzied earth spirits. Su Han's Han fared somewhat better. His Qingmu sword, a mid-tier divine weapon of the 4th rank, allowed him to penetrate the defenses of the violent earth spirits with the infusion of his vital energy, though he was unable to inflict any fatal damage upon them. Conversely, the 3 elders at the Nirvana realm wielded only high-tier divine weapons of the 3rd rank, far beneath the 4th rank, and often required a flurry of attacks, sometimes a dozen or more, to breach the protective vital energy of a single frenzied earth spirit. Yet, just as they managed to break through, the spirits would quickly envelop themselves again with a fresh layer of earth attribute vital energy. This relentless cycle left the 3 Nirvana elders in a state of utter defeat, struggling beneath the onslaught of 9 frenzied earth spirits, and within a short period, they had expended nearly 30 to 40% of their vital energy. Su Han stood by, a bemused smile gracing his face as he observed the scene before him, reminiscing about his own early days in the Heavenly Emperor Tower. Back then, he had to strike the same spot dozens of times with his 5th-rank Fong Tianhua halberd to vanquish a single earth spirit. Although Su Han's Han and his companions surpassed his former self in cultivation, Their divine weapons and martial techniques were incomparable to the prowess he had once displayed. The vital energy of the three Nirvana elders was remarkably mediocre. In a prolonged battle, they were unlikely to endure for long. This cannot continue. If we persist in this manner, our defeat is inevitable, Su Han exclaimed, managing to break free from the encirclement of several earth spirits, only to cast an agitated glance at Su Han. The smile on Su Han's face ignited Su Hanshan's fury like a spark to a barrel of oil. What are you staring at? You cannot even handle my subordinates, yet you dare to think of killing me? With a casual demeanor, Su Han sat cross-legged upon the ground. How infuriating. Su Hanshan's complexion darkened, and provoked by Su Han's taunt, he lost focus, allowing the frenzied earth spirits to land several blows upon him. His vital blood surged within him, nearly forcing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Lord Zhou, the strength of these savage spirits is likely on par with the Dragon Sons, Morong Feng remarked gravely. Zhou Tao nodded slightly, having discerned the situation earlier than Morong Feng. If these were merely ordinary half-step Nirvana beings, even 20 of them could not possibly overpower 4 Nirvana realm experts, including Su Han, a mid-tier Nirvana presence. Each attack from the frenzied earth spirits unleashed astonishing power. 3 of them could easily subdue a first-tier Nirvana martial artist. Where did this Su Han find such formidable allies? Does he have such a close relationship with the savage spirits? Zhou Tao pondered, harboring doubts in his heart. Neither he nor Morong Feng could identify the origins of the earth spirits. Only the dragon sons and daughters from the 6 sacred lands would likely recognize them at a glance. For even within the 6 sacred lands, ordinary disciples lack the qualifications to enter the heavenly emperor tower. Even if they were aware of the existence of earth spirits, they would struggle to identify them upon encountering them in reality. Once this battle concludes, these savage spirits must pledge allegiance to the Valley of the Medicinal Dead, Morong Feng suddenly declared. Even if they pledge allegiance to the Valley of the Medicinal Dead, it has nothing to do with you. They were summoned by my disciples, and will become disciples of my Jiuyin Peak. Zhou Tao retorted with a cold smile. That may not be the case. With so many prodigies, our words hold little weight. The elders from the inner court will undoubtedly intervene in this matter. Morong Feng shot back, his gaze greedily fixed upon the group of earth spirits. If he could secure even 1 or 2 of them and cultivate them, it was not impossible for them to achieve the Yuandan realm, or even the martial sovereign realm. Half an hour later, the frenzied earth spirits grew increasingly emboldened. While the vital energy of Su Han and his companions was nearly depleted, Su Han continued to struggle against 11 frenzied earth spirits, several of which bore numerous sword marks inflicted by him, some even at vital points. The other 3 Nirvana elders, however, found themselves in a far worse predicament. No matter how they attempted to break free, they remained firmly ensnared by the 9 frenzied earth spirits. Their methods grew increasingly futile until finally, one spirit seized an opportunity, tripping one of the elders to the ground. Immediately, the other 2 spirits pounced like wolves, raining down blows upon him. The fallen Nirvana elder could only emit a series of chilling screams, unable to rise, and as he faltered, despair flickered in the eyes of the remaining 2 elders. The 9 frenzied earth spirits encircled the 3, mercilessly hammering them, a sight that left the elders and disciples of the Jiuyang Academy both horrified and heartbroken. Damn it! Su Han roared with fury. At that moment, he disregarded the possibility of being struck by the earth spirits and disregarded the risk of sustaining serious injuries. He aimed a sword strike directly at Su Han, fueled by a premonition that only by eliminating Su Han would everything come to an end. Now is the time. To the onlookers, Su Han appeared to be leisurely seated on the ground, but in the next instant, he abruptly raised an arm, pointing at Su Han. 7th rank martial technique, Cave Immortal Finger. The violent vital energy within him coalesced into a razor-sharp force, slicing through the void towards Su Hanshan's brow. As Su Han's arm ascended, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Su Han. Instinctively, he lowered his head, narrowly evading Su Han's lethal strike, yet this action rendered his movements stiff, causing him to be yanked down from the air by a frenzied earth spirit, crashing heavily to the ground. I shall not yield, Su Han bellowed. What awaited him were dozens of fists the size of sand bowls. Boom, boom, boom. Silence enveloped the arena. In a mere half-hour, Su Han and his 3 companions had been utterly defeated, now curled upon the ground, savagely beaten by the formidable yellow-hued creatures. The fist struck against the vital energy barrier with a deafening roar. Despair etched itself upon the faces of the Jiuyang Academy martial artists. The mightiest, Su Han, had met the same fate as the 3 Nirvana elders. Despite their combined efforts, they had not even managed to graze Su Han's attire before their downfall. When did the Jiuyang Academy become so feeble? Confusion clouded some faces, while others clenched their fists tightly, fixated on Su Han. Yet, some remained acutely aware. It was not that the Jiuyang Academy had weakened. Rather, Su Han's current prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Su Han's Han and the others have been defeated. There is no need for further bloodshed, is there? Morong Feng slowly narrowed his eyes, gazing at Zhou Tao. Chapter 208. The nine-colored Taoist, you once stated that you would not involve yourself in this matter. If you wish to meddle, then let us engage in combat. My cultivation has fallen to the Nirvana realm. While you are at the origin Dan, you would undoubtedly triumph over me. So, will you accept the challenge? Zhou Tao cast a sidelong glance at Morong Feng and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Morong Feng promptly sealed his lips. Everyone in the Valley of the Deadly Medicine was aware of Zhou Tao's diminished cultivation. Yet, aside from the martial sovereigns, no origin Dan realm cultivator dared to confront Zhou Tao. After all, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Who could say if Zhou Tao had one or two lethal moves from his time as a martial sovereign? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the protective aura of a Nirvana realm elder finally dissipated, brutally crushed by the fist of the frenzied spirit. Elder Mo, a disciple from the Jiuyang Academy, exclaimed in shock. Before they could gather their wits, a second Nirvana realm elder followed suit, succumbing to the same fate as his predecessor due to the exhaustion of his protective aura. The last of the three, although possessing a deeper cultivation, found himself barely sustaining his protective aura. However, with 9 furious spirits raining down blows upon him, each strike diminished his aura further. With the other 2 already dead and no one left to share the burden, it took only a few breaths for his aura to be entirely depleted. As soon as his protective energy vanished, his corporeal form was reduced to a pulp beneath the relentless fists of the raging spirits. With a roar, the 9 furious spirits leapt into the air, converging with 11 others to commence their assault on Su Han's Han. Su Han's Han clasped his hands atop his head, his protective aura flickering under the onslaught of the furious spirits, although the aura shielded him from fatal harm. The sheer force of the attacks caused his blood to surge uncontrollably, ultimately forcing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. No, I cannot perish like this. Su Han's Han cried out in desperation. He aspired to ascend to the origin Dan realm and become a formidable force in the world. How could he allow himself to die in such a cowardly manner? I am from the esteemed Su family. If you kill me today, the Su family will not let you go. Suddenly, Su Han's Han unleashed a furious roar. His voice, amplified by the turbulence of his aura, resonated like a clap of thunder in the ears of the onlookers. The esteemed Su family? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even the innate elders of Jiuyang Academy displayed expressions of shock. They had never known Su Hanshan's true origins, only that he had joined the academy long ago and, through exceptional talent, rose to become its leader. Wait. Morong Feng abruptly stood. What do you intend to do? Zhou Tao retorted coldly. If he truly was from the esteemed Su family, he could not simply perish here, otherwise. The relationship between the Valley of the Deadly Medicine and the Su family would surely plummet to an all-time low. Morong Feng's expression grew solemn. Due to Su Shihan, Su Yufeng had already harbored resentment against him. If Su Hantan were indeed a member of the Su family and were to die before him today, Morong Feng's name would likely be thrust before the upper echelons of the Su family, even if he is from the Su family. This is a grudge between him and Su Han. What? Does the Su family dare to openly retaliate against a disciple of the Valley of the Deadly Medicine? Zhou Tao scoffed. You. Morong Feng glared at Zhou Tao, his face ashen. A flicker of regret stirred within him. Had he not intervened today, it would have been better. You are the offspring of that old ghost Su Bufan? A voice suddenly rang out. Su Han's Han seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, shouting, My father is Su Bufan. Su Bufan. The crowd was initially startled by the sudden voice. But soon Zhou Tao and Morong Feng revealed expressions of shock upon hearing the name. Su Bufan? Su Han's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a large hand descended from above, instantly obliterating the group of furious spirits attacking Su Han's Han. Su Han's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up to see an old man in a Dao robe appearing from nowhere above everyone. Thank you, senior. Su Han's Han wobbled to his feet, hurriedly bowing to the Taoist elder. Simultaneously, Zhou Tao and Morong Feng recognized the visitor's face, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment as they hurriedly bowed. Zhou Tao, Morong Feng, of the Valley of the Deadly Medicine, pays respects to the 9-colored Taoist. Even the master displayed such reverence. The newcomer must certainly be at least a martial sovereign. A hint of seriousness crossed Su Han's face. From the manner in which the newcomer effortlessly annihilated the furious spirit group, it was clear that he was likely allied with Su Han's Han. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I merely passed through this location and was curious, so I observed for a moment. The nine-colored Taoist waved his hand with a smile. Su Hanzhan cautiously inquired, Senior, do you know my father? If Su Bufan is your father, then I am indeed familiar with him. The nine-colored Taoist chuckled. I heard that 100 years ago, Su Bufan had an illegitimate son who was expelled from the Su family. This child is named Su Hanzhan. Is that you? Indeed, it is I, Su Hanzhan nodded. His face pale, as if the nine-colored Taoist had unearthed some painful memories. A hint of anger flickered beneath Su Hanzhan's pallor. He was indeed the son of Su Bufan. Morong Feng felt a jolt of shock. The Su family boasted 4 martial kings, and Su Bufan was one of them. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Zhou Tao forced a bitter smile, glancing between Su Han and Su Hanzhan. He had not anticipated that Su Hanzhan would have such a significant background. Even if the reason for his expulsion from the Su family remained unclear, the fact that he was the son of Su Bufan could not be erased. Su Bufan, that old ghost, is quite the philanderer. Who knows how many offspring he has left in the world. For the sake of our long-standing acquaintance, I shall spare your life today. If you return to the Su family, be sure to inform Su Bufan that he owes me a favor, the nine-colored Taoist said, stroking his beard with a faint smile. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Su Hanzhan once again bowed deeply in gratitude. Throughout the encounter, the nine-colored Taoist had not cast a single glance at Su Han, directly determining Su Hanzhan's fate. Zhou Tao looked at Su Han, a touch of hesitation crossing his face before he finally mustered the courage to speak. Nine-colored Taoist. This duel today is a private matter between my disciple Su Han and Su Hanzhan. What? Do you mean to say that my presence cannot grant him a reprieve? The nine-colored Taoist regarded Zhou Tao with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Zhou Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was only natural that a martial king could intervene to spare Su Hanzhan's life. Morong Feng's eyes gleamed with a hint of glee. At that moment, the nine-colored Taoist suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Han, scrutinizing him from head to toe before inquiring. The martial technique you employed earlier was quite formidable. May I ask its rank? And those ferocious spirits, while resembling savage beasts, are evidently different. What methods did you employ? Chapter 209. Abduction. The nine-colored Taoist master posed 2 questions in succession, causing the crowd to instinctively perk up their ears, eager to discern the origins of the earth spirit. Su Han fell into a momentary silence before breaking into a sudden smile. As a junior with limited experience, may I inquire as to your esteemed identity, Senior? With a peculiar expression, Zhou Tao cast a sidelong glance at Su Han, signaling him discreetly. It was no wonder this youth had dared to confront the master openly before. Morong Feng glanced at Su Han, feeling a twinge of admiration. Had Morong Bai possessed such a character, he would have felt gratified. However, finding such demeanor in an adversary was far less pleasing. I am the deputy master of the Xianting Dao Palace, known in the martial world as the nine-colored Taoist master. He stated nonchalantly. The deputy master of the Xianting Dao Palace? That denotes at least a warrior of the martial king caliber. Su Han replied with a faint smile. Senior, with your status, do you not recognize the martial technique I just employed? You dare mock me, Junior? The gaze of the nine-colored Taoist master turned icy, and an overwhelming aura descended upon Su Han like a massive mountain. I would not dare, Su Han said, suddenly pressing his knees down as if to kneel. Yet, he summoned a surge of thunderous energy, standing upright against the oppressive force. Your physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary half-step nirvana. As far as I know, the Medicine Death Valley does not harbor such advanced body refinement techniques. The nine-colored Taoist master furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao's expression shifted slightly. The Taoist's observation was correct. The Medicine Death Valley was not adept at body refinement, even falling short of the eight-armed Buddha sect in that regard. However, every martial artist possesses their own fortuitous opportunities. Most practitioners from the Medicine Death Valley have their own hidden capabilities. One's origin does not bind them to a singular path of cultivation. Junior, you have yet to answer my previous question, the nine-colored Taoist master stated, unfazed. The technique I performed was bestowed upon me by a senior. Regrettably, I am unaware of its name or origin, Su Han replied with a smile. He had committed the appearance of the nine-colored Taoist master to memory, so what if he was a martial king? He merely practiced techniques of the 7th rank. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to learn about the origins of the cave Immortal Finger. One could surmise that even as the deputy master of the Xianting Dao Palace, he likely had limited interaction with the 6 great sacred grounds. If today's visitor were a manifestation of the golden body, he would surely recognize the cave Immortal Finger at first glance, without needing to ask. Bestowed by a senior? How laughable. You are taught a technique, yet remain ignorant of its origins. Do you think I would believe such words? The nine-colored Taoist master retorted. Whether you believe it or not is beyond my concern, Su Han replied, shaking his head with a smile. He paused, his gaze settling on Su Han's Han. However, with your esteemed status, intervening in the competition among juniors today may invite unwarranted gossip? I am indifferent to any grievances you may have with Su Han's Han. Since he possesses the bloodline of Su Laogai, upon encountering him, I must lend a hand to prevent future reproach from Su Laogai. The nine-colored Taoist master said with a smile. Were I to be so easily provoked by your words, how could I have attained the martial king realm? Reproach from Su Laogai? Su Han's Han lowered his head slightly, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. If he were to perish outside, the father who had watched him being expelled from the Su family would only offer a few muttered complaints. Zhou, is this lad your disciple? His aptitude is commendable. I intend to take him as my apprentice. Would you be willing to part with him? The nine-colored Taoist master suddenly smiled at Zhou Tao. What? Zhou Tao was momentarily taken aback but soon recovered, forcing a strained smile. Senior jest, Su Han is my esteemed disciple. How could I part with him? If I recall correctly, due to that past incident, you are no longer an elder of the inner court. Since he is your disciple, his status is merely that of an outer court disciple of the Medicine Death Valley. My relations with several grand elders of your inner court are quite amicable. They would not mind relinquishing an outer court disciple. The nine-colored Taoist master chuckled lightly, reaching out a hand. Suddenly, Su Chapter 210. Confinement. Just as Su Han's Han was preparing to depart with Murong Feng, the voice of Zhou Tao resonated. Zhou Peakmaster. The enmity between Su Han and Su Han's Han has been resolved. What do you intend to do? Murong Feng retorted coldly. Su Han's Han's gaze flickered. He dared not meet Zhou Tao's eyes. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the nine-colored Taoist, he would likely have met the same grim fate as the other three Nirvana realm elders, reduced to mere pulp. Now that the nine-colored Taoist had departed, taking Su Han with him, Su Han's Han understood that had Murong Feng not been present, Zhou Tao might have brutally ended his life. The reputation of the Su family could intimidate ordinary individuals, but it held no sway over Zhou Tao, a formidable figure who had once traversed the martial sovereign realm. Your grudge with Su Han is not yet settled. He will seek you out in due time. Today's interruption was merely a chance occurrence. During this period, I do not wish to see you return to the great Zhou territory. Furthermore, should any of you dare to scheme against the Su kingdom, I shall disregard my own reputation and summon several of my former martial sovereign allies to obliterate you. Zhou Tao declared coldly. A chill ran through Murong Feng's heart. This was one of the reasons he harbored great trepidation towards Zhou Tao. He was aware of at least 7 or 8 martial sovereigns who were closely allied with Zhou Tao. Do you comprehend? Zhou Tao's voice turned icy. I understand. Su Han's Han nodded slightly. He then turned away, departing alongside Murong Feng. The martial artists of the Juyang Academy stood in silence, remaining mute until Su Hanshan's figure faded from view, confirming that he had no intention of remaining at Juyang Academy. With the loss of 3 Nirvana realm elders and now Su Hanshan's departure, the Academy's most potent warrior was merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. If these individuals did not break through to Nirvana, Juyang Academy's standing within the Great Zhou dynasty would inevitably decline from its prestigious position to merely a first-rate faction. Master, how could the Xianting Dao Palace directly take away my junior brother? Does this not violate the unspoken rules of the martial world? Chen Su expressed her concerns, her face etched with worry. It matters not. Once I return to the sect and report this matter, your junior brother should return safely. Zhou Tao responded with a gentle sigh. There was one thing he did not share with Chen Su. If the nine-colored Taoist genuinely intended to take Su Han as a disciple, the likelihood of Su Han returning from the Medicine Dead Valley alive was at least 70%. Should the nine-colored Taoist harbor ulterior motives, even the martial king of the Medicine Dead Valley could merely provide some excuse and compensation and resources, allowing the matter to be suppressed. Though Su Han was a 9th-grade fire seed, should he perish at the hands of the nine-colored Taoist without substantial evidence, the Medicine Dead Valley would not choose to engage in conflict with the Xianting Dao Palace over a rising prodigy. These complexities were beyond Chen Su's understanding. Zhou Tao, having personally endured such treachery when he was framed by Gong Xinqiu, bore the consequences alone. The Medicine Dead Valley did not seek retribution against Gong Xinqiu. Senior, He Baiyan approached Zhou Tao, holding the spirit tablet of Su Chongxin. Sigh. Zhou Tao glanced at the tablet, sighing softly. Had I not been so easily deceived by Gong Xinqiu back then, Chongxin would likely be a Yuan Dan realm warrior by now, not meeting such an untimely demise. Do you recognize the ancestor? He Baiyan inquired, slightly taken aback. I do. Zhou Tao nodded and addressed Chen Su. Your junior brother is a disciple of our Jiuyin Peak and an outer disciple of the Medicine Dead Valley. He will return safely. In his absence, I shall oversee matters in the Su Kingdom. Thank you, Senior Sister Chen. Su-Han had never anticipated that his first venture into the void without relying on the Ghost Eagle's abilities would unfold in such a manner. He found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force that rendered him immobile, no matter how he attempted to mobilize the internal energy within him. It felt as if a mountain was steadfastly pressing down upon him, utterly unyielding. The speed of the nine-color Taoist far surpassed that of the Ghost Eagle, which could only keep pace for a time. Eventually, their connection severed completely. Thus, they soared through the air for 2 consecutive days until the nine-color Taoist finally brought Su-Han to his cave residence within the Xianting Dao Palace. The expansive cave was devoid of anyone save for a few disciples, who immediately displayed their deference upon seeing the nine-color Taoist. After saluting, they cast curious glances at Su-Han. It was common knowledge that the nine-color Taoist had never accepted direct disciples. Thus, aside from a few cleaning disciples and occasional fellow martial kings who visited to discuss matters, no disciple of the Xianting Dao Palace had ever set foot in the nine-color Taoist's cave. They silently speculated about Su-Han's origins. Leave, the nine-color Taoist commanded indifferently. Yes. The disciples hastily withdrew. Su-Han felt an immediate loosening of the oppressive force that had bound him. Speak. Who imparted your techniques and martial skills to you? The nine-color Taoist regarded Su-Han with a detached gaze. As the vice master of the Xianting Dao Palace, do you truly find my techniques and martial skills worthy of your attention? Su-Han retorted with a cold smirk. Do you know that I rarely receive guests here? And this location is desolate? If you do not wish to suffer consequences, I advise you to honestly confess. The martial technique you employ to slay Su-Han's Han must be a 7th grade technique, correct? The nine-colored Taoist sneered. Such techniques, reserved for martial kings. How could a mere half-step into nirvana like you possess them? It appears your fortunes are not insignificant, the nine-colored Taoist continued. Su-Han's expression grew solemn. The other party had bared their fangs. The notion of accepting a disciple was nothing but a ruse. The nine-colored Taoist's intervention in his feud with Su-Han's Han likely harbored a more significant motive aimed at him. Contemplating this, Su-Han replied coolly. I am curious to know how a martial king would punish a half-step nirvana like myself. You think that by delaying, the Medicine Dead Valley will come to your rescue? The nine-colored Taoist chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Stay here for a few days, and you shall learn the Medicine Dead Valley's stance. With that, the nine-colored Taoist struck out gently with his palm, and in an instant, Su-Han found himself unable to channel his internal energy. Even his physical strength was bound, rendering him an ordinary person. Enjoy the sealing methods of the Xianting Dao Palace. The nine-colored Taoist laughed heartily, turning away and leaving Su-Han isolated. Seemingly unconcerned about any attempts at escape,